With a sharp sound, the once murmuring classroom fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned in one direction, and the young boy felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, leaving him bewildered and lost in a sea of confusion. Before him was a vast classroom, where a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt stood at the podium, sporting black-rimmed glasses and a notably receding hairline, giving him an appearance of seeming intellectual superiority. Yet there was something about his demeanor that suggested he was far from amicable. Sumo, stand up, the man commanded sternly. When Sumo failed to respond, his deskmate nudged him with an elbow. It was only then that Sumo realized he was being called, and he rose to his feet, his eyes blankly fixed on a man before him. The man's expression darkened as he continued, "Please answer this. What are the differences in ecological impact between demonic plants and spiritual plants?" Confronted with the question, Sumo stood there, utterly bewildered, his mouth slightly agape as he struggled to articulate a response. "We're demonic plants. We're spiritual plants. Is the teacher referring to a new game? I haven't heard of such things." An awkward silence enveloped the room. Wei Zimming, assist him with an answer. The man sighed in disappointment, turning to Sumo's deskmate. Wei Zimming stood up obediently and replied, "Demonic plants consume the nutrients in the soil, turning it into a barren wasteland and disrupting the ecological balance of the earth. They are one of humanity's greatest foes. In contrast, spiritual plants complement the land, absorbing its nutrients while also enriching it, thus becoming an indispensable part of human existence." As Wei Zimming concluded his answer, he subtly winked at Sumo, who ignored him, his mind still in a state of disarray. "Very well, Wei Zimming," the man acknowledged, his tone softened somewhat, but he shot Sumo a look filled with exasperation. "If you're merely here to sleep, then perhaps you shouldn't attend. This is a place for cultivating talent for the Alliance, not a venue for idling away your time. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Now, turn to page 79 in your textbooks. We will discuss the various classifications of the insect race." "Hey, what were you thinking, daring to sleep during the homeroom teacher's class?" Wei Zimming whispered to Sumo as they settled down. It turned out that Sumo had dozed off and, in some inexplicable manner, knocked a thick book to the floor, creating a loud noise that captured the attention of the entire class. The homeroom teacher had a particular disdain for disruptions in class. "It's nothing," Sumo replied, unsure of how to respond, offering only a vague dismissal. Wei Zimming, accustomed to Sumo's demeanor, refrained from pressing further. In truth, it wasn't that Sumo wished to avoid conversation with his unfamiliar deskmate. Rather, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, leaving him in a state of stupor, as if the surrounding sounds had been muted. Few schools finally over. "Hey, Sumo, do you want to train together at the training hall?" Wei Zimming inquired as the school bell rang, marking the most delightful moment of the day. I think I'll head home first," Sumo replied. Wei Zimming nodded, not surprised by the response he had anticipated. Sumo's refusal, merely extending a polite invitation. At that moment, Sumo added, "I have some things to attend to at home today. Let's go to the training hall together tomorrow instead." He smiled at Wei Zimming and waved as he exited the classroom, leaving Wei Zimming in a state of astonishment. Did I just imagine that? Sumo actually smiled as he walked along the street, surrounded by a jungle of steel and intricate skyscrapers. Floating cars zipped by, creating the sensation of stepping into a futuristic world. The sky was overcast, as if the sun had been obscured, lending an inexplicable sense of oppression to the atmosphere. Sumo navigated through his memories, making his way towards his home in this world. After the afternoon's memories coalesced, Sumo finally grasped the staggering truth. He had traversed into another realm. This was no mere dream. He had pinched his thigh, eliciting a sharp pain that confirmed his reality. He had assumed the identity of a boy, also named Sumo, and through the fusion of memories, he discovered that this world was entirely distinct from Earth, perhaps a parallel dimension. In this world, Sumo was a 17-year-old third-year student at the Awakening Academy. The man who had called his name in class was his homeroom teacher, Ming Qian, and Wei Zimming was not only his deskmate, but also a childhood friend with whom he had grown up. This world also boasted a solar system, yet the planet on which he resided was called Blue Star. According to the original owner's memories, Blue Star had undergone a significant transformation. The year was 2012 in the Blue Star calendar. Scientists observed mysterious energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the sun, which were rapidly approaching Blue Star at speeds surpassing that of light. This discovery garnered global attention, prompting major powers to invest in research and dispatch probes into space. Eventually, they found that this enigmatic energy posed no threat to the probes, leading them to believe it would not significantly affect Blue Star. As the mysterious energy enveloped Blue Star, it swept through like a gentle breeze, and though scientists were intrigued, their technological limitations rendered them unable to comprehend its nature. Initially, no one paid heed to the phenomenon until the transformation began. On December 25, 2013, an explosion occurred in a scientific laboratory in Country A, unleashing a colossal worm-like creature that wreaked havoc in the city, consuming humanity. The government of Country A promptly launched a military counteroffensive. However, under the bombardment of missiles, the massive worm shattered remains disintegrated into countless smaller worms, which then infested other regions, giving rise to a multitude of insectoid monsters. The insect race had arrived. The apocalypse had begun. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the insect race, human cities quickly fell, civilization crumbled, and nations teetered on the brink of dissolution as the insect race feasted upon flesh and life. In a desperate bid, several major powers resorted to nuclear weapons, unleashing mushroom clouds across Blue Star, heralding the end of civilization. This global catastrophe would later be known in history as the Insect Apocalypse Incident. While nuclear weapons eradicated a significant portion of the insect hordes, their rapid reproduction rendered them nearly impossible to eliminate. Compounding the crisis, plants also underwent mutations, with some aberrant vegetation consuming the soil's nutrients. Amid a nuclear winter, humanity lost most of its arable land. Furthermore, the emergence of these mutated plants ushered humanity into a dire food crisis. In the throes of this survival struggle, biologists discovered that, aside from a nutrient-devouring mutated plants, certain mutated crops could actually rejuvenate the soil, producing exceptionally high-energy food. Thus, mutated plants were classified into demonic and spiritual categories, with some spiritual plants evolving to possess formidable combat abilities and proving highly beneficial to humans. Consequently, many individuals sought refuge under the protection of spiritual plants to survive. Though the apocalyptic disaster obliterated numerous scientific advancements, humanity forged a new path in biological science. Researchers found that humans could also absorb that mysterious power, albeit with low efficiency. However, through various means of assistance, humans could transcend genetic limitations, gaining strength and the ability to combat the insect race. After centuries of accumulation, resilient humanity once again ascends to the chessboard of competition, and the surviving individuals establish a new civilization, the Alliance of the Blue Star. People.at this moment, Sumo finds himself in the human gathering place designated as Alliance Shinjo number 126. His home is conveniently located a mere 10-minute stroll from a school. In the Jinshun community, at number 1206. Ascending to the 12th floor via the elevator, Sumo stands at the threshold, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Is this truly my abode in this world? The door is unlocked, and a warm glow seeps through the crack. He gently pushes the door open. Is that you, Xiaomo, returning home? A voice, deep and weathered, resonates from within the room. Chapter 2. Relatives and Carrots. An elderly man, clad in a large apron and holding a frying pan emitting wisps of steam, stepped outside, drawn by the sounds of activity. With a head of grizzled short hair and a slender frame, he stood tall, a warm smile deepening the lines etched upon his face. Are you hungry? Please have a seat. Tonight we will have spare ribs. I've prepared a carrot stew. It will be ready shortly, he cheerfully announced before Sumo could utter a word. Grandfather Sumo's expression was complex as he gazed at the elderly man, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a slight rasp. Through the memories inherited from the original owner of this body, Sumo recognized this man as his sole relative in this world, his grandfather, Kuhai. For many years, it was his grandfather who nurtured him, while the original owner had experienced peculiar circumstances that led to a rather eccentric personality. marked by a profound introversion and severe social anxiety. Soon, the meal was prepared, and the grandfather and grandson sat opposite each other at the table, which was laden with several dishes: stir-fried carrot shreds, carrot slices, carrot stew with spare ribs, and a sticky concoction resembling carrot puree. It was all carrots. Kuhai, beaming with joy, remarked, "Today, our unit unexpectedly received some pork. I couldn't resist bringing back these fine spare ribs." He then filled a bowl with a generous serving of carrot rib soup. "Here, start with the soup." Sumo delicately picked up a piece of carrot and took a bite. The flavor was tender and refreshing, the juices cascading down his throat, warming his body. After finishing the carrot, he eagerly sampled the spare ribs, the savory taste flooding his mouth with satisfaction. Whether it was due to his own hunger or the body's prolonged absence from meat, this meal was the most delectable he had ever experienced. The prevalence of carrots was not surprising, as the staple food for all residents of the number 126 settlement was indeed carrots. The spiritual plant of the settlement was a colossal carrot, which thrived in a world transformed by catastrophe, where many ordinary crops could no longer grow. Humanity relied heavily on this spiritual plant for sustenance. Of course, what Sumo consumed was not the original spiritual carrot, but rather a product of its seeds, cultivated into a pseudo-spiritual carrot through its enhancement. This carrot was rich in various essential nutrients and tasted exquisite, serving as the primary food source in the settlement. In stores, one could easily find an array of carrot chips, carrot cookies, and even carrot energy drinks. Essentially, everything revolved around carrots. As for meat, it was exceedingly rare. Following the calamity, many animal species were consumed and wiped out by the insect race, while some survivors evolved into formidable beasts. The only source of meat for humans came from farming. But with food itself being scarce, raising livestock was a daunting task. Consequently, only the affluent could indulge in meat, while ordinary families might be fortunate to enjoy it once a year. Kuhai was able to procure meat today due to the unique nature of his workplace and his esteemed position within the number 126 settlement. This is delicious. Grandfather, why aren't you eating?" Sumo, completely captivated by the flavors, suddenly noticed that Kuhai had not touched his chopsticks. "It's all right, you enjoy yourself. There's plenty of spare ribs left. I can always serve you more," Kuhai encouraged, promptly ladling another helping of spare ribs in a Sumo's bowl. Witnessing this scene stirred a mixture of emotions within Sumo. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of parents and relatives. He had strived to excel academically, gaining admission to university, but upon graduation, lacking connections, he had to start from the bottom as a salesperson. Unfortunately, after offending a superior, he found little progress in his career. One fateful night, overwhelmed by stress, he sought solace in alcohol, only to accidentally fall into a river on his way home. Amidst the struggle for breath, he clutched a book, and the darkness swallowed him, leading to an unexpected awakening in this new world, where he discovered that he had a family. Silently, Sumo placed a piece of spare rib into Kuhai's bowl and said, "Grandfather, you've worked hard. You should try this. It's truly delicious." He then flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of youthful, gleaming teeth. Seeing Sumo's smile, Kuhai was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Sumo's face. Noticing his grandfather's daze, Sumo teased, "Grandfather, why are you staring? Hurry and eat. Is there something on my face?" "Shaomo, you're all right," Kuhai exclaimed in disbelief. "Why do you say that? I've been fine all along." Sumo replied with a light-hearted tone. "No, it's not that. I mean you," Kuhai stammered with excitement. "Grandfather, I understand what you wish to convey. You've endured much over the years. I've come to terms with things. Living happily is what matters," Sumo reassured him. "Rest assured. I won't cause you any more worry. I will live joyfully." Listening to Sumo's words, Kuhai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he took a bite of the spare rib Sumo had offered him, overwhelmed by emotion. It was also the most delicious spare rib he had tasted in years. Good child, you've suffered." When Sumo was 7, a significant upheaval had altered his personality, rendering him exceedingly reclusive and taciturn. Aside from those he was close to, he would scarcely engage with others, and his smile seemed to have vanished entirely. His struggles with autism had made his academic journey a challenge. Only able to attend the Awakening Academy through Kuhai's extensive connections. There, apart from Wei Ziming, he rarely spoke to anyone else. Ming Qian's disdain for him stemmed from viewing him as a waste of resources, a sentiment shared by many in the academy who regarded him as an oddity. Now, seeing his transformation brought a monumental relief to Su Kuhai, who had fretted over Su Mo's plight for years, feeling a profound sense of guilt. That night, the grandfather and grandson conversed extensively, with Su Mo speaking more in one evening than he had in the past decade. Su Kuhai's smile remained unwavering throughout their exchange. Eventually, as night deepened, they reluctantly retreated to rest, the corners of their mouths still lifted in joy. In the room, lying in bed, Su Mo gazed at the ceiling, his mind swirling with thoughts. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in this world, although he now resided within a settlement with ample food and drink. The state of the world rendered human survival akin to walking a tightrope, fraught with peril. The insect race and the demonic plants were humanity's mortal enemies to endure. They must confront these monstrosities, yet humanity was at a disadvantage. Su Mo's autism had been a consequence of witnessing the tragic demise of his parents, leaving his young spirit deeply scarred. Even though these memories were not his own experiences, they still haunted him. The next morning, Su Mo rubbed his bleary eyes and stepped outside, only to discover that his grandfather had already left. On the table lay a bowl of carrot mush alongside a note. Picking it up, he read, "Xiao Mo, I'm so glad you've recovered. However, due to a significant discovery at the laboratory, I may not return home for a few days. I've prepared some meals in the refrigerator. If you feel hungry, just heat them up. Do not worry about me. Focus on your studies at school and heed your teacher's advice." Upon reading the note, Su Mo understood that it pertained to matters of work. Although he found it somewhat peculiar that his grandfather would be unable to return for several days, perhaps there were indeed pressing matters at hand. After finishing the sweet carrot puree, Su Mo cheerfully set off for school. Chapter 3, Provocation. Good morning, Ziming, Su Mo greeted as he entered the classroom. He noticed Wei Ziming was already there, engrossed in his phone, oblivious to his approach. Huh? Wei Ziming looked up, noticing Su Mo. Oh, good morning, Lao Mo. What's got you so captivated? Su Mo inquired. Oh, just catching up on the news. Hey, you seem better? Wei Ziming exclaimed, his eyes widening. He had been uncertain about Su Mo's smile the previous day, but now, greeted so cheerfully, he couldn't help but be surprised. Su Mo chuckled. Yeah, I've had a change of heart. Thanks for everything over the years. He was grateful for Wei Ziming's support, which had shielded him from potential bullying in school. Young people adapt quickly. Seeing Su Mo's newfound openness, Wei Ziming was genuinely pleased. He nudged him with his elbow, raising an eyebrow. Don't mention it, pal. That's what friends are for. Words were unnecessary to express the bond between them. With some time before class, Su Mo inquired, So, what news were you reading? He had a phone but rarely used it, as the original owner had been reclusive and uninterested in everything. Wei Ziming elaborated. Rumor has it that many refugees have arrived in our settlement recently. Something big must be happening outside. Lowering his voice, he added, My dad said there might be powerful demonic flora lurking in the nearby area. Demonic flora? Su Mo frowned, understanding the implications. Are these refugees fleeing from other settlements? Were their settlements attacked by demonic flora? Possibly, but the authorities Haven and Opos T released any information. Wei Ziming replied uncertainly. Access to information beyond the settlement was limited for ordinary citizens. As more students filled the classroom, they began discussing the same topic. Did you hear? Last night, the guard team headed towards the city gate. It was quite a sight. Is it because of the refugees? How do you know? Ever heard of something called news? Do you think the insectoids are invading? I'm a little scared. Don't be ridiculous. If the insectoids wanted to reach us, they'd have to break through the southern Heavenly Gate defense line first. Could it be demonic flora? I doubt it. Su Mo listened intently to their chatter. A seed of concern planted in his mind. He wondered if this was the reason his grandfather had been so preoccupied. Su Mo was in Class 9 of the Awakening Academy, which was divided into 3 grades, each with 18 classes of approximately 50 students. It was akin to a high school, but the only one in the entire settlement, reserved for the most promising young talents destined to become Awakeners. The morning's curriculum consisted of practical training, and the students of Class 9 gathered on the training field. Contrary to expectations of a beautiful instructor, they were greeted by Ming Qian, the exceptionally intelligent man. Dressed in black training attire, he exuded strength and vigor. First, we'll start with physical training. The usual routine. A 5-kilometer run, Ming Qian announced in a resonant voice. He glanced at Su Mo, you'll sit this one out, as before. His tone was indifferent. In previous training sessions, Su Mo had been a mere spectator, ignored by everyone. To Ming Qian's surprise, Su Mo had changed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mo responded, "Teacher, I request to join the physical training." Ming Qian was taken aback by his response, meeting his gaze and noticing a newfound clarity in the young man's eyes. His classmates also turned to look at him, their expressions scrutinizing. "Wouldn't want to tire out the young master," someone sneered. "Yeah, wouldn't want him to get hurt." These were the voices of those who resented Su Mo for allegedly using connections to enter the Awakening Academy. "Zhao Yi, Qian Air, what's your problem?" Wei Ziming interjected, calling out the two by name. Faced with Wei Ziming's displeasure, Zhao Yi and Qian Air scoffed. "Silence. Anyone who disrupts the training will do extra laps." Ming Qian barked, restoring order. "Su Mo, you can run with them." "Lao Mo, how are you holding up?" Wei Ziming asked, running alongside Su Mo. He noticed Su Mo was already panting heavily after just a few hundred meters. "Huff. I'm fine, just haven't run in a while, a little tired." Su Mo gasped, his breathing labored. "Maybe you should just quit, young master," Zhao Yi's voice taunted from nearby. "Yeah, wouldn't want you to twist your ankle and start crying." Qian Air added with a sneer. "Haha, why don't you two shut your traps? Want me to loosen your bones in combat class?" Wei Ziming retorted coldly. TCH. Zhao Yi and Qian Air hesitated to provoke Wei Ziming, aware of his superior physical abilities and combat skills. They had merely wanted to vent their frustration and didn't want to antagonize him further. They sped up, leaving Wei Ziming and Su Mo behind. "Damn it, those two. I'll make them cry in the next combat class." Wei Ziming fumed. "Huff. Ziming, no need to get angry. They're just kids, young and impetuous," Su Mo said, struggling to catch his breath. "Kids? We're all the same age. How can you call them kids?" Wei Ziming thought to himself. He was unaware that the real Su Mo was a seasoned soul, unfazed by such childish squabbles. "Just run your own race. Don't worry about me. Don't fall behind those two," Su Mo continued. Hearing this, Wei Ziming glanced at him, seemingly spurred on by the challenge. "All right, I'm going ahead. Rest if you need to. It and Oppos. It's been a while since you and Oppos VE run." He surged forward, quickly overtaking several runners. Su Mo had lost track of time. His legs felt like lead. 5 kilometers might be a routine for the students of the Awakening Academy, but even in his previous life, he hadn't been much of a runner. Huff, huff. Su Mo felt like his chest was about to explode. His legs moved mechanically. He desperately wanted to stop, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. This world was not as forgiving as Earth. A strong body was essential for survival. He had to become an Awakener, and this was a small price to pay. In his exhaustion, he thought he heard someone cheering him on. It must be Ziming. Wei Ziming had finished the race long ago, completing the 5 kilometers in a respectable 19 minutes. Zhao Yi and Qian Air found themselves in the queue around the 22-minute mark. By this time, the entire class had completed their run, leaving only Su Mo still on the field, half an hour having already elapsed. "He's moving like a tortoise," Zhao Yi scoffed. "That's hardly fair," a girl retorted. "Su Mo has never participated in physical training. His endurance is commendable." "Well, who told him not to train? Whose fault is that?" Zhao Yi felt a surge of irritation at the girl and Oppos' defense of Su Mo. Moreover, with his physique, how could he possibly awaken? It and Oppos' a sheer waste of resources. He seems to suffer from a serious mental ailment, not by his own choice. In fact, Su Mo is rather pitiable, the girl continued. "And Zhao Yi, isn't your heart a tad dark?" Unbeknownst to her, she couldn't fathom why she felt compelled to speak up for Su Mo today. And she would never admit that Su Mo possessed an attractive appearance. How had she not noticed such a handsome boy in class before? Wei Ziming assisted the exhausted Su Mo, holding a glass vial filled with a green liquid. Here, drink this. It will help replenish your strength. Before Suemo could take a sip, Zhao Yi and Qian'er approached once more. Suemo, I challenge you to a duel in Friday's combat class. Are you brave enough? Zhao Yi's voice was low and intense. He was fuming, having just witnessed the girl who defended Suemo being the object of his secret affections. Youthful jealousy surged within him, and he longed to teach Suemo a lesson. You want to fight me? Bring it on, Wei Ziming interjected softly. Zhao Yi ignored him, fixated on Sumo's face. Are you daring enough? He taunted. Huh, you're nothing but a coward. What makes you worthy of attending the Awakening Academy? Is it simply your advantageous background? Without your grandfather, you would be nothing. Just wait until he is gone. We'll see what becomes of you. All right, I accept your challenge, Suemo interrupted calmly. In that moment, Zhao Yi realized his words may have crossed a line, but seeing Suemo ready to fight, he merely smirked and walked away with Qian'er. Old Emo, what are you doing? Wei Ziming urged, his concern evident. It's nothing, Suemo replied, his smile warm and reassuring. He shook the empty vial in his hand. After consuming the potion, Suemo felt a comforting warmth envelop his body. His fatigued and sore muscles seemed to mend, restoring him to his former self. His pores opened wide, absorbing something intangible. Most importantly, the potion seemed to imbue him with a peculiar energy that flowed into his mind. Visions began to coalesce in his thoughts, though ephemeral. They appeared as 3 pages of different colors. Chapter 4. The mysterious pages rubbing his forehead. Suemo initially believed he was witnessing an illusion. Ziming, what is this? Suemo inquired curiously of Wei Ziming. Wei Ziming replied, this is the body-nourishing potion. You may not have paid much attention to such things since you did not participate in physical training before. With patience, Wei Ziming explained. The body-nourishing potion is a concoction diluted from the spiritual essence of Master Lingji. When consumed after intense training, its energy can awaken the potential within the human body and enhance one's constitution. This potion is a crucial element in becoming an awakened, and it is significantly related to you. After speaking, Wei Ziming regarded Suemo with an unusual expression. Suemo, somewhat puzzled, asked uncertainly, my grandfather? Indeed. This body-nourishing potion was formulated by your grandfather. He is one of the few esteemed alchemists at our gathering place, number 126. Understanding dawned upon Suemo as he listened to Wei Ziming. He was somewhat aware of his grandfather's profession. Alchemists were highly regarded everywhere, which elucidated why a person with autism like himself could enter the Awakening Academy. Only alchemists could concoct potions, as they possessed innate talents that ordinary individuals lacked. Not everyone could become an alchemist. The mysterious force that triggered the mutation of species upon striking Blue Star is referred to as source energy by humanity, and alchemists are the individuals innately sensitive to this energy. They can extract material properties from various species altered by source energy and, through fusion and refinement, ultimately create potions imbued with extraordinary powers. The body-nourishing potion, for instance, accelerates the development of human potential, significantly shortening the time required for awakening, as humans naturally absorb source energy at a slow pace. Therefore, Kuhai, who can formulate the body-nourishing potion, is considered a national treasure in gathering place number 126, earning the utmost respect even from the administrators. Suemo felt a surge of excitement upon realizing his remarkable background. This was indeed an auspicious beginning. However, he wondered how Zhao Yi had dared to act so boldly. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yi was regretting his earlier impulsiveness, vexed by his own temper, yet constrained by pride. Old Emo, I'm heading to training now. Since you've already consumed the potion, you need not train further. Instead, head to the lounge and meditate. Wei Ziming said before rushing off to the training ground, where his physical training had only just begun. The initial 5 kilometers were merely a warm-up. The optimal moment to utilize the body-nourishing potion is precisely when one's physical stamina is completely depleted. Given Sumo's current condition, completing 5 kilometers was already his limit. Thus, Ming Qian had arranged for Wei Ziming to bring him the potion beforehand. In the lounge, Suemo was alone, casually finding a spot to sit. The meditation Wei Ziming mentioned was essentially focusing on absorbing source energy at the moment the potion was consumed, when the body exhibits the highest affinity for it, thereby improving one's constitution. However, at that moment, Suemo was not in the mindset to contemplate source energy. Instead, he was intently observing the ethereal pages within his mind. 3 pages, shimmering in green, red, and gold, stood silently in his consciousness, emanating a faint glow. What could this be? Faced with such an extraordinary phenomenon, Suemo felt utterly bewildered. Could this be the reason he had traversed into this world? Yet, he could not recall having encountered anything like it. A golden finger? An artifact? A wordless tome? All possibilities flickered through Sumo's mind, and despite the strangeness of the situation, he could not deny that his heart raced with anticipation. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he quickly adapted to the notion of receiving a golden finger upon transmigration. Just the previous night, he had pondered why. As a member of the transmigration community, he had not received a golden finger. He would never confess that, while falling asleep, he had silently chanted, "System Daddy, please come forth," only to find no response before drifting off. But how does one utilize this? Suemo mused that these 3 pages must be treasures. Yet he remained clueless about their application, lacking any instruction manual. It seemed he had only activated them after consuming the body-nourishing potion. Could it be the source energy? Suemo discovered a blind spot. It was the source energy contained within the body-nourishing potion that reached a certain threshold, causing the 3 pages to materialize. Source energy. Source energy. Suemo firmly shut his eyes, silently urging himself to absorb the source energy, although he was uncertain how to do so. At that moment, the glow of the 3 pages suddenly intensified, and Suemo felt as though something was burrowing into his body. It was a peculiar energy, formless yet palpable, and it evoked a wondrous sensation within him. Is this source energy? The influx of source energy surged into Sumo's body, and soon the 3 pages abruptly ceased glowing, as if a switch had been turned off. Huh, is that it? Suemo was taken aback. It ended so swiftly. He had just felt as though his body was being bathed in energy, a sensation akin to ascending into the heavens, invigorating and powerful. Hey, did you notice that today there seems to be no warm current entering the body? A voice interrupted Sumo's thoughts, drawing his attention to the presence of several others in the lounge. Evidently, they too had depleted their physical stamina and had just consumed the body-nourishing potion. Do you feel the same? Another student inquired. Me too. It's strange. Usually, after consuming the potion, one immediately senses a warm current, but not today. Could the potion be expired? Are you even thinking? If the potion were expired, you'd be flat on the ground by now. There's no way you'd be this lively. What could be the reason, then? You're asking me? Who should I ask? As the students discussed, Suemo felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he had inadvertently drained the source energy from around him? Indeed, as Suemo suspected, he had just absorbed all the surrounding source energy, for the density of source energy in the air was far too sparse for the 3 pages. In the core area of Gathering Place, number 126, a group of staff members clad in white coats stared contemplatively at a significant void within the source energy sensor. What is happening in the Southern District? Why has there been such a sudden depletion of source energy? The group exchanged bewildered glances, entirely perplexed, as this was an unprecedented occurrence for them. Reported. In the administrator's office, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and a slight stubble, perused the report in his hand. His gaze resembled that of a lion, exuding an air of authority without anger, as he murmured, "Curious, curious. This place seems to be near the Awakening Academy." He then looked out the window, seemingly gazing into the distant horizon. What a tumultuous time we live in. At that moment, our protagonist remained silent, walking quietly alongside Wei Ziming. "Oldemo, don't you think today is particularly bizarre? Do you know what Ming Qian said when I asked him? He mentioned receiving news that our school's source energy has suddenly been emptied, as if it vanished into thin air. You should have seen his bewildered expression. It was too comical. Nonetheless, how could source energy simply disappear? Hey, are you even listening to me?" Wei Ziming chattered on, noticing that Suemo seemed unresponsive. I am listening," Suemo replied, feeling a pang of guilt. He feared that he might be discovered. He never anticipated that such a commotion would arise. Typically, they dine at the school's communal cafeteria around noon. The menu usually consists of carrot puree, carrot cakes, and stir-fried carrot strips. However, today was a rare occasion as they were served a bowl of beef bone stew with carrots. Although the bowl was filled predominantly with carrots, the aroma of meat was a welcome change. "Sumo, may we sit here?" A sweet voice interrupted Sumo and Wei Zimming as they were enjoying their meal. Two girls stood beside them, holding their trays. Both girls were strikingly beautiful, radiating youthful vitality, and the faint scent of fresh femininity wafted from their proximity. "Oh, of course. Please have a seat," Sumo responded. Though taken aback, he quickly adjusted his position. The cafeteria tables were designed for 4 people. The taller girl, named Sun Yao, was the one who had previously refuted Zhao Yi's remarks. The slightly shorter girl, with a hint of baby fat, was Li Shaner, Sun Yao's close friend. As the two girls settled in, Sun Yao smiled and remarked, "Sumo, you've changed quite a bit today. I never had the chance to speak with you before." Sumo scratched his head, smiling in response. This scene, however, was not lost on Zhao Yi, who stood behind with his tray. He froze, his gaze fixed on the unfolding interaction, as if he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Previously, he had been rejected when he sought to share a table with Sun Yao. Yet here she was, dining with Sumo today. The guilt he had felt was quickly consumed by a surge of anger. How could he have lost so completely? "Old Zhao, what are you dawdling for? Sit down and eat," Qianair urged, noticing his friend's daze. "Let us go." Zhao Yi's voice was laced with barely concealed frustration. Due to certain circumstances, the teachers were called for a meeting in the afternoon, leaving the students to their own devices for revision. Sumo spent the entire afternoon poring over theoretical texts to deepen his understanding of the world. Nonetheless, he occasionally cast a guilty glance towards the door. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred throughout the afternoon, and as soon as the bell rang, he bid farewell to Wei Zimming and swiftly made his way home. Wei Zimming was left standing there, pondering. Didn't someone promise to go to the training hall with me today? Had he been stood up yet again? In truth, Sumo's eagerness to return home stemmed not only from the events at school, but also from a more pressing matter, the continuation of his exploration of the 3 pages. Although directly absorbing source energy was too conspicuous and impractical, there existed an alternative path, the essence elixir. Despite its rarity, Sumo was fortunate to have a grandfather who was an adept alchemist. Chapter 5, 5 Vials of Elixirs. "Hello, Grandpa. It's Sumo. What's the matter? Have you eaten dinner?" The voice of Kuhai resonated on the other end of the line, sounding somewhat fatigued. However, upon realizing it was Sumo calling, his tone softened considerably, laden with concern. "Yes, I'm about to eat. Are you still busy, Grandpa?" Sumo detected a hint of weariness in his grandfather's voice. "Well, I'm still caught up with work here. What's the matter?" Kuhai was puzzled by Sumo's unexpected call, as he seldom reached out first. Sumo hesitated, then mustered the courage to ask, "Grandpa, could you possibly arrange for me to get some elixirs?" As he spoke, uncertainty gnawed at him, for elixirs held considerable value. Just as he sought a reason to justify his request, Kuhai's voice came through. "Of course, I'll have someone deliver it later." Sumo fell silent. His grandfather did not inquire about the reason, simply granting his wish without question. A lump formed in his throat, and he spoke hoarsely. "Please take care of yourself, Grandpa. No matter how busy you are, remember to rest and eat on time." "All right." On the other end of the call, the elderly man in a white lab coat hung up, gently wiping the corners of his eyes. He straightened his attire to appear solemn before dialing another number. "Come to my office and bring something to my grandson at the Jinshen community." After relaying his instructions, Kuhai re-entered a laboratory where 3 individuals stood, examining a small platform at the center. The man with long hair and stubble, the overseer of Gathering Point 126, nodded at Kuhai's arrival. "Finished with your tasks?" Kuhai silently nodded and approached the platform, his expression grave and his gaze profound. "It is it," the female pharmacist beside him remarked. "Is it truly that? Wasn't he at slain long ago?" The overseer's eyes narrowed with intensity. "Indeed, it was slain, but this breed is notoriously difficult to eradicate entirely. It seems we were deceived back then. Su Kuhai inquired. Is the gathering point 129 truly destroyed? The overseer confirmed with a nod. Yes, only a handful managed to escape. Fortunately, the spirit plant was salvaged, but its source has been depleted significantly. I do not know how much longer it can endure. The assembly gathered here hopes that all of you can develop a remedy for it. The Alliance will find it challenging to provide support in the short term. We will certainly do our utmost. The three responded solemnly. The laboratory fell into silence, yet Su Kuhai's gaze bore an intense, murderous intent as he regarded the platform, where a desiccated corpse lay. Its flesh appeared entirely drained, the eyes protruded grotesquely from their sockets, and its countenance was a mask of agony and despair, as if it had endured immense suffering before its demise. 2 hours later. Hello, is this Mr. Suemo? You have a package downstairs. Please come down to collect it. Suemo received the call. So fast. He hurried downstairs. There stood a man clad in black, wearing a cap, holding a package at the entrance. Are you Mr. Suemo? Here is what you requested. The man sized Suemo up before handing him the package. Yes, thank you. Suemo accepted it gratefully. However, the man said little more and turned to leave. So cool, Suemo thought, finding the stranger intriguing. Putting aside his scattered thoughts, he ascended joyfully with the package and eagerly opened it upon entering. Inside, he discovered a delicately crafted box containing 5 glass vials of elixirs, 3 of which were distinct in color, 2 green, 2 light green, and 1 orange. Are these 3 different elixirs? Suemo noticed a note inside the box, revealing it to be an instruction manual. The green vial contained the essence refining elixir, which he was already familiar with. The note on the light green vial indicated it was the bone refining elixir diluted version, which could enhance the density and resilience of bones upon consumption. Suemo recalled from the afternoon's reading that the true bone refining elixir was an advanced potion, undeniably a first-tier elixir. Typically, elixirs are classified into ordinary, first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier varieties. Most first-tier elixirs could only be tolerated by awakened individuals. Ordinary people might suffer dire consequences, even death, from their consumption. The essence refining elixir they previously took was merely an ordinary potion, while the bone refining elixir, diluted version, also fell within that category. This particular elixir was far rarer than the essence refining elixir, as no pharmacist in gathering point 126 would concoct the bone refining elixir. It was only circulated in the southern towns of Shinjo. Even the diluted version was not easily obtainable, indicating that Suemo's grandfather held considerable influence. As for the final orange vial, Suemo gasped upon reading its label. Low-level martial intent elixir, long fist ant. A first-tier elixir that could impart the combat techniques of the long fist ant, even to those who had not awakened yet. A first-tier elixir. Moreover, it was consumable by the unawakened. Even Suemo, who had seen his fair share of wonders, was taken aback by this revelation. He never imagined Su Kuhai would possess such an elixir. It was well known that martial intent elixirs had become lost to time. Once, a pharmacist had emerged, specializing in battle elixirs, creating the martial intent elixir to replicate the formidable combat skills of powerful insectoid races, producing many strong warriors for the Alliance. However, during a battle, he was ambushed by an insect king and ultimately perished. The formula for the martial intent elixir was lost along with him. Thus, every vial of martial intent elixir became exceedingly precious, even though this was merely a low-level elixir. It was clear that Su Kuhai had paid a steep price to acquire it. Now, he had gifted it to Suemo. Suemo felt an overwhelming urge to cry. How could he have such a grandfather? Who else could compare? This martial intent elixir was indeed procured through significant sacrifice by Su Kuhai, intended specifically for Suemo. However, due to Suemo's previous mental state, he had not been keen on awakening, so it had remained untouched. Now that Suemo had expressed interest, it seemed the time had come. As Suemo held the elixirs, a wide grin spread across his face. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. He had been fretting about how to face Zhao Yi in the practical class on Friday, not wanting to simply be beaten up. With only 2 days left until the class, He had initially contemplated relying on the 3 pages of divine text, but now it appeared unnecessary. Zhao, I'm truly sorry, but it seems I possess both an advantage and resources, he mused silently, offering a moment of respect for Zhao Yi and his thoughts. Eagerly, Suemo picked up a vial of the essence refining elixir. Although it was typically best to exhaust one's energy beforehand for optimal results, he had the pages to absorb its effects perfectly. If he could achieve results without exerting himself, why overexert? He uncorked the vial and consumed it. The taste was faintly sweet. Suemo felt the peculiar energy coursing through his body, drawing upon the surrounding source energy through his pores. This time, the pages did not react, and Suemo breathed a sigh of relief, fearing another ruckus. If it is said that others achieve a mere 10 efficiency from the essence elixir, then Suemo embodies a remarkable 200. Such is the distinction. The 2 vials of essence elixir were swiftly consumed, and Suemo felt an immense transformation within his physique, as if running 5 kilometers had become a trivial challenge. Resisting the urge to leap into action, Suemo then opened a vial of bone refinement elixir diluted version. The elixir had a slightly spicy flavor, sliding down his throat like a shot of potent spirits. Soon, his body flushed crimson as he sensed the source energy integrating into his bones. Crack, crack. With each peculiar sound, Sumo's flushed countenance gradually returned to normal. Phew, how hungry I am. Ceasing his cultivation, Suemo hastily approached the refrigerator, seizing a carrot and munching on it voraciously. As he watched the food within the refrigerator diminish at an alarming rate, Suemo stood astounded. This was meant to last him several days. Burp content. Suemo patted his belly. He then grabbed another vial of bone refinement elixir diluted version and repeated his previous actions. After yet another round of indulgence, Suemo gazed at the final vial, the piece de resistance of the day. Elementary martial intent elixir long fist ant. The long fist ant is a common combat insect of the insectoid race, entirely black, with mature specimens measuring at least 2 meters in length. Unlike ordinary ants, they possess 2 claw-like appendages resembling human hands at the front, attacking with powerful, clenched fists, delivering terrifying force. Moreover, their combat skills seem innately inscribed in their genes, which is why the apothecary had fixated on the long fist ants, ultimately distilling their martial intent. Grasping the vial, Suemo gritted his teeth and downed it in one go. The flavor was somewhat sour, leaving him feeling dizzy. Shortly thereafter, he succumbed to slumber. Suemo dreamt he had transformed into a peculiar ant, elongated claws. It seemed he fought daily, battling his kin, confronting beastly foes, and even clashing with humans. Countless times he swung his fists, obliterating enemies. As if emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, combat was his essence. He was born for battle. While Suemo remained immersed in his transformation into a long fist and engaged in combat, unbeknownst to him, the golden pages of 3 tomes in his mind radiated a brilliant light. Lines of text appeared to materialize upon one of the pages. Recording elixir formula. Recording complete. Unnamed. Default elixir name. Elementary martial intent elixir long fist ant. Elixir formula. 1 first tier long fist ant brain. 5G first tier illusion vine juice. 20G distilled water. 5G long tooth bee honey. Preparation steps. Chapter 6. The pharmacist Suemo awakened. Disoriented and unaware of how long he had been asleep. In the peculiar dream he had experienced, he had lost track of the numerous battles he had fought. His mind was in a haze. Shaking his head, he realized he was lying on the ground, with bright light streaming through the window. Is it already dawn? He tapped his forehead and hastily grabbed his phone. To his astonishment, he noticed several missed calls and numerous text messages. The time displayed was already noon. Goodness, how could I have slept for so long? Upon opening the messages, he discovered they were all from Wei Zimming, who must have been quite alarmed by Sumo's absence from class. Sorry, I slept heavily last night and just woke up. He clicked send. Before long, his phone rang. I swear, Lauemo, you nearly scared me to death. Wei Zimming's voice boomed through the receiver, prompting Suemo to instinctively pull the phone away from his ear. Embarrassed, he replied, I had something to eat yesterday and ended up sleeping deeply. My apologies. He hadn't anticipated that the effects of the martial intent potion would be so potent. The primary reason was that he had consumed an excessive dosage all at once, overwhelming his body. Who in their right mind would down 5 bottles of potions in one go? Relieved to hear Sumo was fine, Wei Ziming felt at ease. He had gone to great lengths to convince their teacher that Sumo was ill, allowing him to take a leave, but he had still been worried. They did not reside in the same neighborhood. Sumo lived in the Jinsheng community, a special housing area for designated personnel, not accessible to the average family. However, Wei Ziming's father, as the captain of the guard team, resided in a decent neighborhood, albeit of a slightly lower status than Jinsheng. Their childhood friendship stemmed from the fact that Jinsheng had only been constructed last year, so those in the know understood. Having already skipped an entire morning of class, Sumo reasoned that skipping the afternoon would not be unreasonable. He believed in being consistent and decided to forego class for the day. At that moment, he began to assess the changes in his body. He felt different, though he could not pinpoint exactly how. It was as if he possessed boundless energy. Crack! As he attempted to open the refrigerator door, he accidentally detached it entirely. Grasping a piece of the refrigerator door, Sumo fell into contemplation. Why did this refrigerator seem as fragile as paper? After inadvertently dismantling a door and 2 stools, he was compelled to accept that he appeared to be struggling to control the newfound strength of his body. This transformation was extraordinary. It was utterly unscientific. Sumo's physical capabilities had surpassed the pinnacle of ordinary humanity. This was the power of the potion. He had flawlessly absorbed the energy of the potion. And the effects of the bone refinement potion and martial intent potion were not comparable to the common body cultivation potion. The latter was highly coveted by Awakeners. At this moment, Sumo pondered whether battling Zhao Yi would be somewhat unfair. What is this? Upon accepting that he had seemingly transformed into a superhuman, Sumo finally noticed a change in the mysterious golden page within his mind. The page was inscribed with a plethora of intricate characters. The formula for the basic martial intent potion, long fist ant. This. Sumo's breath quickened. If this formula were genuine. No, he felt a bit dizzy. He pinched himself to ascertain whether it was real. This was nothing short of a treasure. After consuming the potion, the golden page had the capability to recognize its formula, which was simply astonishing. As for the authenticity of the formula, Sumo held no doubt. He could verify it later. However, the formulas for the body cultivation potion and the diluted bone refinement potion had not been recognized, perhaps due to their lower grade, which the page deemed unworthy. Sumo realized that the mysterious golden page in his mind could potentially revolutionize this world. He needed to maintain a low profile. As he was still an unawakened novice, being discovered and subjected to dissection would be disastrous. With this extraordinary advantage, it would be unacceptable not to become a formidable pharmacist. The role of a pharmacist was the most coveted profession in this world. Yet the path to becoming one was fraught with challenges. First and foremost, one must possess innate talent, which involves a high affinity for source energy. It can be said that powerful Awakeners are not necessarily pharmacists, but pharmacists are invariably powerful Awakeners. Furthermore, one must exhibit exceptional control over source energy. For instance, if provided with a potion recipe, one may know the ingredients. Yet the vast majority of individuals would fail to concoct it. This is because the brewing process necessitates an extraordinary degree of control to manage every minute change. Much like in his previous life, where some surgeons could perform exceedingly complex operations, this disparity was linked to talent and skill. Naturally, there are those born as pharmacists, known as contract spirits, who form pacts with spiritual plants. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, as spiritual plants seldom bond with humans. Advancing as a pharmacist is also quite arduous. If one can concoct an ordinary potion, they have crossed the threshold into the realm of pharmacists. Subsequently, one must continually practice to enhance their success rate in potion brewing, a phase referred to as pharmacist apprentice. To become a bona fide tiered pharmacist, one must create an entirely new potion. It can be of any type, but it must be original. This is akin to building a castle in the air, with many individuals stalling at this juncture. Of course, some pharmacist apprentices can create first-tier potions through recipes, yet they do not receive acknowledgement from the Alliance. True pharmacists are awarded the title of doctor. There exists a mystical reason for this. When a pharmacist invents a new potion, they receive recognition from the heavens and are blessed, an enigmatic phenomenon. Only those pharmacists who have received such blessings can hope to advance to the second tier. Those who merely imitate others' recipes will never concoct a second-tier potion. Sumo's grandfather, Kuhai, was a veritable first-tier pharmacist, hence the administrators referred to him as Dr. Su. At this moment, Sumo felt somewhat disheartened. He was unsure what the so-called pharmacist talent entailed. He vaguely recalled that his grandfather had taken him for tests, and he had not exhibited that talent. Contemplating the potential stalling of his journey to becoming a pharmacist, Sumo felt a knot of anxiety in his chest, resolved to take things one step at a time. It seemed that the formula on the golden page could not be exposed in the short term, as it would be difficult to explain. If he were a pharmacist, he could at least claim it was an accidental concoction. Alas, though he had not attended class, Sumo did not intend to remain at home indefinitely. He decided to venture out. Indeed, he was headed to the training facility. Unlike the school, the training facility boasted numerous high-tech equipment, though it required a fee, making it a popular haunt among the residents of the area. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Upon arriving at the entrance, a charming attendant promptly approached Sumo, her voice sweet. I would like to train. Do you have any recommendations?" Sumo inquired shyly, as he had never visited before. The attendant quickly grasped that this was Sumo's first visit. With a constant smile, she introduced, "We have several popular training areas, including strength training, speed training, and pressure resistance training." Upon hearing her explanation, Sumo understood. Strength training was somewhat akin to a gym from his previous life, focusing on enhancing one's physical strength. Ultimately, Sumo decided to try his hand at strength training first. The training facility was bustling with people. Muscular men were visible everywhere. Sumo felt a pang of envy at their physique, contrasting it with his own relatively lean appearance. Finding a quieter corner, Sumo noticed several barbells set aside, untouched by anyone, weighing 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms, culminating at a maximum of 600 kilograms. Sumo was eager to try, picking up a 100 kilograms barbell. Oh, how light it was. He subsequently attempted all weights, effortlessly lifting 400 kilograms. Upon reaching 500 kilograms, he felt some strain, yet managed to lift it as well. However, when it came to 600 kilograms, he realized that he had to exert all his strength to raise it. With a thud, he set the 600 kilograms barbell down, feeling exhilarated by his unexpected strength. He recalled that the world record on Earth seemed to be around 500 kilograms. Had he just effortlessly surpassed that record? Unbeknownst to him, several muscular men nearby had already taken notice of his feats. They were astounded when he lifted 400 kilograms. And when he hoisted 600 kilograms, their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. What manner of creature was this? Could he be an awakened one? But why would an awakened individual frequent such an ordinary training facility? Moreover, he appeared to be a minor. They were convinced that the world had gone mad. Meanwhile, our protagonist had already scampered off to explore other activities. One burly man, skeptical, believed the barbell to be a fake and decided to test it himself, only to find he could not lift it, utterly convinced now. What sort of monster had just been here? I have no idea either. Several hours later, Sumo left the training hall, still yearning for more. As he stepped outside, he was met with a multitude of admiring gazes, as if he were being sent off like a hero. The gravity chamber was quite fascinating. He had not yet discovered the remarkable technology of this world. While walking, he reminisced about the various training facilities, most notably the gravity chamber, where the sensation of struggling to move was utterly enchanting. "Young Master Wei, you have arrived." A welcoming attendant greeted as a young man entered the training hall. The newcomer was Wei Ziming, a regular at the facility, well known among many. Wei Ziming nodded and proceeded directly to the strength training area. Today, he intended to challenge himself to lift 500 kilograms. He had faced failure in previous attempts, but over the past few days, he felt he had made some progress. His father had promised him that if he could lift 500 kilograms, he would buy him a body refinement potion. Although it couldn't compare to the bone-quenching potion, diluted version, it was still a precious elixir that would surely enhance his physical prowess. Focusing intently, he took a deep breath, gripping the barbell tightly, and summoned his strength. His arm veins bulging. With a shout, he slowly raised the 500 kilograms barbell, ultimately hoisting it above his head. 1, 2, 3. Thud. 3 seconds. He had done it. Tears welled in his eyes. Truly, he was a genius. To lift 500 kilograms at the age of 17 was remarkable. Many had gathered around him. Yet their reactions differed from the praise he had envisioned. Why did they not seem surprised? Shouldn't they be offering accolades and applause? Wei Ziming was momentarily taken aback. This script was not as he had anticipated. Not long after, Wei Ziming left the training hall, dejected, unable to comprehend how a young man of his own stature could lift 600 kilograms. Who could it be? Had he heard of any individuals at the Awakening Academy who could lift 600 kilograms? Chapter 7. The Unexpected Turn Upon Returning Home. Wei Ziming was still pondering who could possibly lift a staggering 600 kilograms, especially given that this individual was said to be quite young. This revelation struck him hard, for he had always prided himself on being a top performer at school. Awakened Academy, after all, was the crucible where the finest young talents of the entire 126th gathering place converged, and those who emerged from it were nothing short of prodigies. "Welcome back," a middle-aged man said, seated on the sofa and perusing a newspaper. Noticing Wei Ziming's return, he added casually, "Lifting 500 kilograms is no small feat. It isn't something just anyone can accomplish. It's challenging for an ordinary human body to reach its limits. So don't be disheartened. Just keep striving." This man was Wei Yifang, Wei Ziming's father, who also served as a squad leader in the local security team. He assumed that his son was feeling disheartened for not being able to lift 500 kilograms, hence his attempt at consolation. In truth, he was quite pleased with his son's progress, believing him to be far superior at this age than he had been. He merely intended to temper his son's ambition by making the challenge. At this moment, Wei Ziming softly replied, "Dad, I can lift 500 kilograms now." "Oh, 500 kilograms? Keep it up. Aim to complete your goal." "What? You lifted 500 kilograms? Wei Yifang finally registered the weight of his son's words. Setting down the newspaper in astonishment, Wei Ziming nodded affirmatively. To think he achieved such a feat at the stage of an ordinary person, Wei Yifang was both surprised and delighted. He knew his son well enough to be certain he would never deceive him. Awakened individuals vary in strength. While everyone has the potential to awaken after taking the awakening potion, those with poorer physical attributes have a lower chance of success, whereas those with superior physiques possess a higher likelihood. Furthermore, the transformations following an awakening are disparate. An ordinary person who awakens experiences a significant enhancement in their physical capabilities, elevating them into the realm of ordinary humans. However, when compared to someone with already exceptional physical attributes, the latter, once awakened, becomes vastly stronger and considerably more formidable, capable of progressing much further along the path of awakening. "Why the long face, then?" Wei Yifang asked, perplexed. Wei Ziming scratched his head, acknowledging that this should be a moment of joy, yet his mind lingered on other thoughts. "Dad, if I told you I met someone who can lift 600 kilograms, would you believe me? And they're around my age. Are you joking? But seeing your serious expression, is it true?" Wei Yifang's tone softened. Wei Ziming nodded once more. "Who is it? Do you know them?" Wei Ziming shook his head. "I didn't see it myself. Others mentioned it, and they witnessed it firsthand." After a brief silence, Wei Yifang speculated, "It must be due to some advanced potion. That's the only explanation. However, the limits of the body cannot be enhanced by mere potions. If it truly is a potion, that family must be quite affluent." After a while, Wei Yifang returned from the room with a small box, presenting it to Wei Ziming. Wei Ziming felt his breath quicken, having guessed what it contained. "Dad, this." Wei Yifang, though slightly pained at the gesture, replied, "Since you've fulfilled your end of the bargain, this is rightfully yours. Work hard. You're also preparing to take the awakening potion." Taking the small box, Wei Ziming nodded resolutely. "Don't worry, Dad. I will become a powerful awakened one. Wei Yifeng reclined back on the sofa, waving dismissively. With the long-awaited potion in hand, Wei Ziming's spirits soared. He turned to his father and said, "Dad, why don't you find someone for yourself? Get out of here," Wei Yifeng exclaimed, grabbing a cup from the table, feigning to throw it. Wei Ziming hurriedly clutched the box and dashed into his room, locking the door behind him. This kid. Wei Yifeng shook his head, picking up the newspaper once more. The following day, Thursday, the teachers seemed particularly busy over the past few days, leaving the class unattended, with many students whispering and gossiping about various topics. Suemo was engrossed in a geography book, thoroughly absorbed in its contents. "Old Su, have you noticed anything different about me?" His desk mate Wei Ziming asked mysteriously. Suemo glanced over. "You have a pimple on your face." "That's not what I meant," Wei Ziming retorted, touching his pimple, feeling exasperated. In truth, Suemo had noticed that Wei Ziming appeared unusually vibrant today. Wei Ziming, not hiding his excitement, whispered, "Last night, Dad gave me a body-strengthening potion." This revelation surprised Suemo, who had developed a certain understanding of the value of potions. The body-strengthening potion was quite expensive. It seemed Wei Ziming had indeed enhanced his physical capabilities through the potion. In their casual conversation, Wei Ziming shared some news. "The combat class may be cancelled tomorrow. The school seems to be arranging an outdoor expansion." This unexpected information caught Suemo off guard. Wouldn't he have the chance to battle Zhao Yi? He had been looking forward to surprising everyone with his prowess. "Well, then you won't have to fight Zhao Yi," Wei Ziming chuckled, finding the change in plans rather fortunate. Realizing that Suemo would likely be defeated in a match against Zhao Yi. On Friday, their homeroom teacher, Ming Qian, who had been absent for several days, once again stood at the podium. Suemo couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt that Ming Qian seemed to have lost even more hair. What had once been a slight fringe was now receding rapidly. "As per the school's arrangements, we will be engaging in 2 days of outdoor expansion. Once you gather your things, we will set off shortly. There is no need to bring any luggage as the school has already taken care of it." With Ming Qian's announcement, excitement erupted among the students. They relished the idea of outdoor activities, reveling in the prospect of skipping classes. Young people tend to enjoy such outings, which felt like a blessing. However, one person wore a disappointed expression at Zhao Yi. He had intended to vent his frustrations on Suemo, but it seemed there would be no opportunity today, and he would have to wait for the next occasion. The outdoor expansion was to take place in the southern outskirts, where activities would not solely be for leisure. Tasks were also assigned. Ming Qian continued, but the students were too preoccupied with thoughts of fun to pay attention. The southern outskirts lay at the southernmost edge of the 126th gathering place, a wasteland where the soil was barren and incapable of supporting crops, thus remaining in a state of neglect. In truth, most students had never been to the southern outskirts and had never ventured beyond the confines of the 126th gathering place, leaving them filled with curiosity about the outside world. As the hovering bus landed steadily, the students of Class 9 disembarked, their curious eyes scanning the surroundings. "How desolate," they murmured, taking in the sight of ruins, the soil a gray hue, emanating a faintly acrid scent, surrounded by numerous dead trees. "This place is far too bleak. It doesn't seem enjoyable at all. Is this what dead soil looks like?" The students debated among themselves, having once imagined the outside world to be a paradise. Yet in this post-apocalyptic reality, how could anything be idyllic? Observing the varied expressions on the students' faces, Ming Qian and another supervising teacher exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The purpose of this outdoor expansion was to show these children the harsh realities of the world. They had grown far too comfortable within the confines of the gathering place. This soil is referred to as dead soil. You may have only read about it in textbooks before. Dead soil is incapable of supporting any crops, as the nutrients within the soil have long since been depleted by the magical plant species. The supervising teacher elaborated. The teacher, named Lao Zhao, is of considerable age, sporting a pair of reading glasses that lend him the appearance of a seasoned cadre. A decade ago, this area was a prosperous agricultural zone for our collective, the 126th, yet it fell victim to a sinister invasion of demonic flora. Although the leader of these malevolent plants was vanquished, the land has since languished, devoid of vitality. Lao Zhao expressed a sense of lamentation regarding this matter. reminding us of the once thriving south suburb. As the group ambled along, Lao Zhao narrated the history of the place, akin to a tour guide elucidating the splendors of a heritage site. Ziming queried Su Mo from the rear of the line, addressing Wei Ziming. Do you think the teacher brought us here merely for sightseeing? He sensed something amiss, but could not quite articulate it. Wei Ziming, however, remained unfazed, responding, after all, many have not been exposed to the outside world, and it is said that the entirety of Blue Star is riddled with wastelands. Walking through this desolate expanse today truly underscores the formidable challenges humanity faces in its quest for survival. Thus, we must strive to awaken ourselves for the future of mankind. Wei Ziming's resolve was unwavering, perhaps influenced by his upbringing. He had always aspired to join the guard squad like his father. He had heard whispers of potions that could restore barren lands to arable soil. At that moment, Sun Yao, who had been nearby, interjected, having overheard their conversation. Are you referring to the spirit cultivator? Wei Ziming inquired. Sun Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the spirit cultivator. They possess the ability to concoct elixirs that rejuvenate the soil, enabling humanity to reclaim vast tracts of land. She sighed, if only our collective had a spirit cultivator. Wei Ziming shook his head. Spirit cultivators are exceedingly rare. As they continued their discourse, an unexpected calamity struck. A colossal withered tree plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards them. In the face of this sudden peril, many students stood frozen, their faces paling in terror. Lao Zhao, at the forefront, reacted with remarkable swiftness, bellowing as he raised his arms, his shirt bursting open to reveal a physique brimming with explosive muscle. The once frail scholar transformed into a veritable powerhouse. Up, Lao Zhao commanded, managing to bear the massive tree and then flinging it aside with sheer force. The students, still reeling from shock, beheld a dark figure darting towards them. Swiftly, Lao Zhao's gaze sharpened, and a short blade materialized in his hand. Demonic vine, he exclaimed, as the shadow revealed itself to be a massive vine. The ensuing clash between the vine and the blade sparked fiercely, the vine proving remarkably resilient. Run! The demonic flora is upon us. Ming Qian shouted urgently. At that moment, the students snapped to attention, fear etched on their faces. Someone bolted first, prompting a chaotic scramble for escape. However, they had underestimated the enemy's onslaught. As numerous smaller vines emerged, intertwining to form a grotesque humanoid creature. The most terrifying of all was the towering vine monster, standing a daunting 3 meters high, its stomps sending tremors through the ground. One student, caught too close to the monstrosity, was ensnared by a swiftly extending vine and dragged away. Lu Ren. His classmates cried out in alarm. In that instant, Ming Qian sprang into action. A silver pistol appeared in his hand as he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! A flash of silver light erupted, reducing the vine that had ensnared Lu Ren to mere fragments. NX Silver Demon. Some students recognized the weapon, exclaiming in delight. This was a source energy weapon crafted by a mechanic, a rarity among awakened individuals. What are you hesitating for? Save him and flee. Ming Qian bellowed. The threat was far from over. I'll hold them off. You all escape towards the floating bus. Ming Qian declared, his eyes fixed resolutely on the colossal vine creature. The battle for survival was about to commence. Chapter 8. Escape and Battle. A group of individuals frantically ran towards the hovering bus, wishing fervently that their parents had bestowed upon them a few more legs. At this moment, Su Mo felt a surge of anxiety. As a young person of the 21st century, he had never encountered such a sudden crisis. Suppressing the rising panic within, he followed the throng in flight. Thanks to a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities, he easily outpaced most of the crowd, positioning himself alongside Wei Ziming at the forefront. What could have caused the sudden appearance of the vine creatures? As they fled, a sense of confusion gripped everyone. Logically, this area should not harbor such beings, especially since they were still within the confines of the 126th gathering point. Suddenly, a classmate at the front shouted in alarm. They had just realized that the hovering bus, which had been stationary moments before, had vanished. The bus is gone. There was no time for contemplation of the bus's inexplicable disappearance, from the surrounding deadlands. A mass of vines surged forth, coalescing rapidly into monstrous vine creatures. How could this happen here? The students' faces turned pale, as they had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. We must flee towards the city. Wei Ziming reacted first, immediately urging the others. Yes, we need to head to the city. Over there lies the guard team. If we reach them, we will be saved. The quicker-thinking students dashed onward. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Those lagging behind began to panic, their voices tinged with desperation. However, the others were too consumed by fear to spare a thought for their classmates. Survival took precedence, and the bonds of friendship were momentarily forgotten. The vine monsters had caught up, wielding long whips made of thorny vines. Crack! One lash struck a student at the back, tearing into their flesh. Ah! Cries of agony echoed through the air. Oh no, Yao Yao! When Li Shan witnessed Sun Yao ensnared by a vine whip and dragged to the ground, she cried out in despair. Sun Yao was pulled backward, face down, her hands clawing at the earth, leaving long scratches in the soil. The fall had marred her face with fresh wounds, her nails bloodied from scraping against the ground. Her expression was one of sheer terror, tears welling in her eyes. Li Shan halted, gripped by fear. Yet the bond of friendship compelled her to not abandon her friend, though she could only stand by helplessly. Run, Lao Zhao! Qian urged Zhao Yi as he noticed the unfolding tragedy with Sun Yao. He realized it was not just her. Several others had also been seized by those monstrous vines, their fates unknown. Let us escape first. What are you contemplating at a time like this? Qian was frustrated. After all, Sun Yao had never shown interest in Zhao Yi, so why concern himself over her? Zhao Yi hesitated. He held deep feelings for Sun Yao, but she had always been indifferent to him. Yet now, seeing her in peril, an instinctual urge to rescue her surged within him. Caught between his affection for the girl and the terror of the creatures, he admitted to himself that he was afraid. Why wasn't he an awakened one? How could an ordinary person contend with such monsters? He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Let us go, Qian shouted. Old Qian, it seems I, Zhao Yi, have made a decision, he thought inwardly. Whoosh! A sound tore through the air. Thud! A watermelon-sized stone crashed into the face of the creature dragging Sun Yao, snapping several vines from its visage and causing it to stagger. Seizing the moment, a figure appeared behind Sun Yao, grasping the whip and yanking it with all his might, severing it cleanly. Let us go. Su Mo hoisted Sun Yao onto his shoulder and sprinted away, his movements fluid and unencumbered by unnecessary gestures. The creature regained its balance and, seeing its prey escape, immediately gave chase. Whoosh! Another stone hurtled towards its face, thwarting its pursuit. The thrower was none other than Wei Ziming, who, alongside Su Mo, had decisively halted to counterattack the monsters when their classmates were in peril. Wei Ziming's courage stemmed from his father's position in the guard team, which had instilled in him a mindset geared towards battling monsters from a young age. Thus, when faced with the vine creature's onslaught, he quickly quelled his fear and chose to fight instead. His hand trembled not from fear, but from the fervor of battle. He believed these monsters were not invincible. Even as an ordinary person, he could inflict damage upon them. Since childhood, he had fantasized about fighting monsters. Now that day had arrived. As for Su Mo, he naturally chose to stand alongside Wei Ziming. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical abilities, he found himself emboldened. Even feeling an urge to engage the monsters directly, undoubtedly influenced by the effects of the martial intent potion. Thank you, Su Mo, Sun Yao expressed her gratitude, perceiving him as a gallant hero. However, the situation felt peculiar, as it was the first time she had been carried by someone. It's no trouble. Once they had distanced themselves from the creature, Su Mo set Sun Yao down and focused on the monster that Wei Ziming was relentlessly assaulting with stones. Yao Yao, are you all right? Li Shan rushed over and embraced Sun Yao, her voice thick with emotion. Shan I'm fine. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, stones flew from another direction, thrown by Zhao Yi and Qian. Qian wore a conflicted expression. He had initially intended to flee, but Zhao Yi's stubbornness had compelled him to stay. Seeing Wei Ziming's actions, they quickly followed suit, using stones as makeshift weapons against the creatures. However, The tide of battle did not turn in their favor, as two more monsters converged on their position, leaving them to face a triad of adversaries. Meanwhile, the rest of their classmates had scattered. What do we do now? Qian Er lamented, regretting not having fled earlier. Wei Ziming's gaze hardened. Let us fight them. His blood surged with adrenaline, eager to obliterate the creatures. These monsters likely hadn't undergone significant evolution. They were stronger than ordinary humans, but their attacking methods were tricky, with formidable regenerative abilities. Su Mo assessed the situation, realizing these creatures were not as formidable as they seemed. He had managed to tear a vine apart. Yet, almost immediately, new vines sprouted in its place, and the areas Wei Ziming had damaged were rapidly healing, making them seemingly impossible to eliminate. We cannot escape now. Su Mo frowned, as the three monsters had effectively surrounded them. Then let us fight, Zhao Yi declared grimly, as if this declaration could alleviate his tension. Su Mo suddenly found Zhao Yi quite intriguing. Though somewhat childish, it was commendable for a classmate to extend a helping hand in times of danger. Thank goodness he hadn't been struck. That would have been quite embarrassing. Zhao Yi harbored similar sentiments. However, the opportunity to play the hero had been seized by Su Mo, leaving him feeling somewhat disgruntled. With that thought in mind, he picked up a steel rod from the rubble and charged at one of the monsters. This area had once been inhabited, so remnants of various items could serve as temporary weapons. Zhao Yi resolved to impress Sun Yao, determined not to be overshadowed by Su Mo monster. Prepare to meet your end. Su Mo watched, astonished at Zhao Yi's audacity. Be careful of its whip, he cautioned. Zhao Yi didn't look back, swinging the steel rod at the creature. The monster, naturally, wouldn't remain passive. As Zhao Yi approached, it swung its whip towards him. Zhao Yi swiftly dodged the initial strike and pressed forward, but another whip ensnared his arm. He scoffed, then grasped the whip to pull it forcefully. His expression froze as he realized he could not break free. The long whip was incredibly resilient. Unfazed, he struck it forcefully with a steel rod, yet it remained unbroken. Su Mo, rubbing his forehead, cautioned Zhao Yi to be wary of the whip, having observed its remarkable toughness. It took all his strength to tear it apart. Zhao Yi's strength was merely on par with an average athlete from his past life, making it nearly impossible for him to sever it unless armed with a sharp weapon, which was regrettably absent in this place. Suddenly, the creature appeared enraged by the blow, wrapping itself around Zhao Yi and swinging him about like a meteor hammer in flight. Ultimately, the monster hurled him to the ground with tremendous force. Old Zhao, Qian Er exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Yi sprawled on the ground, rushing over in alarm. The creatures, however, wasted no time in launching their assault, and danger loomed ominously. Su Mo seized a bent iron rod from the ground, while Wei Ziming and the others scavenged for suitable weapons amidst the rubble. Be cautious of the vines ensnaring you, and look for opportunities to strike at their heads, Su Mo instructed, then darted forward with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of lightning. Wei Ziming was taken aback by Su Mo's swiftness. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He too joined the fray, embracing the philosophy that the best defense is a good offense. Soon, Su Mo was locked in combat with the monster, moving with the agility of an eel, avoiding the whip's strikes while deftly severing the vines with his iron rod. He discerned that the creature was not as formidable as initially perceived. Its whip was agile, but its body movements were comparatively sluggish. Once he closed the distance, the monster became exceedingly passive due to the length of its whip. Its regenerative ability proved to be the most troublesome aspect, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Furrowing his brow, Su Mo sensed that the creature must possess a vulnerability. With a resounding crash, he struck the monster's head with his rod, flattening it. Yet, despite the severe injury to its head, the creature's movements showed no sign of slowing, revealing that its head merely served as a fade. Where, then, lay its true weakness? The heart, perhaps? Enduring a lash from the whip, Su Mo grunted and seized the opportunity to thrust his rod into the area where the heart should be, only to be violently tossed aside by the creature. Was that not the heart, either? Contemplating further, he felt the sting of the whip on his back, but there was no time for distraction. He noted that, while the creature's movements remained unaffected, The vines around its heart were not mending as swiftly as in other areas. He was perilously close to uncovering its weak point. Casting a glance across the battlefield, he saw Zhao Yi lying unconscious, while Sun Yao and Lishaner were already ensnared by the monster's vines, their heads barely visible as they struggled to breathe. Qian Er, covered in blood and evidently having endured much, was also entangled by a creature, while another whip lashed at Wei Ziming. Fortunately, Wei Ziming managed to evade the attacks with his quick reflexes, though he was drenched in sweat. Time was of the essence. Their lives were at stake. Su Mo's gaze ignited with determination, transforming him into a natural warrior. Clenching his fists, he realized that his hands were his most potent weapons. Fight! As the monster's whip came crashing down, this time Su Mo did not hesitate, firmly grasping the whip. "Huh!" he shouted, exerting all his strength to pull the vine towards him. The immense force caught the creature off guard, and as it was drawn closer, he readied his right fist. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that shattered the creature's chest. Chapter 9. The strength of Su Mo. At the moment Su Mo's fist pierced through the chest of the creature, he felt as though he had shattered something profound, a sensation entirely distinct from the touch of the vines. The monster, composed entirely of tendrils, was disintegrating, its vines cascading to the ground. It was dead. Su Mo could scarcely believe it. Had he truly become this formidable? The martial intent potion truly lived up to its reputation as a groundbreaking creation, capable of fostering innate warriors. Old Mo, help! Su Mo was momentarily lost in thought when the anguished cries of Wei Ziming pierced the air. Turning around, he saw Wei Ziming cowering with his hands over his head, multiple bloody stripes marring his skin, all in rather embarrassing locations, particularly on his backside, as the creature seemed to have developed a penchant for whipping him there. Smack! Wei Ziming jumped up, clutching his rear and fleeing in panic. "Its weakness is in its chest," Su Mo called out, rushing toward another monster. He chose not to assist Wei Ziming, for the situation of Sun Yao and Lishaner was far more critical. They had already succumbed to unconsciousness, deprived of oxygen. Upon discovering the monster's weakness, Su Mo felt no fear, his gaze resolute and filled with combat fervor. Clenching his fists and adopting an unusual stance, he felt akin to a long-armed ant. Hunting time. Meanwhile, Wei Ziming, upon hearing Su Mo's warning, shielded his rear while observing the foe before him. He was astonished that Su Mo had managed to dispatch a monster. It was utterly absurd. His mind was flooded with questions, but the pain in his backside reminded him that this was not the moment for contemplation. After consuming the body refinement potion, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced, yet he lacked Su Mo's martial intent potion and remained a novice in combat techniques. The curriculum at school had taught him mere formulas. The battlefield was a realm of constant flux. The chest was it. He focused intently on the monster's chest, searching for an opportune moment. His weapon had long since been knocked away. Taking a deep breath, Wei Ziming's resolve solidified. If Old Mo could defeat a monster, he could not lag behind. When the creature lashed out again, he swiftly dodged, fortunate that another of its whips was entangled with Qian Er, alleviating some of his pressure. After evading, he surged forward, executing a sliding tackle that struck the monster's leg directly. Thanks to the potion, his strength had been amplified, and his attack broke the creature's leg, disrupting its balance. Without granting the monster time to recover, he distanced himself, seizing a large stone and hurling it with great force. The stone tactic effectively hampered the creature and Appo's mobility. Glancing at the nearby rubble, he noticed a frayed wire protruding from the earth. An idea sparked in his mind. He rushed over and yanked it free, relieved to find it intact. With the wire in hand and the monster still incapacitated, he circled around it. Entanglement technique. The wire encircled the monster, and when the moment was ripe, Wei Ziming pulled with all his might. Take that. He managed to topple the creature to the ground. A cloud of dust erupting. Behold my crow soaring. Wei Ziming seized a sharp stone and leapt into the air, landing squarely on the monster's head. The force of his landing exacerbated the pain in his already injured backside. Ouch! The pain elicited an involuntary gasp from him. Die? He gripped the stone tightly and struck the monster's chest with fervor. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Wei Ziming struck wildly until he had created a gaping hole in the creature's chest. Gradually, the vines on the monster began to disintegrate, and the tendrils binding Qian air slackened. Huh, I finally killed it. Wei Ziming gazed incredulously at the stone in his hand, astounded that he had succeeded. Hey, why are you still sitting there? Su Mo's voice rang out. Wei Ziming turned to see Su Mo with his arms crossed over his chest, observing him with interest. Beside him lay 2 unconscious girls. His pupils constricted. How could it be? Su Mo had taken down another one. He had expended every ounce of effort to kill 1 creature, while Su Mo had effortlessly dispatched 2. You. Wei Ziming stammered. Su Mo waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk later. We must leave this place. The noise we've made could attract other monsters, and we are all injured. Wei Ziming nodded, watching as Su Mo hoisted the 2 girls and moved forward. He glanced at Zhao Yi and Qian Air, his expression stiffening. Su Mo clearly had no intention of carrying 2 men. Carrying the girls was far more manageable. Cough, cough. Qian Air coughed a few times and managed to rise. I think I can walk, he said weakly. Wei Ziming relaxed his demeanor, lifting the unconscious Zhao Yi, and the 2 followed Su Mo's lead. Due to their injuries, their pace was slow, and they found a dilapidated building where they decided to rest. The distance between the southern suburbs and the city center was considerable, and with nightfall approaching, further progress seemed daunting. At night, the magical plants would become even more fearsome. I wonder how our classmates are faring, Qian Air remarked, his tone somber. The abrupt turn of events had taken them by surprise. He looked at Su Mo, his previous disdain replaced by a mixture of deference and trepidation. During the battle, he had not been fully unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, he had glimpsed Su Mo delivering a devastating blow to the creature's chest. That image was indelibly etched in his mind. So powerful. Su Mo replied calmly, It's hard to say. I hope they manage to escape. This situation has been too sudden. I am even more concerned about the teachers. The monster that ensnared Lao Zhao and Ming Qian was undoubtedly of awakened caliber. He wondered if they could overcome it. Lao Zhao was an awakened one, having previously served in the guard squad before returning to the Awakening Academy to teach as he aged. Su Mo and Apos. S perception of him had shifted entirely when he witnessed him in a moment of intense battle, muscles bared. Ming Qian had also been an awakened one. Though he had never discussed his previous position, it was said he had suffered severe injuries that hindered his recovery, leading him back to teaching. The silver pistol he wielded was striking, known as the NX Silver Demon. Source energy weapons. Su Mo was no longer a novice. He had acquired some knowledge about source energy weapons, which were not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Ming Qian's background must be significant. Just then, Sun Yao slowly opened her eyes. You're awake, Su Mo? She exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. Surveying her surroundings and realizing everyone was present, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we made it out. Thank you, everyone. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Mo and the others. Having been unconscious, she had not anticipated that her classmates would not abandon her, but instead had sought an opportunity to rescue her and escape together. Otherwise, she might have become a meal for the magical plants. She had heard they would drain humans of their essence, and the thought sent shivers down her spine. Instantly, she felt even more touched. Wei Ziming and Qian Air exchanged peculiar glances. Cough, cough. Sun Yao, you should thank Su Mo, Qian Air reminded her. Did Su Mo save me again? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, making Su Mo feel somewhat uneasy. What about those monsters? It must have been difficult to escape, Sun Yao inquired curiously. At that moment, Qian Air replied slowly, all those monsters are dead. He turned his gaze towards Su Mo, who had single-handedly slain 2 creatures, while the other had been dispatched by Mingo. What? Sun Yao's delicate lips parted in disbelief. It was only after repeated confirmations from Qian Air that she accepted this astonishing information. She had not anticipated Su Mo's remarkable prowess. Her admiration for him intensified, while Wei Ziming was relegated to the background of her thoughts. The greatest kindness one can receive is the gift of life. When she was first dragged away by a monster, it was Su Mo, like a hero, who appeared at her side to rescue her. And it was he who saved her a second time. In truth, those monsters were not as terrifying as they seemed. They merely possessed strong regenerative abilities. Their weakness lay in their chests. If one could seize the opportunity, they too might turn the tide against them. Suemo spoke with calm assurance, seemingly unfazed by Sun Yao's gaze. Soon after, Li Shan'er and Zhao Yi awakened. Both were aware of the harrowing events that had allowed them to survive, and they were initially taken aback by Suemo's strength, ultimately compelled to accept the reality. Li Shan'er gazed at Suemo with admiration, suddenly realizing how discerning Sun Yao was to recognize Suemo's capabilities. Otherwise, why would she have sought his friendship so proactively? As for Zhao Yi, his expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He felt like a jester. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Suemo, yet was profoundly grateful to him, for he was indeed his savior. Such feelings were undeniably intricate. Observing Sun Yao's gaze fixed on Suemo, Zhao Yi understood that his affections for her might be irrevocably lost. This sentiment surpassed his own obsession. Alas, as twilight descended, the number of students still fleeing was dwindling. Most had been captured and bound by the monstrous entities. When the last student was seized, the grotesque creatures came to a halt. Only 6 remained. 2 figures clad in black robes emerged beside the monsters, who seemed oblivious to their presence. Remarkable that they could elude capture for so long. They were performing significantly better than the other classes, one black-robed figure remarked in awe. At that moment, they appeared to receive some news, their expressions turning peculiar. Are we truly going to proceed in such a manner? It's merely a directive from above. We shall execute it. Indeed, this could prove interesting. Are you truly prepared to act in this way, unafraid of Professor Su seeking retribution? An elderly gentleman with graying hair and a refined demeanor inquired of the bald man beside him on a hovering bus. The bald man remained composed, stating, "If trouble arises, so be it. I am not intimidated. Moreover, this fellow has concealed himself so well that I nearly overlooked him." As night fell, the darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 10. Desperate battle in the abandoned small building. Suemo and his companions leaned against the corner, sitting in quietude. They had ventured out empty-handed this time, and their wounds could only be crudely bandaged with strips of clothing. Moreover, they had no food, and hunger gnawed at them. Fortunately, the season was not winter, and the nights were relatively mild. Otherwise, they would not know how they would endure the night. The sky was sparsely clouded, and moonlight cascaded upon the earth, allowing them to faintly discern the external situation rather than being engulfed in utter darkness. We shall depart at dawn. Without resources for resupply, the longer we linger, the more unfavorable it becomes for us, Suemo asserted. The others nodded in agreement. It was unclear when Suemo had become the de facto leader of the group. Among them, Suemo bore the least injuries, with only a wound on his back that had begun to scab over. The 2 girls were bloodied and their clothes tattered, presenting a pitiful sight, yet their injuries were not deep. Wei Ziming had sustained an injury to his rear and dared not sit, instead lying on a stone slab, a position that provoked a faint chuckle from Suemo. Qian Er's condition was akin to that of the 2 girls, while Zhao Yi was the most grievously injured. A heavy blow had nearly claimed his life, resulting in multiple fractures and internal injuries. Thus, they gradually succumbed to slumber amidst hunger and pain. As a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, Suemo slowly opened his eyes, a sense of unease gripping him. Perhaps it was due to the martial intent potion, which heightened his sensitivity to danger. "Wake up!" Suemo immediately roused his companions. "What is the matter, Laomo?" Wei Ziming rubbed his eyes, bewildered. The others regarded Suemo with confusion, having just drifted into sleep. Suemo spoke in a low tone. "Something is amiss. We must leave. Are those creatures coming again?" Li Shan and Apos. Paled, her voice trembling. At that moment, the area surrounding the abandoned building was teeming with vine monsters, slowly advancing toward them. A small black dot in the sky quietly observed the scene, resembling a mechanical bee. 2 figures in black robes stood behind the throng of vine monsters. The sheer number posed a challenge even for awakened beings, albeit they were somewhat different from true enchanted vine puppets. Nonetheless, they were formidable. There were over 100 vine monsters, and beside the two figures stood a towering 3-meter-tall vine creature, an entry-level entity. The deployment of such a force for just a few youngsters was somewhat lamentable. Hopefully, these young ones would not be psychologically scarred. Oh no. So many monsters. So many monsters. The sight of creatures swarming outside the window sent panic through the group, leaving them in disarray, stumbling over their words. What should we do? Sumo's heart sank as he listened to the terrified voices of his companions and gazed upon the mass of monsters outside. We cannot escape. There are too many. It will be difficult to break through the encirclement. Sumo's voice was grave. We cannot flee. We must fight. Fight. But with what? A shadow of despair loomed over the group. Damn it. Let us do it. Even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. Wei Ziming's eyes hardened. Being the first to respond to Su Imo's Sun Yao gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute. Let us fight. Are they insane? These people have lost their minds. Chen Er thought, but given the dire situation, they might as well embrace the madness together. In the ruins, they had previously gathered some iron implements to use as makeshift weapons. Each one selected a piece and positioned themselves at the entrance, awaiting the monster's assault. As for taking the initiative, they were reckless, not foolish. The small building had only 2 floors, with the sole entrance being the large front door. With a clatter, the monsters launched their assault, and soon the first one breached the doorway. Suimo was the first to act. Wielding an iron rod like a spear, he thrust it fiercely into the creature's chest. In moments, the monster crumbled as if it had been shut down. It's dead. The 2 girls and Zhao widened their eyes. They had not witnessed Sumo's earlier feat of slaying a monster, and now seeing it firsthand left them astonished. This greatly bolstered the group's confidence. It turned out that monsters could indeed be slain. Don't be dazed, Suimo barked. The monsters surged like a tide, but thankfully the doorway was narrow, allowing only 2 to squeeze through at a time. The group wielded their iron rods with fervor, thrusting forcefully. Under the relentless barrage of strikes, the monsters were punctured and fell apart. In the face of adversity, Suimo maintained composure, instilling confidence in his comrades while swiftly implementing defensive measures. He truly was a remarkable talent. Inside a hovering bus, Lao Zhao and Ming Qian sat in chairs before a holographic screen displaying a live feed of Suimo and his companions battling. The images were transmitted by a mechanical bee, a miniature reconnaissance drone known as the BI, developed at the settlement. Ming Qian nodded, noting Sumo's commendable performance. For a young man who had never seen battle, his ability to respond under pressure was exceedingly rare. He felt a twinge of irritation. This kid was far too adept at feigning competence, leading him to suspect that Suimo had pretended to be withdrawn to evade classes. Originally, their plan had been to allow the students to experience a magical plant attack, testing their on-the-spot capabilities to select promising candidates. They were now of an age to consume awakening potions, and the settlement had a talent development program underway, though resources were limited. Naturally, candidates could not be chosen at random. They needed to be evaluated on physical fitness, morality, courage, and crisis management skills. Many had faltered, and those students had been taken by the vine monsters. The test aimed at Suimo and the others had been completed, but Ming Qian did not wish for them to have it so easy. Thus he orchestrated an additional trial. Beep, beep, beep. Teacher Ming Qian, your communicator is ringing, Lao Zhao remarked. Ming Qian picked up the communicator, glancing at the name displayed, his heart sinking, yet he answered the call. Ming Qian, you rascal. The voice on the other end erupted in a roar, reverberating through the air. Su Doctor, curse you. If anything happens to my grandson, I swear I will end you. The enraged voice belonged to Sumo's grandfather, Su Kuhai. He was aware of the school's actions, but had never anticipated that after the test concluded, Ming Qian would impose an additional trial. Over 100 bionic vine robots, and even one at the entry-level strength. Was this even reasonable? All for a handful of students? The more Su Kuhai contemplated, the angrier he grew, wishing to smash Ming Qian's head in. Dr. Su, I can understand your frustration, but wouldn't you like to see Sumo's final performance? Ming Qian attempted to explain. Your performance is irrelevant. Just wait. I'm heading to the southern suburbs right now. Su Kuhai, consumed by anger, dismissed Ming Qian's explanation and hung up. Hearing the busy tone, Ming Qian placed the communicator down helplessly. Lao Zhao, intrigued, quipped, "You're in for it now." Dr. Su appears genuinely furious. Ming Qian forced a calm facade. Dr. Su will surely understand my good intentions. Yet, as he spoke, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Inside the ruined small building, the ground was strewn with vine branches, and Su Mo and his companions bore additional injuries. They had lost count of how many times they swung their arms, nearly reaching their limits. Breathing heavily, they realized the relentless tide of monsters continued to surge in. "Sugu, we might not be able to hold on much longer." Observing his companion's exhaustion, Su Mo felt a profound weight in his heart. "You few, take a moment to rest as you approach retirement. Zimming, I shall hold the front line. You follow closely behind and seize the opportunity to strike at their vulnerabilities, conserving your strength." Su Mo swiftly adjusted his stance, while Wei Zimming, visibly fatigued, nodded in agreement. As the relentless waves of monsters surged forth, Su Mo felt the mounting pressure. Yet he steadfastly held a large iron plate against the door, his other hand wielding a metal rod. Through the narrow openings, Wei Zimming seized the moment to thrust his iron rod into the creature's chest. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted nearby as a monstrous force smashed through the wall, creating a gaping hole. It was over. A long, vine-like whip extended through the breach, ensnaring the unsuspecting Zhao Yi and dragging him outside. "Zhao Yi!" Qian exclaimed, only to be ensnared by another whip. In an instant, two comrades were whisked away, vanishing among the horde of monsters. Sumo's pupils constricted. "Quick, to the upper floor," he commanded, as he and Wei Zimming each grabbed a girl and rushed upstairs. It's the end. No one stood to block the entrance, and soon the monsters poured in, filling the first floor in an instant. "Wah, are we going to be turned into dried corpses? I don't want to die." The two girls were on the brink of collapse, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oldemo, you should go," Wei Zimming said bitterly. "If you jump from here, you might survive. There's a small window upstairs you could leap from. Given Sumo's physical condition, it shouldn't be a problem." "What are you saying?" Sumo replied sternly. "There are monsters below as well. In this vast darkness, he wouldn't escape for long, and he wouldn't easily abandon his companions. Fight!" Su Mo roared, blocking the staircase, swinging the iron rod fiercely, as if attempting to pulverize the monsters. Crack! Ultimately, the rod met its demise, shattering into two pieces. Exhausted, Sun Yao and Li Shaner faltered, only to be swept away by the monsters. "Oldemo, go!" Wei Zimming shouted. Su Mo had no choice but to relinquish his position at the staircase, turning to race with Wei Zimming towards the small window. The window was quite small, allowing passage for only one person at a time. "Zimming, you jump first," Su Mo called out. However, Wei Zimming's actions left Su Mo wide-eyed. He unexpectedly halted, retreating further back. "Oldemo, you must escape." Wei Zimming spread his arms, lunging at the foremost monster, straining to push it back to buy Su Mo a fleeting moment. "Zimming!" Su Mo yelled, feeling a surge of sorrow and rage welling up within him. Watching Wei Zimming being engulfed by the horde of monsters, Su Mo gritted his teeth and leaped through the small window. "Revenge! As long as I survive, I will avenge you all." Su Mo sprinted with all his might, determined to live, for only by surviving could he seek vengeance for his companions. Soon, he distanced himself from the throng of monsters, disappearing into the night. Yet, could he truly escape? Swish! A massive vine lashed out before him, startling Su Mo, who swiftly dodged. Crash! The vine struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending tremors through the earth. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall monster emerged from the shadows. Sumo's heart sank. An elite tier. He refused to submit, adopting a fighting stance and initiating an attack. However, the disparity was insurmountable. He felt like a child contending with a giant. His fist struck the creature, failing to breach even its vine-like skin, while his own hands were left bloodied. In a moment of carelessness, he was ensnared tightly by the monster's vine, constricting him painfully. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair washed over him. Could he not escape? "Forgive me, everyone." Applause erupted from the side. Chapter 11. The Drill. A hero emerges from youth. Two figures clad in black robes approached, admiring Sumo, who was suspended by vines. With a wave of their hands, the creature released Sumo, allowing him to collapse to the ground, panting and bewildered, staring at the unfamiliar faces before him. Greetings, Sumo. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are members of the 13th Guard Team from Gathering Point 126. My name is Fong Hong, and this is my comrade, Chong He, the first black-robed figure announced. The other, Chong He, waved in acknowledgement. They lifted their hoods, revealing the faces of two middle-aged men. Sumo, still in a daze, managed to utter. Yu Fong Hong continued, "This was merely a drill. Congratulations on your exemplary performance." Their admiration for Sumo's remarkable display ignited a newfound appreciation for his talent. So all of this was a ruse? Sumo exclaimed incredulously. Damn it. I fought tooth and nail only to be told it was all fake. The two nodded in affirmation. This was a simulated invasion by magical plants. The vine creatures you encountered are our latest biotechnological puppets, not genuine magical flora, explained Fong Hong. This is the brainchild of Dr. Qin Shi, the mechanic of Gathering Point 126. Like apothecaries, mechanics are a rare breed. Gradually, Sumo accepted the truth of the drill. Breathing a sigh of relief, at least he had survived. What about my companions? He inquired. Rest assured, they are all alive and currently receiving treatment at the medical camp. Fong Hong reassured him. And what of Teacher Ming Qian and Teacher Lao? Sumo pressed. They are fine. Teacher Ming Qian was the mastermind behind this drill. Fong Hong replied. Sumo fell silent. Despite it being merely a drill, the injuries and terror he experienced were all too real. He could still feel the sting of his wounds. Ming Qian, that rascal. Sumo gritted his teeth in frustration. Come now, your injuries require attention, Fong Hong urged, handing Sumo an unidentified potion. He then helped Sumo onto the shoulder of the vine creature, and together, they vanished into the night. The third medical camp, situated at the intersection of the inner city and southern outskirts, was filled with a throng of young individuals, all students from the Awakening Academy. There were several hundred in total. As the drill encompassed more than just their class, all the third-year classes were involved, though only 5 classes were from the southern outskirts, with the others stationed in different areas of Gathering Point 126. Old Zhao, we actually survived, Qian Er exclaimed, lying next to Zhao Yi, having consumed the healing potions. Their injuries had been mended, leaving them feeling somewhat drained. They had feared for their lives when the creatures dragged them away, only to find themselves here. What brutality! The school truly shows no mercy. Qian Er lamented, wondering about Sumo's fate. The absence of Sumo in the medical camp indicated he had yet to be captured. Zhao Yi shot him a glance, bemused by Qian Er's sudden fondness for Sumo. The medical camp was spacious enough to accommodate all 49 students from their class in a single room. Teacher Ming Qian, Teacher Lao, the students exclaimed upon seeing their teachers enter, though most gazes were filled with reproach. This drill had been quite the ordeal. Lao Zhao chuckled. Don't look at me like that. This drill was orchestrated by your homeroom teacher. It's not my doing. Instantly, all attention shifted to Ming Qian. Clearing his throat, Ming Qian stated, the drill has concluded successfully, but I must express my dissatisfaction with many of your performances. Many students hung their heads in shame, recalling their less-than-stellar moments during the exercise. I understand that facing magical plants can be daunting, but this is the reality. In the future, you will encounter monsters far more terrifying, hundreds of times worse. Ming Qian's piercing gaze and serious tone rendered the students as meek as defeated roosters. However, he continued, nevertheless. A few students distinguished themselves. His eyes fell upon Wei Ziming and the others. Wei Ziming, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, Sun Yao, Li Shan'er. These students exhibited remarkable bravery, continuing to fight even in the face of danger. Those named felt a swell of pride as they sensed the gazes of their peers upon them. Realizing they had performed commendably, Zhao Yi and Qian Er scratched their heads, grinning foolishly. Oh, are we in a meeting? Fong Hong and Chong, he entered with Sumo. And Fong Hong jested upon witnessing the scene. Teacher Ming Qian, I and Appos, VE, brought you a student. As Sumo stepped forward, the room erupted with cheers. Oldemo, Suemo, Brother Emo, Wei Ziming and Sun Yao exclaimed, their faces lighting up with joy. Wei Ziming approached, placing a hand on Sumo's shoulder. It's you. You weren't captured by that beast. Suemo scratched his head, hesitant to reveal that he had been hoisted by a 3-meter-tall creature. Suemo, a true hero emerges from youth, Ming Qian remarked, looking at him with a complex expression. I must commend Suemo for his outstanding performance. When danger struck, he was the first to act, embodying the spirit of never abandon, never give up. He single-handedly defeated at least 30 vine puppets. Gasps of disbelief filled the room. 30. How is that possible? They stared at Suemo, who had previously been overlooked in class, now revealed as a formidable force. Yet, upon witnessing the admiration in Sun Yao and the others' eyes, it seemed plausible. Soon, Ming Qian and the others departed, but not before revealing that students who excelled in the drill would receive additional rewards. As they approached the time to consume awakening potions, the school was preparing an elite class in the city, selecting outstanding students from various fields, along with the allocation of rare potions. Clearly, the school was making a significant investment. Suemo and his companions became the envy of their peers. Their performances likely to secure them a place in the elite class. Forming good relationships with them would undoubtedly yield benefits. Tangair, your performance was exceptional. The rewards will surely be substantial, and a spot in the elite class is within reach. In another room of the medical camp, a short-haired girl spoke to a strikingly beautiful girl with long hair, her expression calm. It was merely luck to have slain a few monsters. Had there not been so many, I could have fought my way out, the beautiful girl replied nonchalantly. You were still amazing. I was caught off guard and whisked away. The short-haired girl marveled, looking at her with admiration, causing the beautiful girl to lift her chin, reminiscent of a proud swan. Next door are classes 5, 7, 9, and 10. I wonder how they fared, the short-haired girl mused. Classes 5 and 7 were completely wiped out. No one could retaliate against the monsters, and everyone was captured. As for Class 10, it seems one individual managed to slay 2 monsters and held out for a while, the beautiful girl stated. That must be Ho Dong Dong. He is the only one in Class 10 with any real strength, she continued. As for Class 9, I believe only Wei Ziming had a chance to fight back. The others were not up to par. The short-haired girl nodded in agreement. Just then, someone burst in, an informant from their class. Incredible. Unbelievable. He exclaimed breathlessly. Class 9 has produced a powerhouse. It is said that 30 monsters were vanquished. This news, akin to a boulder cast into water, stirred up a flurry of excitement. How could this be possible? 30 slain. Surely this is a fabrication, a falsehood, unless that individual isn't awakened. No, it is not a lie. I heard Master Ming Qian say it with my own ears. Instantly, discussions erupted. The head teacher of Class 1, Li Shuqing, also entered, his expression grave. What he said is indeed true. Class 9 has concealed this so deeply. As his words settled, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Yu Tanner's pupils constricted, unable to fathom this revelation. Who could that person be? Ming Qian, come out this instant. A roar erupted, so loud that even the students within the room could hear it. Suemo felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Oldemo, that sounds like the voice of old Master Su, Wei Ziming pointed out. Is it my grandfather? Suemo was taken aback. Hadn't he just called out Master Ming Qian's name? Fueled by curiosity, Suemo and his companions ventured out to witness the commotion, with the students trailing behind. As for exhaustion, there was nothing more important than witnessing the spectacle. In the central area of the medical camp, Ming Qian cast a guilty glance at the elderly man before him, whose hair was as white as snow. Kuhai's expression was grim, brimming with fury, far from the visage of a benevolent grandfather. Grandfather, what brings you here? Upon realizing it was indeed his grandfather, Suemo greeted him. Kuhai hurried over to scrutinize Suemo, his tone softening. Emoer, are you all right? I'm fine, grandfather. After taking the healing potion, I feel much better. Just a few superficial wounds, Suemo replied with a smile. However, due to his unchanged attire, the tattered clothing still bore numerous bloodstains, revealing the severity of his prior injuries. The more Kuhai observed, the angrier he became. With only one grandson, How could Ming Qian be so negligent? An exercise is one thing, but adding theatrics is entirely another. Ming Qian, prepare to meet your end, Su Kuhai declared in a thunderous voice, and in a blink, he appeared before Ming Qian like a specter. Before Ming Qian could react, a fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying several meters into the adjacent room. The tremendous noise startled everyone present. The surrounding awakened individuals paled, yet none dared to intervene. This man was known for his volatile temper. A moment of silence for Ming Qian ensued. Su Mo stood dumbfounded, staring at this scene. Was this truly his gentle, kind grandfather? The atmosphere felt decidedly off. The students of Class 9 gaped, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Yet, witnessing Ming Qian being pummeled brought them an unexpected sense of comfort. It seemed there was a deep-seated grudge indeed. Moer, fear not. Should anyone bully you in the future, grandfather shall deal with them. Su Kuhai reverted to his benevolent demeanor, his tone gentle. Su Mo nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice, feeling he might not withstand a single punch from his grandfather. As a true apothecary, Su Kuhai himself was also an awakened, and quite formidable at that. Yet, due to his age, he seldom engaged in combat. Chapter 12. The first encounter with spirit plants. Several days have elapsed since the recent assessment event, and Su Mo has achieved considerable fame within the school. Many have heard of his astonishing performance during the drills. He has become quite the sensation. Each day, Su Mo continues to attend classes as usual, noticing that his classmates have become notably more courteous, making both intentional and unintentional overtures to befriend him. However, Su Mo does not overtly reciprocate their advances. Apart from a few comrades in arms, he merely responds with polite smiles to others. These comrades can be considered as close as life and death, having earned Su Mo's respect through their commendable conduct in the final battle, demonstrating admirable character. Initially, Zhaoyi found it somewhat difficult to adjust, but ultimately accepted the situation. As Su Mo now resembles a monster in training sessions, effortlessly completing all tasks. Su Mo does not deny the use of potions, a claim that has only fueled the envy and admiration of his peers, each wishing for a potion master as a grandfather. Only a select few from affluent backgrounds are aware that such drastic changes cannot be attributed solely to ordinary potions. It is likely that Su Mo has consumed exceptionally rare elixirs. Their speculation is not entirely misguided. Yet they remain unaware of Su Mo's extraordinary absorption rate and his ability to consume multiple potions in a short span without adverse effects due to the unique properties of the pages. Su Mo initially pondered whether he might encounter someone resentful of his newfound fame, longing to challenge him or to teach him a lesson. He imagined himself enduring humiliations before ultimately suppressing his opponent, a perfect narrative of a cunning underdog triumphing. In the end, he realized he had overthought the matter. No one was foolish enough to seek a duel with him. The youth, while somewhat brash, were not devoid of reason. As the grandson of an advanced potion master, many students of notable backgrounds would refrain from provoking him, partly due to the counsel of their elders. Zhao Yi and Qian Si, hailing from commoner families, did not dwell on the intricacies of these dynamics, showcasing a youthful naivety. Wei Ziming's ongoing support for Su Mo is also backed by Wei Yifang. However, the bond between Wei Ziming and Su Mo, forged in childhood, is undeniably profound. In the dean's office, the middle-aged dean, Guo Xian, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting round glasses, sat at his desk perusing a list. The names Su Mo, Yu Tanner, Wei Ziming, and Hou Dongdong were prominently featured, accompanied by letters that appeared to denote scores, the majority being A and B. Yet, behind Su Mo's name loomed an S. Just a week prior, he had been a reclusive youth with a frail physique, yet he had undergone a remarkable transformation in such a brief time. Guo Xian adjusted his glasses, muttering to himself. The combat techniques seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. The martial intent potion. Su Kuhai must have prepared a martial intent potion for him. If it were indeed the martial intent potion, then Su Mo and Appo's prowess in combat would be elucidated. What a fortunate turn of events. Yet, it is improbable that merely the martial intent potion could instigate such a colossal change. Physical aptitude cannot be solely augmented by consumption. It appears there are other underlying factors at play. As he reflected, he reviewed the written evaluation of Su Mo's performance during the assessment and nodded in approval. His mental fortitude is commendable, exhibiting bravery in the face of danger. When his classmates encountered peril, he proactively intervened to assist. Indeed, his moral character is remarkable. His leadership skills are also notable, as he managed to sustain a group for an extended duration, demonstrating a natural talent for command. The more Guoxian examined the details, the more pleased he became, realizing that Su Kuhai had nurtured such a promising talent, entirely forgetting that he had vehemently opposed Su Mo's admission to the Awakening Academy. The assessment scores were derived from multiple criteria. Merely slaying a single monster sufficed for AB rating in both strength and courage. Further evaluations encompassed morality and leadership, with every action recorded by the BI system. On the weekend, Su Kuhai returned. Su Mo was curious about his grandfather's recent endeavors. Having observed that each time he returned, he appeared fatigued and often lost in thought. However, Su Kuhai remained reticent, and Su Mo refrained from probing further, recognizing that some matters may be confidential and unnecessary for him to know. Mo and Oppos. Tomorrow we shall visit the Spirit Palace, Su Kuhai suddenly announced during dinner. The Spirit Palace. Su Mo was well aware of its significance. It is the core of the gathering place, heavily fortified, as it is the very site where spirit plants flourish. Revered as the Spirit Palace. Are we to meet the Spirit Plant Master? Su Mo inquired, intrigued. Su Kuhai nodded with a smile, stating, I wish to broaden your horizons and introduce you to some individuals. Previously, Su Mo's condition of autism had prevented his grandfather from exposing him to such places. Now that Su Mo had made significant progress, it was only fitting that he engage with others, which would undoubtedly benefit him in the future. Su Mo readily accepted. His curiosity about the spirit plants piqued, having never encountered one in person. The following day, Su Mo accompanied Su Kuhai outside, initially assuming they would travel by aircraft. However, to his surprise, a colossal creature landed before them. The beast was significantly larger than an elephant, resembling a giant insect akin to a ladybug, its ebony armor glistening, and 6 razor-sharp claws protruding menacingly. Grandfather, what is this? Su Mo asked, observing that the creature seemed devoid of malice. Su Kuhai laughed heartily, lifting Su Mo onto the creature's back, and soon after, it unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Su Mo clung tightly to the creature's spiny exterior, fearful of heights. At that moment, Su Kuhai explained, this is a spirit bug, commonly referred to as a spirit guardian. Unlike insects, they dedicate their lives to safeguarding spirit plants and harbor no ill intent towards humans. Once a spirit plant reaches a certain level, it can cultivate its own spirit guardian to protect itself and combat formidable foes. Su Mo listened intently, surprised to learn of the many aspects of spirit plants he had previously been unaware of. There exists a hierarchy among spirit plants. Some are innately designed for combat, while others possess weaker combat capabilities but excel in transforming land and yielding abundant crops. In essence, the diversity among spirit plants is vast. Su Kuhai also mentioned that if one earns the spirit plant's recognition, it may grant a spirit guardian for a contract, though such occurrences are rare. Su Kuhai reminisced wistfully about his youth, expressing a desire to contract a spirit guardian, but the spirit plant master had adamantly refused. The spirit guardian flew with remarkable speed, and soon Su Mo beheld the spirit palace, surrounded by towering steel walls, brimming with sensors and weapon-like structures, effectively preventing any unauthorized entry. Beep. Welcome, Dr. Su Kuhai. A mechanical voice resonated as they approached the entrance, where Su Kuhai stood before a camera. This was the artificial intelligence managing the spirit palace. Su Mo, akin to Lu Lao Lao wandering through the Grand View Garden, was filled with curiosity, eagerly surveying his surroundings. Before long, they entered the interior, and Su Mo finally laid eyes on the true form of the spirit plant master. It was an enormous carrot, towering like a skyscraper, its leaves casting a vast shadow. The sight was utterly breathtaking. Despite his mental preparation, Su Mo was still taken aback by the spectacle. Su Kuhai, noticing his expression, smiled knowingly but chose not to comment as they continued forward. Old Su, you have arrived, greeted an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, accompanied by a similarly attired woman. Is this Xiaomo? The lady smiled upon seeing Su Kuhai's companion. Su Kuhai chuckled. Indeed. I brought him to broaden his horizons. This is your Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Chun. Xiaomo, do greet them. Su earnestly replied. Hello, Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Chun, which brought a faint smile to the faces of the elderly couple. These two were the other pharmacists of the gathering place, Zhang Zhao and Chun Lan. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Kuhai delved into the matter at hand. What is the situation? Zhang Zhao silently shook his head. It is not optimistic. We can only barely sustain life through Lord Hu's primordial power, but this is not a long-term solution. Su Kuhai fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Mo, listening from the side, was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the essence of their conversation. Let us take a look, Su Kuhai said in a solemn tone. The group moved forward, arriving at the base of a colossal carrot. At that moment, Su Mo noticed a peculiar plant that resembled a tomato seedling, yet it appeared wilted, on the brink of death. It cannot hold on much longer, Chunlan sighed. Old Su, how is it on your side? Su Kuhai shook his head heavily. He too had been troubled during this time, yet he was still unable to concoct a remedy for the ailing spirit plant. As they conversed, Su Mo, almost instinctively, stepped closer to the tomato seedling and gently caressed its leaves. Suddenly, the mysterious green page in his mind reacted. The verdant page shimmered with green light, and a segment of text emerged. Type, Solanaceae tomato. Level, first tier spirit plant, originally second tier. Status, critical. Note, primordial source has been damaged, vitality is waning. Immediate restoration of the source is required. Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the page could identify the information of spirit plants. The primordial source has been damaged. Restoration potion for the source. If only it could provide the formula. Without the recipe, where could he procure such a restorative potion? Noticing Su Mo's fascination with the spirit tomato, Su Kuhai explained the circumstances. This spirit tomato had originated from gathering place 129, where it was attacked by demonic plants, leading to the majority of its primordial source being drained. Ultimately, it was extracted under the protection of numerous formidable warriors. The news of gathering place 129's breach by demonic plants struck Su Mo with a sense of shock. No wonder there had been so many refugees. Coupled with Wei Ziming's conjectures, it turned out to be true. If this information were to spread, it would surely incite panic throughout gathering place 126, plunging everyone into fear. The crisis had silently arrived. I have been developing a potion to heal it during this time, but I have yet to find a breakthrough. I feel something vital is missing. Su Kuhai sighed deeply, enveloped in helplessness. Alas, I am growing old. Su Mo was at a loss for words to comfort his grandfather. Suddenly, he gazed up at the towering carrot. What would happen if I were to probe it? Chapter 13. The White Spirit Guardian Egg Type. Umbellifery, carrot, level. Peak stage 2 spirit plant, condition. Good. Note. About to transform into a spirit. As Su Mo placed his hand upon the surface of the carrot, information regarding this grand spirit plant materialized instantly upon the verdant pages, though the details were succinct. The fact that it was a peak stage 2 spirit plant sent a thrill through Su Mo, particularly the note indicating its imminent transformation into a spirit. Should it indeed transform, it would ascend to stage 3, becoming a spirit plant sprite. Spirit plant sprites are distinct from ordinary spirit plants. The most significant difference lies in their awakening of intelligence, endowing them with formidable powers while enabling them to communicate with humans. They can articulate human speech. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect is their ability to move. At present, it is merely a large carrot, confined to its spot, finding it challenging to change location. However, once it becomes a spirit plant sprite, the world will be its oyster. Typically, spirit plants possess a rather reclusive demeanor and seldom relocate unless foreseeing an irresistible danger. Grandfather, is the spirit plant about to transform? Su Mo inquired of Su Kuhai. Su Kuhai paused. That shouldn't and oppose, to be the case. Our resources here are too scarce to cultivate a stage 3 spirit plant. If we could produce a stage 3 spirit plant sprite, our settlement would be unprecedented. He couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. They too wished for their settlement to possess a stage 3 spirit plant, yet the challenge was daunting, infinitely more so than nurturing a stage 3 awakened individual. Su-mo nodded thoughtfully, not fully grasping the meaning of the note about the imminent transformation, as the information was insufficient. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The leaves of the carrot spirit plant quivered gently, and due to its massive size, even a slight movement created considerable commotion. The onlookers turned their curious gazes toward the large carrot, and with a tremor of the ground, a fissure opened, revealing a tendril emerging from the earth. Lord Who has awakened? The crowd was bewildered. This entity typically remained silent and dormant, yet now it exhibited such a response. In the midst of their confusion, the tendril slowly extended towards Su-mo, pausing before him as if greeting him. Su-mo sensed no malice from it and felt quite perplexed. Instinctively, he reached out to poke the tendril. Upon contact, the tendril appeared to dance with joy, akin to a child encountering something delightful. "Are you wishing to befriend me?" Su-mo blurted out unexpectedly, unsure why he posed such a question. Yet he seemed to intuitively grasp the carrot spirit plant's intent, a sensation both mystical and profound. Kuhai and the others stood in astonished silence, for even the overseers were often disregarded by spirit plants, which typically possessed a cold demeanor. Now, it was engaging with Su-mo as if it were a child. "Is something amiss? Are we dreaming?" "Old Zhang, what do you think is happening?" Qianlong murmured. "How would I know?" "Old Su, this is your grandson. You should explain." Zhang Zhao and Qianlong turned their gazes towards Su Kuhai. Su Kuhai was equally bewildered. He had brought Su-mo merely to broaden his horizons, never anticipating such a commotion. As they remained in a daze, the tip of the tendril began to emit a soft white glow, and a white orb appeared before Su-mo. "Are you giving this to me?" he asked uncertainly. The tendril swayed up and down, seemingly nodding. Su-mo extended his hand to receive the white orb, which was the size of an adult's fist, smooth and lustrous, resembling a piece of jade. He was unsure what this object was but found it delightful, smiling at the carrot spirit plant and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The tendril waved joyfully, appearing quite pleased. After a moment, it gestured as if preparing to depart, bidding farewell to Su-mo. "Goodbye." Su-mo waved, sending off this newfound friend. The tendril reluctantly retreated into the earth, and soon the ground fell silent once more. At this point, Su-mo noticed Su Kuhai and the others staring at him in astonishment. The scene became suddenly quiet. "What's wrong with you all?" Su-mo asked, one hand clutching the white, jade-like orb, while the other scratched his head in confusion. "Boy, do you realize what you hold in your hand?" Su Kuhai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Su-mo shook his head, toying with the orb, genuinely unaware. "This is the egg of a spirit guardian. Handle it with care," Su Kuhai exclaimed, alarmed at Su-mo's casualness. "The egg of a spirit guardian?" Su-mo's eyes widened in realization. So it was an insect egg? Yet, how could an insect egg be so exquisite, resembling a piece of jade? "You rascal!" Su Kuhai glared at him. "This is a treasure coveted by all. Spirit guardians possess formidable combat capabilities. Upon hatching, they have the strength of a stage 1. They are invaluable allies on the battlefield. The level of the spirit guardian is linked to the strength of the spirit plant that birthed it. Since this carrot spirit plant is at least a late stage 2, the spirit guardian that hatches from this egg will have ample room for growth. Furthermore, this is not just any ordinary black spirit guardian egg, but a rare white one. I understand that the growth potential of white spirit guardian eggs surpasses that of black ones. Even Lord Who only seems to have 2, both at stage 2. The black spirit guardians we encountered today were merely stage 1. Thus, Su-mo had essentially acquired a loyal companion at stage 2 level without any effort. Zhang Zhao and Qianlong regarded Su-mo with the eyes of a monster, for it was the first time they had witnessed a spirit plant displaying such favor towards someone, akin to a chosen one. "Old Su, your grandson can't possibly possess a Ziwei star fate, can he?" Zhang Zhao remarked to Su Kuhai, with Qianlong nodding in agreement. Su Kuhai felt a swell of pride and myriad emotions. An idea took root in his mind. My grandson Su-Mo possesses the potential of an emperor. Where is Su-Mo? The overseer rushed into the spirit palace, his demeanor far from calm. The news of the spirit plant's voluntary awakening had reached him, and upon learning it was due to a young man who had received a white spirit guardian egg, he hurried over. This was the first time Su-Mo encountered the overseer of the settlement. He found the overseer's gaze intimidating, and the attire differed from his preconceived notions, appearing somewhat rugged. Su-Mo acknowledged the overseer, bowing politely as Kuhai indicated. "Ah, it has been many years since we last met. You have grown quite a bit," the overseer remarked, scrutinizing Su-Mo. He was handsome and spirited, though appearing slightly gaunt. Su-Mo felt a bit embarrassed. "You have obtained a spirit guardian egg?" the overseer inquired directly. Su-Mo, understanding the intent, handed the spirit guardian egg to the overseer. The overseer examined the egg closely, nodding in acknowledgement of its authenticity. Before returning it to Su-Mo, "Very well, cherish it. The future burden of guarding the settlement will soon fall upon your generation." Su-Mo solemnly nodded, declaring, "To protect our home is our mission." The overseer nodded in satisfaction, having come to see the young man favored by the spirit plant. A future Stage 2 spirit guardian was no ordinary matter. This initial impression was quite favorable, perhaps due to his familiarity with Su-Mo's family background. Afterward, he inquired about the situation regarding the tomato spirit plant from Kuhai and his companions, yet the results left him somewhat disheartened, albeit resigned. "I hope you can do your utmost," he urged. Kuhai and his companions nodded gravely. "Mor, do you understand why we placed such immense importance on that tomato spirit plant?" On their journey home, Kuhai took the initiative to broach the subject with Su-Mo. Su-Mo pondered for a moment before responding, "Is it due to the food crisis?" Kuhai nodded solemnly. "In this world, humanity's most pressing scarcity is food. Perhaps in our gathering, you do not feel it as acutely. However, many other gathering places suffer from a severe lack of spiritual plants to supply sufficient food, leading to chronic hunger. What you may not be aware of is that our food supply is also nearing its limits. If the population continues to swell, the food crisis will become a formidable challenge for us. Spiritual plants can enhance soil quality. If we could cultivate another one, we would be able to reclaim more arable land and sustain a larger population. We are still far too few." Alas, Kuhai sighed deeply after speaking. Su-Mo too fell into a contemplative silence. The human race indeed struggles to advance in this world. "Grandfather, can you concoct a remedy to treat it?" Upon hearing this, Kuhai paused for a moment before replying. "The time is too short. It is quite difficult. Each potion formula requires immense effort from the alchemist, and a touch of luck is often necessary for its development. Are there such potions available elsewhere? We could purchase them, couldn't we?" Su-Mo inquired curiously. Considering the vastness of the Blue Star Alliance, surely such remedies must exist. Kuhai sighed once more, expressing his helplessness. Potions that restore the essence are exceedingly rare. There are virtually no public formulas. Only Town South may have them for sale. However, the Southern Heaven Gate's defenses are currently under siege by the insect horde, and war rages throughout Town South. The roads leading there are fraught with magical plants, making our journey exceedingly difficult. His implication was clear: we lack strong individuals. Previously, in times of peace, Town South would send strong allies to deliver supplies, especially awakening potions, to the gathering places. Su-Mo had not anticipated the chaos unfolding outside. Noticing Su-Mo's expression, Kuhai felt a sense of helplessness as well. He had initially refrained from sharing these details with Su-Mo, but ultimately felt compelled to do so. Were it not for the insect invasion, Town South would surely have dispatched personnel to address the magical plant crisis. Yet now, all their forces are devoted to resisting the insect horde, leaving them unable to manage the magical plant disaster within their territory. Thus, Su-Mo, you must hasten your awakening and grow stronger to survive in this world," Kuhai said earnestly. Su-Mo nodded gravely, feeling the urgency of the situation. Gazing at the spiritual guardian egg in his hand, he resolved to hatch it as soon as possible. Having a formidable protector by his side would grant him a semblance of security. Su Kuhai observed his grandson and the spiritual guardian egg, feeling his own heavy heart lighten somewhat. "Grandfather, may I accompany you to observe when you concoct the potion?" Suemo suddenly proposed to Su Kuhai. "I promise I won't be a bother." Seeing Sumo's earnestness, Su Kuhai did not refuse, instead smiling as he replied, "Very well." Chapter 14. The Modulation of Medicaments. Upon returning home, Suemo promptly commenced preparations for incubating the spirit guardian eggs. Lacking experience in this endeavor, he was fortunate to have Su Kuhai by his side, which greatly facilitated the process. The first essential item was the incubation chamber, a custom-made apparatus procured through Su Kuhai and Appos' connections with a skilled mechanic. Upon learning that it was destined for hatching spirit guardians, the mechanic took a keen interest, swiftly delivering a uniquely designed incubation chamber to Sumo's residence. As Suemo gazed at the chamber, he could not help but liken it to a microwave. However, it was crafted by professionals, and he merely needed to follow the instructions provided. Next came the nutrient solution, which was vital for the daily immersion of the spirit guardians, fostering their gradual development. This nutrient solution was derived exclusively from carrots, the only food source within the entire settlement. Lastly, the issue of energy sources was also resolved with Su Kuhai's assistance. The advantages of belonging to a prominent family were evident. As Suemo did not have to worry about these matters, his grandfather had arranged everything meticulously, allowing him to await the hatching of the spirit guardians in tranquility. During this period, Suemo remained industrious, engaging in daily physical training and consuming medicinal potions, albeit only the ordinary body-nurturing potion. The more precious elixirs, regardless of their availability at home, could not be frequently utilized. Su Kuhai regarded Suemo as something of an anomaly, as his absorption capacity for potions was nothing short of extraordinary, a phenomenon that defied explanation. It could only be attributed to his exceptional talent. After all, he was his own grandson. As for the establishment of an elite class at school, there had been no updates, and Suemo remained indifferent, leading his life as usual, nearly forgetting about the matter altogether. Su Kuhai's private laboratory. After several days of diligent effort, Su Kuhai once again adjusted the formula and was prepared to attempt the concoction of a new type of medicament. Suemo accompanied him to the laboratory, a space reminiscent of a mad scientist's lair from a film, filled with an array of bizarre instruments that dazzled the eyes, leaving Suemo bewildered about their purposes. The laboratory was abundant with various test tubes, akin to a chemical lab, starkly contrasting the imagined apothecary's workshop. At that moment, Sumo's attention was drawn to a collection of dark green potions laid out on the table, prompting him to inquire, "Grandfather, what are these?" Su Kuhai, glancing proudly at the potions, replied, "These are the rejuvenation potions, freshly concocted, and they will be dispatched to the combat camp tomorrow." The rejuvenation potion, classified as a first-tier medicament, could swiftly heal injuries sustained by first-tier Awakeners and offered slight benefits to second-tier Awakeners. This potion represented Su Kuhai's ascension into the ranks of true apothecaries. It was through the development of the rejuvenation potion that he was awarded his doctoral title years ago. However, ordinary individuals could not withstand its potency. Only Awakeners could consume it. Fortunately, the discovery of the rejuvenation potion allowed for its dilution through special methods, making it suitable for ordinary individuals as a healing medicament. The healing potions consumed during their previous exercises had originated from this very process. A novel potion formula represented an invaluable treasure for the entire human race. I am about to attempt the potion formulation. You may observe from the side." Su Kuhai instructed as he approached the workbench, retrieving various unfamiliar materials from the refrigerator. Suemo quietly followed beside him, attentively observing, careful not to disrupt Su Kuhai's concentration. The process of concocting potions resembled cooking, complete with pots and pans, yet it also resembled a complex chemical experiment. Many of the materials were unfamiliar to Suemo, who could only watch as Su Kuhai ground or simmered them with precision. After a flurry of dazzling procedures, a series of mysterious liquids of varying colors were produced. Finally, Su Kuhai meticulously controlled the dosage of these enigmatic liquids, pouring them into a single container for amalgamation. Upon contact, the mysterious liquids reacted violently, bubbling and emitting flashes of light. Kuhai watched the reaction intently, his expression taut with tension. And Suemo felt his own anxiety rise in tandem. Minutes ticked by, drawing out the suspense. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room as the container shattered, releasing plumes of thick smoke. It was a failure. Kuhai gazed despondently at the scene before him, yet again thwarted in his attempts. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the blow of failure was still profound. Where had the process gone awry? The quest to develop a brand new medicament proved exceedingly challenging, and each attempt consumed a significant amount of precious materials, a burden not easily borne by an ordinary individual. The materials required for first-tier potions typically derived from first-tier monsters, and even wealth could not sustain such experimentation indefinitely. The scarcity of materials posed a major obstacle in the development of potions. If resources were abundant, one could craft formulas through sheer expenditure. This was why larger cities could produce numerous apothecaries, while the 126th settlement remained a modest, impoverished locale. Grandfather. Suemo noticed Kuhai's despondent demeanor and sought to offer comfort. Kuhai waved his hand dismissively, sighing, "Alas, I have adjusted this formula several times. Yet I did not anticipate encountering issues once more." The final amalgamation always exhibits a sense of repulsion, making it difficult to unify, as if water and fire were incompatible. Suemo listened quietly, aware that he lacked a deep understanding of the apothecary profession. Each apothecary possessed an innate affinity for materials, allowing them to sense the shifts in energy within the components. This sensitivity was a hallmark of a true apothecary, yet it was a talent he did not possess. "It seems that the spirit plant cannot be revived," Kuhai spoke, his tone tinged with bitterness. He had done his utmost. The spirit plant's time was short, likely unable to endure much longer. Within the entire settlement, he was the only one proficient in therapeutic potions, while others pursued entirely different paths. If he could not succeed, it was unlikely that anyone else would. Suemo fell into silence, reluctant to accept the fate of the tomato spirit plant. Its survival would alleviate the settlement's looming food concerns in the near term. Moreover, he secretly longed for the taste of tomatoes, or perhaps even the creation of tomato sauce. For he was growing weary of a diet consisting solely of carrots. As Kuhai continued to tidy up the remnants of the experiment, Suemo aimlessly surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed a notebook sitting haphazardly on the table. Curiosity piqued, he casually flipped it open, discovering that it was Kuhai's experimental journal, showing signs of age. As he perused its pages, he stumbled upon a section detailing the formula for the rejuvenation potion. His gaze swept across the formula. First-tier bloodwood resin, spirit liquid, ash from burned magical plants, fresh milk. The required materials and their respective proportions were clearly documented. Upon completing his review of the formula, a radiant glow emanated from the yellowed pages in his mind. Scanning in progress. Unknown medicament formula detected. Simulating potion formulation. Formulation complete. Medicinal formula recorded. Defaulting to rejuvenation potion. Suemo's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that an extensive array of text had materialized on the yellowed page, revealing the very formula for the rejuvenation potion. Name: rejuvenation potion. Tier: first tier. Effect: rapidly repairs bodily injuries. Formula: 10g of first-tier bloodwood resin, 5g of spirit liquid, 5g of ash from burned magical plants, 10g of fresh milk. Preparation method: pre-freeze the fresh milk. Heat the bloodwood resin until boiling and stir in the ash. Within 10 seconds, add the spirit liquid and stir, then let it sit for a minute before mixing in the frozen milk. Note: milk should not be over-frozen. Timing must be precise. Suemo was astounded. What sorcery was this? Merely reading the potion formula had allowed him to commit it to memory. Moreover, unlike the notes, the mysterious yellowed page contained detailed preparation methods, specifying precisely what needed to be done at each second. Could it be that following this method would yield the potion? Suddenly, Suemo was struck by a wild thought, one that felt utterly insane. His heart raced. If this method truly worked, Could it be that anyone could concoct the potion without the innate talent of an apothecary? He could hardly suppress the tumult within, his entire being trembling with anticipation. At that moment, Kuhai had finished his preparations and noticed Su Imo staring at his notebook, quaking all over, which left him momentarily taken aback. "Little Imo, what troubles you?" he inquired hastily. "Grandfather, your formula." Su Imo and Appo's voice quivered with excitement. Kuhai understood immediately. He did not delve deeply into Sumo's fixation on his notebook. Naturally, he would not casually display such a precious item. For the potion formula was the most invaluable treasure of an apothecary, despite having donated it to the community. At this juncture, Su Imo suddenly posed a question that left Kuhai astonished once more. "Grandfather, may I attempt to concoct a potion?" Kuhai had not anticipated such a request, especially given the fervor in Sumo's gaze, rendering him momentarily speechless. Su Imo lacked the innate gift of an apothecary, a fact that had weighed heavily on his mind for years. He had once hoped Su Imo would inherit his legacy. Now that Su Imo was so fervently interested in potion making, Kuhai found it difficult to refuse. Perhaps, if he allowed him to try and fail, he would come to understand the arduous path of an apothecary, Kuhai mused. After all, the materials were not overly scarce. He might as well let him experiment. With Kuhai's consent, Sumo immediately approached the workbench, his enthusiasm palpable. Kuhai observed, shaking his head with a smile, "This child." He retrieved the necessary materials from the storage cabinet: bloodsucker locust resin, spiritual liquid, and wood ash, along with a bottle of milk that had been delivered fresh that morning. Kuhai mentioned, "This milk is fresh from this morning." Su Imo nodded in acknowledgement. He began by measuring out 10 grams of milk into a test tube and asked Kuhai, "Grandfather, is there a freezing device?" Kuhai was momentarily puzzled, unsure of Sumo's intention for the freezing device. Nevertheless, he pointed to a uniquely shaped iron cabinet nearby. "That is the freezer," he explained. "Little Imo, you can adjust the freezer to chill the milk, but it must not freeze completely, correct?" Kuhai, baffled by Sumo's peculiar request, still assisted him in setting the freezer to intelligent regulation. "It will only take a minute," he assured. Su Imo proceeded to measure the other materials while keeping an eye on the milk. Once it was adequately chilled, he promptly began heating the bloodsucker locust resin. He then took out his phone to time the process, leaving Kuhai bewildered. Heating the resin was straightforward, but what was the purpose of the timer? Before long, the bloodsucker locust resin began to boil vigorously. Su Imo swiftly poured it into the container of wood ash and commenced stirring with a mixer, all while timing the process. The 10 seconds passed quickly, and precisely on cue, Su Imo added the spiritual liquid. With a sizzling sound, the contents of the container erupted into a dazzling display of light as Su Imo continued to stir. The peculiar liquid resembled something out of a dream. Kuhai's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this spectacle. The bloodsucker locust resin and spiritual liquid had merged flawlessly. It is noteworthy that the most challenging aspect of the rejuvenation potion lay in the fusion of these two materials. Kuhai had previously invested considerable effort to achieve this union, ultimately discovering that the magical plant ash provided a unique auxiliary effect, though mastering the connection was exceedingly difficult. Yet, to his surprise, Su Imo had achieved this amalgamation on the first attempt, an outcome he had initially expected to be disastrous. However, the fusion was not yet complete. The final step remained precarious and could lead to failure. The timer continued to count down rapidly. 60 seconds. Su Imo exclaimed as he promptly poured in the chilled milk. A plume of green smoke billowed from the container, and the liquid within transformed into a deep emerald hue, translucent and radiant. The rejuvenation potion had been successfully concocted. Chapter 15. The advanced functions of the mysterious pages. Had it truly been concocted? Kuhai found himself utterly dumbfounded, his comprehension shattered by this astonishing revelation. This. His excitement rendered him nearly speechless. Su Imo also displayed a gleam of joy, astonished that he could indeed create the potion following the instructions from the pages. "Grandfather, look, have we succeeded?" Su Imo presented the potion with eager anticipation. Kuhai accepted the potion his hands trembling slightly. The elixir shimmered in a deep green hue, freshly concocted and radiating a luminous glow. Crystalline and exquisite, a phenomenon referred to as the spiritual resonance. After years of crafting the rejuvenation potion, Kuhai could not fail to recognize this as a perfect product. Little Amo, how did you accomplish this? Kuhai steadied himself, directing the question at Amo. It was common knowledge that Amo lacked the aptitude for potion making, conventionally. He could not have brewed the rejuvenation potion. Yet, the evidence lay before him, undeniable. Could it be mere luck? Unlikely. Kuhai dismissed that notion. Was it perhaps due to the timing? At Kuhai's inquiry, Amo fell silent, unprepared with a plausible explanation. He could hardly confess to possessing 3 mysterious pages in his mind. Rubbing his head, he earnestly replied, "Grandfather, would you believe me if I said it was just luck?" Kuhai regarded him with a look that clearly conveyed disbelief. Amo held great trust in his grandfather, yet the secrets of the pages were too vast to divulge. Instead, he concocted an absurd tale about a dream in which a mysterious old man taught him the art of potion making. An outrageous excuse, indeed. Remarkably, Kuhai chose to believe him, which left Amo feeling a pang of guilt. Kuhai sensed that Amo was concealing something. Yet he respected his grandson's reasons for silence and chose to trust his words. Regardless of the secrets, Amo would always be Kuhai's grandson. Little Amo, why did you use a timer just now? Kuhai posed another question. Amo swiftly elucidated the method of concoction, and the elderly gentleman listened intently. After boiling the sap of the blood-sucking locust tree, it was to be mixed with tree ash, stirred. Then after 10 seconds, the spiritual liquid was to be added, followed by a further 60 seconds of stirring before introducing the frozen fresh milk. 10 seconds. 60 seconds. The fresh milk must not freeze. Kuhai quickly pinpointed the crux of the process, timing. Thus, he resolved to personally brew a potion, adhering to Amo's instructions. Gathering the necessary materials, he proceeded to heat and stir. After 10 seconds, he added the spiritual liquid. Continuing to stir for 60 seconds, he poured in the frozen fresh milk. A plume of green smoke billowed forth, and the deep green light flickered. The crystalline rejuvenation potion was successfully brewed. Kuhai watched in awe, unable to quell his excitement. This was the first time he had produced a rejuvenation potion so swiftly without utilizing source energy, as if he were a machine executing a precise procedure. This method truly works. If word gets out, it will surely cause a stir in the realm of potion making. Little Amo, you must not casually disclose this method. Kuhai said gravely, his expression serious. Sensing his grandfather and Appo's intensity, Amo nodded solemnly. He had no intention of boasting. Such was not his character. He preferred to quietly amass wealth. Afterward, Kuhai's demeanor softened, and he remarked, with this brewing method, the success rate of the rejuvenation potion can reach 100%. This is indeed a momentous occasion for the gathering. Potion makers do not always succeed. If one fails to seize the moment, all efforts may come to naught. The process requires utmost concentration, channeling one's source energy to guide the unique properties of the ingredients. Kuhai brewed several more rejuvenation potions using the new method, performing with astonishing speed and an alarming success rate. He felt as though he had struck gold. His gaze towards Amo brimmed with pride. Truly, he was my grandson, possessing the spirit of an emperor. The grandfather and grandson shared in their joy as they beheld the newly crafted rejuvenation potions. Suddenly, Amo seemed to recall something and inquired, "Grandfather, may I see your new potion formula?" Without hesitation, Kuhai handed him a sheet of paper, which contained the initial draft of his newly developed potion formula. Amo treasured it, quickly settling down to scrutinize it. Kuhai cast a fond glance at him before returning to his workbench. He planned to transform the remaining materials into rejuvenation potions, ensuring the warriors would have additional support in battle. As for whether Amo could glean anything from the failed manuscript, Kuhai held little hope. It was not a mature formula like the rejuvenation potion. The ingredients listed: spiritual plant source, spiritual liquid, demon vine juice, spiritual beast blood, ice crystal spring, were exceedingly rare. Su Kuhai and Apos. S reasoning was sound. The spiritual plant source spiritual liquid had restorative properties. The liquid from the carrot spiritual plant at gathering point 126 was particularly effective. However, relying solely on it would not suffice. The potion's properties needed to be transformed into a dreamlike level for it to have a life-altering effect on the tomato spiritual plant. The manuscript outlined numerous schemes, with the dosages meticulously calculated by Su Kuhai, yet the materials proved difficult to merge, resulting in failure. At this moment, Suemo, driven by a desire to experiment, attempted to influence the mysterious pages with his thoughts. As if responding to his intent, the yellow pages emitted a soft glow. Detecting unknown potion formula. Detection in progress. Conducting formula derivation. Deriving. The text on the mysterious pages appeared slowly, seemingly stuck in the derivation process. Just as Suemo began to grow impatient, the pages finally reacted. Derivation failed. Detected that the unknown formula is incomplete. Had it truly failed? Suemo had anticipated a successful derivation upon the pages and Apos' response, yet he was met with disappointment. Was it due to an incomplete formula? He felt a sense of loss. Could the tomato spiritual plant truly not be saved? Detecting the host's strong intent fluctuations. Sufficient energy remains for advanced potion formula derivation. Confirm? Sumo's heart soared with joy. He had not expected the pages to possess such intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected confirm. The yellow pages shone with an even more brilliant light. Advanced derivation in progress. Beep. Incomplete materials derived. Derivation successful. With the appearance of those final 4 words, the pages revealed a segment of text formatted similarly to the previous formula. Name, unknown potion. Level, first-tier potion. Effect, can repair the damage to the source of first-tier life forms, with minor effects on second-tier life forms. Formula, 10G spiritual plant source spiritual liquid, 10G first-tier demon vine juice, 5G first-tier spiritual beast blood, ice crystal spring. 2G fire spirit sand. Brewing method. Stir the spiritual plant source, spiritual liquid, and demon vine juice, heating to boiling. Add the spiritual beast blood. And when the characteristic reaction turns crimson, immediately introduce the fire spirit sand. After 30 seconds, pour all ingredients into the ice crystal spring water. Wait until the ice crystal spring water is colorless, then filter out the materials. Note: timing is crucial when the reaction turns crimson. Hesitation may result in an explosion. The brewing method was clearly articulated, and Suemo discovered an additional line beneath it. This brewing method is suitable for ordinary people. Is this method designed specifically for ordinary people? Suemo found himself somewhat perplexed by this notion, yet he decided not to dwell on it. All that mattered was that the formula had been devised. The surplus of fire spirit sand must indeed be the missing component. This time, Suemo refrained from making too much noise about it, fearing that presenting the formulation directly to his grandfather might leave the elder utterly astonished, as it seemed utterly preposterous and defied all rational explanation. Once Su Kuhai had finished his tasks, Suemo deliberately engaged him in conversation regarding the new potion's formulation. The crux of Su Kuhai's dilemma lay in the difficulty of material fusion. The ice spirit spring water was the solution he had contemplated, as its unique properties served as a facilitator for the amalgamation of substances, albeit not a flawless one. Grandfather, are you familiar with fire spirit sand? Perhaps we should consider incorporating it, Suemo subtly suggested. Fire spirit sand. Su Kuhai paused, bewildered. He was unsure of its relevance to the potion, as he believed it to be more closely associated with mechanics. Fire spirit sand, possessing fire attributes, is a material favored by mechanics for forging fire-based energy weapons. Sensing that Su Kuhai was not taking his suggestion seriously, Suemo felt a twinge of anxiety. Grandfather, the attributes of fire spirit sand counterbalance those of ice spirit spring water. Think of it like Tai Chi if water and fire were to merge perfectly. Who knows what might happen? Suemo rambled on. Su Kuhai listened in silence, albeit he half-heartedly promised to give it a try. This left Suemo feeling somewhat helpless, as he lacked the knowledge to articulate a more convincing argument. As evening descended, Su Kuhai insisted that Su Mo return home, considering he had classes the following day. Su Kuhai, on the other hand, resolved to utilize this time to delve deeper into his work, hoping to concoct the potion. Su Mo departed, somewhat begrudgingly. That night, Su Kuhai remained at his workstation, his brow furrowed in worry. He had attempted several combinations, introducing various other materials, yet each attempt ended in failure, weighing heavily on his spirits. Why was fusion so elusive? He approached the materials cabinet, which boasted an array of labeled compartments, reminiscent of a traditional apothecary's storage. In a remote corner, he spotted a cabinet prominently labeled fire spirit sand. This material was present due to its ability to elevate flame temperatures, sometimes necessary for the refinement of certain substances. Suddenly, Su Kuhai recalled Su Mo's words. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he thought, why not give it a try? After all, failure was already a familiar companion. The materials began to bubble and react vigorously as they interacted. Su Kuhai observed intently. As the reaction reached its zenith, he enveloped it with his source energy and carefully added a small quantity of fire spirit sand, sensing its subtle fire attributes. He allowed it to flow into the mixture, relying solely on his intuition to gauge the appropriate amount. To his astonishment, he perceived a change in the materials within the vessel. The intense repulsion began to dissipate. Elated, he was momentarily caught off guard as the mixture erupted once more due to the dosage. With a loud bang, Su Kuhai, covered in soot, did not succumb to despair. Rather, a look of sheer joy illuminated his face. It was feasible. Fire spirit sand was indeed a viable option. If only he could ascertain the precise moment and the suitable dosage, it seemed he could truly quell that adverse reaction. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Kuhai immersed himself once more in the art of potion crafting, grinning like a fool. This night would be sleepless. Chapter 16. The Elite Class Upon Returning. Sumo's first task was to decipher the enigmatic pages of the mystical tome. Thus far, the abilities exhibited by these pages were nothing short of astounding. He compiled a summary of their functions. The first function, after consuming a potion, it aids in absorption. This efficiency is remarkable. Sumo found that taking a single potion yielded results superior to that of others consuming multiple doses. Moreover, while others are typically unable to take potions continuously, he can. He aptly referred to this as a cultivation assistant. The second function, a spirit plant detector, capable of discerning the basic information of spirit plants, green page. The third function, upon ingesting a potion, it can automatically identify the potion's formula and brewing method, provided the potion is of entry-level quality, yellow page. Additionally, there exists an advanced feature that allows for the reconstruction of incomplete potion formulas through energy expenditure. This is extraordinarily powerful. However, after employing this advanced function once, the yellow page appeared somewhat dimmed, likely due to insufficient energy. But how could he replenish this energy? Sumo pondered in confusion. At that moment, a message materialized on the yellow page. Energy can be replenished through pure source force condensates. Source force condensates? What on earth are those? Sumo was baffled, encountering yet another area of ignorance. Nevertheless, the yellow page remained unresponsive. It seemed he would have to discover this on his own. Perhaps his grandfather would have some insights. Sumo did not dwell on the issue for long. The green and yellow pages had already revealed their capabilities, yet the red page remained inert. He felt that the mystical tome possessed an intelligence of its own, akin to a sentient mind. The yellow page currently recorded the formulas for Rejuvenation Potion, Beginner Martial Intent Potion, Long Fist Ant, and Unnamed Potion. They functioned like a folder, and with a mere thought, the brewing plans would materialize. Thus, the origin of this mystical tome lingered as Sumo's greatest enigma. The following day, Old Mo, class divisions will likely be arranged today. Wei Zimming approached Sumo with an air of mystery upon his arrival. Sumo was somewhat taken aback. He had been aware of the impending class divisions for some time, but had not anticipated their commencement. This was indeed good news. Sumo replied, "The elite class sounds prestigious." Wei Zimming smiled, expressing confidence. "We should have no issue entering the elite class together." Sumo nodded, remaining non-committal. However, He was uncertain about Zhao Yi and the others. Wei Ziming shifted the conversation to their fellow comrades, noting that their earlier performances had not been particularly stellar. Though their actions during the final battle in the abandoned building were commendable, it remained to be seen how they would be evaluated. Suemo genuinely hoped that everyone would qualify for the elite class, as they were all comrades. Today, the balding instructor Ming Qian donned a sharp suit, and his remaining hair was meticulously styled, giving him an air of ostentation. I trust everyone is aware of the establishment of the elite class, Ming Qian announced from the podium. A murmur rippled through the room. The school had determined that there would be 50 spots across 18 classes, leaving an average of fewer than 3 candidates per class with such an opportunity. A collective sigh of despair echoed from the students, as many recognized their slim chances. Ming Qian, in high spirits today, wasted no time. Now let us announce the names of those selected from our class. Eagerly, the students perked up. Though they had little hope for themselves, one could never be too certain. Suemo. The first name called was indeed Su Mo's, and his classmates were unsurprised. Ming Qian praised. Suemo demonstrated exceptional prowess in the recent assessment, having slain 33 enchanted vine puppets. When his classmates were in peril, he did not hesitate to act, leading his companions to fend off 100 enchanted vine puppets, ultimately managing to escape himself. He refrained from mentioning the fact that the enchanted vine puppets were of entry-level rank for the sake of dignity. Gasps filled the room. While they knew Suemo was formidable, they were unprepared for such overwhelming achievement. The thought of facing 100 enchanted vine puppets made their legs tremble. He had not only vanquished 33, but had escaped as well. Truly extraordinary. Wei Ziming. The second name called was that of Wei Ziming. His classmates were well aware of his consistent excellence. Wei Ziming achieved a commendable tally of 7 slain enchanted vine puppets, and during the escape, he selflessly lent assistance to Sumo's classmates, demonstrating remarkable bravery by risking his life to secure their escape. Ming Qian elaborated on Wei Ziming's valor, allowing his peers to gain deeper insight into his character. Truly, the offspring of the Guardian Corps exhibit admirable qualities. Zhao Yi. The mention of Zhao Yi's name elicited shock among many. His performance in class had been average at best. How had he also been selected? Many were unaware of their final actions, as the praises had predominantly been directed towards Suemo. Fellow classmates assumed Zhao Yi had performed similarly, especially since he had not boasted about his own contributions. Zhao Yi, during the escape, noticed a classmate in danger and decisively chose to provide support, ultimately slaying 3 enchanted vine puppets. At this revelation, many classmates realized Zhao Yi had indeed fought valiantly against the enchanted vine puppets. Several who were ordinarily more capable felt a wave of shame, bowing their heads in regret for having succumbed to fear. Zhao Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, felt his face flush. He had never anticipated being selected. Tears welled in his eyes. This was the proudest moment of his life. Sun Yao Lishaner. Ming Qian continued, announcing 2 more names. Upon hearing her name, Sun Yao's and Lishaner's eyes widened in disbelief. They burst into tears, unable to contain their joy. Lishaner did not abandon her comrade, Sun Yao, in her time of peril and excelled during the onslaught of enchanted vine puppets, with Lishaner slaying 2 and Sun Yao 3. Their pivotal contributions came during the final stand, where under Suemo's leadership, they held the gates steadfastly, unflinching even in the face of death. With a bit more refinement, they would undoubtedly become competent warriors. If Suemo possessed a favorability detector, he would have surely noted that both Sun Yao and Lishaner held him in the highest regard, with Sun Yao's admiration reaching extraordinary levels. In truth, Sun Yao's initial kindness towards Suemo was largely influenced by his prestigious lineage. Befriending a second-generation alchemist was advantageous. However, after Suemo saved her, combined with his strength and charm, she was utterly captivated. Regrettably, Suemo appeared to regard her affections merely as friendship. As for Lishaner, her naturally naive disposition led her to reciprocate kindness with kindness. Observing the murmurs below, Ming Qian cleared his throat, bringing a hush over the room. Lastly, there remained one final spot. To their astonishment, from a class of fewer than 3 spots per person in the elite class, Their class had claimed 6 of them. Qian. Ming Qian announced the final name. What? Qian leapt from his seat in excitement. Old Zhao, he exclaimed, incoherently grasping Zhao Yi's arm. Zhao Yi responded with a perplexed expression. Thank you, Brother Imo. Shortly thereafter, Qian turned gratefully towards Su Imo's side, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Qian, please calm yourself and take a seat, Ming Qian admonished. Qian, slightly chastened, returned to his chair, casting an apologetic glance at Ming Qian. Qian had also performed admirably, not abandoning his comrades and ultimately dispatching one enchanted vine puppet. In truth, the allocation of a spot for Qian has stirred some controversy within the school. Initially, during his escape, he showed little concern for his peers. Even when Zhao Yi wished to pause and rescue Sun Yao, Qian urged him to leave together. Ultimately, Zhao Yi chose to stay behind. While Qian initially intended to flee alone, yet he ultimately resolved to remain and save others. This decision proved fortuitous. Although his abilities were slightly inferior to those of his classmates, he still managed to achieve a record of kills, prompting the school to grant him a position. It can only be said that sometimes choices are of paramount importance. Selecting the right path can indeed lead to greatness. Upon entering the elite class, they distinguished themselves from the ordinary class, as the rewards for potions alone were unattainable for their peers. The school would provide focused training, offering them brighter prospects for the future. Observing his companions secure their spots, Su Imo felt genuinely pleased for them. It seemed they could continue to frolic together joyously. After class, Sun Yao approached Su Imo, her cheeks flushed, and said, Su Imo, we would like to invite you to dinner. Of course. You may decide the time and place, Su Imo replied without hesitation, understanding that his friends likely wished to express their gratitude. By the way, Sun Yao, you can simply call me Su Imo. He felt that the formality of calling him Su Imo classmates sounded somewhat distant. Sun Yao blinked and responded, All right, Su Imo Gij. You can call me Yao Yao. With that, she grabbed Li Shan and dashed away, leaving Su Imo in a state of confusion. Following the announcement of the list, they began their class assignments that afternoon. There was no grand ceremony, merely a change of classroom. Amidst the envious gazes of their classmates in Class 9, the 6 of them waved farewell. The elite class did not have designated seating, so Su Imo and Wei Ziming casually found a place to sit, while the other 4 joined them nearby. As more students filled the classroom, Su Imo recognized few, as his previous memories did not encompass these individuals. However, many recognized him, having heard of Su Imo's reputation in Class 9, and now they beheld him in person. Hello, Su Imo, I am Ho Dongdong. A slightly shorter boy with a cherubic face greeted him. Su Imo did not know him, but politely replied, Hello? Seeing that Su Imo genuinely did not recognize him, Ho Dongdong scratched his nose, nodded to Wei Ziming, and took a seat. Ziming, do you know him? Su Imo inquired curiously. Wei Ziming responded, Yes. He is the most formidable in Class 10, with exceptional combat skills. We high achievers tend to be acquainted. I faced him in a previous class competition and have a vivid impression. The elite class indeed gathered the most talented individuals from each class. Are you Su Imo? A melodious voice chimed in. Su Imo turned to see a charming young woman, Intent Elixir, who had heard of him but had never interacted. She scrutinized Su Imo, and he returned the gaze. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he appeared unremarkable, she mused. Su Imo found the girl before him quite beautiful, yet she seemed a tad haughty. Akin to a regal swan, her beauty elevating her to goddess-like status. However, Su Imo was unfamiliar with her. Hello classmate. I am Su Imo, he stated politely. Neither submissive nor arrogant. You don't recognize me? Yutander exclaimed, taken aback. Should I know you? Su Imo scratched his head, honestly admitting. Though you are quite lovely, I truly do not know you. You. Yutan'er's brows knitted in displeasure. With a huff, she turned and walked away, leaving Su Imo bewildered. Nearby, Sun Yao stifled a laugh, having initially felt inferior upon seeing Yutan'er, but Su Imo's reaction made her chuckle. Ha ha, Lao Imo. You've managed to irk Yutan'er. Be cautious, she can be quite petty. Wei Ziming laughed heartily. Yutan'er seemed to catch wind of Wei Ziming's comment, turning with a fierce glare directed at him. She had been raised amidst adoration. So, her name is Yutan-er, Suemo mused, finally realizing. Little did he know, Yutan-er was widely recognized as the school beauty at the Awakening Academy and the daughter of the formidable General Yu, possessing both exceptional looks and a prestigious lineage. Almost everyone in the academy knew her, and Suemo's innocuous remark, "Should I know you?" had irked her considerably. Chapter 17. The Pearl Restaurant Greetings, fellow students. Once everyone in the elite class had settled into their seats, Ming Qian entered and greeted the group. Clearing his throat, he announced, "From now on, I shall be your homeroom teacher. My name is Ming Qian, and I look forward to your cooperation." The few students from Class 9 were taken aback, realizing that despite changing classes, they were still under Ming Qian's supervision. The selection of the homeroom teacher for the elite class had been a topic of extensive discussion within the academy, ultimately leading the dean to decisively appoint Ming Qian due to his past experiences, which were deemed sufficient to manage the elite class effectively. Suemo and his companions found this amusing, as it felt as though they had not truly changed classes at all. Soon, it was time to elect a class monitor, and Ming Qian encouraged students to nominate themselves. His gaze was fixed on Suemo, clearly hoping he would take on the role. However, Suemo disregarded him, resting his chin on his hand and twirling a pen, seemingly lost in thought and showing no interest in the position. This behavior irked Ming Qian, who felt that Suemo was being excessively lackadaisical. Ultimately, Yutan-er was chosen as the class monitor, lifting her chin slightly, reminiscent of a proud swan. "Suemo, you shall be the vice monitor and assist the monitor in managing the class," Ming Qian stated directly, unwilling to let Suemo off the hook. Suemo was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, teacher, that is not appropriate," he protested. Ming Qian firmly replied, "What is inappropriate about it?" "It's settled." Suemo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The elite class differed greatly from the regular classes. Their daily training regimen was several times more intense, often described as devilish training. Many students who had once been the pride of their classes found themselves thoroughly exhausted here. Ming Qian's approach to training was markedly different from his usual demeanor, earning him the nickname Bald Demon Instructor among the students. The objective of the elite class was straightforward: to delve deeper into the students' potential. However, the rewards were significantly better. In addition to the commonly used essence refinement potion, there were other potions that were rarely seen. The academy had invested heavily, resulting in a shared experience of both pain and pleasure among the students. Next month would be the time for them to consume the Awakening Potion, also known as the Leap Through the Dragon Gate. Every year on June 6th, the academy arranged for third-year students to take the Awakening Potion. This potion was exceedingly rare, with its formula known only to the central headquarters of the Alliance, and its materials were so unique that they could not be replicated. Suemo felt this was somewhat akin to the college entrance examination, yet he was also quite eager about the awakening process. At the Pearl Restaurant, the most renowned dining establishment in the 126th district, the chefs were top tier, and the ingredients were abundant, including various meats. Naturally, the cost of dining here was high, accessible only to those with considerable wealth. As Suemo and Wei Ziming approached the entrance, Suemo was captivated by the grandeur of the restaurant. Its architecture resembled that of ancient palaces, exuding a vintage charm while incorporating elements of modern technology, creating a unique aesthetic. He could not recall ever dining here before, not due to financial constraints, but rather because Kuhai was usually very busy. "Suemo, over here." Sun Yao waved at them from a short distance, accompanied by Lishaner, Zhao Yi, and Qian-er, who had arrived earlier. Qian-er scanned the surroundings, feeling out of place in such an upscale venue. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, experienced a complex mix of emotions, grappling with feelings of inferiority. Previously, they had been unaware of their classmates' backgrounds, only knowing that Sun Yao seemed to come from a well-off family, often dressed in beautiful clothing. Little did they realize just how wealthy she truly was. The Sun family was among the elite in the 126th district, and the Pearl Restaurant was one of their ventures. Suemo was genuinely surprised to discover that Sun Yao was a super-rich heiress, having never noticed it before. Wei Ziming was also taken aback. Though considering their family's different structure, It was understandable that he was unaware. This gathering was a gesture of gratitude from Sun Yao to Suemo, as she had previously mentioned wanting to treat him, with the evening's expenses covered by her. Seeing Suemo's intrigued expression brought a smile to Sun Yao's face. She had initially wished to interact with them as an ordinary person, but now she revealed her true identity as a wealthy heiress. "Miss, you have arrived." The restaurant's manager approached, smiling at Sun Yao. "Mr. Wang, please arrange a private room for us," Sun Yao instructed. The man named Wang responded with a smile. "It's already arranged. Please, right this way." He treated Suemo and the others with great respect. "Sun Yao, this restaurant is quite impressive," Wei Ziming remarked once they were in the private room. Sun Yao chuckled. "It's not too bad. If everyone enjoys it, you are welcome to come often." As she spoke, she handed each of them a black card, which was, in fact, a super membership card for the Pearl restaurant. However, Suemo's card was notably different, adorned with a gilded edge. The manager, standing nearby, was taken aback, realizing that she had bestowed the supreme black card upon him. Who was this young man, he wondered. The supreme black card was not something just anyone could possess. It was typically reserved for leaders of the guard. "All right, let us order," Sun Yao said with a smile. At that moment, a radiant glow enveloped the table, and a holographic menu appeared before each individual, displaying an array of exquisite dishes. As they gazed at the mouth-watering images of the dishes, everyone swallowed hard, particularly at the sight of the numerous meat options. Having subsisted mainly on carrots throughout the year, even a mere bone could evoke cravings. "Old Mo, I'm craving fish," Wei Ziming suddenly declared, nearly causing Suemo to choke on his own saliva. "What did you say?" Suemo asked, bewildered. "I said I want to eat fish." "What's wrong?" Wei Ziming looked at him in confusion, uncertain about Suemo's exaggerated reaction. Suemo felt a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing. Just order whatever you wish." In the end, Wei Ziming ordered braised fish, while Suemo chose pork knuckles and grilled meat. Since they were here, they might as well indulge, especially since Sun Yao was treating them. The dishes arrived promptly, and the speed of service was impressive. Everyone was overwhelmed by the abundance of food, and Suemo devoured his pork knuckle with abandon, disregarding any semblance of decorum. This sight amused Sun Yao, who secretly thought to herself that she could definitely bring more meat dishes in the future, knowing that Suemo would surely appreciate it. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the group leaned back in their chairs, patting their full bellies. "That was incredible. I've never eaten so well in my life." Zhao Yi and Qian Er internally vowed to work hard, so they could enjoy meat every day in the future. As for Sun Yao, Zhao Yi felt that perhaps she did not quite fit in with their aspirations, and at that moment, he resolved to give up on such thoughts. Seeing everyone satisfied, Sun Yao suggested, "Since it's still early and we have nothing pressing to attend to, why don't we go watch a battle match?" The Pearl restaurant was also famous for its combat competitions. Within the establishment, there was a dedicated arena for battles, and these competitions offered substantial prizes, attracting many participants. Not only ordinary individuals competed, but even awakened beings took part, making it quite entertaining. Wealthy patrons often indulged in placing bets as well. Enjoying delicious food while watching combat matches was indeed a delightful experience, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where strength was highly valued. Sun Yao arranged for them to sit in a well-positioned viewing area, a private room equipped with various desserts and snacks. At that moment, two combatants were engaged in a fierce battle on the arena. The rules of the competition were straightforward. No weapons or prohibited potions were allowed. The objective was simply to defeat the opponent. The two fighters appeared to be in their 20s and were not awakened beings. Both were battered and bruised, but refused to concede. One of the fighters, a shorter man, displayed a particularly fierce boxing style. "Cannon punch," Wei Ziming noted as he recognized the fighting style. "What is this cannon fist?" Suemo inquired, somewhat bewildered. Wei Ziming, noticing his genuine confusion, explained. "The cannon fist is the emblem of the Iron Fist martial arts school. This individual must belong to that institution." He then proceeded to enlighten Suemo about some pertinent facts. It turned out that not everyone in this world has the opportunity to become an awakened, primarily due to the rarity of the awakening potion. Consequently, Many individuals unable to awaken enhance their combat prowess through the practice of ancient martial arts, leading to the emergence of numerous martial arts schools. Those proficient in such arts are referred to as martial artists. In fact, Wei Ziming himself had some martial arts skills, which accounted for his superior combat abilities compared to others. As for Su Mo, his long fist and martial intent could also be classified as a form of martial art. Nevertheless, ordinary individuals, no matter how much they refine their martial arts, cannot contend with the awakened without the awakening. This reflects the choices of the era and the lament of the ordinary populace. Many spend their entire lives unable to awaken, deprived of the opportunity to partake in the awakening potion. In contrast, students at the Awakening Academy are exceedingly fortunate, as they all possess a chance to awaken. This is why those who gain admission to the Awakening Academy are afforded the opportunity to transform into dragons. Previously, Su Mo lacked comprehension of these matters, but now he realized how challenging it is for ordinary individuals to alter their fates amidst such a vast population. He felt fortunate to have traversed into this body. Otherwise, merely surviving in this world would be an arduous endeavor. Of course, ordinary individuals do have opportunities to defy fate. By aligning themselves with powerful factions and earning recognition, they may obtain the Awakening Potion. It is said that a portion of the Awakening Potion also circulates in the black market, but each time it becomes available, powerful factions swiftly acquire it to nurture their own lineage. Many competitive matches are driven by this motivation. Participants strive not only for the prize money, but also in hopes of garnering recognition from influential figures to join powerful factions. At that moment, the match below had concluded, and the Cannon Fist man emerged victorious. Whispers rippled through the audience. This lad from the Iron Fist Martial Arts School is quite impressive, showcasing a fierce determination. Let us see if we can recruit him. Significant events may be on the horizon, and we need to prepare accordingly. My Zhang family claims him. What does your Zhang family amount to? The first choice belongs to our Li family. What are you arguing about? Our Lin family hasn't even spoken yet. Quick-witted families had already dispatched individuals to discreetly approach the man. Amidst the surrounding clamor, Su Mo turned to Sun Yao and asked, "Isn't your Sun family going to seize him?" Sun Yao shook her head. His strength is not yet notable. Our Sun family prioritizes the awakened. This individual is somewhat aged and not of top-tier strength, so he is not worth expending an awakening potion on. Tanner, this level of combat seems rather dull. Shall I take you to the martial arts arena? There, awakened fighters engage in battle, which is far more exhilarating. At that moment, a gentle male voice resonated beside Su Mo's private box, clear enough for them to hear. Just as he finished speaking, a cool voice interjected. Are you ever going to stop? If you wish to go, then go by yourself. And do not call me Tanner. We are not that familiar. The man immediately apologized. Tanner, please do not be upset. I will remain here with you. Accompany your mother. Call me Tanner one more time, and I shall tear your mouth apart. You Tanner erupted in frustration. The man remained unfazed. Miss you, do not be angry. Come, have some spirit spring syrup. His persistence was remarkable. You Tanner regretted her decision to dine at the Pearl restaurant today. She had come merely to watch the matches, but she did not expect to encounter this relentless pest. She wished she had brought a bodyguard instead. Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful girl as Tanner would resort to such language. Who was laughing? Upon hearing the laughter, the man's expression turned cold as he reprimanded, casting a sharp glance towards Su Mo and the others. Chapter 18. Toying with the young scoundrel Su Mo. What brings you here? You Tanner inquired, having recognized them with a hint of confusion. We're here to dine, Su Mo replied nonchalantly. The others were unaware of Sun Yao's true identity. She usually maintained a low profile and seldom appeared in public. Is it you few little pests who are laughing? A man with triangular eyes said gloomily, his demeanor drastically contrasting with his previous sycophantic behavior. Su Mo couldn't help but mentally ridicule him for his fickleness. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, reasonably handsome, yet his slanted eyes betrayed a sinister character, unmistakably a villain. Who is laughing? Su Mo replied indifferently. You, little pest. The triangular-eyed man retorted in a low voice. Suddenly, Sun Yao and her companions couldn't contain their laughter. Even Yu Tan and Appos, or wore a peculiar expression as if she too wanted to laugh. It was then that the triangular-eyed man realized he had been made a fool of. He glared at Su Mo with malice. "You dare mock me, you wretched dog. You're courting death." Unfazed, Su Mo had encountered far more formidable opponents than this man. "You all heard that, didn't you? If anything happens to me, it will surely be his doing," he proclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. "I will report this. Someone is trying to kill me. Is there no law left?" He continued, stoking the flames further. The triangular-eyed man was infuriated, having never encountered such a contemptible person. Wei Zimming was already in stitches, thoroughly amused by Su Mo's antics. Yu Tanner's lips curled into a smile, entertained by Su Mo's cleverness, finding great satisfaction in seeing the scoundrel flustered. "You dare speak to young Master Yang like that, do you?" One of the triangular-eyed man's lackeys interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Some in the crowd had recognized the identity of the triangular-eyed man. Yang Tianfeng, a promising talent from the Yang family, now an awakened. Rumored to possess the talents of an apothecary, even sought after by apothecary Zhang Zhao as a potential apprentice. Although Zhang Zhao was not a bona fide apothecary, having yet to develop his own first-tier potion formula, the profession held significant prestige. The Yang family, previously a typical affluent clan, had seen its status rise with the emergence of Yang Tianfeng. "Ah, it is young Master Yang," the audience acknowledged him. Yang Tianfeng proudly lifted his chin, relishing the compliments. "TCH, if one didn't know better, they might think the administrator himself had arrived," Wei Zimming scoffed. He was well aware of Yang Tianfeng, but held little regard for such arrogance. With his family's military background and the influence of Su Kuhai, he dismissed Yang Tianfeng entirely. "What are you even worth, daring to mock young Master Yang?" Another lackey jumped in. "Heh." Wei Zimming chose to ignore him. Yang Tianfeng recognized Wei Zimming but thought little of it, for Wei Zimming had yet to awaken. If it were his father, he might have felt some trepidation. However, as a man destined to become an apothecary, he viewed such minor characters with disdain. "Are you students from the Awakening Academy?" Yang Tianfeng arrogantly inquired, spotting Yu Tanner among them, presuming they were classmates. "Heh, a bunch of kids. I too am a graduate of the Awakening Academy, making me your senior by account." He continued, "It seems each subsequent class is more inept than the last." Yu Tanner coldly retorted, "If you cannot speak properly, do keep your dog's mouth shut." His words had indeed offended her. "Except for you, of course." Yang Tianfeng quickly altered his tone, flattering her. Yu Tanner, the precious jewel of General Yu, was someone the Yang family sought to get closer to. If he could marry her, with General Yu's backing, the Yang family would undoubtedly ascend to become the most powerful clan in the area. Coupled with Yu Tanner's striking beauty, Yang Tianfeng found himself utterly willing to pursue her, especially since she was unaccompanied by guards today. He had heard that girls often appreciated persistent suitors. "You are called Yang Tianfeng?" Su Mo asked curiously. "How dare you address young Master Yang so casually?" The lackey chimed in again, craving attention. Sun Yao and her companions frowned, finding such petty individuals utterly distasteful. Su Mo disregarded him and addressed Yang Tianfeng. "Is such a name truly one given by your parents? I have yet to meet a father who names his son Sheep Madness." "Huh?" Wei Zimming erupted with laughter, thoroughly entertained by Su Mo's sharp tongue. The name Yang Tianfeng indeed bore a humorous resemblance to Sheep Madness. The crowd was astonished, never expecting such audacity from the young man, who dared to mock Yang Tianfeng's name. "Ah, you wretched creature, you seek death." Yang Tianfeng, incensed, despised having others twist his name. The surge of energy coursed through him, and Su Mo felt an impending sense of danger. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this man might truly resort to violence. "Help! Help! Yang Tianfeng of the Yang family is disregarding the law and attempting to kill an ordinary person. He must be a minion of the demonic faction." Su Mo cried out, retreating into the throng. "I will kill you." Yang Tianfeng seethed, nearly driven mad by rage. "Stop! Anyone who dares to cause trouble at the Pearl Restaurant becomes an enemy of the Sun family." A voice thundered. A middle-aged man appeared between them, effortlessly subduing Yang Tianfeng, whose energy ebbed under his control, quieting the surroundings. Sun Longtao. Someone recognized him as the brother of the current head of the Sun family. Another awakened. At the Pearl restaurant, one must adhere to the rules, Sun Longtao stated coldly. Yang Tianfeng was held like a chick in the man's grasp. Sun Longtao shot Su Mo a warning glance, which made him sheepishly scratch his head. He then turned to Sun Yao, saying nothing more. He discarded Yang Tianfeng aside with a warning, "Do not cause trouble," before departing with an air of nonchalance. Disheveled, Yang Tianfeng rose from the ground, casting a venomous glare at Su Mo, wishing nothing more than to see him dismembered. Su Mo remained unperturbed, merely shrugging his shoulders. Having had their fill of chaos without suffering any loss, Su Mo and his companions prepared to leave. "Have some guts and don't leave. Do you dare to stay and duel?" Yang Tianfeng shouted as they turned to depart. Unwilling to let them off the hook after the humiliation he had endured before Tanner, Su Mo regarded him with a look of incredulity. Why would he, unawakened, engage in a duel with him? Sensing Su Mo's gaze, Yang Tianfeng gritted his teeth. "I want to fight you. I'll send someone unawakened to challenge you." Su Mo, lacking enthusiasm, replied, not interested. He had no desire to play along with Yang Tianfeng's charade. "Are you afraid?" Yang Tianfeng taunted. "Then consider it that I am afraid." Su Mo retorted, unfazed. Yang Tianfeng nearly spat blood in frustration. "I wager this." He produced an item resembling a small crystal, his expression one of pained reluctance, as if it were precious. "This is a second-tier magical plant source crystal." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, surprised by Yang Tianfeng's bold wager. Initially, he had intended to present a first-tier crystal but decided to showcase the second-tier one, figuring Su Mo might not take the bait otherwise. In his mind, he reassured himself that revealing it now wouldn't lead to actual loss. He only had this one. Upon seeing the magical plant source crystal, Su Mo froze, as the mystical pages in his mind responded. Detection of pure source power condensation. It turns out this is the energy source required for the pages. I had no leads until today when I encountered it. Second-grade magical plant source crystals are exceedingly rare, as second-grade magical plants are formidable and difficult to slay. Seeing Su Mo take the bait, Yang Tianfeng felt a surge of joy. "If you win, this source crystal is yours." Su Mo did not immediately acquiesce, but instead inquired, "And if I lose?" "You shall kneel and apologize to me, and withdraw from the Awakening Academy." Yang Tianfeng declared maliciously. Wow. I didn't expect Yang Tianfeng to be so ruthless. Withdrawing from the Awakening Academy would undoubtedly sever Su Mo's future. He cannot agree to this. Everyone felt Su Mo had no obligation to accept such a duel, although the second-grade magical plant source crystal was of great value. It was not worth sacrificing his future for. Brother Su Mo, Sun Yao expressed her concern. Su Mo was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Detection of target source power condensation is abundant. Absorption can unlock the storage space of the pages. Storage space. Su Mo felt invigorated. After all, storage space is a rarity exclusive to the fantasy world. There seems to be remnants within the storage space. The pages seem to wish to entice Su Mo further, revealing another line of text. Remnants. Artifacts not belonging to this world. It must be a treasure. Zimming. Is the second-grade magical plant source crystal truly so rare? Su Mo first sought confirmation from Wei Zimming, pondering if it could be acquired through other means. Wei Zimming nodded silently. "It is exceedingly rare. Might my grandfather possess one?" Su Mo inquired. Wei Zimming, puzzled by the question, replied honestly, "He likely does not. If he had, he would have used it already." Sun Yao chimed in to explain. Aside from the magical plant invasion a decade ago, the magical plant clan has been lurking throughout the southern lands, resulting in a severe scarcity of magical plant source crystals. Even the previous stockpile has mostly been depleted. I never expected the Yang family to possess one. The magical plant source crystal is immensely beneficial for the cultivation of Awakeners. The Yang family, lacking a second-grade Awakener, had preserved this source crystal. Su Mo's heart acquired clarity. If he sought it through other channels, who knows how long it would take? The opportunity before him was too precious to overlook. With determination in his gaze, he addressed Yang Tianfeng. "I accept the challenge." Everyone was taken aback, surprised that this young man dared to confront him. Clearly, He had not faced the harsh realities of society, alas. It seemed he had been led astray in the academy. The onlookers shook their heads, lamenting Sumo's predicament. Oldemo, brother Suemo, Gu. Sumo's friends expressed their worries. Suemo patted his chest, offering them a reassuring glance. Taking a deep breath, his gaze shifted resolutely. Let them witness the terror of the martial intent potion. He spoke coldly. Who shall I fight? Yang Tianfeng pointed to a sycophant nearby. Fight him. The sycophant glared menacingly at Suemo, resembling a predatory wolf. Suemo said no more, his gaze deepening. Just right. I have long wished to teach you a lesson. This sycophant had been the loudest just now. Today, I shall break his leg. Chapter 19. The duel. Since both parties wish to engage in a duel, allow me, Sun, to serve as the referee. At this moment, Sun Longtao stepped forward. He had been observing in the shadows and, upon realizing the high stakes of this duel, became intrigued. Moreover, this young man named Suemo was quite close to his niece, and he was eager to witness his capabilities. There were no objections to Sun Longtao officiating. He was undoubtedly the strongest among those present. Soon, Suemo and the sycophant appeared on the stage. The sycophant, named Zhou Ning, was in his 20s, sporting a buzz cut and a scar across his face, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. Zhou Ning hailed from a humble background and had never met the standards required to enter the Awakening Academy during his school years. He had long believed that his family and Appo's status was the reason the academy refused him admission, fostering a deep resentment toward the affluent. He despised the students of the Awakening Academy, blaming them for the inequities of the world. After failing to enter the academy, he squandered his family's wealth training in an ancient martial arts school known as the Demon Wolf Martial Arts Hall. Perhaps sensing his bitterness, fate compensated him with a modicum of talent in ancient martial arts, allowing him to excel among ordinary individuals. By chance, Yang Tianfeng recognized his potential and took him into the Yang family, bestowing upon him a considerable sum of money. This shifted Zhou Ning's perspective. Transforming his animosity toward powerful families into servitude, he pledged loyalty to Yang Tianfeng, eager to become his lackey. Yang Tianfeng, pleased with Zhou Ning's demeanor, allowed him to accompany him frequently. Feeling the weight of Yang Tianfeng and Appo's regard, Zhou Ning endeavored to ingratiate himself further. Yang Tianfeng was rather fond of this flattery and promised to provide him with an awakening potion when the opportunity arose. Today, he vowed to perform admirably to please young Master Yang. Zhou Ning thought to himself, casting a more vicious glance at Suemo, as if he wished to tear him apart. Suemo perceived the insanity of the man before him. Indeed, a master is often reflected in their dog. All right, let the battle commence. Upon seeing both sides ready, Sun Longtao announced the start of the duel. The audience began to place their bets on who would emerge victorious. There was no suspense. I bet on Zhou Ning to win. I too bet on Zhou Ning. Everyone wagered on Zhou Ning. What was the point of this? Indeed, the crowd erupted into chatter, questioning the necessity of the duel. Zhou Ning was a familiar face in competitive matches, and many knew of his prowess. I bet on Suemo to win. Sun Yao slammed a card down forcefully on the table. What? The onlookers turned to her in disbelief. Young lady, are you certain you wish to bet on Suemo? The sleazy man at the betting table inquired with a grin. Sun Yao frowned slightly and affirmed, yes, indeed. How much will you wager? The sleazy man questioned. 1 million alliance coins. What? The sleazy man nearly choked. How much? I said 1 million alliance coins. Sun Yao stated resolutely. Such a large sum. The sleazy man trembled slightly. Bets cannot be altered, he cautioned. Sun Yao nodded, and the sleazy man quickly processed her card. He cared little for where this bold newcomer had acquired such wealth. A chance to profit was not to be missed. I too bet on Suemo to win. 1,000 alliance coins. Wei Ziming waved his hand. I bet 5,000. I bet 2,000. Li Shaner, Zhao Yi, and Qian Er also joined in. Though none could match Sun Yao's wealth, using their pocket money instead. I shall wager 200,000 alliance coins. Yu Tanner, the daughter of General Yu, also stepped forward, eager to place her bet, as she too was of modest means. This scene infuriated Yang Tianfeng. Bet. I hope you all lose your shirts. He countered by betting on Zhou Ning, placing a wager of 1 million alliance coins, draining a significant portion of his fortune. Yet, he felt confident in his victory. On the stage, Su Mo and Zhou Ning had already begun their confrontation. Once in battle mode, Zhou Ning resembled a ferocious wolf, for he had mastered the signature technique of the demon wolf martial arts hall, Blood Wolf Fist. This martial art was notorious for its brutality and malice, aiming to draw blood with every strike, often dismissed by many martial arts schools as unorthodox. However, its lethality was indisputable. So you are Su Mo? Have you ever tasted despair? Zhou Ning spoke ominously. Today, I shall make you experience it. Ha! A student of the Awakening Academy. Su Mo ignored his ramblings, focusing instead on Zhou Ning and Appo's moves, for this was his first encounter with a martial artist. Every man harbors a dream of martial prowess, and Su Mo was no exception. Ha! Zhou Ning lunged first, his body leaning forward, hands transforming into claws, resembling a bloodthirsty wolf fixated on its prey. With a swift motion, he aimed a heart-piercing palm strike towards Su Mo's chest. Realizing the ferocity of the attack, Su Mo opted for evasion rather than confrontation, swiftly retreating to avoid the lethal strike. His physical abilities had improved somewhat, thanks to the reward potions distributed after the class divisions. His speed had become top tier among ordinary individuals. With his first attack thwarted, Zhou Ning pressed on relentlessly, each move targeting vital areas: throat, heart, temple. This is too ruthless, Wei Ziming exclaimed. Truly despicable. They watched Su Mo with growing concern. At that moment, Su Mo deftly dodged Zhou Ning and Appo's attacks, akin to a nimble rabbit. Are you merely going to evade? Zhou Ning, growing increasingly agitated, had anticipated easily overpowering a naive child, but was taken aback by Su Mo's evasive maneuvers. Su Mo taunted, "Have you forgotten to eat? You're rather slow." Zhou Ning, infuriated, intensified his assault, striving to close the distance and restrict Su Mo's movement. This situation is dire, Sun Longtao noted, his brow furrowing as he discerned Zhou Ning's intentions. Su Mo's speed had caught his attention. Should he awaken, it could be remarkable. This is bad. Su Mo's space for movement is dwindling. Wei Ziming also recognized Zhou Ning's strategy. Sun Yao's face was etched with anxiety. But fear not. Su Mo has yet to make a move, Wei Ziming reassured. He recalled how Su Mo had deftly exploited weaknesses when facing the demon vine puppet, dispatching it with a single strike. Nowhere left to run. Zhou Ning cackled sinisterly as he cornered Su Mo below. Yang Tianfeng's expression brightened. This farce was about to come to an end. Die. With the swiftness of lightning, he launched a punch aimed at Su Mo's head. Smack. Just as everyone expected Su Mo to succumb to the blow, a long hand grasped Zhou Ning's fist, rendering it immobile. Are you done playing? Su Mo said coldly. Zhou Ning gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. How could his full-force punch be effortlessly caught? How could this boy possess such strength? Even a peer, taking a direct hit, would have their bones shattered. If you're done, it's my turn. Su Mo effortlessly pushed Zhou Ning's fist aside. His gaze sharpened, a surge of battle spirit erupting from within him. Bloodlust? Sun Longtao mused in surprise. No, this was not mere bloodlust. It was the essence of combat. Such a presence could only be found in seasoned warriors, forged by countless battles. How could it manifest in an unseasoned youth? Upon entering this state, Su Mo felt his mind flooded with various combat techniques, an insatiable thirst for battle igniting within him. Fight! Su Mo assumed an unusual fighting stance. What martial art was this? The onlookers could not discern its origins. Zhou Ning felt as though he was being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast. A chill ran down his spine. Before he had time to contemplate, Su Mo had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Ning raised his arm to defend himself. Boom! The punch struck like a cannonball, propelling Zhou Ning several meters away. The strength of the long fist ant's punches was immense, akin to a hammer that effortlessly shattered the enemy's armor. Thus, Su Mo's most formidable attack method was to smash, to obliterate everything. This demanded exceptional physical prowess. Fortunately, after consuming the diluted version of the bone refinement potion, Su Mo's bones were more resilient than those of an ordinary person, enabling him to unleash the full potential of the Long Fist Ant's combat techniques. Should he consume the true bone refinement potion post-awakening, his power would undergo a remarkable transformation. After being thrown to the ground, Zhou Ning lay there, one arm drenched in blood, his bones shattered from the blow. The excruciating pain assaulted his senses. Struggling to rise, he looked at Su Mo with eyes wide in shock. Tinged with fear, he felt as if he had been struck by a colossal hammer. Below, Yang Tianfeng stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Impossible. This cannot be. He was nearly driven to madness. How could an ordinary student possess such strength? It was well known that Zhou Ning had few rivals among ordinary people. Only those who had awakened or martial arts masters with years of experience could defeat him. Yet Su Mo was merely a child. What merit did he have to possess such profound martial skills? They all assumed Su Mo's punches were a form of martial art, honed to perfection. Hooray! Sun Yao cheered with delight. Wei Ziming wore a smug expression, confident that old Mo was indeed a hidden talent. This boy was unexpectedly formidable. The companions were ecstatic, their understanding of Su Mo's strength deepening. Utainer gasped. This was her first time witnessing Su Mo in action, and she had not anticipated such a spectacle. As for the martial intent potion, due to its long-lost nature, every remaining vial was exceedingly rare, thus few ordinary people were aware of it. Sun Longhao seemed to sense something, yet he remained uncertain. Surrender. Su Mo said calmly. There was no longer a need for further combat. Zhou Ning's cold sweat flowed freely. He knew he had lost today, and Yang Tianfeng would not spare him. The stakes were too high. Slowly, he approached Su Mo, murmuring, I admit. Before he could finish, a surge of malice surged within him. He drew a long needle from his pocket and lunged at Su Mo, sensing the danger. Su Mo reacted swiftly, grasping the needle, his gaze filled with fury directed at Zhou Ning. At that moment, however, the tip of the needle split open, and a slender dart shot forth, piercing Su Mo's chest. Damn! A sharp pain coursed through him, and Su Mo retaliated with all his might, striking Zhou Ning with a force that sent him crashing to the ground, motionless and unresponsive. Bold! To use a concealed weapon in the arena. This turn of events left Sun Longtao fuming. How could such an incident occur while he was officiating? Oldemo, Wei Ziming sharp-eyed, noticed something was amiss with Su Mo and rushed forward to assist him. Su Mo felt his head growing heavy, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. This world is far too perilous. This was Su Mo's final thought as he drifted into darkness. Chapter 20. The Nectar of Eternal Sleep. What has happened? The crowd gathered around, their anxiety palpable as they witnessed Su Mo collapse. Sun Longtao immediately grasped Su Mo's arm, his energy surging as he assessed his condition. His brow furrowed. This is the nectar of eternal sleep. Sun Longtao spoke with gravity, recognizing the poison that had afflicted Su Mo. The eternal sleep flower is a form of dark flora that secretes a peculiar nectar, which, when inhaled by any living being, ensnares them in an illusion. Once entrapped in this illusion, they succumb to a deep slumber, which is the origin of the flower's name. Su Mo had been poisoned by the nectar being directly injected into his body, and the level of this flower appeared to be quite advanced, likely of the second tier. A common person afflicted by this toxin would fall into an irreversible slumber, and Su Mo was merely an ordinary individual. Senior son, what should we do? Wei Ziming inquired anxiously. If anything were to happen to Su Mo, it would spell disaster. Damn it. You, Yang, if anything happens to my brother, your entire Yang family will face ruin. Wei Ziming stormed up to Yang Tianfeng, jabbing a finger at him in furious accusation. Yang Tianfeng's expression darkened as he glared at Wei Ziming. Both parties locked in a tense standoff. Zhou Ning's use of such a treacherous tactic must have been instigated by that scoundrel Yang Tianfeng. Yang Tianfeng's mind raced. He was unperturbed by Wei Ziming's fury. As for Su Mo, he was merely an insignificant pawn, easily cast aside and blamed on Zhou Ning. What an utter failure Zhou Ning was. Yang Tianfeng silently cursed him. The nectar of eternal sleep naturally belonged to the Yang family, intended solely for self-defense. He had not authorized Zhou Ning to employ it in combat, as it was a forbidden act. However, fearing Zhou Tianfeng's wrath should he lose the match, Zhou Ning resorted to underhanded tactics. Now that this incident had occurred, Yang Tianfeng resolved to lay low for the time being. He turned to leave, but Sun Yao blocked his path, her gaze icy. "Are you attempting to flee?" Sun Yao's tone was frigid. Her fury had reached its zenith. Yang Tianfeng raised an eyebrow, displeased. "Why would I be running? I did not instruct Zhou Ning to act this way. The one who struck is Zhou Ning. You." Sun Yao was taken aback by Yang Tianfeng's audacity. Zhao Yi and the others glared at him in indignation. "Humph," Yang Tianfeng scoffed, his disdain apparent. Among them, only Wei Ziming held some influence. He dismissed the rest as inconsequential. "Have you forgotten something, Yang Tianfeng?" Sun Longtao interjected, his voice laced with an ominous chill. Yang Tianfeng and Appo's expression stiffened. He understood the implication. He had intended to slip away unnoticed, but Sun Longtao's unwavering gaze kept him in check. Eventually, under pressure, he begrudgingly relinquished a second-tier source crystal. He cast a derisive glance at the unconscious Su Mo, knowing that no one in this gathering could awaken him now. "Yang Tianfeng, from this day forth, you are blacklisted by the Sun family. You are unwelcome in any of our establishments," Sun Yao declared coldly. This statement rendered Yang Tianfeng momentarily speechless. "Second uncle, please see him out." Sun Longtao unleashed a wave of energy, propelling Yang Tianfeng out of the Pearl restaurant. Only at that moment did Yang Tianfeng realize that this woman was indeed a member of the Sun family. He had offended the Sun family, and upon returning home, he would undoubtedly face his family's ire. Yang Tianfeng seethed with frustration. Losing a second-tier source crystal while incurring the Sun family's wrath felt like a double blow. It was all Zhou Ning's fault. As for Zhou Ning's fate, he cared little. He was merely a dog to be kept. "Let us take brother Su Mo to the hospital," Sun Yao stated. At that moment, her demeanor was icy, a far cry from her usual lively self. Her gaze toward Yutanner was laced with hostility. This woman had sparked the conflict. Meanwhile, a lecherous man who had opened a betting table scurried over, as though he had lost his parents, delivering money to Sun Yao and the others. The odds were excessively high. He was on the verge of financial ruin, but dared not refuse. One was the daughter of the Sun family, and the other the daughter of General Yu. He would not dare to cross these two ladies. At this moment, Su Kuhai gazed at the vial glowing with a faint golden hue, his eyes alight with ecstatic joy. He had succeeded. He had successfully concocted a potion capable of mending foundational injuries. After numerous failures, he had finally grasped the critical elements to achieve success. Upon creating this potion, a mysterious energy surged into his being, deepening his understanding of alchemical principles. This phenomenon is referred to in the alchemist community as a divine blessing. Every alchemist who formulates a new potion recipe receives such a boon. This is why those who create potion recipes are deemed true alchemists. Su Kuhai felt that he might transcend his current alchemist level and ascend to the second tier. He could become a second-tier alchemist. As for the second-tier potion recipe, he sensed that the potion in his hands might possess further potential. Currently, it was merely a first-tier potion, but by altering the ingredients, it could very well become a second-tier potion. My grandson is truly my lucky star. He found himself missing Su Mo, wondering how his dear grandson was faring these days. Just as he prepared to report this good news to the overseer, his communicator buzzed. Upon answering, his previously joyous expression froze instantly. "I will be there immediately," Su Kuhai replied solemnly, his face a mask of frost, his eyes ablaze with fury. At the central hospital, Su Mo lay on the hospital bed, his eyes shut tight. Trapped in slumber. "Doctor, will my brother awaken?" Wei Ziming asked the elderly physician nearby. The old doctor silently shook his head. He was afflicted by the second-tier toxin of the eternal sleep nectar, having been inhaled into his system. This situation was extremely perilous. If the route to southern town had not been severed, there might have been a potion available for treatment, but our gathering lacks such remedies. The old doctor had not anticipated the return of this toxin. The eternal sleep flower had not appeared for many years. Wei Ziming and the others bowed their heads in silence, their expressions filled with despair. Perhaps they could only administer nutrient solutions daily to sustain his life, awaiting the opportunity to purge the toxin. However, the longer it took, the more difficult it would be for him to awaken. The old doctor lamented. Su Mo was merely in a deep sleep, without immediate danger to his life. As long as he received daily nutrient infusions, he could hold on to life. Mo. At that moment, an elderly man rushed in, a look of urgency in his eyes. The old doctor was about to reprimand him, but halted upon recognizing the visitor. "Greetings, Dr. Su," he said respectfully. Su Kuhai nodded, dismissing him as he approached the bedside, gazing tenderly at Su Mo. Grandfather Su. Wei Ziming whispered, unable to meet Su Kuhai's gaze. "What transpired?" Su Kuhai asked in a low voice. Wei Ziming hastily recounted the entire incident. Eternal sleep nectar. Su Kuhai and Apos' heart sank upon hearing this. After learning of the conflict between Su Mo and Yang Tianfeng, a murderous intent crossed his face. Yang Tianfeng, the Yang family. Such audacity. Su Kuhai fumed. The root of this calamity was that scoundrel Yang Tianfeng. Mo. Grandfather will surely seek justice for you. At the Yang family estate, Yang Tianfeng returned home, dejected. At that moment, a distinguished guest was present, none other than alchemist Zhang Zhao. The Yang family welcomed this esteemed figure with great hospitality. When the head of the Yang family, Yang Liwan, learned of Yang Tianfeng's return, he immediately summoned him. Although puzzled by the absence of his close aide Zhou Ning, he did not inquire further. Feng and Apos. Today Master Zhang has graced our Yang family with his presence. You should hasten to pay your respects, urged Yang Liwan, pulling Yang Tianfeng along. Master Zhang has arrived. Yang Tianfeng's heart leaped with joy, and he refrained from disclosing the events at the Pearl Tavern to Yang Liwan. He resolved to reveal the truth later. Once he became Master Zhang's disciple, surely his father would not hold it against him. Furthermore, with Master Zhang's esteemed reputation, the Sun family might even seek to curry favor with him in due time. Yang Tianfeng felt a swell of self-satisfaction within. Upon meeting Master Zhang, Yang Tianfeng immediately bowed respectfully. Zhang Zhao waved his hand, signaling him to forego excessive formalities. Zhang Zhao held a favorable view of Yang Tianfeng's talent. Yet it was whispered that the young man's personal conduct left much to be desired, which had deterred him from taking him as a disciple until now. However, with so few individuals possessing the gift of alchemy, Zhang Zhao had come to recruit Yang Tianfeng. While he recognized the young man's character flaws, he consoled himself with the thought that, with time and guidance, he could be refined into a rare gem. Eventually, Zhang Zhao expressed his desire to take on a disciple. This news filled the Yang family with immense joy. "Fenger, do not delay in greeting your master," Yang Liwan reminded. Yang Tianfeng promptly knelt, preparing to perform the traditional bowing ceremony. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from outside the Yang residence. "Yang Tianfeng, you wretched scoundrel, come out." With a resounding crash, the door of the Yang family was flung open, and several guards were knocked aside by the force of the impact. "Who dares to wreak havoc at our Yang family?" Yang Liwan seethed with rage, incensed that someone would dare to assault their home. The Yang family members rose in indignation, seemingly ready to confront the audacious intruder. "Old Dr. Su?" Zhang Zhao immediately recognized Su Kuhai. "Old Zhang, what brings you here? Are you here to support the Yang family?" Su Kuhai was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Zhao, but his demeanor quickly turned hostile. Zhang Zhao was bewildered, unsure of Su Kuhai and Apos' intentions. "You are Yang Tianfeng?" Su Kuhai's icy gaze fixed upon Yang Tianfeng. The aura emanating from Su Kuhai was tumultuous, with a crimson energy swirling around him, unmistakably indicating he was a second-tier awakened being. This revelation rendered the Yang family members immobile with fear. "Why, you are Dr. Su?" Yang Tianfeng stammered, recognizing the influential figure from Gathering Point 126. Yet, Su Kuhai's gaze remained cold as ice. "Do you have business with me?" Yang Tianfeng's heart raced, his voice trembling as he spoke, uncertain of how he had incurred the wrath of such a powerful individual. "Do you truly not know why I am here?" Su Kuhai's voice dripped with scorn, his eyes glinting with menace. "My grandson was poisoned by your eternal sleep nectar and is now hospitalized. What do you think I have come for?" At this, Su Kuhai's murderous intent became palpable. "What?" Yang Tianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Eternal sleep nectar. Su Mo was actually his grandson. You shall pay for this." Su Kuhai bellowed, launching a powerful strike toward Yang Tianfeng. Chapter 21. The Turmoil at the Yang Family. Colorful rice seeds. Yang Tianfeng was utterly terrified. He had never anticipated that Su Kuhai would suddenly take action. "Father, save me," he implored Yang Liwan. Witnessing his son on the brink of death, Yang Liwan could no longer remain passive. Ignoring Su Kuahai's status, he summoned all his strength to rush forward and intervene. Though he was merely a first-level awakened, at that moment, he was a father who could not bear to witness his son being harmed. As Su Kuahai perceived Yang Liwan's approach, his eyes narrowed, and he delivered a forceful palm strike, sending Yang Liwan crashing into the wall of the Yang residence. The impact was thunderous. Coughing up blood, Yang Liwan staggered back to his feet, appearing disheveled. Su Kuahai had not exerted his full power. "Dr. Su, why must you attack my son?" Yang Liwan questioned, suppressing his injuries, bewildered. "You ought to ask your precious son," Su Kuahai replied indifferently. At that moment, Yang Tianfeng's face turned ashen. He had only recently entered the first level. If that palm strike had landed on him, he would have been either dead or grievously injured. "This has nothing to do with me. It was merely a bet, and he won." The eternal sleep nectar was handled by Zhou Ning. "If you seek someone, it should be him. I swear, it has nothing to do with me." He hastily distanced himself from the situation, blaming Zhou Ning entirely. Su Kuahai's voice was laced with disdain. "So, you mean to say the eternal sleep nectar was not provided by the Yang family? Don't tell me Zhou Ning acquired it by himself. That substance is far from ordinary." Yang Tianfeng faltered at Su Kuahai's words. At this juncture, Yang Liwan began to grasp the underlying reason. "You ungrateful wretch! Who permitted you to steal from the family?" Yang Liwan scolded, delivering a resounding slap to Yang Tianfeng's face. Yang Tianfeng felt a stinging heat on his cheek, but dared not retaliate. Upon hearing about the eternal sleep nectar, Yang Liwan realized that his ungrateful son had surreptitiously accessed the family treasury and pilfered the item. In truth, Yang Tianfeng had not considered the ramifications. Upon discovering the eternal sleep nectar in the treasury, he had thought it impressive and taken it for himself to fashion into a concealed weapon. Besides the one on Zhou Ning, he still possessed several others. "Dr. Su, there must be some misunderstanding," Yang Liwan insisted, steeling himself. "Huh? A misunderstanding that leaves my grandson in a coma, never to awaken again? A mere vegetable?" Su Kuahai's fury reignited as he recalled Su Mo's condition. He cared not for the circumstances. The eternal sleep nectar belonged to the Yang family, and thus they bore the responsibility. "Dr. Su, we are deeply remorseful regarding your grandson's situation. The Yang family is willing to offer compensation," Yang Liwan quickly asserted. "We have a second-level magical plant source crystal, which we are prepared to use to cover your losses." Upon hearing Yang Liwan's words, Yang Tianfeng's complexion turned pale once more. "Huh? You think a mere second-level magical plant source crystal can compensate for my grandson and Appo's future?" Su Kuahai scoffed. Yang Tianfeng leaned closer to Yang Liwan, whispering, "Father, I lost that source crystal to Su Mo." Yang Liwan, already injured, was overwhelmed by rage and spat out another mouthful of blood. "Father, are you all right?" Yang Tianfeng anxiously supported Yang Liwan, fearful that his actions might lead to his father's demise. "You ungrateful wretch! You bring such calamity upon our family and squander our treasures." Yang Liwan berated Yang Tianfeng, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Zhang Zhao observed the scene with embarrassment, his disdain for Yang Tianfeng reaching new heights, while Su Kuahai regarded the unfolding drama with mockery. "Enough. I did not come to witness your quarrel." Su Kuahai interrupted their farce. His aura surged once more, a menacing intent enveloping the courtyard. As a pharmacist, Su Kuahai had once exhibited extraordinary talent, having slain countless insectoids and magical plants on the battlefield. The bloodlust he exuded was a testament to his accumulated accolades over the years. The Yang family members quaked in fear. "Dr. Su, you cannot act here. The regulations of the gathering place prohibit awakened from recklessly using their powers or killing," Yang Liwan shouted, sensing Su Kuahai's seriousness. "Old Su, calm down," Zhang Zhao urged. Aware of the regulations that govern the gathering place, noting that Su Kuhai's current behavior was excessively aggressive. "Old Zhang, do you intend to stop me as well?" Su Kuhai replied coldly. Su Mo was his only kin in this world, and for Su Mo, he would go to any lengths. "Old Su, compose yourself. Perhaps Su Mo can still be saved. You must first stabilize your emotions," Zhang Zhao reassured. Su Kuhai's expression wavered, his aura unyielding. "Stand down." At that moment, two men descended from the sky. One, with flowing long hair, was accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in black, his short hair and resolute expression unmistakable. They were the overseer of the gathering place and the strongest warrior, General Yu. Sensing the energy fluctuations, they had rushed over. "Dr. Su, what is the meaning of this?" Upon recognizing Su Kuhai, the overseer immediately inquired. Su Kuhai remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the young father and son. Zhang Zhao had no choice but to explain the situation to the overseer and General Yu. After listening, the overseer sighed deeply. This matter indeed originated from the Yang family's misdeeds. "However, Dr. Su, you are being impulsive. The gathering place has its regulations. If you trust me, I will handle this matter," the overseer stated calmly, his tone suggesting negotiation yet bearing an unmistakable authority. The regulations of the gathering place could not be violated. Su Kuhai fell silent. He knew that today, killing Yang Tianfeng was nearly impossible, and departing without resolution was unsatisfactory. He produced a vial of potion and tossed it to the overseer before turning to leave. "I hope the overseer will grant me justice." The overseer held the vial left by Su Kuhai, his eyes alight with excitement. This was an unprecedented potion, a new concoction. If Su Kuhai had created it for himself, it indicated he had succeeded. The overseer's breath quickened. Zhang Zhao and General Yu were puzzled by the overseer's sudden agitation. Grasping the potion, he gazed at the Yang family members, understanding that the matter must be handled with finesse. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Only by possessing sufficient value could one attain a higher status. At the hospital, Suemo lay still on the bed. His companions had visited him several times. And ultimately, Sun Yao placed the second-level magical plant source crystal in his left hand, a trophy from battle. In the dead of night, the source crystal emitted a faint glow. In Sumo's mind, the yellow pages began to respond, detecting source energy condensation, absorbing. If anyone were present, they would have witnessed the source energy surging wildly into Sumo's body without causing him to explode. As time passed, absorption complete. Text began to emerge on the pages. The source crystal gradually lost its luster. Energy levels sufficient. Would you like to activate the storage space? Beep. Default activation underway. A radiant light burst forth, and a seed, roughly the size of a thumb, materialized and floated above Sumo's chest. The seed bore an uncanny resemblance to rice, albeit in an enlarged form. It spiraled about, seemingly in search of something before transforming into a beam of light and merging with Sumo's forehead. At that moment, Sumo felt himself enveloped in a thick fog. He wandered through the mist for what felt like an eternity, unable to see his own hand before his face. Utterly lost. Where exactly is this place? He recalled that he should have been engaged in a battle, yet he suddenly found himself here. He longed to escape, but shouting yielded no results, and he could not sense the presence of the mysterious pages. In this confined environment, he felt on the brink of collapse. Just as he was exhausted from searching for an exit, a radiant light appeared before him. What is this? Sumo curiously reached out to touch it, only to have the light evade his grasp. He scrutinized it closely. How does it resemble a rice seed? But why is the rice seed so large? Sumo was filled with perplexity. The oversized rice seed hovered around, seemingly discontent with the surrounding mist. It abruptly halted, its brilliance flickering, and a vortex emerged around it, drawing in the fog. Is it absorbing this mist? Sumo discerned its actions. The vortex was relatively small, hence the absorption rate was not swift. As time passed, Sumo lost track of how long he had been there until the last wisp of mist was consumed. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if the rice seed had become somewhat swollen. When the mist dissipated, Sumo could see his surroundings clearly. It resembled a cosmic sea of stars. While he pondered, a sudden sensation of being pulled occurred, and he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Sumo, lying in a hospital bed, abruptly opened his eyes. Where am I? Is this the hospital? Sumo surveyed his surroundings, the pungent smell of disinfectant immediately informing him of his location. He slowly sat up, feeling somewhat weak, and noticed his left hand grasping a dim crystal. Is this a source crystal? Sumo recognized it. But how did it come to look like this? It seemed devoid of source energy. What had transpired just before he lost consciousness? Focusing intently, he realized that in addition to 3 mysterious pages, he also possessed a peculiar rice seed, though they existed in different realms. It was then he noticed that a new line of text had appeared on the green page. Type, colorful rice. Level, unhatched spirit plant. Status, slightly swollen. Contract, Sumo, note, cultivated from the grains of the contemporary divine farmer. Possessing 5 forms corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Please explore further, host. This is actually a spirit plant seed. Moreover, there was an additional contract information bar. The contract subject is none other than himself. How had he unwittingly formed a contract with a mysterious spirit plant? And who is this contemporary divine farmer? Sumo was filled with questions. He soon realized that the seed had emerged from the storage space of the page, and the source crystal had been absorbed by it. Thus, this spirit plant also hailed from another world. Fortunately, they had placed the source crystal on him. Otherwise, awakening might not have been so effortless. He felt immense gratitude towards the person who had left the source crystal with him. He then began to explore the storage space of the page, which was approximately the size of a room, though currently empty. It would be incredibly convenient to store items there. Sumo was quite pleased with this development. At that moment, a nurse entered carrying a bottle of nutrient solution, ready to administer it to Sumo. Upon suddenly seeing him propped up in bed, she was startled. She thought she had seen a ghost. However, she quickly regained her composure, exclaiming in delight, "You're awake. You're awake. The patient in room 1 has awakened." Chapter 22. The new potion Moer. You are awake. Upon receiving the news, Kuhai rushed to the hospital. Seeing Sumo regain consciousness, tears streamed down his face. "It's good that you are awake. It's good." His voice choked with emotion. During this period, he had lost his appetite and appeared somewhat haggard. Although he was uncertain how Sumo had awakened, it mattered little. He preferred to believe it was a miracle. After meticulously examining Sumo, he found no lingering effects, which brought him relief. "Grandfather, I'm sorry for worrying you," Sumo said, feeling warmth in his heart as he looked at his anxious grandfather. Family ties often require no grand declarations, yet they consistently provide comfort and warmth. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Sumo learned that he had been in slumber for over 10 days. He had been wandering through a fog for what felt like an eternity, without any sense of time. He couldn't have imagined that so much time had passed. Kuhai was equally curious about how Sumo had awakened. It was known that ordinary people poisoned by the eternal sleep flower nectar rarely recovered, and Sumo had been afflicted by the second-tier variety. His recovery was nothing short of miraculous. Regarding his grandfather, Sumo had no intention of concealing too much. He simply rephrased the events. He mentioned that he had stumbled upon a peculiar seed, which he found interesting enough to keep with him. After succumbing to slumber, the seed underwent a transformation, absorbing the energy of the second-tier magical plant source crystal, ultimately manifesting as light that entered his sea of consciousness, simultaneously purging the eternal sleep flower's poison. Thus, he awakened. Sumo's explanation was coherent, and he presented the dim magical plant source crystal to Kuhai as further proof of his account. At that moment, Kuhai's heart was already tumultuous with shock. From Sumo's words, he immediately realized that the mysterious seed he spoke of must be a spiritual plant seed. He had formed a contract with a spiritual plant that had yet to emerge. Such a contract allowed the spiritual plant to enter his sea of consciousness. A most extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, this spiritual plant was no ordinary specimen. It was capable of absorbing second-tier magical plant source crystals and even extracting the eternal sleep flower's poison. It was nothing short of a marvel. He could hardly fathom what would transpire when it blossomed. Even Lord who could scarcely compare. Perhaps only the great cities of the Alliance could boast such spiritual plants. Kuhai's face flushed with excitement, his thoughts drifting far beyond reach. Grandfather? Suemo, sensing his grandfather's distraction, promptly reminded him. Kuhai quickly regained his focus, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Mo. Do not disclose your contract with the spiritual plant just yet, lest someone harbors ill intentions. His tone turned serious. If the newly formed spiritual plant were to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could spell danger, as not every human being shared the same intentions. Contracts with spiritual plants were exceedingly rare. Not even the entire southern region had witnessed such an anomaly. Suemo nodded solemnly. This incident had deepened his understanding of the world's perils. Maintaining a low profile was essential for longevity. The two then prepared a unified statement for the outside world, claiming that Suemo's awakening was due to a potion that Kuhai had procured years ago in Jinan City, which he had kept in reserve. The explanation was utterly flawless. The news of Suemo's awakening invigorated his friends, who hastened to his home to pay him a visit. Sun Yao even arranged for the head chef of the Pearl restaurant to prepare a sumptuous feast. After having subsisted on nutrient solutions for over 10 days, Suemo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the lavish spread, and he immediately began to indulge. He realized that Sun Yao was quite adept at navigating social situations and had a promising future ahead. From them, he learned that the time for taking the awakening potion was next week. Fortunately, he had awakened in time. Otherwise, he would have missed the awakening conference. In the Spirit Palace, Suemo and Kuhai entered the inner sanctum, once again gazing upon the colossal carrot. Today, many individuals were present. Standing at the center was the flamboyantly coiffed administrator, flanked by Zhang Zhao, Qinlan, and a dapper man with short hair. Through Kuhai's introduction, Suemo learned that this gentleman was none other than the strongest warrior of the settlement, General Yu Changfeng, father of Yu Tanner. No wonder her beauty was so striking. Her father was quite handsome as well. The attendees were equally delighted by Suemo's recovery. Dr. Su, I had no idea you possessed such hidden talents, the administrator remarked with a smile. Rest assured, I have already handled the situation. The Yang family will be appropriately compensated. As for Yang Tianfeng, who maliciously provided prohibited items to target the genius of our settlement, he has been dispatched to the vanguard camp. Regarding Zhou Ning, he has not perished. His malicious use of prohibited items to endanger the life of our settlement's genius is a capital offense, and you may handle it as you see fit. Kuhai's expression softened upon hearing this news. The vanguard camp was no ordinary place. It was a perilous environment where one treaded on the edge of a knife, with the risk of never returning. A young man like Yang Tianfeng, who had only recently awakened, was likely to face dire consequences there. Suemo, are you satisfied? The administrator inquired, gazing at Suemo. Suemo promptly bowed, responding with respect, I am satisfied. Thank you, esteemed administrator, for your fair judgment. The administrator nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Their visit that day was not solely for the purpose of Suemo's predicament, but also to observe the tomato spiritual plant. Unlike the previous occasion, the tomato spiritual plant appeared revitalized, sprouting new shoots, as if reborn. Dr. Su, your new potion has truly worked wonders, the administrator declared. In high spirits, with the recovery of this tomato spiritual plant, their settlement would boast one more spiritual plant, enabling them to provide even more sustenance. Kuhai was immensely pleased with the results achieved by the new potion, which had successfully restored its essence in a remarkably short time. Suemo approached the tomato spiritual plant, curiously observing it. At that moment, it seemed to sense something, swaying its branches and leaves, gently brushing against Suemo's hand. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. It appears that this spiritual plant is quite fond of Suemo, Qinlan exclaimed in astonishment. It showed no reaction during our prolonged presence, yet it responds as soon as he arrives. Recalling the previous incident, when Lord Hu gifted Suemo a spiritual guardian egg, they began to entertain a notion. Could it be that Suemo possessed an innate affinity for spiritual plants? Otherwise, how else could he garner such favor? In Suemo's mind, the green pages flashed with the fundamental information regarding the tomato spiritual plant. Type: Nightshade family, tomato. Level: First tier spiritual plant, originally second tier. Status: Weak. Note: the essence was previously damaged, but after consuming a restoration potion, it has been restored. Irrigation with the bile of the carrion flower can enable its return to second tier. Sumo's eyes widened. The information had changed, and the final note revealed a method to restore it to second tier status. Spiritual plants typically prefer to remain in one location, with their growth primarily dependent on absorbing source energy. Yet now, he possessed a means to cultivate its breakthrough. It was utterly extraordinary. Sumo refrained from announcing this revelation, choosing instead to keep the information buried deep within his heart. Meanwhile, the others continued to shower Kuhai with compliments. Kuhai was in high spirits, having single-handedly developed 2 potion formulas. "Dr. Su, have you named this potion yet?" the administrator inquired with a smile. Kuhai shook his head, then turned to Sumo, saying, "Little Mo, why don't you give this potion a name?" Sumo was taken aback that his grandfather had mentioned him, quickly realizing that his grandfather sought to involve him due to his previous suggestion. "How about calling it the revitalization potion?" Sumo proposed casually. This potion not only restored essence, but also offered hope for renewed life. "Excellent choice. I commend that name," Kuhai praised. "However, it should be referred to as the elementary revival elixir." The crowd was taken aback. The administrator could not help but inquire, "Dr. Su, does this elixir?" Kuhai nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is part of a series of elixirs. As long as the necessary materials are available, one can concoct those of the second tier. The series signifies a high upper limit, and the formula for such elixirs is exceedingly rare. Moreover, possessing a complete series allows an apothecary to enhance their rank as they formulate higher-tier elixirs." The gazes directed at Kuhai transformed, as he now had a broad and promising path as a second-tier apothecary, with the potential for even greater advancement. This individual had indeed blossomed late in his career. Kuhai beamed with pride. Amidst a flurry of compliments, they ultimately decided the fate of the tomato spirit plant. Having already regained its vitality, it would be inappropriate for it to remain in the spirit palace, as Lord who would likely voice his objections. Competition also exists among spirit plants. They ultimately resolved to establish the tomato spirit plant in the southern outskirts, the very place Sumo had previously undergone his assessment. Once a vibrant locale, it had been ravaged by the invasion of demonic flora, leaving it desolate. The decision to plant the tomato spirit plant there was deliberate, as the terrain was flat, and revitalization would greatly benefit the development plans for the gathering place. However, the area had become a wasteland, and the tomato spirit plant had yet to fully recover, making soil improvement somewhat challenging. Consequently, the gathering place decided to employ a fertile land elixir, a precious concoction sourced from the great cities of the Alliance. Spraying the fertile land elixir upon the soil would breathe new life into it, transforming it into arable land. In due course, the tomato spirit plant could use that ground as a foundation to gradually enhance the surrounding environment. The fertile land elixir was specifically developed for the planting of spirit plants. As many of them are weak initially, planting them directly in a wasteland could inadvertently starve them. Sumo listened with keen interest, realizing that this was how the esteemed individuals operated daily. With a mere gesture, an economic zone could be established. He pondered whether he should acquire a plot of land in the southern district, envisioning significant appreciation in value. The preliminary plan had been set, anticipated for execution in due course, ensuring the tomato spirit plant regained some vitality first. Once their discussion concluded, the meeting dispersed. The grandfather and grandson did not return home directly, but instead headed to the gathering place's prison. Sumo once again encountered Zhou Ning. The latter appeared haggard, having lost considerable weight. His hands and feet were shackled, confined to a solitary cell. Upon seeing Sumo, Zhou Ning's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he hastily rose from the ground, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains. "Sumo, spare me," Zhou Ning pleaded desperately. "I am willing to be your loyal servant, to dedicate my life to you." Since his imprisonment, the Yang family had not come to his rescue, leaving him utterly despondent. Upon learning of his impending death sentence, he had completely shattered, unwilling to meet his demise. Sumo regarded him coldly. Had it not been for the mystical parchment, he might have never awakened. Su Kuhai stood silently nearby, seemingly awaiting Su Mo's decision. Spare you? Su Mo retorted with derision. He had no grievances with Zhou Ning, yet due to a mere competition, this individual had committed such despicable acts. Zhou Ning, take heed in your next life. Su Mo stated flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. He then delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Ning's temple. Zhou Ning's face was etched with terror as blood flowed from his eyes, mingling with disbelief, before he slowly crumpled to the ground. He was dead, killed by Su Mo's own hand. Chapter 23. The Classification of Awakeners. Su Mo exited the state of battle intent. Looking at the lifeless Zhou Ning before him, an unsettling feeling washed over him. It was his first experience with taking a life, and his emotions were a tumultuous mix of anxiety and nausea. This sensation was profoundly complex. Mo, you must learn to acclimate, Su Kuhai spoke softly. In this world, one must inevitably become stained with blood. He reminisced about his own youth. Su Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort. Grandfather, I understand. He was aware of Su Kuhai's intentions in bringing him here. Even if he had not personally ended Zhou Ning's life today, Zhou Ning's fate was sealed regardless. Ultimately, he had acted with his own hands, a testament to his resolve towards his enemies. This world does not require saviors. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Su Kuhai felt a sense of relief. This version of Su Mo would be better equipped to survive in such a perilous world. He had contemplated the possibility of Su Mo sparing Zhou Ning, in which case he would strive to shield him from certain matters, using his connections to construct a safe haven for him to live a tranquil life. Upon returning home, Su Mo found it difficult to eat dinner and chose to retire early to his room. The following day, Su Mo returned to school. His presence surprised his classmates. Many were unaware of the fact that he had been poisoned, with only a select few privy to the truth. Those in the know had believed he would never awaken and lamented his fate. Yet here he was, miraculously revived. Yutan and Apos gazed at Su Mo with bright, shimmering eyes. Having learned of his awakening from her father, she felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that her involvement had contributed to the conflict between Su Mo and Yang Tianfeng. After Su Mo's poisoning, she had secretly implored her father to help him. When Su Mo met her gaze, she immediately donned a mask of indifference, appearing as a proud swan, seemingly unconcerned about his return. Is she a bit dim-witted? Su Mo mused to himself. After a brief commotion in the classroom, tranquility was soon restored, thanks to the arrival of Ming Qian. He acknowledged Su Mo with a nod before discussing the upcoming Awakening Conference. He also brought exhilarating news. Upon successful awakening, the elite class would have the opportunity to join the Blade Army as reserves. This announcement sent waves of excitement throughout the classroom, with every face alight with joy. The Blade Army differed significantly from the City Guard, which focused on maintaining order within the city. The Blade Army represented the pinnacle of military strength in the 126th gathering place, embodying the dreams of countless youth. The Blade Army primarily engaged in external battles against foes. Each member of the Blade Army was an Awakener, and to attain formal membership, one had to further enhance their abilities and pass rigorous assessments. The status of being a Blade Army member was highly esteemed within the gathering place, and any family that produced a member of the Blade Army would bask in great honor. Notably, the supreme commander of the Blade Army was General Yu Changfeng. After delivering the news, Ming Qian departed hastily, having received word that the tomato spirit plant from the 129th gathering place had been successfully revived. He was well aware of the damage to its core essence, making its revival all the more astounding. Dr. Su had developed a new remedy specifically for treating core damage. Ming Qian was now eager to locate Su Kuhai to request a dose for himself. His retirement had stemmed from irreversible injuries sustained during his service, damage to his core essence. He had resigned himself to a mundane existence, never expecting Dr. Su to create a remedy that could heal his affliction. The prospect invigorated him, as he fondly recalled the days spent battling alongside his comrades. Unbeknownst to Su Mo and his peers, Ming Qian and Apos, affairs were far removed from their concerns. Once he left, they resumed their training. The elite class, being the focus of the academy and Apos' attention, trained in a facility equipped with advanced technological instruments. Unlike the regular classes, they had access to gravity chambers, simulated combat platforms, and more. During this period, their physical capabilities had undergone significant enhancement, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. Any one of them could easily shatter various human records if they were to traverse to Earth. After training concluded, the 6 of them rested on the grass. When I tell my parents about the opportunity to join the Blade Army, they will be utterly astonished. Jin Air chuckled, feeling as though life had transformed into a dream. Since participating in the assessments, each day had brought improvement, a reality he had never dared to imagine. Everyone exchanged smiles. My father will be the same. Soon my achievements will eclipse his, Wei Ziming boasted. Although his father held a minor leadership role in the city guard, becoming a member of the Blade Army would elevate his status significantly. However, passing the assessment to become a formal member of the Blade Army would not be an easy feat. The number of officially recognized members was relatively small, comprising only the elite among the elite, while the reserve numbers were considerably greater. It was said that to pass the assessment, one needed to attain at least the Source C realm. Source C realm? Suemo was hearing about the classification of Awakeners for the first time. The strength of an Awakener was usually categorized into levels, first, second, third, and so forth. Yet, each level was akin to a chasm. Noticing that many were puzzled, Wei Ziming took the opportunity to enlighten them on the nuances of Awakeners and Apos' strength classification. Everyone is aware that after consuming the awakening potion, a successful awakening results in becoming a first-level Awakener, correct? The group nodded. However, among first-level Awakeners, some are weak while others are strong. After the first level, one would encounter a form of energy known as source energy. In fact, we interact with source energy daily. It is omnipresent. Source energy is the catalyst for the significant mutations of species on Blue Star. Each time one consumes a potion, they are inundated with source energy, and after training, they absorb this energy to nourish their bodies. Yet, ordinary humans utilize source energy in a rather crude manner, merely enhancing their physical strength, as if their bodies were shackled, naturally repelling source energy. The awakening potion acts as a key, unlocking these shackles, enabling the body to better accommodate and even control source energy. Indeed, control over source energy. The reason the insectoid and demonic plants are so formidable is their innate ability to master source energy. When humans initially awaken, they absorb vast quantities of source energy, integrating it into their bodies, leading to profound transformations in strength, speed, endurance, and self-healing abilities, essentially granting them a superhuman constitution. This phase is referred to as the source integration realm, and this is merely the beginning. As humans continue to incorporate source energy into their bodies and enhance their physical attributes, they must learn to harness this energy. It is akin to ancient martial artists cultivating their inner strength, but here, inner strength is replaced by source energy. They compress this energy, forming a source energy C dantian. This stage is known as the Source C realm. Upon reaching this level, Awakeners no longer rely solely on brute strength, but begin to wield the power of source energy, enhancing their destructive capabilities. As for the third phase, it involves further expanding the Source C. Once it reaches a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation occurs, unlocking the powers associated with their awakened attributes. This phase is known as the transformation realm. When fully realized, one can perceive the second set of shackles within the human body, necessitating the consumption of an intermediate awakening potion to unlock them, thus advancing to become a second-level Awakener, commanding attributes with even greater potency. Regarding the classification of second-level Awakeners, Wei Ziming was uncertain, as there were very few prominent second-level figures within the gathering place. Perhaps only those who truly become Awakeners would have the opportunity to discover the subsequent paths of evolution. Perhaps, Lao Mo, you could inquire with Grandpa Su, Wei Ziming suggested. Glancing at Su Mo, Su Kuhai was indeed a genuine second-tier Awakener, wielding the power of fire. Su Mo scratched his head. He had yet to inquire with his grandfather about this particular knowledge. Had Wei Ziming not mentioned it today, He would have assumed that consuming an intermediate awakening potion after reaching the first tier would suffice for a breakthrough to the second tier. Little did he know there were so many intricacies involved. It appeared that the path to becoming stronger was fraught with challenges. And what of the third tier? At that moment, someone posed the question. Wei Ziming shook his head, stating, I am also unaware of the third tier. Our entire gathering lacks such a level. It is said that the esteemed administrator and general you are both very close to reaching it. We seldom witnessed their intervention, except for a decade ago. As he spoke, Wei Ziming glanced at Su Mo. Noticing Su Mo's expression remained unchanged, he continued, a decade ago, the demonic plants invaded, wreaking havoc within the city. The esteemed administrator and general you joined forces to vanquish the demon plant king. Since that incident, the demonic plants surrounding the gathering have been eradicated. His face shone with admiration. Humanity has always revered the strong, and every youth in the gathering idolized the esteemed administrator and general you. However, I have heard that third-tier Awakeners are no longer mere mortals. They can unleash widespread destructive attacks and even soar through the skies, Wei Ziming whispered, uncertain of the truth. Yet, the others listened intently, eager to become third-tier Awakeners themselves, to conquer and expand the territories of humankind. As the conversation progressed, Wei Ziming mysteriously lowered his voice, saying, It seems that peace may be fleeting. The demonic plant clan is stirring once more. You are aware of gathering point 129, correct? The crowd nodded. It has been obliterated. Gasps of shock erupted from those unaware of the situation. Their esteemed spirit plant master is currently within our gathering. Wei Ziming continued, then turned to Su Mo. Su Mo nodded, revealing some internal information to the group. Indeed, gathering point 129 has fallen, though the official announcement has yet to be made. Their esteemed spirit plant master, though severely injured, has now been restored and will soon establish a new spirit palace to replant it. However, please refrain from spreading this news. It has not yet been made public, Su Mo cautioned. The crowd nodded in agreement. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of panic over the destruction of gathering point 129 and excitement at the prospect of a new spirit plant joining them. They felt a complex array of feelings. Gathering point 129 was somewhat weaker than gathering point 126, and everyone harbored confidence in their own gathering's strength. Even if the sky were to fall, they believed there would be those tall enough to bear the burden. For now, they felt powerless. Time passed swiftly. The Awakening Conference was about to commence. Chapter 24. The Awakening Conference Disaster Era Year, 699, June 6th. Nearly 7 centuries have elapsed since the calamity that befell Blue Star. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day, marking the most grand festival at Gathering Point 126. It is the annual Awakening Conference of the Awakening Academy. This day is also known as the Day of Leaping over the Dragon Gate. Awakening individuals are the treasures of humanity, the pillars of strength that ensure survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Today, a new cohort of awakened beings will emerge, infusing fresh vigor into Gathering Point 126, thereby igniting the flames of human revival. Since the calamity, various festivals have been forgotten, making the Day of Leaping over the Dragon Gate as lively as the spring festival before the disaster. Numerous news outlets are reporting on this grand event, while the residents of the Gathering Point participate in blessing ceremonies, hoping for the birth of more awakened individuals. Families with children taking part in this conference have spent the night in fervent devotion, burning incense and praying earnestly to the deities, even though they know deep down that their pleas might go unanswered. Unaware of the festive atmosphere outside, the students within the academy are focused on the conference. 18 classes, each comprising 50 students, total 900 participants, all arranged in a spacious hall, forming formations by class. Su Mo stands among the elite class, flanked by Wei Ziming and Zhao Yi, all sharing a similar height of around 175 meters. Lao Mo, are you nervous? Wei Ziming inquires. Not really. Su Mo replies calmly, glancing at Zhao Yi beside him. Lao Zhao, what about you? I and Apos, am not nervous, Zhao Yi stutters. If you're not nervous, why are you stuttering? Su Mo responds with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, feeling nervous is a natural reaction when faced with a pivotal moment in life. Research conducted by the Human Alliance indicates that the optimal age for awakening is 18. Awakening too early can jeopardize 1 and amp, Oppos, S foundation, while awakening too late may result in diminished potential. Thus, the Awakening Conference serves as a rite of passage for the students. Participation does not guarantee success. There exists a rate of elimination in the awakening process. Those who succeed will leap over the dragon gate, becoming powerful awakened beings, basking in glory and honor. Conversely, those who fail will merely seek a respectable job after graduation, leading an ordinary life. Of course, if one is unwilling to accept a life of mediocrity, they may join a martial arts academy or align with significant powers. If they possess talent, they might earn another chance at awakening through a potion. However, the school provides only one opportunity. Awakening is closely linked to physical fitness, the stronger one's physique, the more likely they are to awaken. Su-mo observes the surroundings, noting the presence of numerous devices resembling large blowers along the hall's periphery. Ziming, what are those for? He inquires curiously. Those are source energy condensation devices, don't you know? Wei Ziming replies, regarding Su-mo with suspicion. Su-mo realizes he genuinely lacks knowledge, as his understanding is fragmented. The source energy condensation devices are intended to concentrate surrounding source energy during the conference, providing the necessary energy for their awakening. After all, with nearly 1,000 individuals attempting to awaken, sufficient source energy is essential. These devices are prevalent throughout the gathering point, especially in the Spirit Palace. However, they are costly, and even some prominent families do not possess them, as they are controlled by the authorities. Only one individual in the gathering point is capable of manufacturing these devices, the esteemed chief mechanic, Dr. Qin Shi. Such a remarkable invention. Su-mo muses to himself, drawing parallels to the spirit gathering formations found in cultivation novels. Now, the Academy's dean, Guoxian, is taking the stage to speak. Su-mo quickly loses interest, finding the speech reminiscent of tedious school opening addresses from his previous life, causing students to drift into a stupor. All right, I shall conclude here. Wishing all students success in today's Awakening Conference. Guoxian finishes his address, extending his blessings to the students amidst a thunderous applause. Finally, the speech has ended. Next, a line of guards clad in combat uniforms enters the venue, each armed with uniquely designed firearms. Every guard is an awakened individual, each equipped with a source energy weapon, underscoring the gathering point's emphasis on the conference. Among the guards, Wei Ziming catches sight of his father, but refrains from greeting him. On the platform, alongside Guoxian, stands a strikingly handsome man, General Yu Changfeng, who personally oversees the Awakening Conference. The guards begin to carry in boxes containing the main attraction of the day, the awakening potions. Please, students, take your seats. Shortly, the awakening potions will be distributed. After consuming them, focus on absorbing the source energy to break free from your bodily constraints, announces Yu Changfeng. Upon hearing this, the students obediently sit down. Su-mo curiously examines the potion in his hand, a beautiful light golden hue. This is a junior awakening potion, a coveted item for everyone. Once all potions are distributed, Yu Changfeng nods to Guoxian, who promptly instructs someone to activate the source energy condensation devices. A resounding roar emanates from the devices as a blue energy conduit shoots into the sky, forming a massive vortex. The surrounding source energy is drawn in, flowing through the conduit into the hall. The students immediately sense a change in their environment, the air feeling notably more refreshing. Consume the potions, commands Yu Changfeng. The students swiftly down their potions. The taste is rather bland, but upon closer inspection, there is a hint of wheat, Su-mo remarks, savoring the experience. Detecting unknown potion. Detection successful. Simulating potion formulation. Formulation successful. Potion recipe recorded, default designation, Junior Awakening Potion, as anticipated. The yellow page detects the potion's formula. Name, Junior Awakening Potion. Level, First Tier. Function, key to unlock the genetic shackles of the human body. Ingredients, a trace of Holy Spirit power, 10g of spirit liquid, 10g of monster blood, 10g of flower honey. Preparation method. Mix the spirit liquid, monster blood, and flower honey, infusing with Holy Spirit power. Note: Holy Spirit power is exceedingly rare. Holy Spirit power? What is that? Sumo is bewildered. He has heard of the other materials. But this Holy Spirit power is entirely unfamiliar, even absent from any texts. Is this the reason the Alliance maintains control over the Awakening Potion? Suddenly, he realizes the profound depth of the potion's significance, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Even with the formula, he cannot possibly concoct it. Non-fourth-tier spirit plants may also have a chance to harness Holy Spirit power. The yellow page offers yet another informative hint. Sumo felt an overwhelming joy as the yellowed pages unfurled. No comment. Host, please explore on your own. The exclamation left him fuming, as he sensed a teasing undertone in the response. Was this not a blatant attempt to tantalize him? The page then went offline, completely disregarding Sumo's internal exclamations. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus to more pressing matters. As the elementary awakening elixir coursed through his body, a surge of energy permeated him, distinct from the source energy he was accustomed to. In that moment, Sumo finally beheld the shackles encumbering his form, resembling a series of chains. How was he to unlock them? With a steely resolve, he sensed a portion of source energy accumulating within him and decided to unleash it against the chains. With a crack, one of the chains shattered. Sumo rejoiced, finding it surprisingly simple. However, there remained numerous chains, and his source energy began to dwindle. At this juncture, the source energy condensation device activated, flooding the entire hall with a substantial amount of source energy. Sumo inhaled this energy, tirelessly washing away the chains. It was then that he grasped the true purpose of the awakening elixir. It generated energy that flowed within him, facilitating the absorption of external source energy to cleanse the chains. He recalled Wei Ziming's words, that Awakeners gained strength through their mastery of source energy. The awakening elixir acted like a cheat, granting him the capability to command source energy and dismantle the shackles within. As the source energy surged, Sumo found that the chains were indeed yielding to his efforts. He had already broken through a significant portion of them. Suddenly, the mysterious seed in the sea of consciousness reacted. This entity, having previously absorbed the toxin of the eternal sleep flower, seemed to have awakened and developed an interest in the source energy. Strangely, Sumo could sense its intent. "Do you wish to absorb the source energy?" he inquired mentally. The mysterious seed swayed slightly, seemingly responding affirmatively. With a plethora of source energy at hand, Sumo mused that it would be harmless to allow the seed to absorb a bit more. He then released his consciousness, and the mysterious seed eagerly commenced its absorption of the source energy. A dual approach emerged. The speed at which the seed absorbed energy was astonishing, akin to the source energy condensation device within him. Instantly, the surrounding source energy gravitated towards Sumo. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Yu Changfeng and Guoxian, who were taken aback. What on earth? Their expressions shifted dramatically. That direction seems to be Sumo. What is this rascal up to? As they sensed the source energy uncontrollably flowing towards Sumo, urgency gripped them. If this continued, it would become increasingly difficult for the other students to break their shackles. Yu Changfeng promptly relocated Sumo. Proximity to him could spell disaster for the others. What is happening? Yu Changfeng inquired of Guoxian. Guoxian was equally bewildered. In all his years of hosting the Awakening Conference, he had never encountered such a scenario. Sumo continued to absorb voraciously, resembling an insatiable abyss. At this rate, the supply of source energy would be insufficient, Guoxian noted gravely. However, they could not ignore the situation. Sumo was Su Kuhai's grandson, and any misstep could drive Su Kuhai to madness. Guoxian felt a profound headache. Utilize source crystals, Yu Changfeng suggested with a complex expression. Relying solely on the supply rate of the source energy condensation device would prove inadequate. The students would be adversely affected, and once the effect of the awakening elixir elapsed, it would be catastrophic. Reluctantly, Guoxian acquiesced, painfully producing several source crystals. These were the Academy's years of accumulation. He finally comprehended why the Academy had suddenly run low on source energy. The culprit was right before him. Was this fellow a monster? Chapter 25, Awakening Success. Undercurrents. The source crystals that Guoxian produced were all of the first tier. As for the second tier, it was a futile hope. Source crystals were exceptionally suitable for Awakeners training, as they contained pure source energy. However, they were exceedingly rare, only birthed from magical plants or insectoid species. 10 years ago, the 126th gathering site repelled the invasion of the magical plant army, harvesting numerous source crystals. Yet, after such a long passage of time, those resources had been nearly exhausted. Of course, these source crystals had brought forth a plethora of powerful Awakeners for the gathering site. Following the slaying of the magical plant king, the remaining magical plants retreated, lurking somewhere in these desolate lands. The complete eradication of magical plants was an impossible feat. In the wild, they posed greater dangers, accompanied by other mysterious threats. As a result, humanity found it exceedingly challenging to venture into the wilderness. This scarcity of source crystals meant that only a few formidable Awakeners could hunt for them in the wild. Perhaps only places like Southern Town had an inexhaustible supply of source crystals, given that they battled the insectoid species daily, placing several source crystals around Sumo. The terrifying suction within him caused the source energy to continuously surge forth from the crystals. Ah, what a fulfilling sensation! With his eyes closed, Sumo focused on absorbing the source energy, feeling it grow denser. This was sheer ecstasy. The mysterious seed continued to absorb the most energy, devouring 90% of the source energy entering his body. As the source energy replenished, it began to undergo changes. A crack appeared on its surface. Is it about to sprout? Sumo felt a surge of anticipation at this sight. Why has the awakening happened yet? Guoxian exclaimed in shock, watching the increasingly dim source crystals. This was the fifth one. If I absorb any more, there will be none left. Not a single drop. His lips twitched slightly. Truly, this was a little monster. Sensing the source energy dwindling, Sumo frowned slightly with closed eyes. Just a tad more. The shackles within him were on the verge of breaking, yet the mysterious seed had yet to sprout successfully. General Yu, I have no more stock left. Guoxian said to Yu Changfeng. Yu raised an eyebrow, understanding Gua and Appo's implication. However, this situation left him somewhat helpless, and he could only produce 5 more source crystals. This is all there is. There won't be any more. Yu Changfeng stated indifferently. He hadn't anticipated that his presence at the Awakening Conference would require such expenditure. Sumo must be made to reimburse him. Both men felt a sense of urgency. As the source energy replenished, Sumo's furrowed brow relaxed. I did it, someone exclaimed joyfully. A student who had successfully awakened was flushed with excitement. I leaped over the dragon's gate. I've transformed. He laughed heartily. I did it too. Another student chimed in, equally exhilarated. Heaven did not give birth to me. Wei Ziming. The eternal martial path is as long as night. Wei Ziming's aura surged wildly as he shouted. His superior physique resulted in a more significant commotion upon awakening. However, his overly dramatic tone made those around him twitch, especially Wei Yifeng, who facepalmed, unwilling to acknowledge this son of his. Meanwhile, classmates were envious of his grandiose declarations, lamenting why they hadn't thought of something equally powerful. I demand that the heavens do not obscure my vision. I demand that the earth cannot contain my heart. I demand that the magical plants turn to ashes. Zhao Yi also successfully awakened. His excitement rendered him quite theatrical, brimming with youthful exuberance. Wei Ziming's eyes widened. Was this still the Zhao I knew? Wasn't he supposed to be more reserved? The crowd sighed. Another show-off. All right, those who have awakened, refrain from shouting. Otherwise, you will be expelled, Yu Changfeng admonished. Unable to tolerate the bravado of these youngsters, his words effectively stifled Qian Er, who had just awakened and was eager to make a grand proclamation. Damn it! Had I known I would awaken sooner. Wei Ziming and Zhao Yi exchanged glances, their expressions filled with pride. They had absorbed these grandiose phrases from Sumo, admiring their audacity. The elite class awakened the quickest. Yu Tanner, Ho Donggong, Sun Yao, and others had already completed their awakenings. Hey, where's old Mo? Wei Ziming was still searching for Sumo's figure. He distinctly remembered him being right beside him. How could he have vanished? Look up. Qian Er, with keen eyesight, spotted Su Mo seemingly on the high platform, right beside Dinghua and General Yu. Was he receiving special treatment? Logically, Su Mo should have been the first to awaken. Why had so much time passed without his awakening? Zhao Yi frowned and remarked, "Indeed, what is going on?" The others felt puzzled. As more individuals awakened, the effectiveness of the awakening potion began to wane. If they waited for the potion's effects to fade without awakening, they would miss their opportunity. 5 minutes left. Guo Xian watched Su Mo, who was still frantically absorbing source energy, with growing concern. If he failed to awaken, it would be disastrous. He had invested so many source crystals. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. As time slipped away, the effects of the awakening potion gradually diminished. Time was up. With the potion's effects fading, those who had failed to awaken regained consciousness. They had failed. Their spirits plummeted as if they had fallen into the depths of despair, unable to suppress their emotions. Many collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. After so many years of effort, it all came down to this moment to become an awakener. Today, there were those who rejoiced and those who mourned. A total of 499 individuals successfully awakened. In fact, this success rate was already commendable. In previous years, merely 300 successes were considered excellent. Yet Guo Xian could not muster joy, for Su Mo had yet to awaken. Time passed, and Su Mo remained unawakened. But he still had not awakened. Dinghua, perhaps there is still hope, Yu Changfeng observed a clue. This fellow was still absorbing source energy. With the effects of the awakening potion gone, how could he, as an ordinary person, mobilize such vast amounts of source energy? This lad was suspicious. Yu Changfeng narrowed his eyes. This child harbored a significant secret that must not be allowed to remain. Nonsense. He was not a villain from a novel, slicing open others merely for their secrets. This world was inherently bizarre. Some individuals might possess unique physiques. Su Mo also sensed that the mysterious energy within him was dissipating. As the mysterious seed was on the verge of sprouting, having drained all the source energy, he still had several shackles within him that had not been shattered. This was rather awkward. Just then, the mysterious seed finally sprouted tender shoots. A slender green needle emerged from the seed, seemingly curiously surveying the world. "Hey, it's because of you that I couldn't complete my awakening." Su Mo felt a mixture of exasperation and despair. The tender shoot swayed, and then it summoned a vast amount of source energy to surge into the shackles within Su Mo's body. Boom. It obliterated the shackles entirely. Su Mo opened his eyes. A powerful force surged within him, radiating outward. The students below felt a tempest brewing. This commotion was rather enormous. They stared at Su Mo in astonishment. Why was his awakening so tumultuous? Was he cheating? Su Mo also noticed the situation, feeling slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Wow. Wei Ziming felt envious. When it came to showboating, old Emma was unrivaled. Even a casual awakening exuded an aura of dominance. Guo Xian and Yu Changfeng exchanged glances, perplexed by Su Mo. Could one truly awaken after the effects of the awakening potion had faded? How utterly extraordinary. At this moment, Su Mo also noticed the dim source crystals nearby and understood the reason. He deeply bowed to Guo Xian and Yu Changfeng. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dinghua and General Yu. A moment ago, I nearly exceeded my limits," and Su Mo silently reproached himself. No need for excessive formality. Guo Xian and Yu Changfeng are not the type to seek compensation from a young man. Subsequently, Su Mo returned to the formation of the elite class. The next step involved each class returning to their respective groups. The class instructors would inform them of the subsequent arrangements. Ming Qian had vanished. Indeed, it was rather astonishing that Ming Qian, as the class instructor, was absent during such a significant event as the Awakening Conference. No one knew where he had gone. A total of 45 individuals from the elite class had awakened, yet 5 unfortunate souls failed to achieve success. They would have to depart with regret, either to pursue ordinary occupations or join the city guard as auxiliary personnel. It must be said that reality can be a harsh mistress. Due to Ming Qian's absence, the dean and Yu Changfeng personally visited their class, leaving the students both surprised and honored. They were on the verge of joining the Blade Army as reserves, and now, the highest authority of the Blade Army was present, stirring their fervor. Yu Changfeng offered a brief encouragement before taking his leave. Ultimately, the dean announced a 3-day respite before reporting to the Blade Army. Time was of the essence. As Suemo and his companions exited the school gates, they couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly 3 years at the academy had passed. That night, at the Vanguard camp, a young man appeared disheveled and in a state of distress, evidently having sustained injuries, with his left hand wrapped in bandages. He was accompanied by 6 others, exuding an aura of menace. "If it weren't for this guy holding us back, we would have captured that magical plant," exclaimed a burly man with 2 prominent scars on his face, his gaze directed at Yang Tianfeng, filled with disdain. "Scarface, spare us your complaints. The young master is merely experiencing life with us at the Vanguard camp," replied a tall, slender man, his tone tinged with mockery. "Here, I don't care if you're a young master. Everyone must fend for themselves. If you continue to be a burden, return to your Yang family," Scarface retorted fiercely. Yang Tianfeng remained silent, his head bowed. "Enough of this. This is just a minor setback. Our primary mission is to reach gathering point 127 and deliver the supplies," stated the man sitting at the front, his demeanor calm. He was impeccably dressed, his hair neatly groomed, resembling a steward of an esteemed family. He was the team leader, codenamed Gentleman. Upon his pronouncement, both Scarface and the tall man ceased their mockery of Yang Tianfeng. The gentleman cast a fleeting glance at Yang Tianfeng, but chose not to speak further. Beneath Yang Tianfeng's lowered gaze lay a tempest of fury. He harbored deep-seated hatred for everyone. Since joining the Vanguard camp, he had not experienced a single day of normalcy. Each day was fraught with peril, and today, he had nearly perished at the hands of a magical plant. Yet, all he received in return was the blame from his comrades. His animosity towards Su Kuhai ran deep, as did his resentment towards the overseeing authority who had assigned him here. As for Suemo, he believed he would never awaken again, a living corpse unworthy of his remembrance. The seeds of hatred had begun to take root. Unbeknownst to all, a shadowy figure perched upon a withered tree outside the Vanguard camp silently observed this scene before vanishing into the night. Chapter 26, Reunion. Confrontation with Wei Zimming of the Vanguard camp's 13th Squad. In the early morning, Captain Gentleman had been unable to sleep well these past few days, for he had received a crucial mission to deliver a certain item to gathering point 127 and hand it over to the overseer there. This item, a small box, had been sent from within the gathering point, and he had no knowledge of its contents, nor did he inquire. As a soldier, executing orders was his sacred duty. He had served in the Vanguard camp for a decade, enduring a myriad of harrowing battles in the wilderness, escaping death on several occasions. Yet, he bore no regrets and voiced no complaints, consistently fulfilling the tasks assigned to him with excellence. Most of the individuals in the Vanguard camp were those who had previously erred, sent here to atone for their misdeeds, and the mortality rate was alarmingly high. The Awakening Conference should have concluded by now. I wonder if that young man has succeeded in his awakening. Gentleman mused, gazing intently towards the gathering point. At that moment, he spotted Yang Tianfeng sneaking back from outside. Where could this lad have gone? It was still quite early, and many of the Vanguard soldiers had yet to rise. Shouldn't Yang Tianfeng also be nestled in his bed at this hour? Where have you been? Gentleman suddenly appeared beside Yang Tianfeng, startling him profoundly. "See, Captain," Yang Tianfeng stammered, visibly shaken. "Why did you venture out alone? Do you have a death wish?" Gentleman's tone was grave. "See, Captain, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went outside to clear my mind. I didn't stray far." Yang Tianfeng replied softly, avoiding direct eye contact. Gentleman fell silent, recalling the events of the previous day. He soon realized that perhaps this young master had encountered some distress, prompting him to seek solace outside. Such was the nature of pampered young masters, their hearts too fragile. "Return and rest for a while. We depart for our mission at noon," Gentleman instructed, choosing not to elaborate further. Yang Tianfeng silently nodded. Observing his retreating figure, Gentleman added, "Here, you must learn to adapt and fortify your mental resilience. In times of peril, your most reliable allies are your comrades." Yang Tianfeng walked quietly towards the rest area. Without uttering a word, Gentleman shook his head in resignation. Indeed, It had been Yang Tianfeng's lack of caution that led him to inadvertently trigger the trap of the demonic plant, placing himself in danger and alerting the enemy. Scar and his companions had exerted tremendous effort to rescue him, naturally harboring some resentment. What gentlemen failed to notice was the flicker of an eerie green light in Yang Tianfeng's gaze as he walked away. At gathering point 126, in the Pearl Tavern, the Su Mo six-member group had once again gathered. Notably, Su Kuhai and Wei Yifang were also present. Su Kuhai had been engrossed in potion brewing these past few days, his appearance somewhat haggard. When Sun Yao proposed a group dinner, Su Mo decided it was time for Su Kuhai to take a break and enjoy a good meal. Initially, Su Kuhai was reluctant, feeling that his presence would make the young ones uncomfortable, but he could not resist Su Mo's insistence. As for Wei Yifang, he was simply on holiday and planned to indulge at the Pearl Tavern. Ironically, neither Wei Ziming nor Wei Yifang was aware of the other's plans, leading to an awkward encounter at the tavern. Ultimately, Wei Yifang, with his thicker skin, chose to join the group upon noticing Su Kuahai's presence. Though he cast a look at Wei Ziming that conveyed, "Just wait until we get home," Wei Ziming retorted with a smirk, "You shameless old man. Planning to enjoy a feast without your own son." Their banter elicited laughter from those around them. The meal was lavish, with an array of meats that tantalized the appetite. Initially, Su Kuahai's presence caused some unease among Sun Yao and the others, as their first encounter had involved the elders sending their homeroom teacher, Ming Qian, flying with a single punch, a memory etched deeply in their minds. However, as time passed, they discovered that the elder was exceedingly amiable. Sun Yao affectionately referred to him as Grandpa Su, which delighted the old man immensely. Shortly thereafter, she gifted him a vial of rejuvenation potion, eliciting envy from the others. Su Mo could only shake his head, bemused by his grandfather's childlike exuberance. Soon after, Sun Yao's uncle, Sun Longtao, arrived to toast Su Kuahai. This wine, a rare luxury in the current world plagued by scarcity, had been a cherished part of Sun Longtao's collection for years, offered today to forge a connection with Su Kuahai. Su Kuahai, appreciating Sun's sincerity, recognized the potential for camaraderie. Sun Longtao was elated, for he was cognizant that Su Kuahai possessed another potion formula, one capable of healing source damage. Among awakened individuals, such injuries were the most feared. While other ailments could be recovered from, source damage could strip one of their powers, casting them from the heights of strength to the depths of despair. Ming Qian likely understood this well, for upon hearing of Su Kuahai's remedy, he felt a glimmer of hope amidst the brutal reality of war, which often left many awakened individuals with source damage. The emergence of this new potion rekindled hope for many. Should the Sun family ally with Su Kuahai, they would be well-positioned should such misfortunes arise in the future. After the feast, Su Mo inquired curiously, "Are there any matches today?" "Indeed, there are, but merely battles among ordinary individuals." "Do you wish to watch, Brother Mo?" Sun Yao asked, her large eyes sparkling. "Yes, observing others in combat can be quite enjoyable," Su Mo admitted, finding pleasure in the spectacle, far more captivating than the boxing matches of his previous life. "Ha ha ha, since young Master Mo wishes to see, let us take our seats at the viewing platform. I have arranged everything," Sun Longtao declared with a hearty laugh. Thus, the group relocated to the viewing area, with Su Kuahai joining them, eager to witness the children sparring after a long absence. Today's matches featured several young fighters whose martial skills were rather mediocre, their performances unimpressive. After watching a few bouts, Su Mo felt a twinge of boredom. Perhaps it was due to his awakening, but he perceived the fighters below as rather weak. "Old Mo, this is quite dull," Wei Ziming yawned. With their enhanced physical abilities post-awakening, at least tenfold stronger than before, superhuman in nature, he suggested, "Shall we have a match ourselves?" His eyes gleamed with excitement. It was well known that he had once been a fierce competitor. Now that everyone had awakened, he was eager to gauge the disparity between himself and Su Mo. "We're going to fight?" Su Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wei Ziming's proposition. However, the idea intrigued him. He realized he had yet to engage in a duel with Ziming. Having spent 2 days adjusting to his newfound strength, he felt a twinge of restlessness. "Very well, let us have a match," Su Mo replied, enthusiasm bubbling within him. Observing their eagerness, Kuhai chuckled, then by all means, step up for a bout. The others readily agreed, and Sun Longtao promptly began arranging the arena. Awakened individuals required a fortified battleground for their confrontations. Ordinary arenas would simply not withstand the devastation they could unleash. A reinforced steel arena. An astute spectator noted the preparations. Could it be an awakened duel? Ha. This was worth the visit. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to learn the identities of the two awakened fighters. Let us go, old Mo, Wei Ziming urged. As the arena was set, the two young men ascended the stage, shining brightly as they prepared to engage in combat. The audience erupted into cheers. To their astonishment, it was two young men. Were they the Awakeners from this year's Awakening Academy? The event of the Dragon Gate had just concluded, and many recognized Su Mo and Wei Ziming. Wow, some had noticed that they were both top students from the Awakening Academy. The spectators were filled with anticipation. Did you not find the handsome youth on the left somewhat familiar? At that moment, someone pointed towards Su Mo. I remember now, he battled here not long ago. I lost a fortune back then. Some familiar faces in the crowd recognized Su Mo, especially since he had caused them significant losses. They never expected he had already awakened. Su Mo and Wei Ziming paid no heed to the discussions of the audience. Their focus was solely on one another. Sun Longtao remained the referee for this match. The rules stated that weapons were prohibited, no potions could be used, and no contraband was allowed. Sun Longtao recited a plethora of match regulations. The battle commenced. With the announcement, the audience erupted in deafening cheers once again. Su Mo and Wei Ziming exuded an intense fighting spirit. Old Mo, it's time to get serious. I will give it my all this time, Wei Ziming declared earnestly, shedding his usual playful demeanor. Bring it on, Su Mo replied solemnly. In an instant, Wei Ziming assumed a boxing stance. Breaking army fist. This was the Wei family's ancestral martial art, which Wei Ziming had practiced since childhood. In the VIP section, Su Kuhai nodded in appreciation, remarking, Ziming's breaking army fist is quite impressive. Beside him, Wei Yifeng humbly replied, this lad still has a long way to go, though his gaze radiated pride. For Wei Ziming's martial arts talent far surpassed his own. Wei Ziming roared, unleashing an overwhelming force as he charged towards Su Mo like a ferocious beast. The power behind his punch was formidable and imposing. Su Mo sensed the tremendous force of the blow, but the intent of the punch had already locked onto him, making escape nearly impossible. He could only brace himself to block. The clash of their strikes produced a thunderous sound. This was the battle between Awakeners. Su Mo was forced to retreat step by step, overwhelmed by the ferocity of Wei Ziming's punches. In that moment, he realized just how formidable Ziming had become. It was hard to believe that he once viewed Wei Ziming as merely a boy who threw stones at monsters. Perhaps it was the awakened physique that enhanced the martial arts. Only true Awakeners could unleash the true allure of martial prowess. Old Mo, show me your true abilities, Wei Ziming called out, yet he did not relent in his assault, raining down punches upon Su Mo. The steel floor beneath them began to crack under the force of their strikes. Is this really the power of someone who has just awakened? The audience was left bewildered. The intensity was overwhelming. Sun Longtao, too, was secretly astonished. Wow, this young man. Even at the origin nurturing stage, their strength is exceptional. Su Mo braced himself against another of Wei Ziming and Appo's powerful punches, the force propelling him several meters back, leaving two trails on the floor. His eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, even revealing a hint of exhilaration. This was the sensation, the exhilarating feeling. Do you wish to witness my true skills? Then come forth. Sumo's aura began to shift, a chilling energy rising as he assumed an unusual boxing stance. Chapter 27. The celestial being descends to challenge 5 at this moment. Su Mo seemed to transform into a long-arm ant, ferociously battling on the battlefield. This peculiar martial art was the same technique he had previously employed to defeat Zhou. Wei Ziming narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not well versed in the combat intent of the long-arm ant. In fact, he was unaware of the existence of such a remarkable potion. The martial intent potion had been lost for over a century, and few were aware of its details. With a mighty force, Sumo's fists were like hammers weighing 1,000 pounds, striking with tremendous ferocity. Wei Ziming was momentarily daunted by this display, his momentum swiftly suppressed. The breaking army fist style also emphasized raw power, yet Wei Ziming had never been on a battlefield. His experience with real combat was minimal, leaving him unable to grasp the essence of this encounter. Sumo, however, appeared as if he had weathered countless battles, having already attained a profound mastery. Boom! The colossal hammer of Sumo sent Wei Ziming flying backward. The roles had shifted. Where Wei Ziming once attacked, Sumo now pressed the offense. Sumo's angles of attack were exceptionally cunning, employing various forceful techniques that defied conventional understanding. Wei Ziming found himself retreating continuously, confronting what felt like a seasoned martial arts master. What had this old fellow experienced? Ziming, be cautious. Sumo and Apos. S. voice was grave. In an instant, he moved like a specter, advancing upon Wei Ziming with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. The giant ant war chariot. This was a technique from the martial intent of the long-arm ant, designed to breach enemy lines with overwhelming might, akin to a steel war chariot. Wow, is that speed even possible? Wei Ziming's pupils contracted as he cursed inwardly. Thunderous. There was no escaping this assault. Wei Ziming was propelled into the air, feeling as though he had been struck by a hovering bus, his body on the verge of disintegration. Yet Sumo's assault did not cease. Seizing the moment of Wei Ziming's elevation, he launched his next wave of attacks. With no ground to leverage in midair, Wei Ziming resembled a mere target, helplessly watching Sumo's fist approach. A straight punch. It landed squarely on Wei Ziming's abdomen. The force of the blow widened his eyes, twisting his expression in agony. This hurt. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Ziming fell a short distance away, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. If he didn't restrain himself, he would have expelled the meal he had consumed earlier. Well done, old Su. You really hit hard. Wei Ziming glared at Sumo, expressing his dissatisfaction. Sensing Wei Ziming's gaze, Sumo scratched his head sheepishly. Ziming, are you all right? What do you think? Wei Ziming gritted his teeth. This made Sumo feel even more embarrassed. In the state of martial intent, he had gotten a bit carried away. However, he had tempered the strength of that last punch. Otherwise, Wei Ziming would have been grievously injured, perhaps unable to rise. The disparity was too great. Wei Ziming, resigned, acknowledged his defeat. I admit. Wait. At that moment, someone interrupted him. It was Zhao Yi Sun Yao and the others who had approached the edge of the arena. Sumo, why don't we all join forces against you? Zhao Yi proposed. This suggestion had actually been prompted by Kuhai. Recognizing that Sumo had entered the realm of martial intent, he knew that Wei Ziming would not be his match. Unbeknownst to them, the terrifying nature of the martial intent potion was at play. Observing Wei Ziming on the brink of defeat, he encouraged the other young fighters to join in, hoping to indulge Sumo's desire for combat. Sumo watched this scene unfold, eager for the challenge. His blood surged with excitement. Once ignited, the fire of battle was difficult to quell. It was akin to a primal urge that needed release. Excellent. Sumo grinned widely. Come on, let us take him down. Wei Ziming, seeing the mischievous expression on Sumo's face, urged them on. 1 versus 5. Sumo, we want to hold back. Sun Yao winked, shaking her fists in Sumo and Apos' direction. Dressed in a striking white combat uniform, she exuded confidence. Bring it on. Sumo laughed heartily. He then entered the state of martial intent, his fighting spirit soaring. The 5-member team wore serious expressions. Standing on the arena allowed them to truly experience Sumo's formidable aura. Impressive. Huh. Wei Ziming charged first. Sweep the 1,000 armies. The other 4 followed suit. Sun Yao practiced the family martial art known as Sun Family Fist, indicating that her family had once been a martial arts lineage. This technique was a blend of strength and finesse, adept at both offense and defense, particularly emphasizing entanglement. Sumo suddenly found Sun Yao unusually clingy. No matter how he tried to shake her off, she was relentless, presenting a strong counter to his aggressive style. Li Shan'er trained in the Tiger Fist, an elite skill from the White Tiger Martial Arts School, where her father held a core position. However, It was somewhat unconventional for a girl to practice such a fierce martial art. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, when in combat, she transformed into a formidable tigress. As for Zhao Yi and Qianer, they hailed from civilian families and had not systematically studied martial arts. Yet, upon entering the academy, they acquired combat techniques, which they had mastered quite well. Faced with the onslaught of 5 opponents, Su Mo felt considerable pressure. 5 awakened beings. He dared not underestimate them and relied on evasive tactics, responding to their attacks with caution. The duel on the arena was spectacular. The audience felt immensely satisfied by the bout. Witnessing awakened beings in combat was a rare treat, let alone witnessing multiple fighters at once. That handsome young man is incredible. He is taking on 5 at once, a middle-aged woman exclaimed. At that moment, Su Mo had amassed countless admirers. The admiration for strength is an inherent trait of humanity. A newly awakened individual could withstand the combined assault of 5 awakened warriors without faltering, and his striking looks made it difficult not to be enamored. Young girls gazed at him with stars in their eyes. The attendees were either wealthy or of noble descent, all eager to inquire about Su Mo's background. Su Mo, go for it, someone in the crowd called out, and before long, a chorus erupted. Su Mo go? Hubby go? Who was so shameless as to call a married man hubby in broad daylight? Opt. Su Mo is clearly my husband. No one can take him. He is mine. But aren't you a guy? So what if I am? The atmosphere in the arena shifted amusingly. Su Mo, with keen ears, caught a male voice calling him hubby and nearly stumbled in disbelief. Were these people truly ridiculous? At that moment, Sun Yao seized the opportunity to get closer to Su Mo, her hands moving like the shadows of a serpent, ensnaring him. Hey, why are you hugging me? Su Mo halted, one of his hands trapped. Sun Yao and Apos' face flushed slightly, yet she maintained her grip, not relenting. This was a technique from the Sun family fist called the snake lock, and it was her first time using it on someone. Seeing this, the others immediately capitalized on the moment to launch their attacks against Su Mo. This girl was far too clingy. Su Mo internally lamented Sun Yao's martial skills. With no means of escape, he was compelled to block. A flurry of strikes rained down on him. Ha ha ha, this girl is amusing. Su Kuhai, seated in the VIP section, couldn't help but laugh heartily at the scene. One must admit, this technique was indeed effective. Su Mo's mobility was exceptional, and his striking power was formidable. The others had struggled to trouble him thus far. Now, the value of Sun Yao's role was evident, as she could limit Su Mo and Apos' agility. Wei's side wore peculiar expressions. Sun Yao had truly grasped the essence of the Sun family fist. Once, Senior Sun single-handedly defeated a second-tier beast using this very technique. A remarkable feat in the annals of the Sun family, with the protagonist being none other than Sun Yao's grandfather. However, he is now well into his advanced years. Su Mo was acutely aware that this situation could not persist. Yet, Sun Yao clung to him like a mesmerizing serpent. While Wei Ziming and the others reveled in their opportunity to unleash their frustrations upon Su Mo, the power of the awakened was formidable, and each strike left Su Mo reeling in pain. He managed to withstand their onslaught, retreating with Sun Yao to create some distance. In a surprising turn of events, Su Mo extended his still mobile right hand towards Sun Yao. In response to her bewildered gaze, he uttered, "Forgive me," and proceeded to tickle her underarm. The underarm is known to be a particularly sensitive area of the human body, and Su Mo's fingers elicited an immediate reaction from Sun Yao. It was hardly her fault. After all, no one had dared to tickle her there in all these years, especially not a man. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and the grip she had on Su Mo loosened slightly. Seizing the moment, Su Mo forcefully withdrew his left hand and pushed Sun Yao away, successfully extricating himself from her grasp. What an unexpected move. The spectators were left in stunned silence, including Sun Yao herself. This audacious fellow had toyed with her and then cast her aside without a second thought. How heartless. At that moment, with the other 4 opponents positioned closely together, Su Mo wasted no time. Giant Ant War Chariot. He charged forward with unbridled fervor, hurtling towards the quartet. Not again. Wei Ziming, well aware of the impending danger, shouted. Scatter. But it was too late. They were unable to evade his rapid advance and were sent flying. With a single, decisive strike, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Li Shaner were thrust from the arena. Su Mo then focused his attention on Wei Ziming, launching another powerful blow. Suspended in midair, Wei Ziming and Apos. S eyes widened in horror. Why me again? This time, Su Mo intensified his force, sending Wei Ziming crashing out of the ring. The impact left Wei Ziming doubled over, clutching his stomach and retching. Having dealt with Wei Ziming, Su Mo cast a languid glance at the remaining contenders. That felt satisfying, didn't it? Zhao Yi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Now free from his previous entrapment, Su Mo moved with renewed caution and ghost-like agility. With his wealth of combat experience and deft skills, they found themselves utterly outmatched. Ultimately, Zhao Yi and Qian Er, bruised and battered, were also ejected from the arena. Li Shaner, tearful and disheartened, cradled her head, glancing pleadingly at Su Mo, who had left her with a painful lump. We concede, with only the two girls remaining. Sun Yao reluctantly accepted defeat, not wishing to endure further punishment. Su Mo, devoid of sentiment, was a ruthless adversary. The memory of being tickled by him made her cheeks flush anew. In this battle, Su Mo emerged victorious. Sun Longtao announced. The arena erupted in a resounding applause. Chapter 28. The Blade Army. Following this battle, everyone gained a newfound understanding of Su Mo's prowess. He was extraordinarily powerful. It is worth noting that they had all emerged from the elite class, distinguished among many newly awakened individuals. Yet, to face 5 opponents and be utterly defeated was a testament to Su Mo's strength. They were completely convinced the leader remained the leader. However, every time Sun Yao beheld Su Mo, her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving him utterly bewildered. Are you blushing like a teapot, old Mo? Your skills are simply astonishing, she exclaimed. By the way, what school of combat is that technique from? I've never seen anything like it before. Wei Ziming, having been thoroughly bested, had just spent a considerable amount of time clutching his stomach. He voiced his curiosity in front of everyone. The might of this combat technique was something they all felt deeply, having been thoroughly suppressed. It was the martial intent elixir, more specifically, the elementary martial intent elixir, long fist ant. Before Su Mo could respond, Su Kuhai returned with a smile. Upon hearing the name martial intent elixir, the younger individuals were filled with confusion, having no idea what it entailed. However, Wei Yifang and Sun Longao displayed expressions of astonishment. So it is true. Sun Longao, who had previously been uncertain, found his suspicions confirmed by Su Kuhai's admission. He recalled the earlier duel between Su Mo and Zhou Ning, which had sparked his doubts. He never expected Uncle Su to possess such a treasure. Wei Yifang sighed. Father, what exactly is this martial intent elixir? Stop keeping us in suspense. Wei Ziming, unable to comprehend the discussion, interjected in urgency, disrupting him. Wei Yifang shot him an irritated glare but proceeded to explain the characteristics of the martial intent elixir. The young individuals listened, their expressions shifting to one of awe, astonished that such an elixir existed in the world. With a single vial capable of nurturing a battle-hardened warrior, it seemed utterly incredible. Upon learning that such an elixir had been lost to time, they all expressed regret, cursing the malicious intentions of the insectoid race. They could not help but feel envious and resentful towards Su Mo, the embodiment of a non-paying player's ire against a pay-to-win gamer, disrupting the balance of the game. In truth, Su Mo also felt a deep sense of regret for the alchemist's demise, lamenting that the formula for the elixir had not been passed down. Otherwise, the current plight of humanity would not be so dire. The implications of this hidden truth were profoundly unsettling. The circumstances at that time were likely far from simple. Soon enough, the 3 days of respite had elapsed. It was time for them to report to the Blade Army. The headquarters of the Blade Army was situated in the western district of the Gathering Place, just beyond which lay the gates of the settlement. Their assignments were primarily external, and the camp was typically sparse. As reserve members, Su Mo and his companions were not considered official members of the Blade Army and were required to undergo systematic training at the headquarters. The prospect of joining the Blade Army excited the students immensely. In previous years, The Blade Army seldom recruited new members, and once one joined, the annual benefits were substantial. However, they soon discovered that joining the Blade Army was merely the beginning of a nightmare. At dawn on the second day, the assembly whistle echoed sharply. The grueling training commenced. Due to the superior physical conditioning of the Awakened, they were required to carry weights of several hundred kilograms during long runs. If one faltered, the whip awaited. Their instructor, a man named Li Yunfei, possessed a fearsome visage with a muscular physique akin to steel. His presence was imposing. Initially, there were some who defied him, but Li Yunfei swiftly broke their bones with just a few moves. Here, he did not regard one's status. Anyone who dared to disobey orders would be met with harsh discipline. With the presence of healing potions, his strikes were merciless. As long as he did not kill, he would hit relentlessly, instilling fear into the hearts of the newcomers. Suemo speculated that this instructor had likely undergone a metamorphosis. He himself had felt the sting of the instructor's whip, the searing pain on his back nearly bringing him to tears, leaving him with no recourse to evade. Many began to regret their decision to join the Blade Army, feeling utterly dehumanized, despite being awakened individuals. Yet, while they lamented aloud, it was unlikely they would actually leave. After more than a month of militarized, devilish training, everyone's demeanor had transformed significantly. Previously lax, they now stood and sat with decorum. Moreover, they discovered that such rigorous training had markedly enhanced their physical capabilities. Constant physical refinement, coupled with numerous elixirs, allowed them to absorb the source energy at a pace far superior to that of ordinary awakened individuals. In the realm of source absorption, awakened individuals needed to assimilate source energy to refine their bodies, ultimately creating a sea of source energy within themselves. Suemo now felt that his body had been substantially tempered, and his progress was remarkably swift. This was also due to the presence of spiritual plants within him, which absorbed source energy at an astonishing rate. Had it not been for Suemo and Appo's control, the camp could have transformed into a vacuum of source energy, resulting in an awkward predicament. The spiritual plants, after absorption, also returned a portion of the source energy to Suemo. One day, Suemo and his companions noticed an influx of new faces in the camp. Upon inquiring, they learned that these were official members of the Blade Army returning from a mission. Wow, so many newcomers this time. One young man exclaimed upon spotting Suemo and the others, immediately teasing them. The speaker, slightly older than Suemo, exuded a cocky demeanor. Smirking as he flicked his hair, trying to appear cool, he seemed somewhat out of place among the other Blade Army members. "Isn't that little Tan? Your father actually sent you here as a reserve." The young man jested, recognizing Yutan and Appo's, shot him a glance of disdain and chose to ignore him, although they were indeed acquainted. "Oh, little Tanner, still as proud as ever," the young man remarked, seemingly accustomed to her demeanor. He then approached Suemo with familiarity, saying, "I know you, Suemo, right? From now on, Brother Guang will look out for you here." Suemo was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected attention. Before he could respond, his companion, his expression darkened, pulled him away. "Hey, don't drag me away. I still want to bond with the juniors." Everyone exchanged glances in confusion. "Who is this person?" Suemo asked, bewildered. Wei Ziming and the others shook their heads, equally unacquainted. "His name is Chen Guang, a member of the Chen family. His grandmother is Chen Lan," Yutana replied coolly before departing, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Upon hearing the name Chen Lan, Suemo recognized her as a colleague of his grandfather and a skilled alchemist he had met a few times. No wonder this individual knew him. There was a familial connection. "I know the Chen family. Not only do they have alchemist Chen, but his father, Chen Han, is the second in command of the Blade Army." Upon mentioning the Chen family, Sun Yao finally grasped the newcomer's background. Meanwhile, Chen Guang was reclining casually in an office, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. There were 4 individuals present, including Chen Guang and the companion who had pulled him away. The other 2 were instructor Li Yunfei and a middle-aged man with graying temples. "Ah Guang, you performed admirably this time, successfully dismantling a small magical plant tribe," the gray-haired man commended, accustomed to Chen Guang and Appo's antics. "A bit too noisy, though. We got discovered. Otherwise, We could have executed another operation. Chen Guang waved his hand dismissively, attempting to appear cool. The gray-haired man sighed, glancing at him before turning to Li Yunfei. How are the newcomers faring? Li Yunfei stood at attention, reporting, overall performance is satisfactory, though their strength is still somewhat lacking. That has to be expected with newcomers. They just need more training, the gray-haired man chuckled. A new batch of spiritual plants is about to be planted in the gathering place. You three will take these newcomers to train and provide security to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Li Yunfei and Chen Guang's companion, Wang Jun, had no objections to the assignments given by the gray-haired man. However, Chen Guang wore a troubled expression, lamenting the fact that despite finally having a moment to rest, he was still burdened with tasks, particularly alongside a group of young novices. If you keep nagging, you'll lose all your holiday this year. The silver-haired man finally snapped in exasperation. Oh, Commander Zhang, please don't. I can manage. Chen Guang replied anxiously, fearing the boredom that awaited him without a break. He found himself yearning for the lively company within the gathering place, reminiscing about the lovely figures he missed. He wondered if his younger companions thought of him as well, and resolved to indulge himself once this mission was concluded. By the way, Ming Qian will be joining us this time, the silver-haired man added. Instantly, Li Yunfei and Wang Jun's eyes brightened with excitement. Ming Qian is doing well? Commander Zhang nodded with a smile. In the Spirit Palace. The administrator beamed at the flourishing tomato spirit plant, his mood buoyant. It has nearly recovered. We can proceed with the planting, he announced cheerfully. The herbalists present openly expressed their joy, knowing that a new spirit plant would soon grace their gathering place. Let us set the date for July 20th. And expedite the work in the Southern District's Spirit Palace over the next few days. No one present voiced any objections to the administrator's plans. Time flew by. On July 19th, the stern-faced instructor gathered everyone together. Suemo and his companions once again encountered Chen Guang and his crew, who still maintained their aloof demeanor. As the instructor issued the mission orders, the new recruits displayed expressions of astonishment. The existence of the tomato spirit plant had been kept under wraps within the gathering place, and this was their first revelation of such a wondrous entity. This is incredible, my gathering place. We'll soon have access to new food. I've heard its tomatoes, sweet and tangy. Absolutely delightful. Previously, we could only taste them after trading with Gathering Place 129. Yet, they were unaware of the absence of merchants from Gathering Place 129. Suemo was equally surprised by this news. He had thought he would miss the planting ceremony of the tomato spirit plant. But now he found himself participating as a member of the security team. Soon, they received their equipment for this operation, a handgun and a military knife. The pistol resembled a P226, its material unknown yet remarkably sturdy. Upon seeing the ammunition, Suemo sensed the potent energy within it, realizing that this was indeed a source energy weapon. The military knife, akin to a dagger, measured over 30 centimeters in length and was crafted from equally resilient material, though it did not qualify as a source energy weapon. Now, allow me to introduce these two types of weapons. The deep voice of the black-faced officer resonated as he addressed the assembled group. Chapter 29, The Crisis at the Gathering Place. This firearm, known as the Dark Raven, was ingeniously crafted by Dr. Qin Chi. It is loaded with primary energy bullets, capable of inflicting damage on first-tier creatures, the black-faced instructor elucidated to the group, deepening their understanding of energy weaponry. The Dark Raven is the standard armament of the Blade Army, a remarkably potent energy weapon. A single shot can take down a typical magical plant, and even a first-tier magical plant would sustain severe injuries upon being struck, with the affected area proving difficult to heal. Humanity's ability to contend with the insectoid magical plants in this apocalyptic world owes much to the engineers. These energy weapons significantly enhance human strength. However, the Dark Raven is merely a standard first-tier energy weapon. Its power is not extraordinary. The weapon wielded by Ming Qian, the NX Silver Demon, was truly formidable. In the hands of an awakened individual, a well-placed shot could eliminate a first-tier magical plant in a single strike. Beyond these firearms, engineers can also create energy mechs, energy swords, and energy puppets, among various other weapons. The previous imitation magical vine puppet robots are a type of energy puppet. illustrating that engineers are a profession on par with pharmacists. As Su Mo learned, the most accomplished engineer at Gathering Place 126 is Drive Chin Chi, who has now ascended to the rank of second-tier engineer. Many energy weapons have been crafted under his expertise. The threshold for becoming an engineer is lower than that of a pharmacist. Anyone willing to dedicate time to study theoretical knowledge has the potential to become an engineer. Yet, truly powerful engineers are exceedingly rare, as it requires not only a solid theoretical foundation but also exceptional intellect. Without these qualities, forging energy weapons becomes a daunting task. Every formidable engineer must accumulate knowledge over time, for knowledge is power. Su Mo once aspired to be an engineer, but he soon realized that he struggled to comprehend the technical texts. He recalled that after graduating from middle school, he never managed to pass physics again. Thus, some ambitions cannot be forced, and he could not invest excessive time in starting from scratch. His foremost task now is to strengthen himself. Perhaps in the future, he will have the opportunity to delve into the realm of engineering. Today, they are set to depart for the Southern District to provide protection for the upcoming spirit plant planting operation. In the administrator's office, the administrator and Yu Chanfeng wore grave expressions, a dossier of intelligence in the administrator's hands. Magical plants have been sighted outside the city. A mere 10 kilometers from the city gates, one of our sentinel points has been destroyed, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen awakened individuals. This news is profoundly weighty. It has been a long time since the Gathering Place suffered such a significant loss in a single blow. Over a dozen awakened ones. Just like that. How did they appear? Yu Chongfeng's countenance was solemn. The administrator shook his head, perplexed. It was as if they had materialized from thin air. Within a minute, the entire sentinel point was annihilated, and no warning was sent out. Their intentions are malevolent. The magical plants that have emerged are exceedingly powerful, and their proximity to the Gathering Place is alarming. If these magical plants were to breach the Gathering Place, it would spell disaster. It is highly likely that it has returned. The administrator's gaze darkened, his voice low. Yu Chongfeng's pupils constricted. It has truly awakened. It seems that last time, they were unable to eradicate it completely, and now it is poised to return. This time, it is stronger. According to reports from scouts, the blood and flesh of the awakened at the Sentinel Point were completely drained, leaving behind desiccated corpses. This method of attack mirrors that of the magical plant king that invaded the Gathering Place a decade ago. Its vitality is astonishing. They once thought they had completely vanquished that creature, even shattering its source crystal, yet it has survived. After years of hiding, it has returned, and with even greater strength. The obliteration of Gathering Place 129 serves as a stark reminder. At that moment, the administrator's communicator suddenly vibrated, a message arriving. He glanced at its contents, his body tensing slightly, and stated gravely, "A large army of magical plants has appeared beyond the defensive line of the Gathering Place. Is war imminent?" They all knew that such a day was inevitable. This apocalypse has never known peace. The administrator's resolve solidified, leaving only 2 words: engage. Soon, the entire Gathering Place 126 erupted into a flurry of activity, akin to an earthquake, as all awakened individuals were summoned. This commotion left the residents feeling anxious. Years of stability had nearly made them forget they were living in an apocalypse. What on earth was happening? Why were so many awakened forces mobilized? Residents exchanged bewildered glances. Have you heard? Several powerful families have been summoned. So many awakened ones. Is war about to break out? I'm terrified. Me too. What should we do? Quickly, an official announcement was made. Dear residents of the Gathering Place, we have a significant announcement. A large army of magical plants has been discovered beyond our defensive line, and war is imminent. During this time, please refrain from causing panic, do not wander about, and remain quietly at home. Trust that the warriors of the Gathering Place will safeguard your safety. This battle will surely be victorious. This message quickly spread throughout the Gathering Place. War was about to commence. After a decade, humanity was once again clashing with the magical plants. The sudden arrival of the magical plant army caught the Gathering Place unprepared. There was not enough time to assemble all forces. The administrator and general, you could only summon numerous powerful individuals to keep the magical plants at bay outside the defensive line. What about the spirit plant planting plan? Someone inquired of the administrator. Proceed as planned. The spirit plant planting operation must continue. The spirit palace has already been constructed. The sooner the planting is completed, the sooner we can ensure a food source from the spirit plants. Suemo and his companions also received news of the magical plant invasion. Many were caught off guard, yet more were eager to engage. After all, every young person's dream is to become an awakened one, to defend their homeland, and to battle against the magical plants. However, their eagerness to join the battlefield was soon doused by the upper echelon's orders, directing them to continue with the spirit plant planting and protection work. Moreover, as newly awakened novices, they lacked combat experience. Should they step onto the battlefield, they would merely serve as fodder for the magical plants. They needed to hone their skills. The responsibility of defending their homeland was not yet theirs to bear. Why can't I go to the battlefield this time? Ming Qian fumed in frustration at the newly constructed spirit palace in the southern suburbs. His essence had been restored and his strength regained. Upon hearing of the magical plant invasion, he yearned to rush to the battlefield and engage in a fierce battle with the magical plants. However, Yu Changfeng had restrained him, instructing him to continue his guard duty. Damn it, what is the point of standing guard here with a bunch of novices? Ming Qian felt an internal turmoil. Besides, what danger could there possibly be in the southern suburbs? Currently, he and a few mechanical engineer apprentices were the only ones here. The spirit palace had just been built, surrounded by impenetrable walls, equipped with the most advanced energy cannons. This would be the future bastion for defending the tomato spirit plants. A large expanse of barren land remained in the middle, still in a dead state, unsuitable for planting crops. Once the tomato spirit plants arrived and were irrigated with the good field potion, this would become their growing ground. In the future, the spirit plants would unleash their properties, transforming the surrounding wasteland into fertile land, nurturing tomato seedlings, and the southern suburbs would become a designated area for tomato cultivation. Ming Qian envisioned a bright future. Yearning to taste a tomato. Ming Qian. In the evening, the reserve troops of the Blade Army swiftly arrived in the southern suburbs via hover bus. Upon seeing Ming Qian, they were equally astonished. To ascertain whether Ming Qian was still their homeroom teacher, one could not help but notice his sudden disappearance after the awakening assembly. It was indeed unexpected to encounter him here. Teacher, what brings you here? Someone inquired with curiosity. Ming Qian chuckled heartily. Why? Am I not allowed to be here? He then turned his gaze towards the leaders, Li Yunfei and Wang Jun, his eyes gleaming with joy as he remarked, It has been a long time, my friends. As for Chen Guang, he was not particularly acquainted with him. Captain, Li Yunfei and Wang Jun exclaimed in delight. Captain? The crowd quickly caught wind of Li Yunfei and Wang Jun's address to Ming Qian. They were astonished to learn that Ming Qian had once been a member of the Blade Army, and not just any member, but one of considerable standing, as evidenced by Li Yunfei's evident respect towards him. Having spent time together, they understood that this instructor was no ordinary Blade Army member. His rank was notably high within their ranks. They observed that many official members of the Blade Army regarded Li Yunfei with similar reverence. Ha ha ha, indeed. It has been quite a while. Ming Qian laughed, a genuine happiness radiating from him, as it had been a long time since he felt this joyful. Captain, what's this? Come now, don't shed tears, my good man. Ming Qian teased Li Yunfei. He then reflected, I have returned. We shall fight side by side once more. He too cherished the days spent battling alongside his comrades. That night, Ming Qian engaged in casual conversation with Su Mo and the others. I had no idea our teacher was once so formidable, they expressed, filled with admiration for Ming Qian. Earlier, he had recounted tales of his past heroics, leading the Blade Squad to conquer the Demon Plant tribe, slaying formidable demon beasts, and battling powerful monsters in pursuit of rare treasures. He spoke of how he had descended like a deity to rescue those in peril during times of crisis. Each tale he told was vivid and captivating, leaving the young ones in awe. Li Yunfei and Wang Jun, overhearing the stories, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ultimately, Ming Qian recounted an encounter from a decade prior with the Demon Plant King, detailing how after a fierce battle, he had been ambushed and ultimately forced to retire due to sustaining serious injuries. Thus, he had taken on the role of a teacher at the Awakening Academy. Upon reaching this point, Li Yunfei and Wang Jun could no longer bear to listen and excuse themselves. Meanwhile, Chen Guang, observing with a peculiar expression, was indifferent to the truth of Ming Qian's tales. He noticed that the youth were quite enchanted by them. He pondered whether he too should fabricate a few stories to impress the young ladies. Surely they would be enamored by him. After all, he had his own share of adventures that, with a touch of embellishment, could become splendid narratives. The more he contemplated, the more viable the idea seemed. And he found himself gazing at Ming Qian with newfound admiration. Truly, a legendary figure from the Blade Army. The following day, July 20th, the tomato spirit plant was escorted over. Chapter 30. The revered tomato spirit enters the earth. A sleek, ebony hover train materialized above the southern outskirts, heralding the arrival of the escort team tasked with delivering the spirit plant to the new spirit palace. Leading this mission was none other than the esteemed apothecary Zhang Zhao, accompanied by a handful of mechanical apprentices and several members of the guard. Under ordinary circumstances, the planting of such a significant spirit plant would command the utmost attention from the entire settlement, with even the esteemed administrators present to oversee the proceedings. However, due to the invasion of the demonic plant army, the primary forces of the settlement had been mobilized to bolster the defenses beyond the city walls. Zhang Zhao and Li Yunfei exchanged cordial greetings. Zhang Zhao reciprocated the salutation to the members of the Blade Army before instructing his team to unload the large crates from the hover train. Within those crates lay the protagonist of the day, the revered tomato spirit. Prepare to administer the fertile land elixir, he commanded. As the group entered the spirit palace, they gazed upon the central clearing. Zhang Zhao retrieved a vial filled with a rich brown potion, slowly uncapping it. As he tilted the vial, the viscous liquid cascaded onto the barren soil. A profound silence enveloped the gathering as they watched the spectacle unfold. Moments later, the previously desolate ground began to stir, an unusual energy coalescing upon it and gradually radiating outward. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept through, heralding the revival of life, the very essence of vitality. As the soil absorbed the elixir's energy, its lifeless gray hue transformed, becoming a rich dark brown, while the once compacted earth began to loosen, releasing the fragrant aroma of fresh soil. Sumo inhaled deeply, the scent evoking memories of his childhood spent working the fields in rural lands. In this world, where desolation prevailed, even the most ordinary soil felt like a luxury. The members of the Blade Army and the city guards observed in astonishment, many witnessing the effects of the fertile land elixir for the first time. The elixir, though not a source of immense power, was invaluable for sustaining human life. As the energy dispersed, those standing close felt the ground beneath them shift, the once unyielding surface yielding to newfound softness. Suemo crouched down, intrigued, and scooped up a handful of soil. Energy fluctuations detected. Detection successful. Energy source identified as an unknown elixir, deriving elixir formula. To his astonishment, the mystical pages of the tome responded. A surge of excitement coursed through Suemo. He had long sought the formula for the fertile land elixir, but had previously believed it required ingestion for the tome to yield its secrets. However, he had now discovered that mere contact sufficed. As the elixir permeated the earth, its energy transformed the surrounding soil. And Sumo's touch had allowed him to tap into its essence unnoticed by the others. In his mind, the formula for the fertile land elixir materialized. Name: Fertile Land Elixir. Grade: First Level. Effect: Converts barren soil into fertile land, covering an area of 10 acres. Formula: Essence of wood, spirit liquid, ice spring. Energy crystals from tree-type demonic plants. Preparation method: Combine essence of wood with spirit liquid, pour into ice spring to freeze. Then infuse with energy from tree-type demonic plant crystals. The information appeared clearly on the yellowed pages. Suemo recognized all the ingredients. The essence of wood was derived from the remains of demonic plants, imbued with the power of nature. The spirit liquid was produced by spirit plants, with higher-tier plants yielding purer liquids. The ice spring was a unique water source, controlled by the authorities within the settlement. As for the tree-type demonic plant crystals, They would be indispensable in the ongoing battle against the demonic plants. The preparation method was laid out plainly. Suemo felt a surge of enthusiasm. This elixir seemed feasible. Relying solely on spirit plants to rejuvenate the land would take ages, whereas producing the fertile land elixir would yield 10 acres of arable land in an astonishingly efficient manner. He could simply sow the seeds produced by the spirit plants and await the harvest. However, he resolved to have his grandfather oversee the elixir's preparation. After all, lacking the formula could raise suspicions. While not dangerous, he preferred to amass wealth discreetly. He was still young, and it was prudent to remain low-key. Hours passed, and at last, the energy of the fertile land elixir was fully expended, resulting in the transformation of 10 acres of land. The onlookers eagerly bent down to examine the soil beneath their feet, their faces alight with joy. This was the essence of human survival. Now that the land has been transformed, it is time to plant the spirit plant, Zhang Zhao declared. He and his companions opened the large crate, revealing the tomato spirit. Now over a meter tall and visibly thriving. Let the revered tomato spirit take root, Zhang Zhao proclaimed respectfully beside it. The spirit plant had acquired a new name, Lord Tomato. It swayed its branches and leaves, attuned to its surroundings. Inside the crate, it resided in a pot. Upon hearing Zhang Zhao's words, the soil began to shift, and its roots slowly emerged. Then, with a powerful pull, the sturdy roots uprooted themselves, supporting its trunk as it stepped out of the crate. Can you envision a tomato taking a stroll? Suemo watched with keen interest, as this was a sight he had never encountered before. The tomato spirit wobbled its way to the center of the clearing, settling down as its roots plunged into the soil. At that moment, Zhang Zhao produced several first-level energy crystals, placing them around the tomato spirit. Tendrils from the spirit plant deftly drew the crystals underground. Dozens of crystals, though only first level, were a significant investment for the settlement. These crystals would supply the tomato spirit with a substantial influx of energy, fostering its rapid growth. Gradually, the tomato spirit began to change, its form expanding. What was once just over a meter tall soon reached 3 or 4 meters, its trunk and branches growing larger. It continued to swell until it reached an impressive height of 10 meters, resembling a towering tree. Everyone gazed in awe at the spectacle. Although not as colossal as the carrot spirit, it was still an impressive sight. Suemo even noticed budding flowers beginning to form on its branches. Haha, it won't be long before it bears fruit, Zhang Zhao exclaimed with delight. The fruits that would grow from the tomato spirit were extraordinary, rich in energy and nutrients. The seeds within could be planted in the surrounding land, providing the settlement's residents with delicious tomatoes. In this world, only seeds from spirit plants could yield crops. Those that did not reach the threshold of spirit plant status could not reproduce. Moreover, seeds produced from second-generation spirit plants were incapable of surviving, which elucidated humanity's profound reliance on spirit plants. Only first-generation spirit plant seeds could germinate, while second-generation seeds were akin to lifeless husks. Without the spiritual plants, humanity would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. The successful cultivation of the tomato spiritual plant signifies that their mission is nearing completion. The esteemed tomato has adapted to this land, continuously revitalizing the surrounding soil, and it is believed that soon, vast expanses of fertile fields will emerge. Zhang Zhao remarked with deep emotion. Once the source is fully restored, the tomato will be able to nurture its own spiritual guardians. These guardians serve as the protective assurance for the spiritual plants. However, the tomato spiritual plant remains too feeble at present, primarily relying on human guardianship. Frontline. Damn it. What on earth do these creatures intend to do? The administrator exclaimed in fury. At that moment, the forces of the gathering had assembled at this location, prepared to engage in a deadly confrontation with the demon plant clan. However, upon their arrival, the demon plants retreated, showing no inclination for a direct clash, instead dispatching small units to engage with humanity. Still uncertain of the enemy's intentions, the forces remained cautious, primarily focused on reconnaissance. The demon plant king was absent from this site, yet several formidable demon plants commanding the demon plant legion exuded an overwhelming presence. Those two possess formidable strength, Yu Changfeng observed, gazing at the opposing demon plant clan. He referred specifically to a white, withered tree and a carnivorous flower brimming with thorns. Frosty demon tree, thorny demon flower, both of which are of second-tier strength. The frosty demon tree can transform into a treant form, exhibiting immense power, coupled with a potent and formidable chilling toxin. The thorny demon flower is exceedingly treacherous, capable of launching thorn projectiles. These thorns are exceptionally resilient and laced with paralyzing toxins, making them quite troublesome upon impact. Most terrifying is its gaping maw, akin to that of a monster, with razor-sharp teeth capable of devouring anything in its path. Previously, several awakened individuals from the gathering were consumed whole by it. The demon plant clan has grown stronger. Humanity is increasingly apprehensive compared to a decade ago. There are now more formidable and ferocious demon plant entities. Moreover, the demon plant king has yet to make an appearance. In that moment, the hearts of the human champions sank into despair. What could their intentions be? The administrator was equally perplexed, yearning to discern the motives of the demon plant clan. One could only speculate about the current strength of the demon plant king. It is likely that he has yet to break through to the third tier, but he is certainly at the pinnacle of the second tier. Yu Changfeng remarked gravely. The last assault on the 129 gathering site resulted in the acquisition of the majority of the tomato spiritual plant source, which likely enhanced their strength further. The demon plants can grow by consuming the source energy of the spiritual plants, thus establishing a natural enmity between them. The source, the administrator murmured, suddenly struck by a realization. This is bad. His pupils constricted as he shouted in alarm. Chapter 31. The Conspiracy of the Demon Plant Clan. Quick. Return to the gathering place. South Suburb. Their target is the South Suburb. Damn it. We have been deceived. Their aim is the tomato spirit plant. By heavens. The cunning demon plant clan. The administrator exclaimed furiously. He had unraveled the scheme of the demon plants. This entire army was merely a decoy. A classic strategy to lure the enemy away. From the very beginning, their objective was the tomato spirit plant in the South Suburb. Upon hearing the administrator's words, Yu Changfeng's eyes were filled with horror. How had these demon plants suddenly become so astute, employing cunning tactics? He had no time to ponder. If the truth were indeed as he feared, then the South Suburb was in grave danger. At that moment, numerous powerful individuals gathered at the base heard the administrator's analysis. Although they were reluctant to believe that the demon plant clan could orchestrate such a scheme, they were profoundly afraid that it was true. Return to the gathering place. My grandson is still over there. Kuhai was the first to voice his concern. He was anxious. If this truly was the machination of the demon plant clan, then Mo, who was currently in the South Suburb, was in peril. Many present had younger family members stationed in the Blade Army's reserve, and they too were filled with dread. Silence. Look at the chaos below, the administrator said in a stern voice. Immediately, the scene grew much calmer. The situation was urgent. It was highly likely that the demon plant king was among them. You and I will head to the South Suburb first. But we also need to maintain a defense here. There are still demon plant troops outside the perimeter. They cannot all retreat, and the majority must hold their ground. I will return as well, Kuhai declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at the administrator. After a moment of silence, the administrator nodded in agreement. Good. Time is of the essence. They boarded the hovering aircraft, preparing to depart. But at that moment, the demon plant army launched a fierce assault on the human defense. A colossal white treant soared into the air, obstructing the aircraft's path. Damn it, the administrator cursed. This display confirmed his suspicions. The demon plant clan had indeed plotted for the tomato spirit plant. They were stalling for time. By heavens. Die. The administrator leaped from the aircraft, charging towards the white treant. Lion King charge. He roared, resembling a ferocious lion intent on tearing apart its prey. A golden sphere of energy surged forth, embodying the power of gold. Roar. The thorn demon flower also sprang into action, its fearsome maw letting out a shriek. Yu Changfeng leaped from the aircraft. Clad in a white combat suit, his gaze unwavering, wielding a blue energy blade, an apparent source energy weapon. Wave slash. The blue blade sliced towards the thorn demon flower, exuding an overwhelming aura. befitting the strongest warrior of the gathering place. At this moment, other awakened individuals responded, launching their attacks against the demon plant clan. Rat-tat-tat. Source energy machine guns unleashed a barrage upon the demon plant legion, the surging energy waves shredding the foremost ranks of demons to pieces. Boom. The source energy cannons also joined the fray. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in flames, and the bionic vine puppets surged into the conflict, forming a defensive line. Source energy fighters. Source energy mechs. A myriad of diverse weaponry emerged. Bottles of various colored potions also appeared in the hands of the awakened. Kuhai piloted the aircraft towards the south suburb, while the administrator and Yu Changfeng shielded him from the two mightiest demon plants. They had to hasten to the south suburb. Kuhai's face was etched with urgency. He wished he could teleport there in an instant. Following his aircraft, a white orb closely trailed behind, resembling a dandelion. It then disintegrated into fragments, rapidly pursuing Kuhai. Mission accomplished. Zhang Zhao joyfully declared beneath the expansive tomato spirit plant. The Blade Army members were equally elated. Although the anticipated battle had not materialized, witnessing a spirit plant thrive within the gathering place filled them with a sense of accomplishment. Finally, it's over. I was about to die of boredom. Chun Guang yawned, declaring this mission to be the dullest he had ever participated in. Returning to the front lines will be much more exciting, Wang Jun stated succinctly, sharing Chun Guang's sentiment of disdain for such mundane tasks. His words instantly sparked a glimmer of joy in Chun Guang's eyes. Yes, the front lines would be far more interesting. We could slay some demon plants. Ming Qian also wore a smile, eagerly anticipating his return to the battlefield. For some inexplicable reason, amidst the crowd's cheers, he felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. What was going on? Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, warning. A dangerous presence detected. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The Spirit Palace's artificial intelligence detected peril and immediately issued a warning. This sudden change left everyone frozen in place, puzzled as to where the danger lay. Just then, the branches of the tomato spirit plant began to tremble violently, causing the ground to quake as if an earthquake had struck. It was frightened. Suemo sensed its emotional state. What exactly was it afraid of? Blade Army, prepare for battle. Li Yunfei swiftly reacted, shouting loudly. This brought the scene under control. Upon exiting the Spirit Palace, they discovered a wave of black mist rapidly enveloping their direction. Instantly, the area around the Spirit Palace transformed from day to night. Fog-spitting demon flower. Chun Guang exclaimed in alarm. Having dealt with demon plants for years, he recognized this as the result of the fog-spitting demon flower from the demon plant clan. The fog-spitting demon flower was a first-tier demon plant capable of exhaling black mist that severely limited human perception and visibility. However, a single fog-spitting demon flower produced a relatively small cloud of black mist, but now the mist was nearly engulfing the entire Spirit Palace. How many fog-spitting demon flowers could there possibly be? Why were there demon plants appearing in the gathering place? The expressions of Chun Guang and the others turned to horror. It was evident that this was an invasion by the demon plants. Everyone, ready yourselves. This is a demon plant invasion, Li Yunfei declared sternly. The Blade Army reserves stood frozen. They had never encountered demon plants before. And now faced with a demon plant invasion, they were unfamiliar with such a spectacle. Prepare for battle. Guard the spirit plants. There was no time to ponder why demon plants had appeared here. The urgency of the situation made protecting the spirit plants their top priority. Suddenly, a jet of black liquid shot out from the shadows. Quick dodge. That substance is toxic. Chun Guang warned immediately. Soon after, more jets of black liquid began to spray forth. Suemo and the others reacted swiftly, evading the black liquid. However, some individuals were caught off guard and were splashed by the black liquid. They watched in horror as the liquid corroded their clothing and made contact with their skin. A scream erupted as one individual found his skin corroded to the point of a gaping wound, emitting thick smoke. What a terrifying corrosive power. Witnessing this, the newcomers displayed expressions of sheer terror. Kill. Chun Guang unsheathed his combat blade, slicing towards a dense area of black mist. With a hiss, it seemed as if he had cleaved through something. The black mist thinned momentarily, revealing a peculiar plant. Its trumpet-shaped flower resembled flesh and blood, pitch black in color. Fog-spitting demon flower. He had cleaved it in two. The fog-spitting demon flower and Apos. S attack method was simple, exhaling black mist and corrosive liquid. What are you standing around for? Get to work. Chen Guang shouted in anger. These people were still watching. Couldn't they see the urgency of the situation? Ming Qian, Li Yunfei, and Wang Jun had already sprung into action. Their formidable strength allowed them to swiftly eliminate several fog-spitting demon flowers. Suemo also took action. Bang! He pulled the trigger. Sparks erupted from the barrel of the dark crow as it struck a concealed fog-spitting demon flower, obliterating it into fragments. He had spotted that fog-spitting demon flower long ago. This gun packs a punch. Wei Ziming and his companions sprang into action, drawing from their previous training exercises. They swiftly overcame their initial panic and launched an assault on the misty demon flowers. The density of the black mist emitted by these flowers had reached alarming levels. They needed to act quickly, lest they become completely blinded. The battle commenced. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the black fog, and a member of the Blade Army's reserves was snatched away. Gradually, the silhouette of a massive python materialized within the murky depths. Bamboo leaf vine snake. Someone immediately recognized its origin. A second-tier magical plant. Dread coursed through Su Mo as he witnessed the horror unfold. The individual who had been taken was alarmingly close to him. If ensnared, he feared he would also be unable to escape that terrifying speed. Some were paralyzed with fear, realizing they were no match for such a creature. The unfortunate awakened individual was engulfed in sheer terror as the bamboo leaf vine snake coiled around him with its tail, bringing him perilously close to its jaws. In a moment of utter panic, he was swallowed whole. A piercing scream escaped his lips, echoing in the air as the young awakened one met his demise. The reserves stood frozen in shock. Their earlier assault on the misty demon flowers coming to an abrupt halt. They were utterly terrified. Just moments ago, the victim had been laughing and joking with them, and now he lay lifeless. For many, it was their first encounter with death. A young life extinguished. A young awakened one who had believed joining the Blade Army would herald a bright future, now lost in an instant. Besides Suemo, Sun Yao and Li Shaner felt their legs weaken, paralyzed by the horror of the scene. Beasts, cursed beasts. Ming Qian roared, shattering one of the misty demon flowers with a single punch before leaping toward the bamboo leaf vine snake, energy pulsating in waves of yellow around him. A second-tier awakened one. To his astonishment, Ming Qian revealed himself as a second-tier awakened individual. Fury surged within him. This magical plant had dared to invade their stronghold and devoured a person right before his eyes. The distance had been too great for him to intervene in time. Damn it! With a furious strike, he smashed his fist into the head of the bamboo leaf vine snake, the force of his blow sending it reeling, dark green ichor spilling from its wound. The bamboo leaf vine snake, resembling a python with scales akin to bamboo leaves, was a formidable vine-based magical plant, skilled in ensnaring its prey. But today, it had encountered Ming Qian. Wake up! Just a single magical plant has frightened you all to this extent. Where is your resolve as awakened ones? This world is unforgiving. If you wish to survive, you must slay these monsters. Remember the residents of the stronghold behind you. Recall the responsibilities that come with being awakened. Ming Qian shouted passionately to the crowd. Gradually, the attendees shook off their terror. Indeed, was not their dream as awakened ones to vanquish magical plants and protect the stronghold? Fight! Let us confront these monsters. The flames of determination ignited once more, and everyone charged forward, ready to engage in battle with the magical plants, throwing caution to the wind. Chapter 32. Fierce battle. The venomous spray from the mist blossom, while potent, could be easily evaded by a skilled awakener, allowing them to approach and dispatch it with relative ease, as its defenses were rather feeble. However, the sheer number of these mist blossoms was concerning. Su Mo squeezed the trigger once more, eliminating another mist blossom, only to discover that the density of the surrounding black mist continued to rise, becoming increasingly difficult to disperse. If this situation persisted, it would become dire. The heightened concentration of the black mist would lead to a decrease in air quality, and the longer they delayed, the greater the risk of suffocation. Fall back. Retreat from the black mist. Li Yunfei shouted, issuing the command. Upon hearing this, the group promptly retreated towards the spirit palace. Suddenly, a towering shadow, standing 3 meters tall, emerged from the black mist, accompanied by thorn vine whips. A puppet of the demon vines. Suemo instantly recognized the creature. It was the same monster encountered during the drills. Yet this was no mere robotic imitation, but a genuine demon vine puppet. Swiftly dodging a fierce lash, Sumo's expression turned grave. There was more than one. Figures of the demon vine puppets began to materialize from the black mist. The situation had worsened considerably. The combat prowess of these puppets far exceeded that of the mist blossoms. Even an Awakener would find it challenging to contend with a single demon vine puppet. And most individuals present were at the nascent source stage, the weakest tier of Awakener. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, and the human side found itself under immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Alongside the 3-meter-tall puppets, several 5-meter-tall ones appeared as well. The larger the puppet, the greater its strength. Bang! Suemo fired again, hitting the demon vine puppet before him. The impact of the energy bullet tore a gaping hole in its form, dark green liquid oozing from the wound. A low growl emanated from the puppet. Enraged by Suemo and Amp, Oppos, S assault. Merely wounded Suemo and Amp, Oppos, S eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that the attack from the Dark Raven would not inflict significant damage. With a surge of battle intent, he entered a state of heightened awareness. The situation demanded utmost diligence. He had to give his all, gripping his military knife. Suemo charged at the demon vine puppet. Like a wraith, he evaded the lashes of the puppet's whips, closing in with determination. Slash! His blade struck the puppet, severing several vines, the sap spraying wildly. Heavy blow. After dealing a crushing blow, Suemo delivered a punch akin to a sledgehammer, striking the puppet's chest. The 3-meter-tall creature was sent flying, as if possessed by a war god. Thud! The demon vine puppet crashed to the ground. Its vines writhed, attempting to prop itself up, but Suemo would not grant it such mercy. He seized the opportunity to strike. With a swift thrust, his knife pierced the puppet's chest. Twisting as he did so, sensing something within, Suemo extracted it with his military knife, a demon plant source crystal. Each advanced demon plant contained a source crystal, and this puppet's seemed to possess greater energy than that of the mist blossom. Stowing the crystal into his storage space, he noticed no one was paying him heed, and quickly gathered the fallen vines from the slain puppet. These materials were invaluable, capable of yielding the essence of wood. He also collected some remnants from the mist blossom's corpses. Though Suemo had successfully slain the demon vine puppet, others were far less fortunate. Their strength paled in comparison to his, and their combat skills were still at a novice level, rendering them no match for the puppets. As the black mist thickened and the number of demon plants surged, the group had long since disbanded, each fighting for their own survival. A piercing scream shattered the air. Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he hastened towards the sound. 3 individuals were besieged by 4 demon vine puppets, being pushed back relentlessly, their bodies adorned with numerous bloodstains. One was ensnared by a puppet's vine, his face contorted in agony, clearly enduring excruciating pain. Bang! Suemo decisively fired his weapon. However, he missed the puppet ensnaring the individual, instead striking one nearby. The impact sent fluid splattering. Suemo lamented silently, his marksmanship needed refinement. With only 2 bullets left, and the others nearly expended, melee combat was their only recourse. Suemo and Oppos' shot immediately drew the attention of the demon vine puppets, and the one he struck lunged at him in fury. Come at me. Sumo's battle intent surged as he gripped his military knife and charged towards the puppet. The giant ant battle technique manifested, imbuing him with immense power. Boom. The 3-meter-tall puppet was knocked back by Sumo's assault, its nearby companion also affected, retreating under the force. Seizing the moment the puppet was airborne, Suemo struck, his knife plunging into its chest, twisting violently. He then swiftly extracted the source crystal with deft precision. In mere moments, he had executed a series of fluid motions, dispatching one of the demon vine puppets. The two onlookers stared in disbelief, astonished by the spectacle before them. "Don't just stand there. Attack!" Suemo bellowed, snapping them from their reverie. Gritting their teeth, they gripped their military knives and charged at the demon vine puppet. Sumo's formidable prowess bolstered their courage immensely. After dispatching the puppet, Suemo immediately turned to assist the ensnared comrade. Saving him was paramount. Employing the long ant technique with his knife, Sumo's strikes were fierce and merciless. Each blow severed the vines of the puppet, a true slaughter. He was overwhelming. Flash! One powerful stroke cleaved the vine, ensnaring the victim. With a swift turn, he delivered a heavy punch, piercing the puppet and Apos' chest, still gripping a source crystal in hand. Slowly withdrawing, he flicked away the plant and Apos' sap and approached the ensnared individual. However, he found him motionless, face down on the ground. Suemo flipped him over and was met with a horrific sight. The man was emaciated, eyes wide open, mouth agape in a ghastly grimace. A desiccated corpse. His flesh and blood had been entirely drained. The brutality of the scene struck Suemo as if he had been hit by a hammer, memories flooding back, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Crack! A whip struck Suemo, sending him sprawling to the side. Suemo, the remaining two, seeing him unresponsive, grew frantic. The puppet saw its chance to eliminate Suemo, charging towards him with lethal intent. Leaping high, it sought to crush Suemo. One of the shorter youths gritted his teeth and rushed forward, eyes fierce. Aerial kick, he shouted, leaping into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The boy and the puppet collided violently, both tumbling aside, averting a grave disaster. The young man landed on the ground, sweat pouring from his forehead, blood staining his right leg. His calf was fractured. The puppet's strength was overwhelming. His kick felt like striking a solid steel plate, the recoil inflicting significant damage upon him. "Ho dong dong, thank you." Suemo regained his senses, rising from the ground to kneel beside the shorter youth, speaking softly. Wiping the blood from his lips, Suemo turned his gaze towards the demon vine puppet, now filled with murderous intent. "From here on, it's my turn." Suemo transformed into an ethereal specter, dashing towards the vine puppet with remarkable speed. His military blade had been stripped from him, leaving him empty-handed, akin to a fierce ant engaging in a frenzied assault against the demonic puppet. Each punch delivered a devastating blow. The puppet was battered mercilessly, its flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The vines adorning its body shattered one after another, until Suemo ultimately tore it apart entirely. A scene of bloodshed. Ho Dong Dong was left in awe, unable to fathom the sheer ferocity with which Suemo fought. After vanquishing one vine puppet, Suemo immediately launched himself at the last remaining adversary. Moments later, the ground was littered with fallen vines once more. Suemo was drenched in the viscous sap of the demonic plants, resembling a fiend from the depths of hell. Ho Dong Dong and another youth were already rendered speechless by the display of his combat prowess. As Sumo's murderous intent receded, a faint smile appeared on his face, fulfilling his mission without disgrace. Yet, his smile, coupled with the grotesque sap covering him and the surrounding scene of carnage, seemed particularly jarring. "Suemo, you are astonishingly powerful," Ho Dong Dong stammered. When he first entered the elite class, he had greeted Suemo, who had not even recognized him. At that time, he perceived Suemo as somewhat arrogant. However, witnessing such formidable strength now made that arrogance seem entirely justified. They were all newly awakened. So why was he so overwhelmingly strong? Their hearts were awash with a tumult of emotions. "Thank you for earlier. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have perished." Suemo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for Ho Dong Dong's timely kick, he would have suffered a grievous blow from the vine puppet, perhaps leading to his demise. He had just emerged from a state of mental disorientation, which could also be described as a state of sheer terror. It was as if the original owner of his body was recalling the most harrowing moments of their life, thus influencing him. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his fear and break free. That corpse. It was its presence that triggered such memories, as two identical bodies surfaced in his mind, those of his parents. At the tender age of 7, witnessing the brutal demise of his parents had left an indelible mark on his psyche, eventually culminating in his severe autism. It dawned upon him that the death of his parents was intertwined with the demonic plant clan and the invasion that transpired a decade ago. Although Ho Dongdong was oblivious to Sumo's previous immobility, he felt a bit shy of being thanked. "Your kick earlier was impressive. May I inquire what technique that was?" Sumo suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Ho Dongdong's face lit up with pride as he replied, "This is our Ho family's ancestral martial art, the flying cloud leg." "Remarkable," Sumo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This martial art was indeed formidable. Had Ho Dongdong's physical prowess matched that of the technique, he might have slain the vine puppet with that kick. Ho Dongdong sheepishly scratched his head. "I still have a long way to go, but one day I will elevate it and surpass my father." His eyes sparkled with determination. Sumo chuckled. "And where is your father now?" "In the vanguard camp." "I see." After administering a longevity potion to Ho Dongdong, Sumo observed as his injuries began to mend. With their weapons in hand, the trio stepped once more into the shrouded mist. Chapter 33. The formidable Ming Qian. "Behold, this creature is indeed remarkably powerful." Wei Ziming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exhaling deeply, and glanced at Zhao Yi beside him. "Old Zhao, how are you holding up?" "I'll survive." Zhao Yi's voice was somewhat weak. In the chaos caused by the onslaught of the magical vine puppets, they had been scattered, but fortunately, he and Wei Ziming had managed to stick close together and flee. Under the relentless pursuit of several magical vine puppets, they had sustained injuries. Yet, through their cooperation, they had managed to turn the tables on one of the most relentless pursuers, momentarily alleviating their peril. "I wonder if the others managed to escape," Wei Ziming said with a hint of concern. Everyone was dispersed this time. The magical plant clan is aggressive, and each person could encounter fatal danger. Sumo should be fine, but as for Qian Er and the others, it's hard to say. Zhao Yi replied solemnly. Sumo certainly possessed the strength to confront the magical vine puppets head-on. But Qian Er and his companions were still novices among the awakened and would likely struggle in direct confrontation. I hope they remain safe. This crisis came too suddenly. Wei Ziming sighed. The origins of these magical plants were unknown to them, and they were utterly bewildered by the attack. "Let us gradually scout the surroundings and attempt to regroup," Zhao Yi suggested. "Indeed. Damn it. This wretched creature is incredibly tough," Ming Qian roared, delivering a powerful punch that tore a massive hole in the bamboo leaf vine snake. The snake writhed in agony, its body covered in wounds, no longer exuding its prior arrogance. Ming Qian's fierce gaze burned with intensity. It had been far too long since he had engaged in such an exhilarating battle. Ever since his essence was damaged, he had been confined to the Awakening Academy as a teacher, leading a group of young novices. In his youth, he had been a rising star in the Blade Army, breaking through to the second tier at a young age and earning the reputation of a young warrior, rivaling even the legendary Yu Changfeng. Yet, a decade ago, an accident had robbed him of his brilliance, forcing him to fade into obscurity. Time had not been kind. His once thick hair had grown sparse, and his visage had become increasingly gaunt. He needed to quickly dispatch the bamboo leaf vine snake, for the encroaching darkness was thickening, signaling the approach of more magical plants. The Blade Army is in peril. The spirit plants are in peril. Damn it. These vile creatures seem determined to capture the spirit plants, having grown complacent. Ming Qian cursed inwardly, his expression growing ever more grave. He was acutely aware that this situation was a ruse of the magical plant clan. The frontline forces were likely a diversion, while the true objective lay in capturing the tomato spirit plants. Fortunately, the number of second-tier magical plants was still relatively low. Otherwise, they would truly be overwhelmed. When would reinforcements arrive from the front lines? If this dragged on, they would truly be unable to withstand it. Mountain collapse, Ming Qian bellowed, unleashing both fists, channeling the surging earth attribute energy. Boom. Like thunder, the snake's head exploded into fragments. This was Ming Qian's signature technique, the collapse fist. Upon mastery, his strikes resembled the very force of nature, and now, bolstered by his second-tier awakening prowess and elemental enhancement, the damage was astronomical. Die? Ming Qian's eyes glinted coldly, preparing to deliver another blow to vanquish the bamboo leaf vine snake. Ming Qian, help. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the swirling black mist. A figure dashed toward Ming Qian, its previously terrified expression transforming upon spotting him, as if seeing a beacon of hope. "Isn't that Qian?" Ming Qian recognized the desperate figure in astonishment. Thud, thud, thud. Before he could ponder further, a tremendous rumble resonated from the black mist, akin to an earthquake. Finally, he discerned the source of the commotion. A colossal monster, towering 10 meters high, approached with each step sending shockwaves through the ground. By the heavens, a 10-meter-tall magical vine puppet. Even Ming Qian couldn't help but curse internally. This was a second-tier magical vine puppet, far superior in combat prowess compared to the bamboo leaf vine snake. Qian's survival up to this point was nothing short of miraculous. A single strike from that beast could obliterate him. The puppet was merely toying with him. Qian had been with several members of the Blade Army, and when confronted with this second-tier puppet, they had been paralyzed with fear. The brutal creature launched an immediate attack with its massive whip, swiftly reducing the nearby Blade Army members to mere blood mist. That horrifying scene left them stunned, their legs trembling in terror. Qian, having been at the rear, was far enough away to regain his senses quickly and fled in haste. There was no way to fight back. Stopping to resist? That would be akin to a chicken challenging an atomic bomb. He had no idea how his companions fared. All that echoed in his mind was one word: run. But soon enough, he felt the ground tremble behind him, realizing the monster was in pursuit. Just when he thought doom was imminent, he spotted Ming Qian. He dashed toward Ming Qian, clutching at the last vestige of hope. Damn it! As the magical vine puppet swung its massive whip, Ming Qian cursed under his breath and sprang into action. In comparison to the 10-meter giant, Ming Qian appeared as a mere mouse, but he was undeterred. He charged forward, enveloping his fist in earth attribute energy, radiating a brilliant glow. Heavenly collapse. He unleashed all his might in a single strike. Boom. The impact between his fist and the giant whip erupted with a deafening sound, akin to a thunderclap. The resounding blast reverberated throughout the vicinity. Crack. To his astonishment, the colossal whip was shattered by Ming Qian's strike. The recoil sent him staggering backward for several meters. Regaining his footing, he noticed several jagged gashes adorning his fist. This collision had wounded him. After all, human bodies were inherently fragile. This is quite challenging, Ming Qian mused. Weighing the odds of the battle, he was at a disadvantage. A decade ago, he had just broken through to the second tier when his essence was compromised. Although he had since recovered, his level remained at the weakest second tier. If the bamboo leaf vine snake was a mere novice of the second tier, this magical vine puppet was a formidable second-tier opponent. Moreover, its combat skills were exceptional, renowned within the magical plant clan as a combat-oriented entity. While he had shattered its weapon, the giant whip, its fighting style encompassed more than just swinging a whip. Its immense size rendered it formidable in close combat as well. Yet he possessed only an NX silver demon and a steel military knife. How could he contend with this? He lacked suitable weaponry. The NX silver demon might suffice against a first-tier magical plant, but its effectiveness waned against a second-tier foe, failing to pose significant trouble. Only brute force remains. Ming Qian gritted his teeth, clutching the steel military knife and charging at the magical vine puppet. Be careful of that bamboo leaf vine snake, he shouted to Qian as he surged forward. Huh. Qian blinked in confusion. Turning around, he spotted the headless bamboo leaf vine snake lying limp on the ground. Suddenly, it stirred. Whoosh. A flash of green light shot forth from the bamboo leaf vine snake, a chilling aura causing Qian to jump back in shock. He barely managed to evade the green projectile. Swoosh. It was too swift. His arm was struck. A gaping blood hole punctured his flesh. Ah! Qian screamed in agony, the pain overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, he realized the projectile was a razor-sharp scale resembling a bamboo leaf. This was one of the bamboo leaf vine snake's attack methods, the bamboo leaf's flying scales. This was indeed a second-tier magical plant. Qian's expression turned grave. Despite its head being destroyed, it remained a second-tier creature. He was merely a fledgling who had just awakened. Why was he facing second-tier foes on his first mission? Such misfortune. Tears brimmed in Qian's eyes. Soon, The second bamboo leaf's flying scales shot forth once more, but this time, he was prepared and managed to evade the attack. However, the bamboo leaf vine snake began to move its tendrils. Damn! Qian Er cursed under his breath, forced to wield his military knife and maneuver. Ming Qian was also at a loss, engaged in battle with the magic puppet, his steel blade striking the creature, but only managing to sever a few tendrils. Like a nimble mouse, he dodged the puppet's strikes, circling around it, waiting for the opportune moment. Whoosh! A flurry of bamboo leaves shot out in rapid succession. The relentless assault made it difficult for Qian Er to evade, resulting in several hits that left him bloodied. Fortunately, none struck a vital point. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Crack! The headless bamboo leaf vine snake rose, crushing the deadwood beneath, creating a cacophony. Its tendrils squirmed like maggots, seemingly attempting to mend its severed head. Oh no! Panic surged through Qian Er. If it healed, he would be in dire straits. With resolve, he charged forward with his military knife. Whack! With fierce momentum, he was swiftly knocked aside by the snake's tail. The disparity in levels was overwhelming. Annoyed by Qian Er's interference, the bamboo leaf vine snake seemed intent on eliminating the ant before it. This is it. Stricken by the sight, Qian Er felt despair clawing at him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. A spray of liquid erupted from the magic puppet near Qian Er. Dark Crow. Qian Er recognized the source of the noise. It was the sound of Dark Crow pulling the trigger. That sound was like celestial music. The impact momentarily halted the bamboo leaf vine snake's advance, alleviating Qian Er's crisis. TSK, it seems this thing still deals relatively low damage to second-tier foes. A youthful voice teased from the shadows. Two figures emerged beside him. Mo-gu! Qian Er exclaimed with surprise, his voice tinged with emotion. Today had been a roller coaster of feelings for him. I must say, old Er, you look rather worse for wear. Su Mo remarked with a playful tone. Woo-woo-woo. Qian Er broke down in tears. He had managed to hold it together until now, but seeing a familiar face, he could no longer contain his feelings of grievance. After all, he was still a child at heart. All right, no more crying. Su Mo consoled him, then turned to his companions. This fellow has taken a severe beating. Let us work together to take it down. The shorter boy, Ho Dong Dong, nodded in agreement. Battle mode activated. Su Mo initiated the assault, his military knife gleaming like a drawn blade. Aerial kick. Ho Dong Dong also sprang into action. Bang! The other companion was not idle either, gripping Dark Crow and firing a shot at the bamboo leaf vine snake. Although the damage was minimal, it succeeded in disrupting the creature. What of a second-tier magical plant? It was merely a cornered beast. Let us get this done. Chapter 34. The Slaying of the Bamboo Leaf Vine Snake. And the wretched ghost Dandelion the bamboo leaf vine snake had already sustained severe injuries, its breath wavering, and its head was completely obliterated. Su Mo wielded his military knife, cleaving into its body, tearing open several large gashes from which the viscous fluid, the lifeblood of a magical plant, flowed. This was a second-tier magical plant. If he were to slay it, it would be a magnificent accolade on his life's journey. Ho Dong Dong kicked at the bamboo leaf vine snake, managing to dislodge a few scales, yet he remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. The corporeal strength of a second-tier magical plant was indeed formidable. Despite the relentless barrage from the two, it was scarcely affected. Where lies its weakness? Su Mo pondered while continuing his assault. It is said that a snake's weakness is located at its 7 inches. But how could one measure that on such a colossal creature? The fact that it had not succumbed even after its head was shattered indicated that the source crystal was not situated within its cranium. With a steely resolve, Su Mo altered his approach, shifting from agile evasion to close-quarters combat. He latched onto the neck of the bamboo leaf vine snake, one hand plunging into its trunk, pressing firmly against its body. Sensing the anomaly, the bamboo leaf vine snake thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Su Mo, yet he clung on like a piece of gum. Utterly unshakable, Su Mo was not without discomfort. The rolling motions pinned him to the ground, his back searing with pain, his body nearly falling apart, transforming agony into motivation. He relentlessly stabbed his military knife into the creature's form. The 7 inches of the snake also referred to its heart, which could always be found beneath the head. With each strike, Viscous fluid sprayed forth. Had it been red, Sumo would have appeared as a blood-soaked warrior. The scales on the bamboo leaf vine snake had nearly been depleted, rendering it incapable of launching any further attacks. Finally, with a clang, the blade seemed to strike something solid. The source crystal. Sumo was certain that this was indeed the source crystal. He had finally located it. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he discarded the military knife, transforming his fist into a claw that plunged into the opening. It felt as though he were piercing through a viscous flesh wall, until he finally grasped the hard object within. "Come out," Sumo bellowed, yanking it free. Releasing his other hand that had been gripping the trunk of the bamboo leaf vine snake, and with a powerful kick, executed a flawless 360-degree roll, landing in a crouch. The tattered remnants of his combat suit fluttering in the wind. With a resounding thud, the massive trunk of the bamboo leaf vine snake crashed to the ground, falling silent. Its slender tendrils losing vitality. It was dead. Sumo had successfully slain the second-tier magical plant, the bamboo leaf vine snake. Breathless, Ho Dongdong stood aside, awestruck by the spectacle. Moments earlier, the bamboo leaf vine snake had been thrashing about madly, and he had been unable to intervene, merely watching as Sumo dispatched it. How formidable! Observing Sumo's silhouette, Ho Dongdong was filled with genuine admiration. He seemed to be the new star of the battlefield, rising with unparalleled might. "Wow, Brother Mo is incredible," Qian Er exclaimed in worship. "Absolutely amazing." Sumo felt the source energy pulsating within the crystal in his hand and silently stored it in his spatial pouch. Though he felt some pain, fortunately, it was merely superficial. Thus, he chose not to use the rejuvenation potion, as his stock was limited, and he preferred to conserve it. Meanwhile, on another front, Ming Qian was once again slammed into the ground by the magical vine puppet. The reason for the repetition was that during Sumo's battle, Ming Qian had already been knocked down several times. It was a dismal sight. Damn it, why is it so strong? Ming Qian felt numb, realizing that he was no match for its might, and his own physicality was comparatively weaker, making it difficult to inflict damage. If only he had a source energy weapon. Ming Qian seethed internally. Ming Qian, Sumo, and the others, witnessing Ming Qian's predicament, were filled with concern. They had no desire to confront the second-tier magical vine puppet. It was incomparable to the severely injured bamboo leaf vine snake. Whoever engaged would meet their demise. Ming Qian was gravely injured, his internal organs nearly shattered. "Ming Qian, catch!" Sumo shouted, tossing 2 rejuvenation potions toward him. Upon hearing this, Ming Qian rushed forward to catch them. It was only then that he realized the bamboo leaf vine snake had been slain by Sumo and the others. When did that happen? He had been so focused on his own battle that he had no time to monitor theirs. Although the rejuvenation potion was merely a first-tier potion, it was still effective for second-tier awakened, albeit not as overwhelmingly powerful as it was for first-tier awakened. As one potion entered his system, Ming Qian felt a warm current coursing through him, gradually mending his grievously wounded organs, restoring him to a much better state. "You all need to support the others. There are too many magical plants. Everyone must gather in the spirit palace," Ming Qian instructed them. They were of little help here. It would be wiser to deal with the first-tier magical plants, especially since the situation was uncertain regarding who might still be alive. He was also concerned about the possibility of stronger magical plants emerging. "Ming Qian, hurry. Leave this to me," Ming Qian bellowed once more, charging at the magical vine puppet. Sumo's gaze hardened, and he replied solemnly, "Go." The group vanished once again into the swirling black mist. The ghost dandelion. Kuhai stood atop the wrecked aircraft, which had plummeted, his entire being suffused with red source energy, his gaze fixed intently upon the white abomination before him. It was a humanoid creature composed of countless dandelion tufts, towering approximately 3 meters high, devoid of facial features. This was the second-tier magical plant, Ghost Dandelion. The aircraft had been downed by its assault. The ghost dandelion appeared like a specter, silently emerging, its formidable strength making it a challenging adversary. It had targeted Kuhai to thwart his journey to the southern suburbs for reinforcements. Kuhai's eyes burned crimson. He was incensed. and with the awakening of his fire attribute source energy, he resembled an erupting volcano. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Kuhai, embodying the essence of a fiery war god, surged forward, muscles rippling with deadly intent as he attacked the ghost dandelion. On his right wrist glimmered a silver bracelet, radiating light, a source energy weapon. This was Kuhai's exclusive source energy weapon, capable of enhancing the power of awakened individuals. Mighty God Fist. He delivered a crushing blow to the ghost dandelion, the immense energy wave shattering it, singeing a portion of the dandelion tufts with fiery attributes. Sizzling sounds erupted, accompanied by curling white smoke. The force of this strike was overwhelming. Even the ghost dandelion had not anticipated that this human could unleash such a tremendous wave of power. Moreover, the fire attribute source energy enveloping Kuhai's body had reached a level of total saturation. He was no ordinary second-tier awakened. That mighty God Fist technique. If Mo were present, he would certainly recognize its familiarity. It was a manifestation of battle intent. Kuhai had also consumed the martial intent potion. This mighty God Fist technique originated from the Crimson Giant Ant clan, renowned as their signature combat skill. Kuhai unleashed this technique with full force, delivering a devastating blow to the ghost dandelion. The tufts of dandelions scattered through the air, too frightened to regroup. This was the ghost dandelion's most troublesome aspect. It was incredibly challenging to annihilate. The tufts made it nearly impossible to discern its true form. With the aircraft destroyed, Kuhai found it exceedingly difficult to provide timely support to the southern suburbs. He was now filled with rage. I shall first eliminate you. His voice was akin to a ghostly whisper. Transforming into a colossal crimson giant ant, he launched a relentless assault on the ghost dandelion. The searing fire attribute energy rendered the surrounding air seemingly distorted, a play of light refraction. The dandelion tufts were beaten back, with a considerable portion set ablaze. If the ghostly dandelion could speak, it would undoubtedly lament its decision to intercept Kuhai, who is nothing short of a monster, possessing an extraordinary strength. Everyone has been deceived by Kuhai and Apos' appearance. This old man's combat prowess is formidable, and he has long used his age to mislead others. At the Yang family estate, he did not exert his full strength. Had he done so, the moment the managers arrived, the Yang family would have been utterly annihilated. Today, however, this aged tiger has been thoroughly provoked. Mo is his Achilles heel, and now, ensnared in a precarious situation, he is obstructed by a magical plant, inciting his fury. The atmosphere trembles with power as the surrounding air seems to solidify. This is yet another technique of the crimson giant ant, a formidable species among the insect tribe, even birthing monarchs. Thus, the potion Kuhai consumes is of a higher caliber than Mo's. It is evident that this alchemist was a prodigy in his youth, capable of subduing an entire generation. After being intimidated, the ghostly dandelion's movements appear to slow, and it is relentlessly harvested by the fire-imbued energy. Flee. The ghostly dandelion feels the urge to retreat. If the battle continues, it may well face death. Huh, now you wish to escape? Kuhai scoffs. His tiger-like eyes widen. Too late. I have found you. His figure transforms into a crimson blur, instantly appearing amidst the dandelions. Die. The sound of thunder reverberates. The mighty fist. The fiery giant fist ascends with tremendous force. Where it strikes, the fire energy bursts forth like waves, radiating in all directions. Crackle. All the dandelions ignite, sizzling in the air before ultimately disintegrating into ashes, carried away by the wind to the barren ground. At the heart of this devastation lies a radiant crystal, the source crystal of the ghostly dandelion, a second-tier magical plant, and one of the higher echelons within its rank. The ghostly dandelion perishes beneath Kuhai's fiery fist. After collecting the source crystal, Kuhai gazes towards the southern outskirts and transforms into a streak of red lightning, racing away. Mo and Apos. Wait for me. Damn, I cannot perish here. Ming Qian spat blood once more, furrowing his brow in silent curses. He is mercilessly battered by this magical vine puppet. He cannot breach its defenses, while he himself is but a fragile being before it. The struggle is exasperating. After consuming the last vial of evergreen potion, his injuries ease slightly. But it signifies that he cannot recover from further harm. Truly unfortunate. Ming Qian steels himself, yet his countenance betrays no fear. Humanity's struggle against the magical plant race is one of life and death, a clash of sworn enemies. Chapter 35, Show of Strength, Red Spore's Captain. A voice rang out. Oldly, what brings you here? Ming Qian, upon recognizing the visitor, spoke with urgency. You must leave at once. This formidable creature cannot be faced with your current abilities. He urged Li Yunfei to depart swiftly, knowing well that he was merely at the first stage of transformation. Captain, take this. Without hesitation, Li Yunfei tossed a bundle to Ming Qian. Catching it deftly, Ming Qian's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was a pair of gauntlets, source energy weapons, no less. To his astonishment, they were his own, preserved by old Li. Captain, I leave this to you. I shall assist Su Mo and the others. After a brief exchange, Li Yunfei turned and dashed away, urgency propelling him forward. It was Su Mo who had summoned him moments before. Feeling the surging source energy emanating from the gauntlets, Ming Qian's heart ignited with fervor. He glared at the nearby demon puppet, teeth clenched. You thought you could pummel me without consequence? Let us see how I shatter your vine defenses now. These gauntlets, named Earth Shatter, were custom crafted by Dr. Qin Shi for Ming Qian upon his ascension to the second stage. Though classified as a first-stage source weapon, they rivaled the most rudimentary second-stage weapons. After suffering damage to his essence, Earth Shatter had been left in the hands of the Blade Corps, with Li Yunfei safeguarding them all along. In truth, these gauntlets could only unleash their full potential when paired with Shattering Fist. In other hands, they would be no more effective than a basic weapon. Shatter the Mountains. Once adorned with the gauntlets, Ming Qian's aura transformed entirely. With a fist like thunder, he struck the demon puppet, this time not merely grazing it, but shattering the vines that enveloped it. The 10-meter-tall monstrosity was sent staggering back over 10 meters, the sight utterly breathtaking. The true battle had only just commenced. Kill. Su Mo and his companions had breached the Spirit Palace, joining forces with the surviving members of the Blade Corps to engage in fierce combat against the surrounding demon puppets and fog-spitting plants. With just over 20 individuals present, some had already perished at the hands of the demon flora. Wang Jun and Chun Guang stood valiantly at the forefront, dispatching the ordinary 3-meter-tall demon puppets with ease. After encountering Li Yunfei and exchanging urgent words regarding Ming Qian's plight, Li Yunfei sprinted towards that direction, clutching Ming Qian's weapon, Earth Shatter. Having heard of Ming Qian's return, he had intended to deliver it before the unexpected assault of the demon plants. Upon spotting Wei Ziming, Zhao Yi, Sun Yao, and Li Shaner still alive, Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Their fortune had held, following closely behind Chun Guang, who had shielded them from several crises. Chun Guang wielded a silver longsword, its sharp blade effortlessly slicing through the demon flora's outer layers, his technique bold and uninhibited, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty swordsman. Another source energy weapon, coming from a prominent family. Chun Guang had commissioned Dr. Qin Shi to forge this weapon at great expense. In the transformation phase, Chun Guang exhibited signs of awakening attributes. His reservoir of source energy vast as the ocean, reaching the pinnacle of first-stage Awakeners. Truly, he was the most illustrious young talent of the Blade Corps. Boom, boom, boom. More demon puppets emerged, several exceeding 7 meters in height. A palpable sense of pressure enveloped the Blade Corps members. At this level, we cannot possibly contend. A wave of helplessness surged through everyone. Bring it on. Chun Guang's voice roared like thunder. With his longsword raised, he charged towards the tallest demon puppets, undaunted. A tempest. The blade's shadow lashed out like a furious wind, its countless strikes etching deep fissures into the demon puppets. The foremost demon puppet was cleaved into 8 pieces, its remains cascading to the ground, leaving behind a fallen source crystal. One man holds the pass. No one can advance. How powerful! The onlookers gasped in awe. But there was no time to pause, as more demon plants swarmed in. Kill! We must hold our ground. Wang Jun, gripping his military knife, also plunged into the fray. Though merely at the Source Sea realm, His years of combat experience had honed his skills to perfection, allowing him to dispatch enemies with ease. "Let us join the fray," Suemo urged his companions, charging forward, with Ho Dongdong among them. "Damn it! Let us slaughter these abominable creatures." Wei Ziming cursed vehemently, wielding his military knife with ferocity. The others rallied, shouting to bolster their spirits. The 7 of them surged like a sharpened blade into the massive demon plants. This formation, learned during their time with the Blade Corps, was designed for teamwork, transforming them into a battlefield meat grinder. With each demon plant they felled, their spirits soared. Are we truly this strong? They could hardly believe it. Just months prior, even a single untransformed demon puppet had posed a significant challenge. Now, they had dispatched so many evolved ones. Ho Dongdong fought fiercely, his martial arts skills sharp, and with comrades at his side, his abilities were fully unleashed. "Old man, I'm quite formidable now. You'll surely be taken aback upon your return," he mused, delivering a brutal kick to a nearby demon puppet. "By heavens, these youngsters are performing admirably." Returning, Li Yunfei commended Suemo and his companions. "Steady yourselves, form teams of 5, and hold the line." Observing the disarray among others, Li Yunfei shouted commands. Truly, the rivalry is staggering. With Li Yunfei's guidance, the remaining members recalled their training and swiftly regrouped, forming a cohesive front. At that moment, they managed to withstand the onslaught of the demon flora. "Brothers, let us make a significant strike. Do you see that one?" Suemo pointed to a 5-meter-tall demon puppet not far off. It was on par with an awakened Source Sea Realm individual. Could they truly confront such a formidable foe? Doubts lingered, yet Sumo's words ignited their latent valor. "Let us do it." Wei Ziming was the first to respond, already caught up in the thrill of battle. "Kill! Kill! Sugu, we follow your lead." There were no objections, excitement coursing through them. "Onward!" Suemo commanded, leading the charge. The demon puppet emitted an odd sound upon noticing the approaching humans. "Charge!" Suemo was the first to strike, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the smaller demon puppets surrounding it flying, creating a vacuum. Boom! The sound reverberated, and the 5-meter-tall demon puppet was sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the others swarmed in, resembling a pack of hounds hunting an elephant. Crack! The clash of blades against vines echoed, blades piercing flesh. The demon puppet sustained several grievous wounds. Swish! As it attempted to retaliate with its vine whips, Suemo was prepared, stepping forward to seize one and pull it outward. The demon puppet, enraged, sought to fling Suemo away, but was besieged by relentless attacks from his comrades. Indeed, it was proven that many ants can indeed bring down an elephant. The demon puppet writhed in frustration, its essence oozing from its injuries. As time ticked away, the movements of the vine puppet grew increasingly sluggish. Now is the moment. Suemo seized the opportunity, forcefully tugging at the vine whip, propelling himself into the air with the recoil. A heavy strike. With the blade as his hammer, he plunged it fiercely into the chest of the vine puppet. Its hands attempted to grasp Suemo, but were swiftly ensnared by Wei Ziming and the others, rendering it immobile. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Suemo frantically pierced the puppet's chest, its juices splattering all over him. Die! Grasping the source crystal, he extracted it directly from the creature. The 5-meter-tall vine puppet fell. "Ha ha ha, we have triumphed." Wei Ziming laughed heartily. "Come on, everyone, let's continue." With the source crystal secured, Suemo felt rather pleased. The battle was paramount. They charged towards other magical plants. At the core of the spirit palace, "Zhang, we can hardly hold on any longer. Our weapons are severely damaged, and our energy is dwindling," a worried mechanic apprentice lamented. When the magical plants launched their assault, they had not rushed out with the Blade Army to fend them off, but rather remained guarding around the spirit plants, accompanied by a dozen or so city guards. The spirit palace was also equipped with defensive weaponry, namely the energy cannons on the parapets, yet the numbers of magical plants were overwhelming, even with the Blade Army at the forefront. Some managed to slip through into the interior. After all, their numbers were too few. Zhang Zhao's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. He suspected that the assault by the magical plants was far from simple. The immense effort to lure most of the powerful beings to the outer defenses indicated their intense desire for the tomato spirit plants. How could there only be first-tier magical plants along with a handful of second-tier ones? He harbored a terrifying suspicion, one he dared not voice, for fear it would shatter the morale of everyone present. The guard team will hold the line. The apprentice mechanics will operate the energy cannons to deal with the stronger magical plants, Zhang Zhao commanded solemnly. We must stall for time and await rescue. The mechanic apprentice who had just spoken clicked his tongue, wanting to say something but refraining. Is there truly any hope for rescue? It has been so long. At that moment, spores began to drift from the parapets, transforming into vibrant red flowers. The corpse flower, another new magical plant, had emerged. They could disseminate peculiar spores, which could morph into diminutive versions of the corpse flower, secreting a highly corrosive fluid. Moreover, the corpse flower was at least a second-tier magical plant. Its true form had yet to appear, but these spores signified its proximity. It aimed to corrode the energy cannons on the parapets. Zhang Zhao immediately comprehended its intent and shouted, "Quick! Shoot down those flowers!" Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted. The apprentice mechanics swiftly drew their handguns. For these flowers were merely spores of the corpse flower, weak enough that an ordinary person could crush them underfoot. However, their sheer numbers meant that the rate at which they could be shot down was far outpaced by the rate at which the flowers proliferated. What is this? A member of the Blade Army noticed a small red dot appearing on his arm and curiously poked at it. Quick! Use source energy to resist it. Crush it! Li Yunfei shouted urgently upon witnessing the scene. Due to the protracted battle, their source energy was running low, and the individual had no time to mobilize it. Suddenly, the red dot rapidly expanded, transforming into a red, enchanting flower with strange viscous liquid dripping from its petals. Sizzle, sizzle. Ah! A piercing scream resonated throughout the area. Chapter 36. The Green Longsword and the Demise of the Corrupting Flower. In an instant, his arm was corroded by the viscous substance, emitting wisps of white vapor, swiftly revealing the ghastly white bones beneath. The excruciating pain compelled him to scream in agony. Gritting his teeth against the torment, he tore the crimson flower from its stem, accompanied by a significant piece of flesh. Sizzling, the fallen red flower continued to emit smoke before gradually withering away. What on earth is this? The expression of horror was mirrored on the faces of those around him. The corrupting flower, Li Yunfei uttered solemnly. Everyone, be cautious of those red spores. Utilize your source energy to resist. Do not allow them to possess you. With these words, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Another second-tier magical plant had appeared. How many second-tier beings had the magical plant clan summoned? A wave of helplessness washed over him. Su Mo enveloped himself with source energy, effortlessly crushing the red spores. This entity was utterly powerless in its untransformed state, rendering it harmless. However, the transformation would pose a considerable threat. Everyone, be vigilant. Do not inhale them. He warned those nearby. Nods of agreement followed, for inhaling such spores would be disastrous, likely resulting in being corroded into a pool of putrid remains. Suemo, do you think reinforcements will arrive? Sun Yao inquired softly, fatigue etched on her face. The intensity of their battle had left them utterly exhausted, their source energy nearly depleted. After all, only those who had established a source C within the source-gathering realm could endure a prolonged conflict. Sun Yao's words echoed the sentiments of the group. Suemo remained silent for a moment before resignedly replying, I do not know. Perhaps they will come. The absence of reinforcements for this long indicates that the situation at the front lines is even more dire than here. Do not despair. If your source energy runs low, absorb source crystals to replenish. Noticing the despondent mood among the group, Suemo offered words of encouragement. They were not lacking in source crystals, which could serve as a precautionary measure. Suemo remained invigorated, primarily due to his possession of the mysterious manuscript pages, which allowed him to absorb source crystals at an extraordinary pace, while the others struggled to do so. In this regard, he could be considered a pseudo-source C awakened being. Have any of you seen Utano? Sun Yao suddenly interjected. Indeed. Where is Utaner? It dawned on everyone that they had not seen her presence for some time. After all, She was the daughter of General Yu, possessing considerable strength in her own right. Could it be? Qian Er's voice trailed off. Impossible. Wei Ziming interrupted his speculation, asserting, as the daughter of General Yu, she surely possesses source energy weapons for defense. I saw her earlier, but we got separated afterward. Sun Yao relayed. Despite the substantial number of magical vine puppets, Li Yunfei's presence had significantly alleviated the pressure on the others. Where did you get separated? Su Mo asked Sun Yao. Over there, near the side door of the spirit palace. She pointed in a direction. I'll check it out. Maintain your formation, Su Mo instructed. Stepping out of the formation, Sun Yao opened her mouth to voice her concerns, reluctant to let Su Mo take a risk, yet she found no grounds to prevent him. Su Mo, please be careful. Su Mo nodded and proceeded toward the indicated direction. His motives were not driven by any particular affection for Yu Tanner, but rather a sense of gratitude stemming from the Awakening Conference, where Yu Changfeng and Guoxian had provided him with source crystals to facilitate his awakening. A drop of water shall be returned with a spring, was Su Mo's guiding principle. If Yu Tanner were still alive, merely caught in a temporary predicament, perhaps he could rescue her, for they were all comrades. At that moment, Yu Tanner indeed found herself in dire straits, surrounded by a swarm of magical vine puppets. Although they were only first tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Were it not for the source energy longsword in her grasp and the energy shield manifesting from the ring upon her hand, she would not have been able to endure for so long. The source energy longsword was merely a first-tier weapon, yet the ring was second-tier. One must admit, having a good father was indeed advantageous. With a countenance as cold as frost, Yu Tanner fought valiantly, wielding her longsword to slay the encroaching magical vine puppets. What truly chilled her heart was the enormous red flower looming behind the throng of puppets. The corrupting flower, coming from a prestigious family. How could she not recognize that magical plant? However, the corrupting flower seemed to be in a state of dormancy, disregarding her presence, as its petals continuously released red spores, dispersing into the air. She fully understood that if this corrupting flower managed to erode the barriers of the spirit palace, the situation for the magical plants would become dire. It had to be stopped. In a moment of unexpected courage, she resolved to charge towards the corrupting flower to halt its spore dispersion. As the daughter of the esteemed General Yu Changfeng, she harbored a certain pride. Even if the level disparity was monumental, she was still willing to wield her longsword against a formidable foe to protect the magical plants. With a fierce shout, she pressed forward with her energy shield towards the corrupting flower. A glint of cold light arrived first, followed by her sword, which sliced through obstacles as it aimed towards the corrupting flower. Yet, just as the tip of her sword was about to touch the corrupting flower, it reacted. The large leaves beneath its petals swung towards her like an iron fan. Upon impact, her long sword was instantly sent flying. Yu Tanner herself was hurled back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Had it not been for the energy shield absorbing much of the force, she would have likely suffered grievous injuries. The power was overwhelming. It was an insurmountable disparity. A crushing defeat in terms of levels. Crawling up from the ground, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The corrupting flower appeared to have been provoked, commanding a swarm of spores to surge towards Yu Tanner. In an instant, she was enveloped entirely by the spores, a scene that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Oh no, this is disastrous. Yu Tanner is finished. The newly arrived Su Mo nearly dropped his jaw in shock at the sight. He dashed towards Yu Tanner, enveloping his hands in source energy to shatter the spores. Su Mo? Yu Tanner called out, catching a glimpse of his figure through the gaps in the spores. Are you all right? Su Mo exclaimed, his movements accelerating as he quickly cleared away the majority of the red spores. Yu Tanner's form became clearer, and contrary to expectations of her being corroded and bloodied, her graceful figure remained unscathed. What are you staring at? Yu Tanner felt a bit uncomfortable under Su Mo's scrutinizing gaze. You, how are you unharmed? Su Mo was astonished. Here, take a look. Yu Tanner showcased the ring upon her hand. It's called Spirit Shield, a second-tier source energy weapon. What a treasure! Su Mo marveled, envious that it could withstand the attacks of a second-tier magical plant, transforming into a protective barrier that safeguarded her from the spore onslaught. Be cautious. That is a second-tier corrupting flower, Utaner warned immediately, for the magical vine puppets surrounding them were of no concern. Suemo had already taken note of the gigantic red flower, which had now awakened, its petals sprouting sharp, menacing teeth, creating a truly terrifying visage. Somewhere in the recesses of his memory, he felt he had heard of the corrupting flower before, but the details eluded him. Swallowing hard, he realized he was truly facing a formidable second-tier magical plant. Unlike the previous bamboo leaf snake, this corrupting flower was at its peak, making it a daunting adversary. "We must stop it, otherwise the barriers will be eroded," Utaner declared coldly. "Are you serious?" Suemo thought to himself that this girl was extraordinarily bold. Initially, he contemplated escaping with Utaner after finding her, but now this girl insisted on confronting a second-tier magical plant. Utaner remained silent, yet her actions spoke volumes. Retrieving her fallen longsword, she charged at the corpse-eating flower once more. Madness! Suemo cursed inwardly. The moment her sword struck, it was thwarted by the enormous leaves, merely leaving a faint trace upon them, utterly unable to penetrate. The strength of a first-tier awakener was simply insufficient. This corpse-eating flower commanded a formidable force, its leaves imbued with a rich wood-attribute energy, utterly overpowering ordinary energies. As expected, Utaner was once again flung away. Undeterred, she continued her assault on the magical plant, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. "Goodness, I must be mad as well," Suemo swore under his breath. Entering a battle-ready state, gripping his military knife and launching himself at the corpse-eating flower. He was uncertain of his motivations. Perhaps he too wished to test the might of a second-tier magical plant. Clang, clang, clang. Sumo's military knife could not breach its defenses, as it was hardly considered a source energy weapon. Infuriated by the attacks of two minor adversaries, the corpse-eating flower opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring them. My goodness! Witnessing this terrifying sight, Suemo hastily evaded the flower and Apos' lethal bite. Saliva dripped from its cavernous mouth, corroding the earth beneath into a deep pit. How on earth can we fight this? Sumo's resolve wavered. Yet, he soon felt an ominous sensation, a realization that the magical plant had fixed its gaze upon him. The corpse-eating flower decided to halt its release of crimson spores, prioritizing the elimination of these two bothersome humans. Once again, Utan and Apos' was sent flying, despite her protective charm. She was grievously injured, spitting out blood. Is there truly no hope? Suemo darted around desperately, evading the flower and Apos' relentless bites. Why is it pursuing me? Suemo felt utterly bewildered. He was being targeted. What to do? What to do? At this rate, it seemed inevitable that they would meet their demise. Just as despair enveloped him, the seedling in his consciousness awakened. It had grown into a three-leafed sprout, its tender green leaves swaying gently. Do you have a plan? Suemo silently pondered. The sprout swayed again. Get closer to it. The closer, the better. Looking at the fearsome creature, Suemo swallowed hard. Approaching it felt akin to courting death. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to take a gamble. Swiftly, he retreated toward Utaner. Beautiful lady. May I borrow your protective charm? Suemo wasted no time, directly addressing Utan and Apos'. Although confused, she obediently removed the charm and handed it to him. Guilt weighed on her heart. Had he not come to her aid, he would not be ensnared in such peril. Suemo donned the charm and charged toward the corpse-eating flower, not daring to look back. What is he planning? Utaner was utterly perplexed. The gaping maw of the corpse-eating flower loomed before him. Gritting his teeth, Suemo plunged into its mouth. A buffet? The corpse-eating flower consumed Suemo, bewildered by his audacity. Suemo! Utaner exclaimed in horror. Being swallowed, even with the charm, would surely lead to death. Why would he do such a thing? The corpse-eating flower smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the moment. It then turned its attention to Utaner, intent on consuming her as well. Exhausted to the brink, she slowly closed her eyes, resigning herself to death. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The corpse-eating flower abruptly halted, emitting strange sounds. With a resounding split, it tore itself in two, its internal juices spraying forth. A figure leaped from within, wielding a green longsword. Chapter 37. The Tide of Demons. Enveloped in black mist. Suemo? Yu Tanner stared in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape as she witnessed the scene before her. The corpse-eating demon flower was cleaved in half by him. Even though she witnessed it firsthand, Yu Tanner could hardly believe her eyes. It was simply too shocking. A first-tier Awakener had actually slain a second-tier demon plant. Ignoring Yu Tanner, Suemo immediately began to search the corpse. The second-tier demon plant was laden with treasures. He discreetly stored the source crystal in his storage space and noticed a black, sack-like object within the corpse-eating demon flower, approximately the size of a watermelon. This must be the creature in Apos' gallbladder, he thought. He recalled where he had heard the name of the corpse-eating demon flower before. It was mentioned in the pages while he was investigating the tomato spirit plant. It seemed that irrigating the tomato spirit plant with the bile of the corpse-eating demon flower could restore it to second-tier status. What a valuable item. I must collect it promptly. Yu Tanner, who had her back turned to Suemo, did not see the gallbladder vanish into thin air. After searching the corpse, the green long sword in Sumo's hand transformed into a stream of light and returned to his body. Here, take it, he said as he approached Yu Tanner, removing the spirit shield, ring, and handing it to her. Moments later, oh no, suddenly, it felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body, and Suemo stumbled and fell. Fortunately, Yu Tanner was quick to catch him. What happened to you? She asked anxiously, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. I seem to have exhausted my energy. Suemo replied weakly. Let me rest. For a moment, even with soft jade in his embrace, Suemo had no time to contemplate further before he fainted. How reckless, he thought, realizing that activating that thing had consumed so much energy. Huh? Yu Tanner was taken aback but had no choice but to retreat, holding him up. As the surrounding demon puppets lurked menacingly, her heart was filled with confusion. How had Suemo managed to slay the corpse-eating demon flower? And what was that green long sword? With Suemo on her back, his head resting on her shoulder, she could hear his faint breaths. This man is truly enigmatic. After losing consciousness, Suemo's consciousness inexplicably entered the sea of awareness. Observing the floating rice seedlings, Suemo was filled with frustration. You nearly drained me dry. The little rice seedling shook its leaves, seemingly protesting, claiming that it was Suemo and Apos' own frailty that was to blame. Staring each other down, Suemo ultimately conceded. I must admit, this time I owe you. I never anticipated you to be so formidable. The little rice seedling joyfully swayed its body, delighted by Suemo's praise. It was well known that the topmost leaves of rice plants were called sword leaves, and the green long sword he had just wielded was indeed formed from its sword leaves. Astonishingly, it was a combat spirit plant. There are many types of spirit plants. Some yield abundant crops, but possess weak combat power, categorized as auxiliary spirit plants. The carrot spirit plant and tomato spirit plant fall into this category. However, there exists a type born for battle, with combat prowess surpassing even that of demon plants. Every part of them can serve as a formidable weapon. Though they produce little food, these are known as combat spirit plants. Suemo had read in a certain tome that in a particular human city, there existed a rose spirit plant, renowned for its overwhelming combat strength, its thorns capable of piercing the defenses of iron-skinned demon trees with ease. His own spirit plant seemed to be called colorful rice, belonging to the rice family. It should be an auxiliary spirit plant, producing a plethora of rice once matured, right? Yet, the green long sword had shocked him, effortlessly slicing through the body of a second-tier demon plant. Such sharpness would be difficult to rival even among so-called second-tier source energy weapons. What exactly is this little creature? The more Suemo pondered, the more astonished he became. Of course, he had slain the corpse-eating demon flower largely by chance. He had gambled that the little rice seedling could indeed breach the defenses of the demon plant and had activated the spirit shield, energy dome, willingly throwing himself into its gaping maw. Moreover, given Suemo's low strength, the corpse-eating demon flower had not regarded him as a threat, swallowing him without a second thought. In the end, he had won the gamble, slaying the demon plant from within. However, the cost was a complete depletion of his source energy. Even though he absorbed source energy at a rapid pace, he would soon succumb to a state of exhaustion. I hope that little Utaner can carry me out of here. Otherwise, this time, I may truly be done for. Zhang Yaosher, the red spores have vanished. A mechanical apprentice exclaimed in delight. Vanished? Zhang Zhao responded, bewildered, unsure of what the corpse-eating demon flower was up to. Their barriers had been eroded by more than half. Many source energy cannons reduced to scrap metal. Yet, unexpectedly, the corpse-eating demon flower had come to a halt. Unable to make sense of it any longer, he decided to embrace the good fortune. Quickly, let Endopos clear out those invading demon plants. Understood. The invading demon plants began to be eliminated one by one. Outside, a disheveled Ming Qian sprinted forward, his eyes wide with horror, as though he had witnessed something terrifying. In his hand, he clutched a second-tier source crystal, the very one from the demon vine puppet he had successfully slain. Captain, upon seeing Ming Qian, Li Yunfei exclaimed with joy, "Run! Get inside the spirit palace." Ming Qian shouted as he continued to dash forward. Run? They were perplexed, unsure why Ming Qian was in such a hurry. There is no time to explain. Hurry inside. If we delay, it will be too late, Ming Qian urged. Despite their confusion, Li Yunfei was the first to respond. Everyone retreat. The group quickly gathered and made their way toward the spirit palace. Ming Qian, Suemo hasn't returned yet. Wei Ziming exclaimed anxiously, worried about Suemo's absence. His companions were equally concerned. Where did he go? Li Yunfei asked, recalling that Suemo had been engaged with the enemies just moments before. He went to assist Utaner, Sun Yao whispered. Hearing this, Ming Qian's heart sank. Yet, there was no time to waste. His gaze hardened as he declared, the situation is critical. We must retreat. His command brooked no dissent. Suemo and Utaner. I can only hope they remain safe. At this moment, Ming Qian understood that searching for Suemo and the others could cost them even more lives. Retreat. The group surged toward the spirit palace. Ming Qian? And the Blades of Valor? Zhang Zhao was taken aback at the sight of their figures. Zhang Yaosher, Ming Qian, and his group met with Zhang Zhao. Ming Qian, what is happening ahead? What brings you all here in such a flurry? Zhang Zhao inquired, puzzled by their apparent panic. Ming Qian's expression was grave as he replied. The demon tide, and powerful second-tier demon plants. It's possible they have also arrived. As he spoke, fear crept into Ming Qian's demeanor. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened. While others may not have understood, he grasped Ming Qian's implication. The worst-case scenario had arrived. Boom. The foremost barrier was breached by the demon plant horde. A dense wave of demon plants surged toward them like a flood. Activate the final defense, Zhang Zhao commanded. A mechanical apprentice produced a black remote control, its surface adorned with a red button. Snap. He pressed it decisively. Before long, a fissure appeared in the ground centered around the tomato spirit plant, forming a vast circle that enclosed them. The fissure erupted in golden light, ultimately manifesting into a golden shield, enveloping them as though encased in a grand bell. Golden Bell Shield Defense Device. This is the final line of defense of the Spirit Palace, a formidable defensive system crafted personally by Dr. Qin Shi, a pinnacle-grade second-tier energy weapon. It stands as Dr. Qin Shi's most extraordinary invention, yet its creation demands a substantial quantity of precious materials, and once established, it remains immobile, requiring immense energy for recharging. They have now reached the most perilous moment. A dense black mist envelopes the sky, shrouding the southern outskirts in a dark veil. The residents within the gathering site are gripped by panic as they witness the vast expanse of black fog, bewildered by the unfolding events. The southern outskirts seem to be engulfed in this ominous mist. What could be transpiring there? Surely, a significant event is at hand. The residents speculate fervently, yet the anticipated appearance of the awakened ones remains elusive, weighing heavily upon their hearts. Suddenly, a tremor reverberates beneath their feet, akin to an earthquake. Lifting their gazes, they behold a colossal figure amidst the tide of magical flora, resembling a small mountain with each step echoing like seismic waves. Its form appears to be that of a gigantic tortoise, the renowned rock tortoise of the monstrous beast lineage. However, it seems altered. its body lifeless and covered in a network of white mycelium. The soul puppet mycelium. This peculiar magical plant consists merely of minuscule filaments. Yet upon encountering a cadaver, it can parasitize and even manipulate the corpse to engage in battle. This second-tier rock tortoise was slain by the magical Flora clan, allowing the soul puppet mycelium to infest it, transforming it into their combat vessel. Can they withstand this behemoth? Before long, other formidable magical plants emerge. Second-tier vine puppets, second-tier two-headed man-eating flowers, second-tier ghost-eyed green vines, and second-tier bloodthirsty demon vines. 5 second-tier magical plants in total, alongside countless first-tier magical plants. This sight sends a chill through the hearts of all present, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping them. In such dire circumstances, how could they possibly survive? Do we still have reinforcements? A voice of despair calls out. Some of the more fragile-hearted youths have already begun to weep. Observing them, Ming Qian falls into silence, uncertain of the presence of any support. Even with the protective barrier, they cannot endure for long. The barrier consumes energy far too swiftly. Moreover, with the presence of a creature as immense as the rock tortoise, their defense becomes increasingly arduous. Are we doomed to perish? What has become of Brother Suimo? Sun Yao's voice trembles, her eyes already reddened with emotion. Old Mo is destined to be blessed by fate. Wei Ziming sighs deeply. In this situation, even a second-tier awakened one would find escape challenging. Suimo has only just awakened. Chapter 38, A Gamble? How long have I slept? Suimo murmured as he slowly opened his eyes. His muscles felt slightly sore, yet the previous sensation of weakness had dissipated. Inhaling deeply, he sensed a tranquil fragrance in the air. You are awake, came the cool voice of Utaner. It was then that Suimo realized how close he was to her, both nestled within a narrow crevice. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, he quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat, asking, "What is the current situation?" Utaner shifted slightly, granting him a view of the outside. As he turned his gaze, Sumo's pupils dilated in shock. Why are there so many demonic plants? They were frantically assaulting an energy barrier, and Suimo recognized that it was the very place where the tomato spirit plant resided. This is madness. Utaner's expression was grave, and the two remained silent for a long moment. As they advanced, Utaner carried Suimo toward the spirit palace to reunite with Zhang Zhao and the others. However, amidst their journey, the demonic plants breached the outer defenses, causing the entire barrier to collapse. With an overwhelming number of demonic plants emerging, she had no choice but to take refuge in the ruins, spraying the plants' sap around them to mask their scent. Fortunately, the demonic plants were focused on the tomato spirit plant and did not search for them, allowing them to escape for the time being. This is truly dire. Do you think your father will come to our aid? Sumo's thoughts were tumultuous. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Utaner shook her head bitterly. I do not know. Before we came to the southern outskirts, my father communicated that he was heading to the outer city defenses to fend off a large number of demonic plants there. Perhaps they are engaged in battle as well. Is there no high-level awakened one at the assembly? Suimo pressed on. Utaner continued to shake her head. If there were, they would have come to assist us. Then, as if recalling something, she added, perhaps there is one, but he has been in seclusion for a long time, so he may be difficult to rouse. Who is it? Dr. Qin-Chi. Dr. Qin-Chi? Suimo was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of this legendary figure in the assembly numerous times. The most formidable mechanic. Yet, it was said that his combat capabilities were not particularly strong, primarily focusing on the development of energy weapons. It was unexpected that he had entered seclusion. Hadden and Apos, his grandfather, recently sought him out for the Spirit Guardian incubation chamber. Perhaps it was merely his apprentice who acquired it. Suimo was puzzled. Why had Dr. Qin-Chi entered seclusion? I do not know. Perhaps he is developing a new energy weapon. Meanwhile, as they conversed, a colossal rock turtle was relentlessly battering the Spirit Palace's Golden Bell energy shield, the force of which made it tremble precariously. Several second-tier demonic plants joined in the assault, causing the energy fluctuations of the shield to dim. This is bad. That rock turtle is overwhelmingly powerful. A mechanic apprentice, observing the data on the monitor, was etched with terror. If it were merely ordinary second-tier demonic plants, the Golden Bell shield could withstand the onslaught for a while. However, the rock turtle's massive size made it even stronger than the most elite second-tier demonic plants in a siege. A natural siege weapon. Can we eliminate it? Ming Qian asked, frowning gravely. Very difficult. Although this rock turtle is merely controlled by a soul puppet fungus, to defeat it one must shatter its skull, which is exceedingly challenging. Silence ensued. This was the accumulated knowledge of humanity's prolonged battles against the demonic plants. The soul puppet fungus must parasitize the energy core of a creature, which was precisely located at the source crystal. The source crystal of the rock turtle resided within its skull, shielded by a layer of hard scales, making it nearly impossible for ordinary second-tier beings to breach its defenses, even with second-tier energy weapons, given the multitude of demonic plants surrounding it. Even Ming Qian would struggle to swiftly slay it. Despair hung heavily over them all. Su Mo was fervently absorbing energy from a source crystal, rapidly depleting a first-tier crystal, before retrieving another. He needed to recover quickly. How are you absorbing it so swiftly? Utano exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The speed of his absorption was astonishing. If she had not witnessed it herself, she would have thought he had transformed into a sentient energy concentration device. Perhaps it's because I'm handsome, Su Mo winked, jokingly. Ugh. Utano nearly choked, casting him a disdainful glance. How could he still find the time for humor at such a moment? Su Mo remained silent, and she chose not to delve further, recognizing that he was full of secrets. Is there any way to contact them? Su Mo asked earnestly. His phone had been destroyed during the battle, and he had no other communication devices. Utano raised her arm, revealing her spirit guard ring. This can contact them? Su Mo asked in disbelief. Utano nodded. It contains a specialized summoning device that connects to the information network within this area. They should also possess a summoning device. Perhaps we can give it a try. Then let us try it. Utano gently tapped the ring's exterior, which emitted a faint glow inside the Golden Bell shield. A mechanic apprentice suddenly noticed that their summoning device was emitting a sharp electromagnetic sound. Zhang Yao, sure, the summoning device is responding. It seems someone is requesting a call, he exclaimed excitedly. This news immediately drew the attention of the others. Who is it? Reinforcements from the front line? Their excitement was palpable. Quick, connect. Connect, Zhang Zhao urged. After some frantic tinkering, a voice finally came through. Hello? Is this Zhang Yaosher? The voice was melodious and belonged to a young girl. I am Zhang Zhao. May I ask who you are? Zhang Zhao inquired upon receiving the summoning device. Zhang Yaosher, I am Utano. She is still alive. Although they were somewhat disappointed that she was not the expected frontline support, the news of her survival thrilled them. As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Zhao learned that both Utano and Su Mo were alive and hiding amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, Utano and Su Mo were made aware of the precarious situation, with the Golden Bell shield on the verge of collapse. Grandpa Zhang, if we shatter the rock turtle's skull, can we defeat it? Su Mo grasped Utano's arm, bringing the ring close to his mouth as he asked Zhang Zhao. After a moment of silence, Zhang Zhao provided a firm nod. He was unsure why Su Mo posed the question. Then, Grandpa Zhang, can you hold off the other second-tier demonic plants for a while? I and Appos, LL take care of the rock turtle, Su Mo declared, his voice brimming with determination. His words left Zhang Zhao and the others incredulous. You're not joking, are you? Zhang Zhao asked in disbelief. Su Mo offered no further explanation, leaving them in stunned silence. I just slayed a carrion flower. Once they regained their senses, they exclaimed, what? No wonder the red spores had suddenly vanished. It turned out that the source of their spread, the carrion flower, had been eradicated. How is this possible? The revelation was so astounding that it was difficult for them to process. A freshly awakened first-tier awakened one had accomplished the slaying of a second-tier demonic plant. Everyone, the situation is urgent. Shall we take a gamble? Su Mo continued. Will we take the gamble? Ming Qian fixed his gaze, gritting his teeth. He said, let us gamble. At this point, we might as well take the risk. If we can eliminate the rock turtle, the pressure will be significantly alleviated, allowing us to hold out a little longer. Su Mo, it is entrusted to you. Do not let us down. The communication was severed. Do you truly intend to slay that colossal rock turtle? Utano inquired. Suemo nodded, expressing his willingness to attempt it. His body source energy had nearly recovered, enabling him to once again summon the verdant longsword. "You are quite formidable," Utana remarked unexpectedly. Suemo gazed at her in surprise, for she was renowned for her pridefulness. Yet here she was, offering praise? Under Suemo's scrutiny, combined with their proximity, which bordered on intimacy, she felt somewhat disconcerted. "Why are you staring at me?" "You are rather endearing," he replied. In an instant, Apos' delicate face flushed crimson, though Suemo was oblivious, having already emerged from the ruins, poised for action. "Esteemed colleagues, our success hinges upon this decisive moment." Ming Qian addressed the others nearby, namely Li Yunfei, Chen Guang, and Wang Jun. Shortly, they would need to venture forth to hinder the other 4 second-tier magical plants, affording Suemo the opportunity to approach the rock turtle. Although Li Yunfei and his companions were merely first-tier Awakeners, they constituted the strongest group present. Zhang Zhao, as a pharmacist, lacked combat prowess, while the others were novices, likely incapable of withstanding even a single blow from a second-tier foe. "Everyone, take this." Zhang Zhao produced 4 vials of potion, distributing 1 to each person. Berserker Potion, a concoction that, when consumed, would exponentially amplify one's internal source energy, rendering the body temporarily devoid of pain and plunging the user into a frenzy of battle. The side effects were severe. Once the effects wore off, they would briefly lose their source energy, becoming vulnerable. This was a desperate measure, and Zhang Zhao would not ordinarily resort to it. However, the circumstances were dire. "Let us proceed." The mechanic apprentice opened a small passage for them, and they surged forth. The magical plants, engaged in a frenzied assault on the Golden Bell shield, were taken aback by the audacity of the humans and immediately turned to attack. "Execute the plan," Ming Qian shouted, confronting the most formidable second-tier magical vine puppet. The others also found their respective adversaries. Chen Guang swung his long blade at the ghost-eyed green vine. Li Yunfei charged forward, delivering a punch to the 2-headed man-eating flower. Wang Jun, with unwavering resolve, gripped his military knife tightly as he approached the bloodthirsty demon vine. Feeling anxious, for he was the weakest among them, still merely at the Source Sea realm. "They are in motion." Observing this, Suemo also sprinted towards that direction, with Yutan and Apos, closely following. Those within the Golden Bell shield watched the unfolding scene with bated breath. "That's old Mo," Wei Ziming exclaimed upon spotting a familiar figure, astonished. "Sumo's brother is still alive." Sun Yao cheered, filled with exhilaration. "They are truly alive. But what does he intend to do?" Chapter 39. The Reaper strikes again. The king of demonic plants emerges. In the midst of their astonished gazes, Suemo entered a state of combat fervor, charging toward the horde of demonic plants. His target was none other than the colossal rocky tortoise, the battle vehicle of the giant ants. Suemo propelled a multitude of minor demonic minions away, with the agility of a swallow. He swiftly navigated through the throng of demonic plants, heading straight for the rocky tortoise. Utaner, resembling a warrior goddess, flanked him, shielding him from the onslaught of other demonic plants. The rocky tortoise, still ramming against the Golden Bell's barrier, noticed Suemo approaching. It regarded him with disdain, dismissing him as merely a feeble human. It was only when Suemo leaped onto its massive shell that it impatiently swatted at him with its claw. Sumo's gaze was resolute as he narrowly evaded the strike and aimed a punch at its head. Seeking death, the tortoise's eyes glimmered with contempt as it looked down upon the insignificant insect before it. Such a level of attack would scarcely breach its outer skin, akin to a giant disregarding the strength of an ant. However, just as Suemo was about to make contact with the tortoise and Apos' head, his clenched fist transformed, erupting with a vibrant green light. Flash! A green longsword materialized in his hand, and the rocky tortoise had no time to react. A flash of cold light passed, and Suemo executed a graceful spin, landing firmly on the ground with his back turned to the tortoise. In the astonished eyes of all present, the enormous head of the rocky tortoise suddenly detached and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The head had fallen. Its massive body collapsed, silent as death, while a myriad of mycelium protruded from the severed neck, seemingly attempting to reattach the head. Flash. Sumo denied it any chance, delivering another strike. The tortoise's head was cleaved in two as if it were made of paper, revealing the writhing mycelium within. So sharp. Before Sumo could consider further actions to excavate the source crystal, an overwhelming chill coursed through him, filling his mind with dread. Danger. That paralyzing feeling resurfaced. A great terror loomed. There was no time for explanations. He urgently sprinted toward Utaner, throwing his arms around her shoulders and climbing onto her back with practiced ease. Utaner had no time to question him. Obediently, she bore him towards the Golden Bell barrier. She soon felt Sumo's body grow heavy against her, his strength waning. His explosive power was formidable, but his endurance was lacking. Quick, open the entrance for them. Zhang Zhao urged a nearby mechanical apprentice. The two managed to escape into the Golden Bell sanctuary, while the pursuing demonic plants were intercepted and slain by the Blade Army. Oldemo, Brother Sumo, Gu, Wei Zimming and the others rushed over, witnessing Sumo already unconscious in Utaner's embrace. What happened to him? They inquired with concern. He's fine, just exhausted and fainted. Utaner replied calmly. Could it be the after-effects of slaying the rocky tortoise? Speculations arose in their minds. What was that just now? Zhang Zhao voiced the collective curiosity. That green longsword was evidently no ordinary weapon, effortlessly slicing through the defenses of a second-tier demonic plant. It was truly frightening. But where did that sword go? How did it vanish? Utaner shrugged, indicating her own confusion. They could only suppress their inquiries and ensure Sumo was settled, planning to question him upon his awakening. Retreat. Ming Qian punched a second-tier vine puppet away, leveraging the force to withdraw. Sumo had completed his slaying. It was time for them to retreat, as lingering would only increase the peril. Others followed suit, extracting themselves from the battle. All had sustained injuries, with Wang Jun being the most severely affected due to his weaker strength, unable to contend with the second-tier demonic plants. The bloodthirsty vines had drained a portion of his blood, leaving him pale and weak. Due to Sumo's rapid actions, they hadn't even begun to consume the explosive source potion. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky, causing their hearts to skip a beat as an aura of terrifying pressure enveloped them. A great terror. Under this oppressive force, they froze, feeling no inclination to resist. The king of demonic plants, Blood Cry. Ming Qian gazed at it in fear, his voice hoarse and trembling. Even though it was now clad in a black robe and had taken on a humanoid form, Ming Qian immediately recognized its identity. The very same king of demonic plants that had invaded their gathering a decade ago, the source of his own power's damage. It had grown stronger. This was a sign of transformation. Third tier? No, it was likely not quite third tier, but it was perilously close. How could it possibly appear here? Ming Qian's mind was a tumult of chaos. Run. Channeling all his source energy, he roared, awakening Li Yunfei and the others. With the king of demonic plants now present, lingering would mean certain doom. The shadowy figure in the black robe remained still, suspended in the void, observing their flight with keen interest, without uttering a word. Its appearance incited madness among the demonic plants, which surged toward them like a tidal wave. Especially the few second-tier plants, now intent on encircling and annihilating them. Ming Qian and his companions fled desperately, not daring to glance back. Go. In. As they neared the energy barrier, those inside had already opened a gap. At that moment, the figure in the black robe moved, plunging down from the sky. Ming Qian and the others were paralyzed with fear, while Chun Guang and Li Yunfei were the first to squeeze into the energy barrier. It was too fast. Time was slipping away. Wang Jun, hurry inside. What are you doing? Ming Qian bellowed anxiously, for Wang Jun had just consumed the explosive source potion. In a blink, an immense force thrust him into the barrier. However, Wang Jun's eyes turned crimson as he positioned himself to confront the king of demonic plants, just as the entrance sealed shut. Wang Jun. Ming Qian screamed in rage and despair. Before them, the shadowy figure halted, slowly raising a hand, from which a withered vine extended from its fingertip. It pierced Wang Jun and Appo's heart. Wang Jun shuddered, his body withering rapidly as despair filled his gaze, until he ultimately collapsed as a desiccated corpse. He was dead. Ming Qian and the others were engulfed in grief and wrath, glaring at the black-robed king of demonic plants. Chun Guang was already in tears, slumped on the ground. Wang Jun had always been his partner, and now his beloved comrade lay lifeless before him. The impact felt akin to a knife's cut. After draining Wang Jun, the black-robed king of demonic plants brought its finger to its mouth, licking it as if savoring a delicacy. Evil, terrifying, eerie. The flesh of humans is truly delectable. Especially that of awakened ones, it croaked in a dry, raspy, and disturbingly melodic voice. It had mastered the human tongue. Little tomato, after running for so long. Have I finally caught you? The eerie voice echoed, clearly directed at the tomato spirit. The tomato spirit trembled, restless with fear of the black-robed figure. It had narrowly escaped being consumed last time. Blood cry, this is not your territory. Leave at once. Ming Qian commanded fiercely. Human, do you think this trinket can stop me? The black-robed king of demonic plants disregarded Ming Qian's threats, speaking mockingly. Then, a swirl of black mist coalesced into a claw in the void, striking ferociously at the Golden Bell's energy barrier. Boom! A violent tremor rocked those inside, causing them to struggle to maintain their footing, eyes wide in horror at the barrier above. Crack, a fissure appeared on the energy barrier. This is dire. Quite sturdy. ISN and amp. Oppos. T-it. Let and amp. Oppos. See how many blows it can withstand, the eerie voice mocked. With that, another thunderous crash resounded. Crack. The fissures above continued to multiply, teetering on the brink of collapse. It's over. Zhang Zhao slumped to the ground, unable to withstand any longer. Despair enveloped him. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the horizon, and a wave of energy surged towards the dark-robed king of the demon plants. Boom. It detonated right at the position of the demon plant king. After a billow of thick smoke, the dark-robed king emerged unscathed, brushing the dust off his attire. His emerald gaze fixated on the sky. There, a colossal steel monster materialized in midair. Bloodcry, you have some audacity. A furious roar emanated from the iron behemoth, revealing Su Kuhai enveloped in crimson energy, leaping from above and delivering a powerful punch towards the demon plant king. The Herculean fist, an enraged strike. The demon plant king reacted swiftly, shrouding himself in black mist and countering with an open palm aimed at Su Kuhai. Boom! In the violent clash, Su Kuhai was sent flying, his legs scraping the ground and leaving a deep trench. Damn, this creature is incredibly strong. Su Kuhai was astounded. His furious strike had been effortlessly deflected, even pushing him back. This must be at least a Tier 3, while he wouldn't dare claim invincibility within Tier 2. He felt confident against all but the administrator and Yu Changfeng in the gathering ground. Is that all? The demon vine king mocked. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Su, my friend, you seem to be struggling. As the steel behemoth descended, a figure emerged, addressing Su Kuhai. Ahem. I wasn't using my full strength and let my guard down. Su Kuhai coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. The figure, with flowing white hair and a face suggesting middle age, donned a white lab coat. Yet his left eye was a mechanical one. It was Dr. Su and Dr. Qin. The crowd within the energy barrier erupted in cheers. Reinforcements have arrived. It's Su Kuhai and Qin Shi. However, it seemed that Dr. Su was not a match for that monster, and as for Dr. Qin Shi, his combat prowess appeared rather lacking. Have you come to meet your demise as well? The demon plant king intoned ominously. Bloodcry, long time no see. Qin Shi and Su Kuhai regarded it, speaking slowly, as if greeting an old friend. At this moment, the demon plant king scrutinized them closely, particularly focusing on Qin Shi, its aura shifting. It's you. 10 years prior. It was this individual who had ensnared it in a trap, ultimately leading to its ambush by the Lionheart and Yu Changfeng. Though this human lacked combat strength, the seemingly endless array of weapons he wielded was a cause for concern. Fortunately, this was not its domain, and it likely wouldn't have time to set traps. Depart. This place is not for your demon plants to run rampant. Qin Shi warned in a deep tone. The demon plant king's expression hardened. It dared to threaten it. Who do you think you are? Do you believe it's still 10 years ago? Today, the essence of the tomato spirit plant is destined to be mine. The surrounding demon plants began to stir restlessly, ready to tear apart the humans at their king's command. Qin shook his head, slowly shedding his white lab coat. Chapter 40. The heart of the sun. Beneath the pristine white coat lay a mechanical form. Qin had astonishingly transformed his flesh and blood into a fusion of various mechanical components, resembling a robot. Kuhai gazed at him in disbelief, overwhelmed by his madness. With a gentle tap on his chest, a mechanical sound echoed, revealing a circular device pulsating with a crimson glow. An immense energy radiated from it, instilling a sense of deadly threat in the king of the magical plants. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? A flicker of apprehension crossed its eyes as it was intimidated by Qin. Is this sufficient? Qin remarked calmly. This is a new energy device I've constructed, powered by a third-tier source crystal. I call it the Heart of the Sun. If detonated, it can unleash true third-tier power. And then we shall all be reduced to ashes. His voice was tranquil, yet laden with menace towards the king of the magical plants. The king of the magical plants was unsettled. This human is a lunatic. It harbored no doubt regarding Qin's words, for the energy fluctuations were indeed beyond the third tier. If unleashed, no creature present could withstand its might. Even it had no assurance of escaping. Cautiously weighing its options, it refrained from any rash actions, fearing that this human might truly be deranged. The standoff persisted. The king of the magical plants felt a surge of frustration. It had meticulously orchestrated the lure of human forces to the front lines, confident of capturing the tomato spirit plant. Yet at this critical juncture, it was thwarted by a madman. Its plans were thrown into disarray, as even a few second-tier humans would have been manageable, but against Qin, it dared not take the risk. Human, you are impressive, the king of the magical plants said ominously, casting a lingering glance at Qin as if wishing to imprint his visage in its memory forever. Reluctantly, it waved its hand, and the army of magical plants retreated like a receding tide. The front lines could not hold for long. The human army would likely retaliate. Once so assured of capturing the tomato spirit plant, the great king of the magical plants knew it must weigh its losses wisely and opted for a strategic withdrawal. It seemed imperative to expedite plans on that front. Muttering to itself, the king of the magical plants vanished into the black mist. The black mist dissipated. The army of magical plants retreated. The individuals within the energy shield erupted in joyous tears, celebrating their narrow escape. Dr. Qin, Dr. Qin, Dr. Qin. They fervently chanted his name, their eyes brimming with admiration. Kuhai felt a twinge of frustration. All the grandeur had been overshadowed by Qin's feats. Old Qin, what have you? He harbored concerns about Qin's transformation into this mechanical form. Yet Qin merely smiled. The human body is far too fragile. Only a mechanical body embodies the romance of a mechanic. With that, his arm revealed a layer of metal, intricate components swiftly reconfiguring into an energy cannon. Flesh is weak. Machinery ascends. Kuhai could only manage to mutter, "You madman." Ignoring him, Qin mused that mere mortals could not comprehend his lofty aspirations. Mere. Kuhai finally spotted Mo, relieved to find him merely exhausted and unconscious. As long as he is alive. When Mo awoke, night had fallen, and he felt somewhat dazed. Rubbing his eyes, he rose from the bed. Where am I? What happened to the army of magical plants? You're awake. Kuhai exclaimed. Grandpa, how did you end up here? Mo asked, astonished. Kuhai chuckled, patting his head. Of course, I came to rescue you. As they tidied the battlefield and repaired the spiritual palace, everyone busied themselves. Corpses lay arranged on an open ground, the somber atmosphere overshadowing their relief at surviving. The reserve unit of the Blade Army had only 22 remaining, with 23 fallen, over half their strength lost. Even the formal member, Wang Jun, had succumbed in this battle. Forever asleep. Such is the cruelty of war, marking the gravest losses the Awakened have faced in a decade. Mingqian and Li Yunfei stood silently, while Chun Guang sat on a stone, clutching his long knife, stripped of his previous nonchalance. Suemo learned from Su Kuhai about the events during his unconsciousness, the emergence of the king of the magical plants, the fall of Wang Jun. He had not fathomed the magnitude of the events that transpired while he slept. Surviving was no small feat. As he wandered about, Suemo suddenly beheld a colossal figure. Wasn't this the steel giant bug, the guardian spirit? Su Kuhai explained that it was crafted by Qin Shi himself, his tone tinged with envy. This guardian spirit had already attained the second-tier realm. Qin Shi had received a white guardian spirit egg from Lord Hu years ago. Oh, so this must be little Suemo? Qin Shi emerged with a hearty laugh. Grandpa Qin, Suemo responded with a respectful bow. Qin Shi waved his hand, grinning. Heroes emerge from youth. I hear you possess a guardian spirit egg? Suemo nodded. His egg remained in the incubator at home, yet to hatch. Once it hatches, I shall gift you a suit of guardian spirit armor, Qin Shi offered, his impression of Suemo favorable. Eager to provide for another who had received a white guardian spirit egg. Thank you, Grandpa Qin, Suemo expressed his gratitude. Assured that Qin Shi's gifts would be exceptional. I see remarkable potential in you. Shall I enhance your body? Qin Shi inquired. These words sent a chill down Suemo's spine. He had heard of Qin Shi's eccentricity from Su Kuhai. The notion of transforming his body into machinery sounded thrilling, yet Suemo desired to remain an ordinary person. Observing Suemo's aversion, Qin Shi felt a pang of disappointment but refrained from pressing further. Another who failed to grasp the romance of mechanical ascension soon. The group found a spot to converse. Through their dialogue, Suemo learned the full sequence of events. It turned out that Su Kuhai's aircraft had been destroyed, and after slaying the phantom dandelion, he had no choice but to trek to the southern outskirts. The distance was daunting. He suddenly recalled Qin Shi in seclusion and, on a whim, activated the summoning device, unexpectedly establishing contact. At that moment, Qin Shi had just completed his bodily transformation. Indeed, his prolonged seclusion had been dedicated to crafting this mechanical form. With a core energy source derived from a third-tier source crystal he had fortuitously acquired years prior. Upon making contact, Qin Shi recognized the gravity of the situation and commanded the guardian spirit to retrieve Su Kuhai for assistance. With the special guardian spirit armor, Qin Shi's guardian spirit could soar faster than any aircraft. The final act was Qin Shi's intimidation of the king of the magical plants into retreat. Just how did those magical plants appear? Suemo queried, puzzled. It was known that any magical plants entering the vicinity of the gathering point would be detected by the outer sensors. We discovered a massive pit on the outskirts of the southern region, Qin Shi elucidated. Suemo's eyes widened in disbelief. Those magical plants were acting like rodents. They had tunneled underground, infiltrating the area. Such an extensive operation could only have been orchestrated by the king of the magical plants. Moreover, this had not been a hastily conceived scheme. It appeared the king had meticulously planned this endeavor for quite some time. This was the first encounter the gathering point had faced with such a cunning adversary. From Qin Shi, Suemo gleaned valuable information regarding the king of the magical plants. Its essence is the abyssal blood-weeping grass, with an extensively developed root system that proves exceptionally difficult to eradicate. Even a mere fragment of its roots escaping could allow for regeneration. A decade ago, it invaded in its original form, but it has since undergone transformation, signaling its ascension to the third tier, with its intelligence increasingly maturing. Qin Shi harbors no certainty that self-detonation could annihilate it. He merely gambles on its reluctance to risk severe injury. On the front lines, the army of magical plants has begun to retreat. The administrator, the lion, stands atop the city wall, seething with indignation at these wretched beings. He yearns to see them all captured. This time, he was outmaneuvered by the magical plants, which has left him utterly furious. Alongside Yu Changfeng, he charged into the throngs of the magical plant army, dispatching several second-tier entities, only to be halted by the Kanghan demon tree and the thorn demon flower, forcing them to withdraw. Those two magical plants were formidable, and they could not be vanquished. Ultimately, they had to let them retreat. My lord, the southern outskirts are now safe, reported Guoxian, the head of the Awakening Academy. He had successfully contacted Su Kuhai. Upon learning of the emergence of the Plant King, They all felt a pang of anxiety. It was only after Qin Shi and Apos' imposing presence forced a retreat that they truly relaxed. Dr. Qin Shi is indeed remarkable, praised the lion. Indeed, after such a prolonged seclusion, he emerged to surprise us all, Yu Changfeng remarked, a smile gracing his face after a long absence. Dr. Qin Shi is undeniably a genius, with him among us. We need not fear the invasion of the magical plant race for the time being. Guoxian chuckled, his expression radiant, as if a chrysanthemum were in full bloom. The mere existence of a being capable of threatening a third-tier entity, albeit only once, is tantamount to wielding a legendary nuclear weapon. The primary strategy is intimidation, rendering the magical plant race hesitant to act recklessly. Soon, they also returned to their headquarters. The entire gathering place erupted with fervor. The southern outskirts have been besieged by the magical plant army, revealing the plant king. The origin of the tomato spirit plant. Dr. Qin Shi forcefully repels the plant king. Tragedy. 24 Awakeners from the southern outskirts have tragically fallen. Victory on the front lines. The magical plant army has been repelled. These headlines detonated within the gathering place like deep-sea explosives. The residents were astounded to learn of the magnitude of events in the southern outskirts. That black mist was indeed an invasion by the magical plant race. And even the fearsome plant king had made an appearance. Dr. Qin Shi is simply extraordinary. To repel the plant king is a feat of remarkable prowess. Surely, Dr. Qin Shi is the strongest among us. His mechanical form is tremendously impressive. In an instant, Dr. Qin Shi basked in unprecedented popularity, even being hailed as the mightiest within the gathering place, garnering a legion of admirers. Yet, few noticed the origin of the tomato spirit plant. At that moment, someone did. Shockingly, it was discovered that the 129 gathering place had been overtaken by the magical plants. The fall of a gathering place is a grave matter, casting a somber shadow over all. They mourned for the fallen heroes. The gathering place was enveloped in sorrow, mourning the loss of 24 Awakeners, many of whom were young individuals newly awakened. They remained forever on the soil of the southern outskirts, their vibrant youth extinguished. Chapter 41. Promotion. The rebirth of spirit plants. 2 days have passed since the retreat of the demonic plant army. The members of the Blade Army are still stationed at the new Spirit Palace, guarding against a potential counterattack from the demonic plant clan. During these 2 days, many individuals have arrived, primarily workers tasked with repairing the Spirit Palace. Suemo is currently reflecting on the gains from the recent conflict. The spoils of war from this battle were not required to be submitted to the authorities. Instead, they were distributed amongst themselves. Upon counting, Suemo discovered he had acquired 3 second-tier source crystals, derived from the bamboo leaf vine serpent, the carrion flower, and the mountain rock giant turtle. Initially, Suemo intended to give the source crystal from the bamboo leaf vine serpent to Ming Qian, as he was the one who had severely injured it, leaving Suemo merely to collect the benefit. However, Ming Qian adamantly refused, insisting that Suemo keep it for himself. Thus, Suemo reluctantly accepted it and also offered some first-tier source crystals as compensation to Ho Dongdong and a colleague named Lu Ren. As for the carrion flower and the mountain rock giant turtle, they were only defeated with the assistance of Yutan and Apos, without her spirit protection. Suemo feared he would have met his demise. Yet, Yutaner was equally resolute, stating that without Suemo's rescue, she would have perished, thus declaring that all spoils belonged to him. Consequently, Suemo found himself in possession of a considerable fortune, relishing in 3 second-tier source crystals. Notably, Suemo had not yet dealt the finishing blow to the mountain rock giant turtle, as the soul puppeteer mushroom attempted to escape with the source crystal, only to be intercepted by Kuhai. As for the first-tier source crystals, they were abundant, so many that he did not bother to count them, simply tossing them into his storage space. High risks yield high rewards. After assimilating these source crystals, they would significantly enhance their strength. Among these 3 source crystals, the one from the mountain rock giant turtle was the largest, followed by the carrion flower, with the bamboo leaf vine serpent being the smallest. Suemo surmised that they were categorized according to their strength. Having some free time, Suemo began to project his consciousness onto the mysterious pages in his mind. What the hell? Suemo was astonished. He noticed that the green pages had inexplicably accumulated a wealth of text. Upon closer inspection, type, Mist-spitting flower, level, first tier, skills, venom spray, black mist, vulnerability, extremely low defense. Remarks, a relatively weak species of flower-type demonic plant. Easily manageable by ordinary individuals. Type, demonic vine puppet. Level, first tier, skills, vine whip, gravity stomp, resilience, vulnerability. The chest area is a critical weakness. Slow moving, with weak defenses at the back. Remarks, a humanoid battle demonic plant composed of countless vines. Type, carrion flower. Level, second tier, skills, biting, spore duplication, corrosive venom, giant leaves. Vulnerability, fear of fire. The inner cavity of the flower is fragile. Remarks, beware of its venom, which can completely erode flesh and blood. Soul puppeteer mushroom. As Suemo gazed at the information compiled on various demonic plants, he was astounded. Was this some sort of encyclopedia? A dedicated record of demonic and spirit plants? Furthermore, the skills and vulnerabilities of these demonic plants were documented as well. This was nothing short of a survival artifact. In the future, should he encounter unfamiliar demonic plants, he could simply identify them and ascertain their capabilities and weaknesses, thereby preparing accordingly. During the prior intense battles, his nerves had been taut, leaving him no time to observe the changes in the mysterious pages. He had not anticipated that this would bring him such delight. As he flipped through the pages, he slowly perused the contents until he reached the earlier section concerning the tomato spirit plant. Suemo then retrieved a black, sack-like object from his storage space, which was indeed the gallbladder of the carrion flower, exuding a foul odor. Suemo pinched his nose in disdain as he regarded it. Could this truly aid the tomato spirit plant in its recovery? Recalling the entries on the pages, it seemed plausible. It was worth a try. Subsequently, Suemo wrapped the gallbladder of the carrion flower in a rag and hurriedly made his way towards the tomato spirit plant. The surrounding individuals looked on in confusion. "Mor, what are you doing?" Kuhai approached, his expression one of intrigue. "Grandfather, I'm going to the tomato spirit plant for a moment. This may be beneficial for it." Suemo replied, blinking innocently. Kuhai, perplexed, followed closely behind to observe his intentions. The tomato spirit plant was currently in a dormant state, having been significantly startled by the recent invasion of demonic plants, and had only just settled down. Suemo placed the wrapped object at its roots. The tomato spirit plant was now robust and thriving. Upon unwrapping the cloth, a wave of nauseating odor wafted forth. Kuhai grimaced and stepped back, clearly repulsed by the stench. "What is this, Mor?" "The gallbladder of the carrion flower," Suemo explained. "You intend to give this to Lord Tomato?" Kuhai queried incredulously. Suemo nodded. "Indeed, I read in an ancient tome that the tomato spirit plant could ascend through the juice of the carrion flower and Apos' gallbladder." "Which ancient tome? I have never seen it." "Ah, I forgot the title, but it definitely mentioned it." Kuhai regarded him with exasperation. Suemo drew out a military knife and sliced open the gallbladder, with the foul, acidic bile splattering out and soaking into the soil around the tomato spirit plant's roots. As seconds ticked by, there was no observable reaction. "Mor, have you been misled by some dubious texts? How could such a foul substance possibly elevate a spirit plant? This is akin to dousing Lord Tomato in excrement." Kuhai admonished earnestly. "Mor, do not act so recklessly. It would be unfortunate if you angered Lord Tomato." Suemo furrowed his brow, observing the scene. This shouldn't be happening. How could the mysterious pages deceive him? Suddenly a crack, as he fell into self-doubt. The tomato spirit plant began to react, the entire colossal tree swaying violently. Kuhai's heart sank. It seemed that Lord Tomato was indeed angered by this boy. He quickly shouted, "Lord Tomato, please remain calm. The child is merely ignorant. He did not intend to inundate you with this foul bile. Your generosity is appreciated. Do not hold this against him." He regretted not stopping Suemo earlier. Suemo, left speechless. "Grandfather, what are you?" The tomato spirit plant continued to tremble, its roots writhing, causing fissures to form in the ground. Source energy surged. It was undergoing a transformation. Kuhai immediately detected that the source energy within the tomato spirit plant seemed to be swelling, as it voraciously absorbed the surrounding source energy. It was not anger? Could it genuinely be effective? Quick! Activate the source energy condensation device, he shouted. This declaration drew the attention of those nearby. Even Qin, who had been secluded in a temporary laboratory, emerged, drawn by the fluctuations of source energy. Lord Tomato is breaking through. This proclamation set everyone into motion. Hurriedly activating the source energy condensation device and infusing numerous source crystals to create a rich source energy environment. The breakthrough of a spirit plant was a rare occurrence. The value of a second-tier spirit plant far surpassed that of a first-tier one by countless magnitudes. It is excited. Suemo, standing closest, was astonished to find that he could sense its emotions. The tomato spirit plant's form swelled further, the ground beneath it already fissured. 15 meters, 18 meters, 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, it had doubled in size. Suddenly, a massive leaf extended towards Suemo. Do you want me to sit on you? Suemo asked curiously, feeling as though he could truly comprehend the tomato spirit plant's intentions. With a gentle rustle, Suemo slowly stepped onto the leaf, sitting down. The leaf gradually enveloped him, lifting him into the air. What was happening? The onlookers were bewildered. Grandfather Su, why has Suemo brother been wrapped up? Sun Yao approached Su Kuhai and inquired. Su Kuhai, witnessing this scene, found himself utterly perplexed, despite having lived for half a lifetime. Ling Bu. Qin Shi spoke slowly, his tone tinged with astonishment. Upon hearing these two words, Su Kuahai's pupils dilated, as if recalling something, and he incredulously asked, "Are you suggesting?" Indeed, this is Ling Bu. When a spiritual plant undergoes a breakthrough, it generates a substantial amount of spiritual source energy. Those who are recognized by it will receive its reciprocation. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Qin Shi elucidated. His words were somewhat ambiguous, leaving everyone but Su Kuahai in utter confusion. They merely understood that Suemo had acquired an immense fortune, and his companions genuinely rejoiced for him. Many gazes brimmed with envy. Such opportunities within the entire alliance were exceedingly rare, making it truly remarkable. Suemo sat cross-legged upon a massive leaf. Suddenly, he felt an influx of source energy surging towards him, enveloping him in a sensation of exceptional warmth. Indeed, it was warm and gentle. If typical source energy could be likened to the wild, demanding taming, these energies were the opposite, docile and effortlessly absorbable, even allowing for frenzied intake without fear of overwhelming his body. It resembled a mother's embrace. Spiritual source energy. A unique essence transformed during the breakthrough of the spiritual plant clan, washed over Suemo, rapidly enhancing his physical capabilities. The process of source absorption was completed in the blink of an eye. Following this was the opening of the Source Sea. Reflecting on the knowledge of the Source Sea realm, Suemo concentrated the source energy in his dantian, the very location where humans initiate the development of the Source Sea. As the energy flowed in, he felt a slight heat in his dantian. Fortunately, the source energy was exceptionally gentle, causing little discomfort. Open. Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a firm command. The compressed source energy expanded his dantian, akin to the creation of the universe. It surged outward, growing rapidly. As documented in literature, the source sea typically resembles a small pond, despite the term sea suggesting otherwise. In reality, most awakened individuals possess merely a small pool. After establishing the source sea, one would compress and fill it with source energy to enter the metamorphosis phase. Yet, his source sea seemed remarkably different. Could this truly be a sea? Sumo's consciousness probed, and he discovered its vastness. While others had only small pools, his resembled a lake. How astonishing! This monumental size was entirely attributable to the copious amounts of special source energy. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to absorb such an immense quantity of source energy. Lacking the proper physique could lead to catastrophic consequences. Having only awakened a little over a month ago, Suemo had directly ascended to the realm of the Source Sea. Chapter 42. A New Companion. The White-Armored One. After Su-Mo established the Source C, the tomato spirit plant also completed its advancement. With its size soaring to 20 meters, its branches and leaves spread outward, enveloping the entire spirit palace in a canopy that obscured the sun. Below, the soil began to transform. The 10 acres of arable land, once nourished by the fertile land potion, now emanated a rich source energy. This marked the transition of ordinary farmland into spirit soil, a realm beyond the commonplace where crops carried source energy, making them exceedingly precious. Second-tier spirit plants possess the ability to cultivate spirit soil. However, the transformation did not end there. The root system of the tomato spirit plant expanded outward, revitalizing barren soil wherever it reached. 100 acres, perhaps even more, began to transform into fertile land. This is precisely why humanity relies so heavily on spirit plants. Many have pondered the essence of spirit plants, with the most widely accepted notion being that they are embodiments of Mother Earth, mending the ravaged world in their own way. Once the soil was converted, the branches of the tomato spirit plant blossomed with flowers, subsequently bearing fruit. Plump, red tomatoes hung from its limbs. The alluring fragrance tempted those nearby, prompting involuntary salivation. As Su-Mo stood atop the leaves, a tomato fell onto his head, a gift from the tomato spirit plant. Upon receiving it, he took a gentle bite, and the sweet tart juice burst in his mouth. It was exquisite, absolutely divine. Suddenly, numerous tender green seedlings sprouted from the newly cultivated soil. These were the young tomato plants. In the southern suburbs, people felt that today was the most wonderful day of their lives as they savored the delicious tomatoes, tears of joy unexpectedly brimming in their eyes. After indulging in the delectable tomatoes, Su-Mo rejoined the others. He had advanced in rank. Upon seeing Su-Mo approach, Kuhai laughed heartily. "How was it? How vast is your source sea now?" Qin-Chi also expressed his admiration. "You truly are a person of destiny, recognized by spirit plants willing to perform the spirit nourishment ceremony for you. Your source sea capacity must be 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary source sea realm, right?" It was the first time Su-Mo heard the term spirit nourishment ceremony. As for Qin-Chi and Appo's claim regarding the capacity of his source sea being 2 or 3 times greater than others, Su-Mo silently contemplated his source sea, which resembled a vast lake, pondering deeply. It seemed to be more than just 2 or 3 times. However, seeing the eager expressions of his elders, Su-Mo could only respond, something like that. This response delighted Kuhai and Qin-Chi, as they recognized the immense fortune and potential of this child. Days passed, dressed in loose short sleeves and shorts, with short black hair and bangs gently brushing his eyebrows. A handsome young man sat at a table, resting his chin on one hand, quietly observing a peculiar device resembling a microwave. This young man was Su-Mo, and the strange apparatus before him was the hatching chamber for the spirit guardian. Li Yunfei had granted them a break after the life-and-death battle, as many needed time to recuperate at home. For the past few days, Su-Mo had been preoccupied with the hatching of the spirit guardian, having secured the spirit guardian egg long ago, but not yet witnessing its emergence. Today marked the moment it would finally hatch, so Su-Mo remained vigilant. Kuhai busied himself in the laboratory, having heard that the gathering had procured many valuable materials. He intended to seize this opportunity to concoct the intermediate revival potion and break through to the second-tier apothecary. News of Su-Mo's remarkable feat of slaying 2 second-tier demon plants in the southern suburbs spread among the higher echelons of the gathering, astonishing the administrators. Eventually, the matter could no longer be concealed, and Kuhai had to take Su-Mo to the administrator's office to clarify that Su-Mo had fortuitously contracted a combat spirit plant. Upon learning this, the administrators swiftly sealed off the news of Su-Mo's victory over the second-tier demon plants, requiring those in the know to sign confidentiality agreements to prevent any leaks. It was evident that Su-Mo was regarded as the most precious talent of the gathering, a T0 level individual under close scrutiny. After all, he had forged a contract with a spirit plant, a rarity even within the entire alliance, and his future potential was boundless. Nevertheless, Sumo remained unfazed, continuing his daily life as usual. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the white spirit guardian egg. Sumo and Apos' heart leaped with joy. It was finally hatching. With a series of cracking sounds, a small head emerged from the white shell, two antennae sprouting from its head, and its dark eyes surveying the world around it. Only after it fully emerged did Sumo discern its appearance. It was now merely the size of a palm, resembling a small white ladybug, though it bore a row of spiny protrusions near its head. Is this the spirit guardian? Curiosity piqued. Sumo reached out a finger to poke it, and the white spirit guardian seemed to take a liking to him, nuzzling against Sumo's fingertip. It then extended a needle-like proboscis and pricked Sumo's finger. There was no pain, only a slight itch. This marked the recognition ceremony of the spirit guardian. After consuming a drop of Sumo's blood, it officially acknowledged him as its master. This process is also known as the spirit taming ceremony, and those who awaken this bond are referred to as spirit tamers. However, the profession of spirit tamer is rare, lacking the prominence of apothecaries and mechanics. There are also beast tamers, but such roles likely only exist in major human cities. Sumo found the title of spirit tamer quite appealing, reminiscent of a summoner. After recognizing him as its master, the white spirit guardian began to nibble on its eggshell, seemingly deriving substantial nourishment from it. At this moment, Sumo discovered that the red pages in his mind had reacted for the first time. Text materialized before him. Type: Insect type spirit guardian, juvenile. Level: unranked. Skills: hard shell, heavy charge. Remarks: a species birthed by the carrot spirit plant. Growth pathways: 1. Long-term consumption of spirit liquid produced by the carrot spirit plant. 2. Cultivation through source crystals. 3. Cultivation type potions. The information regarding it was meticulously recorded on the red pages, even outlining the growth pathways, which was incredibly thoughtful. Now Sumo finally understood the function of the red pages. They seemed to be capable of detecting information about biological anomalies, such as spirit guardians, insectoids, and demonic creatures. As for why there had been no reaction when he rode on the black spirit guardian to the spirit palace long ago, Sumo could not ascertain. Perhaps due to insufficient energy at that time. Not wanting to dwell on such thoughts, Sumo carefully examined its growth pathways. The first option might be challenging, as the yield of spirit liquid was quite scarce for spirit plants, making it unlikely for him to procure any from Lord Hu. The second option was more conventional, akin to the cultivation methods of awakened individuals, albeit possibly slower. According to Dr. Qin Shi, his spirit guardian took over a decade to ascend to the second tier. The third option appeared to be the fastest, but cultivation-type potions were exceedingly rare, seemingly unheard of within the gathering. He recalled the yellowed pages in his mind, contemplating the possibility of deriving a potion formula on a future occasion. At present, his attempts to summon it yielded no response, perhaps due to the absence of a complete formula. Little fellow, shall I bestow upon you a name? Sumo mused, cradling the white spirit guardian, which was somewhat overstuffed and unable to move. But what name would be fitting? Little White? That seems inadequate, akin to a puppy. Observing its pristine white shell, he pondered. How about calling you White Armor? Sumo conversed with himself, ultimately concluding that White Armor was indeed a suitable name, thus granting the White Spirit Guardian its official title. In the meantime, Sumo resolved to cultivate it to the first tier before anything else, lest he be burdened with a dead weight in the future, for they were destined to become comrades on the battlefield. Fortunately, nurturing the Spirit Guardian to the first tier proved relatively manageable. He began by feeding it carrots cultivated from spirit soil, which contained energies conducive to its growth. A full week passed, and White Armor finally reached the size of a small dog. It must be said, the growth rate of Spirit Guardians was astonishing. At this juncture, it had begun to absorb source energy through source crystals, and fortuitously, the first-tier source crystals in Sumo's storage space remained intact. Unlike humans, Spirit Guardians bore no shackles within. They could absorb source energy even before ascending tiers. However, White Armor and Apos' limit was confined to the second tier. As the carrot spirit plant that birthed, it was also merely second tier, thereby sealing its future potential. Suemo held no disdain for this limitation. For a second tier was already formidable. After all, how many second-tier awakened beings resided in the entire settlement? Each awakened individual faced a Herculean task in transcending their tier. And filling the Source Sea with source energy in the Light Sea realm required considerable time. Reflecting on this, Suemo felt a surge of despair, as it seemed having an excessively large Source Sea was not necessarily advantageous. At the 127th settlement, the Forward Camp's 13th team reached their city gates. Originally a team of 7, only 2 remained, the gentleman and Yang Tianfeng. Their combat gear lay in tatters, and they appeared exceedingly disheveled. Even the gentleman, once impeccably dressed, now bore a haggard visage. They had endured fierce battles, suffering the loss of 5 team members. At last, they had arrived at the 127th settlement. "Who are you?" A team of awakened beings discovered them and inquired warily. The gentleman stepped forward and spoke slowly. "Captain Ho Chuanxiu of the 126th Settlement's Forward Camp, codenamed Gentleman. At your service." Upon hearing his introduction, the leader of the awakened team relaxed, a look of joy spreading across his face. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 43. Gathering Place, Number 127. Gentlemen and Yang Tianfeng were escorted into the gathering place, where they were provided with healing potions to mend their wounds. Clearly, the significance of their arrival was not lost on the inhabitants of Gathering Place, Number 127. In the afternoon, several solemn and imposing figures arrived at the guest house where the two were staying. "Greetings, Captain Ho," the leading man said, introducing himself as Jianping, the administrator of Gathering Place, Number 127. He was clad in a long gray coat, of middle age, lean in stature, and adorned with a pair of rimless glasses, reminiscent of a scholar. The gentleman promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. He understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to be presumptuous in the presence of such a high-ranking individual. "Administrator, greetings." Without further ado, the gentleman produced the item they had safeguarded during their mission, a small box. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "Administrator, this is the item we were tasked to escort. We have not failed in our duty." Jianping's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he accepted the small box, remarking, "You have worked hard. The journey was fraught with peril, and it is fortunate that only the 2 of you remain." The gentleman, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with sorrow. "My 5 companions have been left behind on the road. Forever." A somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Their journey had been arduous, beset by relentless attacks from demonic plants, which seemed to anticipate their every move. Just as they had managed to evade one onslaught, another would ensue. They had to navigate the treacherous route with great caution, and even encountered a horde that included second-tier entities. Ultimately, in a desperate bid to help the gentleman escape, his comrades chose to confront the demonic plants head-on, sacrificing their lives to create a chance for his survival. Though the gentleman felt immense grief, he prioritized the mission above all, relying on years of wilderness combat experience to navigate the periphery of Gathering Place, Number 127. He found the sudden emergence of such a multitude of demonic plants perplexing. The route from Gathering Place, Number 126 to No. 127 had previously been dangerous, but manageable with care. The appearance of second-tier demonic plants was particularly alarming, as they were a rarity. As for Yang Tianfeng's survival, the gentleman was equally astonished. When they had met, Yang was gravely injured and near death, yet he had clung to life. The gentleman could not help but reflect on the young man's remarkable resilience. Thus, with mutual support, they arrived at Gathering Place, Number 127. Upon hearing their harrowing tale, Jianping and the senior officials accompanying him fell into silence. After a moment, Jianping spoke. "It appears that the resurgence of the demonic plant king has rendered the situation far worse than we anticipated. Indeed, these demonic plants have grown increasingly audacious. Alas, a storm is brewing," chimed in the others in agreement. "The demonic plant king?" The gentleman was taken aback, as he was entirely unaware of this development, having been preoccupied with his escape. Noticing his confusion, Jianping realized that he had not been informed. A fortnight ago, an army of demonic plants assaulted Gathering Place No. 126, and the demonic plant king made its appearance. The gentleman gasped, concern etched on his face. What was the outcome? The demonic plant king was repelled, and gathering place number 126 suffered no significant damage. The gentleman sighed in relief. Jian Ping, with a hint of envy, remarked, Dr. Qin Shi is indeed a remarkable talent. According to reports, he is the mastermind behind this victory. With him at the helm, gathering place number 126 will surely thrive. How fortunate they are to have such a formidable ally, the gentleman mused, unaware of Jian Ping's underlying sentiments. After some light conversation, Jian Ping eagerly opened the small box, revealing its contents before the gentleman and Yang Tianfeng. Inside lay 5 vials of potion. Is this the potion capable of repairing damaged essence? An elderly man with white hair, a pharmacist from gathering place number 127, inquired with intrigue. Indeed, it is, came the response. Jian Ping smiled. More accurately, it is termed the Endopos, primary revival potion, Endopos, gathering place no. 126 is truly brimming with talent. Dr. Kuhai, who created this potion, is a genius. As he spoke, a pang of envy surged within him, for with both Dr. Qin Shi and Dr. Kuhai, it was only a matter of time before gathering place number 126 boasted another second-tier pharmacist. The gentleman, seeing the potion for the first time, realized that this was indeed the item they had been tasked to escort. With these, we shall have the confidence to confront the demonic plant kin, Jian Ping declared with a hearty laugh, eliciting smiles from the others. He did not withhold information from the gentleman and Yang Tianfeng, explaining the necessity of the primary revival potion. This potion was intended for a venerable elder of gathering place number 127, once the strongest among them, who had reached the pinnacle of second-tier strength. However, years prior, an attempt to ascend to third tier through a high awakening potion had resulted in a backlash that severely damaged his essence, nearly causing his demise. For years, he had survived solely on the nurturing properties of spiritual plants within the spirit palace. Upon hearing of Dr. Kuhai's creation of a restorative potion, the senior officials of gathering place number 127 had been eager to procure it, promptly contacting gathering place number 126. As fellow human enclaves, the Lion's Den had readily agreed to send aid, dispatching the gentleman and his team. Though merely a primary revival potion, it might not fully restore the elder's strength. It would certainly aid in recuperation. Complete restoration would depend on Dr. Kuhai's ability to concoct an intermediate revival potion. Nevertheless, the prospect of regaining even a portion of his former strength was a source of great satisfaction for gathering place number 127. Their situation was precarious, a state of uncertainty where, although they once had a powerful awakener to rely upon, the subsequent generations had faltered. Even Jian Ping's capabilities paled in comparison to Dr. Kuhai's, and their enclave had only one pharmacist and one mechanic. Thus, that elder, who was a pseudo-third-tier powerhouse, stood as the pillar of their community. They would spare no effort to restore his strength. After acquiring the primary revival potion, Jian Ping and his companions prepared to depart, eager to deliver the potions to the spirit palace. Administrator, may I accompany you? Yang Tianfeng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Jian Ping regarded him with curiosity, puzzled by the young man's request, as it was generally prohibited due to the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to decline, Yang Tianfeng added, You may not be aware, Administrator, but I am also an apprentice pharmacist. My mentor is pharmacist Zhang Zhao, a close friend of Dr. Kuhai. The revelation that he was an apprentice pharmacist piqued Jian Ping's interest, and he regarded the young man with renewed respect. To think the Lion's Den would permit someone with pharmacist potential to participate in such a perilous undertaking. Indeed, I am honored to be a pupil of pharmacist Zhang Zhao, Yang Tianfeng asserted, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Jian Ping chuckled. Well then, with such credentials, there is no reason to refuse you, my young friend. Captain Ho, it seems we have a hidden gem among us. The gentleman, still taken aback, could hardly comprehend that Yang Tianfeng was truly a disciple of Zhang Zhao. He was equally bewildered by the situation. He was only aware that Yang Tianfeng had made a mistake, resulting in his being sent to the frontline camp for reform by the authorities. As for the nature of the mistake, Having been away from the gathering place for many years, he had no means of knowing. However, he was somewhat familiar with Yang Tianfeng and Appos' aptitude for pharmacology, which explained his inclination to offer assistance. After all, in this era, talent is of paramount importance. Since Jinping had spoken so, he felt disinclined to question the veracity of Yang Tianfeng's words. Moreover, Yang Tianfeng was merely an awakened individual of the nascent source realm. Could he truly stir up a tempest within the confines of Gathering Place 127? Perhaps his intentions were genuinely altruistic. Subsequently, Jinping and the others departed, taking Yang Tianfeng along with them. Gentleman remained alone at the guest house. With a rare moment of leisure, he resolved to venture out and explore, seizing the opportunity to purchase some souvenirs from this unfamiliar gathering place. Following the conclusion of this task, the authorities had granted him a brief respite, allowing him to return home and visit family, during which he could bring gifts for his little one. This thought brought a long-lost smile to his face. Surely, the little one had successfully awakened by now. He wondered whether they had joined the city guard or the Blade Army. The spiritual flora of Gathering Place 127 was a towering garlic plant, an immense specimen, several dozen meters high, its leaves soaring into the clouds. The primary sustenance of their gathering place revolved around garlic, whether in the form of garlic leaves or steaming the garlic bulbs for consumption. As one traversed the gathering place, the unmistakable aroma of garlic lingered in the air. Yet, this garlic was no ordinary variety. It was rich in nutrients and possessed a particularly fragrant quality. The garlic leaves were crisp and refreshing, and even the steamed bulbs exuded an enticing aroma, soft and sweet. Gentlemen sampled their signature steamed garlic bulbs and found them to be a delightful experience. Afterward, he purchased a wooden carving of the garlic spiritual plant from a vendor, the craftsman's skill evident in the exquisite detail. The spiritual palace of Gathering Place 127. Jinping and the others entered the palace with great pomp. Yang Tianfeng surveyed the interior with keen interest, soon spotting the towering garlic spiritual plant. They did not linger, proceeding directly to the base of the plant. There, a figure was seated cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. As they approached, the figure's appearance became clearer, a gaunt body clad in a gray robe, pale hair tied back, and a long beard, resembling an elderly Taoist priest. He was once the most formidable awakened being of Gathering Place 127, now appearing aged and frail, his aura somewhat decrepit. Master, Jinping approached the elder respectfully and spoke. Moments later, the elder slowly opened his murky eyes. "You have arrived," he uttered, his voice imbued with a profound weariness. Chapter 44. The Invasion of the Magical Plants Teacher. We have discovered a potion that can repair the damage to the source. Jinping exclaimed with palpable excitement. This is it, the primary revival potion, concocted by Dr. Su Kuhai from Gathering Point 126. He produced several vials of the potion and placed them beside the elder. The elder's expression began to shift. The calm demeanor he maintained was momentarily pierced by a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "Is what you say true?" Jinping nodded earnestly, affirming the truth of his words. The elder trembled as he grasped one of the vials, struggling to contain his inner elation. Having spent many years within the spirit palace, he felt like a mere shell of his former self, unable to leave the confines of the palace due to severe damage to his source. He had to remain near the magical plants to absorb their energy for his recovery. Once, he had been the guardian spirit of Gathering Point 127, having vanquished countless magical plants through blood and battle, ensuring the survival of the Gathering Point in this perilous world. But suddenly being rendered powerless shattered him, leading him to contemplate ending his own life. However, Gathering Point 127 could not afford to lose him. He was their guardian, a beacon of hope for many. Throughout the years, they had not abandoned the hope of healing him. Now, the advent of the primary revival potion ignited a fierce flame within their hearts, illuminating a new path forward. "If I recover from this, I owe Dr. Su Kuhai a great debt," the elder declared boldly. Without delay, he consumed the potion in one swift motion, settling into a meditative posture to harness its energy to mend his shattered source. The others watched anxiously, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, amidst the fervor, no one noticed Yang Tianfeng displaying an odd smile, his eyes glinting with a sinister green hue. In his hand, a peculiar root emerged, which he casually discarded onto the ground. Almost immediately, it appeared to come to life, burrowing into the soil. This transpired in a flash, unnoticed by the others. In a desolate wasteland, a figure cloaked in black sat cross-legged, suddenly opening its eerie green eyes. "Oh, it seems their task has been completed," it rasped, its voice dripping with malevolence. If members of the Blade Corps were present, they would instantly recognize this being as the king of magical plants, Bloodweep. What a pity I could not consume that little tomato. It gazed longingly towards gathering point 126, frustrated that a mere mechanic had thwarted its meticulously crafted plan. The essence of the tomato spirit plant had been partially devoured, tantalizingly close to complete consumption. Essences from auxiliary spirit plants were of immense benefit to magical plants, as they yielded plentiful sustenance, their essence rich and delectable. The higher the yield of a plant, the more enticing it became to magical beings. Alas, had it been able to consume the entire essence of the tomato spirit plant, it might have achieved the third tier. The body of Qin Shi posed a significant threat, compelling it to retreat, leaving it to lament its lost opportunity. This time, little garlic sprout, you shall not escape, the king of magical plants muttered, a chilling laugh escaping its lips before dissolving into the black mist, vanishing into the wasteland. At the periphery of gathering point 127, the magical plant tribe began to assemble, though they showed no immediate intention to attack. Inside the spirit palace, the strange root continued to proliferate underground, spreading like a spider's web, seemingly masking its presence from the still, slumbering garlic spirit plant. After consuming a vial of the primary revival potion, Jin Yunhua felt as though a portion of his fractured source was being repaired. He could now summon the source energy within him with relative ease. Had it not been for the younger generation surrounding him, he might have been overwhelmed with emotion. Though the potion did not fully restore him, it confirmed its efficacy. Without hesitation, he consumed another vial, feeling the peculiar energy gradually mend his damaged source. If only he had an intermediate revival potion, he mused. It could have restored him completely. As time ticked by, Jianping and his companions awaited in silence. Suddenly, Jianping's communicator lit up. He opened it to find a message that caused him to furrow his brow. "What is it?" one of his companions inquired, puzzled. "Numerous magical plant sightings have been reported outside the gathering point. We do not know their intentions." Jianping relayed the intelligence. "Damn it. Those vile creatures are causing trouble again. Once Elder Jean recovers, we will eradicate these pests." Others cursed vehemently, harboring an intense animosity towards the magical plants. Given the urgency of the situation, Jianping did not dare to be complacent. As the overseer of the gathering point, it was his duty to address this threat and prevent the magical plants from invading. "Dr. Hua, please keep an eye on the elder. The rest of you, come with me to investigate the intentions of these magical plants," he commanded decisively. Dr. Hua was the apothecary in question. Jianping then turned to Yang Tianfeng. "You stay here with Dr. Hua." Given Yang Tianfeng's weaker abilities and his status as a guest, he opted to keep him within the spirit palace. "Understood, esteemed manager." Yang Tianfeng replied politely, resembling a well-mannered youth. Jianping nodded and hastily departed the spirit palace with the remaining members. Upon exiting, Jianping and his companions found the situation far graver than anticipated. The magical plant tribe had amassed into a formidable army, with several second-tier magical beings among their ranks. The arrival was anything but benign. Jianping immediately issued commands for all troops to assemble and enter defensive mode, personally leading strong fighters to the front lines to thwart the encroachment of the magical plant tribe. The atmosphere within the gathering point grew tense, prompting ordinary citizens to retreat to their homes. A gentleman sat in the guest house, feeling somewhat despondent. He could not comprehend the recent surge in the magical plant tribe's activity. It was as if wherever he went, magical plants followed, a phenomenon rarely seen over the past decade. Typically, magical plants possessed low intelligence, acting solely on instinct, only developing a modicum of awareness upon reaching the second tier. Thus, They struggled to exhibit organization or discipline. Was this unrest a consequence of the king of magical plants' revival? Perhaps only it had the power to rally such a multitude of magical beings. For reasons unknown, the gentleman felt a sense of unease, an unsettling anxiety brewing within him. Perhaps it was the strain of his constant flight that had left him feeling so tense and jumpy. Fire the source energy cannons, Jianping commanded, and rows of energy cannons were charged, unleashing bombardments upon the magical plant army. The first-tier magical plants crumbled like straw, obliterated by the blasts. The war had officially commenced. Faced with the surging tide of the magical plant army, humanity displayed no signs of fear. The gathering point stood resolute as a bastion, making it difficult for the magical plants to approach, and the awakened humans had yet to make their move. Suddenly, a colossal white treant emerged from the ranks of the magical plant army. Frosty Magic Tree. Its formidable presence instilled a sense of trepidation among the human warriors. This magical plant is incredibly powerful, a second-tier awakened individual said gravely. Sensing its aura, Jianping's expression turned serious. A top-tier second-tier magical plant. The creature appeared as a ferocious beast, effortlessly demolishing several source energy cannons, while the magical plant army pressed forward relentlessly. We must halt its advance, Jianping declared sternly, turning to a bald man at his side. Old Zhao, let us fight together. Agreed. The formidable figure known as Old Zhao responded without hesitation. Wielding a hefty broadsword in his grasp, his body radiating a vibrant yellow energy, unmistakably marking him as a second-tier earth attribute awakened one. Jianping's hands shimmered with light, and in an instant, he was enveloped in a suit of black armor, the second-tier energy battle armor known as obsidian. This exquisite suit was not crafted by the mechanics of Gathering Point 127, but was procured from the mechanics of Zhunnan City many years ago, when the routes were still accessible. It was a treasured artifact of Gathering Point 127, and upon donning it, Jianping's aura surged, rivaling that of the frosty demon tree. A blue energy blade materialized in his hand, a weapon innate to the obsidian armor, perfectly attuned to its wearer. Jianping intended to join forces with the bald giant to vanquish the frosty demon tree. With a strike as fierce as a meteor and Apos' descent, the blue energy blade cleaved through the air, embodying immense force. Boom! The blow struck the frosty demon tree, carving a massive fissure into its chest. Blood flowed from the wound, a startling white, accompanied by wisps of frost. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the bald giant swung his broadsword, declaring, "Receive a blow from your grandpa Zhao, cleaving mountains." His attack was remarkably fierce, showcasing formidable swordsmanship. The frosty demon tree, incensed by the recent injury, unleashed its primal fury. The icy aura coalesced around its form, transforming its hands into colossal ice fists to block the incoming strike. Crack! Although the ice fists bore cracks from the assault, the momentum of the blade was ultimately exhausted, and the blow was thwarted. The bald giant's expression darkened. This creature was unexpectedly powerful. He swiftly swung his broadsword again, coordinating with Jianping to encircle and slay the frosty demon tree. Other awakened ones joined the fray, engaging the malevolent plant in fierce combat. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The frosty demon tree was a unique magical plant, distinct from most wood attribute varieties. Its essence was that of a water attribute aberration, ice. What a resilient icy armor! Jianping increasingly sensed the formidable nature of the frosty demon tree. Once it donned its icy armor, it resembled steel, impervious to their strikes. Nevertheless, faced with the relentless onslaught from the duo, the frosty demon tree was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, gradually retreating under the pressure. As their battle progressed, they began to drift away from the main battlefield. Slash! 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 The bald giant swung his broadsword with reckless abandon. Crack! At last, with a powerful chop, he drove the frosty demon tree back, revealing a crack in its icy armor. Had they breached its defenses? A surge of exhilaration filled him as he seized the opportunity to charge forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the frosty demon tree. Chapter 45. A harrowing transformation. However, Jianping sensed something amiss. The surrounding environment had transformed into a stretch of soft sand. How had the defenses crumbled so suddenly? The ice armor was known for its unparalleled resilience, yet it had shattered with such ease. Observing that the bald brute had distanced himself, evidently drawn by the Kanghan demon tree, Jian Ping noted an unexpected disturbance in the sand. "Old Zhao, be careful," Jian Ping exclaimed, his pupils constricting as he shouted. He witnessed the bald man's blade descend, and to his astonishment, the previously faltering Kanghan demon tree surged with energy, its icy hands seizing the blade, rendering it immovable. A wave of frigid energy coursed towards the bald man, encasing his entire being in a chilling grip. The bald man felt his body stiffen. At that moment, a thorny spike erupted from the sand, hurtling towards him. With a piercing sound, the thorn pierced through the bald man's back, blood gushing forth. Jian Ping, positioned at a distance, was horrified by the scene. "Old Zhao." He rushed forward, wielding his light blade with fury. The thorn, having wreaked havoc inside the bald man, withdrew, slick with blood. Sensing Jian Ping's fierce approach, the Kanghan demon tree struck the bald man, sending him flying towards Jian Ping. With no choice, Jian Ping caught the bald man in his arms, assessing his injuries. The sight was heart-wrenching. A gaping hole marred his chest, and his heart lay in ruins. "Old Zhao." Jian Ping was engulfed in despair. The bald man, whose name was Zhao, stared wide-eyed, blood streaming from his mouth. Be careful," he gasped before his breath ceased. A second-tier awakened one had fallen just like that. Jian Ping glared furiously at the direction of the Kanghan demon tree and the thorny spike, his wrath igniting. Two formidable second-tier demon plants. The other demon plant that had emerged was none other than the second demon general of the demon plant king, the thorn demon flower. It had been lurking beneath the sand, waiting for the opportune moment to strike as the Kanghan demon tree lured the bald man in. With no defensive energy weapon on him and momentarily immobilized by the ice attributes of the Kanghan demon tree, the bald man had no time to react before being impaled. What a cunning plant! A colossal white treant loomed, adorned with a massive flower bearing a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, surrounded by swirling thorny spikes. They seemed to mock Jian Ping with their gaze. Outraged, Jian Ping charged towards them with his light blade drawn. The battlefield instantly shifted to a 1 versus 2 scenario. However, the overwhelming strength of the demon plants made the fight increasingly arduous for Jian Ping, who began to retreat under relentless pressure inside the spirit palace. Jin Yunhua had consumed all 5 doses of the basic recovery potion. His aura surged dramatically. "Ha ha ha, my energy has finally returned." He laughed heartily, rising from his mat, vibrant yellow energy emanating from his palms. What a sensation! A feeling brimming with power. After years of absence, he had regained a semblance of control over his strength. Jin Yunhua's eyes glistened with moisture. As a soil attribute awakener, although his energy wasn't fully restored, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Congratulations, Senior Jin, on the restoration of your strength." Apothecary Hode stepped forward to express his heartfelt congratulations, his tone brimming with joy. Yang Tianfeng also offered his respects. "But where is Jian Ping?" Noticing Jian Ping's absence, Jin Yunhua inquired of Hode. Hode promptly reported on the movements of the Demon Plant clan in detail. How audacious of the Demon Plant clan! Jin Yunhua's gaze hardened, a murderous intent radiating from him, clearly incensed by their actions. Yang Tianfeng, with his head bowed, briefly revealed a flicker of green light in his eyes, tinged with mockery. Suddenly, a disturbance swept through the spirit palace. The garlic spirit plant inexplicably awoke, its leaves trembling as its roots extracted themselves from the soil, causing the ground to crack. "What is happening?" Hode questioned, bewildered. Jin Yunhua furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling presence. Crack, crack, crack. The ground fissures multiplied, revealing dense black roots that began to converge, forming a swirling vortex of roots. The garlic spirit plant exhibited signs of fear, quaking at the sight of the black tendrils. What are these black roots?" Hode asked, his face etched with horror, as even the dimmest mind could discern the abnormality. "Damn it!" Jin Yunhua reacted swiftly, attempting to destroy the formation of the root vortex. Mountain fist. He struck, as if a mountain were descending. However, it was too late. From the depths of the vortex emerged a withered arm, transforming into a hand that blocked Jin Yunhua's fierce punch. After fending off the attack, a figure clad in black robes stepped forth from the ebony whirlpool. "Blood cry," Jin Yunhua uttered gravely, his expression turning serious. The figure was none other than the demon plant king, Blood Cry. Jin Yunhua was all too familiar with its aura, having interacted with it on numerous occasions. To his shock, it had appeared within the spirit palace. Even Jin Yunhua, seasoned as he was, found himself momentarily stunned by its entrance. "It has grown even stronger. Human, it's you. I never expected you to still be alive." The demon king Blood Cry spoke darkly, having recognized Jin Yunhua. The earlier blow had evidently affected it, yet sensing Jin Yunhua's weakened essence, it regarded him with disdain. "Blood Cry, you have some audacity to intrude upon my gathering place, the spirit palace." Jin Yunhua sneered coldly, preparing to strike. There was no room for civility with the demon plant clan. Only a fight to the death awaited. He launched a powerful punch, turning towards Hode and Yang Tianfeng. He commanded, "Hode, you two should retreat." Hode nodded and promptly led Yang Tianfeng away from the spirit palace. As mere first-tier awakened ones, they would be of no assistance here. Inside the spirit palace, the battle was poised to erupt. Damn it! How could the demon plant king suddenly appear in the spirit palace? Once outside, Hode's expression turned grave, concern etched on his features. "I know not, but the aura of that demon plant king is terrifying," Yang Tianfeng echoed, his face pale with fear, as if he had just encountered a ghost. "We must not delay. We need to seek reinforcements," Hode urged, anxiously leading the way. Just then, Yang Tianfeng made his move. A dagger plunged into Hode's back. In a moment of shock, Hode beheld Yang Tianfeng extending a bizarre root from his palm, piercing through his body. You. Hode gasped in terror as his flesh rapidly withered away, ultimately becoming a lifeless husk. After draining Hode and Apos' essence, Yang Tianfeng appeared rejuvenated. His complexion flushed as if he had received a bountiful boon. His strength had remarkably surged to the energy sea realm, almost filling his energy sea to capacity. It was astonishing, considering he had only been a first-tier energy-gathering awakener before joining the vanguard camp. This method of cultivation was astonishingly swift. Yang Tianfeng declared with satisfaction. This old fool provided more energy than the previous ones. He licked his lips, a sinister expression crossing his face. "I wonder how the taste of that gentleman will compare. I've been craving it all along. It's driving me mad." With that, he vanished into the periphery of the spirit palace. Damn it, these two are formidable. Within the obsidian battle armor, Jian Ping felt as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. Despite the armor's formidable defenses, he had sustained internal injuries. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, retreat was imperative. Continuing the fight could result in his demise. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he swiftly withdrew, shouldering the lifeless form of the bald brute beside him. Escape. Jian Ping fled, pursued immediately by the Kanghan demon tree and thorn demon flower. Withdraw. Back to the defensive line, Jian Ping commanded upon returning to the battlefield. The awakened ones had no choice but to obey, retreating into the safety of the defensive perimeter. The city walls outside the defensive line activated their protective systems, halting the onslaught of the monstrous plant army. Under the barrage of numerous energy cannons, the monstrous plant forces suffered heavy losses, prompting a temporary cessation of their advance. The two sides remained in a tense standoff. "Captain Zhao?" The awakened ones gasped upon sighting the bald giant's corpse, overwhelmed with sorrow. This formidable individual was the military leader of Gathering Point 127, possessing strength comparable to that of a typical administrator. Never did they expect his demise. The monstrous plants had come prepared, particularly the Kanghan demon tree and thorn demon flower, which were exceptionally powerful. Jian Ping remarked gravely, "We must hold our ground. Otherwise, the residents of the Gathering Point will be in peril." The human side was shrouded in despair, shaken by the ferocious assault of the monstrous plant clan. "This is dire, administrator," an informant exclaimed anxiously. "What has happened?" Jian Ping inquired, furrowing his brow. "The spirit palace is in turmoil. The king of the monstrous plants has appeared. The informant cried out in alarm. What? Jianping felt his mind tremble at this revelation, shaken by the news. The king of the monstrous plants. How did it manifest in the spirit palace? This was disastrous. Gathering Point 127 was now besieged by both internal and external threats. He wondered if his mentor could withstand it. Jianping felt utterly drained. Panic had already erupted within the gathering point, encircled by the monstrous plant army, while disturbances occurred within the spirit palace, causing ordinary citizens to tremble in fear. Is there a battle occurring in the spirit palace? Have the monstrous plants breached its defenses? Residents speculated, struggling to conceal their terror. Gentlemen in the guest house could no longer remain idle and hurried outside to assess the situation. It was then that they grasped the gravity of the circumstances. Even the spirit palace was undergoing upheaval. Positioned not far from the spirit palace, they could distinctly sense the presence of powerful beings engaged in combat. I must speak with the administrator. The gentleman approached Jianping. At this moment, Jianping appeared utterly haggard, yet he promptly received him. Captain Ho, as you anticipated, our gathering point 127 has reached a critical juncture of survival. He opened with the most disheartening news. All means of communication with the outside world had been severed, leaving them unable to call for assistance. Captain Ho, can I trust you? Jianping's piercing gaze bore into the gentleman, causing him to feel exposed, yet he solemnly nodded in affirmation. I hope you can journey to gathering point 126 and convey the message. We are in dire need of reinforcements. Chapter 46. The final guardian. The gentleman swallowed hard, immediately feeling the weight of a formidable burden upon his shoulders. Jianping was also gambling. The demonic plant army outside loomed ominously, and he had no knowledge of the conditions within the spirit palace, only aware that fierce battles were erupting. Regardless of the outcome, their gathering place was destined for peril, making support utterly crucial. The nearest gathering point was the 126th, where the gentleman hailed from, making his return for assistance the most prudent course of action. After all, he had arrived at the 127th gathering place with a mission and was relatively familiar with the route. Captain Ho, the fate of our gathering place rests in your hands, Jianping said solemnly, gazing at the gentleman. We will create an opportunity for your escape. Once you are outside, you must rely on yourself. The gentleman nodded, understanding the gravity of the matter. Soon, Jianping summoned several second-tier Awakeners to form a team, launching an assault on the weakest points of the demonic plant army to carve a path for the gentleman's escape. The gentleman tucked the wooden carving of the large green spirit plant into his front pocket and followed closely behind the powerful warriors. Kill, with Jianping's command. They charged at the demonic plant army, wielding their source energy weapons. The overwhelming assault instantly sent a wave of the demonic plants flying, severing numerous foes and creating a breach in the enemy ranks. Captain, hurry, Jianping shouted to the gentleman. Without hesitation, the gentleman bolted forward, his martial arts training emphasizing speed and agility. Just then, the cold shade demon tree and thorn demon flower reacted, charging toward them. You face me, Jianping bellowed. Engaging them fiercely, they held off the majority of the demonic plants, granting the gentleman a precious opportunity to flee. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped the grasp of the demonic army. As the gentleman's silhouette vanished, they began to retreat, avoiding prolonged conflict and returning to their defensive lines. Administrator, we have discovered the body of Apothecary Hode outside the spirit palace. It seems he was completely drained of blood and flesh by the malevolent demonic plants. An Awakener reported to Jianping. Another grim piece of news. Jianping slowly closed his eyes, sorrow etched across his face. Hode was the only apothecary in their gathering place, and now he was gone. What of the young man who accompanied him? His whereabouts remained a mystery. He had vanished without a trace. Sighing deeply, Jianping lamented that the young newcomer had likely met with a similar fate, given his fragile strength. It was a tragic loss for one gifted with the talent of an apothecary. Cursed be the demonic plant race. How fared the battle within the spirit palace? The energy erupting from within was formidable. First-tier Awakeners could not approach, and even ordinary second-tier Awakeners risked becoming collateral damage. Jianping felt helpless. Suspecting that his teacher was locked in combat, with the demon plant king. He wondered how his teacher was faring. Human, you possess great strength. Having touched the realm of the third tier, the blood-cried demon king remarked, observing the somewhat disheveled Jin Yunhua. The fact that he could engage in combat for so long indicated Jin's power had reached an impressive level. However, your source injuries remain unhealed. I fear you are suffering greatly. In response, Jin Yunhua fixed a cold gaze upon it, his pale hair cascading down as his emaciated form radiated immense energy. Standing tall like a mountain. You speak nonsense. Even if I have not fully recovered, I can still suppress you. Jin Yunhua retorted vehemently. At his side appeared two pale figures, clad in a mix of azure and white armor, their faces obscured, seemingly faceless. They wielded long spears, resembling two soldier-like guardians. These were the spirit guards of the garlic spirit plant, both at second-tier strength. Fight! With the assistance of the two spirit guards, Jin Yunhua surged toward the blood-cried demon king again. In truth, the blood-cried demon king was correct. Jin and Appo's condition was far from ideal as signs of collapse began to appear in his source C. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. The blood-cried demon king, like a shadow, swiftly evaded his attacks. The two second-tier spirit guards found their spears ineffective against the king. As the disparity in levels was too great, a mere wave of the king's hand could send them flying. I have no time to play with you. The blood-cried demon king's eerie voice echoed as its form began to transform. Tendrils erupted from its body, plunging into the earth, siphoning the life force from the surrounding soil. It was consuming the vitality of the earth. The once human-like figure clad in black robes swelled. Elongated branches and leaves sprouting forth, revealing its true form, the blood-dry abyss grass, the blood-dry demon king's genuine embodiment. The enormous malevolent demon plant took root within the spirit palace. And Jin Yunhua watched this scene with grave concern. Its aura was overwhelmingly potent. Tendrils reached out toward Jin Yunhua, oppressive dark energy suppressing him. Trouble. Jin Yunhua realized its sinister intent. The blood-cry abyss grass aimed to consume the garlic spirit plant, with countless tendrils already entwining it, burrowing into its body and relentlessly draining its sap. Overwhelmed by sheer force, the garlic spirit plant could only struggle in vain, succumbing to despair. Jin Yunhua roared in fury, but the backlash from his injuries forced him to spit blood. His eyes widened in agony as he witnessed the scene unfold. Today was meant to be a day of restoration, his most joyous. But the sudden assault from the demon plant king had plunged him from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Blood cry. You push me to this, Jin Yunhua bellowed. He then produced a vial of potion, source explosive elixir. Since his incapacitating defeat, he had kept this potion on hand, prepared for an unforeseen crisis. Upon consuming the source explosive elixir, his source energy would surge to astonishing levels, unleashing tremendous power, but the cost would be utter exhaustion once the effects faded. However, this was merely the price for ordinary Awakeners. For Jin Yunhua, once the effects wore off, his already damaged source C would likely collapse, potentially costing him his life. Such a choice was akin to consuming poison. Yet, he found himself with no other option. Downing the potion, Jin Yunhua's eyes blazed crimson. His aura exploded forth, the earth attribute source energy coalescing as if solidifying. This surge of power momentarily stunned the blood-cry demon king. Another third tier? It sensed imminent danger. Reminiscent of its previous encounter with Qin Shi, the same feeling of dread washing over it. How could these humans possess such an abundance of hidden strengths? The thought compelled it to acknowledge its underestimation of humanity. Mountain suppression. Jin Yunhua roared, and a massive phantom mountain materialized above the spirit palace. This was the authority of the third tier. After consuming the source explosive elixir, he had touched the domain of the third tier, bringing his attributes to tangible form. That as the teacher. Outside, Jian Ping felt a jolt within his heart, realizing that this immense force was summoned by his teacher. Such powerful attacks? Could it be? His eyes widened, reluctant to accept the reality. If his teacher had indeed consumed that potion, it would mean his teacher faced the threat of demise. Was the heavens truly set on destroying the 127th gathering place today? Tears welled in his eyes as he recognized that the pillar of the 127th gathering place was on the brink of collapse. Yet he could not surrender. Countless human lives resided within the gathering place, all living beings. Suppress. Jin Yubua's voice thundered. A colossal shadow of a mountain loomed over the blood-cry abyssal grass, crashing down with such formidable force that it instantaneously evaporated its branches and leaves. Numerous tendrils transformed into mere phantoms under this devastating blow. The blood-cry abyssal grass was grievously wounded. It emitted a piercing roar, causing the surrounding army of demonic plants to go into a frenzy, launching a frenzied assault on the defenses of Gathering Point 127. This is dire. The ferocity of this attack is overwhelming, and our defenses are struggling to withstand it. Someone reported to Jinping. A pall of despair enveloped everyone, as it seemed that the demonic plant clan would stop at nothing to conquer Gathering Point 127. Human, you shall perish. The blood-cry abyssal grass screeched in sharp fury, thoroughly incensed by Jin Yunbua. Although it had underestimated humanity's resilience this time, it could not afford to relinquish the garlic spirit plant. Having previously abandoned the tomato spirit plant, it was resolute in its determination to secure the garlic spirit plant, regardless of the heavy toll it might incur. Devour the spirit, erupted the blood-cry abyssal grass, surrounding itself with a surge of dark, malevolent energy that coalesced into a vast abyssal maw, poised to consume the garlic spirit plant. The garlic spirit plant trembled in terror. You dare, beast! Roared Jin Yunbua, immediately conjuring another massive mountain to crash down once more. The spirit palace had already been reduced to ruins by the turbulence of their battle. Boom! This time, the blow struck the blood-cry abyssal grass with unyielding force, nearly disintegrating its form. Humans, you will pay dearly for this, snarled the blood-cry demon king, as its abyssal maw consumed the garlic spirit plant. Cursed be this fate. Jin Yunbua lamented upon witnessing this scene, filled with frustration as the blood-cry demon king succeeded in devouring the garlic spirit plant, even though it had been gravely injured. With resolve, he sought to muster his strength for one final strike. Yet, the blood-cry demon king was prepared. Its body exploded, sending countless tendrils shooting in every direction. This was a classic escape maneuver of the blood-cry abyssal grass, nearly impossible to thwart. As long as a single tendril escaped, it could potentially revive once more. Jin Yunbua could only sigh in resignation, realizing that it was indeed impossible to completely eradicate it. The garlic spirit plant had been consumed at Gathering Point 127, leaving them bereft of their spirit. Where would they go from here? Despair washed over everyone as they beheld the garlic spirit plant being devoured. Their grief and fury spiraling out of control. This would surely become the battle of the fallen city. The demonic plants outside continued their relentless assault, intent on tearing through the defenses and devouring every human in sight. We seem unable to hold them off. After the garlic spirit plant was swallowed, despair settled in, extinguishing their will to resist. Everyone, rally yourselves. As long as we draw breath, there remains hope for survival. Jin Yunbua soared into the air, standing defiantly in the void as he admonished. His voice resonated throughout Gathering Point 127. Is that the Guardian? Someone recognized him. Was this the long-reclusive Guardian? Instantly, hope ignited anew in their hearts. Jinping, lead the people of Gathering Point 127 and survive. Upon uttering the word survive, Jin Yunbua transformed into a blinding beam of yellow light. Let me be your guardian one last time. Earth Spirit Barrier. The surrounding earth surged upward like a tidal wave, enveloping the entirety of Gathering Point 127. Suddenly, everyone was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 47, Winged Bat Flowers, Forbidden Zone. Settlement 127 was entombed. Jin Yunbua and Appos' ultimate technique had attained the veritable strength of the third tier, a power that transcended human capabilities, a true marvel. Alas, in wielding the authority of a genuine third-tier awakened, he too was reduced to ashes, vanishing forever from this world. Teacher. Jinping remained transfixed on the moment of Jin Yunbua's sacrifice, immersed in sorrow. A series of lights illuminated, revealing that they were ensconced within an underground fortress, shielded above by an indomitable earthen barrier. This very barrier was the final defense forged by Jin Yunbo for them. Before long, the grief-stricken Jian Ping composed himself. As the linchpin of Settlement 127, he could not afford to lose his composure. He convened the surviving senior officials, assigning them their respective duties. With the loss of their spirit plants, sustenance would become the most pressing concern. To prevent the settlement from descending into chaos, they must gather the remaining food and distribute it judiciously. The king of demon plants had suffered grievous wounds, and its wrath would not be easily assuaged. It was unlikely to spare the humans of this settlement. Consequently, the demon plants outside had not dispersed but continued their assault on the earthen bulwark. The survival of Settlement 127 rested solely on the support of Settlement 126. Captain Ho, I entrust this to you, Jian Ping murmured, his heart heavy with worry, as he offered a silent prayer for the gentleman's safety. Why are these demon plants so tenacious? They haven't given up after chasing me for so long. The gentleman fled desperately across the wilderness, evading one demon plant attack after another. As he fled, he sensed a powerful surge of source energy emanating from the direction of Settlement 127, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine despite the distance. Too powerful. This only strengthened his resolve to return to Settlement 126 as quickly as possible to seek assistance. As fellow humans, he could not stand idly by while his kin were brutally slaughtered by demon plants. Wingbat flowers. Just then, the gentleman noticed a swarm of dark shapes descending from the sky. He recognized these demon plants. They possessed enormous leafy wings and bodies resembling large bats, but their torsos were covered in tiny purple blossoms. At first glance, one might mistake them for demonic entities, but they were, in fact, a unique type of demon plant. These wingbat flowers were only of the first tier in strength, but their ability to fly would pose a significant challenge to the gentleman. Damn it! The gentleman cursed under his breath. These fiends were already swooping down from above, launching their attack upon him. No escape. I have to fight. He drew a battle blade from his waist, and the boots he wore began to emit source energy. As a captain of the vanguard camp, he possessed source energy weapons. These boots were first-tier source energy weapons that augmented speed and amplified the power of leg techniques. Kill. Clutching the battle blade in his grasp, the gentleman propelled himself forward with a forceful kick, like a cannonball hurtling into the swarm of winged bat flowers. The powerful impact sent the blade whistling through the air, cleaving the foremost winged bat flower in two. Then came the second. The gentleman had long since transcended the transformation realm, possessing formidable strength and an inexhaustible wellspring of source energy, indicative of his abundant source C. In the transformation realm, awakened ones wielded source energy with effortless precision, each strike imbued with its power, resulting in tremendous explosive force. However, the sheer number of wingbat flowers was overwhelming, and the gentleman found himself unable to cut them all down, sustaining several lacerations from their claws. Damn it! I and Oppos, VE indulged you beasts for too long. The gentleman had long abandoned his refined demeanor, now resembling a madman. Aerial flying kick. The gentleman leaped into the air, directing a kick at the winged bat flowers, his boots amplifying the force to an unparalleled degree. This was none other than a technique from the flying cloud leg martial art. However, the aerial flying kick unleashed by the gentleman possessed far greater power than that of Ho Dong Dong. Several winged bat flowers were instantly obliterated into a bloody mist by his kick. Having invoked his martial skills, he became an unstoppable force, decimating the demon plant swarm with each kick, capable of felling a winged bat flower. He had attained mastery of the flying cloud leg martial art domain. Augmented by his robust source energy, these winged bat flowers were no match for him. Their numbers dwindled rapidly, and the gentleman was soon drenched in their fluids. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell, screech, a shrill cry echoed through the air. The sound resembled a shockwave, causing the gentleman's heart to seize momentarily, slowing his movements. Thump, thump, thump. A violent gust of wind announced the arrival of an enormous winged bat flower in the sky above. What the hell? Second tier. The gentleman's eyes widened in disbelief, and he erupted in curses. He promptly activated the source energy boots on his feet, bolting away at full speed. His reaction was swift, with no thought of resistance. Damn it, this is a second-tier demon plant. I'm just a first-tier awakened one. All I can do is run. The demon plants truly thought highly of him, dispatching a second-tier winged bat flower to hunt him down. The gentleman grumbled as he ran. The second-tier winged bat flower hot on his heels. What to do? What to do? The gentleman was breaking out in a cold sweat. Despite the enhancement from his source energy boots, he stood no chance of escaping a second-tier demon plant. Screech. The piercing sound reverberated once more. This was the winged bat flower's sonic attack. The gentleman's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened, nearly causing him to stumble. Damn! The winged bat flower seized the opportunity, extending its sharp claws as it swooped down toward the gentleman. Boom! The immense form crashed into the ground, creating a deafening roar and a gaping crater. Huff! The gentleman stood outside the crater, hunched over and gasping for air, overwhelmed by a sense of relief after narrowly escaping death. In the nick of time, he had executed a technique from the flying cloud leg, known as the arrow from the bowstring, stomping hard on the ground and using the force to propel himself forward, dodging the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Run! He took off running once more. The winged bat flower was enraged, soaring out of the crater, clearly incensed by the human before it. Its claws gleamed with an eerie light, as if capable of rending anything asunder. The winged bat flower commanded the power of the metal element. Fortunately, it was not considered strong among second-tier demon plants, only able to imbue its claws with the metal element to tear apart its prey. At this rate, I might actually die? The gentleman's mind raced. He could not afford to die here, for he carried the hopes of the entire Settlement 127 on his shoulders. If he were to perish, Settlement 127 would be annihilated, and all its inhabitants would become food for the demon plant race. But how could he break free from this predicament? He surveyed his surroundings. Having spent years in the vanguard camp, he possessed a thorough understanding of the terrain outside the settlement. As a result of the demon plant's pursuit, his original direct route to Settlement 126 had deviated somewhat. This deviation led toward a forbidden zone. The vanguard camp used the term forbidden zone to denote perilous locations, whether they were demon plant lairs, treacherous areas, or habitats of powerful demonic beasts. It seemed that this particular forbidden zone was not related to demon plants. The gentleman had once led his team to explore the outer fringes of this area and had not detected any demon plant energy signatures. However, when a Transformation Realm Vanguard Camp Awakened One ventured into that region, they were attacked by a bizarre entity and transformed into an ice sculpture, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. This incident had instilled great trepidation, leading them to mark the area as a forbidden zone on their maps. Exploration prohibited for those below the second tier. To this day, they remained uncertain of the source of danger within the forbidden zone. But with the winged bat flower closing in, the gentleman gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the forbidden zone. There is no way out. As I approached that forbidden zone, the surroundings transformed. The once desolate land began to reveal towering stone pillars, and the temperature in the air plummeted, instilling a sense of chill. What manner of place is this? The gentleman could only steel himself and venture deeper, as the stone columns multiplied around him, ultimately leading him to a vast, dark cavern that exuded an eerie aura. Creak! Once again, suppressing his discomfort, the gentleman charged into the cave, closely followed by the winged bat flower. Thud! 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 Upon entering the cave, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously within. A palpable sense of danger permeated the air, and the gentleman widened his eyes. He beheld a colossal silhouette, resembling a lion, its crimson eyes gazing coldly at him from the shadows. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by an icy surge of energy. The frost roar. The gentleman at the forefront was immediately struck by the frigid force, akin to a kite severed from its string, sent hurtling against a massive stone pillar. Cough, cough. The gentleman spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been grievously wounded. Merely a single roar had left him battered, as he sensed the creature's presence. A thought of resistance did not even arise within him. The overwhelming might was stifling. The coldness within him signaled that his condition was dire. That chill was gnawing at his very being, reminiscent of the fate of the fallen Awakeners. What level of existence is this? Even the king of the magical plants would scarcely compare. He gazed in shock at the shadow within the cavern. With a casual flick, It seemed as though a colossal beast had been disturbed by a mere fly. A gentle breath sent shockwaves. The winged bat flower ceased its assault, cautiously regarding the shadow within the cave, sensing a threat. At last, the massive shadow emerged from the darkness. It was a magnificent white lion, its snowy fur interspersed with shards of ice, emanating a chilling aura that further dropped the temperature around it. The white lion paid no heed to the gentleman, instead fixing its disdainful gaze upon the winged bat flower, staring icily at it. Roar! The white lion unleashed a blast of icy energy, targeting the winged bat flower, entirely disregarding the fleeing gentleman. That was close. With a hasty retreat from that perilous zone, the gentleman finally managed to calm his racing heart. He needed to return swiftly. However, his condition seemed far from optimal. The icy energy had already begun to ravage his internal organs. The gentleman's complexion turned pale, yet he resolutely pressed onward towards the gathering point of 126. Chapter 48. The Malevolent Disguise. Handcrafted potions. 2 days later, the gentleman finally approached the gathering point 126, his pallid visage betraying a sense of relief. Fortunately, the stretch of road behind him had been free from the attacks of demonic flora, allowing for a smoother passage. However, he seemed utterly exhausted and unable to proceed any further. Leaning against a stone, he found himself utterly depleted. Yet, there was no cause for despair, for he possessed a signal flare. He retrieved a red signal flare from within his garments, a cherished keepsake. Its visibility was limited, so he had refrained from igniting it earlier. With a quiet bio, the flare ascended into the sky, radiating a brilliant light. The gentleman slumped to the ground, wrapping his arms around himself, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. "Captain, I have finally located you." At that moment, a sinister voice emerged from the shadows. Startled by the sudden appearance of a young man, the gentleman's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Yang Tianfeng, what are you doing here?" He had presumed the youth to be within the confines of gathering point 127. Yang Tianfeng's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, his gaze darkening ominously. It was unsettling. The gentleman regarded him with caution. "Captain, are you injured?" Yang Tianfeng inched closer, his voice low and foreboding. I am fine." The gentleman's voice trembled, the chill of despair having consumed him entirely. "Captain, it must be excruciating, no?" Yang Tianfeng revealed his fangs, grinning malevolently. His aura had grown dangerously potent, fingers morphing into black tendrils that lunged towards the gentleman. With a swift motion, the tendrils pierced his body, rendering him utterly defenseless. Vital energy and blood ebbed away rapidly, and the gentleman's eyes widened in horror, entirely unprepared for such a betrayal. "You, traitor!" he growled through gritted teeth, fury igniting within him. Yang Tianfeng ignored the murderous glare and, with a wicked smile, proclaimed, "Captain, go and reunite with Scar and the others." Those words shattered the gentleman's spirit, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. You, beast." With that final utterance, he succumbed to weakness, waiting quietly for death. In that moment, he comprehended the sudden onslaught of demonic flora during his mission. He understood why Yang Tianfeng had survived the tide of demons. He realized the emergence of the Demon Plant King at gathering point 127. All of it stemmed from the treachery of this very human traitor. Yet, he lamented that he had not conveyed the message back. "Lord Jianping, I am ashamed before gathering point 127. I cannot accept this." Visions flashed through his mind as if on a carousel, revealing the face of his long-lost son. He appeared to have grown significantly, maturing into a true man. "Alas, I shall never see you again." A single tear of blood streamed from the corner of the gentleman's eye, his gaze void of life, his body withering completely. One hand still clutched the wooden effigy of the garlic spirit plant. "Is this the place?" A squad of awakened soldiers from the Blade Army arrived swiftly upon spotting the signal flare. "Captain, look over there." One soldier pointed to a direction. Following his gaze, they beheld 2 figures lying on the ground, a lifeless corpse and a young man. The young man appeared gravely injured, his energy waning, as though he had escaped peril while carrying the corpse, still grasping the signal flare. It seemed he had fired the signal in desperation due to exhaustion. They hastily transported the bodies of Yang Tianfeng and the gentleman back to the gathering point. What is your name? Yang Tianfeng slowly regained consciousness in a field hospital, where an elderly man with graying hair sat beside him. Yang Tianfeng hesitated to respond, a look of confusion crossing his face. The elderly man reassured him, "Do not worry. You are in the field hospital of the gathering point, and you are out of danger. I am Zhang Yunsheng, the commander of the Blade Army. Can you share your information and recount your experiences?" Only then did Yang Tianfeng come to his senses, sorrowfully recounting, "My name is Yang Tianfeng, a member of the Vanguard Camp's 13th team. Recently, we were tasked with escorting an item to gathering point 127, but upon our return, we were ambushed by the demonic flora, which were numerous and terrifying." As he spoke, terror etched his features, seemingly haunted by recollections of horror. After regaining composure, he continued to narrate the events that followed. After the ambush, they had engaged in a desperate flight for survival, with his comrades falling victim to the demonic flora, while the captain sacrificed himself to protect him, being consumed by the malevolent plants. Yang Tianfeng had narrowly escaped with the captain's lifeless body. "So that corpse was your captain, the gentleman?" Zhang Yunsheng inquired gravely after listening to the tale. Yang Tianfeng nodded, sorrow evident on his face. "Rest well. This matter is of utmost importance. I shall report to the overseer." Zhang Yunsheng offered comfort before departing. In the now emptied hospital room, Yang Tianfeng's expression shifted from sorrow to a sinister grin, as if mocking Zhang Yunsheng. "Ha ha ha, I have returned, and you shall all pay the price." A dark voice echoed ominously. "You really eat a lot," Su Mo remarked, observing the enormous white armored creature before him, akin to a giant cow. The creature's small, dark eyes reflected a sense of grievance. Su Mo, unable to contain his frustration, rolled his eyes. The white armored creature had officially advanced to the first tier and was now in its youth phase, but with that came an insatiable appetite, requiring multiple baskets of carrots at each meal. Su Mo felt a pang of despair. He was on the verge of being unable to afford its sustenance. "Come on, let us head to Grandpa's laboratory." He patted the creature affectionately on the head and mounted its back. Having consumed so much, it was time for it to embrace its role as a steed. Given its current size, it could easily carry Su Mo aloft. With a joyous sound, the white armored creature leaped into the air, and onlookers gazed at the spectacle with envy, fully aware that Su Mo possessed a spirit guardian. How magnificent! During this time, Su Mo had dedicated himself to nurturing the white armored creature, neglecting to report back to the Blade Army, but fortunately, Li Yunfei had not minded and granted him an extended leave. Now that the white armored creature had leveled up, its growth rate had begun to slow, prompting Su Mo to focus on his pressing endeavors. That endeavor was the crafting of potions. His mystical manuscript was tailored for potion making, and it would be a shame not to become an apothecary. Recently, he had noticed a peculiar change within himself, as if he could sense unique energies within certain materials, a transformation seemingly linked to the contract with the colorful rice. Kuhai had been diligently working on his intermediate revival potion, having organized the recipe, now only needing to concoct it. "Moer, you have arrived?" Kuhai expressed surprise upon noticing Su Mo's presence. "Grandpa, I wish to concoct a potion," Su Mo stated straightforwardly. The most suitable place for potion making was Su Kuahai's laboratory, which boasted ample space and a comprehensive array of materials and equipment. "Will you be using your original method?" Su Kuahai inquired with curiosity, as Su Mo's simple potion-making technique was indeed remarkable. "Grandpa, I wish to try a different method." Su Mo chuckled, leaving an air of mystery. This piqued Su Kuahai's interest, prompting him to invite Su Mo to the workbench for concoction. Su Mo resolved to first brew the revitalization potion, a formula with which he was quite familiar. He meticulously arranged the ingredients: the resin of the blood-sucking locust tree, spiritual liquid, gray powder, and fresh milk. Standing by the workbench, he focused intently. Moer, doesn't that fresh milk need to be chilled?" Su Kuahai inquired, puzzled to see Su Mo preparing to mix it directly. He recalled that Su Mo's previous method required frozen fresh milk. Su Mo smiled reassuringly. "Grandfather, this time I shall employ a new technique. Just watch." Channeling the source energy within him, Su-Emo discovered he could perceive the peculiar energies within these materials, distinct from source energy itself, mysterious and profound. Even the ordinary fresh milk exhibited this unique energy. Is this what they call properties? A pharmacist must sense such properties to manipulate and blend them, ultimately creating the potion. Su-Emo understood these properties akin to medicinal herbs, capable of staunching blood flow or dispelling cold. These were their characteristics, and a pharmacist could extract them from the materials themselves. What on earth is happening? Kuhai was stunned to witness Su-Emo enveloping the materials with source energy directly. No heating required? As a pharmacist, he was astounded to see Su-Emo summon the materials' properties, causing them to merge instantaneously. Impossible! Kuhai stared in disbelief. What level of control is this? He knew that to manipulate the properties of the blood-sucking locust tree resin, it needed to be heated to a certain degree. Yet Su-Emo simply merged them out of thin air. He crafted a revitalization potion with his bare hands. Once the ingredients had perfectly fused, a faint green glow flickered, forming a potion that Su-Emo levitated, encased in source energy. He then retrieved a vial and poured the potion inside. The revitalization potion was complete. What kind of monster is this? Kuhai could no longer maintain his composure. This was nothing short of divine skill. Even a third-tier pharmacist could not conjure a first-tier potion with mere handwork. This defies logic. "Emo, are you?" Kuhai stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. "Ah, we did it. Grandfather, what do you think?" Su-Emo exhaled in relief, realizing that concocting this potion seemed remarkably simple. You have awakened your pharmacist talent?" Kuhai grasped his hand, incredulous. Su-Emo nodded, smiling. "Grandfather, it appears I can perceive those peculiar energies now. They must be the so-called properties. These energies are quite fascinating, so obedient. Just a gentle nudge brings them together. It seems brewing potions is easier than I imagined." With a playful scratch of his head, Su-Emo felt that the art of potion making was even more straightforward than he had anticipated. Chapter 49, Extraordinary Talent, a Prodigy. Without a doubt, an unparalleled prodigy. To claim that concocting potions is a simple task, if other apothecaries were to hear this, they would undoubtedly harbor thoughts of violence against Su-Emo. Each potion they meticulously brew demands immense effort, yet Su-Emo effortlessly conjured one from thin air. Such a talent is simply terrifying. Kuhai and Appo's heart was shaken, unable to find calm for a long while. The aptitude for potion making varies in levels. Some possess meager talents, struggling to manipulate the properties of materials. Those with slightly better talents find it easier to harness these properties, but he had never heard of an apothecary able to manipulate material characteristics at will. Su-Emo is undoubtedly the first and the only one in this world, a born apothecary. Kuhai felt a surge of warmth within, as if witnessing the rise of a colossal star, a moment in history unfolding before his very eyes. "Emo, you must never reveal this terrifying talent of yours, otherwise the insect tribe and the demonic plant race will surely seek to stifle your growth." Kuhai, suppressing his excitement, spoke with solemnity. Su-Emo nodded, listening intently to his grandfather's words. However, he need not be overly restrained. Here he could freely express his gift. Noticing the atmosphere had become somewhat grave, Kuhai added, "Is it true that if you possess a potion recipe, you can brew it?" Su-Emo nodded once more, affirming, "Yes, grandfather." "Then, let us attempt the basic revival potion," Kuhai suggested, producing the necessary materials. Su-Emo approached the workbench, channeling his source energy to once again manipulate the properties of the materials. Control and fusion. In an effortless flow, the basic revival potion was successfully concocted in mere moments. Kuhai was left astounded, feeling utterly defeated. It took him a considerable amount of time to brew a single, basic revival potion, fraught with risks of failure. Yet Su-Emo managed to produce it flawlessly in one go. Unbelievable. He was akin to a potion-making machine with a zero failure rate. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Kuhai. "Could it be that you can also brew a second-tier potion?" he said, revealing the recipe for the intermediate revival potion. Gazing at Su-Emo with eager anticipation. "Let us give it a try," Su-Emo replied, scratching his head uncertainly as he perused the recipe. As expected, the yellow pages in his mind began to shift. Name: Intermediate Revival Potion. Level: Second Tier. Effect: can repair damage to the essence of second-tier beings, with minor effects on third-tier beings. Recipe: Second-tier essence liquid from spiritual plants, second-tier blood-sucking vine juice, second-tier beast blood, ice spirit spring, fire spirit sand. Note: requires mastery of attribute powers. Possessing apothecary talent is essential. However, this time was different. The brewing method was absent, and the requirements in the notes were somewhat stringent. As expected for a second-tier potion, mastery of attribute powers, it seemed he fell short. Suemo felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, Kuhai had already gathered the materials. They could only try. Once more, Suemo sensed the peculiar energies within the materials, but this time they seemed less compliant, and he struggled to manipulate them with his source energy. It seems impossible. He lamented, acknowledging that his strength was still insufficient. Kuhai displayed a look of regret, realizing he had been too hasty. After all, Suemo had yet to break through to the second tier. For now, he could likely only brew first-tier potions. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to the treasure pavilion in the gathering place. There are some potion recipes there that would be perfect for your remarkable talent. Kuhai reassured him. This statement brought joy to Suemo's heart. What he lacked most were potion recipes. As a human gathering place, it surely possessed a wealth of potion recipes, though some materials were hard to find, and their effects were minimal, leaving them long forgotten. Some recipes belonged to deceased apothecaries, while others were acquired in trades from the town of Southern City. Of course, the number of recipes was limited, as they were the lifeblood of any apothecary. Kuhai's authority would certainly allow him to retrieve those potion recipes for Suemo. After a brief conversation, Kuhai resumed his potion making, eager to break through to the second tier. Meanwhile, Suemo busied himself at another workbench, pondering which potion to concoct. Now, Suemo had collected 6 potion recipes. Among them, he was unable to brew the basic martial intent potion Long Fist and basic awakening potion and intermediate revival potion. The first 2 were hindered by material shortages. As for the remaining potions, it seemed the Good Land potion was the most suitable. Without hesitation, Suemo gathered the materials. Among them, the essence of wood was extracted from the demonic plants. Having slain so many during the recent war, he had no shortage of it. The wood-based source crystal was also essential. Kuhai had stocks of the spirit liquid and ice spring. With sufficient materials, Suemo promptly began brewing. The Good Land potion was merely a first-tier potion, making the manipulation of its properties exceedingly easy. Soon, the first potion was completed. Noticing he still had ample materials, Suemo continued the process. 2 potions, 3 potions, 4 potions. As the potions accumulated, Suemo realized he was running low on spirit liquid, yet he was still unsatisfied. He had successfully brewed a staggering 98 Good Land potions. Converted, these potions could transform 980 acres of land. What does that signify? Based on the estimate that 1 acre of farmland can sustain 2 individuals for a year, this could potentially nourish nearly 2,000 people. However, this world differs significantly. The seeds of spiritual plants grow rapidly, and their yields are astonishing, exceeding the output of regular earth farmland by 10-fold. Therefore, if utilized properly, these Good Land potions could provide food for 20,000 people for an entire year. Given that a gathering place typically houses around 100,000 individuals, this is precisely why the Good Land potion is so precious. Its brewing is more challenging than that of other first-tier potions, with a success rate of only 10% for seasoned first-tier apothecaries. The material waste makes it somewhat unworthy. Alas, still a tad short. Having wasted another batch of materials, Kuhai emerged, looking crestfallen. The materials for second-tier potions were exceedingly rare, and each failure felt like a wound to his heart. Had it not been for the war, he would scarcely afford such losses. Is this your newly brewed potion? Upon seeing the table laden with potions, Kuhai inquired with curiosity. This is an astonishing amount. Suemo smiled, responding, Indeed, but alas, I have run out of materials. Kuhai picked up 1 potion for examination. Suddenly, his voice quivered as he asked, "Is this the good land potion?" Having seen the good land potion before, he recognized it immediately, nearly dropping it in shock. "Where did you acquire this recipe?" Kuhai stared wide-eyed at Suemo. Cough. "I found it in an ancient tome." Suemo began, only to be met with incredulity. Kuhai nearly choked on his own saliva. The 126th gathering place did not possess the recipe for the good land potion. It was a recipe from an apothecary in Southern City, who would not disseminate such information lightly. Furthermore, it was rumored that brewing the good land potion was exceedingly difficult, with a low success rate. Yet, what could explain the table overflowing with good land potions? Kuhai felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. At his age, he could hardly endure such shocks. And the roller coaster of emotions was wearing him thin. Suemo, understanding his grandfather's plight, offered him a slip of paper, which bore the recipe for the good land potion he had painstakingly transcribed earlier. Kuhai, this rascal truly brings surprises to himself every single day. This formula I shall submit to the settlement, and in due time, your reward shall be considerable. Kuhai carefully stored the formula away, imagining the expression on the administrator's face upon viewing the formula alongside such an abundance of fertile field elixir. To resolve the sustenance issues of 20,000 individuals is indeed a remarkable achievement. Moreover, the fertile field elixir possesses substantial strategic significance. The settlement has numerous outposts beyond its borders, where the most troublesome issue is the supply of food. Should we utilize the fertile field elixir to transform the land there? We will only need to transport the seeds of the spiritual plants, alleviating any concerns regarding food supply. This could significantly enhance humanity's efficiency in exploring the outer world. This delightful revelation considerably mitigated Kuhai's sense of failure in concocting the elixir. "Grandfather, I wish to return to the Blade Army," Suemo suddenly declared. "Return to the Blade Army?" Kuhai was momentarily taken aback. In truth, after witnessing Suemo's extraordinary talent as an apothecary, he had hoped Suemo would remain behind to focus on logistics and potion making, as that seemed the most suitable path for him. The outside world is fraught with danger. Noticing his grandfather's inner conflict, Suemo continued, "Grandfather, while the path of an apothecary is indeed significant, the greatest assurance of survival in this world lies in one's own strength. Remaining in logistics will hinder my growth, and even outside, I can still concoct potions." His words plunged Kuhai into deep contemplation, reminding him of his own youthful days spent battling in the world, full of vigor. True strength is not cultivated in a greenhouse, but forged amidst the bloodshed of combat. Very well. Ultimately, Kuhai acquiesced, seeing in Suemo the reflection of his own younger self. He then approached a cabinet and retrieved 2 items, a silver pistol and a circular ring. Suemo recognized them immediately. "NX Silver Demon and Spirit Guardian. I entrust these to you. While this pistol may not possess formidable lethality against second-tier foes, it can deliver a fatal blow to a first-tier adversary if aimed at a vital point. This Spirit Guardian will ensure your personal safety," Kuhai advised. He had acquired these items from Qin Chi, initially believing it was premature to bestow them upon Suemo. Now, the time had come. Additionally, regarding the spiritual plant you have contracted, it can transform into a longsword. I recommend you practice some swordsmanship. Mastering a sword technique could further unleash the potential of the verdant longsword. However, be wary, as the after effects can be severe. Do not use it lightly. I will have Qin Chi forge you a sword-shaped energy weapon. Suemo nodded, filled with gratitude towards Kuhai. It dawned on him that his grandfather had been meticulously planning his future all along. Chapter 50. Brother Yang, I have a gift for you. Yang Tianfeng returned to the Yang family, and his arrival brought great joy to his relatives. Yang Liwan hosted a grand banquet to welcome him. Having achieved significant merit this time, Yang Tianfeng no longer needed to report to the vanguard camp. However, the manager, the lion, was quite agitated, for the deceased gentleman was someone he held in high regard. Years ago, due to a lapse in judgment, the gentleman had been assigned to the vanguard camp. Otherwise, he might have become the lion and Apos, as personal bodyguard. But now he was gone. His demise was attributed to the magical plant draining his blood and flesh, a method reminiscent of blood weeping. Furthermore, the autopsy revealed signs of his body being eroded by cold energy, leaving them perplexed about what he had truly experienced. Ultimately, the gentleman's remains were sent back to the Ho family, and the lion could not forget the expression on the gentleman's son's face upon seeing his father's body. Alas, fate can be cruel. As for Yang Tianfeng, he aroused little suspicion, for his account was entirely consistent with the facts. He even knew that the box contained a primary resurrection elixir, which was needed at Gathering Place 127 to save an esteemed elder. This information must have been conveyed by Giant Pain after their arrival at Gathering Place 127. Otherwise, they could not have known. He also wondered how Elder Jean was faring. If he regained his strength, the strongest guardian of Gathering Place 127 would return. Could it be that Su Mo was still alive? Yang Tianfeng learned from his father that Su Mo had awakened successfully and had even joined the Blade Army. This revelation shattered his composure. His face contorted in disbelief. How could these two, grandfather and grandson, betray him like this? He attributed his assignment to the vanguard camp to Su Kuhai and Su Mo. Convinced that Su Mo had feigned poisoning to give Su Kuhai a reason to target the Yang family. Such a malicious heart. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter, he would have surely perished in the vanguard camp. A fire of resentment blazed within him. Fenger, do not act rashly, Yang Liwan cautioned, noticing his son's unsettling expression. If this boy were to cause trouble again, Su Kuhai would undoubtedly retaliate. The Su family was powerful, and the Yang family could not afford to offend them. Fenger, exercise restraint. Upon hearing his father's admonition, Yang Tianfeng's expression softened, and he replied calmly, "Father, do not worry. I am not without discernment." Seeing Yang Tianfeng's demeanor, Yang Liwan felt relieved. His son seemed to have grown more composed, which was indeed a positive development. The following day, Su Mo, who had planned to report to the Blade Army, was summoned by none other than Utaner, who wished to treat him to a meal as a token of gratitude for saving her in the southern suburbs. Today, Utaner was stunningly dressed. Unlike her usual combat attire, she wore a floral long dress, her long hair cascading freely, with a strand dancing in the wind. Her tall figure combined with her exquisite beauty created a breathtaking sight. However, her aura was cold. No one dared to approach her as she stood at the entrance of the Pearl restaurant. "Beautiful lady, you look stunning today," Su Mo remarked with a smile, genuinely appreciating her appearance, which resembled that of a fairy. Utaner shot him a glance, but did not hold it against him. They walked side by side into the Pearl restaurant. No wonder the beauty was waiting outside. She was waiting for a handsome man. They appeared to be a perfect match. Outside, people were whispering among themselves. As for why they chose to dine at the Pearl restaurant, everyone in the gathering knew it was renowned for its delicious cuisine. "Are you preparing to return to the Blade Army?" After they found a seat, Utaner inquired. They opted for a quiet spot by the window, allowing them to enjoy the view outside. Su Mo nodded. "Yes, I have delayed for quite some time." Unlike him, Utaner had returned to the Blade Army several days ago. Following the recent incident, they had all officially become members of the Blade Army. Except for Su Mo. The others were merely at the Source Realm and had no opportunity to undertake missions, as they were too weak. Previously, the minimum standard for formal members of the Blade Army was the Source Sea Realm. Thus, during this period, Utan and Appos, and the others had been digesting the gains from the southern suburbs and Appos operation, striving to break through to the Source Sea as soon as possible. "What are your plans?" "Formal members will be divided into squads," Utaner casually asked. Su Mo shrugged. "I am not sure yet. I will decide when I return." Utaner nodded, stirring her carrot juice with a straw, and a sudden silence enveloped them. She was uncertain about how to initiate conversation. "I want to learn swordsmanship. Do you have any suggestions?" Realizing the atmosphere was awkward, Su Mo quickly sought a new topic. "Swordsmanship?" Utaner's eyes sparkled. Could it be related to that green longsword? She yearned to inquire about Su Mo's green longsword, but due to a confidentiality agreement signed previously, she hesitated to ask too much. "As for sword techniques, I do have a suggestion," Utaner said. "Actually, the martial art I practice is also swordsmanship." Su Mo was taken aback. Are you saying you want to teach me swordsmanship? That would be quite embarrassing. Wait a moment. I am not going to teach you. Tanner interjected, her expression showing annoyance. Oh, I thought you would personally instruct me. Suemo expressed his disappointment. What was with this guy's tone? Tanner was speechless. My swordsmanship is merely at the introductory level, and my approach likely differs from yours, so it may not suit you, she explained. Sumo's combat style was characterized by fierce aggression, starkly contrasting with Tanner. Martial arts could indeed be powerful, but unfortunately, they were often overshadowed by the awakening process. An ordinary person could spend their entire life honing their martial skills and still not surpass a single awakening. Yet, if one could master a martial art to its pinnacle post-awakening, their combat prowess would soar. Suemo listened intently. In our Blade Army, there is a unique instructor. He is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Suemo expressed his confusion, unable to fathom how an ordinary person could serve as an instructor. Tanner continued without hesitation, explaining, because his swordsmanship has reached the Master Realm. Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment. The Master Realm. Martial arts indeed had levels of classification. Entry level, minor achievement, major achievement, master. Achieving major achievement required an immense investment of time, often a lifetime, making it exceedingly rare. A master, however, was in a league of its own. To think such a formidable person existed, Suemo couldn't help but feel intrigued. Yet he also felt a tinge of regret. Had that master awakened, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier powerhouse. Without the enhancement of source energy, no amount of martial arts mastery could withstand the magical plants, and even their defenses would falter. You must have consumed the martial intent elixir, right? Tanner gazed at Suemo with her beautiful eyes. Suemo nodded. It was no secret. The martial intent elixir essentially imparts the offensive combat techniques of the insect race, allowing you to directly acquire their battle experience, akin to enlightenment. Your boxing technique should have reached major achievement. In truth, she envied Suemo for directly inheriting combat skills of such caliber. It was a tremendous time saver. Suemo scratched his head, acknowledging his fortune. The alchemist who created the martial intent elixir was truly remarkable. That swordsmanship master is the sword instructor for the Blade Army. But he has been retired for many years now. His swordsmanship might align well with your combat style, Tanner ultimately suggested. Suemo was already keenly interested, eager to visit that esteemed figure at once. Thank you. Suemo solemnly addressed Tanner, his gaze fervent. No need for courtesy. Tanner, feeling somewhat uneasy under his intense stare, lowered her head and spoke softly. How could this girl be so easily embarrassed? Suemo found it perplexing. Before long, the dishes were served, and Suemo eagerly began to indulge in the meal. Are you a pig? Tan and Apos, remarked. Just then, a voice interrupted them. Hello, Tan and Apos, and young Master Su. A young man with triangular eyes approached. It was Yang Tianfeng. Tanner's expression immediately turned frosty. Yang Tianfeng, what are you doing here? Suemo was equally surprised. Wasn't he this fellow dispatched to the vanguard camp? How had he returned so quickly? Yang Tianfeng sensed the hostility in Tanner's tone, but remained unfazed. Please, don't stand on ceremony. I am here to apologize, he said with a sincere smile. Casually taking a seat beside Suemo and Tanner exchanged bewildered glances. Had this guy truly changed? Was the vanguard camp that transformative? Tanner, I apologize for my previous persistence. I assure you I won and Apos. To bother you again, Yang Tianfeng said earnestly to Tan and Apos. Her icy demeanor softened slightly, and she nodded without further comment. Brother Su, we are only acquainted through conflict, and I sincerely apologize for my past offenses. I hope you won and Apos. Take them to heart. Yang Tianfeng continued, his tone warm and inviting, accompanied by a radiant smile. However, within his heart, he harbored sinister thoughts. Suemo, I shall surely drain you of your very essence when the opportunity arises. As for you, Tanner, the cold goddess, I will have you in my grasp sooner or later, and once I tire of you, I shall savor you piece by piece. Suemo felt an unsettling dissonance. Yang Tianfeng emanated a distasteful aura. Was it simply a matter of incompatible fates? Yang Tianfeng then extended a hand, saying, Brother Su. Let bygones be bygones. From today onward, let us be friends. Reluctantly, Suemo shook his hand in a gesture of reconciliation, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Suddenly, a response emanated from the Green Book page. Evil energy fluctuations detected. Detection in progress. Detection successful. Type: Demon Servant, Blood Cry Abyss Grass. Level: First Stage, Metamorphic Realm. Note: A fallen human, having offered their soul to a demon, willingly serves as its most loyal lackey, their mind entwined with the roots of the Blood Cry Abyss Grass. Damn. Suemo was taken aback. This was truly a traitor among men. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning a warm smile. Brother Yang, what are you saying? I have decided to befriend you. From now on, you are my brother. To commemorate our first meeting, allow me to present you with a gift, Suemo declared grandly, pulling out the NX Silver Demon from his pocket. Yang Tianfeng was momentarily stunned, recognizing it as a treasure, mistakenly believing Suemo intended to gift it to him. Was this fella really so easily deceived? How embarrassing. Bang. Suemo swiftly pulled the trigger directly at Yang Tianfeng's head. It exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 51. Crucial clue in a distance of 3 steps. Which is swifter, a gun or a knife? If anyone were to pose this question, Suemo would undoubtedly assert that within 3 steps, a gun is both quick and precise. Under such proximity, no one could evade the shot, especially not Yang Tianfeng, who merely lingered within the realm of a first-tier Awakener. This sudden turn of events left Utaner utterly terrified. The tomato sauce had long since stained the dining table a vivid red. Why you killed him? Utaner gazed at Suemo, her voice trembling with disbelief. Such a reckless act chilled her heart. I will explain shortly, Suemo replied, the tension in his body easing as he spoke. He then advanced, seizing a black root amidst the mangled remains. The root writhed violently in his grasp, yet it was subdued by Suemo's source energy, unable to escape, boldly causing a ruckus at the Pearl Tavern. In an instant, a group of guards encircled them, weapons drawn, eyeing Suemo and Utaner warily. The gunshot had already sent the surrounding patrons fleeing in terror. Suemo paid them no heed. Instead, he produced a token, the identity emblem of the Sharp Blade Army. Stand aside. The Sharp Blade Army is conducting an operation, he declared in a deep voice. These guards, being mere mortals, dared not act recklessly before the menacing Suemo, fearing he might turn his gun on them as well. The Lord's son has arrived. In light of such a significant incident, Sun Longtao was swiftly alerted. Young Master Su. Miss you, what are you doing here? Sun Longtao immediately recognized them. The instigators of the chaos were none other than these two. However, with a figure lying in a pool of blood, it was evident that a life had been lost, a grave matter indeed. Uncle Sun, Suemo greeted him. Sun Longtao's expression stiffened. Nephew, what is the meaning of this? Do not worry, Uncle Sunday. We are not here to cause trouble. I have just executed a traitor of the human race, and I wish to see the administrator. Suemo clarified his intentions, waving the Sharp Blade Army token in his hand. At this moment, Utaner also noticed the black root that Suemo was controlling with his other hand, instantly grasping his meaning. Manager Sun, this is a task assigned to us by the Sharp Blade Army. We hope for your understanding, she asserted, standing resolutely beside Suemo. Sun Longtao felt overwhelmed, perplexed by the mention of a traitor. However, given the reputation of the Sharp Blade Army, he refrained from voicing any objections, merely instructing his men to calm the other patrons while promptly notifying the higher-ups at the gathering place. Soon, the administrator, Lionheart, and Yu Changfeng arrived at the Pearl Tavern. This young man truly knows how to stir up trouble, Lionheart remarked, having received detailed information that Suemo had brazenly shot Yang Tianfeng in public. Such audacity. Suemo, you have quite the nerve, Lionheart entered with a cold snort, seemingly demanding an explanation from Suemo. Upon seeing the administrator, Suemo finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly transmitting the black root to him. As he was on the verge of losing control, this object was struggling far too violently. Administrator, this is evidence of Yang Tianfeng's betrayal of the human race. Sensing the peculiar essence of what Suemo had transmitted, Lionheart hastily mobilized his source energy to subdue it. Upon recognizing the object, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Bloodcry Demon King. As an arch-nemesis, he was all too familiar with this aura. It appeared Suemo had spoken the truth. Lionheart's expression grew grave. Yang Tianfeng was indeed a servant of the Bloodcry Demon King. He had truly betrayed the human race. The primordial root of Bloodcry. Yu Changfeng also recognized it. His face paling, momentarily forgetting his daughter's presence. Clean up the scene. Suemo, you will accompany us. Lionheart instructed Sun Longtao before leading Suemo and Yu Tanner away. Sun Longtao remained in a state of shock. The implications of the administrator's words resonating in his mind. Was Yang Tianfeng genuinely a traitor? In the administrator's office. How did you discover that Yang Tianfeng was a traitor? Lionheart inquired of Suemo. Suemo rubbed his nose, replying, because Yang Tianfeng acted oddly. He was excessively polite, which made me uncomfortable. Lionheart. Yu Changfeng. Yu Tanner. What sort of nonsense is this? Are you jesting with me? Coughing. Suemo continued, I am particularly sensitive to the essence of demonic plants. When Yang Tianfeng approached me, I sensed a lethal danger, prompting me to act first and eliminate him. This explanation was utterly absurd. Yu Changfeng facepalmed in response. You acted recklessly this time, Lionheart stated. However, by sheer happenstance, you thwarted the wicked schemes of Bloodcry. I shall commend you for this. But do not let it happen again. Indiscriminate killing is forbidden within the gathering place. That is the rule. Lionheart and Apos' final words were stern. Suemo nodded obediently, signaling that he would refrain from such actions in the future. It seemed the death of the gentleman had further implications that required investigation. Moreover, the situation at Gathering Place 127 was likely not as simple as Yang Tianfeng had portrayed. This statement was directed at Yu Changfeng. Upon learning of Yang Tianfeng's betrayal, they quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. Yang Tianfeng was indeed born with a rebellious spirit. He willingly descended into depravity, becoming a lapdog of the demonic plants. Lionheart scolded. It was no simple task for the demonic plants to control humanity. To remain undetected, the individual must possess subjective consciousness. They must still be classified as human. The demon servants fit this description. They appeared human, and without utilizing the powers of demonic plants, one could not discern their true nature. This was also why Yang Tianfeng had managed to deceive others repeatedly. He had voluntarily become a servant of the demonic plants, betraying humanity. Traitor. Fortunately, they discovered this early. Had he enacted any schemes within the gathering place, it would have been all too easy for the demonic plant race to infiltrate. Yu Changfeng expressed his concerns. Just moments ago, Lionheart had already ordered a thorough investigation of all individuals who had interacted with Yang Tianfeng, particularly the Yang family, where Yang Liwan was at home. Dreaming of Yang Tianfeng's return to elevate the family once more, only to be abruptly seized by the city guards. The Yang family was finished. At the Ho family. At this moment, the Ho family was draped in white cloth and adorned with white lanterns, evidently mourning. Ho Dongdong, his head wrapped in white cloth, knelt silently before the memorial hall, his face an inscrutable mask. Dongdong, the city guards have arrived, stating that the administrator has new information. A middle-aged woman approached, her countenance weary, exuding the aura of an ordinary person. She was none other than Ho Dongdong's mother, the wife of the gentleman. A flicker of life returned to Ho Dongdong and Apos' previously lifeless gaze. Young Master Ho, the true cause of your mother's death may be related to Yang Tianfeng. The city guard who arrived holds a higher position and is already aware of Yang Tianfeng's situation. Yang Tianfeng is a traitor to humanity. He is a servant of the Bloodcry Demon King. Upon hearing this, a murderous aura enveloped Ho Dongdong. Where is Yang Tianfeng? He demanded in a low voice. He is dead, shot in the head by Suemo. There is no possibility of survival. The city guard conveyed the news to him. Dead. Ho Dongdong slumped once more, his vengeance having been avenged by Mo Gu. In fact, the administrator sent me to inquire whether Captain Ho left behind any clues. Many pieces of information were erased by Yang Tianfeng, and the administrator hopes to uncover what transpired during their last mission at Gathering Place 127. In response to the city guard's inquiry, Ho Dongdong shook his head. But suddenly, He seemed to recall something. He rose and slowly approached the coffin in the center of the memorial hall. The gentleman's remains had yet to be interred. Ho Dong gazed at his father's withered body, finally fixing his attention on a wooden carving clutched in his right hand. The carving depicted a garlic spirit plant, crafted from agarwood, an ordinary material without any special significance. Due to the gentleman and Apos' exceptionally tight grip, it became challenging to remove the wooden carving while preparing the remains. Ultimately, Ho Dong believed that this wooden sculpture held great significance for his father, deciding to bury it with him as the final piece. If there was any intelligence to be gleaned, it could only pertain to this carving. The entire situation was shrouded in mystery. The weight of his father's regard for the sculpture suggested that it might indeed be a crucial object. With a determined gaze, Ho Dong reached for the wooden carving. "Father, forgive me." With that, he forcefully extracted the sculpture. He then silently examined it, quickly discovering peculiar engravings on its surface that caused his pupils to contract. The city guard approached, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "This could very well be the intelligence we seek," Ho Dong exhaled, as he revealed the engravings. It appeared they were characters etched with source energy, somewhat unevenly. Demonic plant army. Spirit plants perished. 127. These were the only discernible words. Yet they were sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread in them. "Administrator, we have news." Soon after, someone arrived to report. Consequently, Ho Dong and the city guard made their way to the administrator's office. Upon seeing Ho Dong, Su-mo nodded in acknowledgement. "What news do you have?" the lion inquired. His curiosity piqued. Ho Dong presented the wooden sculpture, exclaiming, "Administrator, the information has been engraved by my father. Demonic plant army. Spirit plants perished. 127. The lion murmured. Though the message was brief, they instantly grasped its implications. "Damn it," the lion cursed. The 127 stronghold had been assaulted by the demonic plant army, and their spirit plants had perished. They were likely in grave danger now. "Damn Yang Tianfeng. Lao Yu. We must hurry. They cannot hold out much longer." As a fellow human stronghold, they could not afford to remain idle. Reinforcements for the 127 stronghold were urgently needed. Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement with the lion's sentiments. "Allow me to lead the vanguard," he volunteered, recognizing the necessity of sending a strong contingent to assess the situation and understand the enemy's disposition. "Good." At that moment, Su Kuhai burst in with great urgency, exclaiming loudly, "Administrator, the child is simply unaware. You have a great heart." He held a vial of potion in his hand. Noticing Su-mo's presence, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. "Administrator, this is the intermediate revitalization potion I concocted. I hope it can mitigate the mistakes made by Mor. He did not intend to kill anyone, and there must be extenuating circumstances," Su Kuhai hastily asserted. Had he truly managed to prepare the intermediate revitalization potion? However, his actions left everyone present bewildered. What was he attempting to accomplish? The lion found it both amusing and perplexing. "Dr. Su, what on earth are you doing?" Chapter 52. On how potion. Su Kuhai, listening to the tone of the lion, glanced at the others and noticed their peculiar expressions. He couldn't help but pause. Had he made a mistake? "Grandfather, I haven and Apos. Tiered. I and Apos. Am merely ridding the gathering place of threats," Su-mo quickly interjected. Only then did Su Kuhai feel a bit embarrassed, realizing that he had indeed misunderstood. Earlier, he had been concocting potions and, after relentless effort, had finally succeeded in creating the intermediate revival potion, thereby advancing to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Just then, his assistant rushed in with news that Su-mo had committed murder at the Pearl Restaurant, killing none other than Yang Tianfeng, the eldest son of the Yang family. Now the individual had been taken by the overseer. Upon hearing this, Su Kuhai wasted no time and hurried to the overseer's office with the potion in hand. Random killings in the gathering place were a grave offense. Even if Su-mo was highly regarded, he could not escape punishment. Su Kuhai, disregarding the circumstances, thought only of saving Su-mo, which led to the earlier scene. "Doctor Su, this is yours," the overseer jested, amused by Su Kuhai and Apos' actions. It was exactly the same tactic as last time at the Yang residence. except that the previous potion was beginner revival potion, and this time it was intermediate revival potion. This maneuver of presenting a potion to sway the overseer was executed with remarkable finesse. Could it be that Sumo had truly killed without cause, and a single potion could absolve him of his sins? The lion remarked, displeased. Although this was indeed a possibility, the faade of bureaucracy must be maintained. Kuhai chuckled awkwardly. Your Excellency, such words. The law treats the sovereign and the commoner alike, how much more so for my inept grandson? If that were the case, you could simply proceed with legal punishment. Such noble words about the law treating all equally. Kuhai and Apos' demeanor shifted entirely upon realizing that his grandson had not committed a crime, but rather achieved a significant feat. The atmosphere fell into silence. Sumo, how could his grandfather be so thick-skinned? Nevertheless, Kuhai's urgent arrival, without questioning the cause, to aid him in escaping blame, filled Sumo with warmth from this unwavering trust and the willingness to support family over reason. Dr. Su, you truly are shameless. Yu Changfeng couldn't help but scoff, even though he was usually not one to speak much. General Yu, you mustn't say that. Although I am of advanced age, my teeth are still intact. Where is the shamelessness you speak of? Kuhai retorted. All right, let us discuss the matters concerning Gathering Place 127. The lion promptly interrupted Kuhai's banter. He then relayed the details of Yang Tianfeng and Amp Apos' incident and the gentleman and Amp Apos' leftover information to Kuhai. That brat should have been executed on the spot. Kuhai cursed vehemently, regretting his earlier restraint at the Yang residence, allowing this traitor to escape. However, if Gathering Place 127 was entangled with the demonic plant army, they were in dire need of food due to the depletion of spiritual plants. Kuhai astutely identified the most critical issue facing Gathering Place 127. The lion and Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement. They understood this reasoning. Thus, we must transport a greater quantity of spiritual plant seeds and growth-enhancing potions. We hope the situation does not deteriorate further. The lion expressed his concern. If the fertile lands of Gathering Place 127 were consumed by the demonic plants, having spiritual plant seeds would be futile for growth. In the past, when Gathering Place 126 was invaded, a large expanse of arable land was destroyed, particularly in the southern suburbs, transforming from granaries to desolation. This exemplified the brutal reality of the demonic plant invasion. Kuhai perceived his worry and inquired, Your Excellency, what if we had good field potion? The lion smiled ruefully. If we had good field potion, it would certainly provide much assurance. However, our stock is dwindling. We rely on trade with Jinan City for our good field potion. And with the trade route severed, we are left with a diminishing supply. Kuhai pondered, if we could provide nearly 100 good field potions, the food issue should be resolvable, yes? The lion shot him a glance. Don't speak of hundreds. Even a few dozen, combined with growth-enhancing potions, would suffice. The growth cycle of carrots before the disaster was approximately 360 days, but the spiritual plant seeds in our gathering place have a growth cycle reduced to 1 month, yielding around 20,000 pounds per acre. The average person consumes about 2 pounds daily. The growth-enhancing potions, as the name suggests, can significantly shorten the growth cycle, reducing it from a month to about 5 days or even less. I can provide good field potion, Kuhai announced, producing a vial and handing it to the lion. It was indeed the potion Sumo had concocted earlier. The lion was taken aback, realizing it was genuinely good field potion. The inventory of the gathering places was under his control, and this potion was not from the warehouse, indicating it was personally procured by Kuhai. By chance, he had obtained the formula for good field potion and now possessed several dozens. Kuhai's words left the onlookers in stunned silence. Sumo understood this was his grandfather's way of concealing his identity, remaining silent on the side. Dr. Su, you continue to surprise me every time, the lion remarked, regaining his composure. However, this may not be a prolonged battle. Our growth-enhancing potions are also limited. Yu Changfeng added solemnly after recovering from his shock. While good field potion could open up new arable lands, the primary aim of this operation was support, and they might need to relocate personnel from Gathering Place 127. Even if seeds were sown, it would take at least a month before any yield could be expected. Your Excellency, please provide me with the Formula 4 on-how potion and the necessary materials. I will deliver the potions by tomorrow morning, Kuhai resolved, biting his lip. You can supply a large quantity of on-how potion? The lion inquired, astonished. He assumed this was due to Kuhai's recent advancement to second tier, which had enhanced his potion-making efficiency. Kuhai nodded, discreetly glancing at Mo. Very well. I shall grant you the night. The first contingent must depart by dawn. Gathering Place 127 may not be able to wait much longer. After arranging the matters, the meeting was adjourned. Yu Changfeng needed to call upon the Blade Army, and this operation was urgent. Kuhai pulled Mo along as they left, and before departing, Mo waved goodbye to Yu Tanner, indicating they would meet again the following day. Is this the on-how potion? Mo gazed at the scroll in his hands, intrigued. Divine Manuscript Page, Name, On-how Potion, Level, First Tier, Effect, Rapid Seedling Promotion, Significantly shortens plant growth cycle, maximum range of 10 acres. Formula, Red Phosphorus Powder. Crescent Flower Nectar, Ice Spring, Blood of Long-Haired Demon Rat. Concoction Method. Soon. The Formula 4 On-how Potion was recorded on the Divine Manuscript page. Or how is it? Can you concoct it? Kuhai inquired, feeling a tinge of anxiety after having issued a military order. While he could also brew it, he lacked Sumo's remarkable speed. This potion's creator was actually Chun Lan, who had achieved the status of a true first-tier alchemist through this very potion. Although it was exceedingly precious, its concoction was no simple feat. The materials were particularly hard to find, especially the blood of the long-haired demon rat, which resided only far from the Gathering Place in the Wanyao Mountains. Typically, Awakeners from the Gathering Place would not venture there due to the inherent dangers. Thus, the stock of this potion was minimal, and the formula had remained stagnant. Even Kuhai had little interest in it. Fate and destiny intertwine, and in the crisis at Gathering Point 127, the significance of the on-how potion has become paramount. Mo nodded, contemplating its potential. It was merely a first-tier potion, easily within reach. As the materials were meticulously arranged, Mo promptly harnessed the source energy to extract their properties. Fusion. With the experience of concocting a substantial quantity of Leontion potion, Mo approached the potion-making process with remarkable proficiency, swiftly completing a single on-how potion. How impressively fast! Kuhai exclaimed, finding great pleasure in witnessing Mo's potion-making artistry. Soon, the materials diminished, and ultimately, 120 on-how potions were neatly displayed on the workbench. Mo ceased his activities, having exhausted the materials. Even after years of accumulation at the gathering point, only 120 portions remained. This is sufficient. The primary goal is to facilitate the transfer of people. With 2 rounds of birth stimulation, we should yield at least 2. For million pounds of grain, Kuhai rejoiced, noticing the time was still ample. Given that the lion had granted them a night's respite, Kuhai cleared his throat and suggested, why not use the remaining time to concoct some revitalization potions? After all, with war looming, the safety of our soldiers is of utmost importance. Mo did not decline, recognizing his role in the laborious endeavor, and set to work on the revitalization potions. Kuhai refrained from intervening, citing concerns about material waste and acknowledging his slower pace in potion making. The following day, Yu Changfeng received several large boxes, opening them to reveal an abundance of potions within. His mouth agape in disbelief, he stared at Kuhai, utterly stunned by the overwhelming surprise. 60 Leontion potions, 120 on-how potions, and over 100 revitalization potions. Swallowing hard, Yu Changfeng realized he had never partaken in such a bountiful venture in his life. Dr. Su, this. Kuhai silently reveled in his joy, thinking, well, Yu Changfeng, let us see if this doesn't leave you speechless. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance, stating, General, you need not elaborate. These are merely my humble offerings to the soldiers for this mission. I wish you success in your endeavors. Yu Changfeng was moved. Dr. Su, you are truly magnanimous. Should Tanner wish to marry Su Mo in the future, I shall not stand in her way. The latter statement left Su Kuhai momentarily bewildered, pondering how the conversation had shifted to Su Mo and Yutan and Apos. Although Yutan and Apos was indeed a charming young lady, the daughter of the Sun family was equally admirable. Unbeknownst to Yu Changfeng, Su Kuhai's thoughts had wandered far afield, and he soon took his leave, setting off to provide support at Gathering Point 127. Chapter 53. The training of official members led by Yu Changfeng. The Vanguard team consisted of merely a few dozen individuals, including 5 second-tier Awakeners, while the remainder were first-tier, the weakest being at the Origin Sea realm. In truth, this assembly was already quite elite, as there were not many second-tier Awakeners within the entire gathering place. Dispatching 5 was indeed a significant commitment. The distinction between second-tier and first-tier is profound, with breakthroughs being exceedingly arduous. Most first-tier Awakeners could spend their entire lives without achieving such a feat. This expedition was undertaken using several energy-powered war vehicles, as utilizing aerial crafts was rather impractical due to the myriad dangers that lurked in the wilderness. Encountering formidable flying beasts would severely restrict their movements. They also had a particularly crucial task: to establish communication stations along the route. The reason for the communication blackout between Gathering Place 126 and Gathering Place 127 was the inability to link signals, compounded by the vast distance. Previous attempts to set up a few stations in between were thwarted by the dangers outside. The stations were destroyed shortly after establishment. Additionally, manpower and resources were insufficient for further endeavors, leading to abandonment of the project. Once the Vanguard team cleared the route and verified intelligence, a substantial contingent from Gathering Place 126 would rush to their aid. At the headquarters of the Blade Army, Su Mo finally returned to duty after a prolonged vacation. Due to the impressive stature of his white armor, many were drawn to observe, as the spirit guards were not often seen. Su Mo felt somewhat vexed. He believed that bringing the white armor along drew too much attention. It was said that spirit guards could reduce their size upon reaching the second tier. Yet the white armor still had a long way to go. If only there were a way to swiftly enhance its power. "Old Mo, you have finally arrived," Wei Ziming exclaimed as he approached, brimming with enthusiasm. It had been some time since Su Mo last saw this fellow. Wei Ziming had shaved his head and appeared somewhat darker, yet he exuded a much more vibrant energy. "Ziming, it has been a while," Su Mo smiled, feeling a wave of joy at reuniting with a friend. "You cannot imagine how miserable we have been lately. Our training has doubled, and we have even been beaten by the seniors," Wei Ziming lamented, wincing at the memory. Due to the resurgence of the Demon Plant King, there was a palpable urgency within the gathering place, leading to intensified training for them, especially in practical combat. Li Yunfei had directly sought out members of the Blade Army at the Origin Sea realm to train alongside them, aptly named an enhancement of their combat skills. Regardless, they were thoroughly battered in the process. Under Wei Ziming's guidance, Su Mo soon reunited with other companions, all of whom were thrilled by his return. Particularly, Sun Yao, who incessantly called him Brother Su Mo, nearly gave him goosebumps with her exuberance. Before long, Su Mo also went to see Li Yunfei, who remained unchanged. However, upon seeing Su Mo, the stern-faced instructor's expression softened considerably. During their casual conversation, Su Mo learned that Ming Qian and General Yu had headed to Gathering Place 127, with Ming Qian returning to the Blade Army and receiving renewed trust from Yu Changfeng. "You have already reached the Origin Sea realm and attained the standard of an official member of the Blade Army. Have you considered which team to join?" Li Yunfei inquired. According to the Blade Army system, reserve members who advanced to official status could join a squad to undertake missions together. Each squad typically consisted of 5 to 10 members, with the squad leader required to be at the transformation realm, while second-tier members already held commanding roles. Aside from fulfilling tasks for the gathering place, spoils acquired during missions belonged to the squad, allowing for internal distribution. Hence, each squad leader was meticulous in selecting their team members. However, Su Mo had yet to decide on which team to join. "I will see. I have just returned," he replied, and Li Yunfei did not press further. His situation was somewhat unique. He had previously been in Ming Qian's team, but after Ming Qian's retirement, Su Mo shifted to the headquarters as a new recruit instructor, while Wang Jun joined another squad. A practical training session is forthcoming. You might want to participate, Li Yunfei suggested, clearly eager for Su Mo to showcase his abilities. Absolutely. Su Mo grinned. Who wishes to take the first hit today? A short-haired youth stood on the training platform with crossed arms, speaking nonchalantly. Below, there were two groups, one comprised of over 20 individuals, including Wei Ziming and his fellow recruits, while the other consisted of only 5, languidly seated, quietly observing the performance of the individual on stage. That lucky rascal Qianda has drawn the short straw again, a squint-eyed youth remarked. Indeed, why is it always him? My hands are itching, another chimed in. They were the official members of the Blade Army, summoned by Li Yunfei to spar with the newcomers. It was a rare opportunity to test their prowess against fresh recruits, and enthusiasm ran high. However, participation was determined by a draw. Hey, why is Guang here? The only female member among the 5 expressed her surprise. She had spotted the cool demeanor of Guang, who approached the training platform. His long blade cradled in his arms, bangs hanging over his eyes. Guang, you actually came? The female Awakener greeted him. Guang nodded and replied. There's an interesting character returning today. The female Awakener's curiosity piqued. Who could this intriguing person be? At that moment, Su Mo had also joined the ranks of the new recruits, keenly observing the youth on the training platform. Origin Sea Realm? I wonder how strong he is. What's wrong? Have you all turned into turtles? Qian taunted. His remarks ignited the ire of the recruits. Although they were outmatched, they would not back down. I'll go. A shorter boy stepped forward. It was Ho Dong, who had become somewhat withdrawn due to family troubles. Perhaps his pent-up frustration propelled him to be the first to step up. Oh, a new face? Qianda remarked, intrigued. Ho Dong, like Su Mo, had just returned to the team. With a calm demeanor, he stated, Please show me your guidance. Qianda chuckled, Come on then. Without further ado, Ho Dong stepped back and launched forward like an arrow, charging at Qianda. With the force of a released arrow, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Qianda's hair flying. Faced with an opponent at the Origin Sea Realm, Ho Dong held nothing back from the outset. Qianda's eyes brightened, clearly taken aback by the newcomer's martial prowess. Block. Qianda reacted swiftly, raising an arm to deflect. Ho Dong did not pause. He swiftly transitioned to a flying leg technique, executing it with finesse. However, Qianda's overwhelming source energy easily neutralized his assaults. Is that all you can do? Qianda remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, Ho Dong's gaze intensified, and he leapt into the air. Executing a mid-air kick, Sumo's eyes sparkled. He vividly recalled the first time he saw Ho Dong perform this move, which left a lasting impression on him. This kick was extraordinarily fierce, aimed at Qianda with astonishing speed. Goodness, this move has a palpable sense of danger. Qianda realized the seriousness of the situation and summoned all his source energy. Crossing his arms defensively, he concentrated his energy. Boom! A thunderous collision erupted, sending Ho Dong reeling backward, flipping midair before landing gracefully. Qianda, on the other hand, slid several meters back, leaving scuff marks on the ground. Not bad, you have some skill. Qianda shook his sore arms, feeling a twinge of concern. Yet another talented newcomer had emerged. The last one to impress him this much was Yu Changfeng, aside from Wei Ziming. What is your name? Qianda inquired. Ho Dong. He replied simply. Intriguingly, once you reach the realm of the Source Sea, you may join my squad. Qianda extended an olive branch to him. Let us discuss it later. Ho Dong replied with an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested. Was he always this dismissive towards his seniors? Qianda felt a twinge of displeasure, as those he valued were rejecting his invitations, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Not at all, Ho Dong responded with an unwavering calmness. At that moment, Qianda's expression shifted, and his aura surged with intensity. Clearly, Ho Dong's aloof demeanor unsettled him, prompting a desire to imprint a more memorable impression. Guang, could that intriguing fellow be him? A female awakened one inquired about Guang, evidently recognizing Ho Dong's prowess. Guang shook his head. It is not him. Oh, this revelation piqued her curiosity further. Might there be an even more extraordinary newcomer? It must be said that this batch of newcomers exhibited commendable strength. She had already identified several whom she wished to recruit. Now, it was Qianda's turn. He barked a command and immediately lunged forward, launching an attack on Ho Dongdong. Newcomers ought to display a modicum of respect towards their seniors. Wave of the Tide. This martial technique was the hallmark of the Blade Troop, a discipline practiced by every member, reportedly bestowed by General Yu. Qianda delivered a punch reminiscent of a tumultuous wave, forcing a serious expression upon Ho Dongdong. Swiftly channeling his martial skills, he transformed his footwork into mere phantoms, barely evading the formidable blow. Quite adept at dodging, aren't we? Qianda sneered, then charged once more. Tidal surge. This maneuver enveloped Ho Dongdong, leaving him feeling as if he were ensnared in a vast ocean, buffeted by relentless waves. Not this move again. It's utterly infuriating. Wei Ziming quipped from the sidelines, recalling his own misfortune under the same technique. Seizing the moment when Ho Dongdong's footing faltered, Qianda unleashed another powerful punch. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Ho Dongdong hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the martial arena. Yet, Qianda did not relent. He pressed forward, delivering a vicious kick towards Ho Dongdong. Enduring the pain, Ho Dongdong attempted to block, but the disparity in strength propelled him backward once more, causing him to spit blood. What are you doing, Qianda? Ho Dongdong has clearly lost. Why do you insist on following up with that kick? Wei Ziming immediately questioned. Recognizing that Qianda had crossed a line, Qianda paid him no heed, instead addressing the fallen Ho Dongdong. Boy, do you concede? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ho Dongdong bore a stubborn expression, devoid of the fear Qianda sought to instill. Qianda felt a surge of irritation. Unlike others, his desire to dominate was fueled by vanity. The previous challengers had all submitted, leading him to feel that his authority as a senior was being challenged. It must be said, there was something inherently flawed in his mindset, as the adage goes. He preferred to bully the weak. Witnessing Ho Dongdong's defiance, he retaliated once more with a kick, sending him tumbling off the martial stage. This scene caused the brows of several official members of the Blade Troop to furrow in concern. Chapter 54. Su Mo takes action. Chen Guang's invitation. Do you not think you are being a bit excessive? After Ho Dongdong was kicked down, Su Mo swiftly caught him. Observing his injuries, Su Mo calmly questioned Qianda. Oh, yet another new face? Is it your place to question your seniors? Qianda replied with displeasure. To him, this was merely a commonplace occurrence. He had endured similar trials in the past. Thus, he was quite enthusiastic about establishing dominance over newcomers. Although it seemed he had been a tad too forceful, it was of no significant concern. After all, he had not maimed or killed anyone. Su Mo was infuriated by his attitude, astonished at Qianda's shamelessness. Next, I will fight you, Su Mo declared coldly. Qianda shot him a glance, dismissing him as just another ignorant fool. Fine, come up. Old Mo, teach him a lesson. Wei Ziming shouted loudly. Others echoed his enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Mo, go, beat him up. Damn it, take him down. I've been waiting to see him get his comeuppance. The group had long harbored grievances against Qianda, and with Su Mo stepping forward, their excitement was palpable. You seem to have quite a following, Qianda remarked, surprised by the crowd's reaction. A newcomer receiving such support? However, he thought it naive for them to believe they could defeat him. Su Mo had not yet released his source energy, so Qianda, assuming he was merely a novice at the source-gathering realm, did not perceive the true threat. Meanwhile, a female awakener outside the arena noticed Chen Guang smiling. Ah, Guang, you can't possibly mean him? Chen Guang nodded, chuckling. Now Qianda is in for it. The female awakener, intrigued by the unexpected praise, observed Su Mo closely. He does appear rather handsome. Go ahead and make your move. Qianda waved dismissively, not taking Su Mo seriously. Then please enlighten me. Su Mo's words barely left his lips when whoosh. In an instant, he released his source energy, entering a martial intent state, and charged at Qianda with ferocity. Quick, move swiftly. The momentum was breathtaking. Giant ant battle chariot. Qianda had no chance to react as he was propelled by an overwhelming force. Heavy blow. Suemo soared into the air and delivered a powerful punch to Qian Da's abdomen. Qian Da's face contorted in pain. After being knocked away, Suemo swiftly appeared at his landing spot, launching another devastating punch. Each strike landed with brutal precision. Qian Da was being thoroughly beaten, utterly overwhelmed. It was pure, one-sided domination. In terms of both source energy and combat skills, Suemo completely overpowered Qian Da, leaving him with no opportunity to counterattack. Boom. Qian Da crashed onto the martial platform, several bones broken, his face a grotesque mask of bruises. What a tragic sight. I admit. Before he could finish, Suemo landed another punch to his face, shattering several teeth. I concede. How can you still hit me? Qian Da clutched his injured face, words slurring due to his missing teeth, tears welling in his eyes. He was utterly dazed from the beating. Apologies. But since your name suggests you deserve a beating, I'm merely obliged, Suemo remarked coolly. Qian Da? Deserving a beating? Qian Da felt deeply wronged. Silence fell. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape, their astonishment evident since Suemo made his move. Incredible, Wei Ziming exclaimed, his voice cracking in awe at that moment. Suemo was like a brother to him. This is absolutely insane. The new recruits erupted with fervent cheers. This is the Source C realm. Several official members of the Blade Army were left in shock, nearly dropping their jaws. Is this truly a newcomer? A Source C realm novice? And his combat skills are unparalleled. Guang, this, the female Awakeners stammered in disbelief. Chen Guang, though initially taken aback by Sumo's strength, was somewhat prepared. He smiled and said, Indeed, Xiajie, his name is Suemo, he is indeed a newcomer. Having awakened in July, and only 18 years old this year. How is that possible? The woman called Xiajie could hardly believe it. Yet, Chen Guang shrugged, signaling his honesty. Who here thinks they can defeat him? A squint-eyed youth posed a profound question. Silence enveloped the group. They were all merely at the Source C realm. Their strength comparable to Qian Da's, and they had no desire to end up bruised and battered. That guy fights far too ruthlessly. Chen Guang chuckled. Aware that Suemo was indeed a fierce competitor, reminiscent of a madman in battle during their time in the southern suburbs. In that moment, none dared to step onto the martial platform, realizing that their decision to come as sparring partners may have been ill-conceived. I suppose I must, Chen Guang stated. You? Xiajie looked at him in surprise. It was worth noting that Chen Guang was not merely a sparring member. He had surpassed the transformation realm. Chen Guang nodded. Besides me, it seems there are no suitable challengers here. I also wish to recruit him into our team. The last remark was directed at Xiajie. They were teammates in a small squad. Xiajie's eyes brightened at the prospect of Suemo joining their ranks. Xiaomo, shall I come and play with you? Chen Guang teased, embodying his playful persona. Guanggu. Suemo looked at him, surprised. Considering the Source C realm cannot match you, fighting them would be rather dull. That was indeed the truth. Suemo regarded him, feeling a surge of eagerness. Having broken through to the Source C realm, he was curious about his current capabilities. All right. Suemo agreed. Chen Guang leaped onto the martial platform, setting his long knife aside. Clearly, he did not intend to use weapons. Possibly wary of Suemo suddenly producing that green long sword and taking him out. Come on, show me your strength. Chen Guang adopted a serious demeanor. Suemo instantly entered a combat state, a formidable energy radiating from him. Chen Guang assumed a boxing stance, preparing to use the wave combat technique. Giant ant battle chariot. Suemo charged forward with his strongest assault, unleashing his full power against a transformation realm expert. He would not be careless. Boom. The tremendous impact collided with Chen Guang, a surge of energy pulsing through the air. Unlike Qian Da, Chen Guang remained firmly grounded, though he was forced to take several steps back. He was not sent flying. This exemplified the might of the transformation realm. His source energy was already fully cultivated, every move executed with formidable strength. After failing to land a decisive blow, Suemo remained unfazed and quickly adapted his attack. Heavy blow. Like a long-fisted ant, he pressed forward with relentless ferocity. Impressive. The spectators below were awestruck, the intensity of their battle surpassing their comprehension. Even Li Yunfei was drawn into the spectacle. Goodness, Su Mo is truly incredible. Chen Guang felt a tingling in his arms. Each clash reverberated through him, making things increasingly challenging. His wave combat technique had reached a minor mastery level. Yet facing Su Mo's advanced long fist ant technique proved to be a significant strain. Moreover, Su Mo's source energy was exceptionally potent. Was he truly just entering the Source Sea realm? No. If this continues, I will be embarrassed. Chen Guang, possessing his pride, was the youngest Transformation Realm member of the Blade Army, highly regarded and dubbed a young war general of this generation. Though his expertise lay in the art of the blade, the thought of being bested by a junior from the Source Sea realm was unbearable for him. The waves of source energy surged around Su Mo like tumultuous ocean tides. Su Mo's pupils constricted as he found himself struggling to maintain his balance, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. The vexing control-type combat techniques reminded him of the constraint he felt when entangled by Sun Yao. It was excessively restrictive. With a decisive strike, Chen Guang seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, source energy crashing against Su Mo like a wave crest. The formidable impact sent Su Mo hurtling through the air. Typically, he was the one launching others into the air. Yet now it was he who found himself in such a predicament. Fortunately, during his ascent, Su Mo managed to dissipate a portion of the force from the wave, landing firmly on the opposite side of the arena. He regarded Chen Guang with a hint of wariness, and they faced each other from a distance, locked in a standoff. Seeing that he had not succeeded in forcing Su Mo off the stage, Chen Guang lamented the missed opportunity. Realizing that Su Mo was far more adept in combat than he had initially surmised. Meanwhile, Su Mo contemplated strategies to defeat Chen Guang. Acutely aware that he was being overpowered in terms of strength. Despite his vast source sea, it felt akin to a parched lake. Although he possessed an advantage in combat techniques, his opponent and Oppos's raw power rendered all methods ineffective. As the two remained cautious of one another, neither could discern the other and Oppos's thoughts. What if we simply called it a draw? Chen Guang broke the impasse first. Su Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. A draw seemed a satisfactory outcome. Thus, he ended the bout with a stalemate against Chen Guang, believing that his exploits would soon echo throughout the Blade Army. The other members would learn of the arrival of a remarkable newcomer. Little Mo, well done. Your combat skills are impressive. I nearly found myself at a disadvantage. Chen Guang complimented. Su Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, Brother Guang, you flatter me. You were merely holding back. If we had continued, I would surely have lost. His words held truth. In a prolonged battle, he would not stand a chance against Chen Guang unless he could absorb source crystals for replenishment. Ha ha ha, you are too modest, Su Mo, chimed in a woman named Xia Jie, who had accompanied them after the fight. Let us get straight to the point, Su Mo. I would like to invite you to join our team, Chen Guang stated earnestly, with Xia Jie looking at him expectantly. Noticing Su Mo and Oppos's silence, she continued. Our team consists of 6 members, including 2 at the Transformation Realm. We ensure fair and just distribution of spoils, and the team atmosphere is excellent. Chen Guang hesitated briefly when mentioning Wang Jun, a former member, indicating a somber note. In truth, joining as a formal member was an inevitable progression. Though Su Mo was unfamiliar with the individuals in the team and their dynamics. Nevertheless, he felt no aversion to Chen Guang's invitation, merely a sense of surprise. Sure, I would be happy to join, Su Mo replied with a smile. Xia Jie did not expect Su Mo to accept so readily. Chen Guang, beaming with joy, extended his hand and said, Welcome aboard. Their hands clasped firmly in a gesture of camaraderie. Chapter 55. The Master of Swordsmanship from Chen Guang's words. It was revealed that their small team was codenamed Blade Edge. Although Chen Guang was at the transformation stage, the team leader was not him but another individual. Through his somewhat hesitant narration, Su Mo learned that the leader of the Blade Edge team was, in fact, his sister. This sister, known as Sister Xia, was named Xia, nearly 30 years of age. While not particularly striking in appearance, she possessed a warmth that was quite endearing, prompting Su Mo to also address her as Sister Xia, just like Chen Guang. As for the other 4 members of the team, they had gone off to carry out a mission. Typically, A team would undertake tasks together, but previously, Chun Guang and Wang Jun had been assigned by Commander Zhang to the southern suburbs, while Yi Qiuxia had returned home for personal matters. Subsequently, unable to remain idle, Chun Guang's sister accepted a relatively simple task, taking the remaining 3 members with her. It was estimated that they would return shortly. When the team leader returns and learns that you have joined us, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed, Yi Qiuxia said with a smile. With Suemo, this prodigious talent, joining their ranks, the team's strength would surely see a significant enhancement. Suemo smiled in return, feeling quite curious about this team leader. Once they return, we might set off to task 127, Chun Guang remarked. General, you had already led the advanced troops there, and once the route was cleared, a large contingent would be dispatched from their side. Given that they were members of the Blade Edge Army, they would certainly be prioritized. Chun Guang's enthusiasm was palpable. The prospect of encountering numerous magical plants at Task 127 promised great rewards. Ordinary missions often involved exterminating isolated magical plants or, at best, discovering small magical plant tribes, yielding only a few source crystals after a battle, not nearly enough to share. Thus, confronting the magical plant army presented them with a rare opportunity. Chun Guang had previously reaped considerable benefits during his time in the southern suburbs. Task 127, you say? Suemo expressed a sense of longing. He had yet to witness the world beyond the gathering place and was filled with curiosity. What are your plans during this time? Chun Guang inquired of Suemo. I intend to seek out Elder Feng to learn swordsmanship, Suemo replied, having already gathered information about the swordsmanship master's surname. Swordsmanship? Chun Guang blinked, suddenly reminded of Suemo's enigmatic green longsword. Elder Feng? His sword technique is indeed formidable. Chun Guang nodded, familiar with the master. Being a swordsmanship grandmaster was no trivial matter. However, Elder Feng is no longer serving as an instructor, so it may be somewhat challenging for you to learn from him. His temperament can be quite peculiar, and even if you are an awakened one, he may not extend you any courtesy. Oh, is that so? Sumo's curiosity was piqued. Indeed. The last time I sought his guidance, he completely ignored me, Chun Guang lamented. Suemo chuckled. Well, I suppose I must give it a try. After bidding farewell to Chun Guang, Suemo sought out Yutanner. Beautiful you. You mentioned yesterday that you would take me to meet that swordsmanship master, Suemo said, approaching her with a beaming smile. Yutanner merely sighed at his frivolous tone, though she was accustomed to it. Let's go. Suemo trailed eagerly behind her. Hey, where's old Emo? Wei Ziming queried after their battle concluded, and he noticed Sumo's absence. I think I just saw Emo go leave with Yutanner. Qianair suddenly interjected. Wei Ziming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. When did he become so familiar with Yutanner? Could it be that Imogu came to the rescue of a damsel in distress and won her heart, thus pledging himself to her? Qianair teased with a wink. Qianair, if you can't speak properly, then just be quiet. Sun Yao's furious voice echoed from behind, startling Qianair. I misspoke. Imogu must have asked Yutanner to lead him to Elder Feng. Qianair quickly corrected himself, realizing they were heading towards the retirement area of the Blade Edge Army. This retirement area was essentially a residential community, primarily housing family members of the Blade Edge Army or retired veterans. Many who had spent considerable time in the military camp preferred not to return to the gathering place, seeking tranquility instead. Consequently, the authorities designated a plot of land to construct a spacious residential area. Feng Qing, at 75 years of age, was an ordinary man whose hair had turned white and whose frame had become stooped. He was born in a martial arts school in the 126th gathering place, where his father was the headmaster and a bona fide awakened one. From an early age, he was nurtured with high expectations, demonstrating remarkable martial arts talent. His father firmly believed that once he awakened, he would undoubtedly become a top awakened one in the gathering place. However, the greater the expectations, the more profound the disappointment. Upon entering the Awakening Academy, he, who was once the pride of all, faced failure during the Awakening Conference. This setback plunged him into despair, forcing him to return to the martial arts school in shame. How could a martial arts genius fail to awaken? Whispers surrounded him, lamenting the fall of a once promising individual. Classmates who had previously been weaker than him easily defeated him post-awakening. Unable to accept this outcome, he even contemplated ending his own life, though his father intervened. Seeing his son in such a state broke his father's heart. Subsequently, his father spent years of savings to procure another awakening potion. Fengqing took the potion once more, yet he failed again. This time, he was utterly disheartened. He realized that after 2 failed attempts at awakening, his chances were slim, and each attempt grew increasingly difficult. Moreover, obtaining another awakening potion seemed nearly impossible. In despair, he quietly departed the gathering place, seeking solitude to end his life. Only when he stepped into the wasteland did he confront the stark and hopeless reality of the world. The outside was a desolate ruin, devoid of life, filled only with desolation and silence. Yet, lurking behind this desolation was danger. He unwittingly wandered into the territory of a magical plant. And as an ordinary human, he stood no chance against it. His once proud swordsmanship could not even breach its defenses. As he resigned himself to death's judgment, his father appeared. Without fear, he stood in front of Fengqing, charging at the magical plant despite being outmatched. After a desperate battle, his father saved him, but succumbed to injuries shortly thereafter. At that moment, Fengqing paid a heavy price for his impulsiveness. Before his father passed, he repeatedly urged him to survive. Upon returning to the gathering place, Fengqing had changed. He became taciturn, spending his days in the company of his sword, harboring an intense hatred for the magical plant race. 20 years ago, when General Yu emerged and established the Blade Edge Army, Fengqing approached its gates, declaring his desire to join. General Yu found him amusing, an ordinary man wishing to join the Blade Edge Army. He asked him for a reason to accept him. When Fengqing drew his long sword and unleashed a strike, General Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately welcomed him into the Blade Edge Army. Though the power of that strike was not particularly strong, General Yu recognized Fengqing's martial arts mastery at a glance. Thus, an ordinary man became an instructor within the Blade Edge Army, earning the respect of all, for his swordsmanship had cultivated many powerful individuals. Yeah, slow down. Don't fall. As Su Mo and Yu Tanner approached a courtyard, they heard the voice of an elderly man and the sounds of children at play. It turned out that Fengqing was following a little girl who was joyfully running about with her tiny feet, while the old man, with a worried expression, extended his hands to protect her, fearing she might stumble. Grandpa Feng. At this moment, Yu Tanner greeted him. Hearing her voice, Fengqing turned to look at them. Little girl, what brings you here? The elder spoke in a calm tone, clearly recognizing Yu Tanner. He maintained a demeanor that suggested a reluctance to engage with strangers, appearing somewhat aloof. Yu Tanner, well aware of his nature, smiled and replied, Grandpa Feng, since the training has concluded, I thought I would come to pay you a visit. I'm just an old man. There is nothing remarkable to visit about, Fengqing said, turning his back to Yu Tanner as he gazed at the little girl. If you wish to practice swordsmanship, seek someone else. I am quite advanced in age and have been retired for many years. I cannot offer much guidance. Upon hearing this, Yu Tanner sweetly retorted, But Grandpa Feng, you are a sword saint. How could you possibly lack the ability to instruct others? Fengqing was not swayed by her charm. Your swordsmanship differs from mine. I cannot guide you. You would do better to seek General Yu. Then he noticed Su Mo standing nearby and frowned. You don't expect me to teach this lad, do you? I have no time for that. Seek someone else. His words effectively silenced Yu Tanner. However, Su Mo smiled and approached the little girl, softly asking, What is your name, little one? Suddenly, as if by magic, a large tomato appeared in his hand, exuding an enticing aroma. Here, little friend, this is for you. It is delicious. The little girl gazed timidly at the large tomato, uncertain of what it was. But the alluring scent made her swallow hard. She then looked up at Fengqing with wide, pleading eyes. With a resigned nod, Fengqing gave her permission. The girl joyfully accepted Su Mo's large tomato and sweetly exclaimed, Thank you, brother. My name is Iya. Her voice was soft and endearing, melting Su Mo's heart. This tomato is the fruit born from the essence of a tomato spirit plant. It possesses gentle energy that can nourish your body and enhance your physical constitution. Su Mo gently explained as he stroked her little head. However, the girl was too eager to listen. She immediately took a bite out of the tomato. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, causing her eyes to squint with delight, completely captivated by its sugary flavor. "Yum, this is so good," she exclaimed, her face smeared with tomato juice. Unbeknownst to the little girl, Fengqing recognized the value of the fruit. The fruit born from the essence of the tomato spirit plant is indeed a treasure. Typically, spirit plants do not offer the fruits of their essence to others. As for the seeds of spirit plants, they are directly condensed by the plants themselves, not extracted from the spirit fruits. For ordinary people, such a treasure is even more precious than source crystals. Chapter 56. He gave too much. Where did you get this from? Utaner asked curiously, wondering how Sumo had produced such an item. Although they had the fortune of tasting the fruit of the tomato spirit plant in the southern suburbs, it was merely one per person. How could Sumo possess more? It's best not to inquire too much about worldly matters, Sumo replied with a light cough. Utaner sighed. This guy really is something. Thank you, young friend. Fengqing felt compelled to express his gratitude, as he could not refuse a gift, particularly for his beloved granddaughter. The tomato spirit fruit would nourish her body, greatly benefiting her future path. Senior Feng, you are too modest. It is merely a small token. And your granddaughter is simply adorable, Sumo said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. She nibbled on the tomato, showing no signs of resistance to Sumo's gesture. Eat slowly, there's plenty more here, he added, producing another tomato spirit fruit. Utaner gasped, how do you have more? Fengqing pondered. What is this young man's background? To give away such precious spirit fruits so readily. Could he be the offspring of the tomato spirit plant? He was aware that acquiring fruits from the southern suburbs was no easy feat, and yet this young man had produced two at once. Young friend, such generosity is unwarranted, Fengqing said hastily, feeling guilty for receiving too much on their first meeting. Senior Feng, it's merely a trifling gift. Look how much joy it brings to the little one, Sumo insisted, pressing it into Yutan and Appo's hands. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Fengqing could only sigh in resignation and thank him again. The tomato spirit fruits were drawn from the storage space within the pages of his book. In fact, Sumo had a considerable supply of these large tomatoes within that space. The reason for such abundance was due to the tomato spirit plant's insistence on giving them to him after his advancement. At that time, he was atop the plant. And since he possessed a storage space, no one had noticed this occurrence. Otherwise, they would have been consumed by envy. Sumo had found these large tomatoes exceptionally delicious and beneficial to the human body. After discovering his aptitude for pharmacology, he noticed a peculiar energy within them, a unique property capable of nourishing the body, especially evident in ordinary individuals. The gentle energy made it suitable for all ages, enhancing longevity and vitality in the elderly, while improving physical constitution in children, even exceeding the effects of body-nourishing potions. Regular consumption would benefit their future awakening paths and increase success rates. At that moment, Sumo was struck by an idea. Why not develop a potion centered around the properties of these large tomatoes that could be consumed by ordinary people? However, he had yet to find a starting point. Beep. Sensing the host's will, establishing a potion formula centered around the tomato spirit fruit. Insufficient energy. Requires consumption of 1 second-tier source crystal. Suddenly, the pages in Sumo's mind responded. Is this even possible? Sumo marveled, astonished by the intelligence of the pages. But 1 second-tier source crystal. He had none. The 3 he had obtained from the southern suburbs had been inexplicably consumed. Of course, Fengqing and Yutan and Appo's were oblivious to Sumo and Appo's inner turmoil. Young friend, your gift is far too precious, but I have been retired for many years, Fengqing said, somewhat conflicted. Senior Feng, please accept these source crystals. They will be invaluable for my little granddaughter's future awakening, Sumo said, producing a small bag of first-tier source crystals. He then produced several potions, frowning upon realizing they seemed unsuitable. Senior Feng, I lack appropriate potions at the moment, but I promise to concoct a new type of body-nourishing potion using the tomato spirit fruit as the core material, and will send some to your granddaughter. Fengqing initially rejected the bag of source crystals, but Sumo's later words piqued his interest. Could the new potion you mentioned be suitable for ordinary people? Feng Qing asked, intrigued. But I haven and oppose. T heard of such a thing before. Suemo patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, senior. The potion formula has already been created and will be available soon. As long as I obtain a second-tier source crystal, the formula will be easily accessible. Yu Tanner remained in a daze, watching Su Mo's impressive display. A new potion? Who created it? Feng Qing inquired curiously. At this point, Yu Tanner interjected. Could it be Grandpa Su? Has he developed another new potion formula? Having just created the revival potion, the prospect of another new concoction was truly remarkable. Feng Qing suddenly realized, so it and oppose, as Dr. Su. I wonder what connection you have with him. I am Su Mo, the grandson of Dr. Su. Su Mo introduced himself. The grandson of Dr. Su. No wonder you are so generous. Feng Qing exclaimed. Su Mo then pressed the bag of source crystals into Yu Tanner's hands and addressed Feng Qing, Senior Feng. I have long admired you and have a strong desire to learn swordsmanship. Please consider this my tuition. Feng Qing opened his mouth but was momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to refuse. Yet, Su Mo and Appo's generosity was overwhelming. Feng Qing was no longer a solitary figure. The Feng family had not seen a new awakener in a long time, and he held high hopes for his granddaughter. However, awakening was not a simple matter, requiring substantial resources. The potion Suemo had just mentioned was precisely what he needed. Very well, I will teach you. However, swordsmanship cannot be mastered overnight. The extent to which you learn will depend on your own comprehension, Feng Qing said slowly, ultimately swayed. Where is your pride, Grandpa Feng? Yu Tanner exclaimed in astonishment. This Suemo was truly skilled in the art of persuasion. Student Suemo, it is an honor to meet you. Suemo respectfully bowed to Feng Qing. In the following days, a young boy became a regular presence in Feng Qing and Appo's courtyard. He wielded a massive heavy sword, which resembled a large steel bar more than a sword. Crafted from heavy black iron, its density was remarkable, weighing a full ton. Feng Qing's instructions were simple. Learn the most fundamental sword movements: chop, thrust, flick, and point, without using source energy. Thus, each day, Suemo swung the heavy sword, repeating the basic movements. He harbored no complaints. After all, a master swordsman was present to guide him. Feng Qing nodded in approval as he observed Suemo's astonishing physical prowess. Normally, training with the iron sword would not look like this. Suemo effortlessly wielded it from the start. In exasperation, Feng Qing had scavenged this heavy iron bar from the military's supply depot, making minor adjustments to create the sword. After several days of practice, Suemo began to master the basic sword techniques, though this did not equate to having truly learned swordsmanship. Here. Little Yu Tanner chimed in, running over with a bottle of water. Her adorable demeanor made Suemo instinctively want to ruffle her hair, but he hesitated. Noticing his sweaty hands. Thank you, little one. He smiled as he took the water. You're too generous. She exclaimed, her large eyes fixed on him. Suemo sighed, wiped his hands on his clothes, and performed a magic trick by producing another large tomato. Yu Tanner's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted it. Over the past few days, she had grown increasingly attached to Suemo, primarily because he always seemed to have delicious red fruits to offer. Feng Qing was not surprised by this and assumed that Suemo possessed some extraordinary energy device capable of containing these spiritual fruits. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, struggling to comprehend the myriad astonishing phenomena associated with Awakeners. I've heard that you are to depart from the gathering place, soon to undertake a mission? Feng Qing inquired of Suemo. Suemo nodded. Indeed. The route to gathering point 127 has been cleared. During this period, General Yu and his comrades had swept through, annihilating all the demonic plants along the way and establishing several communication stations. The administrators deemed the time ripe and prepared to dispatch a large contingent. It seems it is time to instruct you in the art of swordsmanship, Feng Qing remarked slowly, his expression stoic. Suemo felt a surge of joy. He had awaited this moment for so long. Feng Qing withdrew a long sword from the nearby weapons rack and stepped into the center of the courtyard. The sword technique I practice is called Appo's moonslaying sword technique. Appo's, it is a family heirloom and does not qualify as an advanced martial art. As Fengqing spoke, his entire demeanor transformed, and Su Mo felt as if he had become one with the sword. Fengqing moved, and the surrounding dust stirred in response. With a single stroke, it was as if a ghostly moon had descended from the heavens. With a sharp slash, a nearby sandbag was instantly shattered into fragments. Sumo's pupils contracted. How had he moved so swiftly? He had completely failed to discern Fengqing's actions, considering he was merely an ordinary individual. What I aim to teach you is not merely technique. That strike may not suit you. From my observations over the past few days, your combat style is characterized by boldness and power, seeking to shatter techniques with sheer strength in a single decisive blow. Fengqing swiftly assessed Su Mo's combat style, deciding against teaching him the moon-slaying sword technique. Although this technique was also primarily offensive, it emphasized subtlety, which contrasted sharply with Su Mo's approach. Su Mo was somewhat perplexed by his intent. Fengqing gazed at him and gently stated, "What I wish to impart to you is the greatest insight of my life, which I refer to as the sword heart." Sword heart. Su Mo echoed. "Did you comprehend my earlier move?" Fengqing asked. Su Mo shook his head. Soon after, he felt a piercing aura locking onto him. He attempted to evade, but it felt as if he were ensnared. He stared at Fengqing in horror. "This is the sword heart. The sword is me, and I am the sword." Then, Fengqing moved, and his figure vanished completely. Su Mo felt himself surrounded by countless swords, a tingling sensation prickling his skin. Suddenly, a wound appeared on his arm. How uncanny! Su Mo was astounded. Although the damage was not severe, the eerie sensation was quite distressing. If Fengqing were an awakener, it was too terrifying. He dared not contemplate it. Chapter 57. The predicament of gathering place number 127. This move is simply astonishing. Su Mo gazed at Fengqing with fiery eyes, wearing an expression that conveyed a desire to learn. "Coach, I want to master this technique. Please teach me." Fengqing reined in his breath and returned to a normal state. He looked at Su Mo and spoke slowly. "This is the sword heart. It is a realization I attained many years ago. It can be classified as a unique martial art, regardless of the sword technique employed. When executed in the sword heart state, it will enhance the effect. Unfortunately, I have yet to unleash its true power." A shadow crossed Fengqing and Apos' face, as his inability to awaken this potential had been a lifelong sorrow. "Teacher." Su Mo noticed Fengqing's gloom and wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. "Enough. Some matters are dictated by fate." Fengqing quickly composed himself and addressed Su Mo. "I will impart the training method for the sword heart to you, with the hope that you may one day manifest its true strength." Su Mo nodded solemnly, fully aware that this was a monumental opportunity. In truth, Fengqing had not intended to teach Su Mo the sword heart, for it was the culmination of his life's work. However, over the years, he had come to recognize the reality of his situation. As an ordinary person, hoarding a martial art until his demise served little purpose. It was far better to pass it on, thus ensuring he left no regrets. Of course, as a master swordsman, he possessed his own pride. He would not easily take notice of just anyone. Yet Su Mo was different. Through their interactions these past few days, Fengqing found Su Mo's character to be commendable, devoid of the airs of a wealthy scion, and he genuinely cared for his granddaughter. Most importantly, this young man was remarkably generous, offering far more than was expected. Ultimately, Fengqing resolved to impart the sword heart to him, believing that with this connection, even after his passing, Su Mo would look after the Feng family. The sword heart is an enigmatic state, dependent upon one's insight. Fengqing began to elucidate the concept to Su Mo, who listened with utmost seriousness. In truth, Su Mo's martial arts talent was not extraordinarily exceptional. He was merely slightly more capable than the average individual. Thus, grasping the essence of Fengqing's teachings proved to be quite challenging, leaving him in a state of frustration. How he wished for a potion to enhance his intellect. Gathering place number 127. They had endured a harrowing period of over half a month beneath the Earth spirit barrier. As time wore on, despair loomed large, and unrest began to stir among the residents. That was my steamed garlic bulb. A gaunt youth raged at a middle-aged man before him, his eyes ablaze. The middle-aged man paid no heed to the youth's fury. Instead, he hastily stuffed 2 steamed garlic bulbs into his mouth, chewing carelessly before swallowing, savoring the moment. "You owe me my steamed garlic bulb." The emaciated youth clenched his fists and lunged at the middle-aged man. However, the latter regarded him with disdain, delivering a swift kick to the youth's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. The frail boy clutched his stomach, wailing in agony. His slight frame stood no chance against the middle-aged man, especially with hunger draining his strength. When the gathering place had distributed food, the middle-aged man had followed closely behind him, and in the dim light of the underground world, the youth had failed to notice. Once they reached an isolated spot, the middle-aged man sprang from the shadows and seized his food. Each person was allowed only 1 serving of steamed garlic per day, which was hardly sufficient to stave off hunger. Thus, the middle-aged man resorted to desperate measures, preying upon the isolated. "Enough! How dare you brazenly steal another's food?" A booming voice erupted from the side as a burly man strode forth. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the middle-aged man sprawling to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man, struck by the force, coughed up blood. In these dire times, how could one rob their fellow compatriots of sustenance? The burly man glared at him, wishing nothing less than to see him suffer. An awakened one. The burly man was indeed a peace officer, having rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion, only to witness this unfolding scene. "Huh." The middle-aged man chuckled mockingly. He should have felt fear in the presence of a peace officer, but at that moment, he felt none. "Officer, do you believe we still stand a chance? We are all doomed, aren't we?" he muttered, his voice rising in madness. "If we are to die, then I refuse to go quietly like a starving ghost. The agony of hunger is unbearable." His entire family had perished during this crisis. As the food rations diminished day by day, the gnawing hunger drove him to madness. The peace officer subsequently delivered a punch that rendered the middle-aged man unconscious, restoring a semblance of calm. Yet he furrowed his brow, his expression laden with gravity. For the middle-aged man spoke the truth. The food supplies at gathering place number 127 were dwindling perilously. In fact, the issue of food theft was not uncommon in the current gathering place number 127. The population was far too large, while the number of awakened was woefully insufficient to maintain order. "Sir, could you spare me a morsel of food? I beg you. Just 1 steamed garlic bulb, please." The gaunt youth had risen from the ground, suppressing his pain, and knelt before the peace officer, pleading desperately. "Please. My brother is on the verge of starvation." Tears streamed down the youth's face as he continued to bow, his forehead bloodied from repeated contact with the ground, embodying the essence of utter humility. "Take this." The peace officer produced 2 steamed garlic bulbs from his pocket and handed them to the gaunt youth, speaking gently. The youth accepted the bulbs with trembling hands, clasping them tightly, bowing once more. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Now hurry back. Be cautious and try not to be robbed again," the peace officer urged, waving him off. Only when he saw the youth's silhouette vanish into the darkness did he exhale a deep sigh. Those 2 steamed garlic bulbs were his last provisions. Yet witnessing the youth's desperate plea stirred his compassion. Better to go hungry himself. "Administrator, the energy of the Earth's spirit barrier is waning." An elderly man with graying hair spoke to Jianping, his face etched with worry. Jianping, disheveled and haggard, appeared as though he had aged a decade in an instant. At this moment, the inevitable had finally arrived. His voice was hoarse. The current gathering place No. 127 was on the brink of collapse, food scarce, and the monstrous plant army outside stirred restlessly. Even the vitality of their cultivated land within the gathering place was being drained by the monstrous plant clan. "Dr. Wei, do you believe we still have a chance for survival?" Jianping suddenly inquired of the elderly man. After a moment of silence, the elder solemnly shook his head. "It is unlikely. Unless we can withstand the onslaught of the frost-mourning tree and thorn magic flower, we would struggle to even retreat." In truth, the management of gathering place number 127 was already deliberating on how to confront the impending crisis once the Earth spirit barrier crumbled. They had even proposed a plan for evacuation, allowing residents to escape in batches, with survival hinging upon fate. However, this plan's success depended on having powerful individuals to fend off the advanced monstrous plant attacks. Yet the frost mourning tree and thorn magic flower were formidable foes. Even Jianping, clad in obsidian, would struggle against their combined might, let alone the other second-tier monstrous plants, which required strong warriors to counterbalance. Unfortunately, their gathering place boasted too few second-tier fighters, most of whom were rather weak. The only powerful second-tier warrior had been Captain Zhang, yet now his bones lay cold. A lack of strength. This was the predicament they faced. Perhaps Captain Ho has also perished along the way. Jian Ping murmured, sorrowfully closing his eyes. Initially anticipating support from Gathering Point 126, the delay in its arrival suggested that perhaps no message had been conveyed at all. Resolving to fight to the death, Jian Ping opened his eyes, revealing a resolute expression. "My lord, is that the direction of Gathering Point 127? Zhang Yinxing inquired, observing the ominous throngs of the demonic flora army through the footage transmitted by the BI drone. The sense of foreboding was palpable. However, he was perplexed by the absence of any visible signs of Gathering Point 127. A gathering point typically resembled a small city, complete with towering buildings that should be easily discernible. That must be the earthen mound, Yu Changfeng suggested, pointing to the massive earthen hill in the center of the image. A collective gasp arose among the others. Are they buried beneath it? But how could such a large gathering point be entirely concealed? The sheer magnitude of the situation was staggering. So they are beneath the mound, which has thwarted the onslaught of the demonic flora tribe. Ming Qian pondered, stroking his bald head. Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement and continued, Old Zhang and Ming Qian, come closer to investigate the situation. The rest of you remain stationed here to establish a communication post. Understood. As the three approached the earthen mound, Yu Changfeng and Apos' gaze intensified. What a potent source of energy. Third tier. This is a manifestation of third-tier attributes. His excitement was palpable. This formidable power was precisely what he had longed for. Zhang Yunxing and Ming Qian were left in astonishment. Gathering Point 127 actually had a third-tier awakener. This was monumental news, especially considering that no third-tier awakeners had appeared in the desolate lands for quite some time. Wait, if they possess a third-tier awakener, why are they in such dire straits? Ming Qian detected a crucial flaw in the reasoning. If a third-tier awakener truly existed, wouldn't the demonic flora army be akin to mere insects before them, easily vanquished? Perhaps that third-tier individual has already passed away. Yu Changfeng murmured. The source energy emanating from the mound was dissipating rapidly, suggesting imminent collapse. This line of reasoning fell into place. It must have been a powerful second-tier awakener who had forcibly broken through to wield third-tier authority, only to exhaust themselves in the process. It must be Senior Jin, Yu Changfeng concluded. In his understanding, the strongest awakener at Gathering Point 127 was indeed the esteemed Jin Yunhua, who had nearly achieved third-tier status in the past. Clearly, the basic revival potion had proven effective for him. What a pity, Yu Changfeng lamented. A remarkably gifted senior had departed so abruptly. He touched the intermediate revival potion, gifted to him by Su Kuhai, wishing that Senior Jin could hold on just a little longer. Chapter 58. The arrival of support. Fate often plays tricks on us. This intermediate revival potion was intended to restore Jin Yunhua's strength completely, but alas, it arrived too late. Those two adversaries were present as well. Zhang Yuxing gazed warily at the magical plants, remarking, the frost bloom tree and the thorn flower. No wonder the 127th gathering point is in such dire straits. Yu Changfeng squinted at the two magical plants and slowly mused. I wonder where the king of magical plants is now. They were most apprehensive of the king of magical plants. If it were present, their reinforcement of the 127th gathering point would prove exceedingly difficult. It seems absent. Otherwise, the 127th gathering point would not have endured for so long, Ming Qian remarked. He was keenly aware of the king of magical plants' formidable power, having encountered it firsthand in the southern suburbs. The sense of helplessness from that experience lingered in his memory. According to intelligence reports, the garlic spirit plant at the 127th gathering point had perished, likely at the hands of the king of magical plants. Since it had consumed the garlic spirit plant and had yet to make a move, it was probable it had sustained injuries. especially since the master had mentioned there were 3-tier awakened beings. Ming Qian analyzed. Hey, when did you become so astute? Zhang Yunxing exclaimed, surprised, as if seeing Ming Qian for the first time. This fellow was remarkably insightful today. Could it be that going bald truly enhances one's intellect? The saying about being wise at the peak of baldness? Zhang Yunxing mused, stroking his thick hair. Ming Qian and Apos. S expression darkened. Get lost. Ming Qian and Apos. S analysis was indeed sound. It alleviated some of their pressure. Yu Changfeng also displayed a hint of a smile. 22nd tier magical plants, with the exception of the 2 elite ones, varied in strength, making them quite troublesome to handle. Yu Changfeng counted the number of 2nd-tier magical plants on the battlefield, stroking his chin in contemplation. He had brought 5 2nd-tier awakened beings, making a total of 6. This represented a significant portion of the Blade Army's strength, as there were only 7 2nd-tier awakened beings in total. The combined number of 2nd-tier awakened beings at the 126th gathering point was less than 20, highlighting their rarity. The magical plant army had a full 22nd-tier beings here. It remained uncertain how many 2nd-tier awakened beings the 127th gathering point possessed. The overall strength of the 127th gathering point was slightly inferior to that of the 126th. They likely had fewer 2nd-tier beings, leaving them at a disadvantage of numbers. The earthen slope is on the verge of collapse. We should return and make our preparations. The battle is about to commence, Yu Changfeng declared, and the 3 departed from the location. Administrator, the earthen barrier is crumbling. An awakened being exclaimed in horror, gazing skyward. They witnessed the energy of the earthen barrier dissipating. The once solid earth beginning to crumble into fine dust, cascading towards the gathering point. Jianping silently observed this scene, clenching his fists. Other awakened beings stood by his side. Bracing themselves, they were ready to face death. With a crash, the barrier collapsed into dust, and countless clods of earth fell into the 127th gathering point. Residents cowered in their homes, tightly shutting their doors and windows, peering through glass at the swirling dust. Cough, cough, cough. The awakened beings activated their source energy to disperse the dust clinging to them. The weaker among them inhaled some of the fine particles, breaking into coughs, many of them transforming into muddy figures. As the dust settled, the entire gathering point resembled a scene following a sandstorm, buildings coated in filth, a picture of devastation. Boom. The magical plant army wasted no time. As the earthen barrier fell, they launched their assault, a dark mass surging toward the gathering point. Activate the energy wall, Jian Ping shouted, immediately merging with his obsidian armor. All awakened beings, follow me to slay the enemies. With blades of light leading the charge. A group of awakened beings charged at the magical plant army like ravenous wolves. Mechanic Dr. Wei activated the energy wall apparatus, quickly enveloping the area surrounding the gathering point in a layer of energy light. The awakened beings had already surged beyond the light wall, engaging in fierce combat with the magical plants. This energy wall was not as sturdy as the earthen barrier. It could only barely fend off first-tier magical plants, and it would be relatively easy for second-tier magical plants to breach it. After completing these tasks, Dr. Wei's gaze hardened as he approached the dust-covered laboratory, pressing a button. The laboratory whirred to life, the door swinging open to reveal a 10-meter-tall giant battle mech. Dr. Wei opened the cockpit and climbed inside. Kachak, kachak, kachak. The lights on the giant mech illuminated, accompanied by a piercing electric hum. Little brats, your grandfather Wei has arrived. Dr. Wei roared. The mech's thrusters ignited, propelling it directly toward the battlefield. For this battle, they had all resigned themselves to the possibility of death. Jianping had already engaged with the frostbloom tree and the thornflower. Like a meteor shattering a mountain, the sword fell like a meteorite, its powerful force driving the massive frostbloom tree back. Jianping was utterly frenzied, fearlessly charging at the 2 formidable magical plants. Administrator, I come to assist you. A massive figure soared through the air. Taste my energy cannon. Boom. A burst of blue light erupted, striking directly at the frostbloom tree. With a resounding crash, ice shards scattered everywhere. As the smoke cleared, the ice armor on the frostbloom tree's chest was blown apart, revealing a dark wound, a clear indication of injury. Old Wei. Impressive. Jian Ping exclaimed in astonishment, giving Dr. Wei a thumbs up. That damage is quite substantial. Dr. Wei beamed with satisfaction, pleased with the shot, though lamenting the lengthy charging time. Watch out. Jian Ping warned urgently, noticing the thorned flower's movements. He saw thorns shooting towards the battle mech. Dr. Wei quickly maneuvered the mech to evade, then reached for a protruding switch on his back. Clang, clang, clang. He drew forth a massive sword, the weapon of the battle mech. Attack. Dr. Wei commanded, wielding the giant sword to slash at the thorns of the thorned flower. Jian Ping did not remain idle, immediately charging toward the frostbloom tree. Yet, the magical plant tribe had an overwhelming number of powerful beings. Other awakened beings were gradually being pushed back, with several first-tier awakened beings already falling in battle. Even the energy wall was breached by a second-tier magical plant, creating a small opening through which a few first-tier magical plants slipped inside. Panic erupted within the gathering point. It was a tragic scene. The 127th gathering point now had only 10 second-tier awakened beings, most of whom had only recently broken through. Coupled with the fact that the number of second-tier magical plants on the opposing side was more than double their own, they were under immense strain. One second-tier awakened being was unwittingly struck in the abdomen by a flying leaf from a bamboo leaf vine snake, blood gushing forth. In an instant, another second-tier magical plant lunged toward him with great speed. Am I to perish? He thought, despair washing over him as he gazed at the approaching magical plant, convinced he was about to meet his end. But then, a flash of blue light streaked past, and the magical plant before him was cleaved in two. I'm not dead. He looked on in shock, noticing a short-haired man in a white combat suit, wielding a blue longsword, standing nearby. The man was gently wiping the magical plant and Appos' sap from his blade with a white cloth. Impressive. Who is he? The second-tier awakened being realized he did not recognize this individual. Yu Changfeng finished cleaning his sword, turning to the second-tier awakened being, saying, "Stay safe." He then transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. The second-tier awakened being nodded in bewilderment. Wow, he is so cool. I feel a strange sensation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Old Wei, Jian Ping shouted in alarm. Dr. Wei's battle mech was ensnared by the long thorns of the thorn demon flower. With a resounding snap, the thorn demon flower yanked forcefully, tearing off one of the mech's arms and sending sparks flying. Boom. The thorn demon flower then hurled the battle mech to the ground. Dr. Wei felt as if the world had turned dark. The violent impact had inflicted internal injuries, leaving him somewhat dazed. He had only just ascended to the second tier. Indeed, he was still no match. A sense of dejection washed over him, realizing that his battle mech was ultimately inferior to a top-tier second-tier magical plant. The eyes on the petals of the thorn demon flower glimmered with mockery, and one by one, the long thorns converged to form a gigantic thorn, which shot directly towards the battle mech. Beast, you seek death. A cold voice echoed. Wave-cutting slash. A massive blue energy blade cleaved towards the thorn demon flower. Startled by the sheer force, the thorn demon flower hastily retracted its thorns to defend itself. Boom. The blue energy blade erupted, shattering the enormous thorn. Yu Changfeng had arrived, radiating a powerful source energy that was on par with both the thorn demon flower and the cold tree demon. The thorn demon flower clearly recognized him, having clashed before. What a close call. The old man had somehow survived. Dr. Wei, within the battle mech, broke out in a cold sweat, having thought he was on the brink of death. But who was this? He did not know Yu Changfeng. Brother Jian, long time no see. Yu Changfeng smiled at Jian Ping, evidently recognizing the figure beneath the obsidian armor. Why Yu Changfeng? Jian Ping murmured, also recognizing him. Years had passed since he and Jin Yunhua visited Gathering Point 126 and met Yu Changfeng. Reinforcements had arrived. Jian Ping's heart stirred as he noticed several unfamiliar awakened individuals engaging in fierce combat against the magical plants, while others ventured into the gathering point to deal with any remaining threats, significantly alleviating the pressure on the awakened at Gathering Point 127. Noticing Jian Ping seemed injured, Yu Changfeng tossed him a vial of rejuvenation potion. Brother Jian, Take a moment to recover. Jianping accepted it without hesitation, immediately removing the helmet of his battle armor to reveal his true visage. After drinking the vial of rejuvenation potion, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body. His injuries began to mend. Though not fully healed, he felt significantly better. Thank you, Jianping said earnestly. Ha ha ha. Now is not the time for reminiscing, brother Jian. How about we each take one? Yu Changfeng proposed with a hearty laugh. All right. Jianping's worries dissipated. With the sword akin to a falling star, he charged towards the cold tree demon, emboldened by the prospect of a one-on-one confrontation. Ah, it seems your opponent is me, Yu Changfeng said, twirling his blue battle blade. His gaze icy as it locked onto the thorn demon flower. His inner fighting spirit had been ignited. Let us battle. Chapter 59. Repelling the army of demon plants and beginning agriculture, the battle raged fiercely, shrouding the skies in darkness. The awakened of Gathering Point 127 were left astounded. As their comrades suffered devastating blows, reinforcements swiftly provided them with potions. Consuming a second-tier potion may not have fully restored them, but their injuries were promptly mended, allowing them to regain a measure of strength. This method of combat was exhilarating. Thus, a fervent group charged recklessly at the demon plants. Before long, the demon plant clan began to retreat, for they lacked the potions to heal their wounds. At this moment, Yu Changfeng dominated the thorn's demon flower, truly deserving the title of the strongest warrior of Gathering Point 126. With a single stroke, he severed several of the flower's long thorns, forcing it back. The thorn's demon flower revealed a flicker of fear, and its heart began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Meanwhile, Jianping found himself evenly matched, as the Kanghan demon tree possessed formidable defenses, making his combat efforts laborious. Just then, a battle mech, trapped in the earth, slowly raised one arm, which transformed into a cannon. Master Manager, clear the way, Dr. Wei shouted. Upon hearing this, Jianping quickly dodged, only to witness a colossal beam of energy hurtling towards the Kanghan demon tree. Boom! The Kanghan demon tree was struck and sent flying. At the critical moment, it shifted its body, causing the blow to land on its shoulder instead of the chest. A gaping hole appeared in its shoulder. However, after this strike, the battle mech disintegrated, having exhausted all its energy. Dr. Wei crawled out from the wreckage, lamenting the missed opportunity to strike the chest. Yet, hitting the shoulder had temporarily incapacitated one of the Kanghan demon tree and Oppo's limbs. Roar! The Kanghan demon tree emitted a low growl, clearly enraged yet displaying a hint of trepidation. It had narrowly escaped destruction. At that moment, the thorn's demon flower emitted an odd sound, prompting them to withdraw. The army of demon plants retreated. Witnessing the Kanghan demon tree attempting to flee, Jianping's instincts urged him to give chase. Yu Changfeng quickly intervened. Brother Jian, do not pursue a desperate foe. Jianping then realized he had momentarily lost his composure. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yu. We have emerged victorious. The awakened of Gathering Point 127 were moved to tears, embracing one another. Their struggles had been immense. The residents within the Gathering Point erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live! Long live! Long live! Their voices rang out, tears of joy streaming down their faces. After enduring days of despair, they finally welcomed the dawn of hope. Observing the residents' frail bodies and haggard faces, Yu Changfeng couldn't help but reflect on their resilience. It was truly commendable that they had persevered. He promptly arranged for the source energy war vehicles to be brought forward. As large vehicles entered the Gathering Point, the residents' eyes sparkled with curiosity. They soon discovered that these vehicles were laden with strange, elongated items. Are those carrots, as described in the books? Someone recognized. Carrots? Food. Excitement bubbled among them, for they had been starved for too long. Everyone, please remain calm. There will be enough food for each of you. Jianping quickly stepped forward to reassure them. As crates of carrots were brought out, Yu Changfeng instructed the construction of gigantic cooking stations, igniting large fires to boil water. They then added the carrots, simmering them until they turned into a thick mush. Due to the collapse of the Earth's spirit barrier, dust filled the air, and some of it mingled into the pot as they cooked. However, The fragrant aroma wafting through the air made everyone present overlook this detail, eagerly watching and swallowing in anticipation. Once ready, the workers began distributing bowls of mush to each person. "How does it taste?" Yu Changfeng inquired, observing Jianping devour the carrot mush with gusto. "It's absolutely delicious," Jianping praised. "Moreover, the energy contained within is remarkably high. It is far more suitable as sustenance than our garlic." Indeed, the carrots from Gathering Point 126 were nutritionally superior to the garlic from Gathering Point 127, making them more filling. "What a pity about our spirit plants." Jianping's gaze dimmed as he spoke. The Gathering Point devoid of spirit plants had lost its very foundation for survival. "Perhaps you should relocate to Gathering Point 126, Yu Changfeng suggested softly. "Relocate to Gathering Point 126? With so many of us, would your food supply be sufficient?" Jianping looked at him, puzzled. Yu Changfeng smiled gently. "Worry not. With your numbers, we can easily provide ample sustenance." "How can that be?" Jianping expressed skepticism. At that moment, Ming Qian approached, offering an explanation. "Lord Jian, you may not be aware, but our Gathering Point is now home to more than one spirit plant." Jianping asked, "Have you found new spirit plants?" Spirit plants were rare and sought after. Many were devoured by demon plants before they could evolve, and those that had evolved tended to hide deeply or were guarded by ferocious beasts. "Indeed, and they are second tier," Ming Qian grinned. "You cannot be serious?" Jianping's eyes widened as Ming Qian nodded and proceeded to recount the discovery of the tomato spirit plant. "I cannot believe Gathering Point 129 has been annihilated," Jianping said gloomily. Suddenly, he realized that without the support from Gathering Point 126, his Gathering Point could have met a similar fate. If there was indeed a tomato spirit plant, it could sustain the populations of both Gathering Points. Jianping found himself swayed by this prospect. Yu Changfeng then waved his hand, producing a potion that appeared in his grasp. He approached an empty plot of land and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, poured the potion onto the soil. Miraculously, the earth, previously drained of vitality by the demon plants, began to rejuvenate. In no time, 10 acres of arable land materialized before everyone. "Good land potion," Jianping exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Yu Changfeng with exasperation. "Brother Yu, you are wasting this precious potion." The good land potion was incredibly valuable, and he knew this all too well from their previous purchases in Southtown. Yu Changfeng remained unconcerned, chuckling. "Brother Jian, with this addition, do you believe our Gathering Point can sustain all of you?" Jianping ultimately nodded. "It is time to get to work, everyone." Yu Changfeng turned to the awakened of Gathering Point 126, and they sprang into action, each producing good land potions and pouring them onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Jianping nearly lost his mind upon witnessing this scene. "Brother Yu, stop this immediately. Such an abundance of good land potions cannot simply be wasted." "Brother Jian, please remain calm," Yu Changfeng soothed him. "Calm? Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Jianping felt frantic. "Brother Jian, the demon plant clan has not yet retreated. Do you truly believe we brought enough food?" Yu Changfeng countered. Jianping was rendered speechless. "The food we brought will not last long, and we cannot relocate so many people to Gathering Point 126 in the immediate future. Thus, the issue of sustenance remains our most pressing challenge. We must cultivate our own food." Yu Changfeng assessed the current situation for him. "But growing food cannot be expedited, can it?" Jianping said despondently. Yu Changfeng smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see, Brother Jian." The original farmland of Gathering Point 127 had been depleted by the demon plants, but with the pouring of 60 bottles of good land potion, 600 acres of arable land emerged before all eyes. The residents of Gathering Place 127 were utterly astonished by the miraculous scene before them, exclaiming in wonder at the spectacle. Once the land was prepared, Yu Changfeng arranged for the sowing of seeds, having brought an abundance of spiritual plant seeds with them. "Dr. Wei, you must have a device for irrigating the land here, correct?" Yu Changfeng inquired. Dr. Wei promptly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, indeed. General Yu, are you planning to irrigate the fields?" Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement. Soon, Dr. Wei retrieved a machine resembling a tractor from the warehouse, adorned with numerous water pipes. This is our agricultural irrigation vehicle, Dr. Wei introduced, gesturing toward a switch. By activating this, we can draw water from the reservoir, and the high-pressure pipes will atomize the water for spraying over the fields. After understanding its operation, Yu Changfeng nodded appreciatively. As others finished sowing the seeds, he immediately activated the switch. With the engine's rumble, the irrigation machine sprang to life. Yu Changfeng swiftly approached the reservoir, controlling the water level to maintain it at 600 acres. Then, to the astonishment of Jian Ping and the others, he poured in several vials of new agents. This is the Anhao agent, which significantly shortens the growth cycle of crops. Once sprayed, we will be able to harvest grains in just 5 days. Yu Changfeng explained as he poured. Boom. Jian Ping and the others felt as though their minds had exploded. This was an immense wealth of resources. So many agents used for cultivating grains. Suddenly, their curiosity about Gathering Place 126 surged, highlighting the stark contrast to their own perceived poverty at Gathering Place 127. Once everything was set, Yu Changfeng clapped his hands, remarking, "Well then, let us await the bountiful harvest in 5 days." As the Anhao agent mingled with the soil, everyone was astonished to witness the freshly sown seeds sprouting tender shoots, transforming the land into a verdant spectacle. A miracle. A miracle. Ordinary people had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Their perspectives were profoundly challenged. How could you possess so many Liangtian agents and Anhao agents? Jian Ping, after regaining his composure, inquired with curiosity. The Anhao agent was developed by Dr. Chenlong from our gathering place, but these agents were formulated by Dr. Su Kuhai. As for the Liangtian agent, we have the formula, and Dr. Su's success rate in concocting it is exceptionally high. Yu Changfeng proclaimed with pride. Dr. Su Kuhai, the alchemist who created the primary revival agent? Jian Ping suddenly recalled. Exactly. He is now a second-tier alchemist. Yu Changfeng chuckled. Second tier? The others gasped in disbelief. Yu Changfeng then produced another vial, revealing the intermediate revival agent, initially intended to aid Elder Jin's recovery. A heavy silence enveloped Jian Ping and his companions. Jian, could you share what you experienced back then? Yu Changfeng inquired. Chapter 60. Farewell, New Potion. In a heavy atmosphere, Jian Ping began to recount the events that had transpired to Yu Changfeng and others. Senior Jin, a true hero indeed. Yu Changfeng expressed his respect for Jin Yunbui deepening. In the final moments, he sacrificed himself solely to protect the gathering place. It was precisely due to his ultimate guardianship that the 127th gathering place was afforded time for reinforcements. One could say that without him, the 127th gathering place would have already fallen. A strong hatred flickered in Jian Ping's somber gaze as he remarked, "Damn the blood weeping." If it had not suddenly attacked the spirit palace and devoured their spiritual plants, the 127th gathering place would not have been reduced to this state. Yu Changfeng sighed deeply and ultimately divulged the betrayal of Yang Tianfeng. What? Jian Ping exclaimed in shock. So Yang Tianfeng was a demonic servant of blood weeping. Why would he betray humanity? He struggled to accept this revelation. So, I unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold. Wasn't he the disciple of apothecary Zhang Zhao? Jian Ping trembled as he questioned. Yu Changfeng, somewhat astonished, replied, when did he ever become Zhang Zhao's disciple? It quickly dawned upon him that Jian Ping had been deceived by Yang Tianfeng. Jian Ping fell silent, overwhelmed with regret for having allowed Yang Tianfeng into the spirit palace. Lamenting his own carelessness, Yu Changfeng sighed again, stating, alas, one can only say his disguise was too perfect. In truth, we too were misled. Had it not been for a young friend who discovered the truth and swiftly dispatched him, the 126th gathering place might have also plunged into despair. And Captain Ho, Jian Ping inquired, you mean the gentleman? He sacrificed himself, fallen at Yang Tianfeng's hands. If not for the crucial clues he left behind after his death, we would still be unaware of your plight. Captain Ho, ultimately, he too has fallen, Jian Ping murmured, filled with sorrow. Regardless of the circumstances, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Jian Ping earnestly regarded Yu Changfeng and bowed deeply. Although the inception of these events stemmed from Yang Tianfeng's treachery, he did not harbor resentment towards the 126th gathering place. He recognized his own negligence and resolved that if there were to be any hatred, it must be directed at the cunning of the demonic plant race. The ambitious king of demonic plants would have eventually besieged their gathering place, regardless of this plot. Moreover, their survival was also tied to the 126th gathering place. Without the basic revival potion, Jin Yunbo would not have been able to regain his strength. Without the gentlemen, their reinforcements would have been unattainable. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Jian Ping concluded, it would be best not to make Yang Tianfeng's betrayal public. Jian Ping succinctly expressed. Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement, understanding his intent. Others might not possess Jian Ping's insight. Had the residents known that a member of the 126th gathering place had brought about their calamity, animosity would surely arise towards the 126th gathering place, complicating future integration. The demonic plant race remained a lurking threat. During this period, everyone must remain vigilant, particularly against the extraction of vitality from their farmlands, Yu Changfeng advised. The demonic plant race could extend roots underground to siphon the vitality from the fields. Previously, the 127th gathering place lacked sufficient strength to resist their subtle maneuvers, resulting in the devastation of their farmland. Now, with the reinforcements from the 126th gathering place, they encircled the fields, ever watchful of underground movements, ready to deploy their energy at a moment's notice. Although they had temporarily repelled the demonic plant race, it continued to regroup outside the gathering place, with many new demonic plants potentially poised to launch another assault. Wait, there should be movements from the gathering place soon, Yu Changfeng murmured, gazing into the distance. Sigh. Ultimately, I still could not grasp the essence. Suemo felt somewhat disheartened. Feng Qing, noticing his demeanor, offered solace. Martial arts cannot be mastered overnight. At the very least, your swordsmanship has seen some improvement. Suemo had yet to comprehend the state of sword heart that Feng Qing spoke of, yearning to master it. But alas, time was too short. He had received word from Chunguang that tomorrow their team would assemble and head to the 127th gathering place. Teacher, I shall take my leave. Suemo bid farewell to Feng Qing, having regarded him as a mentor. Feng Qing stroked his long beard and advised, take care on this journey. Awakened ones possess their own missions. He merely hoped Suemo would return safely. Suemo nodded, then patted the little girl's head, handing her a large tomato. Brother will be away for a while. You must behave, all right? The little girl clutched the tomato, her eyes filled with reluctance as she said, Brother, will you come back? Aha, I certainly will. Do you want to drink something delicious? Suemo smiled. Yes. The little girl's eyes widened with anticipation. All right. I will bring it next time, Suemo assured as he departed. Old Mo, you are heading to the 127th gathering place for a mission? Wei Ziming exclaimed. Suemo had just found them to bid farewell. Wei Ziming was taken aback, his eyes filled with envy. They were merely at the nascent source realm and had no opportunity to participate in this operation. As Li Yunfei put it, they were simply too inexperienced for the battlefield, destined to be fodder for the demonic plants. Suemo, you must be cautious, Sun Yao said, her gaze filled with concern. Suemo nodded and smiled back at her, don't worry. This time, alongside the various combat teams of the Blade Army, powerful allies from the City Guard would also join. A total of 300 awakened ones of the Source Sea realm and above, led by the last second-tier commander of the Blade Army, accompanied by 2 second-tier powerhouses from the City Guard. This formidable force constituted a strong formation for the 126th gathering place, deploying most of their elite troops. The Lionheart took this expedition to the 127th gathering place very seriously, determined to ensure the safe return of all to the 126th gathering place. In recent days, Qin Shi had also been working tirelessly with his apprentices to construct 3 large floating trains, which would serve as transportation for the residents of the 127th gathering place. Suemo bid farewell to Wei Ziming and headed to the logistics department, where his spiritual guardian, White Armor, had been kept, as its large size made it inconvenient to take along. Upon seeing him, White Armor immediately flew over, nuzzling its small head against him. Hey, you're a spiritual guardian, not a dog, Suemo teasingly remarked. Yet white armor continued to affectionately seek closeness. White armor appeared to be in good condition, suggesting that the logistics department had been nurturing it well. "Hey, be careful on this mission," a melodious voice sounded from behind. Sumo pushed white armor and Apos' large head aside and turned to find Utan and Apos, who had appeared in the logistics department without him noticing. "Rest assured. Thank you for your concern, beautiful lady," Sumo replied with a smile. "Who is concerned about you?" Utaner shot him a glance. "I merely worry that you might be too reckless. Just a reminder, nothing more. Don't worry, there are many strong individuals this time. If worse comes to worst, I'll just cling to Uncle Yu's leg when we reach the 127th gathering place," Sumo jested, patting his chest confidently. "Utaner, I'll treat you to a new flavored drink upon my return." Sumo waved goodbye as he mounted White Armor's back. He recalled that during meals, Utaner often ordered carrot juice, suggesting she might enjoy beverages. "Farewell." With that, Sumo rode off on White Armor. Utaner turned her head away, feigning indifference. Who likes drinking beverages? It seemed she needed to hasten her cultivation. Being at the nascent source realm was too weak. Upon returning to the gathering place, Sumo immediately sought out Kuhai in the laboratory. "Grandfather, do you have any second-tier source crystals?" Sumo inquired directly upon seeing Kuhai. "Second-tier source crystals?" Kuhai was taken aback. "What do you need a second-tier source crystal for?" "It's useful. It could very well lead to the creation of a new potion formula." Sumo responded eagerly. A new potion formula?" Kuhai found himself bewildered, his mind struggling to keep pace. However, seeing Sumo's earnestness, he retrieved a source crystal, one left behind by a ghostly dandelion he had slain. During this time, he had been preoccupied with potion brewing, and due to mismatched attributes, he had no time to absorb and cultivate. There was only this one crystal. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he accepted the source crystal, exclaiming, "There's no time for explanations. I will surprise you shortly." With that, he hurried into a laboratory, leaving Kuhai in a state of confusion. Sensing energy. Currently absorbing. Ding. Does the host wish to derive a formula centered around the tomato spirit fruit? Sumo's thoughts stirred as he conveyed his agreement. Deriving. Does the host have any additional requirements for the formula aside from its efficacy? Requirements? Sumo paused. Could it possibly taste a bit better? Sensing host and Apos' request, continuing derivation. Derivation complete. Name. Unnamed. Grade. First tier. Effects. Can enhance the physical constitution of ordinary humans, increase the success rate of awakening, and repeated consumption can reduce the age limit for awakening. Formula. Second tier tomato spirit fruit. Ice spring. Orchid honey. Fresh milk. He had truly derived it. Sumo's heart soared with joy. Disregarding the now dim second tier source crystal, the effects were somewhat astonishing. Repeated consumption could lower the age limit for awakening. This was incredible. Ordinarily, humans could only awaken at 18 years of age, and those under 18 would not perceive the shackles within when consuming awakening potions. However, the Alliance had recorded instances of awakenings occurring before the age of 18, yet many alchemists had spent years trying to understand why, ultimately leading to no conclusion. But now, this potion exhibited such an effect. Sumo could hardly fathom the seismic impact this discovery would unleash. This would mean the age threshold for awakening would be lowered, and the upper limit for awakeners would be significantly raised. Furthermore, this concoction could enhance the success rate of awakening. Remarkable. Truly, it was my accomplishment. Sumo sought out Kuhai once more, stating, "Grandfather, I require ice spring, orchid honey, and fresh milk." Soon, the materials were prepared. Kuhai curiously followed Sumo, eager to see what potion he intended to concoct. Sumo placed a tomato spirit fruit amidst these ingredients. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the source energy. Extraction of properties. As the properties were drawn from the materials, Sumo meticulously combined them according to the formula's proportions. A flash of light illuminated the room as a red liquid floated in the air. Chapter 61. Dr. Su's Triumph. A brand new elixir has been born at this very moment. Kuhai felt a tremor in his heart, astonished that Sumo had truly devised a completely new formula. Suddenly, An inexplicable energy materialized, distinct from the source energy, mysterious yet gentle. This energy flowed into Sumo and Apos' body, making him feel as though he had been cradled in comfort. So pleasurable that he nearly moaned in delight. "This is the blessing of heaven and earth," Kuhai murmured. It was revealed that when an alchemist creates a new potion formula and concocts it for the first time, it triggers a divine blessing, bestowing upon them a mysterious energy. This phenomenon is profoundly mystical, and humanity has yet to explain it through science. Only those who create a potion formula and receive the blessing of heaven and earth can truly be considered alchemists. At this moment, Sumo officially became an alchemist, earning the title of the second Dr. Su in the 126th gathering place. "Emo and Apos, or how do you feel?" Kuhai inquired. Sumo felt exceedingly comfortable, akin to experiencing a thorough rejuvenation, utterly delightful. "Very pleasant. Have you noticed any changes?" Sumo shook his head. "It seems there are no significant changes." Kuhai furrowed his brow and remarked, "Haven and Apos, do you realize that your mastery over the properties of materials has strengthened?" Sumo was taken aback and countered, "Rn and Apos, the properties easy to control?" Kuhai fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. It appeared that Sumo's extraordinary talent as an alchemist rendered the divine blessing ineffective for him. Ultimately, Kuhai decided not to dwell on it, as the world of geniuses was beyond his comprehension. What effects does this potion possess? He swiftly redirected the conversation to the new elixir. Sumo placed the red potion into a vial and shook it, admiring its exquisite color. "This is concocted with the core ingredient being the tomato spirit fruit, and its effects can be summarized as follows. First, it is suitable for ordinary individuals, enhancing their physical constitution. Second, it can increase the success rate of awakening." Meeting Kuhai's gaze, he added, "Grandfather, it may also have another effect, reducing the age limit for awakening." Upon hearing the first point, Kuhai displayed an expression of surprise. Enhancing ordinary people and Apos' physical fitness was a remarkable benefit, as there are few first-tier potions that can be safely consumed by them. Upon hearing the second point, he was astonished, fully aware of what this meant for the gathering place, signifying a substantial increase in the number of awakened individuals. The final claim nearly left him breathless. "Really?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sumo nodded. "Perhaps, but it requires multiple doses to verify." Kuhai felt his heart racing. If he had a heart condition, he might have suffered a relapse. He pondered if he should prepare some emergency heart pills, when with Sumo taking a deep breath, he said, "Emoer, do you realize what this represents? This will mark a monumental reform in human history. The earlier individuals awaken, the longer their prime period, and consequently, their potential for the future increases. Just like ordinary people, the younger the awakened, the greater their training efficiency. As they age, their physical capabilities naturally decline. Let us keep that effect on hold for now. We'll draw conclusions after verification," Kuhai said softly, calming himself. He did not doubt Sumo's words. They were simply too extraordinary, and he feared that even the administrators would find it hard to believe until proven in practice. Sumo nodded, accepting that Kuhai could handle such matters. "Grandfather, should we announce that it was your formula?" Sumo suggested, wishing to avoid the spotlight. However, Kuhai shook his head, saying, "This must be released under your name. While humility is commendable, there are times when one must shine brightly. Moreover, the title of alchemist is not a disadvantage for you. With the title, you will have greater authority within the gathering place and access to superior resources. Even if you were to err, the gathering place would weigh your standing with more importance than mine. Besides, young people should be bold and ambitious. How else would they be young?" Kuhai declared with grandeur. Sumo considered this and recognized the advantages, thus refraining from further protest. With the identity of an alchemist, future concoctions would be more convenient. "Ha ha ha. Our gathering place now boasts another alchemist. How does it feel, little Dr. Su?" Kuhai jested, in high spirits. Sumo felt a touch of bashfulness. Scratching his head, "What do you intend to name this potion?" Kuhai inquired with a smile. "A name?" Sumo pondered the potion in his hand. Then, to Kuhai's astonishment, brought it to his lips, and drank it. The liquid burst forth with a rich sweetness, tangy and delightful, incredibly palatable. Suemo gulped it down, smacking his lips in satisfaction. The sweet and sour flavor was exquisite, though perhaps a tad too rich to consume directly. It could benefit from dilution, promising to become a bestseller. He was thoroughly pleased with the taste, imagining that had he possessed such skills in his past life, it would have taken the world by storm, eclipsing all other juice beverages. You prodigal child, you drank it all just like that? Kuhai winced at the thought. To consume a first-tier potion like a beverage was unprecedented. Suemo chuckled. It's deliciously tangy and sweet. How about we call it the tangy sweet elixir? Kuhai and Apos' expression darkened. What a ridiculous name. Yet, it seemed the name was indeed rather long. Suemo mumbled, let us call it the sweet elixir. It sounds quite charming. Thus, under Kuhai's helpless gaze, the new potion named Sweet Elixir was born. Your primary ingredient is the tomato spirit fruit. I fear that the average person cannot procure such a material, Kuhai pointed out. No worries. The tomato spirit said I could simply ask for it whenever I wanted. It is quite generous, Suemo replied with a wink. Kuhai was left speechless. Was he to believe that his grandson was the illegitimate child of the tomato spirit? Does that seem a bit too much? Kuhai pondered, feeling something was off. He had heard from Suemo about the gifts from the tomato spirit. Alas, if only the spirit were truly that generous, Kuhai thought with a hint of envy. As acquiring even a small item from a spirit was often a daunting task. By the way, grandfather, I will be heading to the 127th gathering place tomorrow for a mission. I have joined the Blade team, the one led by Chun Guang, Suemo suddenly announced. Kuhai fell silent, reluctant for Suemo to engage in such perilous endeavors. Yet he understood his grandson's determination to grow stronger. He was already aware that a large contingent was being dispatched to the 127th gathering place, surprised to learn that his grandson was among them. You must prioritize your safety, he finally admonished. Subsequently, he left Suemo to his own devices, stating he had matters to attend to. Alone in the expansive laboratory, Suemo found himself at a loss. With time still on his side, why not concoct another new potion? Without hesitation, he retrieved several tomato spirit fruits from his storage space and gathered additional materials from the supply room. The preparation began. As moments ticked by, the materials before Suemo dwindled rapidly. The orchid honey is gone. Suemo sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. The orchid, strictly speaking, is a type of unranked magical plant. However, it poses no harm to humanity and possesses a rather tranquil disposition. The nectar it produces is exceptionally sweet and fragrant, making it a sought-after seasoning that commands a high price. Suemo recalls a dish of nectar fish he savored at the Pearl restaurant, which was crafted using this exquisite orchid nectar. Its flavor was simply unparalleled. Unfortunately, Kuhai's laboratory lacks sufficient stock. Observing the 106 vials of sweet potion, Suemo couldn't help but smile. He could reserve a few for himself, as they would serve as delightful beverages. The following morning, Suemo awoke in the laboratory's lounge. He had stayed overnight, opting not to return home due to the late hour. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late. Soon, he would need to rendezvous with his comrades from the Blade Army. Curiously, he noticed that his grandfather was absent from the office. After a brief tidy-up, Suemo prepared to step outside. Just as he exited the office, he encountered several individuals clad in black. Greetings, are you Mr. Suemo? One of the black-clad figures inquired, exhibiting great politeness. Yes. What do you need from me? Suemo replied, somewhat taken aback, recognizing them as the guards of the administrator. The administrator has summoned you. May we escort you? Thus, Suemo was led away in a daze. Little friend Suemo, it has been quite a while. The administrator, Lion, greeted him with a warm smile as he approached. Didn't we just see each other not long ago? Suemo refrained from voicing this thought and instead politely bowed, responding, I have seen the administrator. Oh, come now. Why so formal? Lion waved his hand dismissively, feigning reproach. Suemo was left puzzled by his intentions. I heard you've awakened your apothecary talent and even devised a new potion formula? Lion finally revealed the purpose of his visit, his gaze intense. Suemo nodded. realizing this information must have been relayed by his grandfather to the administrator. "Please, follow me," Lion said, leading Su-Mo to a small room where tools and ingredients for potion making were already set up, including a tomato spirit fruit. "Little Dr. Su, please proceed," Lion encouraged with a smile. At that moment, Su-Mo understood that the administrator wished for him to concoct a potion, serving as a form of assessment. With that in mind, he confidently approached the workstation. Examining the materials laid out before him, he pondered how to proceed. Would the act of manually mixing the potion frighten the administrator? Ultimately, he decided to take a cautious approach, pretending to pour the ice spring into a beaker, then using a blender to crush the tomato spirit fruit into pulp, filtering out the juice before placing it into the beaker to simmer. It felt akin to preparing a dish. Throughout the process, Su-Mo remained attentive to the properties of the materials, wielding source energy to control them. After a laborious effort, a shimmering red potion emerged. Lion's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. "Congratulations on becoming the 4th apothecary of our gathering place." Little Dr. Su. Chapter 62. Blade Team. The lion gazed at Su-Mo with a fervent intensity, as if beholding a rare treasure. Su-Mo is destined to be the youngest apothecary in the history of Gathering Point 126. Alas, our connection to the Alliance network has been severed for many years. Otherwise, young Dr. Su, your achievements would surely garner significant attention from the Alliance. The lion expressed his regret. However, it matters not. You may peruse the potion formulas recorded in the treasury at your leisure. Should you require any materials, simply inform me, and I shall ensure your needs are met. Furthermore, if you need to establish a laboratory, I shall dispatch someone immediately to arrange it. The lion's enthusiasm left Su-Mo feeling somewhat bashful. "Ahem, esteemed administrator. There is no need for a laboratory just yet. My grandfather's facilities are quite adequate. As for the potion formulas, I shall take a look at them when time permits." The lion chuckled heartily. "No problem at all. As long as young Dr. Su has needs, just let me know. Please, just call me Su-Mo. There is no need for the title of young Dr. Su." Su-Mo felt somewhat awkward at the lion and Appo's flattery. Ha. The lion found his current demeanor particularly amusing. "May I take my leave now?" Su-Mo inquired. The lion nodded, smiling, of course. Yesterday, Kuhai had informed him of Su-Mo's creation of a new potion, leaving him astounded. Upon reading the introduction of the potion and Appo's effects, he found himself unable to sleep. It was simply astonishing. His curiosity kept him restless throughout the night, prompting him to send someone to Kuhai's office early in the morning to summon Su-Mo. He merely wished to verify the authenticity of Su-Mo's potion-making abilities. The final outcome left him exceedingly satisfied. "Where is Su-Mo?" At the Blade military camp, Chen Guang anxiously gazed outside. "Xiao Guang, the person you sought seems rather unreliable." At that moment, a tall, attractive woman with short hair expressed her displeasure. She was Chunyu, the captain of the Blade team, and also Chen Guang's sister. Chen Guang furrowed his brow and replied, "He may have been delayed by some matter." "Delayed? Is there anything more important than executing a mission? If he can afford to delay such a significant matter, it is evident that he does not take it seriously." Chunyu's tone was somewhat icy. "I do not care if he is Dr. Su Kuhai's grandson or possesses some grand background. It holds no weight here. I detest those lacking discipline." She then directed her gaze toward Ichioxia, admonishing, "Do not recruit just anyone into the team in the future." Ichioxia bit her lip, wanting to explain, "Sister Yu." Enough. No need for further words. He may join whichever team he pleases, but the Blade team cannot accommodate such a presence. Chunyu interrupted her. "Su-Mo is someone I invited. If you have any objections, direct them at me," Chen Guang stated in a stern voice, looking at Chunyu. "What? Is your skin itching?" Chunyu shot him a cold glance. "You." Chen Guang glared at her. "Is your team not yet complete?" A middle-aged man with a square face approached, addressing Chunyu. He was Guazilian, the primary leader of this operation and one of the commanders of the Blade military. At this hour, they should have already departed, but one member of the Blade team had yet to arrive. "Commander, the Blade team is now assembled. As for the one who has not arrived, there is no need to wait." Chunyu disregarded Chen Guang's displeased expression and spoke to Guazilian. No sooner had she finished speaking than a white figure appeared in the sky. Apologies for my tardiness. Su-mo descended on a white steed, immediately expressing his contrition. Chen Guang's eyes lit up. Su-mo, you finally made it. Commander Gua, our team members are all present. Chen Guang turned to Guizilian. Sumo's entrance certainly astonished them. The White Guardian, who exactly is this youth? Now that you have arrived, join the team. Prepare to depart. Guizilian cast a deep glance at Su-mo before walking away. Chen Yu also regarded Su-mo with some surprise. The White Guardian was indeed unexpected. Captain, I apologize for being delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, Su-mo said sincerely as he approached Chen Yu. This was his first encounter with the captain of the Blade team, and he found her quite attractive, though her demeanor seemed a touch frosty, colder than his first meeting with Tanner. Chen Yu glanced at him, remaining silent. Her expression clearly indicated her disapproval of Su-mo. Su-mo rubbed his nose, pondering whether he had inadvertently offended her. He then greeted the others, apologizing for making them wait. Since this is our first meeting, I do not have much to offer, but please accept these revitalizing potions as a token of introduction. Su-mo then produced a batch of revitalizing potions, distributing two to each member. The members of the Blade team were left in awe, especially the three who met Su-mo for the first time. They were utterly astonished by his extravagant generosity. Revitalizing potions for first-tier Awakeners. These were akin to a second lease on life. Such precious potions were only heard of by many. Few had ever seen them. Sumo's grand gesture of two potions each felt as if he was bestowing upon them two lives. Su, this is too precious, Chun Guang stammered, equally taken aback by Sumo's lavishness. Chun, do not refuse. This potion provides some assurance for everyone. Please take them, as this journey is fraught with danger. Sumo urged, forcefully placing the potions into Chen Guang and Apos, as hands in doing the same for the others. Holding the precious potions, they felt their weighty significance. Thank you. They all expressed their gratitude. If some had felt disgruntled about waiting for Su-mo, all grievances evaporated in that moment. Waiting 3 days and nights would have been worthwhile. Ahem, Captain, these are for you. Su-mo approached Chen Yu, offering her 2 revitalizing potions and meeting her gaze. Chen Yu fell silent. Though her grandmother was also an apothecary and Dr. Su Kuhai had submitted the formula for the revitalizing potion to the gathering point, Shenlong could also concoct it. However, the success rate of potion making was a concern, and the potions produced were primarily suited for second-tier Awakeners, rendering them insufficient to meet demand. Even for her, the revitalizing potion was a treasure. Chenyu was known for her strong-willed nature and strict adherence to discipline, particularly detesting those who lacked it. Ironically, Su-mo and Apos' tardiness on his first task placed him directly in her line of fire, inciting her ire. However, the allure of the revitalizing potion was undeniable. Amidst the gazes of the others, she ultimately accepted the potions. Do not arrive late again, she said coolly to Su-mo. Su-mo nodded fervently, indicating that he would certainly not be late in the future. In truth, his tardiness was beyond his control. He had been occupied with potion making under the administrator's direction for some time. Later, when Su Kuhai returned, he bestowed many items upon Su-mo, along with countless admonitions, which further delayed him. Nevertheless, as Su-mo felt the warmth of the items in his storage space, he felt a sense of comfort. At the Blade military training ground, the main forces of the Gathering Point were preparing to embark for Gathering Point 127. Wei Ziming and his companions gathered together. Old Emo has gone as well. He felt a twinge of envy, aware that his own strength was still too weak to participate in this mission. Brother Emo will surely shine in this mission. Qian Er expressed unwavering faith in Su-mo. We must accelerate our training and break through to the Source Sea realm. Otherwise, we will be unable to keep pace with him, Zhao Yi declared resolutely. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing his sentiments. By the way, did Lao Emo send you a new potion? I believe it's called Sweet Potion, Wei Ziming inquired. Yes, the others nodded in agreement. During our training just now, someone delivered it, stating it was from Su-mo. Unfortunately, due to our training commitments, we couldn't take the time to express our gratitude to Su-mo holding a thermos. Sun Yao stood apart from the others, Unlike them, she not only received the potion but also a cup containing a beverage made by Suemo, who had diluted the sweet potion. It was tangy and sweet, absolutely delightful, causing Sun Yao to squint in pleasure. Suemo, dear brother, may you return safely. By the way, why hasn't Tanner shown up for training? Qian Er inquired. Thanks to the delivered potion, Suemo quickly assimilated into the Blade team and became acquainted with the other 3 teammates, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 male Awakeners were named Nan Yi and Lan Heo, appearing to be of considerable age, akin to Wang Jun, marking them as veterans of the Blade Army. Yet their prowess remained at the Source Sea realm. The female Awakener, Xia Pianpian, was youthful, of similar age to Chen Guang, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, exuding an aura of vigor also at the Source Sea realm. She was regarded as a promising talent within the new generation of the Blade Army. This time, the Blade Army deployed a total of 25 teams, amounting to nearly 200 personnel, a significant mobilization. An additional 100 individuals comprised the city guards. Distinct from the Blade Army, organized into groups of 50 led by 2 second-tier Awakeners. All personnel gathered outside the Blade Army camp. Suemo marveled at the sight of 3 massive hovering trains, reminiscent of high-speed trains from a past life, albeit larger in scale, capable of accommodating 5,000 individuals each. Their mission was to transport the residents of Gathering Point 127 via these hovering trains. A considerable crowd had already assembled. Suddenly, Suemo noticed a figure at the camp's entrance, momentarily taken aback. Su, it seems someone is looking for you. Chen Guang nudged him with his shoulder, alerting him. You, the beautiful lady, what brings you out here? Suemo approached with curiosity. Wasn't it training time now? It's nothing. I was just wandering around. Tanner feigned disinterest as Suemo approached. Suemo chuckled. You know, this would be considered skipping class at school. Who has skipping class? This young lady is merely taking a stroll, Tanner retorted, rolling her eyes. In a hushed tone, she added, just be careful on your mission this time. What? What did you say? Suemo strained to hear her. Nothing. I've finished my stroll. I need to head back. Tanner turned to leave. Wait, here, take this. Suemo called after her, handing over a thermos. It's quite delicious. With a smile, Suemo turned and walked away. Soon, everyone boarded the hovering train, which began to levitate and swiftly vanish from sight. Tanner opened her thermos, releasing a fragrant aroma. Taking a gentle sip, a rush of sweetness danced on her palate. The taste is delightful. Chapter 63. The classification of second-order strength due to the presence of 3 colossal floating trains. The 500 individuals were dispersed among them, resulting in ample space within each train. The Blade Squad occupied the first floating train, enjoying an entire carriage to themselves. We should arrive at Gathering Point 127 within a day, Chen Guang remarked from his window seat, with the route already cleared by the advanced troops. There were no dangers ahead, allowing for a smooth and rapid journey. Of course, if the path were better, they could have traveled even faster. After all, even a floating train cannot soar too high, as it must navigate around obstacles. Suemo gazed out the window, observing the dreary landscape. The land shrouded in shades of gray. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, making it difficult to imagine what the scene had once been. Now, only decay and silence remained. It is said that before the disaster, this was a city. It's hard to fathom the vastness of that city before the calamity, Chen Guang mused. They were all survivors of the disaster, knowing only remnants of history to comprehend the world that had been. It must have been quite prosperous back then, Suemo reflected, recalling his experiences as a traveler from another timeline, where he had labored in a bustling metropolis, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and a thrumming flow of traffic. Indeed, it was a vibrant scene, filled with diverse flora and charming fauna, the earth teeming with life. Regrettably, in this world, such visions were beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, Guazilian sat in the foremost carriage of the first floating train, flanked by 2 second-order Awakeners from the city guard. Commander Gua, have you received any updates from General Yu regarding the situation at Gathering Point 127? Inquired Hu Wei, a middle-aged second-order Awakener with a prominent scar on his forehead. Beside him was Ling Weiwei, a female Awakener of similar age, exuding both elegance and vigor. Guazillion responded, according to General Yu's intelligence. The food crisis at Gathering Point 127 has eased, though the situation remains precarious, with the demon plant clans still lurking ominously. In addition to 2 elite second-order demon plants, there are several others in double digits, which renders this mission highly dangerous. Pu Wei and Ling Weiwei listened intently. As per the administrator's directives, our primary focus is to relocate personnel and ensure the safety of the populace. The two nodded in agreement, recognizing that once Gathering Point 127 merged with Gathering Point 126, their combined strength would significantly increase. In this era, a population was the most coveted resource. However, this also presents an opportunity for us. With so many demon plants, we can eliminate a few, thus acquiring source crystals and materials, Ling Weiwei stated, her gaze sharpened with intent. Guazillion chuckled. Indeed. The administrator's decision to deploy such a large contingent is also to facilitate the slaying of more demon plants, thereby weakening their clan while harvesting source crystals to bolster our own power. Danger and opportunity coexist, and we are all eager for this mission. I must say, the members of your city guard are quite impressive, with many in the transformation realm, Guazillion remarked with a smile. Kuhai waved his hand dismissively. Commander Gua, please don't jest. Everyone knows your Blade Army comprises elite troops. This time, we must show those youngsters the prowess of the Blade Army, lest they remain oblivious to their own limitations. Despite this banter, the city guard was also keen to demonstrate their capabilities, having selected only their finest. Just as the three exchanged pleasantries, Guazillion's communicators suddenly beeped. Thanks to the established communication relay, they had a signal with the gathering point. Administrator? Guazillion quickly answered upon seeing the notification. Hello, Guazillion. Is there a member named Suemo in your squad? The voice of the lion resonated through the device. Cutting straight to the point. Suemo? Guazillion was momentarily taken aback. With so many members in the Blade Army, he couldn't and Oppos. T recall who Suemo was. There might be. Let me check. The lion continued. He is a newly recruited member of the Blade Army, recognized by his white spirit guardian. At that moment, an image of a youthful face flashed in Guazillion's mind, reminiscent of the individual who had arrived late today. I must emphasize, during this mission, you must ensure Sumo's safety at all costs. No mishaps are to occur. When you reach Gathering Point 127, inform Yu Changfeng as well. His location is too distant, and the signal is poor. The lion's tone was grave as he issued this command before abruptly ending the call, leaving Guazillion and the 2 second-order Awakeners in a state of confusion. Who exactly was Suemo, and why was the administrator so concerned? Unbeknownst to them, the administrator was nearly frantic upon learning that Suemo was part of the mission, even having a heated argument with Su Kuhai. He had not reviewed the personnel list himself. The orders had simply been relayed, trusting the commanders to arrange their teams. Sumo's status as a newly qualified apothecary remained unannounced, yet an 18-year-old first-order apothecary was of great significance to the lion, especially since he had contracted a spirit plant, truly a treasure for Gathering Point 126. The thought that Su Kuhai had permitted Suemo to undertake such a perilous task nearly drove him to despair. How could Su Kuhai be so reckless? But now that the team was already en route, it was impossible to call them back. Thus, the lion could only reach out to Guazillion. Meanwhile, Suemo remained blissfully unaware of the lion's mounting anxiety. He leaned back in his seat, listening intently as his teammates recounted their past missions. These tales fascinated him. Xiaomo, you wouldn't believe it. During one of our missions, we encountered a second-order demon plant, and it nearly led to our annihilation, Loner Heo recounted. Through their interactions, Suemo had discovered that Loner Heo was quite the chatterbox, eager to share, as he narrated the entire story while others chimed in with supportive commentary. Oh, what happened next? Suemo inquired with curiosity. Fortunately, our captain seized the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to it, granting us a chance to escape, Loner Heo replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he glanced at Chunyu with admiration. Chunyu, who had been resting with her eyes closed a few seats away, finally spoke up. It was mere luck. That demon plant had just recently broken through to the second order and was not slain. At that moment, Suemo recalled a question that had long intrigued him. By the way, First-Order Awakeners are classified into 3 realms: Source Absorption, Source C, and Transformation. How is the classification for Second-Order Awakeners determined? Suemo was genuinely curious. He had intended to ask Kuhai, but his thoughts often wandered to concocting potions, leaving him without the opportunity for a detailed inquiry. Ahem, you might need to ask the captain or the vice-captain about that. After all, I am merely at the Source C stage, far from the Second Order. Loner Heo cleared his throat and responded. Chen Yu, disinterested, remained silent. Suemo turned his attention to Chen Guang, who then spoke up. I believe you know that upon breaking through to the Second Order, Awakeners can awaken their source energy attributes, right? Suemo nodded, understanding this point. The attributes primarily encompass the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with attributes enhancing the strength of source energy manifold compared to ordinary source energy. The Second Order is essentially divided into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. Once an Awakener has awakened their source energy attribute, they are considered to be at the early stage of the Second Order. To continue growing stronger, a Second Order Awakener must convert all the source energy in their Source C into attribute-infused source energy. Now Suemo grasped the pathway to the Second Order. So, at the early stage of the Second Order, one can only control a limited portion of source energy attributes, allowing enhancement to only small areas? Suemo inquired. Indeed. The initial phase of the second tier primarily comprises ordinary source energy from the Source C, resulting in a limited number of controllable attributes. Nevertheless, even the ability to command a mere fraction represents a dimensional assault on the first tier. I had no idea the second tier was so formidable. I had assumed the difference was negligible, Suemo remarked with a hint of trepidation. Chen Guang fell into silence, nearly forgetting that the second-tier magical plants he had encountered were already 3 in number, clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness. Chen Guang continued to elucidate. A transformation of 50% of the ordinary source energy from the Source C signifies the mid-second tier, while a complete transformation of 100% elevates one to the late second tier. The esteemed administrators of our gathering site and General Yu both reside in the late second tier. What about the king of magical plants? Suemo inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guang replied slowly, perhaps it is slightly stronger than the late second tier, yet has not ascended to the third tier. Some refer to this state as a pseudo-third tier. Such strength? Suemo was taken aback by the prowess of the king of magical plants, realizing why it was so audacious. Now that the king of magical plants has consumed the spiritual plants of gathering site 127, it is highly probable it could break through to the third tier. Chen Guang stated with gravity. This undoubtedly bore heavy implications. With Dr. Qin Shi at our helm, the king of magical plants will find it no easy feat to infiltrate our gathering site, Sister Xia interjected, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere, which succeeded in alleviating everyone's concerns. Gathering site 127. Within a cramped chamber, a gaunt youth cradled a steaming bowl of carrot porridge as he approached the bedside, where another similarly emaciated boy lay, appearing even younger and notably pallid. Jian, it's time for your meal, the elder of the two softly said. Upon hearing this, the boy named Jian gradually propped himself up, sitting on the edge of the bed. He took the bowl of porridge, inhaled its aroma, and smiled. It smells delightful. Indeed, this carrot dish is exquisite. Thanks to the benevolence of the elders from Gathering Site 126, the gaunt youth responded, filled with gratitude towards the Awakeners of Gathering Site 126. Jian devoured the porridge voraciously, finishing it in no time and licking the bowl clean before reluctantly setting it down. Jian, are you feeling better now? Jian nodded, much improved. I should be able to walk soon. That's splendid news. The elder youth exclaimed joyfully. By the way, brother, I believe it may truly be a treasure, Jian said, producing a black stone pendant that hung around his neck, addressing the gaunt youth. Chapter 64. Entering the battlefield. Are you sure about this, Jian? The emaciated youth furrowed his brow. To him, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary stone, devoid of any remarkable features aside from its pitch-black hue. Ajian remained steadfast in his belief, asserting, "It must be a treasure." Just before I nearly fainted, holding it made my mind suddenly clear. They were brothers, Sinjun, the elder, aged 19, and Sinjian, the younger, aged 16. Their parents had passed away when they were very young, leaving the two to rely on each other, scraping by on meager rations and odd jobs. However, Sinjian had always been frail and suffered from hypoglycemia, almost succumbing during the recent food crisis. The origin of the black stone was rather mundane. During a recruitment for gathering a rare mineral, the overseer, moved by the brothers' plight, granted them a spot. It was during this expedition that Sinjian stumbled upon the stone, initially intrigued by its peculiar appearance, and fashioned it into a pendant. Seeing his brother's fervent claims, Sinjun found himself wavering in his skepticism. Could it truly be a treasure? "Brother, should we show it to the awakened ones?" Sinjian suggested suddenly. Sinjun fell silent, pondering the suggestion. If it were indeed valuable, the two of them, being mere commoners, would have little use for it. Perhaps they could exchange it for some goods from the awakened ones, given their dire financial situation. "Let's see how it goes. If we have the chance, we'll show it to them," Sinjun replied softly, refraining from acting hastily, wary of the possibility that it might merely be a worthless stone, potentially inciting the displeasure of the awakened ones. Soon, Sinjian ceased his fixation on the matter. "Brother, the administrators mentioned we will be relocating to Gathering Point 126. What do you think it will be like?" Sinjian asked curiously. Sinjun ruffled his hair and smiled. "There should be an abundance of carrots there. Moreover, when I went out for supplies, I overheard the awakened ones mentioning that Gathering Point 126 boasts more than just one spirit plant. There's even one called a tomato." Sinjian's eyes lit up. "Does that mean we won't go hungry there?" Indeed, the brothers brimmed with anticipation for Gathering Point 126. At the administrative center of Gathering Point 127, our main force has arrived. Yu Changfeng concluded his communication, turning to Jianping. Jianping's face lit up with joy. "Shall we go out to welcome them?" Yu Changfeng nodded, swiftly gathering several second-tier awakened ones. "Let us go." As the hover train approached Gathering Point 127, Suemo and his companions beheld the formidable army of demonic plants encircling the settlement. So many. In the cockpit, Guazillion spotted an awakened squad from Gathering Point 127 engaging the demonic plant forces, swiftly creating an opening, none other than Yu Changfeng's team. "Everyone, head towards that opening and enter Gathering Point 127, Guazillion commanded. In no time, 3 hover trains formed a straight line and charged through the breach. The second-tier demonic plants retaliated, led by the Kanghan Demon Tree and the Thorn Demon Flower, attempting to assault the hover trains. But soon, Jianping, clad in black battle armor, and Yu Changfeng, wielding a blue longsword, stood in their way. "Wow, armored warriors?" Suemo gasped, witnessing Jianping in his obsidian armor, truly a sight to behold. It reminded him of the armored heroes he had seen before, dark and wielding a brilliant blade, exuding an aura of coolness. What armored warriors? Shen Guang was momentarily taken aback by his exclamation. Their attention soon shifted to the fierce battles unfolding on the battlefield, particularly the breathtaking clash between Jianping and Yu Changfeng, both at the late second-tier level. The Kanghan Demon Tree struggled to heal from its injuries, finding it difficult to overpower Jianping. Like a falling star, shattering 1,000 weights, Jianping unleashed his full strength. Sumo's eyes widened in awe at the swordplay, nearly drooling over its sheer brilliance. He realized that this aggressive, power-driven sword technique resonated deeply with him. Before long, the hover trains had entered the settlement, and the residents gazed at the colossal machines with fervent curiosity. "All squads of the Blade Army, assemble," Guazillion shouted as he emerged from the hover train. Swiftly, the Blade Army squads disembarked and gathered. "Guardians, Group 1 assemble. Guardians, Group 2 assemble." Pu Wei and Ling Weiwei rallied their teams. Out of the city, engage the enemy. With Guazillion's command, the crowd surged forth from the gathering point, charging at the demonic plant army. At that moment, Guazillion's gaze locked onto Suemo, quickly realizing that the Blade squad was moving too swiftly, leading the charge. "Why are they running so fast?" Guazillion exclaimed, hastening to keep up. The various squads of the Blade army swiftly dispersed, like a series of sharp blades plunging into the demonic plant forces. Guang, you and I will take the lead. Xia and Nan Yi on the left flank, Laner Heo and Xia Piampian on the right. As for you, Su Mo, with your spirit guardian, provide aerial support. Chen Yu quickly organized the formation, drawing her long knife to lead the charge. She and Chen Guang were both adept with blades. Su Mo soared above the team on his white armor, observing his comrades. Ichioxia wielded the standard-issue blade of the Blade army, showcasing her prowess in the wave combat technique. Nan Yi and Laner Heo were similarly skilled. In fact, the wave combat technique proved more practical than many martial arts, routinely practiced by each member of the Blade army, albeit some might possess more suitable familial martial arts. Xia Piampian wielded a red tassel spear, indicating her training in spear techniques, though regrettably, her spear was not an energy weapon. Attack! Chen Yu commanded coldly, her long knife cleaving through a demonic vine puppet, slicing it in two. It was a 5-meter-tall puppet, effortlessly dispatched by her. Sumo's eyes sparkled. The captain had quite the skill. Soon, Chen Guang joined the fray, his swordsmanship mirroring Chen Yu's, likely a family martial art of the Chen clan. As they felled one demonic plant after another, they pressed deeper into the throng, increasing their burden. Suddenly, a nearly 10-meter-tall demonic vine puppet surged from the left flank, colliding with Nan Yi, who was caught off guard and sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth due to the tremendous impact. Nandi, Ichioxia cried out. Then she noticed the towering puppet advancing toward her. It was approaching the second tier of demonic plants. Chen Yu and Appo's icy gaze flickered with urgency, but she and Chen Guang were ensnared by the plants ahead. In a moment of peril, bang! Su Mo fired his shot. It was the NX Silver Devil. The bullet struck the puppet's head, sending it exploding into fragments. The puppet's assault halted. At that moment, Chen Yu repelled the nearby plant and darted to the left flank. Breaking wind. A flash of cold light streaked by as her long knife pierced the puppet and Appo's chest, carving through to extract the source crystal. Her movements were swift and precise. Su Mo. Well done, Chen Yu complimented, a rarity for her. Su Mo smiled, realizing that his captain possessed considerable strength and a keen sense of battle. Thank you, Su Mo. Ichioxia expressed her gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. Xia Jia, no need for formalities. We are a team. Su Mo waved his hand dismissively. Nangu, how are you? At this moment, Nan Yi returned to the group, albeit slightly unsteady due to internal injuries. You should drink the restorative potion, Su Mo advised. Noticing Nan Yi's hesitation, he continued, maintain your condition. Safety is paramount. If the potions are insufficient, I have more. His words instilled a sense of urgency among the group. Do not hesitate. Drink the potions if you're injured, Su Mo declared with bravado. Upon hearing this, the morale of the team surged dramatically. The movements of the vine puppets were sluggish, allowing the group to maneuver around their backs for stealthy attacks. Su Mo, standing atop the white-armored figure, reminded them of this tactic. They soon realized that when the vine puppets attacked, if one quickly circled behind them, their reactions were indeed slower. A glimmer of hope sparked among them. Positioning. Stealth attack. With a swift thrust, a spear pierced the body of a vine puppet. Xia Piampian discovered that employing this method made the battle significantly easier. The team and Appo's gazes towards Su Mo shifted subtly once again, with a resounding crash. Another peculiar magical plant was shattered, and Su Mo appeared akin to a sharpshooter. This method of combat is exhilarating. On the battlefield, the plant-based creatures were being driven back relentlessly, particularly after the entry of the Blade Brigade and the city guards, which led to the eradication of most first-tier magical plants. The front line was decisively pushed forward. On the second-tier front, the magical plants no longer held an advantage in numbers. Ming Qian and Zhang Yunxing teamed up to confront a carrion flower and a blade iron tree. The carrion flower, a mere early-stage second-tier magical plant, was struck by Zhang Yunxing's palm, causing it to weaken significantly as Zhang Yunxing was a mid-stage second-tier Awakener. Observing this, Ming Qian prepared to deliver a finishing blow. But the carrion flower quickly spat a large mouthful of corrosive venom at him, forcing him to dodge hastily. The carrion flower then extended numerous tendrils to support its massive body and fled in fear. Ming Qian considered pursuing, but Zhang Yunxing urgently called him back. Don and Amp, Oppos, T-Chase. Let and Amp, Oppos, work together to take this one down. Zhang Yunxing had set his sights on the remaining mid-tier blade iron tree. Reluctantly, Ming Qian complied, his gauntlets surging with energy as he glared at the blade iron tree with murderous intent. If the blade iron tree could speak, it would surely curse the carrion flower for its betrayal. We must slay it today? Zhang Yunxing shouted, unleashing a radiant surge of light as he struck towards the blade iron tree. Mountain crumble. Ming Qian followed suit, delivering a punch that seemed to shatter the earth itself. Chapter 65. The Collaborative Assault. The carrion magic flower? At this moment, Su Mo, who was positioned as a sniper in the air, spotted a familiar figure. By mere coincidence, the carrion magic flower, having evaded the siege from Zhang Yunxing and Ming Qian, was fleeing directly towards the location of the blade squad. Is it injured? Su Mo observed the liquid dripping from its body onto the ground, and the unstable fluctuations of source energy clearly indicated it had sustained injuries. It seems it intends to escape? Su Mo furrowed his brow, weighing his options in silence. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze and called out to Chun Yu, Captain, there is an injured carrion magic flower over there, attempting to flee. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu followed Su Mo's gaze and indeed saw the panicking carrion magic flower. Visibly wounded. This is a second-tier magical plant. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, clearly igniting her interest. Let's intercept it. Chun Yu commanded decisively, ready to take a bold risk. Chun Guang responded, clearing a path through the magical plants ahead, and joined Chun Yu in their pursuit of the carrion magic flower. What audacity! Su Mo praised, surprised by the bravery of his seemingly unassuming captain, who acted without hesitation. I am quite impressed. Without delay, Su Mo urged Bai Kai to fly towards that direction. The carrion magic flower sensed the sharp blade aura and, taken aback by the audacity of these seemingly weak humans, its fury ignited. It halted its flight, swinging its massive leaves towards the Chen siblings. Clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing against the giant leaves echoed sharply. The siblings were unprepared for the leaves' remarkable hardness. Indeed, it was a second-tier magical plant, its leaves imbued with a layer of wood attribute energy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Su Mo noted the liquid bursting from the flower's mouth. Its defenses there are quite weak, he warned. The carrion magic flower let out a strange, pained howl, clearly indicating that Su Mo's attack had inflicted damage. In its rage, it swung its giant leaves at Su Mo. But Bai Kai, agile and quick, managed to evade the strike, although the powerful gust sent them staggering. Monarch. Chun Yu swung her long blade once more, the blade's shadow resembling the arc of moonlight, cold and piercing. Facing the second-tier magical plant, she displayed no fear, her blood already boiling with excitement. Had the carrion magic flower been at its prime, she would have surely acted with more caution, but now it was severely weakened. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could not afford to miss. Slaying a second-tier creature would become a badge of honor in her legendary life. Kill. She transformed into a wraith, furiously slashing at the carrion magic flower, resembling a deity of death. Qin Guang recognized that his sister had entered a frenzied state, an embodiment of their family and Appo's sword technique. He, too, joined in the fray, as two awakened individuals faced a second-tier magical plant. The battle intensified, Su Mo, wielding the NX Silver Demon, occasionally fired cold shots at the carrion magic flower. Damn it! How can these little rascals be so audacious? Attacking a second-tier magical plant, their courage is utterly absurd. Nearby, Wazilian, who had been observing Su Mo and Amp, Appo's movements, cursed under his breath, though he was currently entangled with another second-tier magical plant, forced to fend it off while watching. Fortunately, Su Mo remained perched on the Spirit Guardian, engaging in guerrilla tactics, thus he was not in immediate danger. Allowing Guazilian to focus on the magical plant before him, the dark pattern flying pollen, which he faced, resembled a sturdy tree. Its body densely covered in dark green leaves adorned with black markings. As it spun, its leaves became razor-sharp, resembling a harvesting machine. This magical plant had mutated from the small flying pollen, reaching the mid-second tier. Guozelian, also at the mid-second tier, was among the strongest leaders in the Blade Army, alongside Zhang Yunsheng, while the other leaders were at the early second tier. He awakened water attribute energy, similar to Yu Changfeng, thus mastering the tide fighting technique. Perfectly suited to his attributes. Waves. Blue energy surged, crashing against the dark pattern flying pollen. Su Mo was unaware of the powerful figures observing him. At that moment, he noticed a group of first-tier magical plants gathering around the carrion magic flower, evidently summoned to assist in its defense. Frowning, he realized his supply of energy bullets was dwindling, and with the Chun siblings engaged with the carrion magic flower, he could not allow these first-tier magical plants to interfere. Looking back at the others, they had formed a small formation to fend off enemies, clearly unable to spare any hands. It seems I can no longer be idle, Su Mo murmured. Suddenly, a long sword materialized in his hand, measuring 3 feet in length, its blade a deep black, with a small slot in the hilt, currently empty. This sword had been crafted by Qin Shi under the supervision of Su Kuhai. Although it was currently a first-tier source energy weapon, it was forged from a material known as Wushuan iron, which met the standards of second-tier materials. This sword, named Knight, would ascend to a second-tier source energy weapon with the insertion of a second-tier source crystal. However, Su Mo was only at the first-tier source C realm, unable to wield a second-tier offensive source energy weapon just yet. Nonetheless, it would suffice. Gripping the Knight sword, Su Mo immediately entered a state of battle intent. Nearby, Guozelian and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Su Mo leap down from the Spirit Guardian. Kill. Under the influence of battle intent, Su Mo and Apos' aura transformed. Reminiscent of a war god, he swung his long sword towards the approaching first-tier magical plants. Although he had not mastered any sword techniques, Sumo's long punch ant combat skill had reached maturity. In martial arts, different paths often lead to the same destination. At this moment, Su Mo wielded the long sword, executing the long punch ant technique. Heavy slash. One sword stroke cleanly severed a magical plant's head, showcasing immense power. Heavy thrust. Another thrust pierced through a magical vine puppet's chest. He resembled a long punch ant, but this one wielded a sword. Su Mo moved as if in an uninhabited realm, dispatching the magical plants that dared to approach. Any that came near would lose a portion of their form. Bai Kai charged in, sending several magical plants flying with a single collision, prompting Su Mo to swiftly follow up with finishing blows. Bai Kai's attack style was straightforward, brutal collision. Its sturdy shell granted formidable defense and powerful impact, while the bone spikes on its back could pierce through the bodies of magical plants during the charge. This was Su Mo's first battle alongside Bai Kai, and it proved remarkably effective, its attack power rivaling that of a metamorphic realm warrior. Together, the master and servant rapidly cleared the vicinity of approaching magical plants. Chen Yu noticed Su Mo's actions and raised an eyebrow. This new teammate was quite formidable, his strength clearly surpassing that of each Xiuxia and her 3 companions. It seemed that, in this moment, she had truly recognized Su Mo. With a swift slice, the last of the approaching magical plants fell to Su Mo's blade, creating a vacuum around him. He turned his gaze towards the carrion magic flower, filled with battle fervor. The last encounter in the southern suburbs, where he had slain a carrion magic flower, had been purely by chance, relying on its underestimation of him to strike within. Moreover, the green long sword had dispatched it with a single blow, leaving him devoid of any real combat experience. Captain, Brother Chun, I shall assist you, Su Mo bellowed, charging forward with his sword. The carrion magic flower, sensing another approach, became frantic, increasing the intensity of its attacks. It suddenly expelled a multitude of red spores, aiming to drain everyone's source energy. As the red spores emerged, Chun Yu and Chun Guang were compelled to allocate some of their source energy to fend them off. Otherwise, being corroded would prove troublesome. However, the golden ring in Su Mo's hand flashed, enveloping him in a protective layer, rendering him impervious to the spores. A second-tier source energy weapon, Spirit Guard. Upon witnessing the scene, the Chun siblings silently cursed. Suemo had already showcased 3 formidable source energy weapons. Not to mention the obsidian longsword. This spirit guard was something that even many second-tier awakened beings lacked. The fact that Suemo possessed one filled them with profound envy and jealousy. With the spirit guard bolstering his defenses, Suemo charged towards the carrion demon flower, his longsword cleaving through its gigantic leaves, resulting in a violent clash. The carrion demon flower sustained significant damage. Its wood attribute source energy had been severely depleted. As Sumo's strikes continued, the immense leaves began to crack under the pressure. It could scarcely hold on. Witnessing this, Sumo's heart leaped with joy, and he called out loudly. Seizing the opportunity, the Chun siblings joined the fray once more. Thus, the trio unleashed a fervent assault upon the carrion demon flower, ultimately causing its massive leaves to succumb and rend, revealing several gaping wounds. The defense had been breached. The eyes of the 3 gleamed with realization. The carrion demon flower was on its last legs. A shrill cry erupted from the flower, expressing its unwillingness to yield. Surrounded by what it deemed mere ants, it seethed with rage, yet the injuries it had sustained signaled that its demise was imminent. In that moment, a surge of source energy erupted from its being, making one final desperate effort. The 2 colossal leaves of the flower exploded, unleashing a torrent of potent would attribute source energy towards Suemo and his companions. Be careful. Suemo sensed the overwhelming energy fluctuations and warned his teammates. The Chun siblings, equally cautious, gripped their blades tightly in defense. Boom! The violent energy shockwave sent the trio flying. Cough, cough, cough. Suemo, landing heavily on the ground, dusted himself off. Thankfully, the spirit guard had granted him protection, leaving him unscathed. However, the final strike of the carrion demon flower had indeed exceeded their expectations. Truly a testament to its status as a second-tier magical plant. Chun Yu and Chun Guang, lacking the spirit guard, were not so fortunate. The source energy shock had left them internally injured, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet, the carrion demon flower was not finished. Its colossal mouth was preparing something ominous. Be careful, Brother Chun. Suemo and Apos' expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, his mind racing to connect with Kuhai. The massive maw of the carrion demon flower unleashed a jet of black liquid. Thud! A white figure collided fiercely with it, the tremendous force toppling it to the ground. The black liquid surged towards Chun Guang. Hiss! Mere half a meter from him, the ground was corroded into a gaping hole. Chun Guang and Apos' eyes were wide with panic, a fleeting sense of relief washing over him. That was close. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Suemo and Chun Yu lunged at the carrion demon flower. One wielding a blade, the other a sword, they struck in tandem. Amidst the intertwining arcs of blade and sword energy, the immense mouth of the carrion demon flower was cleaved into 4 segments. Chapter 66. The giant vine demon Chun Yu's hand trembled as she gripped her long knife, a testament to the turmoil within her heart. This marked the first recorded slaying of a second-tier magical plant by the Blade Squad. Had they truly accomplished this? Huff! This creature is formidable, Suemo exhaled, acknowledging the undeniable power of the second-tier magical plant. Chun Guang, having consumed a revitalization potion, had nearly recovered from his injuries. He approached Suemo solemnly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Su. I shudder to think of the consequences had I been struck by that corrosive venom. Fortunately, your command diverted its attack just in time. All in a day's work, Sumo replied with a smile, his camaraderie evident. Chun Guang nodded, silently cherishing this act of salvation. Chun Yu extracted the source crystal, while Suemo began collecting materials from the corpse of the carrion flower, particularly its gallbladder, which was invaluable for the tomato spirit plant. After all, having benefited from its bounty, Suemo felt a sense of obligation to reciprocate. That was impressive, Chun Yu remarked, her admiration for Suemo evident both in his prowess and his earlier rescue of her brother. Suemo raised an eyebrow in surprise at the unexpected praise from the usually aloof captain. Watch out! A thunderous shout echoed from afar. The trio instinctively reacted, witnessing a massive vine descending from above, aimed squarely at them. Their expressions shifted, and they swiftly harnessed their source energy, darting to the sides. Boom. The colossal vine smashed into the ground, creating a deep trench. The sheer force was staggering. Cold sweat trickled down their brows. A direct hit would have rendered them mere puddles of flesh. Another second-tier magical plant. The giant vine demon. They recognized the new threat, a massive vine resembling a serpent, devoid of a mouth, attacking by whipping its thick tail at its prey. Its formidable aura indicated it was not like the injured carrion flower. This creature was in its prime, and even more dire. It was at the mid-tier of the second tier, initially besieged by 3 early second-tier awakened beings. Its immense size and strength had allowed it to dominate them. After injuring them, it had turned its attention to the carrion flower, which had just been slain by a group of first-tier humans. Enraged, it charged toward them, intent on flattening them with its tail. Fortunately, a warning had allowed Sumo and his companions to evade the attack. However, the terrifying presence of the giant vine demon loomed over them, making their feet feel heavy and raising the hairs on their bodies in fright. How on earth can we fight this? Sumo cursed inwardly, realizing the situation had escalated beyond their capabilities. Even wielding his green sword, he doubted he could turn the tide, as their enemy had already locked onto them, leaving no opportunity for a surprise attack. Chun Guang swallowed hard, understanding the gravity of their predicament. Chun Yu remained silent, her expression darkening as they faced a formidable foe. Damn it! These creatures are relentlessly troublesome. Guazilian, engaged in combat with the dark pattern flying pungent grass, had been observing their situation. And it was he who had just issued the warning. Wave of fury, he bellowed, delivering a powerful blow to the dark pattern flying pungent grass before charging towards Sumo and the others, propelled by the residual force of his strike. Stop, you beast! The sound of his voice reached them before he did, like a celestial melody. We're saved, Commander Gua! The trio exclaimed in unison. They watched as Guazilian's fist connected with the giant vine demon, a torrent of blue energy erupting forth. After pushing the giant vine demon back with a single blow, he unleashed a wave of energy, propelling Sumo and his comrades out of the danger zone. Enraged by the attack, the giant vine demon retaliated, launching its massive bulk at Guazilian. Meanwhile, the dark pattern flying pungent grass, Guazilian's original adversary, also regrouped and pursued him. Damn! Guazilian cursed internally, finding himself besieged by 2 mid-tier second-tier magical plants. The battle quickly transformed into a grim spectacle, a solitary human being savagely assaulted by 2 monsters. In a one-on-one confrontation, Guazilian would not fear either of them. However, in this 2-on-1 scenario with comparable strength, he found himself quickly overwhelmed. The giant vine demon's might was formidable, each blow resonating painfully through him, while the dark pattern flying pungent grass launched swift, cutting attacks that forced him to evade. This is bad. Commander Gua is in peril. Sumo, now distanced from the fray, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Guazilian had put himself in danger to save them, but they were too weak to assist. Look over there, Chun Guang shouted, pointing as 2 figures raced toward Guazilian. Zhang Yunsheng and Ming Qian both bore wounds, streaks of blood marking their bodies, a testament to their recent encounter with the blade iron tree. Yet, they had succeeded in slaying it and, after consuming revitalization potions to alleviate their injuries, rushed to Guazilian and Apos, essayed. Old Gua, we're here to help, Zhang Yunsheng shouted, his palm glowing with golden energy as he struck out at the dark pattern flying pungent grass. Guazilian's spirits lifted. Excellent timing. Hold these 2 beasts off. Mountain collapse. Ming Qian joined the fray, yellow energy swirling in his hands, his sparse hair dancing in the wind. He targeted the giant vine demon, embodying the spirit of a war god. Sensing an incoming attack, the giant vine demon swung its hefty tail violently toward Ming Qian. Bang! The impact reverberated through the air. Sumo and the others watched in shock as Ming Qian was sent flying by the giant vine demon's blow. Ming Qian arrived, only to be sent crashing into the earth, leaving a deep crater in his wake. What immense strength! The might of the giant vine demon was truly extraordinary. Stuck in the pit, Ming Qian felt as if his fists would shatter, and his entire body was on the verge of collapse. This is a bit embarrassing, Guazilian winced, recognizing the audacity of his younger comrade, who had braved the giant vine demon's attack head-on. Truly, the fearless spirit of youth. The situation was dire, and soon Guazilian and Zhang Yunxing charged at the two powerful magical plants. The battle raged on. The battlefield was a chaotic tableau. The magical plant species faced extermination, yet the human side also suffered casualties among awakened beings. A stalemate persisted. Su Mo and his companions had slain the carrion flower, while Zhang Yunxing and Ming Qian had dispatched the blade iron tree. In total, 5 second-tier magical plants had fallen. Unfortunately, the human side had also lost 2 second-tier awakened beings, one from the 127th gathering point, and the other the commander of the Blade Army, both early second-tier. Thankfully, thanks to the ample supply of revitalization potions distributed earlier by Yu Changfeng, the casualties could have been far worse. Those two were simply unfortunate, unable to escape the fray in time and falling victim to the onslaught. The primary battle raged on near Yu Changfeng, who, alongside Jinping, struggled against 2 formidable magical plants, the energy surges preventing others from approaching. As top-tier second-tier magical plants, the Cold Moon Magic Tree and the Thorn Magic Flower were both at the peak of their power, their attribute energy fully transformed. Among the 4, Jinping is merely at the mid-stage of the second tier, relying on the obsidian battle armor to barely reach the late stage of the second tier. They have already become incensed. The humans have resolved to completely repel the demonic plant army in this battle to create favorable conditions for the subsequent migration of populations. The Kanghan demonic tree, having not fully recovered from its old wounds, has lost much of its ferocity. It growls lowly at the thorn's demonic flower. This is the mode of communication among their demonic plant kin. Yu Changfeng is far too powerful, equipped with a second-tier source energy weapon, which has kept the thorn's demonic flower in check. However, the demon plant king, upon retreating, has issued orders to capture Gathering Point 127. It harbors a deep-seated hatred for this place due to the heavy losses it has suffered. Yet now, with the reinforcements from Gathering Point 126, breaching Gathering Point 127 has become exceedingly difficult. This giant vine demon is extraordinarily formidable. Su Mo and his companions are merely spectators, with 3 second-tier awakened individuals failing to subdue 2 second-tier demonic plants. The ferocity of the giant vine demon's attacks is overwhelming. No one dares to confront it head-on. Not even Guazilian and Zhang Yunxing, who avoid its razor-sharp strikes. Ming Qian has learned his lesson, having been caught off guard once. He no longer dares to act recklessly, instead opting to circle the periphery and strike. A breakthrough must be achieved. Su Mo remarks that the giant vine demon is likely the strongest demonic plant present, aside from the Kanghan demonic tree and the thorn's demonic flower. Delaying further would be detrimental, and the dark pattern flying pollen grass poses a significant threat with its razor-sharp leaves. But how to break the stalemate? Should he attempt that? Su Mo ponders in silence. The current situation, although tense, is evidently caught in a balance. The number of mid-stage second-tier combatants is scarce, should either side disrupt this equilibrium. The scales of victory would inevitably tilt. As for the battle on the late-stage second-tier side, it is a clash of titans, with neither capable of gaining the upper hand in the immediate term. Thus, to shatter this balance, it must rely on the strength of the mid-stage second-tier fighters. With determination, Su Mo decides to summon Bai Kai. "What are you up to, Su?" Chun Guang inquires, noticing his movement. "Captain, Brother Chun, you stay here and guard this position. I will lend assistance." With that, Su Mo mounts Bai Kai and soars into the air. Chen Guang is taken aback. "Are you really going to use that?" "But there is no opportunity right now. And how will you extricate yourself afterward?" He recalls Su Mo's green longsword, believing he intends to employ that technique. This is a mid-stage second-tier demonic plant, not an early one. The once mighty mountain rock giant tortoise was ultimately controlled by a spirit puppet fungus of merely the early second tier. Can this truly succeed? Brother Chen, have faith. "I know what I'm doing," Su Mo declares, already soaring towards the battlefield. Chapter 67, Immolation. "What are you two talking about?" Chen Yu inquired, utterly bewildered by their exchange. Furthermore, Su Mo's actions astonished her. A mere Tier 1 Origin Sea Realm cultivator, intervening in a Tier 2 battle? Surely, that was suicidal. Chen Guang, equally concerned, stated, Sumo possesses a trump card capable of vanquishing Tier 2 entities, albeit with stringent conditions. Qinyu's countenance shifted, incredulous. Impossible. To slay a Tier 2? That's utterly fantastical. This isn't a question of a badly injured carrion flower. Qin Guang, his expression complex, divulged, in truth. The recent slaying of that carrion flower wasn't Sumo's inaugural Tier 2 kill. Prior to that, he had a record of eliminating 3 Tier 2 demonic flora in the southern suburbs. Including this one, that makes 4. Moreover, he personally dispatched 2 of them. Not through a coordinated assault, like just now. Qin Guang's words left Qinyu utterly flabbergasted. Coincidentally, the remaining 4 members of the Blade Squad had arrived. Overhearing Qin Guang's revelation, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the group. A record of slaying 4 Tier 2 demonic flora. Many Tier 2 Awakeners likely hadn't achieved such a feat. Sumo had already surpassed numerous Tier 2 Awakeners. Qin Guang sighed, lamenting, "It may sound preposterous, but it's the truth. I personally witnessed him slay a mountain rock behemoth infested with a soul parasitic fungus. He presumed Sumo would soon employ the verdant longsword. And despite having signed a confidentiality agreement, the weapon's imminent unveiling rendered secrecy futile." Qinyu was aghast, unable to regain her composure. The others could only inwardly marvel at Sumo's prowess. Perched atop his white armor, Sumo meticulously observed the unfolding battle. He dared not venture too close, lest he be pulverized by the giant vine demon's tail. How to break this deadlock? He scrutinized the 2 demonic flora. The giant vine demon's immense size and formidable strength made it difficult to approach. The sole option was the dark-patterned tumbleweed. Its body bristled with sharp leaves. Its attack method involving spinning its body and launching those leaves at opponents like a buzzsaw. While formidable, its velocity was somewhat slower. "Mentor Mingqian," Sumo called out. Approaching Mingqian, who was circling the periphery, launching attacks. "Sumo?" Mingqian turned, startled. What was this young man doing here? Was he courting death? "Leave at once. It's too perilous here," Mingqian admonished. "Mentor Mingqian, please heed me. I have a solution to break the stalemate," Sumo implored. Mingqian paused, eyeing Sumo. "You wouldn't be considering using that, would you? But you can't get close enough." He immediately surmised Sumo's intention to use the verdant longsword to break the deadlock. To his surprise, Sumo shook his head. "I don't intend to use the verdant longsword. I have another method, which requires the cooperation of several seniors." Mingqian was taken aback. "How so?" "Restrain the dark-patterned tumbleweed's movements. I'll attack from the air, but when I do, you must quickly distance yourselves," Sumo declared. Mingqian's expression shifted, noting Sumo's earnestness. He recalled the southern suburbs, where the same young man had inquired if he dared to gamble. "Very well. Be exceedingly careful," Mingqian finally conceded, cautioning Sumo. Sumo nodded vigorously. "Mountain shatter," Mingqian roared, charging into the fray once more. His true intention was to approach Zhang Yunxing and Guazilian. "What are you doing here, kid? You'll get hit if you're not careful," Zhang Yunxing remarked, glancing at him. Mingqian, without delay, conveyed Sumo's plan to them. "Sumo?" Zhang Yunxing and Guazilian frowned. Zhang Yunxing had heard of Sumo, but due to confidentiality, he was unaware of his exploits in the southern suburbs, only knowing him as Su Kuhai's grandson. Guazilian, however, was different. On the hover train, he had received orders from the administrator to protect Sumo's life at all costs. "Why is he here? It's too dangerous," Guazilian exclaimed, agitated. "Damn it, didn't we send that kid away? Why is he back? He's too much of a handful. Gentlemen, I believe we should try. Trust Sumo," Mingqian declared resolutely. The current stalemate was untenable, and a trial might yield a breakthrough. Mingqian's words elicited a range of expressions. "Try it?" Zhang Yunxing inquired tentatively, trusting Mingqian's judgment. Guazilian remained silent. After a moment, he reasoned that Sumo's aerial attack wouldn't be too dangerous, and he could intervene if necessary. "Let's try," he finally agreed. Subsequently, the trio joined forces, attacking the giant vine demon. Sensing their intention to eliminate it first, the giant vine demon grew wary, constricting its vines and preparing to strike. Tidal surge, mountain cleaving palm, mountain shatter. 3 attacks slammed into the giant vine demon, the immense force driving it back. Anticipating further assaults, The giant vine demon swiftly contracted into a defensive posture. However, the trio immediately turned their attention to the dark-patterned tumbleweed. Guazilian and Apos' azure source energy surged, inducing a state of weightlessness in the dark-patterned tumbleweed. Zhang Yunsheng and Mingxian flanked it, preventing its escape and forcing it to spin rapidly. At that moment, Suemo, astride his white armor, soared above it. Now, to everyone's surprise, Suemo produced a potion, an orange-red potion, radiating an intense glow. With a forceful heave, Suemo hurled the potion at the dark-patterned tumbleweed. "Get away from it," Suemo shouted, and upon hearing his warning, the others retreated. The dark-patterned tumbleweed, though puzzled, was struck by the potion. Crack! The potion's vial shattered, its contents drenching the dark-patterned tumbleweed. A scorching heat surged forth, igniting the spilled liquid. In the onlookers' horrified gazes, the dark-patterned tumbleweed was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely. Amidst the crackling and popping, the dark-patterned tumbleweed writhed and struggled, consumed by excruciating agony. In Sumo's mind, a page materialized, displaying a passage. Name: Immolation Potion. Rank: Tier 2. Effect: contains a torrent of fire attribute source energy. Upon activation, the fire attribute source energy is released, scorching any object it touches until the energy dissipates. Ingredients: Tier 2 Fire Attribute Source Crystal, Fire Spirit Sand. Tier 2 Crimson Fire Beast Essence Blood, Terrestrial Magma. Note: burn without restraint. This was a Tier 2 potion, an offensive potion. Potions were diverse, the majority being therapeutic, assisting in cultivation, or enhancing physique. However, a class of potions known as offensive potions existed, acting as weapons that unleashed formidable power, surpassing even conventional source energy weapons. This was why apothecaries were rarer than mechanists, as potions offered unparalleled versatility. This immolation potion was prepared for Suemo by Kuhai after he departed that night. Upon advancing to a Tier 2 apothecary, Kuhai obtained its recipe from the settlement's treasury. Although the settlement possessed Tier 2 potion recipes, the absence of a Tier 2 apothecary had rendered their creation impossible. As a second-tier potion, the success rate of crafting burning agent is surprisingly not low. However, it requires some rare materials and has stringent crafting conditions. That night, Kuhai sought out Qin-Chi to create a suitable environment for concoction, ultimately succeeding in the endeavor. Due to the rarity of fire attribute source crystals and the blood of the Crimson Fire Beast, only one potion was produced, intended as a trump card for Suemo. In truth, they were unaware of the potion's potency, for throughout the history of Gathering Point number 126, no one seemed to have ever crafted such a potion. Nevertheless, being a second-tier potion, Suemo believed its effectiveness could not be overly diminished, and he enlisted Ming Qian and others to execute their plan. Observing the fiercely burning dark pattern flying pungent grass, Suemo realized he might have underestimated the potion's power. The grass had already been charred to a crisp, and due to the fire attribute's natural superiority over wood attributes, it was enduring excruciating pain, lamenting incessantly, its vitality waning. After burning for a while, the potion's energy began to dissipate, yet the grass had long succumbed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Astonished by its efficacy, Suemo quickly commanded the white-armored knight to plunge down and pierce the dark pattern flying pungent grass, extracting the source crystal. Another second-tier magical plant had perished, and it was one of mid-second-tier strength. The three members of the Blade Army stared in disbelief. What kind of potion could be so ruthless? It had directly incinerated a second-tier magical plant. Even after Suemo extracted the source crystal, they still felt as though they were dreaming. The giant vine demon was left utterly stunned by the sight of the charred grass, instilling a deep sense of fear within it. As a wood attribute being, it inherently harbored a dread of fire attributes. "Seniors, I leave the giant vine demon to you," Suemo reminded, noticing everyone had halted. "Right, we are still in battle." The trio of the Blade Army immediately turned to confront the giant vine demon. Now it was a 3-on-1 situation. The tide of battle had decisively shifted. The giant vine demon cried out in alarm, "Please, do not approach." 3 formidable forces surged forward, forcing the giant vine demon into a retreat. With the assistance of the dark pattern flying pungent grass, it had previously boasted great power, but now the situation had reversed. With the grass extinguished, the giant vine demon was terrified at the prospect of Su-Mo unleashing another potion upon it. After enduring several attacks, it chose to flee, unable to muster any counterattack. When a mid-second-tier magical plant decided to escape, its speed was truly remarkable. "Let us not pursue. We should assist others," Guazilian remarked. Meanwhile, battles in other areas remained fiercely contested, and their arrival would tip the balance. "Well done, impressive." He praised Su-Mo. Zhang Yunsheng and Ming Qian also expressed their admiration. Sumo's latest weapon had proven overwhelmingly powerful, catching them all off guard. "Be cautious. We will support the others." With that, the Blade Army trio charged toward the central battlefield, akin to tigers unleashed. Chapter 68. The Hero's Return and Jianping's Reward. As the three second-tier Awakeners plunged into battle, the eerie equilibrium was swiftly disrupted. They initially collaborated to strike at the nearby second-tier magical flora, and with a coordinated effort, they swiftly vanquished the creature. The second-tier Awakeners from the 127th Gathering Place, who had previously struggled against the magical flora, swallowed hard in gratitude. The trio, akin to ravenous wolves, executed their moves with precision, leaving a profound impression on him. "How ferocious." "There's no need for thanks." Guazilian waved his hand dismissively and, accompanied by Zhang Yunxing and Ming Qian, charged forth to engage other foes. A blatant harvest. Before long, another second-tier magical flora was slain, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. As the fourth magical flora fell to their onslaught, the remaining creatures began to retreat, evidently frightened by the slaughter. "Flee." The remaining second-tier magical flora scattered in disarray. The Kanghan magic tree and thorn magic flower, sensing the dire situation, knew that their fate was sealed, despite their lingering unwillingness. With a roar, the Kanghan magic tree signaled a retreat, and the magical army began to withdraw like a receding tide. Unlike the second-tier magical flora, the first-tier creatures were of lesser intelligence, merely obeying the commands of their superior beings, thus they did not retreat immediately. The Kanghan magic tree cast a lingering gaze upon Jianping and Yu Changfeng, as if wishing to engrave their figures into its memory forever. "What are you staring at? Do you wish to bite me?" Yu Changfeng scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. Now that they had gained the upper hand, their confidence soared. "Let and oppose, retreat." The thorned magic flower echoed, acknowledging their complete defeat. Unwilling to concede, they launched a final assault, which was effortlessly evaded by Jianping and Yu Changfeng, who then distanced themselves. "Quick, seize the opportunity to harvest more source crystals," Su-Mo urged his comrades. Observing the retreating magical army, he hastily mounted his white steed and charged forward. These were valuable materials and source crystals. The human race sounded the horn of counterattack, targeting the fleeing magical creatures. The magical beings, already terrified, sought only to escape, their resistance waning, and soon a portion was left behind. Ultimately, as the magical army retreated beyond the defensive line, Yu Changfeng ordered a halt to the pursuit, recognizing the risks of chasing too far. Their mission had been successfully accomplished. Amidst the throngs of residents from the 127th Gathering Place, the reinforcements from the 126th Gathering Place received a rapturous welcome. In this moment, they were all heroes. Heroes! 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 It was uncertain who first shouted, but soon the deafening chorus resonated throughout the Gathering Place, sending shivers down their spines. Many had never witnessed such a spectacle, and their blood surged with fervor. If their earlier experiences had been a life-or-death struggle teetering on the brink of despair, this jubilant cheer made it all feel worthwhile. They fought for humanity, for the future of mankind. Perhaps this was the very essence of the Awakeners' existence. With pride, they lifted their heads, their steadfast gazes fixed ahead, and walked into the 127th Gathering Place amidst the cheers of the crowd. This feeling is rather delightful, Su-Mo thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. His companions could no longer conceal their elation, their faces illuminated with brilliant smiles. Even Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she unconsciously straightened her posture. "Brother, the Awakeners are truly remarkable," Xin Jian remarked to his brother Xin Jun, his tone filled with admiration and envy. Sinjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are all heroes. Brother, will we have the chance to become Awakeners? Sinjin suddenly asked, catching Sinjun off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, seeing the fervent look in his brother and Apos' eyes softened his heart, and he replied gently, there will be opportunities. Blade Team, General, you request your presence. In the resting area, while counting their spoils, the members of the Blade Team received a summons from Ming Qian. Why does General you want us? Su Mo inquired, puzzled. You'll find out once you go, Ming Qian replied, casting him a sidelong glance, though his expression was somewhat complex, acknowledging his student's remarkable prowess. Soon, they arrived at a temporary conference room filled with people. Su Mo's gaze landed on Yu Changfeng at the center, alongside a bespectacled middle-aged man. Greetings, I am Jianping, the administrator of the 127th Gathering Place. I extend my gratitude for your outstanding performance in this battle, Jianping began, addressing the Blade Team with appreciation. The members were taken aback by the praise, and Captain Chun, you quickly stepped forward to bow respectfully. Administrator, it was our duty. Jianping smiled, exchanging pleasantries before turning his attention to Su Mo. You must be young Master Su, truly a talented individual. The purpose of summoning the Blade Team was to meet you. They had learned from Guazilian and others that Su Mo had decisively slain the dark pattern flying pollen grass, tipping the scales of battle and ultimately leading to the defeat of the magical army. Heroes emerge from youth. Yu Changfeng also scrutinized Su Mo, familiar with him, especially since he had exhausted several source crystals during the Awakening conference. To his surprise, this lad had even been secretly dining with his daughter. He had also received information from Guazilian regarding the lion's request to ensure Su Mo's safety, which piqued his curiosity about why such importance was placed upon him. Even if he were the grandson of Su Kuhai, such preferential treatment seemed unfathomable. Su Mo was taken aback, not expecting to be singled out by the administrator. He respectfully replied, this humble one is Su Mo, honored to meet you, administrator. Your grandfather is Dr. Su Kuhai, correct? Jianping inquired. Indeed, Su Mo confirmed. Jianping smiled and remarked, we owe a debt of gratitude to Dr. Su. Otherwise, our gathering place would have already fallen. And now, young Master Su has achieved great merit in this conflict. The 127th Gathering Place owes your family a favor. The other members of the 127th Gathering Place's leadership cast appreciative glances towards Su Mo, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. Did young Master Su utilize a particular potion in your final attack? Jianping finally inquired about the potion Su Mo had used against the dark pattern flying pollen grass. Su Mo nodded, responding, indeed, it was a second-tier potion called Burning Agent, classified as a combat potion. My grandfather provided it before our departure. The potency of the potion, capable of severely injuring a second-tier, mid-level magical flora, was impressive. Young Master Su, do you possess any more of this potion? Dr. Wei, the mechanic, inquired with curiosity. Su Mo shook his head, replying helplessly, this potion is difficult to concoct. I only had that one. Dr. Wei and Apos' expression turned regretful, as they had hoped that if Su Mo had any reserves, they could seize the opportunity to slay the Kanghan magic tree or thorn magic flower. Alas, it was not to be. Jianping waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's remarkable that you managed to create even one of such potions. We are indebted to it for our success in repelling the magical army. As the hero of this venture, young Master Su, what reward would you desire? Hearing the word reward, Su Mo felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated the administrator would be so considerate as to offer him a reward. Yet, when asked what he desired, he found himself in a quandary. Perhaps he should ask for second-tier source crystals? Su Mo pondered internally. This is indeed commendable. However, he currently possesses two precious items, the carrion magic flower and the dark pattern flying pungent grass. Although the source crystal of the carrion magic flower is valuable, none among the team requires it. Thus, after discussing with his companions, Su Mo decided to contribute some rejuvenation potions to balance the distribution, allowing him to claim the source crystal as his own. Naturally, everyone else was quite agreeable to this arrangement. At that moment, Su Mo suddenly recalled something and inquired of Jianping. Is the esteemed administrator the individual clad in black armor? He remembered the armored warrior. Jianping was taken aback, but nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is the treasured, obsidian, battle armor of our encampment. Young friend, that armor is not included in the rewards. He presumed Su Mo was coveting his obsidian, which was out of the question. Noticing Jianping's expression, Su Mo quickly clarified, esteemed administrator, I do not wish to acquire that set of armor. This reassurance eased Jianping's anxious heart. He genuinely feared that Su Mo desired his armor, which would have led to an awkward situation. What, then, do you seek? Jianping asked, puzzled. I desire the sword technique you employed earlier, Su Mo asserted with determination. The sword technique had captivated him. It was incredibly impressive. Sword technique? Jianping had not anticipated that Su Mo was interested in his martial arts. Although this sword technique was a family heirloom of the Jin clan, he saw no reason to refuse Su Mo's request. With a smile, Jianping replied, no problem. I did not expect that the young friend would tread the path of the sword. Su Mo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed administrator. It seemed the burning potion had not been used in vain. Subsequently, Jianping also commended the blade team, affirming that all participants in this assistance would receive the rewards from gathering point 127. Esteemed administrator, after the magical plants recede, toxic gas remains, posing a significant threat to ordinary residents. This was a concern raised regarding their current predicament. Some magical plants released a toxic substance that lingered outside the city. Over time, the wind would carry this gas into the encampment, creating a toxic atmosphere. While this gas posed little danger to the awakened, the ordinary citizens within the encampment lacked such resilience. Excessive exposure to the gas could lead to irreversible consequences. As for the suggestion to evacuate personnel, this idea was also proposed. However, there were only 3 hovering trains available, each capable of carrying 5,000 individuals, allowing for a maximum of 15,000 people per trip. Yet, their encampment housed nearly 100,000 individuals. It would require at least 7 trips to evacuate everyone. A somber cloud loomed over them. If only Apothecary Huada were still alive, someone suddenly remarked. Chapter 69. Breeze Elixir. Whenever the name of Apothecary Hode was mentioned, others would nod in agreement. Indeed, if Apothecary Hode were still with us, how could we find ourselves in such dire straits? Alas, he fell victim to the malevolent king of the demon plants. The demon plant clan is utterly detestable. They began to vociferously denounce the demon plant clan, casting a pall over the atmosphere. At that moment, Yu Changfeng suddenly inquired of Jianping, is it due to a particular elixir? Upon hearing this, Jianping noticed the puzzled expressions among the people of gathering point 126 and began to elucidate. Indeed, Apothecary Hode was the only apothecary in our gathering. He concocted an elixir that could cleanse toxic substances. However, now that he has met his untimely end, there will be no one left to brew it. Is there no stock available? Yu Changfeng queried. Jianping shook his head in resignation, saying, the last batch has already been consumed. Apothecary Hode had planned to prepare another during this time, but alas, he encountered the invasion of the demon plants. They were simply unfortunate, encountering the worst possible scenario. With this toxic threat looming, it is likely that many residents will not escape this calamity. Yu Changfeng fell silent, recognizing their impotence in concocting the elixir, especially since their rescue team lacked an apothecary. Sir Administrator, perhaps we should first create some sealed spaces for the residents to temporarily take refuge? Dr. Wei proposed. This was indeed a viable suggestion. However, Jianping shook his head with a sigh, stating, I fear it may be too late. Time is not on our side. Judging by the weather, a fierce wind is imminent, and those toxic substances have already begun to permeate the gathering. Excuse me, is there a formula for that elixir? Just as despair began to settle, a youthful voice rang out. The speaker was Su Mo, who, having listened to their discussion, was aware that the gathering was afflicted by a toxic substance. Upon hearing of an elixir that could resolve the issue, he became eager to inquire further. Noticing his interjection, the others cast astonished glances in his direction. Su Gongzi can brew elixirs? Jianping asked in disbelief. He had not heard Yu Changfeng or the others mention Su Mo and Appo's abilities in this regard. Su Mo did not deny it. Instead, he smiled broadly and replied, "This young fellow has indeed obtained the title of apothecary." This revelation struck the assembly like a bombshell. Shock registered on every face present, especially among Su Mo's companions, who exclaimed, "What? When did Su Mo acquire the title of apothecary?" After recovering from his astonishment, Jianping quickly asked, "Is what you say true?" "Of course, it is true. I would not deceive everyone in such a setting," Su Mo replied, scratching his nose in mild exasperation. How could they still doubt him? It was quite understandable. He was simply too young, and the sudden acquisition of the apothecary title would raise suspicions in any reasonable individual. "If there is a formula, I can certainly give it a try," Su Mo continued. Jianping, though still skeptical, nodded in cautious agreement, opting to let Su Mo attempt it since they had no other viable options. The elixir was to be brewed in Apothecary Hode's laboratory. After Jianping handed over the formula, he earnestly stated, "I entrust this task to you, my young friend." Su Mo nodded and entered the laboratory alone. Standing before a workbench equipped with all the necessary tools and materials, Su Mo opened the elixir formula. Scanning new elixir formula. Scan successful. Recorded. Name: Breeze Elixir. Level: First tier. Effect: Can neutralize most toxins. Formula: Heart of the Ghost Face Tree, Cloud Pattern Flower Pollen, Rootless Water. First tier source crystal. Note: Keep Breeze Elixir at home. Mother no longer needs to worry about my poisoning. The information on the elixir was quickly logged, and Su Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the note. Why did it have such an unorthodox tone? Suppressing his urge to comment, he promptly began the preparation of the elixir. He meticulously arranged the materials, focused his mind, and soon perceived the unique energies within the ingredients. Outside, Yu Changfeng asked, perplexed, "When did Su Mo become an apothecary? We're as clueless as you." The others replied, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, Guazilian suddenly recalled something and remarked, "General, perhaps this is indeed true. On the way here, the administrator urgently communicated with me, insisting that I ensure Su Mo's safety. It seems the administrator is already aware of Su Mo's status as an apothecary, hence the heightened concern. This revelation cleared up many of their uncertainties. No wonder the administrator had given such specific instructions. Su Mo was truly an enigma, providing them with an unexpected surprise. Yu Changfeng chuckled. This lad is indeed remarkable. The others also smiled, their faces glowing with pride as Su Mo's accomplishments became evident. As time elapsed, the door to the laboratory finally swung open. Su Mo emerged, taken aback by the number of eager faces awaiting him, their gazes almost fervent. He cleared his throat and declared, "Ahem, I have not failed my mission." He then extended his right hand, presenting a light blue elixir to Jianping. Jianping accepted the elixir, examining it with palpable excitement. "It truly is the Breeze Elixir. Remarkable. You managed to brew it." I produced a total of 10 vials. That should suffice, right?" Su Mo inquired, retrieving the remaining 9 vials. Jianping trembled as he accepted them, unable to conceal his smile. "This is more than sufficient to cleanse the toxic gas. We merely need to dilute and spray the Breeze Elixir. It is not necessary for everyone to consume it. Young Dr. Su, you are indeed a hero of your age. We, at Gathering Point 127, owe you a great debt." Jianping bowed solemnly to Su Mo. Startled, Su Mo hastily responded, "Sir Administrator, there is no need for such formality. We are all of the human race. This is merely my duty." Young Dr. Su is truly a person of great righteousness. Jianping's admiration for Su Mo soared at that moment. The success rate of his first elixir brewing was astonishingly high. Young Dr. Su's future was indeed promising. Jianping praised him warmly. The materials he had prepared were intended for approximately 50 vials, yet Su Mo had managed a 20% success rate. While 20% might seem low, it was impressively high for an apothecary, especially considering it was Su Mo's first attempt at brewing the Breeze Elixir. Jianping had anticipated a mere 10% success rate, so Su Mo's achievement exceeded expectations. Su Mo scratched his head. knowing that he still had 40 vials of the breeze elixir quietly resting in his storage space. He had refrained from producing them all, fearing that it might overwhelm them and not wanting to reveal his extraordinary success rate. A 20% success rate on his first attempt was a commendable figure, indicating he had a promising talent as an apothecary. Time was of the essence. They needed to address the toxic gas urgently. Jianping hastily departed with the elixir. Su Xiong, young Dr. Su, you have kept your talents well hidden, Chen Guang of the Blade Edge team remarked, gazing at Su Mo with admiration. The others shared similar expressions of respect. An apothecary commands respect wherever they go. Indeed, I never expected my teammate to be an apothecary, Yi Qiuxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Qin Xiong, please refrain from calling me young Dr. Su. It gives me a headache, Su Mo said with a wry smile, bemused by their reactions. Qin Guang chuckled heartily. Then I shall call you Su Xiong. Chen Yu couldn't help but glance at Su Mo a few more times, clearly impacted by his demeanor. Thanks to Su Mo's affable nature, the atmosphere within the small team quickly transformed from one of restraint to lively banter and laughter. Soon, several aircraft appeared in the sky, releasing a fine mist. Upon contact with the toxic gas, this mist instantaneously decomposed and dissipated the harmful substances, known as the Qingfeng agent. The residents noticed that, as the mist passed, the dizzying sensation began to fade, and all discomfort disappeared. The Qingfeng agent proved to be remarkably effective. Su Mo, meandering through the gathering place, took a deep breath and found the air had become refreshingly crisp. What if this substance were developed into an air purifier? A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Jian, what is wrong with you? Suddenly, an anxious voice drew Su Mo's attention. Not far away, two figures emerged. They appeared to be two emaciated youths, one of whom, younger and suddenly fainting, was being held by the older one, who was frantically shouting. Despite the crowd around them, the youth's cries went unnoticed. You should take him to the hospital, a kind elder suggested. It turned out that it was the time for food distribution, and the two brothers had come out together. For some unknown reason, Xinjian collapsed midway, startling Xinjun. Xinjun quickly hoisted Xinjian onto his back and began to head toward the hospital. He suspected his brother was suffering from low blood sugar, compounded by the inhalation of toxic substances. At that moment, Su Mo's voice reached Xinjun's ears. Turning around, he saw a young man clad in a black combat suit, strikingly handsome, who had appeared behind him completely unnoticed. Greetings, sir, Xinjun stammered in fear. Recognizing Su Mo as an awakened one, seemingly from another gathering place. Do not be afraid. Let me assess his condition, Su Mo said gently. Sensing no malice from the awakened one before him, Xinjun hastily laid down his brother and pleaded, Sir, I implore you, save my brother. Su Mo examined the unconscious Xinjian. He was alarmingly thin, suffering from severe low blood sugar, coupled with a frail constitution and having been exposed to toxins. It was a wonder he had endured this long. Observing both brothers' gaunt figures, Su Mo felt a pang of compassion for their unfortunate circumstances. It's nothing serious. Have him drink this, Su Mo replied, producing a vial of sweet agent and handing it to Xinjun. The sweet agent was suitable for ordinary individuals and would enhance physical condition, perfectly addressing the issues afflicting the young man. Chapter 70. The Sun brothers Xinjun trembled as he accepted the potion, fully aware that it was indeed the legendary elixir. He was astonished by the generosity of this awakened individual and had no doubt that Su Mo would not harm his brother. After all, they were impoverished and possessed nothing of value to covet. As he opened the potion, the crimson liquid was poured into Xinjian's mouth, the sweet flavor prompting the unconscious boy to move his lips. Soon, a surge of energy coursed through Xinjian and Apos' body, filling him with warmth and comfort. Unable to suppress a soft moan, he gradually opened his eyes, only to behold Xinjian's face alight with joy. Jian, you're awake. How do you feel? Xinjian inquired eagerly. Brother, I feel warm and brimming with strength, Xinjian replied, reveling in a sensation of comfort that he hadn't experienced in years. He smacked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness. What did you give me? It tastes wonderful. Seeing his brother in good health and high spirits, Sinjun quickly turned to Su-mo, kneeling before him in fervent gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Su-mo hastily helped him to his feet. Come on, what are you doing? Get up. No need for kneeling, he said, slightly bewildered by their display of reverence. Meanwhile, Sinjun was already on the verge of tears, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. His brother was his only family in this world, and the sudden fainting spell had nearly shattered his spirit. Fortunately, Su-mo had lent a helping hand, enabling his brother's revival, and thus his gratitude flowed like a relentless river. Realizing that it was this extraordinary awakened man who had saved him, Sinjin also knelt in thanks, further confounding Su-mo. All right, no more thanks. If this continues, I might just leave. Upon hearing this, their emotions finally began to settle. What are your names? Su-mo asked. Reporting to my lord, I am Sinjun. Reporting to my lord, I am Sinjin. They then engaged in light conversation, primarily driven by Su-mo and Appo's inquiries and the brothers and Appo's responses. Su-mo asked about matters concerning the 127th gathering point and learned about the brothers' situation. Upon discovering that they had been orphaned since childhood and had relied on one another, he felt a pang of sympathy. In this harsh world, many struggled to survive, and he considered himself fortunate to have a grandfather who was a healer, far luckier than most. Suddenly, Sinjun's stomach growled, prompting him to lower his head in embarrassment. Haven't you eaten yet? Su-mo asked. We were about to collect our rations. Sinjun admitted sheepishly, but due to the delay, it seemed they would find no one at the food distribution point. It appeared they would have to endure hunger today. Noticing their predicament, Su-mo smiled and said, Let us go then. It's fate that we cross paths. Thank you for sharing your insights about the 127th gathering point. Today, I shall treat you to a meal. As a young man from the 21st century, he did not perceive any hierarchical difference between awakened individuals and ordinary people. To him, all humans were equal. The Tsin brothers were taken aback by Su-mo's invitation to dine with them, feeling a mixture of anxiety and gratitude as they followed behind. Brother, this lord is quite approachable, Sinjin whispered to Sinjun. Sinjun nodded, realizing they had encountered a benefactor. A potion so freely given indicated that this man was no ordinary individual. At the Blade Team's encampment, Chun Guang spotted Su-mo and immediately greeted him. Brother Su, you've returned. Su-mo chuckled. I just went for a stroll. Something smells delicious. Is Sister Xia cooking? As he drew closer, the aroma wafted toward him. Chun Guang nodded with a smile. The encampments for awakened teams were separate, allowing them the option to cook for themselves or dine at the communal mess hall. However, since Yi Qiuxiao was an excellent cook, their team preferred to prepare their own meals. Who are these two? Chun Guang inquired, noticing the Tsin brothers trailing behind Su-mo. Su-mo smiled and explained, These are new friends I just met. I delayed their meal time, so I've invited them to join us for dinner. I trust that's acceptable? Chun Guang chuckled heartily. Of course, no problem at all. Welcome, gentlemen. Sinjun and Sinjin felt anxious and quickly bowed. We have met the Lord. There's no need for such formality. We want tea bite, Su-mo reassured them. The two brothers were quite endearing, albeit a bit jumpy. Chun Guang also smiled warmly. Since they were friends of Su-mo, he would not show them any displeasure. Dinner is served. Yi Qiuxiao's voice rang out. The others emerged, greeting Su-mo and the Tsin brothers with warmth. Even the aloof Chinyu acknowledged them with a nod. The friendliness of the group eased the Tsin brothers' nervousness. Yi Qiuxiao had prepared an extravagant meal, mashed carrots, stir-fried carrot strips, and carrot tomato soup. With just 2 ingredients, she had created a feast. The Tsin brothers were nearly drooling at the enticing aroma. Everyone, please taste this. Thanks to Su-mo and Appo's tomatoes. Many of you may not have had the chance to try them before, Yi Qiuxiao exclaimed. The tomatoes were indeed provided by Su-mo. Though they were not the mystical tomatoes but ordinary ones grown from seeds. The mystical variety had already yielded a batch, but the supply was still limited. Su-mo had picked a large basket to keep in storage for future meals. Su-mo first poured himself a bowl of carrot tomato soup. Upon tasting it, the flavors burst in his mouth, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Xia, your culinary skills are absolutely phenomenal. This was no exaggeration. Each Yoshia's cooking could easily grace the finest establishments. Quick, everyone, have a taste. The Tsin brothers nervously filled their bowls with soup, and upon tasting it, they were nearly brought to tears. It was simply exquisite. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, everyone patted their full bellies, thoroughly satisfied by the meal. Sister Xia, whoever marries you will be incredibly fortunate, Lan Erheo remarked wistfully. Each Yoshia shot him a glare. You only know how to flatter. Ha ha ha. Sister Xia, Lan Gu Isnt wrong. Whoever marries you will indeed be blessed with such delicious meals every day, Su Mo teased. Don't be silly. Who would want me? Each Yoshia responded. Her looks were not particularly striking, and nearing 30, she had remained single. How about we set something up? Lan Erheo suddenly suggested. Pa. Each Yoshia's cheeks flushed as she gave him a playful shove. The others burst into laughter, enjoying the delightful atmosphere among the Blade team. After dinner, Su Mo prepared to escort the Tsin brothers back. On the way, Sinjun and Sinjian seemed to have come to a significant decision. My lord, we have something to give you. It might be a treasure, Sinjun declared, producing a black stone necklace that Sinjian had always worn. Sinjian added, it must be a valuable item. It can suddenly sharpen one and Apos' mind. Su Mo looked at the black stone necklace, assuming they felt indebted and wished to compensate him. He was about to refuse when, upon touching the stone, the mysterious page within him reacted, detecting rare energy fluctuations. Beep, detection successful. The energy is identified as rare psychic energy. It is advised that the host should not miss this opportunity. It can be used to deduce a potion formula, granting an enhancement to one's insight. Sumo's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the mysterious page would respond. Moreover, this rare spiritual energy possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's comprehension. Astonishing. Could it be that my martial arts have found salvation? He had long harbored regrets over his inability to grasp the essence of the sword. Such a treasure is exceedingly precious. He immediately accepted the black stone necklace, his heart tumultuous with emotion. Gazing into the sincere eyes of the two brothers, he was suddenly reminded of the adage, good deeds are rewarded. He never anticipated that a single act of kindness could yield such a priceless gem. It is indeed true that every morsel and sip is predestined. I shall accept it, Su Mo said slowly. The Tsin brothers beamed with delight upon witnessing Su Mo's acceptance, although I am unaware of its properties. It must surely be a treasure of great value. What is it that you desire in return? Su Mo refrained from revealing its function, yet he did not conceal the fact that it was indeed a precious item. My lord, we seek no recompense. The potion you provided earlier is already the greatest blessing we could receive, Sinjun replied, shaking his head. Without Sumo's potion, his brother might have faced life-threatening peril. Furthermore, Su Mo had treated them to a sumptuous meal. They were grateful beyond measure and dared not harbor excessive desires. Su Mo regarded them thoughtfully. He could easily have taken the black stone necklace and left, for the brothers were none the wiser. Yet, the extraordinary potential of this treasure weighed heavily on his conscience, and he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of keeping it for himself. Moreover, the brothers' admirable character inspired his confidence in them. Ultimately, he made a decision. When we reach gathering point 126, you two shall accompany me. I will strive to secure for you the opportunity to awaken. Sumo's words left the brothers wide-eyed, their breaths quickening. They understood the significance of this promise and were astonished that Su Mo was willing to recruit them. We pay our respects, my lord, Sinjun exclaimed, pulling Sinjian down to kneel before Su Mo. This moment signified their allegiance to him. Su Mo was taken aback, exclaiming, why are you kneeling again? He feigned displeasure, saying, rise, do not kneel at every turn. We do not engage in such formalities here. Sinjun quickly lifted Sinjian back to his feet, casting a disgruntled glance at Su Mo. My lord. Enough, do not call me my lord. Simply refer to me as Brother Mo, Su Mo said, feeling overwhelmed by the bureaucratic formalities. Brother Mo, Sinjun and Sinjian replied awkwardly. Where did you acquire this stone? Su Mo inquired with curiosity. Sinjian promptly responded, Brother Mo, I found it near the Hengshui River mining site outside the city. The Hengshui River mining site? Noticing Su Mo's confusion, Xinjun hastily elaborated. The Hengshui River mining site is located outside Gathering Point 127, adjacent to a river that contains a substantial amount of stones known as Qi Shi. The water appears red, hence the name Hengshui River. However, the mines there have long been exhausted, and the site is now abandoned. Chapter 71. The Ruins of the Spiritual Palace after a day of fierce combat. As the army of magical plants retreated, the gathering place number 127 finally entered a rare tranquil night. In the room, Suemo remained awake, toying with a black stone necklace. He had decided to take in the Tsin brothers, providing them with some sweet potions to enhance their physical strength, as they were still quite frail. Through his mental connection with the mystical tome pages, he used the black stone as the core to derive the potion formula. However, the display on the mystical tome pages left him utterly speechless. Derivation failed. Requires 5 second-tier source crystals. To his astonishment, the formula required 5 second-tier source crystals. It was outrageous. He almost cursed aloud, recalling that the previous sweet potion formula only required 1 second-tier source crystal, while this one demanded 5 times that amount. With only 2 second-tier source crystals in his possession, he was still short by 3. How frustrating. He had considered exchanging with others. But second-tier source crystals were precious even to second-tier Awakeners, as they could enhance attribute conversion efficiency, making most reluctant to trade. Alas, it seemed that the consumption of source crystals for deriving potion formulas would be astronomical in the future. However, on the flip side, this indicated that the potions concocted from the black stone must be extraordinarily valuable, given the high consumption. His heart began to stir with excitement. Perhaps he could venture to that Redwater River mine again in search of more such stones. The next day, the first round of personnel transfer was set to take place, as everyone feared the prolonged night could bring unforeseen dangers, necessitating a swift evacuation. A hovering train could accommodate 5,000 passengers, and today, 15,000 individuals would be relocated. Naturally, each train required the presence of awakened individuals to safeguard against potential attacks from the magical plant clan. Guazilian and Zhang Yunsheng were honored to serve as train conductors for 2 of the hovering trains, as their strength had reached the mid-second tier, providing reassurance to others. Accompanying them was another conductor, a second-tier strongman from Gathering Place number 127 named Hao Shan, although he was only at the early second tier. As the hovering trains departed, those left behind looked on with envy. The transfer list was determined by a lottery system to ensure fairness, drawn by family units, which meant that those favored by luck would leave first, and there were no objections to this arrangement. Wishing for a smooth journey, Jian Ping gazed toward the direction of the departing train, relieved that he had successfully led everyone to safety. Rest assured, everyone will reach Gathering Place number 126 safely, soon. We shall be one family, Yu Changfeng reassured. With the addition of these individuals, Gathering Place number 126 would undoubtedly grow stronger. However, the continued existence of the Kanghan magic tree and the thorn magic flower remained a significant threat. Jian Ping furrowed his brows, expressing his concerns. Indeed, it is unfortunate we could not eliminate them, Yu Changfeng nodded. The 2 formidable beings were still alive, posing a potential risk. If only we had a burning potion, we might have managed to capture one, Ming Qian suddenly remarked. He vividly recalled the potency of the burning potion. Although the Kanghan magic tree was a late second-tier magical plant, if set ablaze, it would surely suffer greatly, making it easier for Yu Changfeng and Jian Ping to subdue. Regrettably, they are exceedingly rare. Jian Ping also felt a pang of disappointment. Let us not dwell on it. Should those creatures dare to appear again, I will ensure we capture at least one, Yu Changfeng declared, a fierce intent evident in his tone, clearly frustrated by their previous escapes. Suemo finally received his long-awaited reward, a martial arts manual entitled Falling Heaven Sword Technique. This was indeed Jian Ping's family heirloom, and its techniques had piqued Suemo's interest immensely. Flipping through the pages, he discovered the profound intricacies of the martial art, which would take time to comprehend. This left him feeling somewhat vexed. Why am I not a prodigious talent in martial arts? He lamented. It was evident that the development of new potions needed to be prioritized. With nothing to do, Su-mo wandered aimlessly through the gathering place. He soon found himself amidst a ruin, where the remnants hinted at a once thriving locale, now devastated by fierce battles. As he treaded further, Su-mo stumbled upon a long, dark object buried beneath the debris, its form indistinct at first glance. "Little Su, doctor?" Just as Su-mo was about to reach out, a voice called from behind. "Ah, administrator?" Su-mo turned in surprise, recognizing Jianping. "What brings you here?" Jianping inquired with curiosity. Su-mo rubbed his nose sheepishly, explaining, "I was feeling bored and decided to explore. This ruin looks quite impressive. I wanted to take a look." Noticing Jianping was alone, he asked, "What about you, administrator?" Jianping's gaze lingered on the ruins, his expression complex, before he slowly replied, "This was once our gathering place's spiritual palace." Su-mo and Appo's expression shifted to one of realization. Now it made sense why it appeared so grand. Jianping continued, "I came here to reminisce, as it was the core pillar of our gathering place. After leaving, I fear I may never have the chance to return." Jianping spoke at length, treating Su-mo as a confidant, sharing anecdotes from his childhood that occurred within the spiritual palace. Su-mo listened quietly, absorbing the words. The destruction of a place once protected, coupled with the loss of his mentor, was indeed a profound sorrow. Did you know? According to the elders, when they first discovered the garlic spirit plant, it was merely a small first-tier spirit plant. They had come seeking refuge, starving and desperate, and the kind garlic spirit plant provided them with food, however meager. The first time they tasted steamed garlic, they fell in love with its flavor. As the garlic spirit plant grew larger, so too did the number of humans depending on it, gradually transforming from a small tribe into a large village, until they established contact with the Alliance, securing their support and ultimately founding this gathering place. Su-mo listened intently, captivated by the story of how gathering place number 127 came to be. "Such a pity you arrived too late. Otherwise, you could have tasted our gathering place's specialty, steamed garlic," Jianping remarked, shifting the topic. "That is indeed unfortunate," Su-mo replied. He was genuinely curious about the flavor of garlic in this world, as the Tsin brothers had described it as sweet and sticky, leaving him to wonder if it was true. "Thank you, little Su, for listening to my ramblings." After expressing his thoughts, Jianping felt considerably relieved and expressed his gratitude to Su-mo. Su-mo quickly responded, "Administrator, you flatter me. Few have the opportunity to hear such secrets. I should be the one thanking you for sharing so much." Seeing this, Jianping chuckled, allowing the lingering gloom to dissipate. "Administrator, what is this object?" Su-mo finally pointed to the dark object, voicing his curiosity. It is, in fact, the remains of a spirit plant." "What?" Su-mo was taken aback. Jianping elaborated, "This is indeed the leaf of the spirit plant lord. However, it has rapidly withered due to being devoured by the king of demonic plants, resulting in this present appearance." At this point, the flames of hatred towards the king of demonic plants rekindled within him. So it was its leaf. Su-mo opened his mouth, initially unable to recognize it due to the debris surrounding them. It is likely that most of the garlic spirit plant's remains are buried beneath. As Jianping walked ahead, Su-mo followed closely, navigating through the ruins. "Administrator, it seems there are garlic cloves here," Su-mo observed, noticing several cloves scattered on the ground. Jianping glanced over and remarked, "These are seeds left behind by the spirit plant lord. However, they are so shriveled that they can no longer be planted." Su-mo, intrigued, picked one up and confirmed Jianping's assertion. It was indeed somewhat desiccated and exhibited a slight darkening. "What a pity, otherwise. I could have taken them back to plant and perhaps savor some steamed garlic," Su-mo lamented, shaking his head in regret. Spirit plant seeds can only be sown once. Subsequent generations cannot survive, making these cloves count as the first generation. Just as Su-mo was about to discard them, he noticed that, through his apothecary talent, one particular clove seemed to emit a faint glow. Every item possesses characteristics, especially those related to source energy, which are particularly pronounced. The damaged garlic cloves also possess some energy traits, albeit weak and nearly negligible. Yet, one clove piqued his curiosity, Had it not been for his extraordinary apothecary aptitude, he might have overlooked it. With a sense of intrigue, he decided to keep that particular clove. Jianping, noticing this, said nothing, merely assuming Su Mo wished to retain it as a memento. Soon, the two had circled the ruins of the spirit palace, and Jianping completed his final commemoration. As they departed, Su Mo suddenly inquired, "Administrator, are you familiar with the red crystal mine by the banks of the Redwater River?" Jianping paused in surprise and asked, "Why do you inquire about that?" Su Mo rubbed his nose and replied, "I heard about it from a newly acquainted friend and was curious to ask. I also wanted to see if there were any red crystals to bring back for Grandpa Qin to craft a source energy weapon for me." Jianping chuckled. "If you need red crystals, just let me know. We still have some in our treasury." He had not anticipated Su Mo's acquaintance with the esteemed Dr. Qin Shi. Realizing the depth of his connections was impressive. Su Mo offered a dry laugh. Jianping continued, "However, the mine you mentioned by the Redwater River has been inactive for many years and is rather dangerous. After the red crystals were exhausted, we ceased sending anyone to investigate." Chapter 72. The monster. Jianping's words suddenly illuminated Su Mo's mind. He inquired, "What do you mean by not peaceful?" Noticing Su Mo's curiosity, Jianping found it somewhat odd but began to explain, "There have been sightings of the Beast Clan within." The Beast Clan? Su Mo's eyes widened in intrigue. It is known that in the desolate lands, encounters with the Beast Clan are exceedingly rare, thus, he was taken aback to hear news of them here. Jianping nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is the Beast Clan." At that time, an awakened individual was attacked in the mine, and according to his account, the assailants were indeed beasts, and there were quite a number of them. However, those beasts did not reappear, nor did they attack the gathering place, so we chose to disregard them. After all, the mine has been exhausted and holds no value anymore. Sending awakened individuals there would be a risky endeavor, incurring losses that are not worth it. Su Mo contemplated this. But upon considering the possibility of Blackstone still being present, he was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity. "Administrator, I wish to go there," he declared. Jianping was taken aback by Su Mo's statement and quickly advised, "If you seek red crystals, I can provide them. There is no need to take such risks." Su Mo shook his head, responding, "Administrator, I am not seeking red crystals. With the retreat of the demonic plant army, my comrades are becoming restless. This location offers a perfect opportunity for them to undergo trials. Moreover, the beasts are rare, and their blood can be used as ingredients for concocting potions. As you know, I am an apothecary and cannot afford to miss such an opportunity." His reasoning sounded flawless to Jianping, leaving him momentarily speechless. Though he still wanted to dissuade Su Mo, "Administrator, please do not worry. If it comes to it, I can invite Teacher Mingqian to join us. That would ensure our safety, wouldn't it?" Su Mo reassured, patting his chest. With such a compelling argument, Jianping found it difficult to persist in his objections. "Very well. Then you may discuss it among yourselves, but do ensure your safety." "Captain." Upon returning to the gathering place, Su Mo first sought out the blade team. Chun Yu was seated, polishing her beloved blade, while the others were engrossed in a card game. Upon hearing Su Mo's voice, they all turned to look at him. "What is it?" Chun Yu inquired. "I have secured a task for us, to investigate an abandoned mine outside the city, where it is highly likely that beasts are lurking." Su Mo stated in one breath. It was prudent to undertake this mission together. Chun Yu's eyes lit up instantly. "Su, are you serious?" Shen Guang exclaimed excitedly. The others perked up, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, for they had been quite bored. "When do we depart?" Chun Yu asked succinctly, not hesitating for a moment. Su Mo smiled. "In a bit. I need to fetch Teacher Mingqian first for added assurance." "Is Commander Ming going as well?" The group felt a wave of relief. "Then you should hurry," Chun Yu urged. Su Mo chuckled, surprised at her eagerness, and turned to leave. "Damn, Loner Heo, did you just switch cards secretly?" As everyone resumed their game, Guang suddenly caught sight of Loner Heo's small maneuver. "I did not." Loner Heo protested. "Did not, my foot. I saw you. How dare you cheat? Let's give him a thrashing." As soon as he finished speaking, several feet kicked towards Loner Heo. "Ah, Teacher Mingqian, I found you." Su Mo gasped, having searched the camp for a while to find Mingqian napping atop the city wall. "What do you want?" Ming Qian glanced at Suemo, a hint of confusion in his expression. It and Oppos, S like this. Suemo recounted the entire situation. Beasts. You want to leave the city? Ming Qian was taken aback. Isn't it too dangerous outside? Can't you just stay put? Oh, teacher Ming Qian, but these are beasts. The materials on them are precious and can be used for many potions. Such an opportunity is rare. We cannot let it slip away, Suemo persuaded. Besides, I came to find you, and with you around, our safety is guaranteed. Wouldn't you agree? Suemo continued his persuasion. Ming Qian felt a bit more at ease. Upon reflection, it was merely an abandoned mine. It likely posed no significant danger, and it would be a change of pace from idleness. Very well then. Hearing his acquiescence, Suemo felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, he asked, should we inform General Yu? Ming Qian waved his hand dismissively. No need. General Yu has been engrossed in a sudden epiphany and is currently in seclusion, too preoccupied to attend to you. Oh, understood. Hey, Lon. What happened to you? Upon Suemo and Oppos' return, he noticed Lanarheo with a sudden bruise around his eye. Cough, it and Oppos. Nothing. I just bumped into something, Lanarheo replied, clearing his throat. Can a bump cause a bruise like that? Are you sure you weren't beaten up? Greetings, Commander Ming. The Blade team members immediately saluted upon seeing Ming Qian following Suemo. Now that Ming Qian had returned from his second-tier breakthrough, he had attained a commanding status within the Sharp Blade Army. No need for such formality. Let us keep the atmosphere relaxed. Ming Qian waved his hand with a smile, easing the mood considerably. The Redwater River, located southeast of Gathering Place 127, is approximately 20 kilometers away. Although it does not seem far, the terrain is particularly treacherous, riddled with bizarre rock formations. After a long day's trek, Suemo and his companions finally arrived at the marked location of the mine. Despite Suemo possessing the white armor, he chose not to ride ahead, respecting the group's collective pace. This must be the Redwater River, right? It truly appears red, Ichiyo remarked, gazing at the river beside them in astonishment. The river is quite wide, though much of it has dried up, leaving only the central area with some water, while the banks are strewn with crimson stones, creating a vivid sight. The team from Gathering Place 126 had never encountered such a large river before, their expressions filled with wonder. That must be the mine. Suemo pointed to a large pit nearby, surrounded by abandoned machinery, remnants of previous mining efforts. Let us go take a look. The group marched over with enthusiasm. Upon approaching, they discovered a large hole at the bottom of the pit, presumably leading to the mine. Is this the place? It seems rather empty, Chinyu observed, scanning the surroundings, which appeared eerily quiet. Perhaps they are inside the mine, Suemo suggested uncertainly, as this was his first visit. He began to wander around, searching for black stones. Suemo, what are you looking for? Ming Qian inquired, puzzled. After a brief search, Suemo realized he had not found what he sought. I'm looking for red crystals, hoping to find a stray one. You fool. If there were any, they would have been taken long ago, Ming Qian replied, somewhat exasperated. Should we go inside the mine? Chen Guang asked. Seeing everyone looking at him, Suemo smiled. Then let us proceed. We've come this far. But do be cautious once we enter. With that, they ventured into the mine. The mine was spacious enough to accommodate even the large form of the white armor. As darkness enveloped them, everyone pulled out strong flashlights and stepped carefully into the depths. As they ventured further, a foul odor suddenly permeated the air. How revolting! Ichiyo complained, pinching her nose. There may be something inside. Ming Qian furrowed his brow and cautioned. Everyone, look here, exclaimed Xia Piampian, who was walking at the side. Subsequently, all gathered around, and under the illumination, they discovered multiple bones scattered on the ground. These appear to be fish bones, Suemo remarked, examining one of the fragments. They resemble fish spines. Then there truly are living creatures here, perhaps monstrous beasts? Chen Guang interjected, prompting everyone to heighten their vigilance and scan their surroundings. Despite having flashlights, the dim, enclosed cave was fraught with obscured corners, rendering visibility poor. Look at this bone, Xia Piampian exclaimed again. To their shock, there lay a skull on the ground, a human cranium. All present felt their pupils constrict, These monsters had indeed attacked humans. Moreover, it appeared there was more than one skull. They consume humans. Ming Qian uttered, his voice chilling. Damn, these fiends have stealthily targeted humanity. They must have infiltrated Gathering Point 127 without detection. Jian Ping had previously claimed that there was little threat to the Gathering Point, yet countless lives had likely been lost. Sumo's gaze turned icy. These man-eating creatures must be eradicated. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the shadows. A dark figure darted past. What was that? Sumo scoffed, drawing his sword, Black Knight. While the others assumed combat stances, a shadow swiftly lunged at Xia Piampian. Fortunately, she reacted with remarkable agility, wielding her spear to deflect the attack. The spear tip clashing against the creature's claws, sparking in the encounter. Yet, the creature vanished just as abruptly, its form remaining elusive. This beast possesses formidable strength. Xia Piampian felt a tingling in her arm, clearly shaken by the recent assault. Ming Qian, did you get a clear look at it? Sumo inquired. However, Ming Qian's brow remained furrowed, his gaze fixed intently into the depths. He exhaled deeply and spoke. I fear we may be in some trouble. There are numerous presences here. And deeper within, I sense something comparable to my own strength. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Hidden here was indeed a second-tier monstrosity. He turned to Sumo, remarking, being with you is truly fraught with peril. Sumo retorted, this cannot be blamed on me. He felt a semblance of relief for having Ming Qian accompany him. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated drastically. Ming Qian, can you handle that second-tier beast? Ming Qian nodded, stating, the aura indicates it's merely in the early second tier. I can manage it. That's reassuring. Sumo sighed in relief. They're coming. Ming Qian alerted. Everyone braced themselves. Leave the second tier to me. You all handle the rest. Ming Qian's earth attribute energy surged as he launched a powerful punch toward the deepest shadows. Crush the mountain. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows charged at them in rapid succession. Kill. Chapter 73. Blade Rat. A shadow lunged towards Sumo, but Kai reacted swiftly. Sensing the imminent danger, and immediately shielded Sumo by bracing its formidable frame and crashing into the shadow. Thud. The creature, overpowered in size and strength, was sent flying, crashing against the cavern wall. At that moment, everyone finally discerned its true appearance. With a sharp, menacing snout brimming with jagged fangs, repulsive saliva dripped from its teeth. Its ears were oval-shaped, and its round eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, all conspiring to reveal its ferocious nature. A rat? This creature resembled a grotesquely mutated rodent, nearly the size of an adult human. Its elongated claws resembled daggers, reflecting a chilling glint under the flashlight's beam. Blade Rat. Ming Qian instantly recognized the beast. It was a mutated rodent, possessing claws sharp enough to pierce steel, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Blade rats were known to be pack hunters, exhibiting a bloodthirsty demeanor. The second-tier creature that had yet to appear was likely their pack leader. Be cautious of its lethal claws, which are laced with paralyzing venom. Do not allow them to breach your skin. Additionally, its tough hide makes attacking its abdomen the wisest strategy, Ming Qian advised. However, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, this journey is not in vain. The entire body of the blade rat is a treasure. Its claws and hide are first-tier source energy materials, and its blood can not only be used for alchemy, but also for therapeutic baths to enhance physical strength. While our gathering place currently lacks any potions formulated with blade rat blood, the prospect of such baths is enticing. Upon hearing Ming Qian's insights, the members of the blade team grew animated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the blade rat. The creature, feeling their intense scrutiny, bristled in discomfort. Yet, it soon bore its teeth and let out a fierce roar as it charged forward. Hidden in the shadows, other blade rats also launched their assault, creating an overwhelming wave of darkness. Such numbers. The team refocused their minds, their expressions turning wary as the approaching horde of rats instilled pressure upon them. Chen Yu was the first to act, wielding her long blade to strike at one of the blade rats. The tremendous force sent the creature flying, smashing against the cavern wall once more. Chen Yu narrowed her eyes, despite her blow landing on the rat's back. she had not witnessed the expected spurt of blood. Instead, only a white mark remained at the impact site. This hide truly is resilient. With Chinyu and Appo's demonstration, the team finally comprehended the formidable defense of the blade rat. Form ranks. Chinyu commanded. Unlike before, the terrain made it impossible for Su Mo to assist from above on Bai Kai. He positioned himself on the left flank while Chun Guang took the right, with Chunyu leading the front. The others followed closely behind. Bai Kai charge. Su Mo commanded without hesitation. Roar. Bai Kai let out a fierce cry, immediately launching forward like a cannonball. Bam! The incoming swarm of rats was scattered, their formation disrupted. Well done, Su Mo praised. Bai Kai was truly a formidable asset in battle. Attack. Su Mo swung, knight, towards a blade rat, delivering a heavy blow enhanced by the long punch ant technique, cleaving the rat in half at the waist. A mournful wail escaped the rat as it fell to the ground, lifelessly split into two. Name, Blade Rat. Level, First Tier. Skills, Claw Attack, Paralyzing Venom, Bite. Resilient Hide. Note, Weakness in Abdominal Defense. As expected, the red page responded. However, Su Mo had no time to dwell on it, as he had already learned this information from Ming Qian. Without allowing them a moment to breathe, the blade rats surged forward again, baring their fangs in ferocity. The team members raised their weapons, engaging in close combat with the rat horde. Ming Qian remained at the back of the group, his gaze fixed on the depths of the cavern, awaiting the emergence of his true opponent. A thunderous roar resonated from the cavern and Appo's depths, shaking the very ground beneath them and causing dust to rain down from above. It's here. Ming Qian's eyes sharpened, and his aura surged. Thud, thud, thud. The second-tier blade rat finally appeared before them. It was enormous. Its size rivaled that of an elephant, dwarfing even Bai Kai. Its claws were long and menacing, glistening like colossal blades, exuding a fierce aura that made it evident that this creature was not to be trifled with. Although Ming Qian was astonished by its size, he sensed only the initial fluctuations of second-tier source energy, which did not instill panic. It was merely of the same tier. I, Ming Qian, am invincible within my realm. Collapsed the mountain. Donning his source energy gloves, he was the first to strike at the blade rat leader. The surging energy caused the cavern to tremble. Roar. The blade rat leader was enraged, infuriated by these damned humans intruding upon its territory and daring to attack. It swung its massive claws towards Ming Qian, enveloped in a golden aura of source energy. Metal attribute. Its awakened attribute was metal, primarily focused on destruction. The claws, enhanced by this metallic energy, were razor-sharp, causing Ming Qian to feel a pang of unease as he quickly dodged the strike. Boom. The colossal claw crashed into the cavern's wall, easily penetrating the stone as if it were mere tofu. The sheer force dislodged several stones from above, causing more debris to rain down. This cannot continue. Ming Qian and Appo's expression darkened, realizing that the cavern severely limited their combat capabilities. A collapse would spell disaster. But the blade rat showed no signs of relenting, charging at Ming Qian with fierce intent. Damn it, lunatic! Ming Qian cursed, not backing down as he charged forward. He dodged another claw swipe and landed a powerful punch on the rat's jaw. The impact nearly knocked the creature senseless, shaking its dazed head before it lunged at him once more. The battle between man and rat was intense. This horde is overwhelming. The blade team found themselves encircled by the swarm, the sheer number far exceeding their expectations. For every rat they felled, another immediately took its place, escalating the pressure they faced. Su Mo once more slashed open a blade rat's abdomen, its entrails spilling onto the ground, before kicking the carcass aside. His brow furrowed. Their efficiency in slaying these creatures was far too slow. Though martial arts shared commonalities, the long punch ant technique was not a sword style, making it difficult for him to wield effectively. If only he had mastered a sword technique, he could unleash even greater potential. Even a source energy weapon akin to Ming Qian's gauntlets would suffice. He couldn't afford to go into battle barehanded, as the human body remained too fragile. Suddenly, Xia Pian inadvertently suffered a gash on her back from a blade rat's claw. Pian, are you all right? Ichio Xiao inquired with concern. I'm fine. Xia Pian replied, swiftly countering with a thrust that sent the blade rat flying. Yet, as soon as her words fell, Ichioxia gasped, Pian, you're bleeding. Expressions shifted among the group. This was dire. A skin breach would allow the paralyzing venom to enter. My arm feels a bit numb, Xia Pian exclaimed in panic. The worst-case scenario had, at last, arrived. In that moment of distraction, the blade rats launched a fierce counterattack. Lanarheo cried out, revealing that his arm had also been slashed, blood gushing forth. Lanarheo, Captain, we can't hold on any longer. The assault is too relentless. Nan-E brandished his battle blade, speaking anxiously. Suddenly, a blade rat lunged toward his head, causing his expression to shift as he swiftly retreated to evade the strike. Nevertheless, a glint of cold light flashed by, leaving a small cut on his face. He had been wounded. 3 members of the team had already been injured by the blade rat's claws, and Xinyu sensed that the situation was becoming dire. We should retreat, she declared immediately, prioritizing everyone's safety. Bai Kai, clear the path. Su Mo reacted without delay, directing Bai Kai. A massive sphere re-emerged, creating an opening through the swarm of blade rats. Everyone retreat. Su Mo hoisted the fully paralyzed Lanarheo and charged toward the breach. Ichioxia held the similarly paralyzed Xia Pian, while Chunguang pulled along Nan-E, whose wound was shallow and the effects of the paralysis toxin minimal, allowing him to walk with some effort. Teacher Mingqian, it's urgent. Su Mo shouted back at Mingqian, not looking back as he dashed forward. He was serious about fleeing. Inside, Mingqian's gaze hardened at Su Mo and Appo's words. He gathered his source energy into his fists and unleashed his full strength. Break the heavens. With a thunderous roar, his strike hit the barrier beside the blade rat leader, creating a tremendous shockwave that shook the entire mine, leading to its collapse. The soil above began to fall, burying the rat swarm beneath and temporarily halting their pursuit of Su Mo and his companions. Let us get out of here. Mingqian didn't linger to fight. He swiftly made his escape. Phew, that was close. Who would have thought there were so many blade rats in there? The group halted by the banks of the Redwater River, and Su Mo gasped for breath, having just sprinted at full speed. The others were also panting heavily. The battle had already drained their energy, and now they were exerting themselves to flee. Commander Mingqian. Upon seeing Mingqian emerge, Chunguang greeted him, for he was their pillar of support. What is the situation? Mingqian inquired with concern, looking at the 3 individuals lying on the ground. It's not looking good. The paralysis toxin is too potent and cannot be expelled in a short time, Xinyu replied solemnly. This toxin induces a state of paralysis in the body. Fortunately, the dosage is not lethal, but they have lost their combat capabilities. Should we retreat to the gathering point? Ichioxia suggested, noting that 3 members had already lost their fighting strength, and it would be troublesome if the blade rats pursued them again. It seems we have no choice. Mingqian conceded with resignation. Xinyu gazed at her injured comrades, sinking into silence. How frustrating. They had just slain numerous blade rats, yet the sheer number was overwhelming, leaving them no time to collect materials and source crystals. After fighting for so long, they had gained nothing and instead sustained injuries. It was disheartening. Cough. I have a solution for their condition, Su Mo interjected. Moments ago, he had been tallying the spoils in his storage space, seizing a few corpses during their escape. Although the situation had been too urgent to gather more, everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. Su Mo produced 3 vials of potion from seemingly nowhere, stating, Here. This is the Clear Breeze potion. Administer it to them. Chapter 74. Based upon the sight of these 3 potions, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped everyone. How do you still possess the Clear Breeze potion? Mingqian's eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Su Mo coughed discreetly, his fist pressed against his mouth, and cryptically remarked, It's best not to inquire too deeply into matters of society. Mingqian, with a furrowed brow, felt a surge of irritation at Su Mo's audacity. Do you dare to provoke me? He exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves. Su Mo quickly yielded. I was wrong, teacher. I merely saved a bit during the earlier concoction. Your success rate exceeds 20? Mingqian was momentarily taken aback. Su Mo smiled. Well, it and Appo's, as just a tad higher than that. Mingqian fell silent for a moment before muttering, You truly are an oddity. A newly promoted pharmacist achieving such a high success rate was remarkable. The others around them shared similar sentiments, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Sumo's seemingly boundless resources. If they were on Earth, they might liken Sumo to a certain blue, rotund figure. The three afflicted individuals consumed the clear breeze potion and swiftly regained their faculties, the effects manifesting instantaneously. Lanarhayo gently shook his arm, having suffered the most profound effects of the poison. The wounds on his arm had begun to scab over. The sensation of sudden paralysis had been excruciating, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. He exhaled deeply, his gaze towards Sumo filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Su." Nan Yi and Xia Piampian echoed their thanks. Sumo waved his hand with a smile. "We are comrades. No need for such formality." As dusk settled, the moon appeared dimly against the sky, casting shadows that enveloped the surroundings in darkness. In this world, the stars were a rare sight. The desolate wilderness of the apocalypse was devoid of the gentle rustling of leaves or the chirping of insects, replaced instead by an eerie silence. As if an ominous beast lurked, ready to spring forth into danger at any moment. They planned to rest for the night. For Ming Qian and the Blade team, spending a night outdoors was a commonplace occurrence. However, it was Sumo's first experience. He had never even camped in his past life. As they lit the campfire, Ichio Xiao began preparing their evening meal. Due to space constraints, their dinner was rather simple, roasted carrots. The quality of the ingredients made even the simplest dish delectable. The aroma wafting from the roasted carrots tantalizing Sumo's senses. One hand held a large tomato, while the other grasped the freshly roasted carrot, and they feasted heartily. "What is the plan for tomorrow? Should we head straight back to the gathering point?" Shen Guang inquired. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Ming Qian and Sumo. "Why are you looking at me?" "The leader this time is him," Ming Qian said, turning his head towards Sumo. "If we just return, it would be unsatisfactory, wouldn't it?" Sumo chewed thoughtfully on a roasted carrot and replied slowly. "At this point, my interest in the black stones has diminished. Rather, I am focused on those blade rats, particularly their leader. A second-tier source crystal is precisely what I lack." His words plunged the group into silence. Indeed, leaving without a fight felt profoundly unsatisfactory. Compared to previous missions, this one was significantly more enticing, with countless blade rats to hunt. If they could eliminate a few more, they would strike it rich. However, the terrain of the mine posed significant limitations, not to mention the troublesome toxins from the blade rats. Chen Yu interjected. Sumo waved his hand and summoned a few more clear breeze potions, stating, "I can address the issue of the paralysis toxin. I still have some potions left." "How many do you actually possess?" Ming Qian exclaimed, his composure faltering. It was one thing to hoard a few potions, but how could he have so many? "Ahem. That is not important. We should discuss how to hunt more blade rats," he continued. The revelation of Sumo's potion-making prowess was now secondary to the goal of hunting rats. He analyzed, "Indeed, the confined space of the mine works against us, and their numbers are overwhelming. It would be advantageous to lure them outside. What do you propose?" Ming Qian inquired, his gaze fixed on Sumo. At that moment, all eyes were upon him. Sumo stroked his chin and uttered two words, "Bait." "Of course, we will use bait to draw them out." Ming Qian's eyes widened in realization. Sumo nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, we shall use source crystals as bait. Source crystals hold a potent allure for any extraordinary creature, particularly for the blade rats, whose low intelligence and greedy nature will make them unable to resist such temptation, a blatant strategy. This plan is indeed feasible." The following day, after Ming Qian stood watch, the Blade team enjoyed a sound slumber. Upon awakening, they returned to the dilapidated mine. The previously vast cavern had suffered partial collapse, now reduced to a small opening. "Are we truly going through with this?" Ming Qian asked once more. Sumo nodded, resolute in his decision. In addition to several first-tier source crystals, he produced 2 pale green source crystals, remnants from the carrion flower and the dark-veined flying pollen grass. Though one was slightly darker in hue, the energy fluctuations of the source crystals were minimal, contained within. "Ming Qian, it's your turn." Sumo gestured for him to proceed. The source crystals, when dormant, emitted little energy, but once activated, their power would radiate outward. As a first-tier Awakener, Suemo lacked the ability to manipulate second-tier source crystals, leaving it to Ming Qian. Without further ado, Ming Qian activated the Earth attribute source energy, drawing forth the energy from the second-tier source crystals, a process akin to flipping a switch. Soon, the surrounding area pulsed with rich energy waves. Inside the mine, the previously dormant blade rats were instantly drawn to the energy, drooling uncontrollably, ensnared by the allure. Their eyes glowed with greed as they instinctively surged towards the exit. The leader of the blade rats, stirred from its slumber, was equally consumed by avarice, second-tier source crystals. They were coming. Sensing the commotion within the mine, Ming Qian quickly alerted the group. Shadows darted from the cave entrance, grotesque forms brandishing claws. Fight! The group had long been prepared, setting their formations to engage the blade rats. With no terrain limitations, they unleashed their full potential. Suemo fired the first shot, the bullet piercing through a blade rat and Appo's jaw and into its brain, instant demise. He then drew Knight and charged to the forefront. Clashes of steel and claws erupted, sparks illuminating the scene. Suddenly, the entrance of the mine shook violently as the blockage of dirt was dislodged. The leader of the blade rats emerged, its hideous form now clearly visible in the sunlight, ferocious, ugly, and brutal. With a roar, its bloodthirsty nature compelled it to attack the humans blocking its path. Beast, your opponent is me. Ming Qian sprinted forward, delivering a powerful punch to the side of the blade rat leader's head, causing it to stagger and spit saliva. This act provoked the creature's wrath, igniting a fierce confrontation between man and beast. As they fought, Ming Qian strategically lured it away from the main battle, wary of the potential impact on Suemo and the others. Inside the mine, blood splattered everywhere, though it was predominantly that of the blade rats. The blade squad has become utterly frenzied, relentlessly swinging their weapons and targeting the vulnerable underbellies of the blade rats. Each slash and thrust inflicts gruesome wounds. Should anyone fall victim to the razor-sharp claws, they promptly consume the breeze elixir, and if their injuries are severe, they take another vial of rejuvenation elixir, quickly restoring their vitality and plunging back into the fray, transforming into fearless machines of war. Such a style of combat is exhilarating. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to fight in this manner, but with an alchemist present, the supply of potions is ample, allowing for instant resurrection upon defeat. As time elapsed, however, fatigue began to set in. While their injuries could be mended, their source energy could not be replenished so easily. Suemo clutched a first-tier source crystal in his left hand, now dim and lifeless. Observing the weariness etched on his companions' faces, he realized the moment was approaching. They could not absorb source crystals as swiftly as he could. Eventually, exhaustion would overwhelm them. Regrettably, they had already acquired healing and poison resistance potions, but they still lacked a potion for replenishing energy. Suemo contemplated this in silence. It seemed that no quick source energy restoration potions were available at their gathering point. Otherwise, he would have procured a recipe for one. It appeared he would have to devise a solution himself. He ceased the release of energy from the source crystal, and soon, the concentration of source energy in the vicinity began to dwindle. The blade rats, enticed by what they perceived as an irresistible bait, found it suddenly vanished. Yet, their small minds could not fathom the reason behind this. The scent of blood pervaded the air, igniting the blade rats' ferocity. However, as the blade squad continued their relentless slaughter, fear began to seep into the hearts of the creatures, awakening them from their frenzied state. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is inherent in all living beings. And at this moment, they had shaken off their greed. Even the most vicious among them feared for their lives. After leaving a few carcasses of blade rats behind, the remaining creatures hastily retreated into the depths of the mine, fleeing from the confrontation. Meanwhile, the leader of the blade rats facing Ming Qian also regained its senses. Bearing some injuries, it became evident that it was no match for Ming Qian. After all, Ming Qian wielded source energy weapons and possessed formidable martial skills, making it quite simple to contend with such a mindless beast. A low growl escaped the leader's throat, its eyes clearing as the energy from the second-tier source crystal coalesced within. Gazing at Ming Qian, a sense of retreat began to take root in its heart. Retreat. Without a backward glance, the leader dashed into the mine. Teacher Ming Qian, do not pursue the desperate enemy, Suemo called out. Laughter erupted as they surveyed the battlefield littered with blade rat corpses, their faces alight with joy. Next came the task of gathering materials, extracting source crystals, skinning, draining blood, and removing the claws. What a bountiful harvest! Their smiles remained unrestrained, for this battle had yielded great wealth. Yet, with their conditions already deteriorating, and the blade rat horde not entirely vanquished, Suemo decided to proceed with caution. As for the second-tier blade rat leader, while Ming Qian could suppress it, slaying it would pose a challenge. They would first eliminate the first-tier blade rats and then unite to hunt down the leader. Chapter 75. A bountiful harvest. In the following 2 days, Suemo and his companions continued to lure out the blade rats using bait. The number of blade rats had significantly diminished, yet despite the repeated slaughter, they could not resist the allure of the powerful energy fluctuations. It could only be said that they were a horde of mindless, greedy creatures. As the materials collected grew in abundance, the group was filled with joy. It was truly exhilarating. The first-tier blade rats had nearly been eradicated. Suemo toyed with a freshly excavated blade rat source crystal, smiling as he spoke. The main event was yet to come. Only the blade rat leader remained. A second-tier beast. Just the thought of it sent a thrill of excitement through him. Let us finish it off, Ming Qian murmured, having longed to slay it after the encounters of the past 2 days, though Suemo had advised him to hold back. In truth, Suemo was concerned that if the blade rat leader were killed, the blade rat clan might scatter without its guiding presence, resulting in a loss that outweighed the gain. With the leader still intact, the clan would remain cohesive. Therefore, it was optimal to clear out the first-tier blade rats before tackling the leader. Teacher Ming Qian, let us begin, Suemo said, addressing Ming Qian. The energy from the second-tier source crystal surged forth once more. The familiar sounds echoed from the cave entrance as their old acquaintance emerged yet again. One must admit that the Blade Rat clan was indeed devoid of intellect. Their greed was instinctual, compelling even a second-tier leader to succumb to its pull. I'm going in, Ming Qian bellowed, charging forward with his fists raised. His agile movements and exceptional martial arts skills allowed him to quickly close the distance to the Blade Rat leader, landing blows that sent the creature staggering. Despite its sharp claws, it struggled to land a hit on Ming Qian. This was not the confined space of a mine. Ming Qian's full strength was unleashed here. Teacher Ming Qian's perfected collapse fist is truly formidable, Suemo remarked. They were now mere spectators, initially intending to join in the hunt. They realized the situation did not require their intervention. Indeed, Ming Qian proved himself as the foremost among the younger generation of the Blade Army, possessing remarkable martial talent. Chen Guang couldn't help but express his admiration. Perfected martial arts were not easily attained. They demanded years of rigorous training and considerable talent. Chen Guang's knife techniques were merely at the minor proficiency stage, while Chun Yu had progressed further, nearing perfection, which explained why she often overshadowed her brother. Beast, perish! Ming Qian shouted in fury, delivering a powerful strike to the Blade Rat leader's face, the sound of cracking bones echoing as the massive creature collapsed. Several of its sharp teeth shattered. With a dazed expression, the Blade Rat leader howled in agony, its ferocity intensifying. Ferocious by nature, it felt no fear. Dragging its wounded body toward Ming Qian once more, claws outstretched in a final desperate attempt. Ming Qian frowned, recognizing that the creature was merely fighting a dying battle. In this state, he had no intention of confronting it head-on. Let us play it safe, he thought, deftly dodging the Blade Rat leader's lunges and slashing claws. Teacher Ming Qian is truly a nimble fighter, Suemo marveled. The others exchanged glances, wondering how bold he was to say such things. If overheard, Ming Qian might take offense. Roar! The Blade Rat leader, frustrated by its failed attacks, howled in rage. It had exhausted its source energy, but failed to inflict harm on the detestable human. With another miss, the green light in its eyes intensified. Unexpectedly, it turned and charged toward the Blade Squad. Watch out! Suemo exclaimed, reacting swiftly. Dodge! The massive form of the Blade Rat leader bore down. exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The others hurriedly scattered in all directions. Ming Qian's gaze turned cold. He anticipated the cunning of the Blade Rat leader, attacking Su Mo and his companions when it was cornered. Weren't they supposed to be mindless? Collapse Mountain. He stepped forward forcefully, his fist enveloped in powerful Earth-type source energy, striking toward the Blade Rat leader's back. However, the leader was too swift, already closing in on the Blade Squad. Chun Yu and Chun Guang, the strongest among them, reacted quickly, having already distanced themselves from danger at Su Mo's warning. Yet the others were slower to respond. If struck, they risked severe injury or even death. Su Mo, who had nearly escaped, hesitated, remaining behind. Activating his spirit shield to its maximum, an energy barrier sprang up before him. Boom. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train, sending Su Mo flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Ming Qian's strike reached its target. His fist collided with the Blade Rat leader's skull, the force of the blow causing a deep indentation, blood spraying from its mouth. Severely wounded, blood streamed from its eyes. Its body propelled forward, staggering but not yet collapsing, teetering as if it might fall at any moment. Suddenly, a sound of a sword's song resonated through the air. A flash of green light cut through the dust, heading toward the Blade Rat leader. The young man steadied himself, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, the green sword in his hand dissipating into a glimmering light. Thud! The Blade Rat leader froze. Motionless, its head severed from its body and falling to the ground. The massive rat head, eyes wide open, wore an expression of utter ferocity. The Blade Rat leader was slain. Is that your trump card? Chun Yu asked Su Mo, glancing at his figure. Chun Guang nodded in agreement, silently observing Su Mo. What a sharp sword. It cleanly beheaded a second-tier blade rat, the cut so smooth it resembled slicing through tofu. Ming Qian approached, praising Su Mo. Are you all right? He recalled that using that weapon had previously left Su Mo exhausted, even unconscious. Phew, I'm fine. Su Mo took a deep breath, downing a sweet potion as he replied. Fortunately, I was quick. Otherwise, I would have been drained again. You actually woke up? The rice seedling in his consciousness stirred, seemingly mocking Su Mo for still being so weak. Su Mo thought, oh, this little creature. He chose to ignore the colorful rice seedling. It had fallen into a dormant state after their journey to the southern suburbs, daily absorbing the source crystals in his storage space. Since it only absorbed first-tier crystals, he had not paid it any mind. Now, upon awakening, it seemed considerably stronger and had grown taller, nearing the tillering phase. Here, catch. Ming Qian, noticing Su Mo's momentary daze, called out and tossed him the excavated source crystal. Su Mo snapped back to reality, catching the crystal and expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Don't mention it. Just remember to repay me with some good potions later. Ming Qian waved his hand dismissively. In fact, Su Mo had previously agreed that the second-tier source crystal would belong to him, and he would compensate Ming Qian in another way. Ming Qian had no objections. Although the second-tier source crystal was beneficial to him as well, if Su Mo desired it, he would gladly let him have it. He wouldn't pry into Su Mo's intentions for the second-tier source crystal, knowing he might just be teased with. Don't inquire too much about worldly matters. This was their unspoken understanding. Phew, what a bountiful harvest. Su Mo exclaimed joyfully. The others also displayed delighted smiles, celebrating the successful conclusion of their mission. Indeed, the fur and claws on the back of the Blade Mouse leader have reached the second-tier source energy material standard, which I believe would pique Dr. Qin's interest. Ming Qian, stroking the fur of the Blade Mouse leader, expressed his satisfaction. Su Mo grinned, exclaiming, Ha! Teacher Ming Qian has taken the lead this time. Under Dr. Qin Shi and Appo's expertise, this fur should be able to forge a commendable piece of defensive source energy weaponry. As for the claws, they can also be fashioned into offensive source energy weapons. We have certainly reaped substantial rewards. Regrettably, the flesh of the Blade Mouse is tainted with paralyzing toxins, rendering it inedible. Otherwise, the meat of a second-tier beast would undoubtedly prove to be highly nourishing. Su Mo lamented inwardly. Well, I shall take a look inside the mine. After the body of the Blade Mouse leader had been sufficiently processed, Su Imo spoke up. Let's go together, just in case, Ming Qian proposed. With no objections from the others, they re-entered the mine. Due to a previous collapse, the passage had become considerably narrower. As they ventured deeper, they found no signs of anomaly, indicating that the Blade Mouse clan had been entirely eradicated, leaving behind nothing but a litter of bones, various fish, and human remains. This is utterly foul. Soon, someone could no longer endure the stench within. It seems they're and Appos, as nothing more to find. Let and Appos, as head outside, Chinyu remarked, wrinkling her nose in discomfort. Ichioxia and Xia Piampian quickly concurred, clearly unable to tolerate the odor any longer. Then everyone should exit first, Ming Qian suggested. The group began their retreat, at which point he noticed Su Imo still pinching his nose, seemingly searching for something. Su Imo, what are you doing? He inquired. Oh, I'm just casually looking for any treasures, Su Imo replied, his voice muffled. Ming Qian was at a loss for words and shot him a glance. Well, take your time, we shall go ahead. He did not believe there could be any treasures here, only the overwhelming stench. The curiosity of youth is indeed too intense. Ming Qian thought, shaking his head as he followed the others out. Su Imo, suppressing his nausea, wielded his flashlight to survey the area. This can't be right. Could it truly be devoid of that stone? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Perhaps he should search a bit more. If nothing turned up, he'd leave. Delving deeper, he arrived at a more spacious cavern, surveying the surroundings. This must be the lair of the Blade Mouse leader. He scrutinized every corner. Finally, in a dim, secluded nook, his pharmacist instincts detected a peculiar energy fluctuation. Approaching for a closer look. What in the world? It's so large? Su Imo gasped as he beheld a jet-black stone, comparable in size to the stone benches found in parks of his past life. Its surface was smooth, adorned with a strange viscous substance. No way. Could this have been used by the Blade Mouse leader as a tooth grinder? Sumo's face turned pale. Yet, this object was a treasure. He could only stifle his disgust as he stored it in his spatial compartment. After inspecting the rest of the area and finding nothing further, Su Imo could only exit the mine with a sense of regret. Chapter 76. Return, how are you? What about your treasure? As Su Imo emerged, a hint of regret etched on his face. Ming Qian could not help but tease him. Su Imo chuckled awkwardly. Why didn't he find it? Upon hearing this, Ming Qian burst into laughter, and the others couldn't help but smile as well. At the 127th gathering site, Jinping furrowed his brows, expressing concern. Why haven't Su Imo and the others returned yet? It has been 4 days since they left, and the floating train has already conducted its third personnel transfer. Dr. Wei nearby reassured him, with Commander Ming accompanying them. They should be fine. The monstrous plant army has retreated far, and their scouts have reported no signs of powerful monsters in the vicinity. Su Imo and his team should not encounter any significant danger. Jinping sighed, let us hope so. He then inquired, has General Yu not emerged yet? Not yet. He must be experiencing a profound realization, Dr. Wei replied, his tone tinged with envy. At Yu Chanfeng's level, it is quite challenging to improve one's strength, and any insight gained could lead to further advancement. Suddenly, an awakened individual rushed over, breathless. Administrator, Dr. Su, and Commander Ming have returned. Jinping's face lit up with joy. That's great. But you seem to have more to say. What's the matter? The awakened one quickly replied. Perhaps you should take a look. Their harvest this time is quite significant. This left Jinping momentarily stunned. What? Look over there. Is that the Blade team? Along with Commander Ming? As Su Imo and his companions approached the gathering site gates, they were spotted by other awakened individuals, who flocked over in curiosity. They were, after all, an extraordinary sight. The white spirit guard was adorned with the fur and claws of blade rats, transforming it into a veritable transport vehicle. The others were similarly laden, each bearing large bundles of blade rat fur or claws. The energy fluctuations emanating from these materials were remarkable, all being sources of energy. Particularly striking was the large bundle Ming Qian carried, enveloping a claw, which exuded a formidable aura, second-tier energy materials. The sheer volume was astonishing. Commander Ming, what have you brought back? Couldn't he help but ask one of the leaders from the Razor Army. Ming Qian laughed heartily. These are all the fur and claws of blade rats. Blade rats? Aren't they a type of monster? Did you take down their den? The individual questioned, astonished. Ming Qian chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. The other members of the Blade team walked proudly, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd as they entered the gathering site. They had indeed discovered a blade rat den and conquered it. The crowd erupted in excitement, their envy palpable. However, the abundance of fur and claws indicated a vast number of blade rats, and it was rumored that their claws contained paralyzing toxins. How had they managed to defeat them? The prowess of the Blade team was truly terrifying. What? The abandoned mine at Hengshui River is actually the lair of blade rats? Jian Ping exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing Su Mo and the others' impressive haul, he recognized their claims were not unfounded. Moreover, the presence of a second-tier blade rat chief nearby was a testament to the formidable power lurking in their vicinity, leaving Jian Ping with a sense of dread. He had underestimated the situation. He had believed that only a small number of monsters resided there, posing no significant threat, and due to the difficulty in locating the mine, he had neglected to send anyone for a cleanup. Fortunately, Commander Ming acted alongside you. Otherwise, it could have been dangerous, Jian Ping expressed to Su Mo and the others, feeling a sense of urgency. Without Ming Qian, the Blade team would likely have become a meal for the blade rats. Su Mo smiled indeed. But high risks yield high rewards, and this time we have reaped substantial gains. Substantial gains indeed. The source crystals alone are a significant bounty, far more gratifying than slaying monstrous plants, not to mention the other materials. Su Mo recounted their discovery of human remains in the mine, further unsettling Jian Ping. It was no wonder there had been ongoing reports of missing persons in the gathering site. As the administrator, he had been too preoccupied to investigate thoroughly, delegating the task to subordinates without uncovering the truth. Those who had gone missing had been taken by the blade rats, whose stealth was astonishing. After a brief discussion, Su Mo and his companions departed. They temporarily stored the fur and claws in the treasury of the 127th gathering site, planning to transport them back to the 126th gathering site later. Upon returning to the camp, the members of the Blade team gathered, accompanied by Ming Qian. Before them lay several bottles, containing the essence of blade rats. The essence was, in fact, the heart's blood of the blade rats, a rare and precious substance in small quantities. In a moment, everyone can add the essence to hot water for a medicinal bath, enhancing physical strength, Ming Qian informed them. Eyeing the essence with anticipation, excitement surged among the group. Strengthening their bodies would greatly enhance their abilities. Without hesitation, they procured large barrels capable of accommodating a person and retreated to their respective quarters. After filling the barrels with hot water, Su Mo tested the temperature. Oh, this is just right. He then opened a bottle of blade rat essence and poured it in. The aroma, surprisingly fragrant despite the blade rat's grotesque appearance and toxic nature, wafted through the air, the essence a brilliant crimson. Upon contact with the hot water, the essence swiftly dissolved, turning the liquid a vibrant red and releasing waves of energy. Su Mo shed his clothing and reclined in the tub. Ah, this feels incredible. He couldn't help but moan. A mysterious energy began to seep into his skin, igniting a warmth that enveloped him. Was this the sensation of physical enhancement? Time slipped away, and as the energy was fully absorbed, the red liquid gradually faded, leaving the water clear and transparent. What? It's gone so soon? Su Mo, who had been enjoying the experience with his eyes closed, opened them to find the tub filled only with clear water. Clenching his fist, he sensed some change. His body felt more resilient. Yet, the transformation was subtle, perhaps satisfactory for others, but Su Mo felt it lacked a certain depth. He retrieved another bottle of blade rat essence from his storage, contemplating its potential. If soaking in it could enhance his physical strength. What if he concocted it into a potion? With this thought, he swiftly connected with the mystical pages in his mind. Perceiving the host's will, would you like to derive a potion formula centered on blade rat essence? Yes. Deriving. Insufficient energy, require 10 first-tier source crystals. Huh? Su Mo was taken aback. It only required 10 first-tier source crystals? How affordable! He had anticipated needing second-tier source crystals, but to his surprise, only first-tier crystals were necessary. He possessed plenty of first-tier source crystals. Without hesitation, he produced 10 first-tier source crystals, freshly acquired from the blade rats. Consumption. With a thought. A powerful force swiftly drained the energy from the 10 source crystals. Continuing derivation. Derivation complete. Elixir name. Unnamed. Rank. First order. Effect. Enhances physical strength. Formula. Blood essence of blade rat. Crimson crystal. Magic vine juice. Source water. Note. Do you wish to possess a skin thicker than a wall? Then drink it. This is a series of elixirs. Consuming one second-order source crystal will unlock the formula for the next tier of elixir. Soon, the elixir formula was completed. Suemo was astounded to find that this was indeed a series of elixirs, something every alchemist dreams of. Had he truly concocted it himself? He could not help but take pride in his own genius. However, the second-order formula could wait until he had sufficient second-order source crystals. Currently, he possessed only 3. Should he give it a try? Suemo pondered. Aside from the crimson crystal, he lacked nothing. The source water, distilled from source crystals, contained the essence of source energy, and he had always stored distilled water in his storage space. As for the crimson crystal, Jinping had mentioned there were some in the treasury. Surely, it wouldn't be an issue to procure a little. Suemo hurriedly dressed and ventured out. Have you finished absorbing it? Ming Qian exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Suemo. Suemo was equally taken aback. Finished? What is the matter? How is it so quick? Ming Qian was bewildered. In truth, absorbing the blood essence of blade rat typically required at least 2 hours for a normal person. Yet Suemo had completed it in less than half an hour. Suemo was oblivious to this fact, scratching his head in confusion over Ming Qian's expression. He was simply an anomaly. Had it not been for the time spent deducing the formula and soaking in the bath, he wouldn't have needed half an hour at all. Ming Qian, I need to find the administrator, Suemo said hastily before leaving Ming Qian standing there, utterly flabbergasted. Truly, he was an extraordinary lad. You need a crimson crystal? Just go to the treasury. I'll send a message to the guard there. Jinping said generously, aware of Suemo's intentions. It was merely a small amount of crimson crystal, and it was of little use to him anyway. Giving it to Suemo would be no loss. After all, he had only rewarded Suemo with a martial arts manual last time, and Jinping felt a twinge of guilt about it. Suemo was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude before rushing off to the treasury in the end. Under the warm farewell of the guard, Suemo left carrying a large box filled with items. He had taken all the crimson crystals from the treasury. Once he reached a secluded area, he directly stored them in his storage space. You're back, Ming Qian remarked, his demeanor numb. In the time it took to go and return, Suemo noticed that his teammates had not yet emerged. Could it truly take so long to absorb that substance? With a puzzled expression, he returned to his room. As a prodigious alchemist, he did not require a laboratory to concoct potions. Surely, there couldn't be anyone who couldn't manually create elixirs? Humming a whimsical tune, Suemo began to gather the necessary materials one by one. After a flurry of activity, Master Su commenced the alchemical process. Chapter 77. The birth of a new potion in the present day. Concocting potions has become second nature to Suemo. As he adeptly melded the characteristics of various materials, a mysterious liquid, emanating a faint reddish glow and enveloped in source energy, floated gracefully in the air. Success. This potion was remarkably simple to create. At the moment of its birth, that enigmatic force manifested once more, coursing into Suemo's body. The energy was gentle and comforting. However, regrettably, this divine blessing of heaven and earth, which other potion masters yearned for, held little significance for Suemo. While it was indeed pleasant, it did not greatly impact him. Suemo placed the liquid into a glass vial, pursing his lips as he remarked on the squandered opportunity of such a precious blessing. Yet, at that moment, a sudden thought flickered through his mind, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why not give it a try next time? Gazing at the novel potion in his hand, Suemo felt a surge of enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed it in one gulp, eager to test its effects. It was pleasantly sweet, imbued with a rich aroma. Suemo licked his lips, quite pleased with the potion's flavor. Although it did not possess the same sweetness as the sweet potion, it had its own unique charm. Soon, the potion's effects began to manifest. A warm current surged from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body like wildfire, causing his skin to flush a vibrant red. How scorching! It felt akin to suffering from a severe fever, as if a flame was raging within him. Suemo sat cross-legged on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down, quickly pooling beneath him. As time ticked by, the intense heat gradually subsided. The effects of the potion had been fully absorbed. Suemo exhaled a long sigh of relief, slowly opening his eyes. How parched he felt. The sensation of dry mouth hit him instantly, prompting him to hastily retrieve a bottle of sweet drink from his storage space, which he downed eagerly. Ah, what a delightful relief. This must be the feeling of a long-awaited rain after a drought. Subsequently, Suemo began to sense the changes within his body. Clenching his fists, he discovered an invigorating strength coursing through him, and his skin had become notably tougher and firmer. The transformation was stark and easily discernible. The efficacy surpassed that of merely soaking in blood for a potion bath by a staggering margin, at least tenfold. Truly, this was the potency of a potion. Moreover, Suemo realized that after consuming this potion, he could continue to partake without needing the customary adjustment period required by other Awakeners. His heart ignited with excitement. More potions. He retrieved additional materials, knowing that the primary components of this potion were the blood of the blade rat and the crimson crystal, both of which he had in abundance. Soon, a collection of potions began to accumulate beside him. Wow, that has quite a few. Suemo marveled at how engrossing potion-making had become. Once he regained his composure, he noticed that the area beside him was filled with freshly concocted potions, over 100. The efficiency was staggering. Time seemed to have slipped away. Surely everyone else had finished by now, Suemo mused to himself, before stowing the potions into his storage space. It was not yet the time to consume more potions. Meanwhile, the members of the Blade team had long since absorbed the Blade Rat's blood and were gathering at their campsite. How is everyone feeling? Chen Guang inquired. Absolutely fantastic. I can perceive subtle changes in my physique. My skin's resilience has improved, Lan Erheo eagerly responded, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction at the effects of the Blade Rat's blood. The others nodded vigorously in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Previously, they would have never dared to hope for such treasures as the Blade Rat's blood. Ha ha ha, you all are fortunate. This bounty will significantly enhance your physical strength, placing you well ahead of others at your level, Ming Qian remarked with a smile, reflecting on their good fortune. The human body is inherently weaker than that of the other races, making the enhancement of physical strength a formidable challenge. This was precisely why he had been so exhilarated upon encountering the Blade Rats. As a second-tier Awakener, while Ming Qian's physique was certainly stronger than that of first-tier Awakeners, his defensive capabilities could not compare to the fur of a first-tier Blade Rat. In truth, the blood was equally beneficial for him, particularly the refined blood from the second-tier Blade Rat leader, which ignited a fervor within him, leaving him eager for the opportunity to partake in a potion bath himself. By the way, where is Suemo? He has taken quite a while, Chen Yu suddenly inquired. Now, the Blade team was only awaiting Suemo's return. With Su's strength, he shouldn't need this long to absorb it, right? Chen Guang added, perplexed. Ming Qian cast a complex glance at them, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. Just then, a figure approached, greeting them with a smile. Oh, everyone is out. Su brother. Suemo. They called out, their enthusiasm palpable. Suemo had become the team's beloved member, and even Chen Yu no longer regarded him with her previous aloofness. Ha ha ha, it seems everyone has made good progress. Suemo beamed, noticing their invigorated demeanor. Huh, why did you take so long? Ming Qian queried. This fellow had already absorbed the blood energy and rushed off to find the administrator, clearly up to something. In response, Suemo offered a mysterious smile. He turned to Lan Erheo, tossing him a vial of faintly red potion. Lan brother, drink this and meditate on the spot. Lan Erheo, taken aback by the unfamiliar potion, hesitated momentarily but, trusting Suemo, uncorked it and drank it down in one swift motion. After all, Suemo would not harm him. And who could resist the allure of a potion for free? So fragrant and sweet. Everyone watched with curiosity as Lon Erheo's face instantly flushed, as if he were about to ignite. Soon, beads of sweat began to pour from him, quickly soaking him and creating a small puddle on the ground. What kind of potion is this? Ming Qian asked, astonished, glancing at Suemo. Suemo maintained an air of enigmatic profundity, replying, "Just watch." Ming Qian realized that Suemo truly relished keeping them in suspense. In no time, 30 minutes passed, and Lon Erheo was drenched, leaving everyone to wonder how one person could produce such an abundance of sweat. The temptation of being soaked. Too bad he was a rather crude fellow. This was precisely why Suemo had refrained from demonstrating it to his female teammates. The scene was far too risky. Had he been alone, he would not have minded in the slightest. As the potion's effects were fully absorbed, the flush on Lon Erheo's face began to fade. He opened his eyes wide, not taking a moment to relish the changes in his body, only to find himself nearly parched. "Water," he rasped, bolting toward a nearby water tank. With a splash, his head plunged into the tank, gulping greedily. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ah, what bliss! As his stomach swelled, Lon Erheo tilted his head back in exclamation. "What an oppos is happening, Housie?" Nan E inquired, while the others turned their attention to Lon Erheo. Lon Erheo quietly absorbed the sensations within his body, his expression turning to one of disbelief. "I feel my physical strength has surged tremendously, even surpassing the effects of a blood potion bath by over 10-fold. He then took out a military knife and lightly grazed it across his forearm, leaving only a faint mark. Had he done this under normal circumstances, it would have resulted in a gruesome wound. The others stared at him in shock, utterly astounded. The efficacy of this potion is astonishing. What kind of potion is this? Ming Qian, unable to maintain his composure, widened his eyes and inquired of Suemo. This potion had been produced by Suemo, and he had never even encountered it before. It was certainly not a formula from the gathering place. The others gazed at him with fervent eyes. Under the scrutiny of so many, Suemo felt as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles, as if they would devour him whole. He swallowed hard and calmly stated, "This is the Crimson Blood Potion, or more precisely, the primary Crimson Blood Potion." The name of the potion was one he had whimsically conjured on the spot, and from that moment, it was officially designated. "It is a concoction I created, centered around the essence of Blade Rat's blood, designed to enhance the physical strength of the awakened." As he elaborated, the crowd regarded him as if he were a deity. "Were you just crafting a potion formula in there?" Ming Qian was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. Although he knew little of the alchemical arts, he had never heard of an apothecary casually creating a potion formula. The birth of any potion formula demands immense time and effort from an apothecary, requiring a harmonious convergence of timing, location, and circumstance. The fact that Suemo had managed to create a potion formula so swiftly was remarkable. It was hard to believe how little time had passed since they had obtained the Blade Rat's blood. A prodigy? A rare talent? A reincarnated deity? In that moment, Suemo was shrouded in an aura of mystery, as if enveloped in a veil of fog. "Ahem, just keep this information amongst yourselves, please," Suemo added. Feeling a degree of trust in the Blade team, the group nodded solemnly in agreement. Su, perhaps you should take our Blade Rat's blood," Qinguang suggested tentatively, scratching his head. After all, with the emergence of such a potion, soaking in the essence seemed an extravagant waste. Suemo smiled and did not refuse, saying, "Sure, I can exchange the potion for some of the blood." Thus, everyone produced the Blade Rat's blood they had kept, each possessing several portions. Suemo collected it and then distributed 5 vials of the primary Crimson Blood Potion to each individual. His generosity was perceived as quite abundant by the others, who expressed their gratitude. In their understanding, the formulation of potions by an apothecary is subject to a rate of success. In gathering places, it is acceptable, but in larger cities, obtaining a single potion from 10 sets of materials is considered fortunate. Moreover, Suemo had not even accounted for materials beyond the Blade Rat's blood. "Take these potions when you return, and remember to have water on hand," Suemo reminded them with a smile. These potions would significantly enhance their abilities. Yet they did not possess Su Mo's extraordinary talent for absorbing potion effects. After consuming one, they would require at least a fortnight to adapt before they could take another. Otherwise, their bodies would be unable to endure the strain. Chapter 78. Hidden Currents. Yu Changfeng emerges from seclusion. Gratitude filled the air as everyone expressed their thanks. Too overwhelmed to articulate the depth of their appreciation. This bond would forever anchor their allegiance to Su Mo. The Blade team would stand unwaveringly by his side, for he had given them so much. While others eagerly returned to consume the primary blood red potion, only Su Mo, Ming Qian, and Lan Erheo remained. Teacher Ming Qian. Here, this is for you, Su Mo said, presenting 10 vials of potion to Ming Qian, whose care and guidance he deeply valued. Despite their playful banter, Su Mo regarded him as both mentor and friend. Ming Qian accepted the vials with a complex expression, aware of their significance to him as well. By the way, Teacher Ming Qian, please don't waste the essence of the second-tier Blade Ret Leader's blood on a bath. The blood red potion is part of a series. I will prepare the formula for the intermediate blood red potion soon, and it will be useful then, Su Mo cautioned, concerned about any potential waste. Here you go. Ming Qian replied, tossing a small vial containing the essence to Su Mo without hesitation. Su Mo caught it, smiling in silent understanding. Today marked the 4th personnel transfer via the hover train, and fortuitously, the Tsin brothers were on this list. It had been a while since Su Mo last saw them, and he noted their significant transformation. Their previously frail frames had gained strength, and their spirits were notably elevated. Brother Mo. Upon seeing Su Mo, the Tsin brothers rushed forward to pay their respects. No need for such formality. You both seem to be in great shape. Su Mo waved them off with a smile. Sin Jun scratched his head, beaming as he said, thanks to Brother Mo's potions, we're much stronger now. Indeed, I feel like I could take down a bull. Sin Jian chimed in, displaying a newfound exuberance. Haha, splendid. Su Mo laughed heartily. When you reach the 126th gathering site, go find my grandfather and bring this with you. He handed a small box to Tsinjun, containing a letter and some primary blood red potions intended for Su Kuhai. Tsinjun nodded earnestly, declaring, we will ensure the task is completed. Su Mo chuckled at his overly serious demeanor. All right, off you go. Don't neglect your training at the 126th gathering site. Each of you must learn a martial art. I will check your progress upon my return. He gestured for them to board the hover train. The brothers nodded resolutely, reluctantly bidding farewell. Goodbye, Brother Mo. Farewell. After sending the brothers off, Su Mo returned to the Blade team's camp. He greeted his teammates and prepared to enter seclusion for a period, intending to consume the primary blood red potion to enhance his physical form to its utmost potential. In a desolate canyon outside the 127th gathering site, the cold frost demon tree and thorn demon flower had taken root, surrounded by a plethora of source crystals as they absorbed energy to cultivate. The cold frost demon tree had nearly recovered from its injuries, emanating a chilling aura of ice attribute source energy. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist appeared before them. The cold frost demon tree and thorn demon flower trembled in fear, as if struck by terror. Fools! The shadow scolded them in a voice that was eerily resonant. The 2 elite second-tier demon plants shrank back, quaking. They understood the king was furious. You can't even conquer a mere gathering site. Worthless. All of you are worthless. The demon plant king seethed with rage, harboring deep resentment towards the 127th gathering site, especially after being gravely injured by Jin Yunbua's strike. It had anticipated that these 2 would lead the demon plant army to easily annihilate the unguarded 127th site to vent its frustrations. But they had failed miserably, and the army was dispersed. Even with its own injuries, it extended a route to berate them. King, their gathering site has support from another human settlement, and one of their warriors is quite formidable, the cold frost demon tree explained. Upon hearing this, the shadow's gaze glinted with a crimson light. It realized the involvement of the 126th gathering site. Damn the 126th gathering site. The demon plant king's hatred intensified. If its animosity towards the 127th human gathering site was profound, Its loathing for the 126th was immeasurable. Years ago, it had nearly been slain by the people of the 126th site, and it had endured the greatest humiliation when a human mechanic had repelled it. It regarded the 126th gathering site as its eternal nemesis, consistently thwarting its ambitions. The tomato spirit plant shared this sentiment, harboring the same resentment towards the 127th gathering site. It sensed the presence of the source roots at the 126th gathering site, but something seemed to block its awareness. It suspected something was amiss. Indeed, humans were unreliable. It had developed a significant grievance against Yang Tianfeng. Once I break through to the third tier, I shall obliterate every human in the wasteland. The demon plant king vowed ominously. It had begun to digest the essence of the garlic spirit plant. Once healed, it would reach the third tier, at which point no human would stand a chance against it. Long live the king. The cold frost demon tree and thorn demon flower chanted in unison. The demon plant king glanced at them and stated, "Before that, we must eliminate that human." It referred to Yu Changfeng, an old adversary. "I will arrange for a powerful ally to assist you in hunting down that human. Also, expedite actions against the other human gathering sites to weaken their strength." With that, it dissipated into a shadow, for its injuries still required time to heal. After the demon plant king departed, the cold frost demon tree and thorn demon flower stirred, clearly agitated by their recent failure. Their hatred for Jianping and Yu Changfeng had reached a boiling point. "Brother Yu, you have finally emerged," Jianping exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yu Changfeng again. "Ha ha ha, I had a sudden epiphany and lost track of time. I appreciate your hard work during my absence, Brother Jian," Yu Changfeng replied with a hearty laugh, feeling elated as he experienced a breakthrough in his long-stagnant martial arts. "Congratulations, Brother Yu." Jianping offered his heartfelt congratulations. At Yu Changfeng's level, further advancement was exceedingly difficult. Thus, any newfound insights were indeed rare. Yu Changfeng smiled and inquired, "Brother Jian, how is the personnel transfer progressing?" "We are now on the fourth batch. Only 40,000 remain before the transfer is complete," Jianping replied, visibly relieved. Once the residents of the gathering site were all relocated, he would consider his efforts fulfilled. Reports from the 126th gathering site indicated that their residents had been well accommodated. "That is excellent news," Yu Changfeng responded with satisfaction. Jianping then asked, "What will happen to this place afterward?" "Once everyone is relocated, the 127th gathering site will be empty. This place will not be abandoned. In due time, our Blade Corps will arrange for personnel to garrison here, transforming it into a military base, thereby utilizing it as a springboard to radiate influence across the surrounding areas." Yu Changfeng elucidated that this decision stemmed from a high-level meeting at Gathering Point 126 prior to their arrival. To relinquish the position at Gathering Point 127 would be a grave waste, considering the vast resources in the surrounding region. Beyond the wilderness, there are certainly abundant sources of energy materials, as well as the presence of the demon plant tribe and layers of monstrous beasts, all of which are invaluable resources that require exploration. Moreover, to the north of Gathering Point 127 lies Gathering Point 128. They aspire to use this as a bridge to establish a connection between Gathering Point 126 and Gathering Point 128. The resurgence of the demon plant king has instilled a profound sense of crisis within them, compelling humanity to unite in the face of danger, as they dare not underestimate the demon plant clan. In truth, they remain unaware of how many human gathering points still exist in the desolate lands, as information is severely restricted. The annihilation of Gathering Point 129 occurred due to its proximity, allowing for whispers of its demise. However, should a more distant gathering point face destruction, they would be left in utter darkness. Nevertheless, current intelligence confirms the existence of Gathering Point 128, making contact of utmost importance. As Jianping listened to Yu Changfeng's explanation, he realized the far-reaching vision of Gathering Point 126. This sparked a significant interest in the leader, the lion, and he hoped for an opportunity to meet this individual. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed his face, for once Gathering Point 127 was merged into Gathering Point 126. He would become a subordinate of the lion? But if he must be a subordinate, so be it. The burdens placed upon him by this administrator had been exhausting. Subsequently, the two resumed their conversation regarding recent events. Upon hearing that the Blade team had successfully taken down a Blade mouse lair, Yu Changfeng's expression was one of astonishment. He was well aware of the Blade mouse, a creature rich in valuable resources. Particularly, the scale of that lair was significant. With a second-tier Blade mouse leader stationed within, he could hardly believe that the Blade team, alongside Ming Qian, could achieve such a feat. How did they manage to evade the Blade mouse's paralyzing toxin? Yu Changfeng questioned, puzzled. It is known that they numbered only 8 in such a large-scale battle. It is inevitable that someone would sustain injuries, and any injury would equate to a loss in combat effectiveness. Under normal circumstances, a lair of this magnitude would necessitate a strategy of overwhelming numbers or the direct suppression by formidable warriors. Jin Ping responded with an air of intrigue. Perhaps this is related to Dr. Xiaosu. He surmised that their ability to conquer the Blade mouse lair with such a small force was undoubtedly linked to the Qingfeng potion. Chapter 79. I shall no longer be human. The migration operation of personnel from Gathering Point 127 is nearing its conclusion. As plans are underway to transform this location into a military base, the Blade Army has not withdrawn, leaving behind hundreds of city guards. Consequently, the remaining inhabitants of the Gathering Point are all awakened individuals, unencumbered by ordinary citizens, allowing them to breathe easier. Even in the face of impending threats from the demonic vegetation, should they find themselves outmatched, they can simply retreat, as the awakened possess remarkable mobility. Jingping and the other awakened from Gathering Point 127 are now boarding the final hover train to Gathering Point 126. Although they yearn to stay, the merger of the two gathering points necessitates their arrival there to report, as they will soon be assigned new positions. At this moment, the leadership of Gathering Point 127 will fall to Yu Changfeng. My lord, this is the compilation of materials gathered from our explorations of the surrounding areas. Guozilian presented a document to Yu Changfeng, who occupied the central seat. The document detailed various resource points in the vicinity. Oh, the Black Iron Mine and the Fire Spirit Sand Mine appear promising. Their mineral reserves are quite ample and can be swiftly reopened, Yu Changfeng remarked, nodding frequently as he perused the information. These two mines represent significant industries left by Gathering Point 127, which had to cease operations due to the invasion of the demonic vegetation army. Although black iron is not a source energy material, it is indispensable for the development and construction of the Gathering Point. Fire Spirit Sand, on the other hand, is a genuine source energy material, exceedingly rare, and can be forged into source energy weapons by skilled mechanics. In addition to these two mines, the document also marked numerous other points, some being small mines and other sources of rare materials. One such location, a ghostly spring, caught Yu Changfeng's attention, as ghostly water is a crucial ingredient in many potions. Naturally, there are also forbidden zones. These zones signify areas where entering could result in life-threatening dangers, potentially inhabited by wild demonic vegetation tribes or ferocious beasts. Is that all for now? Yu Changfeng inquired after finishing the document. Guozilian nodded yes. However, due to a shortage of personnel, many areas remain unexplored. In a while, individuals from the Vanguard camp will arrive. They specialize in regional exploration. The Vanguard camp serves a different purpose than the Blade Army. If the Blade Army consists of formidable warriors, then the Vanguard camp comprises expert scouts. Their expertise lies in exploring unknown territories, meticulously gathering intelligence to relay back to the Gathering Point's information center. Once this intelligence is categorized, the Blade Army will undertake missions to act upon it. One faces the unknown, while the other confronts the known. The Vanguard camp operates on the Razor and Appos' edge daily, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, both military branches hold immense significance for the Gathering Point. Why is there no information regarding this forbidden zone? Yu Changfeng pointed to a remote spot on the map. His brow furrowed in curiosity. After all, other forbidden zones at least had basic descriptions of their circumstances. Guozilian glanced at it and replied, "This forbidden zone was not documented in the intelligence center of Gathering Point 127. Instead, it was marked based on records from our side of Gathering Point 126. My lord, you might not have been aware of this. Previously, the Vanguard camp dispatched a first-stage transformational awakened to explore that area, but he never returned. The Vanguard camp sent someone to investigate, only to discover a peculiar ice sculpture at the entrance, which turned out to be the missing awakened. He perished, his life force extinguished by the frigid air. It can be inferred that a powerful second-stage creature, possessing ice attribute source energy, resides there. Given the distance and the scarcity of second-stage strongholds, the Vanguard camp decided to abandon further exploration. Guazilian relayed the information he possessed. Yu Changfeng listened intently, a dawning realization crossing his face. I seem to recall something about that. However, I was preoccupied with other matters at the time and did not pay much attention. Speaking of which, that was a matter for the Vanguard camp. I did not delve too deeply into it. Only hearing mention of it from the lion, he murmured, recalling his old rival. Ice attribute, how rare. I wonder how it compares to that frosty demonic tree. This is difficult to ascertain. The ability to transform a transformational awakened into an ice sculpture suggests that the mysterious creature possesses formidable strength, likely at least mid-second stage, Guazilian continued, his tone growing somber. It is feared that the gentleman may have encountered that area previously. Do you recall that after his autopsy, it was discovered that his internal organs bore traces of injury from the cold? The Gathering Point took the gentleman's death very seriously, even though the ultimate truth revealed that Yang Tianfeng was the culprit. However, various indications suggested that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Yu Changfeng came to a profound understanding, recalling how the lion had privately mentioned it to him. Yet, due to the urgency of aiding Gathering Point 127, he had not taken the time to investigate further. Considering this now, the Forbidden Zone is fraught with uncertainties, shrouded in mystery. Moreover, glancing at the map, it appears that to reach Gathering Point 128, one must traverse this very Forbidden Zone. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering. It seems imperative to conduct a thorough investigation of this location. However, I am currently tied up with the ongoing construction of this massive base, as I am its leader. Seemingly perceiving Yu Changfeng's concerns, Guazilian remarked, My lord, it is said that the individuals from the Vanguard camp will be led by Feng Qian himself. Feng Qian? Yu Changfeng was taken aback to learn that he would be leading the expedition. Feng Qian is the highest commander of the Vanguard camp, possessing mid-second stage strength. Ranking among the top 5 combatants within the Gathering Point, particularly adept at exploring forbidden zones. With him personally taking charge, that would indeed be advantageous. Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement. Although Guazilian and Feng Qian are both mid-second stage, Guazilian pales in comparison when it comes to intelligence gathering. Given that Feng Qian is a specialist in that field. Very well, let us defer matters concerning the Forbidden Zone until Feng Qian arrives. In the meantime, instruct the personnel to avoid approaching that area. As for the other Forbidden Zones, let us delegate tasks to various teams. They must be quite restless after this period of inactivity. Yu Changfeng decisively outlined the arrangements. Guazilian accepted the orders. As Yu Changfeng had suggested, the awakened individuals were indeed growing weary from idleness, particularly after the last operation of the Blade Squad, which had invigorated their spirits, igniting a fervent desire to venture forth and engage the enemy for resources. In the camp of the Blade Squad, within Sumo's chamber, a young man meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them, an inexplicable force erupting within him. Finally accomplished, Sumo stretched his arms, feeling stiffness from his prolonged meditation. He was uncertain how much time had passed. Sumo surveyed his surroundings. During this period, he had been repeating, consume potions, digest potions, consume potions, digest potions. Gradually rising to his feet, he sensed the changes within his body, then retrieved the Black Knight from his storage space and struck it against his arm. Thud. Contrary to his expectations, there was no gushing spray of blood, nor the metallic clang of a sword against armor. The blade met his arm as if striking a resilient leather armor. Though it felt soft, it could not penetrate his defenses. At this moment, Sumo's defensive capabilities had reached the level of a first-stage defensive source energy weapon. His defense rivaled that of the hide of a blade rat. with the sole distinction being that the blade rat's protection was localized, whereas Sumo's entire body exhibited formidable defense. This is astonishing. An ordinary first-stage awakened would likely find it impossible to breach his defenses. Possessing innate first-stage defensive capabilities is quite remarkable, is it not? Suddenly, a thought crossed Sumo and Apos' mind. If he were to develop appendicitis requiring surgery, would the doctor be unable to cut through his abdomen? Goodness! I shall no longer be human. He is no longer a normal human. Even a second-tier awakener cannot compare to his extraordinary defensive capabilities. The Crimson Blood Potion is truly formidable. At this moment, he has little of the Crimson Blood Potion left, having consumed dozens of vials over this period, which has led to his extraordinary transformation. Furthermore, this is not easily replicable by others. His ability to consume potions without enduring a prolonged adaptation period is unique to him. If anyone else were to imbibe potions as recklessly as he has, their bodies would likely be overwhelmed. He chuckles, imagining that if he were to encounter a blade rat again, he could easily defeat it with his bare hands. Sumo grins, confident that even the blade rat would struggle to breach his defenses. I wonder how everyone has fared during this time. Sumo, you've emerged? Upon seeing Sumo, Lon Urheo exclaimed with delight. Sumo, observing Lon Urheo fully armed, curiously inquired, Lon, where are you headed? Lon Urheo replied with a smile. You and Apos, VE come out at the perfect time. We are preparing to embark on a mission. Come along. With that, he took Sumo by the arm and led him away. A mission? What mission? Sumo felt a bit bewildered. Soon, Lon Urheo guided him to join the other members of the Blade team. Su, you finally emerged. The Blade team welcomed Sumo with enthusiasm. Qin Guang immediately rushed over, playfully punching him in the arm while grinning. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. So, what mission are we undertaking? Sumo greeted them, still somewhat confused. Qin Guang chuckled and explained, You aren't aware? In recent days, General Yu announced the opening of surrounding areas and has issued numerous missions. Everyone is eagerly rushing to complete them, and the rewards are quite substantial. He continued, As luck would have it, we just accepted a mission to venture into a forbidden zone and eradicate the magical plants within. Sumo's eyes lit up at the mention of combat. There's going to be a fight? That is fantastic. It was a perfect opportunity for him to test his newfound strength. Thus, Sumo set off with the group, exiting the gates of the gathering city. Along the way, he gleaned basic information about their mission from his teammates. The forbidden zone they were heading to was called the Ghost Orchid Valley, where many ghost orchids thrived. However, they were not tasked with clearing these ghost orchids, as they are a special type of magical plant that has not yet evolved, possessing a calm disposition. And their nectar is a precious material. Sumo recalled that ghost orchid nectar was a key ingredient in his sweet potion recipe. Their actual target, however, was a different kind of magical plant. Chapter 80. The Tenacious Flesh and the Thorned Tree Demon. The arboreal magical plant typically resembles a grand tree. But in combat, it transforms into a treant form, with arms resembling sharp spears, both remarkably resilient and keen. Their combat prowess is formidable, categorizing them as valiant fighters among magical plants of similar rank. According to intelligence reports, over a dozen thorned tree demons inhabit the Yulon Valley, 4 of which possess strength comparable to that of the Metamorphosis realm, making them exceedingly formidable. As recounted by Qin Guang and his companions, a prior team had undertaken this mission and suffered a brutal assault from the thorn tree demons, nearly losing several members, but fortunately managed to escape in time. In truth, they had little confidence in accepting this task, as only the Chun siblings in their group had reached the Metamorphosis realm. However, with Sumo and Apos' recent emergence from seclusion, their chances of success had significantly improved. After all, Sumo's prowess was well acknowledged, and he also had a spirit guardian. During this period, the white-armored entity had been living off the camp's provisions, paying no attention to anyone other than Sumo. Yulon Valley. Standing outside, the Blade Edge team was greeted by an enchanting fragrance. It was the scent of the Yulon flower. How delightful! Ichiosha exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Although the Yulon flower possesses no offensive capabilities, it is still classified as a magical plant. There were past attempts to cultivate it within the settlement for the purpose of harvesting nectar, but it was discovered that the Yulon flower instinctively absorbed vitality from the soil whenever it approached cultivated land, even from a distance. This behavior seemed to be an innate characteristic. Consequently, they abandoned the idea and allowed the Yulon flower to flourish in the wild, where it could draw upon source energy to sustain itself. What a pity it is a magical plant. If only it were a spiritual plant, Suemo lamented. The others remained non-committal regarding his perspective. Have you ever seen an evolved Yulon flower? He inquired again. Indeed, the Yulon flower is deemed the weakest of magical plants, and a first-tier Yulon flower has yet to be discovered. Scholars believe it merely qualifies as a mutated ordinary plant. Shinyu responded, showcasing her extensive knowledge, which was a rarity for her to articulate so much at once. Such a shame, Suemo sighed, personally fond of the Yulon flower, though he would never admit that he could not forget a dish called nectar fish from the Pearl Tavern. Let us proceed. Everyone, be cautious. While the thorns of the thorned tree demon may lack the toxicity of the blade rats, they are exceedingly sharp, and wounds inflicted are difficult to staunch, Shinyu warned, taking responsibility as the team leader for the safety of her comrades. With nods of agreement, they stepped into the realm of Yulon Valley. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of Yulon flowers, their pale purple petals swaying gracefully in the wind, a sight of extraordinary beauty. How stunning! In this apocalyptic world, encountering such a picturesque scene momentarily captivated everyone. Name: Yulon flower. Level: unranked magical plant. Function: produces a delectable nectar. Note: although harmless, they are exceedingly frail. Can they truly not evolve? Suemo gently caressed a petal of the Yulon flower, and information about it materialized on the green page in his mind. The details were straightforward. Yet, what was that cryptic note? Why was the page holding back information? What is going on? Hurry up and reveal it. Suemo inwardly roared. Insufficient energy requires the expenditure of 10 first-tier source crystals. PFF, Suemo spat blood. Damn it, what is this page doing, taking advantage of the situation? He suddenly felt that this was nothing but an underhanded scheme between the pages. Was it possible that the yellow page had acquired too many source crystals, creating an imbalance that the green page sought to exploit? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, detesting such underhanded competition. In his previous life, he had witnessed many colleagues suffering under the burdens of excessive competition. Ultimately, he chose to confirm consumption. Soon, within his storage space, 10 first-tier source crystals disappeared in an instant, leaving only their dim exteriors. Sigh, it was merely first-tier source crystals. As long as they weren't second-tier, he reassured himself. While awaiting the results from the green page, a chill crept up his spine. Dodge, he shouted, and everyone quickly moved aside. A menacing thorn shot towards them, revealing a fierce treant monster behind. The thorn tree demon. They had not been dormant, instead. They had maintained a combat-ready state to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, the group reacted swiftly. Otherwise, this ambush could have resulted in injuries. Seeing that the thorn tree demon had not harmed the Blade Edge team, it glared with a dark green light, exuding a murderous aura. Its strength was formidable, reaching the metamorphosis realm, likely one of the 4 strongest thorned tree demons. It had remained in combat readiness, suggesting that it had been lying in wait. And others were likely nearby as well, Shinyu noted solemnly. According to intelligence, the tree demons were positioned beyond the sea of Yulon flowers. It appeared that the previous Team's assault had caused them to remain on high alert, complicating matters. They had originally hoped to sneak past the sleeping tree demons for a surprise attack, significantly weakening their combat capabilities and easing the task. Alas, plans seldom withstand the test of change. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, other thorned tree demons appeared, surrounding them with menacing gazes. There were a total of 14. Apart from the 4, the strength of the other 10 was comparable to that of the Source Sea realm. It was a formidable battle ahead. Although they had previously cleared a blade rat nest, most of those blade rats were merely at the source level, and their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the thorned tree demons, relying only on their paralyzing toxins. Formation. Yu immediately commanded. The group quickly organized into a battle formation. After numerous encounters, their coordination had become exceptionally adept. Mo's eyes burned with fervor. He felt exhilarated. Gripping knight in his hand, he raised it, pointing the blade towards the central thorned tree demon. "I'll take the lead," he bellowed, breaking from the formation and directing his spirit guardian, white armor, to charge forth. The others were momentarily stunned, astonished by Mo's reckless bravado. "Engage." Yu promptly issued the command, and they were the first to strike against the thorned tree demons. Although puzzled by Mo's sudden recklessness, she swiftly cleared obstacles for him. White armor transformed into a sphere and charged towards the metamorphosis-level thorned tree demon. The thorned tree demon, not to be underestimated, reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and swinging its long thorn to strike at white armor's exterior. Clang! A spark flew as the thorn failed to pierce white armor's defenses. It must be said that white armor's defense was indeed formidable. However, the force of the impact sent it tumbling back. "Humph, your opponent is me," Mo declared coldly, swinging his sword down. Empowered by the long punch and combat technique, this strike bore considerable force. Clang! The sword clashed against the thorn. Despite the massive size of the thorn tree demon, it found itself evenly matched against Mo's strength. Even with its limited intelligence, it could not fathom that this seemingly frail individual possessed such might. Roar! It howled in frustration and lashed out with another thorn aimed directly at Mo. The tip of its thorn was angular and exceedingly sharp, cutting like a blade. Yet, Mo disdainfully glanced at it, extending his empty left hand. His companions from the Blade Edge team were left in shock at this audacious move. Is he really going to catch a blade with his bare hands? Indeed, he aimed to catch the blade with his bare hands. Thrust! The long thorn lunged fiercely, and Mo grasped its tip with his hand. Veins bulged on his arms. A formidable force grasping the long thorn, rendering it immobile. A twinge of pain reminded him of its sharpness as Mo grinned. Suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "But this is nothing," he bellowed, yanking the long thorn with all his might, drawing the thorny treant closer. The treant, unaccustomed to such tactics, stumbled, losing its balance. Mo cast aside the knight and clenched his right hand into a fist. Heavy strike. The great long fist ant combat technique. He unleashed a powerful punch upon the treant's visage. The impact echoed with a resounding crash, shattering the bark from the treant's core, sending wood shavings flying, accompanied by dark green sap. A display of violent aesthetics. Mo's initial success did not deter him. Instead, he rained down blows upon the thorny treant like a torrential downpour. This was his most proficient combat style. Previously, due to his frail physique and the absence of a power-infused weapon akin to Ming Qian's gauntlets, he had no choice but to wield a long sword in battle. Yet at this moment, his weapon was his fist. The concept of a first-tier defensive energy weapon embodied in his very flesh, without any vulnerabilities, meant that ordinary first-tier creatures could not breach his defenses. Even though the thorn was exceedingly sharp, it had reached the level of first-tier energy material. But who truly prevails? The spear or the shield? It is difficult to ascertain, for Mo's shield was impenetrably thick. At this juncture, the thorny treant's attempts to pierce or slash through Mo's bodily defenses were futile. His skin, flesh, and even internal organs had attained the status of first-tier defensive energy weapons, more formidable than the blade rat. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Mo laughed maniacally while relentlessly pummeling the thorny treant. In this moment, the Blade team witnessed Mo's frenzied side. Typically gentle and amiable, he transformed into a relentless fighter. The long fist ant technique emerged from a tempest of bloodshed, and Mo, to some extent, was influenced by it. However, the issue was trivial. A latent madness dwelled within him, now unleashed. "Sister, his state resembles yours," Chen Guang suddenly remarked to Chen Yu, who stood nearby. Chen Yu fell silent. "It's different. He is a lucid madman." The sword techniques she practiced, while capable of inducing a frenzied state during intense combat, were not something she could control at will. At times, she found herself unable to rein in her strength. Moreover, Did you not notice his terrifyingly strong defenses? The group was astounded to realize that, amidst Sumo's frenzied onslaught, the thorny treant had indeed retaliated. However, as the thorn grazed Sumo's body, it merely tore his clothing, leaving his skin unscathed. Chapter 81. Total annihilation. The blood of the tree demon drenched Sumo, rendering him a figure of eerie ferocity, akin to a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. The trunk of the tree demon was battered beyond recognition, a pitiful sight, with its juices splattered everywhere. Its howls gradually grew hoarse, the intake of breath insufficient to match the exhale. With a final, mighty blow, he channeled all his strength into a single punch, piercing through the body of the spiked tree demon. His hand groped around until he extracted a source crystal, slick with the demon's essence. In that instant, the tree demon ceased its futile resistance, succumbing to a raw, unadulterated slaughter. The onlookers regarded Sumo with a mix of awe and horror, as if gazing upon a monster, their mouths agape in disbelief. "It's over. I feel I can't compete with him anymore," Chunguang thought, his entire being numbed. Previously, he had held some confidence in a confrontation with Sumo, provided the latter did not wield his green sword. However, now Sumo seemed as impenetrable as ironclad walls, impervious even to the spiked tree demon and Apos' assault. Wiping the tree demon and Apos' blood from his cheek, Sumo noticed his companions were frozen in place. "What are you waiting for? We still face many spiked tree demons," he urged. He then dashed into the fray, setting his sights on another transformed spiked tree demon. The freedom of this unrestrained combat exhilarated him, almost intoxicating. His companions, finally roused, hurried to join the fight. With tremendous force, Sumo charged, sending the nearby tree demons flying and disrupting their formation. He seized one and unleashed a flurry of blows, ignoring the attacks from other spiked trees. The stabs that pierced his skin left only faint red marks, some pain, yet he could endure for now. The transformed spiked tree demon, much like its predecessor, found itself ensnared by Sumo's grip on one of its long spikes, unable to escape as it faced another crushing blow. What a brazen method of combat! Had the spiked tree demon the capacity for speech, it would surely have voiced its indignation. At that moment, only 2 transformed and 10 source realm spiked tree demons remained. Chen Yu engaged the 2 transformed ones, her efforts proving troublesome yet effectively neutralizing the high-end threat. Chen Guang, alongside the others, dealt with the source realm spiked tree demons. As a transformed realm fighter, Chen Guang exhibited immense prowess, swiftly dispatching one of the source realm demons. The ease of their endeavor surprised them. They had not anticipated such a seamless task, especially after Sumo had taken down one transformed demon at the outset and was now engaged with another. With his relentless tactics, the spiked tree demon he fought was soon gravely injured. A series of heavy punches ultimately brought it down. After extracting the source crystal, Sumo rushed toward Chen Yu's position. Chen Yu, contending with 2 demons, relied on evasive maneuvers, wary of their long spikes. "Captain, I shall assist you," Sumo shouted, lunging at one of the spiked tree demons and throwing it to the ground. Thud! The 2 fell, engaging in a fierce struggle. Chen Yu felt her burden lighten as she charged at the remaining foe, Sumo's remarkable performance igniting a sense of urgency within her. Chen family sword technique. Her eyes shimmered with a frenzied light as she entered a state of blade intent. Wind slash. Each strike was akin to a blade of wind, relentlessly pushing the spiked tree demon back. Even with its 2 long spikes, it could not fully defend against her onslaught, blood spilling from its wounds. In a one-on-one confrontation of equal realms, Chen Yu matched the demon's strength. Breaking the wind, a decisive strike pierced through the spiked tree demon's form, stirring its insides before she withdrew her blade, slick with the demon's warm, viscous blood, which dripped onto her short hair, giving her an icy demeanor. She had succeeded in slaying her opponent, affirming her own might. Meanwhile, Sumo had also concluded his battle. The spiked tree demon he fought was now a mere shadow of its former self, battered and pockmarked. How tragic! Sumo winced. These creatures possess considerable strength. They truly hurt. In the heat of battle, adrenaline had dulled his pain, but now he felt the sting of his wounds. Moreover, the recoil seemed capable of damaging his bones. Suemo reflected on his condition. Although his physical body had attained the defensive caliber of a first-tier source energy weapon, his skeletal structure remained akin to that of an ordinary awakened individual. The crimson blood potion could not enhance bone strength. Clearly, he needed to fortify his bones. Otherwise, encountering a powerful foe could shatter them, rendering his resilient flesh useless. As Suemo contemplated his circumstances, Chen Guang and the others were concluding their skirmishes. It would be rather embarrassing if they could not handle mere source realm magical plants. All set, Suemo exclaimed, his attire in tatters, resembling a beggar. Yet, unlike an ordinary vagrant, his muscular physique drew the attention of his two female companions. Suemo, what is the secret behind your physique? Chen Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Suemo explained, it is due to the basic crimson blood potion. I have consumed it to its limits, and now it no longer affects me. How could you consume so many? Chen Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Perhaps it relates to talent. I believe others can reach this level in due time, Suemo chuckled, scratching his head. The group fell silent. Even with ample potions, it would take them considerable time to adapt to the effects. Sumo's rate of improvement was astonishingly unnatural. Perhaps he harbored some secret. Chen Yu regarded him thoughtfully, choosing not to pry further. Everyone has their secrets, and given Sumo's kindness, it was only natural not to delve too deeply. At that moment, as they collected materials from the spiked tree demons, another group appeared outside the Yulon Valley. Old Zhao, this is the place. Remember, the spoils will be split between our two teams. A stout man with a round face and a beard declared. Rest assured, Pai. Our two teams' cooperation will surely secure those spiked tree demons. The middle-aged man named Zhao smiled, his complexion pale yet his narrow eyes exuding a cunning glint. The round-faced man, Pai Ziyang, was the captain of the Liang Army's Liang team, a transformed realm fighter. Their team consisted of 10 members, all present, though the others were merely of source realm caliber. Previously, they had accepted the task in the Yulon Valley, which had been inadequately briefed, only indicating the presence of spiked tree demons. Upon entering the valley, they were astonished to discover 4 transformed spiked tree demons and 10 source realm counterparts. Fortunately, they had not ventured too deep. The spiked tree demons had just awakened, their ferocity not yet ignited, allowing them to narrowly escape after a fierce skirmish. Returning home, Pai Ziyang seethed with frustration, and once his team members had recovered, he sought to ally with another team to accomplish the task, though the reward would be shared. The prospect of several spiked tree demons was still enticing. Moreover, upon completing the mission, they could gather a round of Yulon flowers. He chose to ally with the team led by Zhao Zhou, known as the Fengmang team. The Fengmang team consisted of 6 members, pursuing an elite route similar to the Daofeng team, preferring quality over quantity, with 2 transformed realm fighters and 4 from the source realm. These source realms are not merely ordinary. They are inhabited by seasoned veterans of the Blade Army, whose combat prowess and experience are immensely formidable, much like Wang Jun and his companions. Let us proceed and witness the might of the thorn tree demons, Zhao Zhou remarked with a squint and a smile, clearly intrigued by the Yulon Valley. Pai Ziyang nodded, and the group marched boldly into the depths of Yulon Valley. Is it possible that someone is approaching? Suemo perked up, sensing a disturbance. The group halted their activities, casting their gazes toward the outer direction. The Blade team? Pai Ziyang exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figures before him. He was well acquainted with the members of the Blade team, particularly the short-haired woman wielding a long blade, none other than Chen Yu. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the thorn tree demons strewn upon the ground, a chill ran through him. They had been outpaced. Chapter 82. Audacious actions. How could the Blade squad have preemptively slain these treants? Unbelievable. Captain, do you know them? Suemo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Chen Yu cast a sidelong glance at the group. They're from the Solar Flare and Vanguard squads. Her brow furrowed imperceptibly upon spotting Zhao Zhou, betraying her disdain. So, they're fellow members of the Sharp Edge Army. Suemo observed them with interest, having had no prior interaction with other squads. An awkward silence descended upon the scene. Did you really dispatch all the spiked treants? Pai Ziang inquired, his countenance betraying his displeasure. Chen Guang shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it obvious? A superfluous question. Pai Ziang inhaled deeply, still reeling from the fact that their quarry had been poached. After painstakingly gathering intelligence and enlisting collaborators, their meticulously planned operation had been thwarted. His resentment was palpable. Zhao Zhou had been observing intently, though the Blade's squad members exuded an aura of composure. The sheer number of slain spiked treants suggested that their victory had not been effortless. He wondered why they appeared unscathed. The abundance of spiked treants and the vast expanse of Yulon blossoms kindled a fervent desire within him. Imagine the quantity of honey that could be harvested. Ahem. Captain Chun, ISN and AMP. Oppos. It rather inappropriate to simply reap the rewards of Captain Pai and AMP. Oppos. efforts? Zhao Zhou interjected, clearing his throat. Chen Yu and AMP. Oppos. gaze hardened. What are you implying, Zhao? Undeterred, Zhao Zhou continued. The spiked treants were significantly weakened by Captain Pai and Oppos' squad. They merely sought respite before initiating a second assault, only to have their victory usurped. He feigned indignation, turning to Pai Ziang. Tell me, Captain Pai, am I not correct? Pai Ziang's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Zhou's words. Indeed, these spiked treants had already sustained grievous injuries from our fierce engagement. It is unseemly for you, Captain Chun, to simply seize the fruits of our labor. He had grasped Zhao Zhou's intent to claim a share of the spoils. That old Zhao has a sharp mind, he mused, realizing that he had almost resigned himself to accepting the situation. Though the Blade squad possessed formidable strength, the combined might of their two squads was more than a match. Such competition was commonplace within the Sharp Edge army. Where there are people, there is strife. As long as boundaries were not transgressed, the higher echelons would turn a blind eye. Damn you, Pai Ziang. Has your brain been replaced with donkey dung? You are utterly shameless. Chen Guang erupted, unleashing a torrent of invective. And you, Zhao Zhou, the term insidious is an insult to your character. You dog. No, I shouldn't insult dogs. Chen Guang continued his tirade, directing a barrage of abuse at the pair. Suamo was taken aback by Chen Guang and AMP, Oppos' eloquence and verbal dexterity. Zhao Zhou and AMP, Oppos' face darkened, while Pai Ziang bristled with indignation. Chen Lao Air, what can you do besides spout nonsense? I'm putting it bluntly, the spike tray and intelligence was painstakingly gathered by the Solar Flare squad. You merely capitalized on our efforts. Today you must share the spoils. He cast aside all pretense, revealing his avarice. The other members of the Solar Flare squad chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, without our initial reconnaissance, would you have known the true extent of the spiked treant threat? I remember that treant. I engaged it in a 300-round battle, inflicting grievous wounds. You merely finished it off. Yes, I was the one who dealt the crippling blow. That was my doing. They pointed at the corpses of the spiked treants, feigning ownership of the kills. The Blade squad members seethed with anger at their brazen audacity. Pai Ziang, you are exceedingly bold, Chen Yu declared, her voice devoid of emotion but laced with icy menace. Pai Ziang felt a tremor of apprehension. Normally, he would not dare provoke this formidable woman. However, with Zhao Zhou at his side, he felt emboldened. Chen Yu ignored Pai Ziang, her gaze shifting towards Zhao Zhou. Zhao Zhou, are you determined to exploit us? The Blade squad and Vanguard squad had a history of friction. During a previous mission, their paths had crossed. At the time, Chen Guang had not yet attained the Metamorphosis realm, and the Blade squad had only one Metamorphosis realm expert in Chen Yu. The Vanguard squad, on the other hand, boasted two. The Blade squad suffered a setback, their spoils plundered by the Vanguard squad. This incident sowed discord between the two squads, leading to frequent clashes, albeit within the confines of acceptable competition. Zhao Zhou chuckled. Captain Chun, I am merely upholding justice. I abhor inequity. Since the Solar Flare squad also contributed, it is only fair that you share. He added cryptically, Ming Qian is not here to assist you this time. News of the Blade squad's successful assault on the Blade Rat Nest had spread throughout the Sharp Edge army, eliciting envy and resentment. However, the details remained shrouded in mystery. Rumors circulated that Ming Qian had accompanied them, leading to the assumption that he was responsible for their victory. Zhao Zhou had also taken note of Su Mo's presence. Su Mo's identity remained concealed, known only to the upper echelons. They perceived him as a fortunate newcomer. As for Bai Kai, the spirit guard's status commanded respect, but his strength was limited to the First Order. Thus, Zhao Zhou surmised that Su Mo was a young master from a prominent family who had fortuitously contracted a spirit guard but had not yet reached his full potential. In the Sharp Edge Army, connections held limited sway. After all, could anyone rival General Yu in power? Even if they knew Su Mo was Su Kuhai's grandson, so what? Furthermore, they were unaware of his lineage. In the Sharp Edge Army, Su Kuhai's influence was negligible. Of course, this was not entirely accurate. Su Kuhai's status as a second-order apothecary changed the equation. Moreover, they were engaged in legitimate competition akin to a wolf pack mentality. As long as boundaries were not crossed, the higher-ups would view it as mere child's play. Had Zhao Zhou known of Su Mo's apothecary status, he would not have dared to act so audaciously. Offending an apothecary's descendant was akin to offending the apothecary himself. At that moment, Zhao Zhou and his cohorts were determined to take advantage of the Blade Squad. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly disadvantage the Blade Squad, given their numerical inferiority in recent engagement. Oh, and how do you propose we divide the spoils? Su Mo inquired. His interest piqued. Pai Xiang, assuming that the Blade Squad was about to concede, chuckled. We're not asking for much. We spearheaded the assault, inflicting critical damage on the spiked trance. Therefore, we deserve 2/3 of the spoils, leaving 1/3 for the Blade Squad. The Yulon honey will be divided in the same manner. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhao Zhou, indicating that the Vanguard Squad would receive a share of their 2/3. In their eyes, this was a fair arrangement. Everyone would receive a portion, a mutually beneficial outcome. The Blade Squad members, however, were incensed. They accomplished nothing yet came forth to partake in the spoils, and took away so much, claiming to have dealt a significant blow to the thorny Treant. It seems Pai Xiang was overly caught up in his fantasies, believing they had truly achieved this. Applause. Su Mo immediately clapped his hands, thoroughly entertained by their shamelessness. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Captain Pai, do you actually believe your own words? Upon hearing this, Pai Zhang regained his composure, his face flushing with embarrassment, for they indeed had not laid a finger on the thorny Treant, having been thoroughly beaten instead. However, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to retaliate in anger. You, a newcomer, dare to question the words of a senior? Captain Chun, how do you manage your subordinates? Regardless, we must claim our share today. Otherwise, we shall see true colors revealed. Chapter 83. Unbearable. This was an overt threat. XUMO, in a sudden surge of fury, entered a state of battle readiness and launched an attack on Pai Xiang. With a powerful strike, Pai Xiang was taken aback. He never anticipated that this newcomer would dare to strike at him. They were in close proximity, and Pai Xiang had underestimated Su Mo, leaving himself with little defense. Boom. A heavy punch landed squarely on Pai Xiang's abdomen, causing his body to curl up like a shrimp, mouth agape, and eyes wide with shock. He was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the ground. This blow was enough to incapacitate even a spiked tree demon, let alone a human whose defenses were weaker than that of a magical plant. Pai Xiang fell into the earth and lay still. He was not dead, of course, for Su Mo was not ruthless enough to take a life. But he had undoubtedly sustained grievous injuries, rendering him temporarily incapable of fighting. Ah, Pai Xiang, feeling a bit itchy? Allow me to relieve that itch, Su Mo said disdainfully as he rubbed his knuckles. The others were in shock, completely unprepared for Su Mo and Apos' swift retaliation. Captain, the members of the Liang team exclaimed, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Su Mo's voice was cold as ice. You wish to seize our belongings? Perhaps you should reconsider your own strength. Their shameless actions had incited his wrath. What are you standing around for? They've already bullied us right to our faces. Shall we endure it? Su Mo addressed the members of the Knife Edge team slowly. Damn it. They want to take our things. This is intolerable. I've long had my grievances against these dogs. Everyone charge. The crowd erupted in furious curses and then surged forward, weapons drawn. White armor. Charge. Su Mo bellowed. transforming into a massive ant-like war vehicle as he barreled towards the Liang team. Bang! Boom! The tremendous force scattered the formation of the Liang team, with a few unfortunate souls being sent flying. The members of the knife-edge team followed suit, unleashing a frenzy of blows. In an instant, the Liang team was on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed and battered. Zhao Zhou had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. The Liang team was now at a disadvantage, and he could no longer stand by idly. Assist! He commanded the members of the Fengmong team. They too sprang into action. Suemo had been observing the Fengmong team all along. Seeing their movements caused a smile to creep onto his lips. Just waiting for you, he thought to himself. Captain, leave that Zhao to me. I find him quite displeasing, Suemo said to the eager Chinyu beside him. After a brief moment of silence, she nodded in agreement. Although she yearned to confront Zhao Zhou herself, she found it difficult to refuse Sumo's request. Be careful, Zhao Zhou is quite powerful, not weaker than I am. She cautioned softly before drawing her long blade to strike at another awakened being of the transformation realm from the Fengmong team. The transformed individual was taken aback that Chinyu had chosen him. He had expected her to confront Zhao Zhou instead. Such a decision weighed heavily on his heart, for he sensed he was no match for Chinyu. Zhao Zhou was equally surprised by the unfolding scene. Chinyu had not engaged with him. Who, then, would be his opponent? Chen Guang. Stop staring. Your opponent is me, Suemo interjected coldly, blocking Zhao Zhou's path. Chen Guang, meanwhile, was agitated as he united with his teammates to fend off the attackers. Damn it, I'm left out of the high-level match. He lamented, relegated to a lower-tier skirmish, tormenting weaker foes instead. With a sudden fierce glare, he swung his blade at a Source C realm opponent, seemingly seeking to vent his frustrations. The latter felt a chill run down his spine. Don't come near me. Well, it's been a while since I've encountered a newcomer with your strength, Zhao Zhou remarked, admiring Sumo's prowess. Sumo's earlier punch had demonstrated remarkable power, already reaching the level of the transformation realm. However, it was clear that he had only achieved this through a sneak attack. His own realm remained merely that of the Source C. It can only be said that Pai Xiang was overly complacent. What a fool, Zhao Zhou mused. Suemo disregarded Zhao Zhou's condescending demeanor and inquired, Do you know Qianda? Zhao Zhou was taken aback by the unexpected question, bewildered by Sumo's deviation from the norm. Yet driven by curiosity, he asked, Who is Qianda? Evidently, he had not paid attention to a member of the Source C realm. Suemo continued, seemingly to himself, I assumed you were comrades, one in need of a beating, the other seeking to strike. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhou's previously serene expression shattered, his face darkening as he retorted. You dare to play me for a fool? To invoke his name in jest, how infuriating. His gaze burned with fury, and he resolved to teach Suemo a harsh lesson, ensuring he would remember it well. Coincidentally, Suemo harbored the same sentiment. Among the combatants, Zhao Zhou was the one he despised the most, sly, treacherous, and unmistakably villainous. The epitome of a literary antagonist. Do you know how everyone refers to me? Zhao Zhou spoke darkly, slowly unveiling his next words. They call me Bloodhand. With that, Zhao Zhou transformed his palm into a claw, his gaze locking onto Suemo as though he were prey. Zhao Zhou's martial art was a claw technique known as blood claw, notorious for its viciousness. Whenever he struck, his bloodied claws would leave gaping wounds on his opponents. In the ranks of transformation realm fighters within the Blade Army, he was among the elite, much like Chen Yu, with a high probability of breaking through to the second tier. His creed was one of competition. To grow stronger, one must seize resources. The strong are those who fight for their place. In truth, he was not entirely wrong. Some admired his philosophy. In this post-apocalyptic world, humanity's struggle for survival was akin to fighting against the insectoid and magical plant adversaries. Yet Suemo had no intention of listening to his twisted reasoning. From the moment Zhao Zhou targeted the knife-edge team, they had become adversaries, and Suemo was determined to deliver a thorough beating. With a mighty strike, Suemo launched his attack. As Zhao Zhou felt the overwhelming surge of power, his gaze sharpened. Only by facing it directly could he comprehend its true strength. No wonder Pai Xiang was so severely injured. It was a deserved defeat. Heart extraction. Zhao Zhou's claw lunged forth, colliding with Sumo's fist. Boom. The two forces erupted in a tremendous clash, causing both to stagger backward. "Ah, not bad," Sumo remarked, rubbing his fist, his brow arching in surprise. Zhao Zhou's technique had earned his respect. Zhao Zhou's expression shifted slightly, not from shock at Sumo's strength, but from the realization that Sumo's hand was completely unscathed. Even a transformation realm fighter would leave bloodied marks upon contact with his claw, yet this young man emerged untouched. At that moment, Zhao Zhou retracted his dismissive attitude, recognizing Sumo as a legitimate opponent. "You are quite formidable," he acknowledged. "Come again, then." Sumo was undeterred, charging once more. The perfected long fist ant combat technique bridged the gap between him and Zhao Zhou and Apos' realms. The two engaged in a fierce battle, evenly matched. It must be said that Zhao Zhou was indeed a formidable adversary, akin to Qinyu. Sumo felt the pressure mounting, though his physical defenses were maximized. Zhao Zhou's claws still stung sharply, especially when they struck bone. This ignited Sumo's ferocity. He fought with wild abandon, relying on his high defense. Damn it, what is this guy's background? His physical defenses are so formidable, he could easily be mistaken for a transformed beast. For the first time, Bloodhand encountered an opponent he could not leave blood marks upon. "Enjoying yourself, are you?" Sumo grunted as he charged at Zhao Zhou. Zhao Zhou hurriedly defended himself. But upon noticing Sumo's proximity, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He was taken aback to see Sumo grasping one of his hands with formidable strength, rendering him unable to shake free. "Let go, you little brat," Zhao Zhou exclaimed in anger. "Let go of your nonsense." Sumo disregarded him, his gaze turning icy, as he forcefully collided his head against Zhao Zhou and Apos'. The resounding impact left Zhao Zhou momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Sumo swiftly captured Zhao Zhou and Apos' other hand as well. They were entangled in a peculiar stance, resembling lovers clasping each other's hands. Bang! Sumo, relentless in his assault, struck his head against Zhao Zhou's once more. Bang! 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 This method of combat was akin to a self-destructive struggle, inflicting harm upon both parties. Zhao Zhou had never encountered such a fighting style. Was there any difference between this and a brawl with a thug? All were Awakeners, Kuden and Apos. They engage in a more civilized manner? Sumo, however, paid no heed to Zhao Zhou's thoughts, continuing to batter him with his head, his overwhelming defensive power causing Zhao Zhou to bleed profusely from his injuries. Finally, he delivered a fierce blow to Zhao Zhou's nose, instantly misaligning his nasal bridge, and blood gushed forth, the immense pain eliciting a flood of tears from Zhao Zhou's eyes. Chapter 84. Overwhelmed, I have made you cunning and treacherous. I have made you plot against us. I have made you dare to bully the captain. As Sumo continued to strike, he vented the fury brewing within him. Ugh, Zhao Zhou moaned in pain. I concede. I can't amp. Apos, take it anymore. If this continues, my skull will surely crack. Sumo, spare him. Otherwise, someone might end up dead. At that moment, Qinyu's voice echoed from behind. Zhao Zhou could not help but think that this was the most melodious voice he had ever heard in his life. Their positions were indeed peculiar. Zhao Zhou lay on the ground while Sumo held both of his wrists, one leg straightened and the other knee bent against his abdomen. With his eyes tightly shut, Sumo's head hammered against Zhao Zhou's skull like a woodpecker. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, Sumo paused, opening his eyes to behold a face smeared with blood. It was utterly terrifying. However, noticing the tears mingling with the blood at the corners of Zhao Zhou's eyes, it was evident that he had truly been subdued. At this moment, Sumo's rage subsided significantly, and he released Zhao Zhou's arms, rising to his feet. He tore off the tattered remnants of his clothing and wiped the blood from his face, which belonged to Zhao Zhou. Previously, when battling the demonic plants, their dark green blood had little impact when splattered upon him. Now, the crimson blood rendered Sumo akin to a butcher. After wiping away the bloodstains, Sumo rubbed his forehead. Though uninjured, he felt rather unwell, his head swimming from the impact. After all, his skull was not much different from Zhao Zhou's. The battles of the others had long since concluded. The transformed adversary Chun Yu faced bore multiple gashes on his body and was huddled in a corner, trembling. He was not frightened by Chen Yu, but rather by Su Mo and Appo's brutal fighting style. Having witnessed Zhao Zhou's pitiful state, reduced to tears and still lying on the ground, those from the Liang team and Fengmong team were also bruised and battered, many having been struck by Chen Guang, now huddled together, shivering in fear. Pai Xiang crawled out of a pit. In truth, he had awakened when Zhao Zhou and Su Mo began their confrontation. Yet, rendered temporarily unable to fight, he could only watch. Upon seeing Zhao Zhou and Appo's miserable state, he wished he could faint and continue feigning death. What kind of ferocious deity is this? Their gazes towards Su Mo were filled with trepidation. Do you still want to divide the materials? Su Mo inquired softly. His words struck the others like a death knell. They hurriedly shook their heads, fearful of harboring any greed for the materials. Stop pretending to be dead. Su Mo cast a cold glance at Pai Xiang, feeling a shiver run through him. Pai Xiang dared not feign death any longer and scrambled to his feet. He stammered, at a loss for words. Su Mo regarded him calmly and said, I heard you all severely injured the spiny tree demon? His tone remained tranquil, yet to Pai Xiang, it radiated an overwhelming authority that was more intimidating than any second-tier being. And no, we were just talking nonsense. We were chased away by the spiny tree demon as soon as we arrived, and we didn't Appo's inflict any harm at all, Pai Xiang quickly confessed. If that is the case, why did you seek to divide the materials with us? Su Mo asked, devoid of any emotion. Pai Xiang fell silent, cold sweat pouring down his face. We were wrong. We will never do it again. He feared Su Mo would strike him once more and hastily begged for mercy. Do you understand your mistake? I understand. Su Mo observed him quietly. In truth, Pai Xiang was rather unfortunate. That punch had struck his source C, yet fortunately, it had not shattered. Otherwise, he would be utterly ruined. The other members of the Liang team resembled frightened chickens, too intimidated to raise their heads. Then leave, Su Mo said slowly. Regarding Zhao Zhou, Su Mo harbored a strong dislike for his shamelessness and villainous behavior, now that his anger had dissipated. He chose not to further inconvenience them. Zhao Zhou was taken aback, then turned to his teammates, speaking in a low voice. We should go. Before departing, he cast a complex glance at Su Mo. In his philosophy of competition, he believed that the victorious party should at least make the defeated party pay a price. All right, everyone, continue gathering materials. Su Mo addressed the members of the Knife Edge team once the others had left. Throughout this series of events, Su Mo had taken the reins of the situation, proving to be more like the captain of the Knife Edge team than Chen Yu. Yet none found fault with his leadership. Su, you have avenged us this time. You have no idea how detestable that Zhao is, Chen Guang remarked, snapping back to reality. Others chimed in agreement. Indeed, that Zhao is a treacherous scoundrel. He has stolen many things from us in the past. Last time, he even injured our captain. We worked hard to defeat the demonic plant source crystal, yet he and his team took everything, leaving us with a pile of useless corpses. Each Xiao expressed her indignation, evidently recalling an unpleasant experience. But now it's all fine. Witnessing his miserable state is immensely satisfying. Su Mo was somewhat taken aback, not realizing that Zhao Zhou had accumulated so much animosity. His reputation within the Blade Army was indeed not commendable. Many teams had suffered losses at his hands. Yet, it must be acknowledged that he was a formidable figure. At this moment, Chen Yu also spoke up. Su Mo nodded, setting aside his character. Zhao Zhou's prowess was undeniably impressive. Holding a small jar, Su Mo approached the sea of ghost orchids. Each orchid bore 4 or 5 blossoms, with slender, elongated leaves resembling a multitude of long swords guarding the central purple flowers, which stood elegantly and majestically. No wonder orchids were called the gentlemen of flowers in a past life. Even Su Mo, who was not particularly adept at appreciating flowers, found himself somewhat enamored by their beauty. Inhaling the fragrant air, Su Mo crouched down, his gaze fixed on the stamen of the ghost orchid, where a crystal-clear liquid, the nectar of the ghost orchid, awaited. Placing the small jar beneath the flower bud, he gently tapped the petals above, allowing the nectar to drip gracefully into the container. Collecting ghost orchid nectar. Each flower requires several days to produce nectar. Their current mission was to secure this ghost orchid valley and establish it as a resource point for gathering ghost orchid nectar. As a reward for their task, the source crystal and materials from the spiny tree demon would belong to them, and they would be permitted to collect a round of nectar from the ghost orchids. In this vast expanse of enchanting orchid flowers, an abundance of nectar flourishes, and Suemo, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. Even if he were to use it to prepare honeyed fish, the flavor would be exquisite. As he pondered this, saliva dripped from his mouth. Completely forgetting that his own sweet potion also required orchid nectar. After the others had dealt with the thorny tree spirits, they too joined the ranks of nectar gatherers, transforming into industrious little bees, flitting through the sea of orchids. Goodness, this area is immense. It seems like we shall never finish gathering, Lonerheo exclaimed, straightening his back and giving his weary waist a good thump. Having been bent over for so long, his back ached slightly. You lucky fellow, how fortunate you are. Nan-e shot him a glance, implying that such an opportunity was coveted by many. As twilight descended, less than half of the orchid nectar had been collected. Let us take a rest. We shall continue tomorrow, Suemo suggested. He then turned to Ichio Xia with a smile, saying, Sister Xia, do remember to add some orchid nectar to tonight's dinner to enhance the flavor. Chapter 85. The path he walked. The Blade Squad set up camp in the secluded valley of Yulan, intending to spend the night there. Ichio Xia busied herself preparing dinner, while the others busily recounted their recent harvests, each face radiating joy. Suemo sat to the side, a delicate Yulan flower resting in his palm, a remnant from when he had collected nectar. At this moment, he finally recalled the green page that he had previously overlooked, primarily due to the continuous battles and subsequent nectar gathering. Upon directing his thoughts, he discovered some changes on the page. A new section appeared, detailing the basic information of the spiked tree demon. Name, spiked tree demon. Level, 1st grade magical plant. Skills, long thorns, resilient bark, combat awareness. Vulnerabilities, fear of fire, weak defense at the thorny joint. Remarks, a magical plant with commendable combat skills. Beware of its long thorns. This information was rather straightforward, and Suemo did not dwell on it for long. His gaze shifted to another segment of text. Evolution method of the Yulan flower. Required material. Wood essence. Wood essence? What on earth is that? I spent 10 source crystals for such useless information? Hey, what exactly is wood essence? Please clarify. He directed his thoughts at the green page. Wood essence is a treasure of the wood attribute in this world. The text materialized on the green page. Where can I find this wood essence? Unknown. The host must explore independently. Suemo felt exasperated. How vague. It seemed the page sensed his frustration, as it displayed another line of text. The awakening of the 5 colored rice's 5 elemental attributes requires corresponding elemental treasures. Wood essence can serve as the key item for awakening its wood attribute. Suemo was taken aback. Oh, it's actually related to the 5 colored rice, making its importance self-evident. He wished to inquire further, but the green page fell silent, offering no more responses. There was nothing to be done but to gather information about wood essence on his own. Dinner was served. Ichio Xia had generously brushed a layer of Yulan flower nectar over the roasted carrots, the enticing aroma whetting everyone's appetite. This is absolutely delightful, Suemo exclaimed, his mouth full, praising the exquisite flavor. It was indeed a top-notch seasoning. Everyone relished the meal, finding it even more delectable than meat. By the way, does anyone know what wood essence is? Suemo suddenly asked after everyone was satiated. Confusion flickered in their eyes. Is it the heart of a magical plant? Shenguang queried, puzzled. Suemo shook his head. It shouldn't be. A treasure of the wood attribute likely isn't the heart of some magical plant. Otherwise, the mysterious page should have indicated XX heart. Shenguang shrugged, indicating he had never heard of it. Suemo sighed in resignation. It appeared no one had any knowledge of it. Perhaps when we return to gathering point 126, you could check the library for any records, Chenyu suggested, noticing Suemo's keen interest. The library resembled a vast repository of knowledge, housing numerous books, including some ancient texts from before the calamity. Suemo nodded, acknowledging that it was the only option available. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, the group arose to continue collecting Yulan flower nectar. At gathering point 126, headquarters of the Blade Army, a young man with a crew cut sat cross-legged on the ground beside a small source energy condensation device filled with numerous first-grade source crystals. The rich source energy was continuously absorbed by him. As time progressed, he reached a limit in his absorption. Boom! The surging waves of source energy erupted around him. The source sea had been successfully established. The young man opened his eyes, filled with elation. I have finally broken through to the source sea realm. It had been a long and arduous journey, but after accumulating numerous source crystals, he had achieved success. This young man was none other than Wei Ziming. Brother Ming, congratulations. His companions exclaimed, their eyes brimming with envy. Ha ha, having broken through to the source sea realm, I am finally a formal member. Gathering point 127, here I come. Wei Ziming exclaimed joyously. Although his companions also enjoyed formal member privileges, without breaking through to the source sea realm, they were confined to the camp, diligently training. If they considered the Blade Army headquarters as a novice village, those who had not reached the source sea realm were unable to leave the novice village. He nearly shed tears. Old Amo was living it up at gathering point 127 while he and his companions struggled. Brother Ming, are you heading to gathering point 127? Qian asked. Wei Ziming nodded. Absolutely. They are exploring the surrounding areas vigorously. I've heard there are treasures galore. I cannot miss out. Plus, Old Amo is there. I haven't seen him in ages. I wonder how he is faring. Currently, due to a shortage of personnel, gathering point 126 continued to dispatch awakened individuals. Especially with the official members of the Blade Army heading over, Wei Ziming naturally intended to follow. His companions gazed at him enviously, wishing to explore gathering point 127. But alas, their strength was insufficient. Congratulations, Wei Ziming, on becoming the fourth newcomer to break through to the source sea realm. At that moment, Li Yunfei approached to offer his congratulations. The fourth? Wei Ziming was bewildered. He knew that Su Mo was the first. Who were the second and third? He had assumed he was the second. Seeing his confusion, Li Yunfei clarified. The second is Yutan and Apos. She successfully established her source sea yesterday. The third is Ho Dongdong. He achieved it slightly earlier than you. Yutaner Ho Dongdong? Wei Ziming's expression stiffened. Yutaner was acceptable, but how could Ho Dongdong surpass him? A group of Vanguard camp members will be heading to gathering point 127 tomorrow. Do you wish to join them? Li Yunfei inquired. Wei Ziming nodded resolutely. Of course. I want to go. Oh, you are the son of the gentleman? At the headquarters of the Vanguard camp in gathering point 126, Feng Qian was organizing materials in his office, preparing to lead a team to gathering point 127 the following day. He was intrigued when someone reported that the gentleman's son sought him out, and he decided to meet him. Feng Qian stood tall, around 190 centimeters. Yet his physique was very lean, resembling a bamboo pole from a distance. His face was unremarkable, but his eyes were sharp, akin to a hawk fixated on its prey, instilling a sense of unease. Ho Dongdong felt a shiver down his spine under Feng Qian's scrutinizing gaze, but managed to feign calmness and offered a salute. I have met Commander Feng. Feng Qian appraised him and inquired, You are the gentleman's son? What is your name? Ho Dongdong nodded. My father is Ho Chunxiu. I am Ho Dongdong. Ho Dongdong. Feng Qian murmured. The gentleman was his direct subordinate, and like a lion, he held great admiration for him. Normally, the gentleman had a high probability of breaking through to the second tier, given his considerable talent. Thus, Feng Qian intended to nurture him closely. Regrettably, he had perished. This loss was a significant disappointment for Feng Qian, as he had envisioned a future commander of the Vanguard camp. What brings you here? Feng Qian asked, puzzled. Observing his specialized combat attire, Ho Dongdong appeared to be one of the Blade Army members, and he seemed to have broken through to the source sea realm. His talent was quite promising. Commander, I wish to join the Vanguard camp, Ho Dongdong stated, looking intently at Feng Qian as he made this significant decision. Feng Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ho Dongdong to express such a desire. You are not a member of the Blade Army. Why then do you wish to join the Vanguard camp? In truth, the Blade Army offers certain advantages over the Vanguard camp, including superior benefits and heightened security. Many of the awakened individuals in the Vanguard camp have come here to atone for transgressions committed elsewhere. Ho Dongdong gazed steadfastly at Feng Qian and declared, I wish to tread the path he once walked and behold the sights he has seen. Despite the brevity of their shared moments in his short life, he was not an exemplary father. Once, he harbored resentment towards him for abandoning both him and his mother, struggling to comprehend it, and even failing to offer him a kind countenance upon their encounters. Yet, his mother had always insisted, your father is a hero, you must take pride in him. A hero. Perhaps he truly was one. The day he beheld his lifeless body, Ho Dongdong's world plunged into darkness. He had promised to return and accompany him through his coming-of-age ceremony. Why did he break that promise? Upon breaking through to the Source Sea realm, his resolve solidified. He yearned to visit the place where his father had once worked and witnessed the sights he had once seen. Thus, he sought out Feng Qian. Chapter 86. The news spreads ha-ha. Amusing, truly amusing. Feng Qian erupted into laughter, having not encountered such an entertaining young individual in quite some time. Do you realize that joining the Vanguard camp is akin to walking on the edge of a knife? One misstep could lead to utter destruction. Feng Qian's sharp gaze scrutinized Ho Dongdong, who nodded, feeling a surge of courage at that moment. I am unafraid. Ha ha ha, good lad. Welcome to our ranks. Feng Qian jovially welcomed Ho Dongdong, who felt elated at the unexpected acceptance. In the Vanguard camp, we shed our former names upon entry. Henceforth you shall refer to me as Phantom. Ho Dongdong immediately saluted. I have the honor of meeting Lord Phantom. A smile graced Feng Qian's face, pleased to see potential in the young recruit. You may choose a code name for yourself. Upon hearing this, Ho Dongdong touched the wooden carving of a garlic spirit hanging from his neck and said, I shall be called Wood Carving. Feng Qian raised an eyebrow at his small gesture. Welcome, Wood Carving. Go and complete your onboarding process. By the way, tomorrow you will accompany us to Gathering Point 127. Understood. Look, is that not the Blade team? Someone in Gathering Point 127 noticed the arrival of the Blade team, their entrance too ostentatious to miss. Just like last time, they used the white armored vehicle as a transport, laden with numerous spiky tree demon thorns and other materials, drawing much attention. Those must be the thorns from the spiky tree demons. Have they conquered the forbidden area of Yulan Valley? Exclaimed an onlooker. This is unbelievable. I heard the Flame Sun team barely escaped from their last time. With 4 metamorphic realm and 10 Source Sea realm creatures, how did they manage such a feat? The crowd buzzed with speculation, the impact of the Blade team's conquest of Yulan Valley resonating deeply. Moreover, the absence of Commander Ming Qian raised questions. Had the Blade team truly grown this formidable? Many believed that the last victory at the Blade Mouse Nest was solely due to Ming Qian's prowess as a second-tier Awakener. Isn't the Flame Sun team planning to collaborate with the Sharp team to venture into Yulan Valley? A knowledgeable individual pondered aloud, realizing that the Blade team had preemptively completed the tasks assigned to both the Flame Sun and Sharp teams. Those familiar with the Sharp team's modus operandi exchanged peculiar glances. Forget the Flame Sun and Sharp teams. I just saw them earlier, all battered and bruised, especially Zhao Zhou. His head is wrapped in bandages like a mummy. A voice gleefully relayed, clearly relishing the misfortune of the Sharp team. What? I can't believe someone actually took down Zhao Zhou. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The news of the Flame Sun and Sharp teams being bested igniting fervent interest. The sight of their members, indeed bruised and battered, confirmed the rumors. Excitement brewed among the teams previously bullied by the Sharp team, nearly leading them to cheer. Meanwhile, the instigators had already submitted their mission reports, heralding the successful completion of the Yulan Valley task. Did the Blade team truly best both the Flame Sun and Sharp teams? Upon learning this news, Yu Chongfeng's expression was utterly captivating. Others might struggle to deduce the truth, but as a senior figure, he knew precisely which teams had undertaken the mission in the Yulan Valley. During the same time frame, only the Blade, Flame Sun, and Sharp teams had been present in Yulan Valley. Ultimately, the Blade team emerged victorious, having taken down all the spiky tree demons, while the members of the Flame Sun and Sharp teams bore visible injuries, particularly their two captains, who were gravely wounded. The truth was self-evident. The Blade team had indeed been the victors, as the Flame Sun and Sharp teams would never turn against each other to allow the Blade team to reap the rewards. Ha ha ha, the Blade team's young recruits are truly delightful, Yu Changfeng chuckled. He then turned to a fellow Awakener beside him. Old Bao, the Flame Sun and Sharp teams are under your command, are they not? Old Bao, the Awakener, smiled sheepishly at the remark. Aside from Yu Changfeng, there were 5 other second-tier Awakens in the Blade army: Guazilian, Zhang Yunsheng, Bao Hushan, Duan Ming, and Ming Qian. Tragically, Duan Ming had perished in the battle against the Demon Plant army. Each commander in the Blade army managed a contingent of teams. The Blade team was actually led by Zhang Yunsheng, while the Flame Sun and Sharp teams fell under Bao Hushan's command. Ming Qian, having just returned, was still operating independently, but would soon take over Duan Ming's responsibilities. Despite their command positions, many remained indifferent to the affairs of their subordinates. Bao Hushan, well aware of Zhao Zhou's methods, had turned a blind eye to his antics, recognizing that a stronger team would reflect positively on him as a commander. Little did he expect that the two teams would unite only to be bested by the Blade team. What an embarrassment. It seemed the Blade team had indeed enhanced their strength recently. Ah Qian, you often interact with them. Do enlighten us, Yu Changfeng remarked, glancing at Ming Qian. Ming Qian was taken aback, not expecting to be called out by Yu Changfeng. Now, as all second-tier Awakens gathered, Zhang Yunxing was equally curious. Although he led the Blade team, he had not paid much attention to their affairs, unlike Ming Qian. With no choice, Ming Qian spoke. The Blade team's metamorphic realm members are merely Chun Yu and Chun Guang, and they do not hold numerical superiority over the metamorphic or Source Sea realms. However, they have managed to turn the tide, likely due to Su Mo's involvement. Su Mo? Again with Su Mo, the others mused. They were well aware of the prodigious alchemist's reputation, yet possessing exceptional alchemical talent did not inherently equate to prowess in combat. Yu Changfeng was privy to the matter of the green sword, yet in the competitive environment among colleagues, Su Mo would not resort to such a weapon. Is Su Mo truly that formidable? Bao Hushan asked, astonishment evident in his voice. Ming Qian nodded. Though he is in the Source Sea realm, his strength is not inferior to that of a metamorphic realm awakener. But even if he possesses metamorphic realm strength, Zhao Zhou, Kai Xiangtao, and Pai Xiang are all formidable as well. The Blade team cannot possibly overpower them. Bao Hushan expressed disbelief. After all, the members of the Flame Sun and Sharp teams bore injuries, yet the Blade team appeared unscathed. This defied logic. Ming Qian hesitated, equally perplexed and unsure of how Su Mo and the others achieved their victory. After a moment, he pondered aloud. Perhaps it relates to Su Mo's identity as an alchemist. Yu Changfeng was taken aback. Surely not. Did Su Mo reveal his identity as an alchemist to intimidate them? While he had little interaction with Su Mo, Yu Changfeng knew that such behavior was entirely out of character for him. Ming Qian quickly interjected, "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" All eyes turned with curiosity towards Ming Qian. He sighed, "It's a secret. I must first seek Su Mo's consent before I can disclose anything. He is quite principled. Since Su Mo has not revealed the matter of the Crimson Blood Elixir, I cannot divulge it either." Yu Changfeng felt exasperated by Ming Qian's response. The curiosity he had just ignited now extinguished. "You reveal this and then hold back? Hurry and ask for his consent," he bellowed. Ming Qian looked at him in confusion. "Should I ask him now?" Yu Changfeng's frustration was palpable. Then he raised his left hand, revealing a striking circular device. "Spirit Guard. Use this." Ming Qian felt a profound sense of grievance. "Boss, if you possess Spirit Guard, why not contact us directly? Why go about it in such a convoluted manner?" As a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, the communication feature of Spirit Guard was activated. Unlike the 126th gathering point, which was enveloped in signal coverage, the 127th gathering point lacked such connectivity, rendering mobile phones useless. Here, remote communication could only be achieved through specialized summoning devices. Unfortunately, Su Mo and his companions did not possess such devices, making Spirit Guard their sole means of distant communication. "Hello? Who is this?" Su Mo's puzzled voice echoed from the other end. The only drawback of the Spirit Guard communication feature was the absence of caller ID, leaving them unaware of who was calling. Chapter 87, Reunion Suimo, is it? I'm Yu Chanfeng. Ah, General Yu, what brings you to me? Suimo was taken aback, not expecting to hear from Yu Chanfeng. Without any preamble, Yu Chanfeng inquired, did your Blade Squad really beat up Lai Yang and Feng Meng? The injuries of Pai Xiang and Zhao Zhou are quite severe. Suimo was stunned. How dare these scoundrels file a report? Such a breach of martial ethics. Damn it. He had always despised informers back in school, and now he encountered them in this alternate world too. General Yu, we were merely acting in self-defense. Sumo's voice faltered. Yu Chanfeng, sensing the miscommunication, quickly clarified, I did not intend to hold you accountable. Rather, I wish to know how you managed to achieve that. Realizing his misunderstanding, Suimo breathed a sigh of relief. This sensation reminded him of a schoolyard fight, where one would beat up another only to run to the teacher to report it, and then the teacher would come to pursue accountability. Oh, that's it. It's nothing much. I merely leveraged the advantages of my physical form to narrowly defeat Zhao Zhou. So it was you who injured Zhao Zhou? I thought it was Qin Yu's doing. Wait, am I being led into a trap? Noticing Su Mo's silence, Yu Chanfeng's expression darkened as he said, speak freely. I am not here to pursue your responsibility. What is this about physical defense? That's related to the Blade Rat. Ming Qian should be present. Just ask him. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up now. Goodbye. Su Imo swiftly ended the communication with Yu Chanfeng. How dare this brat hang up on me? Yu Chanfeng was infuriated. He then turned to Ming Qian and said with irritation, did you hear that? Speak up. Having received Su Mo's tacit approval, Ming Qian no longer concealed the truth. He retrieved a pale red potion from his pocket and handed it to Yu Chanfeng, stating, it should be related to this potion. Yu Chanfeng took it, momentarily startled. Is this a new potion? Ming Qian nodded, explaining, this potion, named Elementary Crimson Blood Potion, is created using the essence blood of the Blade Rat. It can significantly enhance the physical strength of an awakened being, with a single dose being over 10 times more effective than soaking in Blade Rat essence blood. As Ming Qian elaborated, their composure faltered. This was concocted by Suimo. Indeed, it was Suimo who developed it not long ago. He must have used this potion to enhance his physical defenses. That boy is quite the anomaly. He absorbs potions rapidly. Ming Qian continued, showcasing his own skin. I have already consumed the 3rd dose, and my skin's resilience has greatly improved. Ordinary blades cannot cut through it. As a second-tier awakened being, he adapted to the effects of Crimson Blood Potion more effectively than a first tier. He had absorbed 3 doses during this period. This boy is truly a prodigy. Yu Chanfeng was at a loss for words. Sumo's performance had completely redefined his understanding. It has been long since obtaining the Blade Rat essence blood. Yet he has already formulated the potion, and its effects are astonishing. If all awakened beings were to have access to this. Gasp. He drew in a sharp breath, realizing the potential global implications. That would be terrifying. Let us keep this matter confidential for now, Yu Chanfeng said solemnly. We must intensify our exploration of the surrounding areas and locate additional Blade Rat nests. The strategic significance of the Crimson Blood Potion is immense. Understood. The others felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It turned out that Suimo did not hang up on Yu Chanfeng intentionally. 2 individuals had appeared before him, Wei Ziming and Yu Tan. Ziming, what brings you here? Suimo exclaimed, overjoyed by the arrival of his friends. Ha! Did you miss me, old Mo? At last, I can fight alongside you again. Wei Ziming laughed heartily, stepping forward to embrace Suimo warmly. Having grown up together, their bond was naturally profound. Perhaps influenced by his previous life or through time spent together, Suimo regarded Wei Ziming as a close friend. Over there is another guest. After the embrace, Wei Ziming gestured towards Yu Tanner, winking at Suimo. Yu Tanner stood there, her long hair tied in a ponytail, clad in a specially designed black combat uniform of the Blade Army, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. What a stunning beauty. Long time no see. Yu Tanner's cool voice resonated. Suimo beamed. Indeed, it has been a while. Shouldn't we celebrate with a hug? He suddenly asked. Yu Tanner's body trembled slightly, but she feigned calmness, shooting him a glance and retorting, "Dream on." Wei Ziming, standing nearby, gave Suemo a thumbs up, impressed by his flirting skills. Suemo chuckled. "So, is it just the two of you who came? Hasn't anyone else opened their source yet? The others will likely need more time. After all, my talent is exceptional, allowing me to barely break through." Wei Ziming boasted, then added, "Originally, there were 3 of us. The third is Ho Dongdong, who has also opened his source C. We came here with the Vanguard camp." "And where is Ho Dongdong?" Suemo inquired curiously. Wei Ziming scratched his head. "That guy has left the Blade Army and joined the Vanguard camp. I don't quite understand his choice to go to such a high-risk area." Suemo pondered for a moment. Perhaps it has something to do with his father. "Everyone has their own aspirations. I just hope he stays safe." "Indeed," Wei Ziming nodded. "Each person has their own convictions and his friends. They had no right to interfere with his choices, only to silently wish him well. Let us go. I'll introduce you to my teammates." Suemo smiled as he led Wei Ziming and Yu Tan into the Blade Squad's camp. They had just been standing at the camp entrance, and Wei Ziming and the others had found this place through inquiries, never expecting to bump into Suemo right at the gate. "Suemo, who are these two?" Inside the camp, Nan Yi, who was maintaining his weapons, looked over with curiosity as Suemo approached. "Nan Gu, these are my friends from the Blade Army. They have just broken through to the Source Sea realm. This is my teammate, Nan Yi. You can call him Nan Gu." Suemo introduced them. "Hello, Nan Gu." Wei Ziming greeted boisterously, displaying an air of familiarity. Nan Yi smiled warmly, his nature being honest and not particularly talkative. "I heard Suemo brought friends?" At that moment, others began to emerge from their respective quarters. "Oh wow, this young man looks quite spirited." Loner Heo immediately greeted Wei Ziming enthusiastically. "Indeed." Wei Ziming's crew cut gave him a vibrant appearance, resembling a sunny boy. Then Loner Heo turned to Yu Tan, smiling at Suemo. "Is this your sister-in-law?" A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Suemo shot him an exasperated glance. "What? Suemo has a girlfriend? Where? Let me take a look." Ichioxia and Xia Pianpian rushed out, scanning the surroundings. This made Yu Tanner's ears turn slightly red. She had never experienced such a scene before. Sumo's expression darkened as he retorted, "Cease your foolish banter. We are merely acquaintances. Her name is Yu Tanner, the daughter of General Yu. Should you spread rumors, I shall not intervene when General Yu decides to discipline you." Upon hearing this, Ichioxia and the others instinctively recoiled, intimidated by the formidable reputation of General Yu. "Oh, it is you all?" Chun Yu and Chun Guang approached, with Chun Guang recognizing Wei Ziming and Yu Tanner. It is noteworthy that they were once comrades in arms. With a smile, Chun Guang congratulated, "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Source Sea realm." At the Blade Squad's banquet, Chun Yu inquired while nibbling on a slice of tomato, "Do you intend for them to join the Blade?" Suemo nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Captain, rest assured that their prowess is considerable. They will certainly not be a burden." At present, the Blade Squad comprised only 7 members, with 3 vacancies remaining. Suemo wished for Wei Ziming and Yu Tanner to join, as they were familiar faces who could provide support. "You may decide without seeking my opinion," Chen Yu replied, continuing to eat without a care. "That is splendid news," Suemo exclaimed, turning to Wei Ziming and Yu Tanner. "Welcome aboard." The others joined in the warm welcome, transforming the atmosphere into one of joyous celebration. Chapter 88. Has the little cotton-padded jacket been abducted? In the administrative center, Yu Changfeng and his companions were receiving the members of the Vanguard Battalion. A total of 32 individuals had come, led by the mid-second tier Feng Qian, along with 6 5-member squads, all elite forces of the Vanguard. "Old Feng, long time no see." Yu Changfeng greeted Feng Qian with a smile. Feng Qian returned the gesture with a slight bow and took a seat alongside a short young boy. "Hey, Ho Dongdong." Ming Qian recognized the boy next to Feng Qian as one of his former students. "Teacher Ming Qian." Ho Dongdong beamed, greeting him warmly. Ming Qian inquired, "Have you broken through to the Source Sea? What brings you here?" Before Ho Dongdong could respond, Feng Qian interjected, "He is now part of the Vanguard Battalion." Of course he would be here. Ming Qian was taken aback and looked at Ho Dongdong. You have joined the Vanguard Battalion? You old rascal Feng. How dare you take my student? Zhang Yunxing chimed in, visibly displeased. Feng Qian shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, a defeated opponent like you should keep quiet. No one considers you a mute. And please, call me Captain Ghost Shadow. You. Zhang Yunxing seethed. Having faced Feng Qian before and lost, he felt disgruntled. Especially now believing Feng Qian had poached his student. Captain, I voluntarily joined the Vanguard Battalion. It has nothing to do with Captain Ghost Shadow, Ho Dongdong hastily clarified. Sensing the tension, Zhang Yunxing glared at him. All right, everyone has their own aspirations. I think young Ho is quite ambitious, Yu Changfeng interjected, diffusing the tension. Ming Qian cast a thoughtful glance at Ho Dongdong, advising, be cautious during missions. Ho Dongdong felt a warmth in his heart and nodded earnestly. This little altercation passed. By the way, General Yu, where is your esteemed daughter? Feng Qian inquired, recalling that two young talents had accompanied them, one of whom was Yu Changfeng's daughter. Yu Changfeng paused. Are you referring to Tano? Feng Qian nodded. Yes, she was with us earlier. Why hasn't she come to see you? His expression turned somewhat peculiar. It was odd that Yu Tano had arrived at gathering point 127 and had not sought out her father first. Yu Changfeng's expression stiffened. General Yu. She and Wei Ziming must have gone to the Blade Squad and Appos S camp to find Su Mo, Ho Dongdong remarked. Yu Changfeng nearly spat blood in disbelief. How could my little cotton-padded jacket come all this way and not visit her father, but instead seek out that scoundrel Su Mo? Seeing Yu Changfeng and Appos S expression, the others lowered their heads, suppressing laughter. The meal became tasteless for Yu Changfeng, who felt a sense of disorientation. Here, this is beginner blood red potion. Drink it to enhance your physical defense. Su Mo presented 2 vials to Wei Ziming and Yu Tanner. Both were elated, though they had never encountered this potion. They had complete faith in Su Mo's words. Wei Ziming took it and downed it in one swift motion, impressing Su Mo with his speed. Quick, meditate, Su Mo instructed. As they were in the camp's open area, Wei Ziming promptly sat cross-legged, the potion's effects visibly manifesting as his complexion reddened. Don't drink yet, Su Mo cautioned Yu Tanner. He fetched a bucket of water and placed it beside Wei Ziming, leaving Yu Tanner perplexed. Wow, this guy is too reckless. Shouldn't you take it in my room? The potion will make you sweat profusely, Su Mo suggested. Yu Tanner nodded in agreement. Inside the room, Yu Tanner downed the beginner blood red potion. Su Mo waited outside. As the potion took effect, Yu Tanner's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Soon, her entire body was drenched. As time passed and the potion's effects waned, she regained her fair complexion. Thirsty, she murmured, her voice hoarse. Upon hearing this, Su Mo knew she had absorbed the potion and entered. What met his eyes was a girl soaked, her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her perfect figure. Goodness, avert your gaze, he thought, yet found it difficult to resist glancing at Yu Tanner. Wow, she's quite something. I'm so thirsty. Yu Tanner was too parched to notice Su Mo's expression. Su Mo quickly retrieved a cup filled with a diluted sweet potion beverage. Gulp, gulp. Yu Tanner grasped it eagerly, drinking voraciously. This drink proved more refreshing than ordinary water, despite its sweetness. Drinking too rapidly, the liquid dripped from her chin. Wow, how enticing. Any normal man would struggle to withstand such a sight. Su Mo hastily placed 2 more cups nearby, saying, once you finish, head to the bathroom for a shower and change your clothes. With that, he stepped out. But, I didn't bring any clothes, Yu Tanner called after him. Realizing her luggage remained on the suspended train, Su Mo paused, suggesting, why don't you wear some of mine? The wardrobe has a few outfits. After the meal, Yu Changfeng convened a meeting with numerous awakened individuals. He marked several areas on the map that had yet to be explored, where they had no knowledge of the conditions within. Thus, these regions would be entrusted to the Vanguard Battalion for investigation. Feng Qian surveyed the map and nodded. Leave it to us. We will gather detailed intelligence. Yu Changfeng acknowledged. Thank you for your hard work. If there is any danger during the exploration, be sure to signal with a flare. The Blade Army will come to your aid immediately. This time, the Vanguard Battalion would not be left to fight alone. Feng Qian noticed that the tasks assigned by Yu Changfeng did not seem perilous, as these areas were not far from the gathering point. What about me? He curiously asked. As a mid-second tier awakened, he felt his presence unnecessary for such tasks. Yu Changfeng replied earnestly, your mission is critical. You will need to venture into this forbidden zone to investigate the mysterious creatures within. He pointed to a specific location on the map. Feng Qian's familiarity with the area grew. Wasn't this the ice forbidden zone? As a member of the Vanguard Battalion, he quickly recognized the position. Previously abandoned due to distance, they had designated it the ice forbidden zone. Indeed, it is, Yu Changfeng confirmed. All we know is that the mysterious creature possesses at least mid-second tier strength and has awakened ice attributes. Moreover, this area is a necessary route to gathering point 128. If we take a detour, we will encounter treacherous terrain, which would be troublesome. Thus, we must secure this location. Feng Qian listened attentively, understanding that Yu Changfeng was resolute in clearing this forbidden zone. All right, leave it to me, he replied, eager to uncover what mysteries lay within. As Yu Changfeng connected the death of the gentleman with the ice forbidden zone, Feng Qian's concern deepened. Even Ho Dongdong, quietly listening, felt urgency. He hadn't expected this forbidden zone to be connected to his father. Seemingly discerning his thoughts, Feng Qian intoned gravely, this place is far too perilous. I cannot bring you along. You should join another team and acclimate to the rhythm of the Vanguard camp. Ho Dongdong, though somewhat reluctant, understood the inherent dangers of the frozen abyss and thus acquiesced with a nod. Before long, the meeting adjourned. Yu Changfeng rubbed his forehead, feeling fatigued from the multitude of matters he had been managing over the past few days. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about Jianping. Administrative tasks were certainly not his forte. He found far greater satisfaction in combat. Father, I have arrived. At that moment, the melodious voice of Yu Tanner resonated. Yu Changfeng felt a surge of joy. His little darling had finally remembered her old father. Tanner Yu. He approached to greet her, only to be taken aback upon noticing that she was clad in oversized clothing, which was distinctly masculine. His expression froze in disbelief. What is this attire? It belongs to Suimo. Boom. Yu Changfeng felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 89. The Misty Mountains. On the following day, Ho Dongdong accompanied a small team from the Vanguard Corps on a reconnaissance mission. Unlike the Blade Army, the Vanguard Corps did not have specific names for their teams, opting instead for numerical designations. For instance, they were part of Team 16. Welcome to our team, said the team leader, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, whose strength had reached the transformation realm. Please take care of each other. Ho Dongdong earnestly greeted his teammates. The remaining 4 members of Team 16 were all middle-aged men, significantly older than Ho Dongdong. They shared a common trait. They were taciturn and often silent. Even when Ho Dongdong attempted to engage them, they merely nodded, lost in their own thoughts. Why do they all seem so aloof? Ho Dongdong scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. You must be the son of the gentleman, the leader. Jingang remarked. I have known him for many years, but alas. Ho Dongdong nodded in silence. The gentleman had once been part of Team 13 in the Vanguard Corps, which had since met its demise, and their codename had been sealed away. Sensing Ho Dongdong and Amp Appo's somber mood, Jingang quickly changed the subject, advising, this is your first reconnaissance mission. Please prioritize your safety. Remember not to touch unfamiliar objects, and avoid alarming any unknown entities. If danger arises, do not linger in battle. Jingang shared numerous precautions, which Ho Dongdong took to heart. Unlike the Blade Army, the Vanguard Corps aimed to gather intelligence rather than engage in combat. Thus, each member had to tread carefully, and their agility was commendable, serving as a means of escape when necessary. Their target location was an area shrouded in mystery, a hilly region situated northeast of the 127th gathering point, characterized by perilous terrain and perpetually enveloped in mist. The 127th gathering point had never ventured deeply into this territory. Beyond a desolate wilderness, a colossal dark red figure soared through the air. Its form was peculiar, with enormous red leaves unfurling from its sides, resembling wings. Its body was a deep crimson, with skin akin to rough tree bark and 4 monstrous claws. Its head resembled a massive, closed flower, adorned with strange eyes on either side of the calyx. From a distance, it appeared akin to a dragon from Western mythology. This was a newly discovered magical plant. It seemed to be searching for something. As a group of bizarre, humanoid flower buds roamed the ground nearby. The flower dragon, a late-stage second-tier magical plant of the fire attribute, possessed wings for flight and appeared quite formidable. The creatures on the ground, known as flower beasts, were akin to magical vine puppets, classified as combat-oriented magical plants, currently under the control of the flower dragon, with several second-tier flower beasts in their ranks. Should humanity catch sight of this army of magical plants, it would undoubtedly be a cause for alarm. In truth, the flower dragon had been dispatched by the magical plant king to assist the Kangen magic tree and the thorn magic flower, with the intent to encircle Yu Changfeng and weaken human combat strength. However, en route, the flower dragon was drawn to a certain aura, compelling it to delay its rendezvous with the Kangen magic tree and its allies, captivated by the alluring presence it sensed. Thus, it set forth with its minions, determined to uncover the source of its attraction. Their current direction led them towards a mist-laden hilly region. The mist here was non-toxic, yet its density was high, reducing visibility to less than 100 meters, reaching the level of thick fog. Team 16 of the Vanguard Corps arrived at the periphery of their target area, where Jin Gang held a toxicity detector, proclaiming, "Indeed, the mist is quite dense. The entire mountain range looms like a colossal beast, ready to swallow us whole." He mused. "Let us name this forbidden zone the Misty Mountains." As the first team to explore this area, they had the privilege of naming it, and given the thick mist, the name was quite fitting. Ho Dongdong curiously observed the fog, reminiscent of the mist produced by the mist flower encountered in the southern suburbs, though the distinction lay in the fact that this mist was naturally occurring and devoid of toxins. "Let us proceed and investigate. Everyone, be cautious." With Jingyang's command, the team ventured into the mist. "Have you noticed? The ground here does not seem to be lifeless." Upon entering the mist, Jingang crouched down and picked up a handful of soil, exclaiming, This is soil teeming with life." Ho Dongdong also grasped a handful of soil, astonished. In the post-apocalyptic world, aside from human and demon gathering points, soil rich in vitality was exceedingly rare. Remarkably, the vitality of this soil had not been consumed by the magical plant species. Just as they entered the Misty Mountains, such a delightful surprise awaited them. However, we must remain vigilant. The magical plant species have not depleted the vitality of this soil, indicating the presence of something they fear, Jingang cautioned as they delved deeper. To their astonishment, they soon beheld trees, which left them utterly awestruck. They appeared to belong to the Loracii family, devoid of source energy fluctuations, merely ordinary in nature. They observed cautiously. "Incredible. There are indeed plants here, resembling the forest described in pre-catastrophe literature." The news of this discovery would undoubtedly stir a commotion back at the gathering point. Each of them was filled with excitement. This was a significant achievement. Ho Dongdong mused that such remarkable fortune had befallen him on his first mission. "Watch out." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Jingang swiftly reacted, urging caution. The team quickly retreated as a white substance shot towards them, sticky and viscous. Shadows emerged from the mist, their bodies adorned with countless crimson glimmers, exuding an aura of menace. Monsters? They soon discerned the nature of their assailants. Spiders. These creatures were larger than bulls, and their numbers were considerable. The red glimmers were their eyes, and the white substance that had just attacked them was their silk. Giant wolf spiders. Jingang and Appo's expression shifted as he recognized the threat. Despite being spiders, these giant wolf spiders belonged to the beast category rather than the insect category. As he had suspected, the preservation of soil vitality was indeed connected to the presence of beast species. A quick count revealed at least a dozen giant wolf spiders, all at the first-tier level, with the largest among them radiating the aura of the transformation realm. Fortunately, there are no second-tier creatures. Jingang sighed with relief. The two sides faced each other, each wary of the other. "What should we do, Captain?" a teammate inquired. Before Jingang could respond, The largest giant wolf spider lunged at them with remarkable speed, its sharp spear-like fangs glinting menacingly. "There is no retreat. We must first repel them," Jingang commanded, brandishing a short blade that clearly emanated source energy. The enemy was not overly powerful, and they could still fight. Moreover, the thick fog had already surrounded them, leaving retreat as the only option through combat. Ho Dong Dong swiftly reacted, his legs propelling him forward with agility. After reaching the ocean of source, his flying cloud leg technique had reached a level of mastery. Though the giant wolf spiders appeared intimidating, their strength was manageable. Avoiding their spear-like fangs and silk was the key. Fortunately, each member of their team possessed exceptional agility, leveraging their speed to outmaneuver the swarm of spiders. Flying kick. Ho Dong Dong dashed behind a colossal wolf spider and leaped, delivering a powerful kick to its rear. Thud. The force of his strike sent the giant creature crashing to the ground. "Well done," Jingang praised, astonished by the newcomer and Oppo's martial prowess. With the wolf spider incapacitated, another member of Team 16 swiftly seized the moment, his silhouette gliding like a shadow as he plunged a knife into the spider's abdomen, releasing a torrent of dark green fluid and extinguishing its life. A triumphant start. The demise of the first wolf spider invigorated Team 16, who charged once more with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Jingang was engaged in combat with a metamorphosed wolf spider. Employing a martial art characterized by agile movements akin to a monkey, deftly leaping and dodging. Armed with a source energy weapon, he found it difficult for the spider to land a blow. However, each time the short blade slashed, it left behind a trail of wounds. Ultimately, under Jingang's relentless assault, the colossal wolf spider was also vanquished, its fluids spilling forth as it succumbed. With its fall, the remaining wolf spiders began to retreat in fear, scattering in all directions, their spirits shattered. "Do not pursue. Collect the materials, and we must depart. The commotion here may attract other dangers," Jingang cautioned, panting slightly from the exertion. In addition to the metamorphosed spider, they had dispatched 4 others of lesser strength, yielding a commendable harvest. They swiftly extracted the source crystals and secured the hardest of the forelimbs, regrettably leaving behind other materials that were cumbersome to carry. "Let us go. This place is no longer safe." The group hastily retreated into the depths of the Misty Mountains. Their mission was to gather intelligence, striving to comprehend the situation within as thoroughly as possible. The area was likely teeming with magical beasts, and the presence of second-tier creatures was uncertain, as was their quantity. Jingang pondered as they advanced. The Misty Mountains were evidently a haven for magical beasts, and the absence of formidable magical plants suggested considerable strength. Should second-tier beasts be present, caution was paramount. As first-tier Awakeners, a single misstep could lead to their demise. This venture was fraught with peril, indeed exceeding their capabilities, ideally. Such a forbidden zone should be explored by second-tier Awakeners. Chapter 90. Fierce battle. As Team 16 delved deeper into the Misty Mountains, they discovered not only the traces of monstrous beasts, but also numerous signs of ordinary wildlife. These creatures primarily comprised deer and wild boars. It was astonishing to realize that an ecosystem had formed here, where these ordinary animals served as prey for the carnivorous monsters, amidst abundant vegetation providing sustenance for herbivores. Jingang remarked on this revelation. They proceeded cautiously, even upon detecting the signs of monstrous beasts, refraining from acting impulsively. The recent encounter with the colossal wolf spider swarm had heightened their vigilance. Reporting this intelligence back would undoubtedly be a significant event. Each member felt a surge of excitement, not only regarding the rewards of this mission, but also for the vivid strokes it would add to their professional careers. "Everyone, be cautious and do not startle the snake in the grass. If we spot a second-tier beast, we will retreat," Jingang advised. On the opposite side of the Misty Mountains, the flower demon dragon had led a multitude of floral beasts into the fray. The monsters within the mountains sensed the encroaching threat and began to form groups to resist the invasion of the magical plants, with battle imminent. The flower demon dragon observed the monstrous beasts, its eyes aglow with crimson light, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The terrifying presence caused the first-tier beasts to falter. their formations thrown into disarray. The floral beasts, sensing the vitality within the soil, were drawn to it, finding it tremendously enticing. As the battle erupted between the floral beasts and the monstrous creatures, casualties were soon reported on both sides. The buds atop the floral beasts began to bloom, releasing a dark green gas that contained a potent toxin. Upon inhalation, the monsters' internal energies became chaotic, their strengths diminished. The floral beasts then unleashed their formidable claws upon the monsters, savagely tearing into them and leaving trails of blood in their wake. However, the monstrous side was not to be underestimated. Wounded, they became even more ferocious, their claws and teeth ravaging the floral beasts, saturating the ground with their blood and the sap of the flower trees. Amidst the turmoil, the flower demon dragon soared in the air, its anger igniting impatience within it. It sensed something alluring within the Misty Mountains, a temptation surpassing the vitality of the soil, most likely a spiritual plant. Once a spiritual plant's essence is devoured by the magical flora, it significantly enhances the latter's power. Thus, the birth of a spiritual plant, upon detection by the magical plants, inevitably heralds its demise. This scarcity of spiritual plants is precisely due to their vulnerability during infancy, often unable to thrive without strong guardians. Drawn by the sudden allure of the spiritual plant's essence, the flower demon dragon had cast aside its mission. Nothing was more paramount than augmenting its strength. With a roar, it unfurled its colossal bud, revealing menacing fangs along its petals. A torrent of green magical flames erupted from its mouth, incinerating the foremost rank of monstrous beasts. Their skin sizzling audibly. Those engulfed in flames writhed in agony, soon reduced to charred remains, their demise gruesome. The flower demon dragon had awakened a fire attribute. Moreover, this flame contained toxic elements, rendering it exceptionally fierce. This onslaught created a void among the monstrous beasts, instilling a palpable fear within their ranks. At that moment, 3 gray wolves emerged from the mist, their eyes fierce and their presence that of second-tier beasts, albeit at the initial stage. They felt immense pressure facing the flower demon dragon, recognizing it as a top-tier second-tier adversary. A sound echoed from the depths of the mountains. A massive figure began to materialize from the thick fog. Its fur stood erect like steel needles, razor-sharp tusks protruded from its jaws, and its face bore a terrifying countenance, with crimson eyes locking onto the airborne flower demon dragon. It was a colossal wild boar, its aura reaching the late second tier, almost matching the flower demon dragon's prowess. In a direct clash, the 2 top-tier second-tier beings exchanged no words, engaging immediately in combat. The flower demon dragon dove forward, enveloped in potent fire energy, akin to a comet hurtling towards Earth. The giant wild boar, undeterred, charged with a ground attribute shield, colliding with the flower demon dragon. The impact unleashed a violent shockwave, propelling nearby monsters and floral beasts away, creating a massive crater in the ground. Both combatants shook their somewhat dazed heads before charging at each other once more. The claws of the flower demon dragon were razor-sharp, leaving burns and injuries even on the wild boar's tough hide, the wounds darkening as toxins began to seep in. However, these injuries were not significantly detrimental, as the toxins remained confined to the surface due to the boar's energy. Once again, the wild boar charged at the flower demon dragon, its tusks gleaming dangerously, capable of inflicting grievous wounds. As the battle escalated, the flower demon dragon, leveraging its aerial advantage, skillfully evaded the boar's assaults. Yet, as time passed, the alluring scent it had sensed began to wane. Growing increasingly anxious, it feared that if it vanished entirely, its efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, the 3 second-tier wolf-like beasts engaged in combat with the second-tier floral beasts, the outcome of which remained uncertain. With the number of monstrous creatures steadily increasing while the floral beasts dwindled with each loss, a prolonged battle would certainly lead to the floral beast's defeat. The flower demon dragon soared once more into the air, its gaze icy, abandoning its assault on the giant wild boar and instead targeting the 3 colossal wolves. A surge of green flames erupted forth. The wolves, taken by surprise at the sudden attack, hastily dodged aside, abandoning their opponents. However, they still suffered burns, howling in distress as they scrambled to extinguish the flames, sustaining painful injuries. With a mighty roar, the flower demon dragon commanded the floral beasts to seize the opportunity to penetrate deeper into the Misty Mountains in search of the enticing essence. Upon receiving the command, 3 second-tier floral beasts surged forward into the mountains, recognizing the flower demon dragon as their leader and obeying its orders without question. With the 3 second-tier floral beasts leading the charge, the first-tier monsters were unable to withstand the onslaught, creating a breach through which the floral beasts rushed. The 3 second-tier wolves, realizing the situation, immediately gave chase, resulting in utter chaos. The front line pushed deeper into the Misty Mountains, while the giant wild boar, displaying signs of anxiety, understood the impending impact these magical plants would have within the mountains. Yet, the flower demon dragon had ensnared it, leaving no chance for it to return for support. Within the Misty Mountains, Team 16 suddenly observed a commotion among the wildlife. The once foraging deer were now in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. Initially, they assumed a predator had emerged. However, as wolf packs appeared, they noticed that these wolves did not attack the deer, but instead fled alongside them, as if fleeing from a greater terror. What could have transpired? Why were they so alarmed? Ho Dongdong pondered, puzzled, the gaze of the mighty being sharpened, perplexed by the unfolding events. Soon, they began to hear thunderous sounds, indicative of a fierce battle. However, the thick mist obscured their view of the combatants. Could it be that monstrous beasts were engaged in conflict? Uncertainly, he voiced his thoughts. Suddenly, from within a dense thicket, an unusual figure sprang forth. Its appearance was bizarre, with a head resembling a flower bud, exuding an aura of sheer terror. The members of Team 16 felt their pupils constrict, clearly intimidated by this overwhelming presence. "Be cautious," the being shouted loudly, for that monstrous entity had launched an assault upon them, a razor-sharp claw lunging forward with incredible speed. One of the team members was caught off guard. The claw piercing through his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief, his life slipped away. A second tier magical plant has appeared. How could this be? Vulture. The being cried out in anguish, his heart shattering at the loss of a comrade. Ho Dongdong was also paralyzed with fear, his body rigid. Only moments before, the vulture had been right beside him. Had the creature targeted him, it would have been his life extinguished. Was this the peril of the vanguard camp? Death struck in an instant, leaving no room for reaction. Run. Without time to retrieve the body of his fallen teammate, the being urgently called out. For they were no match for this creature. Survival was their only option. The group swiftly harnessed their energy, propelling themselves forward in a frantic escape. The second-tier flower beast flung the vulture's lifeless body aside, its cruel gaze fixed upon their fleeing forms. Yet, it chose not to pursue, as a colossal wolf had emerged. It continued onward, undeterred. The creature had not anticipated encountering humans upon its emergence, and thus struck decisively. As they fled, they glimpsed numerous figures of both monstrous beasts and flower beasts. What was happening? Why were magical plants roaming this area? Furthermore, these beasts appeared to be engaged in battle with the magical flora. They felt as though they had unwittingly been thrust into the heart of a battlefield. Flower beasts. These magical plants were indeed flower beasts, seemingly invading this mist-laden mountain range. The being recognized their identity with alarming clarity. Unfortunately, visibility diminished further within the mist. As they ran, they inadvertently collided with a group of flower beasts, unable to evade their impending doom. The flower beasts, now aware of their presence, immediately launched their assault. Fight! The being's expression hardened, gripping his dagger tightly as he charged forth. To escape, they must carve a path through the chaos. Yet, the flower buds atop the beasts blossomed instantaneously, releasing a toxic green mist. Cough, cough, cough. They were caught off guard, the noxious gas enveloping them, provoking violent fits of coughing. Beware the poison. How could anyone withstand such a direct onslaught of toxic fumes? Chapter 91. A tragic battle. Their expressions changed dramatically as they hurriedly channeled their energy to suppress the toxins within their bodies. They must break free from the onslaught, otherwise They would perish here today. The short blade of the diamond struck a flower beast, severing its bud with tremendous force. They needed to break through and relay the information from within. The current situation did not allow them to waste time on exploration any longer. Aerial kick. Ho Dong Dong suppressed the panic within, launching an assault on the flower beasts. However, they had been poisoned, and their energy began to spiral out of control. One team member swiftly dodged the encirclement of flower beasts, leaping to the side. Yet, from the mist in that direction, a wolf-like demon beast suddenly charged forth, colliding directly with him. Both fell to the ground, and the team member felt dizzy from the impact. Before he could recover, the nearby flower beasts seized the opportunity and pounced on him. In no time, their claws tore his body apart. Another life lost. Stone. The others were filled with sorrow. It was devastating. They had already lost 2 teammates in such a short time. Soon, as the demon beasts arrived, the pressure on them eased slightly. These demon beasts seemed to sense that these humans were not their enemies and did not attack them, instead joining forces to assault the flower beasts. We must signal for help. Diamond recognized the gravity of the situation. Wild Rabbit, you are the fastest. We will cover you as you break through the encirclement to fire a signal flare for assistance. Diamond said solemnly to a slender team member beside him. The one named Wild Rabbit's expression stiffened, and he slowly spoke. Captain, you all. This is an order, Diamond replied sternly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Understood. By he, Hui Shu, Mujiao, we will cover Wild Rabbit's exit. Diamond instructed the others. Instantly, they charged toward the swarm of flower beasts. Mujiao, are you afraid? Diamond asked Ho Dong Dong, who stood nearby. Ho Dong Dong shook his head, determination shining in his eyes. Not afraid. Ha ha ha, such courage. You truly resemble your father. Diamond laughed heartily, leading the charge. Wild Rabbit followed closely behind, his movements agile and nimble, darting out through an opening. However, a flower beast seized the moment, slashing him with its claw, leaving a massive wound on his back. He grunted, enduring the pain, and like a nimble rabbit, he leaped and vanished into the mist. Cough, cough. This poison is too tenacious. My energy is becoming uncontrollable. Diamond wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking weakly. The others were similarly affected, already drained from enduring the toxic assaults of the flower beasts. It seemed they would truly perish here today. Bai He, who had remained mostly silent, now spoke bitterly, for they sensed the presence of a second-tier creature in the mist. At this moment, the battle between the magical plants and demon beasts raged fiercely, with corpses strewn everywhere. A loud roar echoed nearby, and their expressions changed drastically. The aura emanating from this creature far surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier being. The demon flower dragon had entered the fray, accompanied by the tremors of the ground as a giant wild boar pursued it. Damn! Why did this suddenly happen? Diamond cursed loudly, exasperated by the abundance of second-tier creatures. It seemed escape might be impossible now, as the appearance of the demon flower dragon sent the flower beasts into a frenzy. Their condition was far too dire. However, sitting idly and awaiting death was not their style. Looking at his teammates, 2 were old friends, and 1 was a newcomer. Ho Dong Dong, despite the pallor on his face, displayed unwavering resolve. Diamond's gaze lingered on Ho Dong Dong for a long moment before he turned and declared, We cannot simply wait for death. We must break through towards the depths of the Misty Mountains for a chance of survival. The others raised their heads to behold Diamond's solemn expression, igniting a flicker of survival instinct within them. Mujiao, head in that direction, Diamond indicated, addressing Ho Dong Dong. Ho Dong Dong swallowed hard and nodded. Let us go. In an instant, Ho Dong Dong dashed away. Meanwhile, Diamond and the others channeled the last remnants of their energy to strike in another direction. The flower beasts attempted to pursue, but Diamond and the others held them at bay, with 2 teammates seamlessly flanking him in support. There was not a shred of hesitation. Captain, Ho Dong Dong's face shifted as he ran in the opposite direction. Go ahead, we will follow shortly, Diamond replied with a cold huff, continuing to fight against the flower beasts. Understanding their actions were meant to create an opportunity for his escape, Ho Dong Dong felt a rush of emotion. Don't hesitate. Move quickly, Diamond bellowed, seeing Ho Dong Dong's uncertainty. This is an order. Obeying commands is a soldier's duty. Hurry and leave. Ho Dongdong paused, fighting back tears, then turned and sprinted away, soon vanishing into the mist. Everyone, he is still young, with a bright future ahead. Diamond murmured to his teammates beside him. Captain, even now, you're still so sentimental. It's infuriating, but he said slowly, not pausing in his actions. Indeed, after all these years, you talk the most. Making my ears sore, Huishu grinned. Most members of their team were taciturn, resembling those with social anxiety, and since Ho Dongdong joined, they rarely spoke, leaving Diamond to carry the conversations. Damn it, you two little brats dare to mock me? Diamond shouted in anger. Taking you lot along has been the most exhausting time of my life. You all act as if you can't speak. I'm playing both father and mother here. But speaking of which, I've never married or had children. I've always wanted to be a father. How about you indulge me? Call me father? Get lost. Get lost. Bai He and Hui Shu yelled back vehemently. This rascal still wants to take advantage of them at a time like this. Haraha. Outside the Misty Mountains, the figures of the frosty magic tree and the thorny magic flower appeared. They gazed toward the Misty Mountains with complex expressions. They had been summoned by the demon flower dragon through a special method. They nearly erupted in curses at the demon flower dragon for its incompetence. As the original ambush plan had not yet commenced, and it had already created new complications. Nevertheless, despite their grievances, they still rushed over. Accompanied by a group of magical plants, 5 of which were second tier, forming a formidable force. According to the information from the demon flower dragon, there was a possibility of spiritual plants existing within the Misty Mountains, and this area was rich in life. This was incredibly tempting for their kind of magical plants. Huh. There might be humans appearing, the thorny magic flower shrieked. Roar. Perfect, let us leave none of them alive. The frosty magic tree was furious, having brought so many magical plants with the intention of battling humans. After all, they had suffered considerably last time. And with the demon flower dragon present, their high-tier combat strength outnumbered that of the human race. Roar. Kill. Let us absorb all the life from this soil. At its command, the army of magical plants surged forward. As new magical flora emerged, the pressure on the beast clan intensified significantly, leading to an alarming rise in casualties. In addition to 3 second-tier giant wolves, new second-tier magical beasts made their appearance. One was a colossal wolf spider, possessing mid-second-tier strength, which had been dormant in its cavern until awakened by the aura of the magical plants. The other was a large bovine magical beast, albeit at the initial stage of the second tier. Their numbers were markedly fewer than those of the magical flora, and with 3 second-tier late-stage magical plants present, it was evident that they could not withstand the impending threat. Yet, this was their homeland. The gigantic wild boar sensed the chilling presence of the frosty magic tree and the thorny magic flower, and its heart sank. Having attained such strength, its intelligence had matured sufficiently to analyze the current predicament. The aerial prowess of the flower dragon vexed it greatly, while it was unafraid of ground confrontations. Now it found itself unable to strike back, leading to a state of frantic disorientation. It seemed that the aura emanating from the birth of the spiritual plants had drawn them in. The wild boar had noticed the sudden emergence of spiritual plants within the Misty Mountains, but had not yet had the opportunity to investigate. To its dismay, the magical flora possessed an almost canine ability to detect their presence from afar. It felt a pang of regret, lamenting that the spiritual plants had chosen such an ill-timed moment to appear. The Misty Mountains, shrouded in perpetual fog, had evaded numerous magical plant detections. Any magical flora that dared to surface would be promptly eradicated, rendering this area a haven for the magical beasts. Leaving their vital habitat was an unthinkable option, for the outside world was a desolate wasteland where they would surely perish from starvation. Thus, they were left with no choice but to engage in a bloody confrontation with the magical flora. Within the Misty Mountains, the foremost second-tier flower beast drew ever closer to the location of the spiritual plants. It swiftly distanced itself from the pursuing giant wolves, accelerating with no intention of lingering in battle, solely focused on fulfilling the flower dragon's command. The closer it drew, the more irresistible the aura of the spiritual plants became, even igniting a notion of consuming them for itself rather than delivering them to the flower dragon. Not far from it, a small sapling struggled valiantly, attempting to extract its roots from the earth. Sensing the imminent danger, it had already conceived the idea of fleeing, but its strength was insufficient. After a prolonged effort, it had yet to free all its roots. Finally, upon extracting the last root, it hastily maneuvered its roots to raise its body and began to run, albeit awkwardly, as it had only just learned to walk. Rustling sounds echoed through the surrounding foliage as the flower beast approached, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 92. The New Spirit Plant. Ginkgo what? It disappeared? The flower beast sensed that alluring aura suddenly vanish. At that moment, it noticed a pit in the ground, the trace left by the spirit plant as it struggled to emerge. Slowly lowering its body, it sniffed the ground with its flower bud head and then dashed off in a particular direction. Outside, the flower dragon battling the gigantic wild boar was on the verge of madness, as it too perceived the disappearance of that enticing scent. Its gaze turned crimson, and its attacks on the wild boar became even more frenzied and fierce. It was determined to claim the spirit plant, and this sudden turn of events infuriated it. A thunderous roar erupted, attracting the attention of the frosty magic tree and the thorny demon flower. The presence of 3 top-tier second-level magical plants weighed heavily upon the gigantic wild boar, making it slightly breathless. Yet, its gaze remained fixed on them, devoid of any sign of fear. However, they were oblivious to the fact that not far from the birthplace of the spirit plant, in a dense thicket, a short young boy lay still, motionless. Suddenly, 2 green leaves sprouted from the back of his left hand, with slender stems and fan-like shapes, resembling an open folding fan or a parasol. The little spirit plant gently fanned its leaves, creating a breeze imbued with a peculiar energy that brushed against Ho Dongdong's cheek. Yet, after a long while, Ho Dongdong showed no reaction. The 2 leaves seemed to pause momentarily. Then, as if making a decision, the plant summoned its innate energy to produce a small, round, golden spirit fruit at the tips of its branches. The fruit was crystal clear and seemed to shimmer with light. Stealthily, it fed the spirit fruit into Ho Dongdong's mouth, using its energy to guide the fruit down his throat and into his stomach. After several minutes, Ho Dongdong's eyelids began to flutter, and he slowly opened his eyes. Filled with confusion, "Where am I?" He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was lying in a dense jungle. He had fled for dear life, becoming disoriented in the fog. Eventually, he succumbed to the poison coursing through him and collapsed in this jungle, unconscious. He thought he was dead. After all, the toxin had spread throughout his body, leaving him unable to muster even a trace of innate energy, and his heartbeat was gradually fading. "I wonder how the captain and the others are doing." Ho Dongdong felt a surge of anxiety. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly noticed the mysterious leaves on the back of his left hand. This sensation was akin to having branches sprouting from his own body. It frightened him greatly. He shook his arm vigorously, attempting to rid himself of this oddity. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not shake it off. Instead, more branches sprouted. The little spirit plant felt dizzy from the shaking and quickly released a wave of innate energy. As the energy flowed into Ho Dongdong, he began to calm down. Then he realized he shared a peculiar connection with this mysterious little tree. Their thoughts intertwined, creating an extraordinary sensation. "You, what exactly are you?" Ho Dongdong swallowed hard and asked. The enigmatic little tree began to sway its leaves. You are indeed a spirit plant. You have formed a contract with me?" Ho Dongdong found it hard to believe. He never expected that after merely sleeping, he would inexplicably contract a spirit plant. Could it be that I am the destined child of this world? He began to doubt himself. This felt no different from the protagonists in certain novels who stumble upon divine artifacts. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, he confirmed that he was not dreaming. All of this was genuinely happening. His heart surged with excitement. Contracting a spirit plant. To his knowledge, no one in the gathering had ever contracted a spirit plant. Even Mo had only contracted a spirit guardian, which was vastly different from a spirit plant. Could it be that I am even more formidable than Mo? He couldn't help but imagine the look on Mog's face when he learned that Ho Dong Dong had contracted a spirit plant. It would surely be quite splendid. He couldn't and amp. Oppos. T help but chuckle, for he was still just an 18-year-old youth, prone to a touch of youthful idealism. Suemo had saved his life, and as they spent more time together, he had come to regard Suemo as a true friend. The emotions of youth are indeed simple. Meanwhile, the mysterious little tree silently observed its contracted partner. It noticed that the fellow seemed to be in a daze, with a silly grin plastered across his face. Nearly drooling, its contracted companion appeared to lack a bit of intelligence. It too began to doubt whether this contract had been a hasty decision. However, given the urgency of the situation, it had no choice but to rely on this human. After regaining his composure, Ho Dong Dong rose from the ground, deciding to search for an escape and leave this perilous place. As he walked, he inquired of the mysterious little tree, "What abilities do you possess?" "Rustling leaves, oh. You can detoxify? So, you are the one who neutralized the toxins in my body?" Ho Dong Dong's eyes brightened. This ability is quite commendable. If he encountered the flower beasts again, he would no longer fear their poisonous mists. "Do you have any other abilities? Perhaps combat-related?" "Rustling leaves. What? You don't even know?" Ho Dong Dong replied, somewhat astonished. The mysterious little tree conveyed its own helplessness, for it had only just become a spirit plant. It had not yet rooted itself to cultivate its powers before being thrust into danger and hastily fleeing. "All right, but judging by your leaves, they resemble ginkgo leaves as described in my readings. You must be a ginkgo tree spirit, right?" Ho Dong Dong mused as he walked. Together, the boy and the tree ventured into the mist. Bayou, with the launch of a red signal flare outside the Misty Mountains, it illuminated the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance. The Blade Army stationed on the periphery immediately noticed this spectacle, swiftly responding to relay the information back to Gathering Point 127. Nearby Blade Army teams hurried towards the Misty Mountains. "Look, there's someone lying here." At that moment, someone discovered the unconscious figure of a wild hare on the ground. Judging by his attire, he belonged to the vanguard camp and was still alive, though he bore a deep wound on his back, and his body seemed to be afflicted by some toxin which had spread throughout him. His heartbeat was weak, and his condition was dire. The leading man grasped the wild hare's arm, examining his injuries with a serious tone, his brow furrowed, fully aware that the person before him was hanging by a thread. "Captain, there's fierce fighting erupting inside." Other team members began to scan the area, quickly detecting signs of battle. There were traces of both demon beasts and magical plants. It was a conflict between the two tribes. As the team members who had entered the Misty Mountains for reconnaissance returned, they reported anxiously. The captain realized that the situation was likely even more urgent than he had anticipated. Moreover, the wild hare lying on the ground was in imminent danger, and he could only temporarily suppress the toxin with innate energy, but it wouldn't hold for long. "Old Lu, you must immediately return to the gathering place with him for treatment, while the rest of us will venture into this forbidden zone to assess the current battlefield situation." The commanding captain decisively issued his orders. "Understood." The member of the Blade Army, known as Old Lu, swiftly hoisted the unconscious hare onto his back and departed with haste. Meanwhile, other squads from the Blade Army began to approach the Misty Mountains, among them the Fangmong squad. As the sounds of battle erupted within the mountains, Zhao Zhou's previously somber gaze sparkled with a glimmer of opportunity. Clearly, he sensed a chance for fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he led his comrades into the fray. In the pursuit of greatness, such a splendid opportunity promised substantial rewards. At the 127th gathering place, within the Blade Squad's camp, urgency filled the air. "Suemo, you must save him." Ming Qian rushed in, followed closely by two others. One was Old Lu, carrying the bandaged and unconscious hare on his back. Upon reaching the field hospital at the 127th gathering place, the doctors found the toxins affecting the hare to be exceedingly troublesome, rendering the situation nearly hopeless. Just as despair set in, Ming Qian, who was also present, realized the hare had been poisoned and instructed Old Lu to carry him to the Blade Squad and Amp, Oppos, S camp. At that moment, Su Mo was the only apothecary within the 127th gathering place. Wei Ziming and Utainer had only recently joined the Blade Squad, and thus had spent these past few days acclimating within the camp rather than undertaking missions. Upon witnessing Ming Qian's urgency, Su Mo was taken aback and hurried to examine the situation. Indeed, the hare had been poisoned. Su Mo promptly retrieved a vial of clear wind potion and approached the hare to administer it. It must be noted that the clear wind potion was specifically designed for detoxification, and fortunately, the toxin from the beast did not exceed its healing capabilities. The toxins were now under control. However, due to the duration of the infection, the hare might remain unconscious for some time and would require proper rest to recuperate. Su Mo informed them. Upon hearing this, Ming Qian and Old Lu both exhaled in relief. Ming Qian regarded Su Mo, knowing that this young man had a stock of the clear wind potion. Just how high was his success rate in potion crafting? At that moment, other members of the Blade Squad gathered around. Lu Hanfeng, what transpired? Chen Guang inquired of Old Lu, clearly recognizing him. Old Lu, whose name was Lu Hanfeng, was a member of the Blade Army's Golden Knife Squad. Upon hearing Chen Guang's question, Lu Hanfeng did not withhold any details, recounting the events. Our squad was on a mission when we suddenly spotted a distress signal being fired from the direction of the mist-enshrouded Forbidden Zone. In response to the urgency, we hastily made our way there, only to discover him. He gestured towards the hare. Chapter 93, Mobilization. The situation within the Misty Mountains. Subsequently, we discovered that an immense battle was unfolding within the Misty Mountains, involving both magical plants and monstrous beasts. The captain instructed me to escort him back for treatment, while the rest ventured into the mountains to assess the situation. Listening to his account, the others were equally astonished, realizing the simultaneous emergence of both beasts and magical flora. It was evident that the situation was dire. Preparations for battle were imperative. Through the captain's brief remarks, Ming Qian grasped the gravity of the circumstances. He hurriedly departed to seek out Yu Chanfeng and the others for a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. After relaying the information, Lu Hanfeng took his leave with the captured hare. Everyone, ready yourselves. If the situation proves as urgent as anticipated, our gathering point will soon dispatch troops. We shall depart alongside the main force, the team leader, Chen Yu, declared. The members of the Blade team immediately convened a meeting, during which Su Mo provided an analysis of the incident. A surge of excitement coursed through him. A large-scale conflict could potentially involve second-tier entities. He was still short of 2 second-tier source crystals. However, based on the earlier encounter with the Vanguard camp soldier, it seemed they had encountered a type of magical plant capable of emitting toxic gas, necessitating thorough preparations against such toxins. Su Mo and Appo's stock of Clear Breeze potion was dwindling, having been significantly depleted during their previous engagement at the lair of the Blade Rats. Thus, before their departure, he needed to concoct another batch. Prepare yourselves. I must find General Yu, he stated hastily before departing, leaving the others exchanging glances. At that moment, Wei Ziming and Yutan and Appo's were also filled with excitement. They had yet to undertake an external mission, and to be thrust into such a significant event was overwhelming. All right, everyone, check your weapons and gear. Make sure you have everything necessary. We will wait for Su Mo's return, Chen Yu instructed. Understood. The group dispersed to their respective quarters. Meanwhile, Yu Changfeng convened an urgent high-level meeting. Since the transmission from the Golden Blade team, other Vanguard squads had also arrived at the Misty Mountains, establishing temporary communication stations to provide detailed intelligence. Astonishingly, the Misty Mountains were revealed to be a gathering place for monstrous beasts. The discovery of a complete ecosystem within was nothing short of astounding. Most critically, the magical Flora clan had invaded, with sightings of the Kanghan Demon Tree and Thorn Demon Flower reported. Yu Changfeng perceived this as an opportunity to decisively eliminate these magical plants. He immediately summoned the Blade Army and the city guards to mobilize forces into the Misty Mountains and eradicate the magical Flora clan. The order was given without hesitation. Yes, all second-tier awakened beings responded with fervor. Following the meeting, Su Mo found Yu Changfeng. What do you want, kid? Yu Changfeng inquired, puzzled. General Yu. Among the magical plant forces, there exists a type that emits toxic gas. I require materials for Clear Breeze Potion. To counteract their toxins, Su Mo hastily articulated his intent. Upon learning of Su Mo and Apos' request for potion materials, Yu Changfeng felt a surge of relief. The intelligence corroborated Su Mo and Apos' claims. The toxins posed a significant threat to their forces. Having Clear Breeze Potion would enhance their chances of survival. Time was of the essence. Leaving no room to address the matter of the young lad and Apos' wandering affections, Yu Changfeng waved his hand, approving Su Mo and Apos' request for potion materials. Fortunately, the Blade Army had been actively scavenging resources, capturing numerous forbidden zones, thus replenishing their stock of materials required for Clear Breeze Potion. As Su Mo prepared to take his leave, Yu Changfeng hesitated momentarily before sharing a piece of news. For this exploration of the Misty Mountains, the first squad to depart is the 16th Vanguard team, which includes Ho Dongdong. As for the others, aside from the rescued hare, their fates remain uncertain. Upon hearing this, Su Mo paused, his expression inscrutable as he contemplated the implications. Not long after, under Yu Changfeng's leadership, the awakened army set forth towards the Misty Mountains, with the Blade team amongst them. If we achieve further gains this time, my strength will surely advance. And perhaps I shall be the third to undergo the transformation within our team. Lon Erheo chuckled, feeling quite optimistic. He had lingered in the Source Sea realm for some time, with the transition to the transformation realm now seeming within reach. Coupled with the recent abundance of Source crystals and the Crimson Blood Potion provided by Su Mo, his physical enhancement would accelerate his absorption of Source energy. It wouldn't be long before he filled his Source Sea and ascended to the transformation realm. Don't be too sure. I might surpass you, Nini remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. He too was a seasoned practitioner of the Source Sea realm, experiencing rapid advancements recently. Hey, little Nan, quite the bravado you have, Lon Erheo retorted, raising an eyebrow. Nani dismissed him, uninterested in engaging further. Enough of your banter. Su Mo has already achieved the transformation realm. He might even elevate his realm faster than both of you. Ichioxia interjected, unable to resist delivering a jab at the two. Indeed, her words struck home, and the two immediately fell silent, resembling defeated roosters. They nearly forgot about the prodigious Su Mo, realizing their contention may only be for the position of fourth strongest. Wooden and Apos, do you agree, Su Mo? Ichioxia smiled in Su Mo and Apos' direction. Su Mo, momentarily lost in thought, was startled by the sudden mention of his name. What troubles you? Yu Tanner gently inquired, having sensed his unusual demeanor. From the outset, he had seemed preoccupied, lost in contemplation, feeling the concern of his comrades. Su Mo finally spoke. You said Ho Dongdong is alive, correct? Yu Tanner was taken aback momentarily before comprehension dawned. You mean Ho Dongdong is among the missing Vanguard team? Su Mo nodded solemnly. What? The little monkey is there? Wei Ziming exclaimed in surprise. Upon realizing the reason behind Su Mo's despondency, Yu Tanner found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to console him, as such matters were not her forte. She could only softly say they should be fine. Sensing the atmosphere shift, other teammates chimed in with reassurances. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Indeed, with so many of us heading there, we and Apos, LL surely rescue them. Fortune favors the brave. Perhaps they are merely temporarily trapped. Acknowledging his friends and Apos' comforting words, Su Mo understood that worrying alone was futile. The only course of action was to pray for their safety and await their rescue. He cherished his friends in this world deeply. While he owed a life debt to Ho Dongdong, it was equally true that Ho Dongdong had saved him in his time of need. How could there be so many? Yu Changfeng was left astounded upon seeing the Clear Breeze Potion that Ming Qian had brought. These potions were precisely those Su Mo had concocted earlier, which he had entrusted to Ming Qian for delivery to Yu Changfeng. There were over 100 vials of Clear Breeze Potion. A staggering amount considering the stock of materials in the warehouse was less than 200. How had Su Mo managed to produce such a quantity? What level had this young alchemist attained? The success rate was astonishingly high. Moreover, in such a brief span of time, he has concocted so many potions. Yu Changfeng felt a bit dazed. How long has it been? Typically, a skilled apothecary would require several days to prepare such an array of elixirs. Ming Qian could only nod in resignation. That lad is truly an anomaly. I suspect his success rate is a staggering 100%. Hiss. This child is terrifying. They collectively drew a sharp breath, acknowledging the unsettling contribution of global warming. Within the Misty Mountains. Cough, cough, cough. This noxious gas is utterly unbearable. Everyone, please exercise caution. Zhao Zhou cautioned his companions while wrapping a cloth around his mouth and nose. The others promptly followed suit. Realizing that the floral beasts before them emitted toxic fumes at the slightest provocation, how utterly repulsive. Unfortunately, they had neglected to bring gas masks. Of course, even standard gas masks would be ineffective against this source energy toxin. Only those crafted from specialized source energy materials would suffice. Upon entering the Misty Mountains, the Fengmong team launched an assault on the plant demon clan, yielding considerable spoils. They dispatched a number of floral beasts, leaving a plethora of magical plants and beast corpses strewn across the ground, their extracted source crystals promising them a substantial windfall. However, fortune and peril coexist. Their actions soon attracted the attention of the plant demon clan, which swiftly dispatched a portion of their forces to confront them. With the arrival of additional plant demons, the pressure on the Fengmong team intensified significantly. Thud! A colossal figure crashed down beside them, creating a tremendous sound. It was then that they discerned the creature's form. A massive bull. However, this gigantic bull demon had one horn broken, its body covered in wounds, with blood streaming from its nostrils and mouth. It was injured. At that moment, a gigantic silhouette emerged from the mist, resembling an enormous python, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Zhao Zhou and his companions turned pale. This aura was unmistakably that of a second-tier entity. Had Su Mo and Ming Qian been present, they would have recognized this plant demon as the giant vine demon. Who could have anticipated its appearance here? In its mid-second-tier state, it utterly dominated the injured bull demon. It soon caught sight of several human figures, its bloodthirsty essence surging. Just as it intended to eliminate the bull demon first, a vast white net enveloped it. A massive wolf spider, possessing mid-second-tier strength, emerged. Its myriad crimson eyes fixated on the giant vine demon. With its sharp spider spears glistening menacingly, it charged forward with lethal intent. Chapter 94. The Extraordinary Journey of Ho Dong Dong. With a thunderous roar, the injured giant bull demon beast slowly rose to its feet and charged once more at the colossal vine demon. The three second-tier creatures engaged in a fierce battle, shaking the very ground beneath them. Run! Zhao Zhou shouted, prompting the members of the Sharp Blade Squad to hastily flee the scene. They understood that witnessing such a divine clash could leave them gravely wounded from merely the residual shockwaves. After their departure, new second-tier magical plants emerged, as the magical plant clan had thoroughly infiltrated the Misty Mountain range. Goodness, why are these wretched creatures relentlessly pursuing me? Within the depths of the Misty Mountain, a short young boy was madly fleeing, pursued by numerous floral beasts intent on tearing him apart. In his search for an escape route, he had inadvertently encountered the floral beasts, leading to a fierce confrontation. The floral beasts unleashed toxic gas upon him, but he countered with the unique energy emitted from his newly birthed spiritual plant leaves, neutralizing their poison effortlessly. However, in his moment of triumph, he remained unaware that his use of power had exposed his innate essence, attracting the attention of a second-tier floral beast that had been hunting for them. This revelation sent Ho Dong Dong into a frenzy. The overwhelming number of floral beasts made them insurmountable foes, and if surrounded, he feared he would be torn to shreds. Wait, humans? Members of the Sharp Blade Army? In his flight, Ho Dong Dong unexpectedly crossed paths with the Sharp Blade Squad, igniting a spark of joy within him. Knowing that reinforcements had arrived. Help! He cried out, sprinting toward them. Zhao Zhou and Amp, Oppos, eyes narrowed as he recognized him. ISN and Amp, Oppos, see that someone from the Vanguard camp? Noticing the floral beasts hot on his heels, He wasted no time and commanded his companions, engage. They charged forward, battling the floral beasts. At that moment, Ho Dong Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief, his legs nearly giving way from exhaustion. "Thank you," he gasped, expressing his gratitude to Zhao Zhou. Zhao Zhou assessed him carefully and replied, "We are all of the same race, no need for thanks." With a swift motion, he extended a claw and pierced through the chest of a pursuing floral beast, showcasing his formidable strength. Blood claw technique. Remarkable. Ho Dong Dong was astounded by Zhao Zhou's prowess. The sharp blade squad fought valiantly. However, the floral beasts soon retreated, blooming the buds atop their heads. "Damn it, not this again." The expressions of the sharp blade squad shifted dramatically, their hearts cursing the floral beasts and Appos, and scrupulous tactics. Everyone stepped back. Don and Appos, T inhaled the toxic gas. Zhao Zhou kicked aside a floral beast and quickly moved backward. Seeing the squad in distress, Ho Dong Dong realized they were in trouble. "Everyone stay calm. Leave the poison to me," he shouted, charging forward as a vibrant green light burst forth from his left hand, conjuring a refreshing breeze that swept away the toxic gas. The wind possessed a unique energy, dispersing the poison in an instant, rendering the floral beast's toxic gas ineffective. The members of the sharp blade squad were taken aback, astonished by how Ho Dong Dong had accomplished such a feat with their poison neutralized. "Let us strike." Zhao Zhou reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack on the floral beasts. Without the hindrance of poison, the first-tier floral beasts proved no match for them, and they quickly dispatched several of them. Just as they were reveling in their victories, a rustling from the jungle caught Ho Dong Dong's attention. His face paled as he urgently called out to the sharp blade squad, "Run. A second-tier floral beast is closing in." "Curse it." Zhao Zhou's composure nearly shattered. "Another second-tier beast has appeared." They quickly abandoned their foes, not even pausing to collect the source crystals, turning and fleeing in haste. Their practiced movements were almost heartbreaking. After their departure, the second-tier floral beast emerged, bearing signs of recent injury, evidently having just engaged in a fierce battle. It was on a relentless pursuit for spiritual plant traces when it was finally caught up by a second-tier giant wolf demon beast, leading to a fierce confrontation. Despite sustaining wounds from the venomous flames of a flower dragon, the giant wolf demon beast continued to attack with reckless abandon, undeterred by the imminent threat of death. Ultimately, however, it could not withstand the might of the second-tier floral beast, succumbing to severe injuries. Yet, it had managed to inflict some damage, delaying the floral beast's pursuit of Ho Dong Dong. After incapacitating the giant wolf, the second-tier floral beast commanded its minions to finish it off while it resumed the chase for Ho Dong Dong, having sensed the alluring essence once more. "What was that thing?" Zhao Zhou inquired as they ran. Ho Dong Dong raised his left hand, although the ginkgo spiritual plant had retreated within him. A vivid imprint of a ginkgo leaf adorned the back of his hand. "It and Appos, it, a newly birthed spiritual plant." Zhao Zhou and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. "How did it come to be on you?" "This is indeed a spiritual plant." Ho Dong Dong divulged the circumstances surrounding the ginkgo spiritual plant. "So, the magical plants are after the spiritual plant residing within you?" Zhao Zhou asked. Ho Dong Dong nodded helplessly. Zhao Zhou's expression shifted, torn between astonishment at Ho Dong Dong's bond with the spiritual plant and the realization that they had been inadvertently drawn into this chaos. "Perhaps we should separate? After all, it's pursuing me," Ho Dong Dong suggested, feeling guilty for putting others in danger. Zhao Zhou was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. The matter of a contracted spiritual plant was monumental. Such occurrences were unheard of in their gathering place. They had only heard tales of such beings in the grand cities of the Alliance, typically belonging to the elite. Zhao Zhou was aware of some hidden truths, that a contracted spiritual plant could significantly impact their future. At that moment, Ho Dong Dong's prospects seemed boundless. If their gathering place learned of this, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect him. Noticing Zhao Zhou's silence, Ho Dong Dong gritted his teeth and took off in another direction, intending to part ways with them. "Hey, where are you going? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhao Zhou barked, following closely behind. "We should stick together for mutual support. If you go off alone and get caught, it'll be the end." The other members of the Sharp Blade Squad had no objections, adhering to Zhao Zhou's lead. Moreover, I fear we may not escape this time. Zhao Zhou and Apos' expression darkened, sensing an ominous chill approaching from behind. The second-tier floral beast had caught up with them. Feeling the imminent danger, Zhao Zhou swung his combat knife defensively against the claws of the attacking floral beast. The tremendous force knocked his military knife out of his grasp, leaving his hands numb. It's now or never. It's wounded, Zhao Zhou declared, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Attack! Without hesitation, the group surged forward, unleashing their fury upon the second-tier floral beast. At this moment, they could only carve out a slim chance of survival. The flower beast had never anticipated that these insignificant ants would dare to resist. It erupted with ferocious intent, planning to annihilate them all. The battle was on the brink of ignition. Is this the Misty Mountains? Indeed, true to its name. It was shrouded in dense fog as far as the eye could see. Upon the arrival of the awakened army at the Misty Mountains, Chen Guang gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. Everyone, heed my command. Upon entering the Misty Mountains, launch an immediate assault on those magical plants. Second tier, follow me to confront those second-tier magical plants. Today, we shall eradicate them entirely. With a commanding shout from Yu Changfeng, he brandished his long blade and charged ahead into the depths of the Misty Mountains. He could already sense the powerful fluctuations of source energy. It must be the Kanghan magic tree. Upon hearing his words, the other awakened ones surged in. We shall enter as well. We must quickly locate Ho Dongdong and the others, spoke Su Mo within the Blade team. Indeed, as the intelligence had indicated, the Misty Mountains were already in utter chaos. Littered with the corpses of magical plants and beasts, blood flowing like rivers. The sudden onslaught of the human awakened army caught those magical plants off guard. Even when the flower beast unfurled the buds atop its head and released toxic gas, the humans were well prepared. A few individuals lined up, producing objects reminiscent of cannon tubes, pressing buttons atop them. Suddenly, a plume of mist erupted, and upon contact with the toxic gas, a hissing sound ensued, dispersing the noxious fumes. This was a high-pressure misting apparatus containing the Qifeng potion, a procedure akin to the previous cleansing of toxic residues at gathering point 127. Suemo couldn't help but click his tongue as images flashed in his mind of the awakened ones wielding sprayers, dousing the toxic gas, a scene strikingly reminiscent of pesticide application. Now, with the most troublesome toxins neutralized, the magical plants began to retreat in disarray, allowing the beast clan a moment to breathe. It was a difficult plight for them, observing the humans gaining the upper hand. Suemo did not linger on the battlefield to slay enemies. Rather, he sought the figure of Ho Dongdong. Yet, amidst this vast fog, searching for a single person felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What was he to do, just as he was at a loss? The colorful rice seedlings in his consciousness suddenly reacted, gently swaying their leaves, engaging in a telepathic exchange with Suemo. Are you saying you sensed the presence of a kin? Suemo was taken aback. Rustle, rustle, the leaves of the little rice seedlings continued to sway, confirming their assertion. Chapter 95. Timely arrival to discover the existence of spiritual plants within the Misty Mountains left Suemo in a state of turmoil. Immediately, he speculated that this spiritual plant was akin to the carrot spiritual plant residing in gathering point 126, with these beasts serving as its guardians. However, the colorful rice seedlings reacted once more, their leaves trembling anew. Are you suggesting that this spiritual plant has just come into being? Suemo was astonished to learn that it was a newly formed spiritual plant. Old Mo, what's wrong? Wei Ziming inquired curiously, noticing Sumo's sudden silence. Nothing. Suemo replied, a thought stirring within him. Since he had no idea where to find Ho Dongdong and the others, why not seek out this spiritual plant instead? Everyone, follow me. He waved his hand and addressed the group. Although they were puzzled, they followed his lead. This must be the direction. Suemo mused as they navigated through the dense foliage of the Misty Mountains. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention. Sumo's expression turned serious as he halted. They began to cautiously investigate the situation ahead. It appears to be flower beasts, Chen Guang remarked. Before their eyes lay a cluster of flower beasts. seemingly engaged in an assault on something. There are only about 10, and they are all at the first tier. What are we waiting for? Let an amp, oppos, eliminate them. With that command, the group charged forward. Kill. Each member unleashed their unique abilities, taking advantage of surprise to swiftly sever the buds atop the flower beasts' heads. Sumo moved with the grace of a phantom, cleaving one flower beast in half before advancing to another. Their assault was relentless, and within moments, the flower beasts lay vanquished at their feet. There is a beast here, Lonerheo alerted, drawing their gazes to the scene where the flower beasts had just been attacking a massive wolf. It was a second-tier creature, bloodied and torn, barely clinging to life. This is a grayback demon wolf. How could it be besieged by a group of first-tier flower beasts? Confusion rippled through them. Perhaps it was already gravely injured. And the flower beasts seized the opportunity, Chinyu analyzed. Indeed, the truth was as she suggested. Sumo approached silently, producing a rejuvenation elixir to offer the wolf. Yet, the wounds it had sustained were fatal. The elixir was of no avail. The life force within it ebbed away uncontrollably. There's no saving it. Sumo murmured. Rejuvenation elixir is merely a first-tier potion, not a miraculous remedy. What a pity, Qin Guang lamented. Given the current circumstances, the beasts and they were allies against the demonic plants. An additional second-tier ally could significantly enhance their odds. The grayback demon wolf collapsed into its pool of blood, its once wild gaze dimming until it ultimately drew its last breath. Alas, the passing of life. Sumo sighed. Chinyu suddenly spoke. Sumo. At once, Sumo understood her intent and replied, Captain, do not worry. I am not one to be bound by outdated morals. With that, he plunged a sword into the wolf's body, extracting the source crystal within. Chinyu had initially feared Sumo might hesitate due to moral qualms about taking the wolf's source crystal, especially since he desperately needed second-tier source crystals. To her surprise, Sumo was far more resolute than she had anticipated. This was the fourth second-tier crystal he had obtained, and he certainly would not let it slip away. Though they were allies, he had done his utmost to save the beast. Since it was beyond salvation, he would claim the source crystal. After digging a large pit, he buried the grayback demon wolf's remains, granting it a proper resting place. Once they had cleared the battlefield, they departed from the site. How powerful! Ho Dong Dong exclaimed as he slammed into a tree, spitting blood. The strength of this second-tier flower beast was astonishing. Although he and Sumo had previously taken down a second-tier bamboo leaf-vine snake, they had done so without taking any damage, and the snake had been significantly weakened. This second-tier flower beast was close to mid-tier status and exhibited formidable combat skills and agility, leaving them disoriented after a fierce assault. At that moment, the flower beast, like a specter, appeared before one of the members of the Fangmong squad. The injured member, upon witnessing the flower beast's approach, was paralyzed with fear. Swoosh! The flower beast's claw pierced his chest, instantly shattering his heart. They were beginning to suffer casualties. Chao Si! Cried the members of the Fangmong squad in horror. The sight of their teammate perishing before their eyes was too traumatic to bear. Zhao Zhou's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with murderous intent as he glared at the flower beast. You beast! You shall pay! Ho Dong Dong roared, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick at the flower beast. With all his source energy, he executed a powerful kick to the beast's back, causing it to stagger. Rage filled Ho Dong Dong's gaze. The Fangmong squad had been drawn into danger because of him. And now someone had died due to his presence. The flower beast, stung by the kick, retaliated in fury, charging at Ho Dong Dong and knocking him back once more. Thud! Ho Dong Dong crashed heavily into a great tree, splintering its trunk. Coughing violently, blood poured from his mouth as if his very organs had been shattered. He was gravely injured. The flower beast pressed the attack, sensing the alluring energy emanating from Ho Dong Dong. It had gone berserk. A claw swept past, and Ho Dong Dong felt a deadly aura locking onto him. Was he about to meet his end? He reached for the wooden carving of the garlic spiritual plant at his chest. Had he been enduring this kind of scene all along? Swoosh! Rather than feeling the claws tear through his flesh, a splash of warm blood sprayed across his face. A figure stood before him. It was Zhao Zhou. He had intervened at that critical moment. Claw against claw. Zhao Zhou transformed his hands into claws, gripping the flower beast's talons firmly. Yet, the beast's claws still pierced his palms, blood gushing forth. Get back! Zhao Zhou barked at Ho Dongdong. Ho Dongdong, wide-eyed, could not fathom why Zhao Zhou was doing this. Zhao Zhou, undeterred, declared, "You possess a spiritual plant. You cannot die." With that, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the flower beast. Due to his injuries, the beast soon seized the moment, driving a claw deep into Zhao Zhou's left arm. With a fierce yank, the powerful force tore Zhao Zhou's arm clean off. The excruciating pain forced a howl from Zhao Zhou. Yet, gritting his teeth, he unleashed a blood claw technique against the flower beast, opening a deep gash and spilling its vital fluids. This strike inflicted damage upon it. Though he endured the agony, he shouted fervently, "I, Zhao Zhou, may adhere to the principles of righteousness, but I am also a member of the Blade Legion, an awakened one of humanity's gathering place. For the future of humanity, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life." He embraced the certainty of his demise. Although he could have abandoned Ho Dongdong and fled for his own survival, he chose to protect Ho Dongdong, even at the cost of his own life. After all, the one bound to the spiritual plant would be the future of the gathering place. Clap, clap. Zhao Xiong, with his noble aspirations, earns my admiration. The sound of applause resonated through the mist, revealing the figures of Su Mo and his companions. Su Mo was taken aback to witness such a stirring scene upon their arrival. From this moment forth, Zhao Zhou's image in his heart underwent a profound transformation. Though his methods were not particularly endearing, in the face of the greater good for humanity, he surpassed most of his kind. Yang Tianfeng paled in comparison. Truly, he was a formidable member of the Blade Army. Su Mo. Zhao Zhou was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Su Mo's appearance, perhaps with their presence. Survival was indeed within reach today. Mo Gu. Ho Dongdong exclaimed joyfully. Rescue had truly arrived. Wowu, Mo Gu, you have finally come. Unable to contain herself, Ho Dongdong's voice trembled with emotion. Little monkey, why are you crying? Wei Ziming laughed heartily. An injured magical plant? Su Mo's gaze turned icy as he focused on the flower beast. Upon their arrival, Zhao Zhou abruptly halted, collapsing onto the ground. First, drink this. Su Mo tossed him a rejuvenation potion, for the blood loss he had suffered was alarming. He then charged directly at the flower beast, with the Blade Squad following swiftly in his wake. Chun Yu and Chun Guang, the brother and sister duo, flanked him, their blades flashing as they struck. Battle Ant Chariot. Su Mo led the charge, unleashing all his strength in a mighty collision. Boom. The tremendous force slammed into the flower beast, pushing it back. Chun Yu and Chun Guang's long swords sliced in from either side, inflicting 2 ghastly wounds upon the beast's abdomen. The flower beast steadied itself, its ferocity ignited. At that moment, it realized Su Mo was launching a punch toward its face. Damnable ant. The flower beast extended its sharp claws to intercept him, catching his fist with brute force. Yet, in an instant, its expression shifted. Of course, if it had a face. For it discovered that its claws could not penetrate Su Mo and Appo's resilient skin. Though it pained him, Su Mo smirked disdainfully. Transforming his fist into a palm, he seized the beast's claw with a vice-like grip. With his other hand aglow in green light, he deftly slashed towards the flower beast's head. A slender mark appeared on its neck. Thud. The flower beast's head fell to the ground. Su Mo did not pause in his assault, releasing the beast's arm as the green longsword descended upon its body, cleaving it in two. A swift execution. Quickly sheathing his green longsword, Su Mo faltered momentarily, nearly toppling over, but was steadied by the timely arrival of Bai Kai. Thus, a second-tier flower beast met its demise. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Zhou's severed arm had ceased bleeding due to the effects of the rejuvenation potion. At that moment, his gaze towards Su Mo was filled with profound astonishment. Chapter 96. The final confrontation. What level of power is this? Is he truly merely a first awakener? The members of the Sharp Blade team were left utterly astonished. They were unaware of Su Mo and Appo's past achievements in defeating second awakeners. Yet they were now witnessing this extraordinary scene firsthand. Su Mo and Appo's series of maneuvers were executed with remarkable fluidity and decisiveness. The flower beast had scarcely registered its presence before it was vanquished. A chill ran through their hearts, filled with trepidation. During their previous conflict with the Blade team, had Suemo unleashed such a technique, would they have met their demise? Of course, in normal competition, lethal force was not to be expected, but it did little to alleviate their anxiety. Swiftly, they extracted the source crystal from the flower beast. Suemo approached them slowly, feeling a bit unsteady, his legs slightly trembling. While his explosive power was indeed formidable, the 10-second cooldown of his skills left him feeling somewhat helpless. He distributed the rejuvenation potion to the Sharp Blade team. After consuming it, their injuries were mended, and their complexion improved significantly. It must be said, they were genuinely in a dire state, each member battered and bruised. Had Suemo and his companions arrived even a moment later, they might well have perished at the hands of the flower beasts. The most grievously injured among them was Zhao Zhou, who had lost an entire arm. Thank you, Zhao Zhou said to Suemo, his expression a mixture of gratitude and pain, his voice somewhat hoarse. The members of the Sharp Blade team rose one after another to express their thanks. Although they had previously been at odds with the Blade team, now their lives had been spared by them. Truly, it was a matter of fate. As fellow humans, there is no need for excessive formality, Suemo replied. Zhao Zhou could not help but recall his earlier words to Ho Dongdong, now echoed back to him by Suemo. Indeed, as fellow humans, in the face of such critical matters, had he not made what he believed to be the most righteous choice? Looking at their fallen comrade, the members of the Sharp Blade team gathered his belongings and dug a grave to lay him to rest. As Awakeners, they had long been prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. Yet today, it was Chao Si who had fallen, and his longtime comrades. They could not help but feel a profound sorrow. Suemo found himself at a loss for words, as this was a moment of profound separation. Brother Emo, have you seen my captain, Jin Gang, or the others? Ho Dongdong, who had also consumed the rejuvenation potion, asked hopefully. Suemo shook his head in resignation. Upon seeing this, a hint of disappointment shadowed Ho Dongdong's eyes. However, one of your team members survived and is recuperating at gathering point 127, Suemo informed him. It must be the wild rabbit, Ho Dongdong exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the news. Once he regained his composure, he extended his left hand to Suemo, revealing the ginkgo leaf mark on the back of his hand. Brother Emo, I have contracted a spirit plant. Suemo was taken aback. It turned out that the spirit plant sensed by the earlier small rice seedling was now with Ho Dongdong. The ginkgo leaf mark reacted, sending out several leaves and extending a branch towards Suemo, as if it felt a connection and wished to approach him. Suemo gently touched its leaves with his finger. Type: Ginkgo AC, Ginkgo, level, first tier spirit plant, status, healthy, contract, Ho Dongdong, note, possesses detoxifying properties. Most toxins are ineffective against it, and its leaves and roots appear quite resilient. The information about the ginkgo spirit plant unfurled on the green page. At that moment, the ginkgo spirit plant seemed to be trying to break free from Ho Dongdong's arm. Calm down, this is my friend. You must accompany him obediently now that you are contracted, Suemo advised, sensing that the ginkgo spirit plant wished to sever its contract with Ho Dongdong. He quickly intervened. Ho Dongdong was astonished. This little creature actually wanted to abandon him to follow Brother Emo. What was happening? Shouldn't he be the chosen one? Dongdong, congratulations, Suemo said with genuine joy. To contract a spirit plant is an immense fortune, according to the profession of spirit tamers. Ho Dongdong was now among the elite of his field. The members of the Blade team looked on with envy, showering Ho Dongdong with their congratulations. This fellow has such good fortune. Let us depart. We should not linger here. It is time to regroup with the main forces and deliver a decisive blow to the Demon Plant tribe, Suemo declared. Thus, they all swiftly departed. Too bad there is no potion for regrowing limbs, Suemo remarked to Zhao Zhou as they left. This loss of an arm must weigh heavily on Zhao Zhou and Apos' spirit. No matter, surviving is already a blessing, Zhao Zhou replied slowly. He had been prepared to face death, and now that he had a second chance at life, what was the loss of a mere arm? What a remarkable individual. Suemo found himself admiring Zhao Zhou even more. Suddenly recalling something, he added, I do have a suggestion. When you return to gathering point 126, consider seeking out Dr. Qin. He could forge you a mechanical arm. He thought of Dr. Qin, who had always been enthusiastic about mechanical modifications. If Zhao Zhou was willing, he would surely invest great effort into it. After all, such an excellent experimental subject was hard to come by. Hearing this, Zhao Zhou felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, a mechanical arm could be a viable option, especially now that he had lost one. Thank you. I will definitely seek out Dr. Qin when we return. Excellent. You're back again. As the human army entered the battlefield, second Awakeners sought out the second-tier demon plants. From a distance, Guazillion spotted the looming figure of the giant vine demon, his killing intent surging. At that moment, a massive spider was engaged in battle with the giant vine demon, and nearby lay the lifeless form of a colossal bull beast, already devoid of life. Moreover, on the opposite side of the battlefield, two giant wolf beasts lay on the ground, gravely wounded, beside them the carcass of a second-tier flower beast. What a brutal confrontation. They recognized the origins of these beasts. The enormous spider battling the giant vine demon belonged to the giant wolf spider clan and was rare for its second-tier mid-level strength. The deceased bull beast was known as the Shock Mountain Bull, a second-tier early-stage creature. The two giant wolves were grayback demon wolves, having evidently lost their fighting spirit after taking down a second-tier flower beast. However, the demon plant tribe was not limited to the giant vine demon. 5 second-tier early-stage demon plants were present. Among the demon plant army brought by the Cold Moon Demon Tree, there were 5 second-tier demon plants, alongside 3 second-tier flower beasts that had accompanied the flower dragon. With 2 fallen, there remained 6. On the human side, there were currently 4 leaders of the Blade Army and 2 second-tier guards. Adding the giant wolf spider into the mix, it was now 7 against 6. They could fight. Guazillion charged forth, aiming directly at the giant vine demon, which had previously escaped him. The others also sought their respective adversaries. The giant vine demon felt a pang of dread. It truly was a case of nemeses crossing paths. Previously, it had been driven away by the trio of the Blade Army, and now it encountered them once more, with Guazillion joining the fray. The pressure on the giant wolf spider significantly lessened as they coordinated their efforts, turning the tide of battle. The giant vine demon, which had once held the advantage, began to retreat and adopt a defensive stance. The battle had reached a fevered intensity. The humans, filled with pent-up frustration, were now taking the initiative against the invading demon plants. However, the situation remains grim, and the ultimate victory hinges on the fierce battles among the elite warriors. Yu Changfeng has already surged towards the direction of the Kanghan Demon Tree and its companions. On the rugged terrain, he beheld the giant wild boar demon beast, utterly battered and resembling a pitiful creature. It was in dire straits, enduring a 3-on-1 assault. Had it not awakened its earth attribute and possessed a tough hide, it would have perished long ago. Brother Wild Boar, I come to your aid, Yu Changfeng exclaimed as he raced forward, the blue long knife in his hand pulsating with a furious energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a technique known as the Ripple Slash, directing a powerful blow towards the 3 magical plants. It was as if colossal waves manifested in the air, sharp and formidable, crashing relentlessly and instilling fear in the hearts of the 3 adversaries. Boom! This strike effectively repelled the 3 magical plants. At that moment, both the Kanghan Demon Tree and the Thorn Demon Flower were struck with astonishment, realizing that Yu Changfeng had grown even more formidable. How could this human advance so rapidly? The Demon Flower Flying Dragon regarded him with icy disdain, for this was its first encounter with Yu Changfeng. To its surprise, it found itself overshadowed from the very beginning. With bruises marring its visage, the wild boar's eyes flickered with hope upon witnessing the arrival of human assistance. Yet, it was gravely wounded and required a moment to recover. Seeing his strike successfully fend off 3 equally matched foes, Yu Changfeng felt a surge of elation, astonished at the significant enhancement in his attack power following his martial arts refinement. His swordsmanship had reached a consummate level, and after a recent period of introspection and intensive training, he had further advanced, approaching the threshold of mastery. as the three magical plants regained their composure. The demon flower flying dragon took to the air, unfurling its massive floral maw to unleash a torrent of green toxic flames. The Kanghan demon tree extended its palms, channeling a surge of icy energy. Meanwhile, the thorn demon flower summoned a multitude of long, sharp thorns, merging them into a single, formidable spike, which it launched fiercely at Yu Changfeng. By a twist of fate, the planned encirclement aimed at eliminating Yu Changfeng had unexpectedly come to fruition. With a steely gaze, Yu Changfeng summoned forth a golden energy from the circular ring adorning his left hand, revealing that he too possessed a protective spirit, a specially enhanced version no less. The golden energy enveloped him in a radiant shield, gleaming with brilliance. In his right hand, he wielded the long knife, infused with a vibrant blue water attribute energy, enhancing its allure. The technique he was about to execute was known as the Morning of the Floodwaters. He moved with the grace of a warrior cloaked in intertwining gold and blue light. This move was his most potent, the very strike that had cleaved the body of the king of magical plants a decade prior, solidifying his reputation as the mightiest of warriors. Now, he had grown even stronger. Chapter 97. One dead, two injured. A formidable wave of energy surged throughout the Misty Mountains, accompanied by tremors that echoed like an earthquake. What could that be? As members of the Blade team and the Sharp team hastened towards the source, someone exclaimed in shock at the overwhelming aura. Yu Tanner pressed her lips together and remarked, "It must be my father battling the enemy. No one understands a father better than his daughter." Such a tumultuous surge of water attribute source energy could only belong to Yu Changfeng. Suamo raised an eyebrow, contemplating that such a display of might suggested a fierce clash between top-tier, second-tier combatants. "Let us hasten. If we delay, we may miss our chance to partake in the spoils," he urged, quickening their pace. At the epicenter of the energy fluctuations, the flower dragon lay on the ground, wounded and in disarray, with several gashes marring its body. The frosty demon tree had its icy armor shattered, fragments scattering about, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Meanwhile, the thorn demon flower had its thick, long spines severed into multiple pieces, its sap oozing from the jagged edges. It was utterly shocking. Yu Changfeng's strike had inflicted damage upon them all. Yu Changfeng stood resolutely, his attire slightly tattered and hair tousled. Yet he too was not unscathed. His grip on the azure blade trembled, and his source energy fluctuated chaotically. Despite his enhanced abilities, facing three opponents of equal rank was no small feat. One could even see the golden light emitted by his spirit guard, dimming somewhat. Had it not been for its protection, he would have sustained grave injuries from the fierce attacks of the three demonic plants. Suppressing his discomfort, he charged forward once more, engaging the three demonic plants in intense combat. The battle was stalemated. The mountain boar, having taken a brief respite, began to rise slowly, its eyes burning with rage. With a snort, it charged forward, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the intruders. "Damn it! It seems I may have underestimated them. It will not be easy to subdue these beasts." Yu Changfeng cursed inwardly as he fought. Although aided by the mountain boar, its injuries rendered it less effective. Fortunately, he sensed that the human side was gaining a significant advantage elsewhere on the battlefield. This was encouraging news. The demonic plants, with the giant vine demon at mid-second tier, were being besieged by the giant wolf spider and Guazillion. As a result, Zhang Yunsheng, a mid-second tier awakened one, was mercilessly slaughtering the lower-tier demonic plants. The one he faced was now on the brink of death, and with a decisive strike, he ended its life. On another front, Ming Qian, although newly ascended to the second tier, proved himself a genius from years past, effortlessly overpowering his opponent among the demonic plants. Like Zhang Yunsheng, he unleashed a powerful punch, vanquishing the plant and becoming the second to eliminate his foe. Once they had each dealt with their adversaries, they turned to assist Guazillion. The situation was dire for the demonic plant faction. They had little hope left. "Ah, my old friend, this time you cannot escape." Zhang Yunsheng and Ming Qian charged towards the giant vine demon, grinning wickedly. The giant vine demon was nearly at its breaking point, recognizing the three humans approaching, along with the giant wolf spider and Appos, as assistants. It was overwhelmed with dread and promptly turned to flee, realizing it stood no chance. Do not even think about escaping. The trio from the Blade Army reacted swiftly, pursuing the fleeing creature without hesitation. The three top-tier second-tier demonic plants were now frantic. If they allowed their minions to be annihilated, the humans would surely converge upon them, spelling disaster. Suddenly, the frosty demon tree and the flower dragon communicated telepathically and charged towards the mountain boar, intent on eliminating one of them first. A chilling aura invaded the mountain boar's body, causing it to stiffen momentarily, followed by a wave of poisonous flames. "Brother boar!" Yu Chanfeng roared, striking at the frosty demon tree and cleaving a massive wound into its trunk. The mountain boar collapsed, its condition deteriorating alarmingly. Its skin was scorched and tinged with green, clearly poisoned. The dual onslaught of ice and flame wreaked havoc on its insides, leading to severe burns and frostbite, wounds that were undoubtedly fatal. Was this how its life would end? Yet it refused to yield, glaring defiantly at the intruders, still unwilling to give up. It summoned a surge of earth attribute, source energy from within. The self-detonation of its source crystal was its last resort. It poured the energy into the earth, causing the soil to rise and form a colossal wave of sand, crashing towards the three demonic plants. Yu Chafeng was taken aback. He never expected the mountain boar to act with such resolve, demonstrating an intricate mastery over the self-detonation of its source crystal, indicating it had reached a pinnacle within the second-tier realm. After all, not every second-tier fighter could execute such a feat. Many had fallen without ever triggering a self-detonation. This required an extraordinary level of control over the source crystal, and it was unclear if the mountain boar had always possessed this skill or if it had attained this understanding in its final moments. The earth was buried. This technique surprisingly touched upon the third-tier realm, its momentum thunderous. The ground trembled once more, and the wave of earth crashed violently against the three demonic plants, which were already in a weakened state, suffering grievously from the impact. They had underestimated the prowess of their adversaries. The mountain boar's attack far exceeded their expectations. Amidst the chaos, Yu Changfeng sensed the approach of others. It was Guazilian and his companions, who had successfully felled the giant vine demon. Witnessing this, he steeled his resolve and summoned the remaining vestiges of his source energy to charge at the demonic plants. The regrets of spilled water. He invoked his technique once more. However, with the dwindling source energy he possessed, employing this technique would leave him utterly drained. He too was gambling everything on this final strike. The three demonic plants were horrified. They had just endured the mountain boar's devastating assault, and now Yu Changfeng was unleashing another formidable attack. Who could withstand this onslaught? The most severely wounded among them was the flower dragon, which had the weakest defenses. As blue light surged forth, it had no time to react before being cleaved in two. The frosty demon tree suffered a significant wound, its vitality waning. The thorn demon flower, slightly further away, attempted to shield itself with its remaining spines, forming a protective barrier, but they were all shattered. One was dead, and two were gravely injured. Yu Chanfeng instantly felt his strength wane, relying on his blade plunged into the ground to support himself, barely remaining upright. He had lost his combat ability. Regrettably, he could not eliminate them all in one strike, and a hint of disappointment flickered in his gaze. "My lord." The trio from the Blade Army rushed to Yu Changfeng's side, expressing concern. "I am fine. They are gravely injured. You must deal with them quickly," he instructed them. Adhering to his original plan, the three immediately sharpened their blades, charging towards the frosty demon tree and the thorn demon flower. The frosty demon tree, resolute, prepared to self-detonate its source crystal in a desperate gamble. However, the thorn demon flower extended its remaining tendrils to ensnare it, hoisting it onto its back and fleeing. It was determined to escape this perilous situation. The trio from the Blade Army stood in astonishment, realizing that the creature intended to flee. Chase it. If it escapes, the next opportunity to slay it will be elusive. Yu Changfeng shouted with the last vestiges of his strength. This was a rare chance indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, the Blade Army pursued. The thorn demon flower was remarkably swift, using its roots as legs to make a hasty escape. Have you ever seen legs stretching a dozen meters long? It resembled a spider. Is that Suamo? The three exclaimed in unison, for they had spotted a white figure racing towards the direction of the thorn demon flower. A flash of green light flickered. With a swift stroke, it severed one of the arms of the frosty demon tree behind the thorn demon flower. A roar erupted from the frosty demon tree, howling in pain. However, after this strike, the thorn demon flower had already widened the gap. What a pity! Suemo had intended to strike the frosty demon tree's head, but miscalculated, only managing to cut its arm. By heavens, you're formidable! The Blade Army trio praised as they caught up to Suemo. We almost had it. Suemo had sheathed his green longsword and leaned against the white armor, having exhausted the source energy he had just regained. It turned out that they had fortuitously encountered the fleeing thorn demon flower. Suemo, bold and skilled, sensed an opportunity and mounted the white armor to take flight. Damn it, it seems we will let it escape again. Zhang Yinxing cursed. This wretched creature is incredibly fast. Perhaps I can still track them down. Suemo said slowly. Really? The trio paused in surprise. Suemo nodded, assuring them he was not jesting. When he had struck the frosty demon tree, the vibrant rice seedlings had left a trace of energy at the wound. The seedlings indicated they could still sense that aura. Now that the frosty demon tree had suffered severe damage, it would likely struggle to detect Sumo's movements. After all, the concealment capabilities of the vibrant rice spirit plant were exceptional, even when he wielded the green longsword. The king of demon plants had not sensed the existence of the spirit plant, which differed greatly from the ginkgo spirit plant. Then let us not delay any further. They urged him eagerly. Trust in Suemo had grown immensely, and they knew he would not speak frivolously at such a crucial moment. All right, follow my lead, Suemo declared, pointing in a direction and signaling for the white armor to ascend. Fortunately, with the white armor as his steed, even exhausted of source energy, he could still navigate due to its swiftness. The Blade Army trio followed closely behind as they pursued beyond the Misty Mountains. Wait, did old Mo and the others just run off? Wei Zimming of the Blade team was taken aback. He suddenly felt a sense of distance between himself and Suemo, having only just broken through to the Source Sea realm. Let us go? We should clear the remaining demon plants, Chen Yu suggested. They realized they could not provide assistance in Sumo's current endeavor. Chapter 98, Summoning the Divine Dragon? The army of demonic plants has been utterly eradicated. The awakened human forces commenced the clearing of the battlefield, and their gains were substantial, filling everyone with joy. Indeed, war is the most opportune moment for prosperity. As Yu Changfeng regained his composure, he advanced to the center of the battlefield, surrounded by other second-tier awakened ones. Given that Yu Changfeng had temporarily lost his combat capabilities, they felt it imperative to protect him. Meanwhile, the Beast Clan began to gather, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. Presently, the only second-tier beasts were a giant wolf spider and two severely injured grayback demon wolves, while the human side boasted numerous powerful individuals. The beasts regarded the humans with caution, clearly fearful of a sudden attack. After all, those not of our kind must have a different heart. Should the humans strike, the beasts would have no means of resistance. Rest assured, we have fought together as comrades. We would not take advantage of your misfortunes. As our common enemy is the demonic plants, Yu Changfeng said softly. The earlier defeat of the flower dragons and the significant damage inflicted on the other two demonic plants was largely due to the self-detonation of the mountain wild boars. Once they reached the second tier, the beasts began to exhibit intelligence. The giant wolf spider approached slowly, its crimson eyes fixed on Yu Changfeng. This was the moment for negotiations between humans and beasts. As the stronger party, the humans naturally sought to secure their interests. The Misty Mountains spanned a vast area, and they discovered some rare energy mines and unique materials, all of which held great significance for the gathering place. Thus, it was agreed that the humans would mine these energy resources, to which the beasts had no objections, as guarding these mines was futile for them. Furthermore, the human side was granted the right to enter the Misty Mountains, as the pristine ecosystem bore considerable research value for humanity. Additionally, regarding ordinary wild beasts, the humans expressed a desire to hunt and rear some, as meat was exceedingly rare in this world. The prospect of having meat to eat was indeed a delightful notion. Ultimately, both parties reached an accord. Humans could not indiscriminately slay the tiered beasts, and in turn, the beasts could not attack the humans, allowing for peaceful coexistence. During their negotiations, the Blade Squad accompanied Ho Dong in search of the members of Vanguard Camp Team 16. Regrettably, miracles were a rarity in this world. Upon discovering Jin Gang and his companions, only 3 mangled corpses remained. They had perished at the hands of the flower beasts, and the scene was devastating. Ho Dong clutched the energy-short blade left by Jin Gang, his face etched with sorrow. Jin Gang and the others had chosen to stay behind, allowing him to escape first. Now, they were forever separated. Among the entire Vanguard Camp Team 16, aside from him and the hare recuperating at Gathering Place 127, everyone else had perished. After burying Jin Gang and his comrades, Ho Dong stood silently before their graves. Wei Ziming approached him, gently patting his shoulder in comfort. Though they sacrificed themselves, they are heroes. Without your squad's timely signal, the Misty Mountains would surely have fallen to the demonic plant clan, making them even stronger and inevitably turning against us moreover. Due to the timely intelligence, they had entirely vanquished the demonic plant army, and Ho Dong had even contracted a spirit plant. Alas, the greatest sorrow in life is the separation of life and death. Ho Dong remained silent, while Wei Ziming assumed his grief required time to heal. Hosey, why not join the Blade Squad? Wei Ziming suggested, noting there was an available spot. He believed Ho Dong's inclusion would be warmly welcomed. However, Ho Dong shook his head resolutely. Our Vanguard Camp Team 16 has not been completely annihilated. With both the hare and me still here, I will not allow it to be disbanded. His gaze was unwavering. Joining the Vanguard camp is my choice. As long as one remains, Team 16 will persist. Indeed, should he depart, Team 16 might face dissolution. This was a team that Captain Jin Gang had painstakingly built. Although he had only recently joined and was not even a formal member, as the Shadow Commander had merely allowed him to train, he had integrated into the group in a short time and earned its recognition. He could not allow this team to vanish. Ho Dong looked skyward, pondering perhaps you would have made the same choice. Wei Ziming opened his mouth, sensing Ho Dong's determination. I believe you can do it. Meanwhile, Suemo and his companions were in pursuit of the thorn demon flower, having strayed far from the Misty Mountains, oblivious to their whereabouts. How much further? Guazillion inquired of Suemo. Still in this direction, but it continues to move swiftly, Suemo replied, frowning as he pointed ahead. The thorn demon flower possesses remarkable endurance. Despite sustaining severe injuries, it can still flee at such speed. I suspect it has invested all its skill points in endurance and speed. The group had no reason to doubt Suemo's words, having pursued for so long. Abandoning the chase would be a waste. As dusk descended, Guazillion announced, "Let us take a moment to rest and recuperate." The pursuit had exhausted them, depleting their energy reserves significantly. Certainly, Suemo appeared the most comfortable, seated atop the white armor, with all his energy restored. The white armor, being a spirit guardian, exhibited remarkable endurance, maintaining its speed even while carrying Suemo, matching Guazillion and the others. After halting, they examined the map and confirmed they remained within known territory, not venturing into the unknown. Everyone, take a breather. You can still sense their location, correct? Guazillion asked again. Suemo nodded, having just communicated with the colorful seedlings, which indicated it could still sense their presence. They took a brief respite, consuming a light meal. The Blade Trio had brought along compressed carrot jerky, akin to compact biscuits, making it suitable for travel rations. Suemo, however, quietly produced several large tomatoes. The Blade Trio stared in disbelief. Where did this kid get tomatoes? This was, of course, thanks to Suemo and Appo's storage space, which surprisingly possessed a preservation function, ensuring that food remained unspoiled even after long periods. Suemo offered them with an expression that seemed to say, "Esteemed ones, please enjoy these tomatoes." He then tossed a few to the white armor. The tomatoes were the spiritual fruits of a tomato spirit plant, rich in energy, capable of fully satiating one's hunger with just a single fruit. After consuming them, and under the astonished gazes of the trio, Suemo proceeded to set up a portable military tent right on the spot. "Esteemed ones, I shall retire for the night." With that, Suemo crawled inside, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? How did this kid carry so much? In reality, Suemo had only packed one military tent, so he could not share it with them, and they would have to endure sleeping outside that night. Once inside the tent, Suemo did not immediately sleep as he claimed. Instead, he took out 5 second-tier energy crystals, which included Carrion Demon Flower, Dark-Patterned Flying Pollen Grass, Blade Mouse Leader, Gray-Backed Demon Wolf, and Flower Beast. Finally, he had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. It was time to summon the Divine Dragon. Ah no, it should be 5 energy crystals to unlock a new potion formula. He retrieved the black stone necklace bestowed upon him by the Tsin brothers, accompanied by the mystical page of the secret manuscript. I wish to derive the potion formula, sensing the host and Apos, will. Sensing ample energy. Deriving in progress. In an instant, 5 second-tier source crystals were entirely absorbed. What the hell? The speed is astonishing. As the source crystals dimmed, the secret manuscript began to complete its derivation. Derivation successful. Potion name. Unnamed. Level. No level. Effect. Consuming 1 potion can elevate a martial art to the minor completion stage. Consuming 10 can reach the major completion stage. Consuming 100 can attain the master stage. Formula. Spiritual Spirit Stone. Any attribute second-tier source crystal. Holy Spirit Power. Note. Want to grow stronger? Then drink it. Does the formula seem simple? The prerequisite for concoction requires a 100 mastery of its characteristics. What does it mean to have no level? And this black stone is called the Spiritual Spirit Stone? Upon observing its effects, Suemo was initially taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. This resembles a skill book from an online game, capable of enhancing proficiency. Moreover, it directly reaches the minor completion stage. How absurd is that? It skips the introductory and intermediate stages. However, upon scrutinizing the formula, Suemo nearly spat blood. He was on the verge of cursing, as the formula seemed deceptively simple. But what in the world is Holy Spirit power? He recalled that the awakening potion formula also required that thing. Yet he had none. Was this potion formula destined to remain out of reach? 5 second-tier source crystals. If used to derive a formula akin to sweet potion, he could have concocted 5 more. A tremendous loss. He was infuriated, especially upon reading the note, feeling utterly mocked. Damn it. Holy Spirit power is not far from the host. The secret manuscript responded, seemingly moved by Suemo's exasperation. What on earth? Not far from me. Please clarify. Colorful rice. The secret manuscript displayed 3 characters before falling silent. What? Colorful rice? Suemo and Apos. His heart leapt with joy as he hastily communicated with the colorful rice seedlings in his consciousness. Darling, I need Holy Spirit power. Colorful rice seedling. Ugh. It dismissed him and fell into silence. Suemo grew anxious and continued to communicate with it. However, Holy Spirit power seemed to be of utmost importance to the colorful rice, and it remained unyielding in the icebound forbidden zone. An ice sculpture stood at the cave's entrance, encasing a slender figure within. He widened his eyes, a look of horror etched upon his face. Chapter 99. What is that? Hey, why do you look so haggard? Upon seeing Suemo emerge from the tent with an unusual expression, Ming Qian inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that the sleeping conditions were too comfortable for him to adjust? Suemo merely forced a smile and greeted him, absolutely unwilling to reveal that he had spent the entire night pleading with the colorful rice seedlings. The most exasperating part was that he still failed to obtain the spirit power. How infuriating! That creature consumed so many of his source crystals, yet remained so stingy. It was enough to drive him mad. With the task of hunting the thorn demon flower looming, he had no time to waste with the colorful rice seedlings. Swiftly, he packed up the portable tent, and they set off again, continuing their pursuit of the magical plants following the trail of energy. The thorn demon flower felt as though its legs might give out from running. It was uncertain whether the humans were still in pursuit. Yet it dared not let its guard down, desperately fleeing forward, terrified by Yu Chanfeng. How are you holding up? It emitted a low growl, addressing the frosty demon tree behind it. The wounds on the frosty demon tree were now filled with ice, though the lost arm had yet to regenerate. Roar. It's nothing serious. The injuries are stabilized. They pressed on towards the northeast. Once they crossed that region, they would reach another area to reunite with the magical plant army. Centered around southern town, the area to the south was known as the Wasteland. The Wasteland was vast, with gathering points 126 and 127 merely occupying a corner of it. It was said that the term wasteland was coined by the prominent figures of southern town due to its stark desolation. Presently, the magical plant army here had been exterminated by humans, leaving the frosty demon tree and thorn demon flower as lost souls. The flower dragon had also been dispatched from another region by the demon plant king. The demon plant tribe was numerous, even surpassing the human population. In the early days of the anomaly, they had reaped the greatest benefits alongside the insect tribe. However, they were still in other regions. Once the frosty demon tree and its companions reunited with those magical plants, they would be completely safe. After recuperating, they would certainly regroup more magical plants and march southward once again to exact revenge. In the ice-bound Forbidden Zone, cracks began to form on the ice sculpture, as if it were striving to shatter. Remarkably, the humans inside had not perished. A deep roar emanated from within the cave, as the icy aura continued to spread over the ice sculpture, seemingly attempting to mend the fractures and prevent any escape. A massive white lion stood majestically, its authoritative and icy gaze tinged with frustration. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from its forehead. Its aura appeared somewhat disordered, as if influenced by the white glow. While resisting, it also focused its mind to suppress the ice sculpture with cold energy. The figure encased within the ice was none other than Feng Qian, who had come to investigate the Forbidden Zone. To his astonishment, he found himself frozen. However, Feng Qian did not abandon his struggle, continuously channeling source energy to fend off the cold that threatened to invade his body. Seizing the opportunity while the white lion was distracted by the white light, Feng Qian unleashed a surge of golden energy, transforming it into sharp blades of light that sliced through the ice. With a shattering sound, he broke free from the ice and quickly retreated, distancing himself from the formidable white lion. His eyes reflected relief from narrowly escaping, though he was still awed by the lion's immense power. How terrifying! There was actually a late-stage second-tier beast in this Forbidden Zone. Its strength was overwhelming. He had been crushed upon entering, instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, nearly succumbing to the encroaching cold. As for the white light, although he was unsure of its nature, it was undoubtedly a treasure, for the white lion was intent on refining it. Upon witnessing Feng Qian and Apos' escape, the white lion and Apos' eyes gleamed with ferocity, and the overflow of ice attribute source energy caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet even further. Feng Qian had already suffered frostbite, his complexion pale. He warily regarded the white lion, his thoughts now inclined towards retreat. Yet, noticing the lion's peculiar state, he hesitated to flee, choosing instead to observe from a distance. At that moment, the white light became even more dazzling, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward. Cold. It was a bone-chilling sensation. Feng Qian channeled his source energy in resistance, as if trapped within a blizzard. What on earth was that? As the energy wave spread, the fleeing thorn demon flower and frosty demon tree also sensed it. The thorn demon flower displayed signs of astonishment, while the frosty demon tree became agitated. Its eyes turned crimson, its breathing quickened. If it had a face, it would surely be flushed. The thorn demon flower paused, taken aback by the frosty demon tree's reaction. Had it reached a peak of excitement? For the frosty demon tree, even spiritual plants had never held such allure. It must be obtained. It must be secured. This singular thought consumed its mind, a fatal temptation. Roar, I must acquire that thing. The intent surged forth to the thorn demon flower, exhibiting a hint of madness. The thorn demon flower could sense the frosty demon tree's resolute and frenzied will. An ice attribute treasure. It conveyed to the thorn demon flower that if they could obtain that object, it might even break through to the third tier. After a moment of silence, the thorn demon flower ultimately decided to follow the frosty demon tree towards that direction. In Sumo's sea of consciousness, the colorful rice seedlings were fervently shaking their leaves, attempting to communicate with him. Isn't this little fellow usually aloof? It ignored me last night. So why is it suddenly so agitated? I want to eat. I want to eat. The colorful rice seedlings expressed an urgent desire for sustenance, repeatedly asserting its need. What do you want to eat? Suemo asked in surprise, curiosity piqued. The colorful rice seedlings pointed in a specific direction. That way. That way. Hurry. Hurry. It was as excited as a child spotting a beloved toy, incessantly repeating its simple expression. But we still have to pursue the thorn demon flower. Suemo felt somewhat helpless, as he had a mission to complete and could not indulge the seedlings' whims. They are heading that way too. Hurry, hurry. Once we obtain that thing, I will grant you spirit power. The colorful rice seedlings continued to urge him anxiously. At the mention of spirit power, Suemo and Apos' spirits soared. Spirit power? Why didn't you mention it sooner? To his astonishment, the colorful rice seedlings had suddenly offered him spirit power at this moment, filling him with elation. Could it be that there was indeed some treasure in that direction? Even the colorful rice seedlings were so invested. It was known that the colorful rice seedlings were typically quite serene, spending each day absorbing source crystals and resting. This was the first time he had seen it so animated over something. Everyone, the frosty demon tree and its companions are heading that way, and it seems there is some treasure there. We must follow closely and not let them get it first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome, Suemo urged anxiously. The Blade Troop trio appeared somewhat bewildered. However, Guazillion murmured, Indeed, I felt a strong attraction from that direction. My heartbeat quickened. Zhang Yunxing and Ming Qian were utterly bewildered. Why had we not sensed anything? This is rather perplexing, isn't it? Lao Gua, have you lost your mind? Zhang Yunxing tentatively inquired. What nonsense? Get lost. Guazillion's face darkened. Strangely, only Commander Gua and Ling Ji perceived the aura of the precious artifact. Suemo fell into contemplation. There can be but one truth. It implies that Commander Gua is, in fact, a spirit plant disguised in human form. Nonsense. It merely indicates that the artifact possesses water attributes, and only those awakened to water affinity can perceive it. As for the colorful rice, it is destined to follow the path of the 5 elements in the future. Without further ado, we must set off at once. Since Suemo stated this, it signified that the situation there was indeed very urgent, and they needed to hasten their pace. But what on earth could be over there? Chapter 100. The frost snow lions roar. The white lion howled towards the heavens, consumed by a frenzy, as the chilling energy spread like wildfire, transforming the entire valley into an icy abyss. Feng Qian retreated continuously, his feet encased in crystalline ice, which crunched beneath him with each step. Suddenly, he sensed something. 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ice surface and sending up a cloud of frost. Their presence locked onto the white lion's position. The cold magic tree and the thorny magic flower had appeared. A large question mark loomed over Feng Qian's head. How could these 2 entities be here? The cold magic tree and Apos' eyes glowed crimson, its breath quickening as it fixated intently on the white lion, or perhaps on the white radiance upon its forehead. It resembled an addict, utterly mad with desire. It could sense the white lion's intent to refine the white glow. How could it possibly restrain itself? It charged towards the white lion, disregarding its own injuries. Boom! The white lion was struck sideways, the immense force propelling it several steps back, shards of ice scattering around. It roared at the cold magic tree, brimming with murderous intent. The radiance on its forehead diminished under the pressure, a wave of intimidation washing over the cold magic tree. The thorny magic flower, realizing the cold magic tree's reckless behavior, rushed in to assist. Confronted with 2 injured second-tier magical plants, the white lion exhibited no signs of fear. They were merely 2 wounded rats. The battle between the magical plants and the beast erupted swiftly, the white lion in peak condition leaping towards them, its sharp claws imbued with icy elemental energy, forcing the cold magic tree and thorny magic flower into retreat. Such a dramatic scene unfolded before Feng Qian. He stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the bizarre turn of events in this forbidden zone. The ground shook with their clash, surrounding stone pillars shattering under the impact. The white lion was furious, incensed by the sudden appearance of these 2 wretched beings attempting to seize its treasure. This was its forbidden scale. It swatted the cold magic tree away with a paw, tearing open its wounds. It roared, mocking the audacity of the injured magical plants to confront it. Raising its massive paw once more, it aimed to eliminate the cold magic tree, which also possessed ice attributes. The thorny magic flower lashed out with a vine, but the white lion reacted swiftly, freezing the vine into shards. The thorny magic flower, realizing the futility of its efforts, howled towards the cold magic tree, urging it to flee. However, the cold magic tree was utterly entranced, continuing to struggle in its futile attempt to attack the white lion. Driven by insatiable greed for the white glow, surpassing its fear of death, the magical plant species was peculiar. Despite possessing intelligence, their behavioral guidelines were difficult to measure by human standards. Perhaps it was their inherent greed, or perhaps a simple-mindedness. The white radiance held the promise of elevating them to the third tier, a notion potent enough to drive them into madness. Even knowing they were no match for the white lion, their instincts compelled them forward. After all, the current king of magical plants had yet to officially ascend to the third tier. The third tier represented a new realm, a state pursued by all life, a transformation. The thorny magic flower gazed at the cold magic tree, and, in that moment, it too sensed the cold magic tree's will. It was an opportunity for evolution. Perhaps, if faced with a treasure of the wood element, it would exhibit similar madness. What was that thorny magic flower attempting to do? Feng Qian's eyes widened in shock. He witnessed the thorny magic flower, once bare of thorns, sprouting numerous long spines. Its elemental energy surged, the source crystal within releasing energy beyond capacity. Was it desperate? This action bore resemblance to self-detonation of a source crystal. He could not comprehend. Likewise, the white lion found itself perplexed. The thorny magic flower's transformation awakened the cold magic tree to some extent. It regarded the flower with confusion and sorrow. If it had previously been oblivious to the complexities of human emotion, at this moment, the cold magic tree felt a pang in its heart. Both were severely injured and at a disadvantage. Yet, the thorny magic flower was willing to overexert its source crystal for the sake of the cold magic tree's will, sacrificing itself for a final burst of power. Regardless of the outcome, the thorny magic flower would perish today, for its source crystal was spent. Akin to a wild boar self-destructing its crystal in a fight for survival. The cold magic tree let out a mournful wail. It awakened, suppressing its own instincts. While its emotions became extraordinarily complex, its body began to transform. After the thorny magic flower sprouted new spines, they grew densely, resembling a horrific creature with tentacles. It charged directly at the white lion. Those spines, soft yet resilient, and sharp as blades, enveloped the white lion in a net-like embrace. The white lion, astounded, could hardly believe that this magical plant was so reckless, unleashing its elemental energy in such a manner. It had never witnessed such a tactic. If the magical plants truly wished to flee, the white lion would not necessarily force them to stay, for it had more pressing matters at hand. It summoned the chilling energy within, resisting the penetrating spines. The clash of wood and ice ensued. What on earth was happening? Su Mo and the others, arriving at the scene, were rendered speechless. Why was the thorny magic flower fighting with such desperation at this moment? They had not anticipated such a turn of events. If desperation was warranted, it should have been during their flight through the Misty Mountains. After fleeing for so long, was it truly for a final stand against a magical beast in this forsaken place? Based on the reactions of the colorful seedlings, Su Mo understood that what attracted them was the faint white glow emanating from the white lion's forehead. What was that? Was it an ultimate treasure of the ice attribute? The cold magic tree was similarly drawn in, as Guizilian could also sense it. For he was of the water attribute, and understood that ice was a variation of water, belonging to the same source. This explained everything. Feng Laoqian, it's you. Zhang Yunsheng, with sharp eyes, spotted Feng Qian among the spectators. Feng Qian's complexion had turned pale, and he trembled slightly, as if chilled. Zhang Daogang, what are you doing here? Feng Qian, upon seeing them, was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to encounter comrades in such a wretched place. You rascal! Your presence here indicates that we have indeed arrived at the icy forbidden zone. right? Zhang Yunxing cursed, realizing their current location. He had not anticipated they had traveled so far north. Are you injured? Guo Zilian observed Feng Qian's poor state and inquired. Feng Qian nodded, gesturing towards the white lion, stating, that beast nearly finished me off. He felt a wave of lingering fear. Guo Zilian scrutinized the white lion, remarking, the frost snow lion. I never expected to find such a rare magical beast here. With his extensive knowledge, he recognized the white lion's provenance. This creature was at the peak of the second tier. It was indeed fortunate for Feng Qian to have survived. Why do you look like you're suffering from kidney deficiency? Zhang Yunxing addressed Feng Qian with disdain. Get lost. Feng Qian, caught off guard, sputtered in frustration. The two had always harbored mutual disdain, reveling in their verbal sparring. Su Mo quietly offered several vials of rejuvenating elixir to Feng Qian. After consuming them, Feng Qian's condition improved somewhat. Subsequently, the group engaged in conversation. Through their exchanges, Feng Qian learned that they were in pursuit of the two injured magical plants. It must be said, their bravery was commendable. The trio from the Blade Brigade displayed an air of nonchalance. Although these magical plants might possess the ability to self-destruct with source crystals, should they be outmatched, they could simply flee. After all, the self-destruct mechanism had a limited duration, and once activated, it would inevitably lead to demise. From Feng Qian, they also discovered that upon his arrival in the Frostbite Forbidden Zone, the Frost Snow Lion was in the process of refining a peculiar object. Chapter 101. The Ice Essence. Upon discovering Feng Qian's presence, it was filled with a profound fury. Perceiving him as an intruder seeking to seize its treasured possession, a wave of formidable frost energy surged forth, instantly encasing Feng Qian in ice. Fortunately, the Frost Snow Lion did not eliminate him immediately. Instead, it divided its focus, persistently assailing him with its chilling aura. That essence must be the fabled Ice Essence, a treasure of the ice attribute, as Guo Zilian lamented. He recalled having read about the Ice Essence in ancient texts, its significance resonating deeply with him due to its similarity to his own attributes. Should the Frost Snow Lion successfully refine the Ice Essence, it would undoubtedly ascend to the third tier. It had long guarded this icy domain, likely to protect the Ice Essence, and it was only now beginning its refinement. Refining the Ice Essence is no simple feat. A being of insufficient strength would be frozen to death merely by approaching it. The Frost Snow Lion must have reached a certain mastery to adapt to the Ice Essence's power, prompting its decision to consume and refine it. Yet, Feng Qian and Appo's sudden intrusion had disrupted its progress. One could say that Feng Qian had thwarted its noble endeavor. To make matters worse, two magical plants were drawn to the commotion, with the cold frost demon tree also being a rare ice attribute creature. Truly, fate plays with them. They could not help but express their sentiments, acknowledging the prowess of the Frost Snow Lion. Observing the battle, they offered their praises. At that moment, the confrontation between the Frost Snow Lion and the thorny demon flower was nearing its climax. Ultimately, the Frost Snow Lion emerged victorious. The wood attribute source energy of the thorny demon flower had been completely depleted, its form encased in frost, transformed into an ice sculpture, devoid of any life force. However, the long thorns of the thorny demon flower had pierced the body of the Frost Snow Lion, crimson blood oozing from the wounds. The once pristine and holy Frost Snow Lion was now a bloodied beast, rendered more ferocious. Blood dripped from the corners of its mouth as it cast a cold gaze upon the cold frost demon tree. Yet, the transformation of the cold frost demon tree left the onlookers in astonishment. Its massive form had vanished, shrinking down to the size of a human. Its appearance had also morphed, resembling a human with limbs and a head, though it possessed only one hand. Its skin was rough and bark-like. Its bald head adorned with intricate patterns resembling tree bark, and its eyes were a stark white. Is this a human form? The revelation was shocking. It could even articulate human speech. The observers widened their eyes in disbelief. The spectacle was utterly exhilarating. Third tier? No, not quite. But it had indeed approached the threshold of the third tier, akin to the Demon Plant King. Yet, what a pity. A look of regret shadowed its face, for its condition was dire. Was this the state it had been in prior to the king's arrival? Roar! The frost snow lion's pupils constricted, sensing the cold frost demon tree's transformation. In response to the frost snow lion's roar, the cold frost demon tree paid it no heed. Instead, it gazed sorrowfully at the corpse of the thorny demon flower, its eyes glistening with moisture. A single crystalline tear cascading down. Do you think magical plants possess emotions too? Suemo, who had been silent, suddenly inquired. I may not have believed it before, but now I do. Guazilian slowly responded. There must have been a profound bond between the thorny demon flower and the cold frost demon tree. It seems the magical plant race lacks a distinction of gender, doesn't it? A flower falling in love with a tree? What an absurd narrative. Yet, reality unfolded before them, compelling them to believe. Had the thorny demon flower chosen to flee the Misty Mountain range, it likely would have escaped to safety. Yet, it chose to bear the cold frost demon tree on its back. Just moments ago, it could have opted to abandon the battle. But in order for the cold frost demon tree to obtain the ice essence, it willingly burned its source crystal, fighting valiantly for its companion. This perhaps elucidated why it had transformed in such a manner. Guazilian observed the figure of the cold frost demon tree, speaking solemnly. After reaching the third tier, both beasts and magical plants can assume human forms, reminiscent of mythological shape-shifting. Yet, the method of their transformation has never been clearly articulated by humanity. It appears that perhaps emotions play a role. When they genuinely comprehend human sentiments, they may achieve their transformation. A chilling thought indeed. The cold frost demon tree was engulfed in sorrow. The thorny demon flower had perished due to its own greed. Had it chosen to flee earlier, they might have both escaped unscathed. I want you dead. Its voice was peculiar, sounding profoundly heavy. It directed its gaze towards the frost snow lion. Devoid of greed, replaced solely by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. The observing humans exchanged incredulous glances. This unfolding narrative was likely beyond the realm of fiction. Initially, they had envisioned a fierce battle against an enemy, yet they found themselves mere spectators, akin to watching a theatrical performance. The drama was indeed extraordinary. Alas, a miracle did not manifest. Although the cold frost demon tree had tentatively grasped the art of transformation, its injuries surpassed those of the thorny demon flower. Thus, even with the overexertion of its source crystal's energy, it remained no match for the frost snow lion. Ultimately, the frost snow lion tore it apart, green blood spraying from its wounds, and a look of relief crossed its face. Its fading essence signified the demise of these two formidable second-tier magical plants, sealing their fate in death. Of course, given time, it may have become the second demon plant king. The group of awakened humans exhaled in relief. At last, it was dead, albeit not by their hands. Nevertheless, the mission had been satisfactorily accomplished. What should we say now? Ming Qian inquired. They were already contemplating retreat. For the frost snow lion was overwhelmingly powerful. They were unlikely to prevail against it, risking their own lives in the process. Such a scenario would be decidedly unwise. Suemo silently observed, choosing not to speak. Despite the vibrant seedlings in his consciousness fervently attempting to communicate with him, something felt amiss. Guazilian narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. At that moment, they noticed the frost snow lion exhibiting signs of transformation. The white light it had suppressed flared once more. Waves of icy energy surged outward. The relentless battle against the two magical plants had inflicted wounds upon it as well. It struggled to contain that radiant white light. Its source energy was fracturing. It could no longer suppress the ice essence. A spark of hope ignited within them. If the frost snow lion were to fail in its attempt to contain the ice essence, might they seize the opportunity to claim it for themselves? The temptation was palpable. Suddenly, their expressions shifted in alarm. The frost snow lion was charging towards them. Clearly, it recognized its inability to maintain control over the ice essence and sought to prevent these humans from seizing the advantage. Crap, is it attempting to take us down with it before its demise? They cursed vehemently, hastily retreating to the sides. Suemo, stay back, Ming Qian urged. After all, Suemo was merely a first-tier awakened being. Should the frigid energy invade his body, he would likely succumb to the cold. Suemo complied, swiftly retreating on his white steed. The Frost Snow Lion's speed was astonishing, leaving the remaining 4 to confront the threat. 2 wielded golden attributes, 1 bore water attributes, and another possessed earth attributes. 3 colors of source energy surged forth. Following a violent tempest of snow, the 4 of them found themselves encrusted in frost, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. It was unbearably cold. The icy essence is utterly frigid. The Frost Snow Lion is fully committed, intent on turning everyone into ice sculptures. Suemo, watching from afar, finds his mind a tumultuous sea of chaos. Brother, are you not aware of the current situation? If I draw near, I fear I shall become an ice statue myself. Do you wish for my demise? He roars, exasperated. Suemo is left speechless. The multicolored rice seedlings are exceedingly unreliable. The frigid aura envelopes the vicinity, and even from a distance, he can feel the bone-chilling cold. This is a clash of celestial beings, and he is merely a minor pawn. Moreover, if even the ice element cannot subdue the Frost Snow Lion, how could he possibly hope to dominate it? The multicolored rice seedlings sway wildly, promising Suemo. You mean to say, you have a way to refine that ice element? Suemo inquires of the seedlings. Yes, 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 the seedlings assert with unwavering determination. Finally, Suemo grits his teeth. Damn it. I shall consider this a debt owed to you. Chapter 102. Forceful expropriation. Esteemed leaders, please secure it. I have a method to eliminate the ice essence within. Suemo shouted, soaring towards the battlefield atop his white armor. What are you doing? Stay back. Feng Qian urged anxiously upon witnessing the scene. He was well aware of Suemo's prowess as a young genius pharmacist, whose significance to their gathering place was undeniable. What is this reckless child doing? You're merely a first-tier awakener. Stay out of it. However, to his astonishment, the trio from the Blade Troop actually heeded Suemo's command and charged towards the Frost Snow Lion, attempting to temporarily ensnare it. Feng Laoqian, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and follow. Zhang Yunsheng urged Feng Qian. They had chosen to trust Suemo implicitly, assigning him the label of magical Suemo in their minds. They simply followed his directives without question. Yet, this was Feng Qian's first time fighting alongside Suemo, and he had yet to witness his remarkable abilities. Seeing the others advance, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, let us do this. At that moment, they positioned themselves at 4 corners, encircling the Frost Snow Lion. Guazilian activated his wave combat technique, unleashing a torrent towards the beast. Although the wave was instantly frozen upon contact with the icy aura, it succeeded in partially encasing the lion's body in ice. Zhang Yunsheng struck down with a radiant golden palm. Ming Qian unleashed his signature collapsing fist, delivering a blow akin to a thunderclap. Feng Qian, also a metal attribute awakener, gathered his golden energy into shimmering blades that shot towards the Frost Snow Lion. As they launched their attacks, Suemo approached, his spirit shield at its maximum, warding off the biting cold. He leaped down from his white armor. After all, being merely a first-tier white armor, he feared becoming an ice insect if he got too close. Suemo dashed forward, extending a hand towards the lion's head. Roar! The Frost Snow Lion, enduring the onslaught from the others, opened its cavernous maw and roared at him. Yet Suemo showed no fear. Instead, his face was set with determination as he pressed his hand firmly against the lion's forehead. The white light emanated from his hand grew even more radiant. The frost began to creep up his arm, swiftly encasing his hand in ice. So cold, so painful. Hurry and help. Suemo silently screamed within. Just as he feared his hand would be frozen solid, a flash of green light suddenly emerged from his palm. Within that green light, numerous white tendrils appeared, densely packed, piercing into the Frost Snow Lion and Apos' forehead, ensnaring the ice essence. A powerful suction force pulled the ice essence away. The Frost Snow Lion's eyes widened in horror as it realized its ice essence was being extracted. What had this human done? The vast ice attribute energy it had once possessed was emanating from that essence, yet its own source crystal energy was now dissipating. Thud! In an instant, the frost snow lion collapsed to the ground, its gaze fixed on Su Mo, filled with resentment. What? The ice essence was absorbed by this little brat? Feng Qian and Apos' jaw dropped in disbelief. Guazillion nodded, remarking, "Indeed, it seems Su Mo has absorbed the ice essence. Perhaps it is related to that green light. A spirit plant? A spirit plant that can absorb ice essence?" Ming Qian questioned, glancing at the frost snow lion with a glimmer of murderous intent. "Shall we slay it outright?" Zhang Yinxing proposed, recognizing the lion's deep-seated animosity towards them. Given their enmity, it would be wise to strike preemptively, lest they face unforeseen complications later. Moreover, such a prime opportunity to eliminate it could yield valuable materials. After all, it was a late-stage second-tier beast. Within Sumo's consciousness, the multicolored rice seedlings joyfully consumed the ice essence, their stature increasing as they advanced beyond the tillering stage into the ear emergence phase. They showed no signs of stopping, beginning to sprout ears adorned with dense clusters of pale, yellow rice flowers. Has it reached the flowering stage? How astonishingly rapid the growth. Su Mo bore witness to the rice and Apos' maturation. He then turned his attention back to the frost snow lion. The two locked eyes, contemplating whether to kill it. He too felt a flicker of murderous intent, for they were indeed adversaries. The red pages of knowledge in his mind had already recorded the details of the frost snow lion. Species, frost snow lion. Level, late stage second tier. Condition, extremely poor. Skills, icy aura, lion's claw, bite, royal pressure. Note, beware of being frozen into an ice sculpture. A late-stage second-tier beast, slaying it would yield bountiful rewards. Guazillion remarked, "This frost snow lion is undoubtedly rare. It's my first time encountering such a beast. Rumor has it that even in the entire southern region, sightings of its kind are scarce." He continued with a sense of wistfulness. If only it were still a cub, we could cultivate a bond and form a contract, making it a combat partner. In the realm of spirit tamers, aside from contracting spirit guardians, the most common partnerships are with beasts. Contracts with spirit plants are exceedingly rare. Captain Gua, is there a way to contract it? Su Mo felt a stirring within, as if a mysterious force was urging him to accept the frost snow lion. This whimsical sensation was truly intriguing. Guazillion shook his head helplessly. It might be quite difficult. It has already attained this level and possesses mature intelligence. Moreover, we lack the means to form a contract with beasts here in our gathering place. Only in Jinnan City can one find methods for such contracts, where specialized factions composed of spirit tamers exist. Unlike spirit guardian contracts, which only require the spirit plant's acknowledgement to form automatically, beast contracts involve 3 methods. The first, the simplest, is to raise it from a young age, fostering a deep bond to become combat partners. However, this method carries significant risks. Some beasts are simply untrainable, and they might be intimidated by higher-tier counterparts. For instance, if you were to raise a first-tier grayback wolf and encountered a second-tier grayback wolf in battle, the second method involves mastering the art of beast taming and signing a contract with the beast. This is the most secure method, but it is monopolized by the beast tamer factions. The third method entails purchasing a contract scroll and forcibly binding the beast through the scroll. Many wild beast tamers resort to this method, but unfortunately, contract scrolls are only available in major cities like Zhengnan and are exceedingly expensive. As they conversed, the frost snow lion regarded them with cold, bloodthirsty disdain. It was resolute in its defiance. These humans could never enslave it. Look at its expression. It seems a contract is out of the question, Ming Qian remarked, shrugging in resignation. One could hardly blame it. Imagine the scenario, leaving the city with one's beloved, enjoying hot pot and singing, only to be ambushed by bandits. No, it should be that the frost snow lion was peacefully enjoying its ice essence at home when suddenly a thief intruded. Who could remain calm in such a critical moment? It froze Feng Qian in a fit of rage. Yet, unexpectedly, 2 more thugs arrived, and it fought valiantly, defeating them but sustaining grave injuries in the process. In the midst of his grievous injuries, a group of petty thieves emerged, brazenly attacking him and seizing his treasures, even seeking to enslave him. Who could possibly endure such an affront? Is there truly no recourse? Suemo endeavored to communicate with the enigmatic divine page, yet it yielded no response. A profound, unseen will had diminished his murderous intent towards the frost snow lion. At that moment, the rainbow rice had completely refined the ice element. How astonishing! This ice element, which even the frost snow lion struggled to refine, was effortlessly consumed by it in mere moments. One must concede that the rainbow rice surpasses all other spiritual plants in every regard. It is indeed worthy of being the divine seed bestowed by the mysterious contemporary Shinno, instilling in Suemo a deep sense of reverence for that enigmatic figure. Chapter 103. Manipulated. The vibrant rice had grown significantly, its form exuding exuberance. Sensing Sumo's thoughts, it focused its intent. I have a solution. Suemo was taken aback, wondering if this could be true. He hastily urged, then let us gather it quickly. To his astonishment, the colorful rice emanated an aura of icy power, indicating it had mastered the essence of ice attributes. Yet, its current stage remained that of a mere first-tier spirit plant. How could it command such elemental force at such a nascent level? As the pure ice energy coalesced upon its ear of rice, a grain was infused, ripening into a plump white seed that radiated a chilling aura. The seed fell, soaring from Sumo's consciousness into the mind of the frost snow lion. The lion, startled, pondered what this human had cast into its mind. Soon, however, it perceived an exceptionally pure ice energy that replenished its previously depleted source crystal. This ice energy was extraordinarily refined, even more so than the previous ice essence it had encountered, albeit in lesser quantity. In a bewildering turn of events, the white seed began to sprout within its mind, rooting itself atop the source crystal. The lion was aghast, unable to comprehend the situation. Bow to me. A commanding voice resonated in its consciousness, akin to a divine whisper, evoking no resistance within it. Bow to me. I shall bestow upon you immense power. As the white seedling continued to infuse pure ice energy into its source crystal, the frost snow lion felt rejuvenated, akin to a withered tree encountering spring. Yet, amidst this elation, the seedling withdrew some of the energy, creating a disconcerting ebb and flow that left the lion distressed. The voice persisted, oscillating between divine whispers and demonic temptations. The frost snow lion felt as though it had been thoroughly manipulated, its mind in disarray. Nevertheless, the energy radiating from the white seedling was too pure to resist, ensnaring it in a state of obsession. I am willing to submit. Under the dual pressures of intimidation and allure, the lion's final defenses crumbled. A mysterious rice mark materialized upon its forehead. Suemo could only stare in disbelief. The scene was profoundly intriguing. The emblem on the lion's brow reminded him of Kuhai, who bore a faint carrot mark on his forehead. Could it be? He was astonished that the frost snow lion had become the spirit guardian of the colorful rice seedling. What an astonishing development. The lion then approached Suemo, lowering its head in submission. The 4 second-tier leaders watched in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This was utterly astounding. Wasn't it known for its rebellious spirit and refusal to yield? Why had the frost snow lion suddenly submitted? What had Suemo done? Was it because of that white seed? Questions filled their minds. Suemo had once again demonstrated his extraordinary abilities by forging a contract with a second-tier late-stage beast. Did this not signify his ascendance to a prominent position within their gathering? At present, only the leaders, Xiongshi and Yu Changfeng, were second-tier late-stage Awakeners. And yet, Suemo was merely a child. His first-tier source energy fluctuations seemed so incongruous. Suemo himself was swept away by the unexpected joy, a surge of realization washing over him. Was the great figure truly himself? Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, as if all his strength had been drained. Not again. Suemo cursed inwardly before collapsing, unconscious. Suemo. The others rushed towards him in panic. Guazilian, being the swiftest, supported him. What happened? Ming Qian inquired anxiously, mirroring the expressions of the others. If anything were to happen to Suemo, it would spell disaster. Guazilian grasped his arm, channeling source energy to assess his condition. He slowly spoke. It appears he has fainted from exhaustion but is not in any mortal danger. A collective sigh of relief swept over them. Thank goodness. Ming Qian recalled a similar occurrence in the past. Could it be due to the spirit plant within him? As they exchanged glances, their attention shifted to the frost snow lion. The lion regarded them with a proud glance, yet it bore no malice. Had it truly been tamed? Shall we return? Ming Qian suggested tentatively. The matters here had been resolved, and it was time to report back. They proceeded to deal with the remains of the Kanghan demon tree and the thorn demon flower. Upon the death of the Kanghan demon tree, it reverted to its original form. Although the source crystals within were rendered useless, the materials of a second-tier late-stage demon plant were still quite precious. They salvaged the useful parts, and after some deliberation, dug a grave to bury the two together, allowing them to rest eternally side by side. At that moment, Suemo lay upon Bai Kai's back. The four surveyed the materials on the ground before glancing again at the frost snow lion and Bai Kai. The lion shot them a glare, clearly discerning their implications. Did they expect it to serve as a pack animal? Absolutely not. It was a lion, not a mule or a donkey. Ahem, how about you carry Suemo instead? Ming Qian ventured timidly. Finally, the group departed with great fanfare. Bai Kai laden with materials from the two demon plants, while Suemo rested comfortably atop the soft back of the frost snow lion. Gathering point 127. Administrative Hall. My lord, the leaders have returned. You should go and see. An awakener rushed in to inform Yu Changfeng. Yu Changfeng felt a surge of joy. They had returned? He wondered if they had managed to defeat the two demon plants. The awakener, visibly excited, exclaimed, My lord, you must step outside. The scene is utterly astonishing. Yu Changfeng cast a wary glance. This individual was rather impetuous. Even if they had vanquished the demon plants, so what? They were merely injured creatures. It was hardly worth such a fuss. Look, it's Commander Gua and the others. Wow, what a massive lion. What kind of beast is that? Its aura is so powerful that one glance makes me want to cower. The onlookers gasped, their legs trembling. The frost snow lion, feeling the multitude of gazes upon it, grew uncomfortable and unleashed its regal pressure. Snow lion, these are our allies. Do not frighten them. Guazillion quickly reassured the creature. The lion snorted, retracting its pressure, casting an annoyed glance at him, yet conceding to his request. The onlookers finally felt the oppressive aura dissipate, allowing them to breathe easier. My goodness, it's terrifying, but it's also so majestic. I want to witness it again. Scram, you are a pervert. At that moment, someone else noticed. Look, there seems to be a person lying behind it. Where did Commander Gua find such a formidable beast? Look, the materials on the white spirit guard's back. Are they not from the Kanghan demon tree and the thorn demon flower? Indeed, they exclaimed in astonishment. They had not anticipated that several commanders had truly caught up with the fleeing demonic plants and had slain them. The atmosphere was electric. A great victory for the human race. Oldemo, Suemo, the members of the Blade team rushed over, having recognized the white armor from afar. Upon closer inspection, they discovered Suemo unconscious on the back of the white lion. What is going on here? Wei Ziming inquired with concern. He merely fainted from exhaustion. He is not seriously harmed. Ming Qian reassured them with a smile. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to the Blade team, who had initially feared that they were witnessing Suemo's lifeless form. Chapter 104. Suemo awakens. Guazillion gazed at the crowd of onlookers and proclaimed with great vigor. The frosty demon tree and the thorny demon flower have been successfully vanquished. Cheers erupted. Hooray! Leaders, you are magnificent. Amidst their jubilant cries, Guazillion and his companions entered the gathering area, their faces flushed with embarrassment, for their role in slaying the frosty demon tree and the thorny demon flower was non-existent. They had merely observed as those two entities were defeated. Nevertheless, to bolster morale, it was advantageous to project an image of prowess. What? You mean that frosty snow lion has been contracted by Suemo? Yu Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Upon first encountering the frosty snow lion, he was struck with awe. Recognizing its formidable strength, a second-tier late-stage beast suddenly appearing in a human settlement was bewildering. Initially, he assumed it sought to negotiate. However, through Guazillion's account, he learned that this frosty snow lion was, in fact, an ally. Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. Yu Changfeng reclined in his chair, massaging his forehead. He needed a moment to process this revelation. Once he regained his composure, he turned to the others and asked, "Pray tell, what experiences have you encountered on your journey?" In response, Guazilian and the others began recounting the trials they had faced. As Yu Changfeng listened, his expressions shifted dramatically. "So, in your pursuit, you ventured into the frosty forbidden zone, and then encountered Feng Qian?" Feng Qian nodded in agreement. The frosty forbidden zone was home to the frosty snow lion and the ice element. The frosty demon tree and the thorny demon flower perished at its hands while attempting to seize the ice element. Yu Changfeng seized upon these critical points. Ultimately, Su Mo employed a mysterious technique to absorb the ice element and simultaneously contracted the frosty snow lion. He felt overwhelmed, realizing that Su Mo's secrets were substantial. A second-tier late-stage beast represented the pinnacle of strength within the settlement. Yu Changfeng's expression grew increasingly complex. This fellow had awakened less than a year ago, yet had achieved such astonishing feats in a brief span. An apothecary, a spirit master. How could he possibly excel in all these domains? The others nodded in agreement. The extraordinary capabilities of Su Mo had firmly taken root in their minds. Even Feng Qian was utterly convinced, finally understanding why the trio from the Blades army held Su Mo in such high regard. After digesting their experiences, Yu Changfeng adopted a serious demeanor and discussed the current situation. The demon plants had been cleared, and the surrounding areas had been sufficiently explored. In due time, let the soldiers return to gathering point 126. The immediate danger here has subsided, and the military base plan has been successfully completed. The Blades army need not remain in its entirety. Moreover, Yu Changfeng harbored a mischievous curiosity about Su Mo and Apos' expression upon returning, which he anticipated would be quite entertaining. "Wait, my daughter mentioned she wouldn't and Apos to be back tonight. Damn, that little rascal Su Mo." The youth slowly opened his eyes, discovering he was in a spacious room adorned entirely in white, infused with the pungent scent of disinfectant. "Where am I?" Su Mo rubbed his bleary eyes, feeling as if he had slept deeply for the first time in ages. He even dreamed of returning to Earth, gaming with friends in Peace Elite, where he was perpetually reprimanded by an old adversary, inciting great frustration. Moreover, his gaming escapades had caused him to neglect tasks assigned by his superior, resulting in a stern reprimand. What an absurd dream. "Su Mo, you're awake." A melodious voice chimed from beside his bed. It was Yutan and Amp, Apos, who had been roused by a stirring. She had been resting against a chair. "How did you end up here?" Su Mo was taken aback, realizing he was indeed in a field hospital, but he had not expected Yutaner to be by his side. Don't think too much of it. Everyone was just concerned since you hadn't awakened for a while. We took turns watching over you, and it just happened to be my turn now," Yutaner quickly explained. Su Mo regarded her silently. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Yutaner stated, "Now that you're awake, I'll go inform everyone." She hurriedly exited but paused at the door, turning to ask, "Who is this old six? You seem to dislike him?" Su Mo froze. Had he spoken in his sleep? Not pressing the matter further, Yutaner left. Su Mo shook his head with a smile, amused by her. If they were taking turns watching, how could she possibly doze off? "Old Mo, you're finally awake." Wei Ziming burst into the room, followed by the members of the Blade team, instantly filling the previously quiet space with liveliness. Su Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sorry for worrying everyone. It's good that you're awake. You've accomplished something remarkable this time." Chen Guang grinned at him. "By the way, did you really contract that great lion?" Wei Ziming inquired curiously. Su Mo nodded. "I suppose it counts as a contract. After all, the frosty snow lion has now become the spirit guardian of the rainbow rice. Since the rainbow rice has contracted with me, that makes the frosty snow lion my subordinate's subordinate? Hee hee. Either way, it will all be under my command." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. They were already aware that the white lion was a formidable second-tier late-stage beast. Who would have thought Su Mo could contract it? It was simply unbelievable. They felt an exhilarating sense of camaraderie, as if a powerful ally had joined their ranks. Amid the joyous atmosphere, Yutano observed Su Mo with pursed lips, her emotions a blend of complexity. Despite being from the same cohort, she often felt left behind. In an office room, Feng Qian regarded two individuals before him. So, the 16th squad of the Vanguard camp is down to just the two of you now? The duo consisted of Ho Dongdong and Yi Tuesday. With the toxins fully purged, Yi Tu had regained his health, yet their expressions remained somber. What are your plans moving forward? I can arrange for you to join other squads, Feng Qian offered, his heart heavy with the loss of their comrades. These were seasoned veterans under his command, and he felt a certain bond with them. However, death was a commonplace occurrence for those in the Vanguard camp. Perhaps it was simply fate. Sir Guiying, I wish to remain in the 16th squad of the Vanguard camp. We can recruit new members, Ho Dongdong stated resolutely, meeting Feng Qian's gaze with unwavering determination. Feng Qian found himself lost in thought, struck by the resemblance. It reminded him of when the gentleman first entered the Vanguard camp. A headstrong lad. Once, during a perilous encounter, the 13th squad had suffered complete annihilation, leaving only him behind. Yet, he had refused reassignment to another squad, choosing instead to stay with the 13th. Ultimately, the recruitment of personnel resulted in the transformation of Team 13 into the most successful unit within the Vanguard Battalion, achieving the highest task completion rate. Presently, his son mirrors this success. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Given your intentions, I shall acquiesce. However, which of you will assume the role of captain for Team 16? Feng Qian inquired, his gaze piercing and hawk-like as it fell upon the two. I shall be the captain, Ho Dongdong declared firmly. The rabbit had no objections to this arrangement. In truth, the two had already conferred privately prior to this moment. Neither harbored intentions of departing from Team 16, and the taciturn rabbit showed little interest in the captaincy. Feng Qian was somewhat taken aback and slowly remarked, in that case, the matter of recruiting new members will rest solely upon your shoulders. Both Ho Dongdong and the rabbit nodded in agreement. Very well, rabbit. You may take your leave for now. As for the wooden sculpture, you shall remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, the rabbit bowed respectfully and departed. Chapter 105. The birth of a new elixir. After the wild rabbits departed, Feng Qian reclined in his chair, his hand gently tapping the table. His gaze fell upon Ho Dongdong as he slowly began to speak. I have heard that you have contracted a spirit plant? He had already learned of Ho Dongdong's bond with the spirit plant from Yuchangfeng. Upon hearing this, Ho Dongdong nodded, extending his left hand to reveal the ginkgo leaf imprint on his palm. The mark radiated a unique energy. Indeed, it was a spirit plant. Witnessing it firsthand, Feng Qian couldn't help but marvel. How extraordinary the youth of today are. Previously, Suemo had contracted a late-stage second-tier beast, and now he was witnessing Ho Dongdong and Appo's bond with a spirit plant. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. After his moment of reflection, he turned to Ho Dongdong and inquired, would you be willing to take me as your mentor? Ho Dongdong was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. He had not anticipated that Feng Qian would desire to accept him as a disciple. In truth, Ho Dongdong himself was unaware of the significance of contracting a spirit plant. After all, he was merely a young adult, aware that such a feat was impressive, yet uncertain of its true magnitude. Currently, he was also a subordinate of Feng Qian, but the concepts of subordinate and disciple were evidently distinct. In that moment, he recognized that he might possess greater potential than he had previously imagined. Noticing Ho Dongdong's astonishment, Feng Qian feigned displeasure, stating, what? Am I not worthy to be your master? In a flurry of realization, Ho Dongdong hastily knelt and proclaimed, I pay my respects to my master. He was not foolish. Feng Qian, as the leader of the Vanguard Battalion, was among the top 5 in combat prowess. To take him as a mentor would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Seeing this, Feng Qian could not suppress a satisfied smile. A promising student indeed. Upon learning of Ho Dongdong's bond with the spirit plant, Feng Qian's thoughts had already begun to race. To have a genius disciple would bring him honor. Although Ho Dongdong had yet to fully develop, who could say what the future held? This was merely an early investment. Thus, this scene unfolded. With both parties feeling they had gained something valuable, he had also contemplated the idea of taking Suemo as a disciple, but regrettably, he could not hope to compete with Suemo at present. Meanwhile, Suemo had returned to the camp and entered his room. The frost snow lion lay languidly in a quiet corner, resting. Unlike other beasts, it could survive without food or water, sustaining itself solely through the absorption of source energy. However, it held a particular fondness for source crystals. Thus, Suemo found himself with yet another crystal-devouring beast, the previous one being the colorful rice plant. At least the white-armored beast was willing to consume some carrots or tomatoes. Ah, what a delightful dilemma. The frost snow lion particularly enjoyed being near Suemo. More accurately, it preferred to be close to the colorful rice plant. As long as the rice plant provided a sliver of pure ice attribute source energy, it would behave like an eager puppy. Suemo secretly teased it as a sycophant. In his room, Suemo extended a hand, channeling source energy, and to his astonishment, a chill emanated from his palm. It was indeed ice attribute source energy. At that moment, he realized he could control a property of source energy typically mastered only by second-tier Awakeners. His pupils dilated in shock. Was this not incredibly impressive? He was still merely a first-tier source, C-realm Awakener. Did this not imply he had crossed into the second-tier realm? However, in comparison to true second-tier Awakeners, his reserve of source energy was still woefully insufficient. It seemed he would remain labeled as a 10-second real man for the time being. Yet, the ability to command property source energy brought Suemo an exhilarating revelation. Could he not concoct second-tier elixirs? His breath quickened with excitement, unable to contain the fervor within. He hastily retrieved the materials he had prepared earlier, a spiritual essence stone and a second-tier source crystal. The second-tier source crystal was obtained through an exchange with Ming Qian and his companions. Now he possessed 3 second-tier source crystals, 2 of which were acquired from the slaying of 2 second-tier magical plants by Ming Qian and Zhang Yunsheng, while the last came from a giant vine beast. They had long since become accustomed to Suemo's collection of second-tier source crystals, readily providing them without hesitation. Hey, you don't play dead on me. Suemo immediately reached out to the colorful rice plant in his consciousness. The plant had initially attempted to feign sleep, but Suemo saw through its ruse and urged it on. I have already gathered ice essence for you. You must fulfill your promise and grant me the Holy Spirit power. Under Suemo's relentless entreaties, the colorful rice plant reluctantly complied. It began to channel its innate power, forming a seed from its stalks. This seed differed from the previous white one. It appeared as a transparent droplet. As the seed took shape, the colorful rice plant's vitality waned, indicating a significant drain on its energy. Suemo examined the transparent seed in his palm. Was this the Holy Spirit power? He was filled with curiosity, eager to discern its unique qualities. Within his alchemical intuition, the characteristics contained within this Holy Spirit power seed felt peculiar, sending a shiver through him, mysterious and enigmatic. Unable to decipher its essence further, he resolved to focus on the task at hand. With urgency, Suemo began the elixir concoction. He meticulously arranged the required materials and began to channel the ice attribute source energy. First, he controlled the properties within the second-tier source crystal, gradually extracting them. Indeed, with the presence of ice attribute source energy, he easily mastered the characteristics of these second-tier materials. His ability to control properties was at a staggering 100. Next was the spiritual essence stone. Although its properties were strange, Suemo guided them out with ease. The 2 properties intertwined, initiating a fierce collision, generating powerful repulsive forces. Should another alchemist have attempted this, they might have faced failure. Yet Suemo held them firmly in place, preventing any escape, forcibly merging them together. As the fusion progressed, Suemo fixed his gaze and added the Holy Spirit power seed into the mixture. A brilliant light erupted within his room, nearly blinding him. The frost snow lion, which had been resting, abruptly lifted its head, gazing in astonishment towards Suemo's room. The flash of light was accompanied by a refreshing aura that enveloped the entire camp. The members of the Blade Edge team emerged, drawn by the invigorating essence that had awakened their minds. What is that? Loner Heo exclaimed, bewildered. I have no idea, Chun Guang echoed, equally perplexed. Chen Yu glanced towards Suemo and Amp, Apos, S room and softly remarked, it seems to be emanating from his direction. What is he concocting now? This aura feels so comforting. Within his room, Su-mo was enveloped by a surge of celestial energy, reveling in the euphoric sensation. The blessing of heaven and earth resulting from the successful concoction of this elixir far surpassed that of his previous attempts. He had never experienced such bliss in his life. A moan escaped him, nearly causing him to roll his eyes in ecstasy. At that moment, he noticed that the unique energy from the blessing was being absorbed by the colorful rice plant. To his astonishment, this individual was capable of absorbing such a peculiar energy. Previously, it had not absorbed it. Could it be a consequence of its growth? Once the blessings of heaven and earth had passed, Su-mo emerged from his euphoric state. He carefully placed the new potion solution into the pre-prepared tube. The liquid was transparent, yet brilliantly clear, shimmering as though it contained countless radiant stars. A sight of exquisite beauty. The concoction was a success. A brand new elixir was born at that very moment. How marvelous! Even though he had previously created numerous potions, none had stirred such excitement within Su-mo. This was due to the fact that this particular potion had consumed many of his precious materials, and the process had been fraught with difficulties. It must be said, however, that crafting a second-tier potion was indeed no easy feat. He felt utterly drained. The ice attribute energy had been completely expended, and had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have surely failed. It was no longer as simple as concocting a first-tier potion. Su-mo gazed at the potion in his hand, eager to discover its unique wonders. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed it in one gulp. After drinking, he smacked his lips, savoring the flavor. It bore no taste, akin to drinking water. Yet it carried a hint of coolness, reminiscent of slightly chilled mineral water. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, his body convulsing as if his brain had been struck by something forceful. He recalled the potion's properties. It was said to elevate a martial art to a minor mastery. Among the martial arts he practiced, aside from the fully mastered long fist and combat technique, he only had sword heart and the falling heaven sword technique gifted by Jianping left. Without a moment's contemplation, he began to recall the cultivation method of sword heart. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend the state described by Feng Qing and had not formally entered the practice. As he began to recollect, Su-mo's consciousness was abruptly engulfed in chaos, and in an instant, he was drawn into an illusion. Within this illusion, a long sword was in his hand, surrounded by countless shadowy swordsmen. Upon seeing him, these shadowy figures immediately attacked, executing moves that were indeed propelled by sword heart. Swiftly, a sword shadow sliced through Su-mo's body. It hurt immensely. Being struck here felt achingly real. This compelled his expression to grow somber. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he realized he had forgotten the moves of the long fist ant combat technique, as if they had vanished from his mind entirely. What was this madness? Another sword pierced his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, almost instantaneously, the wound began to heal. Here, he would not perish. But the pain was excruciating. Left with no choice, Su-mo wielded the long sword in his hand and charged at the shadowy swordsman. Chapter 106. Heart of Martial Arts Potion. Su-mo had long since lost count of how many times he had been struck by the phantom swordsman. Were this reality, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp, utterly lifeless. The pain was unbearable. It felt akin to the torturous punishment of lynching. Regret coursed through him. Why had he chosen to consume this potion? It was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. However, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to navigate through this illusion. He soon discovered that the phantom swordsman vanished upon defeat. Despite being unable to utilize the long fist ant combat technique, his comprehension of sword heart was remarkably swift. Before long, he began to experience the sensation described by Feng Qing. Profoundly enigmatic, as if the sword was him, and he was the sword. He had entered the threshold. Sword heart had seamlessly integrated into his being. In essence, sword heart differed fundamentally from Fallen Sky sword technique. While Fallen Sky sword technique could be considered a martial arts maneuver, sword heart represented the essence of martial arts philosophy. Now, bolstered by sword heart, even Su-mo's simplest swings wielded tremendous lethality, inflicting significant damage upon the phantom swordsman. His heart grew tranquil, undisturbed, as he entered a state of enlightenment, continually grasping the profound meaning of sword heart. Through combat with the phantom swordsman, he further refined his skills. He began to understand the potion and opos as effects. With a single stroke, he beheaded a phantom swordsman, his movements crisp and decisive. As time flowed onward, Suemo swung his sword to the point of numbness, oblivious to how many phantom swordsmen he had slain. It was not until the last phantom swordsman fell that Suemo's sword heart officially reached the minor attainment stage. Astonishing. Upon regaining his senses, he was astonished by his own swordsmanship. Could it be that he was indeed a rare prodigy of the sword path? In reality, Suemo suddenly opened his eyes while seated on the ground, his gaze fierce and imbued with a formidable sword intent. He exhaled a heavy breath, and the pain from the sword wounds vanished in an instant. Were it not for the vivid realism of the illusion he had just endured, he would have believed it was merely a dream. Good heavens! This potion was said to elevate a martial art to the minor attainment stage. Yet the agony it entailed was excessive. He had initially anticipated that consuming it would grant him instantaneous enlightenment regarding the essence of martial arts. Yet he never imagined he would have to fight within an illusion to attain that understanding. The pain was undeniably palpable. However, feeling the transformation within his body made the suffering worthwhile. At the very least, he had genuinely elevated sword heart to the minor attainment stage. Although the potion seemed somewhat treacherous, its effects were undeniably remarkable. Suemo pondered and decided to name it Heart of Martial Arts Potion. Suddenly inspired, he drew his knight, longsword, and rushed outside. The members of the Blade Edge team felt an overwhelming aura of sharpness approaching. Suemo appeared as a swordsman, effortlessly manifesting in an open area of the camp. He wielded his longsword, executing not sophisticated martial techniques, but rather simple sword practice moves. It felt as though he had returned to that little courtyard in the Blade Edge Army headquarters. Yet to others, each stroke he made was profoundly exquisite. His swordsmanship. Guang was taken aback. He recalled that Suemo was not known for his sword skills, even when wielding a longsword. He primarily relied on his enigmatic fist techniques. How could it be that he now resembled a swordsmanship master? As though he had immersed himself in the sword path for many years? Minor attainment stage. The Chun siblings, possessing keen perception, sensed this most acutely, as their own blade techniques had also reached the minor attainment stage. However, their skills had been honed from a young age, complemented by their innate talent. How long had it been since Suemo began his training? A monster. Ajun, Ajin, you two should take a break and consume the body-nourishing potion. A deep voice resonated, and an elder approached them. Okay, Grandpa Su. The brothers obediently replied. They received the potion from the elder and drank it down, sitting cross-legged to absorb the source energy for their physical nourishment. The elder looked at them with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The elder was Kuhai. After the Tsin brothers arrived at the 126th gathering point, they had sought out Kuhai with a letter. Upon learning that his beloved grandson had invited them over, Kuhai naturally welcomed them with open arms. Initially, the two brothers were quite apprehensive. Aware of the stature of this esteemed individual, they treaded carefully in his presence. However, due to their affection for Suemo, who would eventually become their superior, Kuhai dispensed with any airs of superiority. At his insistence, the brothers began to address him as Grandfather Su. Initially, they felt a sense of discomfort, but soon realized that this elder was amiable and approachable, which alleviated their tension. For they were still young at heart. The two brothers did not disappoint Kuhai. They trained diligently, immersing themselves in the training grounds throughout the day. Upon learning of Sumo's expectations, Kuhai procured some martial arts resources for them. Sinjin selected a leg technique named Shadow and Shape, which Kuhai had exchanged for through certain means with a martial arts school. This technique emphasizes a principle of deception, and Sinjun grasped it swiftly, making significant progress toward mastery. As for Tsinjian, he chose a boxing style, declaring that since Suemo practiced boxing, he too would follow suit. The boxing method he adopted was one that Suemo would undoubtedly recognize, as it was the same technique he had witnessed a young boy employing at the Pearl Tavern. Known as Cannon Fist, this style was remarkably vigorous, closely mirroring Sumo's combat approach. Observing the exceptional talents of the brothers, Kuhai couldn't help but marvel at Su Mo's discerning eye for talent. He had indeed discovered such promising prospects. If Su Mo were to hear such sentiments, he would surely be perplexed, for his acceptance of the Tsin brothers was entirely self-serving, a decision made to offer them some form of compensation. He had not contemplated the matter deeply. Tsin Jun was now of age and could attempt awakening with the awakening potion, while Tsin Jian, being only 16, had 2 more years before he reached the appropriate age for awakening. Nevertheless, with Su Mo's sweet potion, it was possible that Tsin Jian could awaken earlier. During this period, Kuhai had also administered the sweet potion to them, partly to enhance their chances of a successful awakening, and partly to use Tsin Jian as a test subject to investigate whether the potion could indeed shorten the age for human awakening. This experimental purpose was not concealed from Tsin Jian, who had no objections and was quite eager to participate. Naturally, he placed unwavering faith in the potions created by Su Mo, embodying the spirit of a devoted admirer. Now, all that remained was the awakening potion. Chapter 107. Is this what you call a surprise? Gazing out at the desolate wasteland that receded from view, Su Mo rested his chin on one hand, lost in contemplation. The outside world was shrouded in a dull gray haze, offering little in the way of visual allure. The route they traversed had long been cleared by the personnel of the settlement, allowing the hover train to speed along at a remarkable pace. In stark contrast to their earlier journey. How splendid! Upon returning, I shall treat myself to a well-deserved holiday. Chen Guang reclined comfortably in his seat, a look of relaxation gracing his features. You're not planning to chase after girls again during your break, are you? Lan Hao interjected. Chen Guang chuckled at this, replying, I merely wish to return and provide my sisters with a warm haven. He paused momentarily before adding, I wonder if they have missed me during my long absence. Perhaps they've forgotten you by now, Lan Hao scoffed. After such a long time, who would remain faithful to you? In truth, Chen Guang was quite the playboy. When Su Mo first encountered him, he was a disheveled figure, lacking seriousness. However, as Su Mo's abilities garnered his respect, and through their shared missions, Chen Guang had tempered his demeanor. He understood the distinction between duty and leisure. Yet, upon their departure, Yu Changfeng had promised them a brief respite upon their return. This made Chen Guang's eagerness palpable. Such an extended period had left him yearning for freedom. The two continued their banter, even indulging in a few risque jokes. Lan Hao, are you also seeking to frolic in the fields of romance? Yi Xiao remarked coldly, seemingly unable to bear their raucous chatter. Lan Hao was taken aback, realizing he had overstepped his bounds. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person, he stammered. Chen Guang, witnessing this exchange, could not help but stifle a laugh. He was aware of Lan Hao's interest in Yi Xiao. However, neither had mustered the courage to break the ice. Suddenly, Chen Guang felt a chill, as if a cold gaze was boring into him from behind. Indeed, it was his older sister who fixed him with an icy stare. Initially, Chen Yu had been resting her eyes, ignoring their antics, but now Chen Guang straightened up, adopting an innocent demeanor. Chen Yu had little regard for her brother's personal life and had scolded him on numerous occasions, instilling a deep sense of trepidation in him. Yet, Chen Guang remained unfazed, continuing to pursue romantic escapades even after being reprimanded. Fortunately, he never forced himself upon virtuous women, preferring to engage with those deemed questionable in Chen Yu's eyes. Such consensual relationships left her with little room to object. Chen Guang was young, handsome, and affluent, an awakened being whose presence drew countless admirers. This had become a gray market within the settlement. The awakened were fervent, regardless of gender. Even female awakened individuals, should they be willing to part with some financial resources, could easily attract strapping young men. Chen Guang favored the bold and vivacious, shunning the cold and aloof. This explained why, despite Yu Tanner's striking beauty, he had never pursued her. To him, she resembled an ice cube, devoid of allure. And her father was Yu Changfeng, someone he wished to avoid antagonizing. Su Mo found their conversation amusing and chuckled softly. It was his first glimpse into Chen Guang's private life, yet he chose not to comment. After all, such was the nature of man. Su Mo, are you interested? I could take you along, Chen Guang teased, noticing Su Mo's smile, which shattered his composed facade in an instant. Thud! A sheathed long sword struck the top of his head. Ah, ow, ow, ow. Chen Guang exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. Chen Yu had delivered a rather forceful blow. Chen Guang was momentarily stunned, feeling a throbbing sensation as a bump formed on his head. At that moment, he sensed two icy glares fixated on him, sending shivers down his spine. It seemed he had gone too far this time. 126 Settlement. In the manager's office, the lion sat in the main chair, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged man, Jianping. The Blade Army is on their way back, Jianping reported to the lion. The lion nodded. Already aware of the news regarding the eradication of the demonic plant army at the 127th settlement. By the way, old you mentioned he would bring me a surprise. I wonder what kind of surprise it could be. The lion recalled his earlier conversation with Yu Changfeng, remembering his cryptic demeanor, which had piqued his curiosity. Jianping shared his intrigue, but he believed that the annihilation of the demonic plant army was already a significant surprise for the 127th settlement. How are things faring in the southern suburban area? The lion inquired. Jianping adopted a serious tone, reporting, most of the residential complexes are now operational, providing the populace with a place to settle. He felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that 100,000 residents had relocated, initially forced to live in temporary shelters. With the completion of the residential complexes, the inhabitants of the 127th settlement now possessed their own little homes within the 126th settlement. The lion nodded, aware that integrating such a large population had placed considerable pressure on the 126th settlement. Fortunately, Jianping had been assisting with the workload. Jianping had recently taken on a new role as the assistant manager, a position that the lion believed suited him well, given his experience managing the 127th settlement. Jianping felt somewhat resigned, as he had originally aimed for a leadership position. He preferred to follow orders in battle rather than engage in the complexities of management, which he found daunting. He simply wished to be a military officer, yet the lion had assigned him a bureaucratic role instead. The lion had skillfully persuaded him, citing the recent influx of residents, leaving Jianping bewilderedly compliant. Alas, what a taxing fate. The hover train gradually descended near the Blade Army's headquarters, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Some were reserve forces remaining at the Blade Army base, while others were high-ranking officials from the settlement. The manager, the lion, stood prominently at the forefront, flanked by Jianping and several commanding officers. Welcome back, heroes. The returning group consisted solely of various squads from the Blade Army and the city guards. Yu Changfeng and the senior commanders remained at the 127th settlement. As the train doors opened, members of the Blade Army and city guards stepped out, startled to find so many dignitaries present. This sudden display transformed their previously relaxed formation into a disciplined assembly, each standing tall and proud. Brother, there's Mo. I see Mo. In a corner of the crowd, the Tsin brothers stood with Su Kuhai, as Tsin Jian pointed excitedly in a particular direction, the camp of the Blade team. Su Kuhai also spotted Su Mo's figure, observing that he seemed to have grown taller. A smile formed on Su Kuhai's face. As everyone stood in an orderly line, awaiting the esteemed manager's review, a low growl emanated from within a carriage. A magnificent white lion emerged from the hovering train's door, its eyes still drowsy, as if it had just awoken from slumber. Su Mo deciphered the meaning behind its roar. This creature was hungry once more. He approached and tossed a source crystal to it. The frost snow lion swallowed it whole, displaying a look of contentment, its large eyes now fixed on the gathered humans. The high-ranking officials and the reserve members of the Blade Army were taken aback by this extraordinary sight. A beast of such caliber, the lion's demeanor shifted. Sensing the creature's formidable power, it was at the late stage of the second tier. Is this what you call a surprise? Su Mo, you scoundrel. This surprise is far too overwhelming. The lion cursed inwardly, utterly astonished that the surprise mentioned by Su Mo was indeed a second-tier beast. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from the frost snow lion, everyone grew tense, instinctively adopting defensive postures, fearing that this fearsome beast might suddenly unleash chaos. Everyone, Please do not be alarmed. Frost is quite friendly. It is one of us. Su-mo interjected, observing the grave scene with a sense of helplessness. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they noticed Su-mo affectionately rubbing the lion's massive head, which bore no signs of displeasure but rather appeared to revel in the attention. Su-mo was channeling pure ice attribute source energy through his palm, courtesy of the colorful rice he possessed. What on earth is happening? The spectators were utterly bewildered. The lion took a deep breath and asked, Su-mo, what is going on? Su-mo offered a sheepish smile and explained, it has already formed a contract with me, so there is no cause for concern. Gasps of awe erupted from the onlookers. This powerful beast had indeed been subdued by a contract. Did this mean their gathering had gained yet another formidable ally? This realization filled them with immense joy, their expressions reflecting their exhilaration. The various teams of the Blade Army and the city guards watched this unfolding spectacle with keen interest, finding great amusement in the astonishment of others. Previously, they had been left in a state of shock at gathering point 127. My goodness, Su-mo is simply incredible. Chien-er exclaimed from the reserve ranks of the Blade Army, marveling at such an astonishing feat. Truly, Su-mo deserves the praise. Others widened their eyes in disbelief, captivated by Su-mo's prowess. Su-mo is so impressive. Sun Yao's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if witnessing the triumphant return of a king. Chapter 108. Reminiscing at this moment, Su-mo felt a sense of helplessness. He truly did not wish to draw attention in front of so many people. Sigh. He longed for a low-profile existence, yet wherever he went, he remained the most radiant presence. This fade was impeccably crafted. Mua. A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Su-mo turned around and immediately displayed a look of delight. Grandfather. His voice trembled slightly with emotion. Kuhai, with his head of silver hair and slender figure, stood upright, exuding vitality. Moj, the Tsin brothers, standing behind Kuhai, greeted Su-mo with smiles. Everyone, I'm back. Su-mo laughed heartily. Soon, various media outlets began reporting on the incident involving the Frost Snow Lion at the headquarters of the Blade Army. The ordinary populace was left in awe. In an era lacking in entertainment, people were exceedingly intrigued by novel occurrences. Consequently, these headlines quickly climbed to trending status. However, as most of the titles were from private media, the narrative began to spiral into absurdity, prompting the authorities to issue an announcement. Celebration. The second-tier late-stage beast, the Frost Snow Lion, has joined the gathering. Accompanying the announcement was a photograph of the Frost Snow Lion being affectionately scratched by a young boy, its eyes squinting in bliss. Wow, it's so handsome. So it is called the Frost Snow Lion. It is truly as pure and flawless as snow. I adore it. The crowd gushed, expressing their desire to pet it, enviously eyeing the handsome boy beside it. Though the angle of the photograph obscured Su-mo's face, it did not hinder the admiration directed toward him. The fact that someone could pet a Frost Snow Lion, a second-tier late-stage beast, left the public in astonishment. Aside from their surprise at the addition of a second-tier late-stage beast to the gathering, they were also immensely curious about Su-mo's identity. However, the authorities refrained from disclosing his identity, as the level of Awakeners remained largely inaccessible to ordinary citizens. Meanwhile, our orchestrator was enjoying a lavish meal at the Pearl restaurant with a group of friends. After a period of arduous missions consisting of tomatoes and carrots, he was now relishing the sumptuous feast. Upon his arrival, he immediately ordered a dish of honey fish. This gathering included Su-mo's friends, along with Kuhai and the Tsin brothers. Sun Yao, the host, declared it a welcome feast for their return. The Blade team also managed to partake in the meal. Nothing beats a meat feast, Su-mo exclaimed, devouring a whole fish, as he had a particular fondness for the honey fish. Kuhai smiled at the sight, realizing that the boy had endured considerable hardship during his time away. Brother Mo, you must try our restaurant's latest dish, the honey-glazed pig knuckle, Sun Yao urged, presenting a beautifully arranged knuckle for Su-mo to sample. Without hesitation, Su-mo took a generous bite. The orchid honey proved to be the finest seasoning, though regrettably rare. The dishes they indulged in were quite expensive, and had they not brought their own orchid honey, they likely would not have been able to enjoy such delicacies. Everyone's faces glistened with satisfaction as they relished the meal. Sumo mused that if orchid honey could be cultivated on a large scale, merely selling it could yield a fortune. At that moment, the frost snow lion transformed into a creature the size of a cat, resembling a fluffy kitten or a small puppy, utterly adorable. It had no choice. Its original form was too conspicuous, likely to attract unwanted attention. Thus, Sumo requested it to shrink in size. In the gathering, some individuals kept pets resembling small cats or dogs, albeit they were ordinary beasts without the ability to evolve. The frost snow lion, clutching a piece of honey fish, devoured it with gusto, oil smearing its fur. Previously indifferent to ordinary food, it had developed a fondness for the enticing aroma, and after tentatively tasting a morsel, it became insatiable, transforming into a gluttonous little lion. Everyone grew fond of it, realizing that this beast was rather endearing and posed no threat. Brother Imo, please share your experiences from your mission to Gathering Point 127. Once everyone had their fill, Qian inquired with curiosity. They had all broken through to the Source Sea realm, but the mission at Gathering Point 127 was nearing completion, and they had missed the opportunity to participate. Thus, they envied the Blade team for their experiences. Before Sumo could respond, Wei Ziming eagerly took the stage, recounting their journey in vivid detail. He did not exaggerate. The truth of their adventures was astonishing enough to leave the novices awestruck, particularly the harrowing battle in the Misty Mountains. The eyes of those who had not undertaken missions sparkled with longing, wishing they could partake in such grand conflicts. Slaying the demon plant. How many young Awakeners dream of such glory? By the way, has Ho Dongdong not returned? Qian inquired. Having grown familiar with Ho Dongdong and noting his absence from the group, a sense of dread crept in, fearing the worst outcome. He remained with the vanguard camp. That fellow is now an apprentice to the Shadow Ghost Commander, Wei Ziming explained, a hint of envy in his tone. To be accepted as an apprentice by the Shadow Ghost Commander and to bond with a spirit plant, it appears that aside from Sumo, he is the luckiest of them all. Upon hearing this news, everyone expressed their astonishment and envy toward Ho Dongdong's fortune. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and time slipped away swiftly. As the sky darkened, they bid farewell and returned to their respective abodes. Sumo accompanied Kuhai and the others, not homeward but to the laboratory. The Tsin brothers had been residing in Kuhai's lab for some time, as the spacious facility offered several vacant rooms sufficient for their stay. Muir, you have grown remarkably, Kuhai remarked, marveling at his rapid development. In such a short time, he had reached such heights, truly exceptional. Suddenly, Kuhai felt a pang of age creeping upon him. Sumo scratched his head, acknowledging that his rapid growth was largely due to his extraordinary circumstances. Grandfather, have you successfully concocted the blood-red potion? Sumo inquired. He had previously acquired several vials of the potion, entrusted to the Tsin brothers for delivery, and the recipe was hidden within a compartment of the box. Kuhai nodded, stating, it has been successfully formulated, and its effects are remarkably potent. After crafting the potion, he had surprised the administrator, the Lion King. The gathering was now vigorously searching for traces of the blade rat. The blood-red potion significantly enhances an Awakener's power. Grandfather, look. Sumo, brandishing a blade, made a decisive cut across the back of his hand. The blade seemed utterly incapable of penetrating his skin. My current physical defense level has reached the standard of a first-tier defensive energy weapon. Kuhai's eyes widened in astonishment. This lad resembled a veritable monster. I truly find myself at a loss for words. He had also consumed the crimson blood elixir, but his adaptation to its effects was nowhere near as swift as Sumo's. Although his physical prowess had improved, it did not ascend to such extraordinary heights. Sumo's performance unveiled the ultimate manifestation achievable through the maximum effects of the crimson blood elixir. However, despite the enhancement of his physique, the strength of his bones remained somewhat lacking. Sumo could not help but let out a sigh. Kuhai, this boy is exceedingly greedy. Yet, when considering the enhancement of bone strength, Kuhai recalled something. He remarked, perhaps there exists a method to augment bone strength. Do you remember when I first administered the elixir to you? There was one known as bone tempering elixir, diluted version. Indeed. Sumo's eyes sparkled with realization. He recalled having consumed the bone-tempering elixir, diluted version, but as it was merely a diluted form. It did not even elevate him to the next tier, leading the mysterious tome to disregard its formula entirely. Nevertheless, he remembered that the elixir had significantly enhanced his skeletal strength when he was still an ordinary human. Grandfather, are you suggesting? Precisely. The gathering place should still possess the complete bone-tempering elixir. Kuhai asserted with conviction. Since their gathering place did not have the formula for the bone-tempering elixir, the remaining supply was exceedingly scarce. What little was left was merely old stock from many years prior. Sumo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Should he acquire the bone-tempering elixir, he would be devoid of any weaknesses. He would no longer be merely human. Grandfather, I require it. Sumo exclaimed eagerly. Perhaps upon obtaining it, I could deduce its elixir formula. At that point, we could concoct the bone-tempering elixir ourselves. Kuhai also felt invigorated, recalling Sumo and Appo's extraordinary abilities. However, as the hour grew late, seeking out the overseer would not be prudent. They could only suppress their excitement and await the morrow. The grandfather and grandson continued their discourse. Grandfather. I am now capable of formulating second-tier elixirs. You have broken through to the second tier? Not quite. Yet the situation is somewhat unique. As he spoke, a surge of ice attribute energy radiated from Sumo's palm. Kuhai nearly rushed to procure a life-saving pill. Chapter 109. The Alliance Academy the next day. In a martial arts arena, Sumo stood atop the platform, facing two young boys. This training ground belonged to the Apothecaries Association and was not open to the public. Hence it was rather deserted. During this period, the Tsin brothers had been honing their skills here. Sumo had come with the intention of assessing their martial arts practice. Both of you may attack me together. Rest assured, I shall refrain from using any source energy, Sumo said, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the Tsin brothers. He was eager to personally gauge their strength. With unwavering determination, Tsinjun and Tsinjian awaited this moment. All right, Brother Mo, we shall strike. They shouted in unison, charging towards Sumo. Tsinjun moved with an erratic yet rapid footwork, appearing quite enigmatic. Sumo couldn't and Appo's help but raise an eyebrow. Their martial arts seemed to have developed significantly. Suddenly, Tsinjun transformed into a shadow, delivering a kick from the side at an exceptionally tricky angle. However, Sumo had already sensed the direction of the attack and raised a hand to block it, preventing him from advancing. Realizing his initial attempt bore no fruit, Tsinjun swiftly retreated, waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, Tsinjian launched his assault, roaring as he threw a powerful punch aimed directly at Sumo, akin to a cannonball. Cannon punch. Sumo found it amusing. Tsinjian's offensive style bore a striking resemblance to his own. He did not resist, standing tall and allowing Tsinjian's fist to strike his chest. A tad ticklish. Nevertheless, the momentum is quite impressive, Sumo mused. Tsinjian, witnessing his full-force attack land on Sumo without any effect, felt neither disheartened nor discouraged. Instead, he thought to himself, as expected of Brother Mo, truly remarkable. As the brothers continued their relentless assault, Sumo began to discern their proficiency. He had to admit their talent was exceptional, having elevated their martial arts to a commendable level in such a short span of time. If they were to practice for an additional 2.5 years, who knows what heights they could reach. Under normal circumstances, it would not be surprising if they achieved mastery in their lifetime. Splendid. It seems you two have indeed been practicing diligently during this period. Sumo exclaimed, laughter filling the air. By now, the Tsin brothers were panting heavily, collapsing onto the ground, utterly fatigued. They had given their all, and the acknowledgement from Sumo filled them with exhilaration. Jun, you should be ready to attempt awakening now, shouldn't you? Sumo remarked to Tsinjun. Nodding. Tsinjun replied, Brother Mo, I can sense a sort of shackling within me, yet it feels like a fleeting illusion, just out of reach. This was entirely normal. Only by consuming the awakening potion could one guide their source energy to shatter that barrier. Typically, individuals would begin to sense the shackles after the age of 18 as they tapped into their potential. Now that Tsinjun had come of age, His training and the aid of various potions had already elevated his potential beyond that of the ordinary. He was likely to possess a physique akin to that of Wei Ziming and his peers on the eve of their awakening. Without a doubt, the sweet potion was indeed formidable. Suemo felt a surge of joy at the prospect of gaining another awakened individual. This was undoubtedly a boon. As for the awakening potion, he felt a twinge of conflict within himself, as he currently possessed none. Grandfather Su mentioned he would secure one for me. Sinjun stated earnestly. That is reassuring. Suemo sighed in relief. However, a lingering question gnawed at him regarding the allocation of awakening potions in the gathering place. With the severance of ties with Jinan City, it was evident that each potion used meant one less remained. How many were left now, in comparison to other potions? The quantity of awakening potions was indeed substantial. The gathering place could produce several hundred each year for the students of the Awakening Academy. This piqued his curiosity even further. He was certain that the gathering place lacked the formula for the awakening potion. Even if they had the formula, the necessary materials were likely unavailable. Fortunately, he would soon find answers to his questions. In the afternoon, Kuhai sought him out. Not regarding the bone refinement potion, but rather to inform him that the administrator wished to summon him. Administrator's office. This was not Sumo's first visit. Each time he entered, he felt a sense of novelty, reminiscent of being called to the principal's office during his school days. Within the office, both the Lion and Jian Ping were present, and with the addition of Suemo, there were 4 individuals in total. Having greeted the administrator and Elder Jian, Suemo bowed respectfully. Uncertain of Jian Ping and Appo's exact title, he opted for the familiar term Elder Jian. Haha, young Dr. Su, it has been a while. Jian Ping exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The title made Suemo feel a touch embarrassed. You, my boy, truly bring me endless surprises. Lion and Appo's deep voice resonated, expressing his admiration. This young man had astonished him not only with his continual emergence of new potion formulas, but also with matters concerning second-tier late-stage demonic beasts. He seriously suspected that Suemo was the fated child of destiny, the protagonist of this world. How else could he be so extraordinary? Suemo rubbed his nose. Feeling somewhat helpless, exceptional individuals tend to shine brightly wherever they may be. We summoned you today to discuss certain matters, Lion stated with a solemn demeanor. Having contracted the Frost Snow Lion, you are now considered a second-tier late-stage spirit master. At this point, he felt a tinge of nostalgia, as it was the first time he had witnessed a spirit master whose strength was so significantly overshadowed by their spirit companion. Suemo listened intently. As you know, a second-tier late-stage individual represents the pinnacle of combat prowess within our gathering place. To keep you stationed within a small squad of the Blade Army would be a disservice. Upon hearing this, Suemo understood Lion's intentions to relieve him from the Blade Squad. After all, if he remained there, the next time they undertook a minor mission, he could simply unleash the Frost Snow Lion to dominate the field. This would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Such an approach would not benefit the growth of the other members of the Blade Squad. In truth, after contracting the Frost Snow Lion, he had already anticipated that he might need to depart from the squad to assume another role, and he had mentally prepared himself for this transition. Now, he was curious as to how the gathering place would arrange for him. However, regarding your situation, we find ourselves quite perplexed, Lion remarked, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. They had contemplated numerous options. One was to appoint Suemo to a leadership position, allowing him to fully utilize the combat capabilities of the Frost Snow Lion. However, given that he was also an apothecary, it would be a waste for him to engage solely in combat and administrative duties. Conversely, should he dedicate himself exclusively to being an apothecary, tirelessly concocting potions, it was likely he would be the first to object. Lion refrained from divulging their plans outright, and instead inquired of Suemo. You are aware that the area in which we reside is known as the Wasteland, correct? Suemo nodded in response. 20 years ago, the Insectoid Army launched a full-scale invasion of the South Heavenly Gate defense line, and all awakened beings from Jinan City were deployed to that battle, resulting in the Wasteland losing contact with Jinan City. The trade routes to Jinan City had previously been guarded by third-tier awakened beings. rendering the demon plant clan incapable of encroaching upon them. After the battle, the third-tier awakened ones withdrew. Without their suppression, the demon plants began to coalesce into a formidable army, launching attacks on the various human settlements scattered across the desolate lands. Many of these settlements were annihilated during that catastrophe. As the lion spoke eloquently, Suemo finally uncovered the long-buried secrets. In the desolate lands, the absence of third-tier awakened ones, coupled with the overwhelming numbers of the demon plant race, meant that once war erupted, the trade route connecting to Southern Town was inevitably ravaged by them. We must re-establish contact with Southern Town and reopen that vital route. This is crucial for our future development. Do you understand why? The lion inquired, casting a glance at Suemo. After a moment's contemplation, Suemo grasped the crux of the matter and replied, "Is it because of the awakening potion?" "Precisely." The lion responded with approval. Then, with a shift in tone, he continued, "Our stock of awakening potions is actually running low. If we exhaust all the awakening potions, the settlements will no longer be able to produce any awakened ones." Just as Suemo had anticipated, the awakening potions in the settlements were indeed dwindling. They could not possibly possess the power of the Holy Spirit. The lion elaborated, "Our awakening potions were delivered by the Alliance Academy back in the day. Oh, by the way, all awakening potions were allocated by the Alliance Academy, anticipating the outbreak of war and the potential inability to manage the desolate lands. The Alliance Academy had preemptively distributed a large quantity of awakening potions to each settlement, hoping that the human race in the desolate lands could endure the crisis posed by the demon plants. However, they never expected the war with the insect race to drag on for so long. It was only now that Suemo learned of the existence of such an organization as the Alliance Academy. Curious, he asked, how could the Alliance Academy have retained so many awakening potions? Aren't they exceedingly precious? In his view, nearly 20 years had passed. If each settlement received hundreds of potions annually, the reserves of awakening potions would amount to a significant sum, wouldn't they? Moreover, it wasn't just Settlement 126. There were other settlements as well. How many awakening potions would that entail? At that moment, the three prominent figures regarded him with peculiar expressions. The lion slowly spoke. "You don't truly believe that awakening potions are exceedingly rare, do you?" Suemo was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't they? Are they not quite rare?" Chapter 110, The Ambition of the Lion. Upon observing his expression, the lion chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps the awakening potion is indeed quite rare among various gathering places. However, in the grand cities, the awakening potion is not considered a scarce commodity. In fact, every resident, upon reaching adulthood, has the opportunity to receive a basic awakening potion for their awakening. Of course, the availability of intermediate and advanced awakening potions is indeed somewhat limited." Listening to his account, Suemo was astonished. Could it be that the Alliance Academy truly possesses such an abundance of sacred spirit power? "Administrator, does this Alliance Academy?" Sumo's countenance reflected his surprise as he questioned the lion. Noticing his astonishment, the lion felt a twinge of pride. "You always manage to surprise yourself. It and Appos, it's rare to witness such an unworldly expression on your face." He continued without any hesitation. "The Alliance Academy is an immensely significant organization within the Human Alliance, tasked with the formulation and distribution of awakening potions, nurturing more awakened individuals for our kind. Moreover, all the alchemist medals are issued by the Alliance Academy, which gathers the finest alchemists from across the Blue Star. At present, Suemo could only be considered a wild alchemist, having yet to formally acquire the alchemist medal issued by the Alliance Academy." Following the administrator's description, Suemo finally grasped the essence of this enigmatic organization and developed a profound interest in the Human Alliance as a whole. "Alas, our stock of awakening potions is dwindling." At the conclusion of his statement, the lion let out a long sigh. "Perhaps after next year, we shall exhaust all our awakening potions." With the recent merger of Gathering Place 127, although they brought along a batch of awakening potions during their migration, it will not last long. This was a heavy topic. The current situation had indeed become dire. After a brief silence, Suemo recalled the matter at hand. Surely, the reason he was summoned was not merely to discuss this? As expected, the The lion soon regained his composure and shifted into the main topic. What I have shared was merely to provide you with insight into our current predicament. Today, we primarily intend to discuss your position arrangement. The lion paused before continuing. We have deliberated for quite some time and have decided to assign you a crucial task. Suemo listened attentively. Do you possess a strong affinity for spiritual plants? They recalled how spiritual plants seemed to hold a fondness for Suemo, beginning with the carrot spirit that proactively gifted him a white spirit guardian. Subsequently, even the tomato spirit displayed tremendous affection toward him, offering spirit fruits in abundance. He was treated almost like their own child. Suemo nodded, recognizing the truth in this observation. Thus, we have bestowed upon you a significant task to serve as an envoy to Gathering Place 128, persuading the esteemed spiritual plant of that gathering place to agree to migrate to our location. Suemo was taken aback, not expecting to be assigned such a mission. The lion continued, we have already established contact with Gathering Place 128. As the impending ascension of the Demon King's third tier has made them acutely aware of the danger. In discussions with their management, they have shown considerable interest in the merger plan, yet the primary obstacle remains their spiritual plant, which is reluctant to relocate. The nature of spiritual plants is such that once they have resided in a place for an extended period, they become quite resistant to moving, unless faced with a dire threat. Their temperament is akin to that of a child, somewhat willful and self-centered. Furthermore, the previous gathering place was established around them, making it their home. Suemo was processing this information, realizing that this was likely part of the lion's grand plan. The lion and Apos' earlier remarks about reestablishing contact with Southern Town indicated his desire to consolidate the strength of all surviving human gathering places in the desolate lands to collectively resist the demonic forces. Administrator, are you contemplating the establishment of a city? Kuhai, who had been silently listening, discerned the implications. The notion of building a city resonated deeply with everyone present. The reason they were referred to as gathering places rather than cities was that they had yet to reach the scale of a true city. Upon hearing this, the lion could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, I do harbor such ambitions, but constructing a city is no simple endeavor. You are well aware of the requirements for city establishment. There are two conditions: the presence of a third-tier awakened individual or a third-tier spiritual plant. Currently, we meet neither condition. Nevertheless, even without the ability to establish a city, the lion aspired to unify the strength of all humans in the desolate lands, pledging to resist the demonic forces with unwavering determination. Do you understand? The desolate lands have been our domain since time immemorial. We are the rightful owners of this land. The lion's tone shifted to one of resolute conviction. Despite the previous victory, the number of demonic forces far exceeded their expectations. As long as the Demon King remained alive, his presence would loom over humanity like the sword of Damocles. For the sake of humanity's survival, the lion felt compelled to take action, which constituted his ambition. Over the years, he had been formulating plans for the merger of gathering places, yet the execution proved exceedingly challenging. They could not simply wait for the spiritual plant to wither, as with Gathering Place 127, and be forced to merge. Moreover, without spiritual plants, sustaining such a large population would be arduous. However, Suemo and Apos' appearance instilled hope within him. Thus, the mission to Gathering Place 128 was also an opportunity for Suemo to test his mettle. Therefore, Suemo was appointed as the envoy of Gathering Place 126. Suemo found himself intrigued by this prospect. Visiting a new gathering place was an exhilarating opportunity for him. His curiosity about this world was boundless. What kind of spiritual plants would reside in Gathering Place 128? Ultimately, he accepted the lion's arrangement. However, Kuhai felt a sense of unease, as he believed Suemo frequently ventured into perilous situations. Yet, upon witnessing Suemo's expression, he realized that he would likely be unable to dissuade him. Considering the protection of the Frost Snow Lion, perhaps the risks were not insurmountable. Moreover, the envoy to Gathering Place 128 would certainly comprise more than just Suemo. Soon, this matter was settled. After a brief period to finalize the envoy roster, Suemo and his companions would embark on their journey. Once the formalities were concluded, Suemo also voiced his request regarding the bone-refining potion and the awakening potion. The bone-refining potion? If I recall correctly, there should be one last vial remaining in the gathering place and Appo's treasury. Since you desire it, feel free to retrieve it. The lion readily acquiesced regarding the bone-refining potion. However, concerning the awakening potion, he added, "As for the awakening potion, I can provide you with one, but the individual you mentioned, Xinjian, should be allowed to enter the Awakening Academy, where he will be allocated one during the awakening ceremony." The distribution of awakening potions by the Alliance Academy is subject to certain criteria, prioritizing students of the Awakening Academy. And even the administrators are prohibited from reallocating them for personal use. The Awakening Academy was established at the behest of the Alliance Academy, specifically to identify the most exceptional young talents. Under the limited quota for awakenings, the optimal candidates must be chosen, although they no longer maintained contact with the Alliance Academy. As an administrator, he could not contravene this rule. The awakening potion he offered Suemo was not considered among the regular potions. "Thank you, Administrator." Suemo expressed his gratitude with delight. Acquiring a vial of the awakening elixir was indeed a commendable achievement. As for Xinjian, his admission into the Awakening Academy seemed assured. Given his remarkable aptitude, it was likely he would emerge as a distinguished figure within the institution, thereby silencing any whispers of favoritism. Ultimately, the grandfather and grandson bid farewell to the administrator and Jianping before departing. Mo Earth. Do you feel confident in persuading Lord Lingji to relocate to Gathering Point 128? Su Kuhai inquired during their journey home. "I'm not entirely certain. I suppose we shall have to see," Suemo replied, hesitant to make any promises. He, too, was unclear as to why he had garnered Lord Lingji's favor. Could it be due to the mysterious manuscript? "If there is hope, you must strive earnestly," Su Kuhai remarked, clearly moved by the ambitions of the lion, which resonated deeply within him. The unification of the desolate lands was a dream cherished by many, yet reality often rendered it unattainable. If cities could be established in the wasteland, it would indeed be a splendid affair. While they yearned for the splendor of Zhengnan City, this desolate land was their true homeland. In his youth, Su Kuhai had visited Zhengnan City, a place of unparalleled prosperity. However, after experiencing certain events, he realized that the inhabitants of the gathering points might not truly belong there. "Grandfather, is it truly so difficult to break through to the third tier?" Sumo's voice pulled Su Kuhai from his reverie. After a brief pause, he replied, "It is not merely difficult. It represents a significant transformation. Even someone as gifted as Jin Yunhua has faced failure in such a breakthrough. Wouldn't you agree? Is it really that challenging?" Suemo asked, his spirits somewhat dampened, evidently intrigued by the city-building plans mentioned by the administrator. If humans found it arduous to ascend to the third tier, perhaps another avenue to consider would be third-tier spirit plants. "Then, grandfather, does Lord Hu have any hope of breaking through to the third tier?" That I cannot say for certain. After all, the progression of spirit plants remains a mystery to us." Suemo recalled his first encounter with the carrot spirit plant, which the manuscript indicated was on the verge of spiritual transformation. Did this imply it was nearing a breakthrough to the third tier? Should he visit it once more to discern if there had been any changes in the manuscript? Suemo pondered internally. He then turned to Su Kuhai and said, "Grandfather, I wish to visit Lord Hu. Could you escort me to the Spirit Palace?" Chapter 111. Re-entering the Spirit Palace, Su Kuhai was taken aback and replied, "If you wish to go, then go ahead. There is no need for me to accompany you. Do not forget, you are now a pharmacist and possess the authority to enter the Spirit Palace alone. Is that so?" Suemo appeared to still be acclimating to his identity as a pharmacist. "I should find a time to pay it a visit." Upon returning, Sumo's first action was to retrieve the bone-strengthening potion. This potion had a milky white hue, having lost its crystalline clarity due to prolonged storage. Fortunately, there was no expiration date for potions. Otherwise, he might fear transforming into a projectile warrior after consumption. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo downed the potion in one gulp. As anticipated, the mysterious book page indeed reacted. Detecting new potion energy fluctuations. Analyzing potion formula. Analysis successful. Name: Bone Strengthening Potion. Level: First Tier Potion. Effect: Enhances bone strength. Formula: First Tier Beast Marrow. First Tier Source Crystal. Essence of Magic Vine Core. Powder of White Patterned Spirit Stone. Note: with it, having a body of steel is no longer a dream. Upon acquiring the formula for the bone strengthening potion, Suemo felt a surge of joy. These materials seemed readily obtainable, none being particularly rare. His indestructible physique could finally be perfected. Soon, the potion's effects began to manifest. Suemo suddenly felt an itch deep within his bones, akin to countless ants crawling beneath his skin. What the heck? Why is the side effect so intense? After consuming the Crimson Blood Potion, one felt a surge of heat throughout their body, but this potion caused an unbearable itch. Enduring the discomfort, after a while, the itching sensation finally subsided. Before he could exhale in relief, a profound hunger surged through him. I am so hungry. He hastily retrieved several large tomatoes and devoured them as if he were starving. Damn. In the future, I must keep food on hand before consuming the bone-strengthening potion. Otherwise, that overwhelming hunger is unbearable. Feeling satiated, Suemo's lips curled into a slight smile, for his bone strength was indeed on the rise. Welcome, Dr. Suemo. A mechanical voice echoed in front of him. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of the Spirit Palace. As the mechanical voice concluded, the grand doors slowly opened. Suemo stepped inside. It had been quite a while since his last visit, yet the environment remained unchanged. Before him loomed the colossal carrot, still towering into the clouds. Despite having seen it several times, Suemo couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Such a magnificent plant could likely only exist in this world. The carrot spirit plant seemed to be in a dormant state. Suemo approached it slowly, extending a hand to rest upon its body. On the green book page, words materialized. Type: Umbelliferae, carrot. Level: Late stage peak second tier spirit plant. Status: Good. Note: Soon to transform into a spirit. The information about the carrot spirit plant reappeared before him. It appeared unchanged. What exactly does soon to transform into a spirit signify? Would you like to consume a second-tier source crystal? Damn. Suemo was momentarily dazed upon seeing the sudden text on the green book page and cursed under his breath. How greedy. This green book page is utterly insatiable. He suspected it harbored ulterior motives regarding his source crystals. The green book page, however, paid no heed to his grievances. After a few rounds of internal complaints, Suemo finally regained his composure. Fine. I and Oppos. I'll consider it a debt owed to you. Go ahead and consume it. His heart bled at the thought. However, if he could elevate the carrot spirit plant to the third tier, his sacrifice would not be in vain. Energy consumption and simulation in progress. A second-tier source crystal from Suemo's storage space instantly dimmed. Transformation methods. 1. Absorb a third-tier wood attribute source crystal. 2. Refine a wood attribute treasure. 3. Utilize pure wood attribute source energy characteristics combined with Holy Spirit power to concoct the corresponding potion before long. The 3 methods for transformation appeared on the green book page. Suemo fell into silence as he read them. A third tier wood attribute source crystal? That condition was immediately dismissed by him, as only third-tier creatures could yield such crystals. To obtain a third-tier source crystal, one would need to slay a third-tier magical plant or beast. Was he out of his mind? Would he dare confront a third-tier entity? Should he wait until the king of magical plants successfully advanced and then slay it? That was hardly realistic. To his knowledge, Dr. Qin-Chi possessed a third-tier source crystal, which he had crafted into the Heart of the Sun, but that was of the fire attribute and thus irrelevant. As for the second method, refining a wood attribute treasure, it seemed that the previously mentioned Heart of Wood was indeed such a treasure, yet he had no idea where it was located. The third method, goodness. What distinguishes it from the second? While the multicolored rice possesses Holy Spirit power and pure ice attribute source energy, that pure ice attribute source energy was obtained after absorbing ice elemental power, and its quantity was minimal. This meant that only after absorbing the Heart of Wood could it generate pure wood attribute source energy. Ultimately, he found himself back at square one. Great. It felt as though his second-tier source crystal had been wasted. Suemo was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, The leaves atop the carrot spirit plant began to sway, indicating it had sensed something and awakened. Roots emerged from the soil, extending towards Su-Mo in a friendly manner, eager to connect with him. The carrot spirit plant displayed its unwavering affection for Su-Mo. Hey, you're awake? Su-Mo also extended his hand to touch its roots, feeling the spirit plant's excitement akin to that of a child. Touch, why are you so affectionate? You carry the scent of kin. The carrot spirit plant's assertion was rather vague, as if it regarded Su-Mo as family. Could it truly be due to the mysterious book page? Why was that? It seemed the book page possessed an inexplicable affinity for the spirit plant race. If only its intelligence were a touch higher, communication would be much easier. Unlike magical plants, such as the Kangen magic tree, which were also late-stage second tier but possessed high intelligence, perhaps spirit plants only attained comparable intelligence upon reaching the third tier. After a brief moment of intimate contact, Su-Mo suddenly had an idea. He inquired of the carrot spirit plant, "Can you still condense spirit guardian eggs?" The carrot spirit plant's roots swayed up and down, indicating its ability to do so. Following a moment of mental exchange, Su-Mo learned that it could still produce black spirit guardian eggs, though white ones were a challenge due to high consumption. I see. Su-Mo tentatively asked, "Could you give me a few black spirit guardian eggs?" With a rustling sound. "Of course." The carrot spirit plant replied cheerfully, and with a surge of energy, 11 black orbs floated before Su-Mo. Wow, so generous? Su-Mo was taken aback by its liberality. He hurriedly collected the eggs and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The carrot spirit plant's roots swayed, seemingly conveying that no thanks were necessary. It signifies that the 11 spirit guardian eggs represent the utmost extent of its current capabilities. For such consumption is considerable and requires a lengthy period to replenish its essence. Su-Mo hastily remarked, "That is sufficient, quite enough." He had initially thought that acquiring 1 or 2 would be quite commendable. His curiosity piqued. He wondered why the carrot spirit plant had previously been reluctant to offer spirit guardian eggs to other awakened individuals. Upon swiftly receiving an answer, he nearly burst into laughter. It turned out that it held others in contempt, deeming them all foolish. This explanation was utterly invincible. Let us observe 3 seconds of silence for the esteemed managers. Besides the spirit guardian eggs, the carrot spirit plant also provided him with some spirit liquid. Unlike the tomato spirit plant, it does not produce spirit fruits. However, the essence of the spirit liquid it generates is akin to that of spirit fruits. To be precise, this spirit liquid is simply the carrot juice produced by its entity. Su-Mo filled it into large jars. He was utterly elated with the gains from his visit to the spirit palace. He felt a bit embarrassed from the extent of his plunder if the opportunity arises. "I shall undoubtedly assist you in breaking through to the third tier." This was Su-Mo's silent promise to the carrot spirit plant, as its nature was remarkably innocent. After indulging in further intimate interaction with the carrot spirit plant, Su-Mo reluctantly departed amidst its lingering affection at the South Suburban Spirit Palace. Su-Mo's figure reappeared. He could not be neglectful. Having just harvested from the carrot spirit plant, how could he possibly forget the tomato spirit plant? Ahem, of course, primarily because he also missed the tomato spirit plant. Due to his identity as an apothecary, he easily gained entry into the spirit palace. Su-Mo, to his surprise, he found others present within the South Suburban Spirit Palace. It was none other than Chun-Lan and Zhang Zhao. "Greetings, Grandma Chun, Grandpa Zhang," Su-Mo politely greeted them. Upon seeing Su-Mo, both Chun-Lan and Zhang Zhao were taken aback, their expressions complex as they registered the astonishing news of his becoming an apothecary. Truly, it was an exceptional feat. Zhang Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. After so many years, he had yet to create a formula of his own only to be surpassed effortlessly by a young man. "What brings you here?" Su-Mo inquired with curiosity. Chun-Lan then produced a vial of potion and said to Su-Mo, "Look, familiar. I senti it? Ah, is that not the sweet potion?" Su-Mo recognized it almost immediately. It turned out they were here to concoct potions. Adjacent to the Spirit Palace, there existed a laboratory, as the sweet potion holds significant strategic importance for the gathering area. Furthermore, since the spirit fruit is produced by the tomato spirit plant, They had transformed into emotionless potion-making machines, diligently preparing sweet potions to supply the gathering area. Now it all made sense to Sumo why they were here. Chapter 112. Sumo's experiment. The role of a pharmacist is fundamentally to provide potions for the gathering place. However, Sumo is quite the eccentric. His penchant for wandering has even led the lion to consider confining him to focus solely on potion crafting. Sumo, your abilities are remarkable. Your sweet potion is the most extraordinary elixir I have ever encountered. The Awakening Conference next year will surely see an influx of awakened beings, Chunlan remarked, her admiration evident. The impact of Sumo's potion formula on the gathering place is monumental, significantly enhancing the success rate of awakenings. Sumo, taken aback by her praise, sheepishly scratched his head. Heroes emerge in youth, Zhang Zhao mused, filled with nostalgia and envy towards Kuhai, who often flaunted his exceptional grandson in their presence. Despite their jealousy, they had no choice but to accept the reality of having such a talented descendant. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed pharmacists. Sumo expressed with respect towards the two dedicated to the future of humanity. Oh, it hardly counts as hard work. At my age, contributing to the gathering place is quite fulfilling, Zhang Zhao replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. As he reflected on his own situation, he acknowledged that although he was also a pharmacist, he had never created a potion formula and thus had not received the blessings of heaven. He felt resigned to his fate. His eagerness to take on apprentices stemmed from a desire to pass on his legacy, fulfilling dreams he could not achieve himself due to his advancing years. Regrettably, Yang Tianfeng had strayed from the righteous path. Sensing Zhang Zhao's inner turmoil, Sumo felt a surge of empathy and began to comprehend Zhang Zhao's current predicament. With a shift in thought, he connected with the yellow pages in his mind. Utilizing the characteristics of the carrion flower's bile as a foundation, deriving a potion formula. Recognizing the host's intent. A consumption of 10 first-tier source crystals is required. Only a first-tier source crystal, this is manageable. Confirmation of consumption. Consuming. Energy sufficient. Deriving potion formula. Derivation successful. Name. Unnamed. Level. First-tier potion. Effect. Accelerates the growth of tomato-like spiritual plants. Formula. Carrion flower bile. Red phosphorus. Essence of wood. Spiritual spring. Note. This is what is needed. Tomato spiritual plant. As the new potion formula came into existence, a smile crept onto Sumo's lips. He recognized the significant impact of the carrion flower's bile on the growth of tomato spiritual plants. In fact, he had contemplated formulating it into a potion long ago to maximize the utilization of its properties. Potions possess the power to transform decay into the miraculous. Grandfather Zhang, do you have paper and a pen? Sumo inquired. Zhang Zhao, momentarily taken aback yet intrigued, fetched the requested items. Sumo then began to write furiously, filling the paper with his notes before handing it over to Zhang Zhao. Grandfather Zhang, please attempt to concoct the potion according to this formula. I have a sample of the carrion flower and Apos bile here. As for the other materials, you will need to procure them yourself. He produced a sealed box, having learned from experience that the carrion flower's bile had a most unpleasant odor. Is this your newly created potion formula? Zhang Zhao asked, puzzled, as he assumed Sumo had devised a new recipe. Such a feat seemed astonishing. How could one create a new potion formula in such a short span? Sumo merely smiled mysteriously, encouraging, give it a try. Once you succeed, you will understand. He refrained from mentioning that the potion had yet to be fabricated, and thus, the blessings of heaven had not been bestowed upon it. This was, in fact, an experiment for Sumo, who had long harbored the desire to test whether the potion formula he derived from the mystical pages could be successfully produced by another pharmacist. He recognized that the blessings of heaven might not significantly affect him, yet they were invaluable for other pharmacists. If the blessings were to manifest upon Zhang Zhao upon the successful creation of this potion, it would fulfill Zhang Zhao's aspiration of becoming a true pharmacist. Seeing Zhang Zhao's melancholic demeanor stirred Sumo's compassion, prompting him to extend a helping hand. After all, merely expending 10 first-tier source crystals to empower a pharmacist was a worthy endeavor. The two pharmacists marveled at Sumo's extraordinary talent. unaware that this potion formula had never been previously concocted. Typically, the birth of a potion requires pharmacists to continuously explore and experiment with the necessary ingredients, often leading to serendipitous success before the formula is recorded. The notion of having a formula precede the potion's creation was virtually unheard of. Moreover, the blessings of heaven were crucial for a pharmacist. Such favor would not be granted lightly. "Grandfather Zhang, I suggest you expedite your efforts," Su Mo urged. Observing Su Mo's earnestness, Zhang Zhao took the potion formula and the box containing the carrion flowers vial and hurried into the laboratory. Fortunately, the other materials were not rare and could easily be found in the laboratory's stock. "You continue with your work. I shall greet Lord Fan." Su Mo waved goodbye and made his way to the location of the tomato spiritual plant. At that moment, the tomato spiritual plant was in a dormant state. Yet upon Su Mo's touch, it awakened immediately. It extended a large array of leaves, lifting Su Mo high into the air. Chun Lan below couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, noting how close Su Mo was to Lord Fan. Despite their prolonged presence, the plant had paid them no heed. But upon Su Mo's arrival, it expressed such exuberance. "Haha, it's been a while." Su Mo greeted the tomato spiritual plant jovially, now suspended dozens of meters above the ground. He surveyed the breathtaking scenery below. The tomato spiritual plant had reached the second tier, although it still lagged behind compared to the carrot spiritual plant. "By the way, have you nurtured your own spiritual guard yet?" Su Mo inquired, curious about the typical outcome of spiritual plants birthing their protectors. The tomato spiritual plant's leaves rustled, and several figures emerged from its dense foliage. They resembled oversized wasps, entirely black, but with sharp fangs and elongated stingers, their claws akin to blades. Roughly the size of an adult human. "Wow, quite impressive." Su Mo marveled at the sight. Among these formidable wasp-like creatures, one stood out with a distinct coloration, featuring white stripes adorning its black body, indicating a solid second-tier strength. "May I touch them?" Su Mo asked the tomato spiritual plant. Under its guidance, the uniquely patterned spiritual guard slowly approached and hovered before Su Mo. He hesitated, unsure how to proceed, before gently brushing the tips of its antennae. Type: Insect-type spiritual guard, mature. Level: second tier. Skills: rapid flight, biting, blade-like claws, with toxin. Note: a species birthed by the tomato spiritual plant. Wow. A brand new spiritual guard. Quite striking indeed. It appears to be an offensive type, quite different from the white armor, Su Mo thought, captivated by the sight. Can you also nurture spiritual guard eggs?" Su Mo further inquired of the tomato spiritual plant. With a flourish, a wave of energy surged forth. A circular bead materialized before Su Mo, resembling the spirit guardian egg previously gifted by the carrot spirit. Its obsidian shell was adorned with several white streaks, unmistakably of the same breed as that second-tier spirit guardian. Su Mo was taken aback. He never anticipated that the tomato spirit would bestow upon him a second-tier spirit guardian egg. This was already the pinnacle of his expectations. He could sense the spirit's fatigue. After all, the cultivation of those spirit guardians was a considerable expenditure, yet it still willingly granted Su Mo a second-tier spirit guardian egg. Su Mo felt a surge of emotion. It was worth noting that the tomato spirit was not on par with the carrot spirit. When the carrot spirit initially provided him with a second-tier spirit guardian egg, the cost was not overly burdensome. Su Mo accepted it solemnly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I have a gift for you as well." He was aware that Zhang Zhao was already attempting to concoct the potion, merely awaiting his successful formulation. That potion would significantly benefit the growth of the tomato spirit. However, judging by Zhang Zhao's demeanor, it seemed he wouldn't achieve success so swiftly. Su Mo settled himself upon the enormous leaf, retrieving the materials for the bone refinement potion he had prepared in advance. He resolved to concoct a batch of potions here. The tomato spirit remained vigilantly by his side. Alas, the fusion had once again failed. Zhang Zhao, focused on the formulation, gazed at the shattered vessel before him and sighed. Despite having a clear recipe, his alchemical talent struggled to control the properties of the materials. During the crucial fusion phase, he lost control, leading to a violent rejection of the properties, ultimately resulting in failure. However, he did not succumb to despair after each setback. He gradually discerned the root of his issues. Fortunately, the bile in the carrion flower's gallbladder was plentiful, granting him further opportunities for trial and error. Old Zhang, are you all right? Chen Lan observed his process with keen interest in Su Mo's new potion recipe. Yet, since Su Mo had previously mentioned allowing Zhang Zhao to formulate it first, she refrained from interjecting and silently watched. Zhang Zhao shook his head, focusing his energy on the potion making once more. They were surrounded by an array of tools. After all, not everyone could craft potions by hand like Su Mo. He reignited the flame, carefully measuring the appropriate dosage of the carrion flower's bile before pouring it into the beaker for heating. Under high temperatures, the properties of the bile would become inert, making it easier for the alchemist to control. Other materials lay set aside, with their dosages meticulously accounted for. Chapter 113. Tears of Gratitude. Once again composing himself, he focused his gaze with unwavering concentration, allowing no room for error. He meticulously extracted the characteristics of each material, then reintegrated them. 2, 3. At last, only the final material's essence remained. Zhang Zhao gritted his teeth, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, his anxiety palpable. As he incorporated the last vestige of energy, a radiant burst of light erupted from the vial in his grasp. When the brilliance subsided, a vial of iridescent, emerald liquid materialized in Zhang Zhao's hand. Success! Zhang Zhao was overjoyed, having successfully concocted a new potion once more. As he prepared to share his elation with Chen Lan, an extraordinary surge of energy materialized from thin air, instantly coursing through his body. Chen Lan's pupils dilated in astonishment as she beheld Zhang Zhao. A celestial benediction? She recognized it all too well, having experienced it herself upon creating the Serenity Elixir for the first time. How could this be? What could have triggered a celestial boon? Zhang Zhao was momentarily bewildered, only registering the potent sense of comfort that accompanied the energy and Apos' infusion, permeating his entire being. Such exquisite bliss. He almost believed that his barren tree was blossoming. He soon transitioned from initial befuddlement to a state of calm comprehension. Even if he had never tasted pork, he had certainly seen pigs run. Was this not the fabled celestial boon? The energy ceaselessly purified his being, as if he were undergoing a metamorphosis. This must be the process of enhancing one and Apos' apothecary talent? A sudden wave of emotion welled up within him. Oh, it seems it and Apos' has been successfully concocted. Su Mo perched upon the colossal tomato spirit plant's leaf, sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the celestial boon. He surmised that Zhang Zhao had indeed created the potion. A smile graced Su Mo's lips, his expectations fulfilled, the celestial boon bestowed upon the first to create a novel potion. He gathered the stack of bone-tempering elixirs before him and gestured for the tomato spirit plant to lower him. Old Zhang Yu. As Zhang Zhao emerged from the celestial boon's purification, Chen Lan, still struggling to contain her astonishment, spoke haltingly. A celestial boon. It truly was a celestial boon. Zhang Zhao was ecstatic. He had never imagined that he would one day receive such a divine blessing. It was a dream he had harbored for decades. Haha, congratulations. Grandpa Zhang, henceforth you shall be known as Dr. Zhang. Su Mo's voice echoed from behind, the youth smiling warmly at Zhang Zhao. Upon seeing him approach, Zhang Zhao was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He began to kneel in Su Mo and Apos' direction, prompting Su Mo to rush forward and support him. Grandpa Zhang, you mustn't do this. You'll shorten my lifespan. Su Mo, no, Dr. Su. This old man. He stammered, overcome with emotion, wishing to express his gratitude to Su Mo, but at a loss for words. Grandpa Zhang, please, don't be so agitated, and don't call me Dr. Su. Just Su Mo will do. Su Mo helped him to his feet, speaking with sincerity. He may have struggled to grasp the depth of an apothecary's lifelong pursuit and the elation of its sudden fulfillment. In that moment, how could Zhang Zhao not be moved? He offered profuse thanks, declaring that Su Mo had given him a second life. To hear the Tao in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Suemo, this formula? After momentarily suppressing the shock in her heart, Chunlan asked curiously. Suemo smiled and said, this is indeed a completely new potion formula, and the potion itself was just born into this world. Rumble. Chunlan and Zhang Zhao felt their worldview shatter under the impact of Sumo's words. Where did it come from? I just scribbled it down casually, never expecting it to actually work, but it seems pretty good, Suemo said, touching his nose. Chunlan and Zhang Zhao. Listen to what he's saying. Is that human language? A potion formula scribbled down casually? Who the hell would believe that? But this potion formula has indeed been successfully concocted. They were very puzzled. Suemo actually didn't and Opos. He concocted first. So how did he create the formula first? It's outrageous. Is this guy really human? Could he be a god reincarnated? The world of evildoers, they don't understand. That's Xiaomo. You're also in the Blade Squad, right? I often hear Xiaoya and Xiaowang mention you. Chunlan said enthusiastically to Suemo, seeing that you're an adult now. You should consider matters of the heart. Our Xiaoya is quite good looking. You're in the same squad, and you're together all the time, so you can try to cultivate your feelings. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Suemo was so frightened that he quickly said, Grandma Chun, I'm still just a child. He doesn't have time to consider love affairs right now. This world is waiting for him to explore. Women will only affect his speed of drawing his sword. Seeing Sumo's reaction was so big, Chunlan had no choice but to give up. This kind of dragon among men, a genius with the posture of a great emperor, must be befriended. It seems that I have to test Xiaoya's feelings when I go back. Sumo's ability is too appalling. If he can still create new potion formulas and let himself be the first to concoct them, then his future of becoming a second-order apothecary is not a dream. Grandpa Zhang, why don't you try the effect of this potion? Suemo suggested. Zhang Zhao also reacted and quickly took the potion and said, the effect of this potion is to speed up the growth of the tomato spirit plant. After successfully concocting the potion, he also felt the effect of this potion, which is one of the talents of the apothecary. Then they took the potion to the tomato spirit plant. Just pour it down, and the tomato spirit plant can absorb it by itself, Zhang Zhao said. Pouring the potion at the root of the tomato spirit plant, I saw the emerald green liquid seep into the soil, and the trunk of the tomato spirit plant also began to shake. Its roots frantically absorbed the liquid medicine of this potion. It seemed very excited. After absorbing all the medicinal liquid, the origin energy around it was also stirred up and absorbed into its body, and the absorption speed was very fast. The aura on its body continued to rise. Sure enough, it works. The three of them stared at this scene and felt particularly novel. A potion that can accelerate the growth of tomato spirit plants is too heaven-defying. However, the energy of a potion is still a little less after all. After the tomato spirit plant absorbed it, it kept shaking its leaves, as if urging, Want more? Want more? Seeing this, Suemo stepped forward to comfort it. After all, there is only this potion now. Don't worry, there will be more later. The tomato spirit plant then stopped its restlessness. You too. I will leave the future supply of potions for the tomato spirit plant to you. Suemo winked at the two apothecaries and said. He did not interfere with the concoction of this potion, but handed it over to Zhang Zhao and the others. Mainly because the successful concoction of this potion can increase the intimacy with the tomato spirit plant. Sweet potion just needs spirit fruit, and if the intimacy is high, they can get more spirit fruit. The two apothecaries nodded solemnly. By the way, Grandpa Zhang, why don't you give this potion a name? Suemo said again. Zhang Zhao opened his mouth, a little hesitant. This potion formula is yours. This potion formula belongs to you. In the future, when you contact the Alliance Academy again, you can take the potion formula to register for the apothecary medal. Suemo waved his hand, displaying indifference towards the potion formula. Due to the loss of the martial intent potion a century ago, the Alliance Academy mandated that alchemists earn their badges by providing new potion formulas and verifying whether they had received blessings from heaven and earth. Naturally, these formulas were strictly regulated and could not be disclosed. Furthermore, each tier of alchemist was required to submit only one potion formula, implying that Suemo merely needed to select any formula for registration. At this moment, Zhang Zhao felt a wave of emotion, overwhelmed by gratitude he could hardly articulate. Ultimately, under Zhang Zhao's fervent insistence, the privilege of naming the potion was bestowed upon Suimo. Suimo, feeling somewhat helpless, settled on a rather casual name, Fan Potion. This potion was effective solely for tomato-type spiritual plants, rendering it ineffective for others. Although it was rather extraordinary, it bore significant limitations. The name, Fan, served as an endearing term for the tomato spiritual plants. The reduplicative phrase felt rather cloying to the two alchemists present. With the prior sweet potion and now the Fan potion, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of discontent. Nonetheless, the name was ultimately accepted. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Suimo took his leave. Of course, he also brought along a considerable quantity of tomato spiritual fruits, which had a delightful taste that he indulged in daily. This bounty would sustain him for quite some time. Observing that he had ample time at his disposal, he did not rush home but instead made his way to the headquarters of the Blade Army. It had been several days since they returned from Gathering Point 127. After a few days of rest, most members of the Blade team had returned to their headquarters. Suimo had previously informed them of his impending departure from the Blade team. With the time for his mission to Gathering Point 128 approaching, he intended to bid farewell to his friends. Moreover, his departure would create 2 vacancies in the Blade team, with Sun Yao Zhaoyi and 2 others having recently broken through to the Source Sea realm. They now met the criteria for joining a combat team. These individuals were among the finest in the reserve ranks, and Suimo couldn't help but wonder which 2 would be chosen to fill the vacancies in the Blade team. What paths would each of them take? Each individual had their own destiny, and Suimo refrained from intervening in the personnel allocation. Upon entering the Blade Army's headquarters, Suimo made his way to the training arena. Although still at a distance, he could sense waves of source energy fluctuations. Clearly, a sparring session was underway, piquing his curiosity. Most members of the Blade team, including Sun Yao, were present, and 2 individuals were currently engaged in combat on the training stage. Wasn't that Wei Ziming and Xia Piampian? Chapter 114. Sumo's gift. Behold, as I sweep through the throngs. On the stage, Wei Ziming brandished a long spear, roaring as he charged towards Xia Piampian. Although he practiced the martial art known as breaking the army fist, this discipline also encompassed a spear technique, aptly named breaking the army spear technique. During this period, Wei Ziming had been diligently honing his spear skills, adeptly intertwining them with his fist techniques. After all, a weapon is essential in combat against the demonic plants. Coincidentally, within the Blade team, Xia Piampian was also an adept practitioner of spear techniques. Their mutual interest in each other and Apos' skills sparked frequent sparring sessions. Draped in a crimson attire, Xia Piampian skillfully flicked her red tassel spear, unleashing a formidable force that effortlessly countered Wei Ziming and Apos' fierce assault. What a gallant and spirited female general she is. Despite successfully deflecting his attack, Wei Ziming maintained his composure, persistently altering his techniques as they exchanged blows. Ziming is advancing quickly, remarked Ichio Xia from the audience, impressed. It was worth noting that previously, he could hardly withstand 10 exchanges at her hands. Xia Piampian hailed from a prestigious family within the gathering place, her lineage having produced a second-tier Awakener renowned for his spear mastery, her grandfather. Regrettably, he had grown frail with age and seldom engaged in combat. Nevertheless, Xia Piampian had received his meticulous training from a young age, her spear techniques nearing the realm of consummation. Yet, within the Blade team, her brilliance often dimmed in the shadow of the Chen siblings. She was still young, just in her early 20s, only 2 years senior to Wei Ziming, and stood out among her peers in the Awakening Academy. After several exchanges, Xia Piampian seized an opportunity, sweeping her spear to deftly send Wei Ziming's spear flying. With a swift maneuver, she positioned the spear and Apos' tip against Wei Ziming and Apos' chest and softly declared, "You have lost." Wei Ziming, with a resigned smile, acknowledged his defeat. Piampian is truly formidable. Ichio Xia cheered, giving her a thumbs up. Yet Ziming is impressive too. Possessing such martial prowess at this age, the future is bright. Nan Yi commended Wei Ziming. Presently, Nan Yi exuded an aura that unmistakably indicated he had reached the transformation realm. Upon his return, he had indeed achieved a breakthrough. As for Lan Heo, His whereabouts remained elusive. It was rumored that Nan Yi's earlier breakthrough had deeply affected him, compelling him to retreat into seclusion for training, vowing not to emerge until he attained the transformation realm. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Suemo approached, offering his praise. Suemo, Oldemo, Brother Emo. The crowd greeted his arrival with expressions of delight. Oldemo, you mentioned being reassigned from the Blade team. What position will you take on next? Since Suemo had previously shared only a brief overview of his plans, curiosity abounded among them. In response to Wei Ziming's inquiry, Suemo smiled gently and divulged the arrangement made by the lion. In a few days, I am slated to serve at Gathering Place 128. The audience erupted in awe upon hearing Suemo's announcement. The prospect of a mission to Gathering Place 128 ignited their imaginations, clearly sparking their desire to join him. However, Suemo remained uncertain regarding the composition of the delegation, suspecting it would likely consist of few members, predominantly second-tier powers due to the gravity of the matter. Upon realizing this, Wei Ziming and his companions felt disheartened. They had finally broken through to the Source Sea realm, believing they could keep pace with Suemo, only to discover he was now mingling solely with second-tier individuals. Oh dear, we are still too weak. By the way, how will your team members be arranged? Suemo inquired, intrigued. With the recent additions of Sun Yao, Zhao Yi, Li Shaner, and Qianair, the Blade team could only accommodate 2 new members. Clearly, not everyone could join. Before anyone else could respond, Chen Guang stepped forward, stating, I plan to establish a new team. Once one reaches the transformation realm, they can apply to form a new unit. Chen Guang's decision appeared well considered, and Xin Yu observed him without comment. Previously, due to the scarcity of Source Sea realm members in the Blade army, forming a new team had been a challenge. However, with recent battles against the demonic plant army resulting in substantial victories and an influx of source crystals, numerous new Source Sea realm recruits had emerged. Suemo was somewhat taken aback by Chen Guang's decision. I'll join you, Guang, Nanny chimed in with a smile. Currently, within the Blade team, aside from Captain Chen Yu, Lan Heo was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon, their numbers in the transformation realm would double. Moreover, Ichio Xia and Xia Piampian were not far from the transformation realm, complemented by the talents of Wei Ziming and Yu Tanner. Thus, the roster for the Blade team stood as follows. Chen Yu, Lan Heo, Ichio Xia, Xia Piampian, Wei Ziming, and Yu Tanner. Meanwhile, the new team led by Chen Guang would include Chen Guang, Nan Yi, Sun Yao, Li Shaner, Zhao Yi, and Qianair. Each team would consist of 6 members. Even as a newly formed unit, their strength would not be underestimated among the numerous teams within the Blade army. They had no intention of recruiting additional members, as they were already well acquainted. Suemo felt that such arrangements were quite reasonable. When accepting missions, this would maximize the distribution of rewards. Conversely, concentrating all strong individuals in a single team would be somewhat wasteful. With experienced members guiding newcomers, the latter could accelerate their growth. Seeing his companions steadily improving, Suemo felt genuine joy for them. It was time to further strengthen them. Just as Suemo was about to present the Spirit Guardian eggs, a jubilant cheer erupted from behind them. Haha, I have finally broken through. The newcomer was Lan Heo, whose aura unmistakably indicated he had reached the transformation realm. Upon successfully breaking through, he had rushed to share his joy with everyone. Suemo, you're here too. Spotting Suemo, Lan Heo greeted him warmly. Suemo smiled, congratulating him. Well done, Lan. This fellow had an uncanny sense for such things. But your timing is impeccable, Suemo remarked, turning to address the group, who eagerly awaited his words. Suemo produced 11 black, round orbs. By the way, where's Yutan and Apos? Suemo inquired, noticing her absence. She went home earlier and hasn't returned yet, Ichiosia explained. Ah, I see, Suemo nodded, then proceeded to distribute the 11 Spirit Guardian eggs among them. Each of you should receive one. I trust you know what these are. Suemo grinned mischievously. Is this a Spirit Guardian egg? Chen Guang exclaimed in astonishment. What? Spirit Guardian eggs? The others, puzzled, nearly fumbled their orbs. Initially, they had not recognized them, as many had never encountered such things before. How astonishing! Where did Sumo acquire so many spirit guardian eggs? These were merely first-tier spirit guardian eggs. Once hatched, they could form contracts, adding another combat ally to their ranks. Sumo reveled in the astonished expressions of his companions. After all, what is life without a little showmanship? Everyone's breathing quickened. They had all witnessed the formidable capabilities of the white-armored guardians. Previously, I harbored a profound envy for Sumo. How splendid it would be to have a spirit guardian by one's side during combat, effectively doubling one's fighting prowess. Coupled with the carrot spirit plant's guardian, renowned for its defensive capabilities, it would be akin to possessing a remarkably reliable shield in battle. One can vividly imagine a scene where, while on a mission, they unleash a battalion of spirit guardians to charge fiercely at the enemy. The imagery is simply too beautiful to contemplate. Moreover, it possesses the ability to fly. Undeniably a superlative combat companion. Old Imo, Wei Ziming, in a surge of excitement, embraced Sumo and leaned in for a kiss. Sumo hastily placed a hand on his face. What on earth is this fellow doing? Wei Ziming was beside himself with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "If I were a woman, I would certainly marry you." Sumo's expression darkened, and he disdainfully pushed him away. "Get the hell away from me." Laughter erupted among the others. "Thank you." After everyone collected their spirit guardian eggs, they expressed their gratitude to Sumo. They did not refuse. As they were well acquainted with Sumo's character, gifts given are never retracted. They could only cherish this profound kindness eternally in their hearts. Sun Yao observed Wei Ziming's antics, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Oh, how she longed to embrace her brother Sumo. In a desolate land, within a canyon, vast swathes of black mist suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire gorge. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward. Shadows of demonic plants emerged all around, their numbers astonishingly dense. They all knelt in unison towards a particular direction, cackling. At last, the breakthrough has been achieved. An eerie voice reverberated, and from the black mist emerged a figure cloaked in darkness. It was none other than the demon plant king. Its crimson eyes glowed with murderous intent. The aura it exuded was terrifying. Damn humans, your time of reckoning has arrived. From this moment forth, the demonic plants in the desolate land began to stir with vigor, gathering in an orderly fashion to form a colossal army. In a secluded corner of this barren expanse, awakened humans in a settlement were horrified to discover themselves encircled by an overwhelming horde of demonic plants. How could so many of them appear so suddenly? Boom! A gigantic demonic plant materialized, resembling a mountain of flesh, utterly fearsome. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. The surrounding demonic army surged like a tidal wave. The settlement appeared minuscule and teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the tide of demonic plants. Suddenly, clusters of white objects floated down from the sky, densely packed as they drifted towards the human settlement. Boom, boom, boom. Upon contact with the outer walls, those white objects detonated instantly. The outermost energy barrier was shattered. The humans gazed in shock at the white objects. They resembled enormous dandelion flowers. Demonic plant, bomb dandelions. Chapter 115. The disturbance of the demonic plants. This breed of demonic plant originated from a mutated dandelion, characterized by a relatively small stature, standing at approximately 1 meter in height. Despite their diminutive size, their intrinsic strength is feeble. Even a first-tier explosive dandelion can be easily breached by an ordinary person. However, they possess the remarkable ability to catalyze their internal energy into dandelion flower bombs, which are exceedingly light and dance gracefully in the breeze. Upon nearing their target, the plant can manipulate these blossoms to trigger a violent explosion. The energy released from such detonations is immensely powerful. Among these dandelion flower bombs, there are some of a larger size, evidently the creations of second-tier explosive dandelions. The defense system of this human settlement suffered severe damage from the ensuing explosions. The colossal demonic plant, resembling a mountain of flesh, emanated an aura that unmistakably indicated it had reached the late stages of the second tier. It charged toward the settlement, and the energy projectiles fired at it felt like mere tickles, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Its defensive capabilities were astonishingly robust, withstanding a barrage of gunfire. It crashed into the settlement's walls, causing a tremendous tremor. The flesh upon its body writhed incessantly, adhering to the wall. In mere moments, that section of the wall was corroded away as if it were made of foam. The awakened beings within the settlement gazed upon it in horror, their eyes suffused with fear. What manner of monster is this? The defenses of the settlement crumbled before it like paper, and the horde of demonic plants surged in behind, breaching the defenses in a rush. The settlement was instantly transformed into a scene of carnage. The residents were paralyzed with terror. This calamity had struck too abruptly. They could not fathom why there were so many demonic plants. They slaughtered indiscriminately. In an instant, the settlement was bathed in blood, resembling a hellish landscape. Ordinary people stood no chance against the demonic plants, who easily dispatched them, feasting upon the flesh and blood of humanity. The awakened beings fought valiantly, yet the sheer number of demonic plants was overwhelming. This settlement had no awakened beings at the late stages of the second tier. The overseer, leading a few second-tier awakened beings, charged towards the massive flesh-mountain demonic plant. They could only momentarily delay its destruction of the settlement. But the demonic plant army had already completely overtaken the area. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. At this moment, the demonic plant army continued to massacre humans while advancing toward the heart of the settlement, the Spirit Palace. That was the sanctuary of the spirit plants. They were a bloodthirsty horde, intent on devouring the spirit plants of the settlement. The defense system of the Spirit Palace proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the demonic tide. By the time they breached the Spirit Palace, only a few steadfast spirit guardians remained beside the spirit plants. The immense spirit plant quivered in fear at the sight of the demonic horde. Aware that its fate was sealed, retreat. Save as many as you can. The overseer bellowed in anguish to the survivors after the Spirit Palace was breached. The spirit plant of their settlement had perished, signifying the doom of the settlement. They could only flee swiftly, preserving a spark of hope for humanity. The awakened beings began to assemble, forming a battle unit to carve a bloody path through the demonic plant army for the sake of the fleeing populace. But how many would ultimately survive? There would be no miracles, no reinforcements. Their settlement lacked champions like Jean Yunhua. The overseer felt a deep sense of despair, his eyes blazing as he stared at the Flesh Mountain demonic plant, roaring as he charged forward. Even knowing this journey might be his last, he resolved to buy some time for the fleeing group. Gathering point 126. In the manager and Oppo's office. Why has the demonic plant faction become increasingly active as of late? The lion, furrowing his brow, examined a classified report. These were the findings relayed from the Vanguard Corps. According to their reconnaissance, a significant number of demonic plants had appeared to the north of gathering point 127. They were gathering in an orderly fashion, which was far from reassuring. It had taken considerable effort to eliminate the demonic plant army, so how could new ones emerge so swiftly? There were even signs of a military formation. Particularly to the north, the energy of the demonic plants was exceptionally dense. Even the Vanguard Corps dared not act recklessly, opting to observe from a distance. The lion felt a growing sense of urgency. When something is amiss, something sinister is afoot. The demonic plant faction must be plotting something. Could it be due to the Demon Plant King? He was uncertain about the state of the Demon Plant King's previous injuries or whether it could break through to the third tier. Regardless, the unusual behavior of these demonic plants certainly boded ill. We must expedite our mission to gathering point 128, he murmured. On the opposite side of the table lay a list of envoy candidates. He pressed a button. Manager, you summoned me? His assistant hurried into the office, bowing respectfully to the lion. Contact Yu Changfeng and summon him to me. Understood. Gathering point 128. Dad, our scouts report that the number of demonic plants surrounding the gathering point is increasing. Even those typically lethargic have become active. A girl clad in black armor spoke to a bald middle-aged man. The man, whose face was marked by rugged features and whose eyes gleamed like copper bells, rubbed his smooth scalp and replied, "It seems the demonic plant faction is preparing for some action. Let everyone remain vigilant and enhance reconnaissance efforts." Dad, do you think this is the doing of that Demon Plant King? the black-armored girl inquired. The bald man shook his head, indicating uncertainty. They had yet to confront the demon plant king directly. In the past, when the plants rampaged, they had only experienced incursions from the demon plant king and Appos as subordinates. The demon plant king had attacked Gathering Point 126, so they had never laid eyes on its appearance or strength. After all, the demon plant king had ultimately perished at Gathering Point 126. According to reports from that location, the demon plant king was currently in a state of severe injury. Had its condition improved? The bald man was also uncertain. Yet, the unusual movements of the demonic plants compelled him to remain cautious. If those plants dare to invade, we shall ensure they do not return. The black-armored girl coldly declared. Asyong, we must remain cautious. The strength of the demonic plant faction should not be underestimated, the bald man sighed. Dad, with you here, even if the demon plant king comes, it will surely be slain. The girl evidently held great admiration for her father's prowess. By the way, Dad, are we truly considering relocating to Gathering Point 126? The black-armored girl asked again, clearly intrigued by the prospect after communication with Gathering Point 126 had sparked interest among the higher-ups. The bald man too felt the pull of this decision. However, the girl could not comprehend. Why must we relocate? Aren't we doing well here? She pouted, muttering, why can't they come here instead? Why must we be the ones to move? Seeing her demeanor, the bald man felt a sense of helplessness. The inhabitants of Gathering Place 128 were rather fortunate. During the invasion by the formidable army of demonic plants, the strongest among them had merely just entered the latter stages of the second tier. Yet, he had already awakened as a formidable second-tier practitioner. Ultimately, with the collaboration of other second-tier Awakeners, they effortlessly dispatched the threat. Following that, the Demon Plant King fell, and the Demon Plant clan promptly retreated, their banners lowered. As the incursions of the demonic plants diminished, many of the younger generation naively believed that the clan had been vanquished. Thus, they failed to comprehend the necessity of relocating to Gathering Place 126. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. After all, despite the bald man's repeated warnings about the perils of the outside world, the armored girl remained unperturbed. Coupled with her considerable innate talent, she had risen to the rank of a spirit master. In their gathering, the presence of even second-tier demonic plants had been a rarity, leading to an environment devoid of pressure. However, the older generation was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the demon plant clan. The bald man, too, sensed an impending crisis, his heart filled with an unsettling unease. It felt as though calamity was looming on the horizon. As the current administrator of Gathering Place 128, he sighed deeply. Nonetheless, the prospect of migration was far from straightforward. Their esteemed spirit master would likely not consent. After all, that individual was known for their irritable temperament. Chapter 116, The Legendary Meeting of Parents. After Su Mo sent the spirit guard eggs to his friends, he bid them farewell and departed. However, before that, he made a visit to Feng Qing, whom he held in high regard as a mentor. Upon learning that Su Mo had elevated Sword Heart to a minor success, Feng Qing was utterly astonished. He had initially thought that upon returning from his mission, Su Mo might only have achieved the basics. Little did he know that this young man would deliver such an astonishing surprise. It left him questioning his own judgment. Had he truly underestimated Su Mo, a rare talent in the way of the sword? What had transpired during that mission that had led to such enlightenment? Nevertheless, Feng Qing took great solace in the fact that Su Mo could carry on his martial legacy, ensuring that there would be a worthy successor. Meanwhile, the young girl had begun taking the sweet potion, and Su Mo was exceedingly generous with her supply. At this rate, she might become the youngest awakened one in history. Su Mo looked forward to this, as he had a fondness for the girl. He often teased her and pinched her little cheeks. She would sweetly whine at him, utterly melting his youthful heart. Regarding Su Mo's imminent assignment to Gathering Point 128, Feng Qing could only remind him to remain safe on his journey, as he himself was merely an ordinary person and unable to offer any assistance. After leaving the headquarters of the Blade Army, Su Mo returned to the center of the Gathering Point. He wandered aimlessly, considering he had been in this world for quite some time. He had not truly explored the Gathering Point. It resembled a city on Earth, with various towering buildings and numerous small shops lining the main roads. If only the threat of magical plants could be eliminated, how wonderful it would be to maintain such a peaceful existence. He lost track of time as he traversed through a small park, where the number of people dwindled and the surroundings grew serene. Although it was called a park, it lacked greenery and living beings, comprised only of cold stone structures. This made him nostalgic for the parks on Earth, filled with lush vegetation and the cheerful chirping of birds. He sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Suemo? A melodious voice broke him from his reverie. Turning around, he was surprised to see a charming young woman standing behind him. Oh, Utanner, what brings you here? Suemo was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter her in this place. Utanner's gaze was somewhat peculiar as she replied, I live nearby. If I didn't know you better, I might think you were here to visit me. Suemo felt a bit foolish. He had merely sought a tranquil spot to clear his mind and had no idea that General U South residence was so close. He couldn't help but wonder if he had some peculiar fate with this girl, casually wandering into the vicinity of another's home. Since you're here, why not come to my house for a visit? Utanner invited softly. Is it convenient? Suemo hesitated. It's nothing. Ultimately, Suemo followed her. The U residence was situated just behind the park, a standalone villa with a small courtyard. Suemo surveyed his surroundings, clearly indicative of a wealthy family. In fact, he too could have such a living environment, given that his family boasted 2 pharmacists, holding a prominent position within the gathering point. Yet, due to Kuhai's dedication to his laboratory, they resided in a nearby community, which was quite decent. The area was bustling with residents and had dedicated service personnel, while Suemo had been struggling with severe social anxiety at the time. If they lived in a more isolated location, Kuhai had feared that something unfortunate might occur in his absence. Thus, they had remained in that modest community. Suemo had indeed wished for a grand villa. But after awakening, he had spent so much time away that he had little opportunity to enjoy home. Tanner, are you back? Upon entering the gate, a gentle voice echoed within. A beautiful woman appeared at the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Suemo beside Utanner. Clad in a white long dress, her hair simply styled, she exuded an air of elegance. Suemo quickly greeted her. Hello, Annie. This had to be Utanner's mother, who was truly stunning. No wonder Tanner was a natural beauty. She had inherited her parents' excellent genes. Ah, hello? Tanner's mother responded promptly, recognizing him. You are Suemo, the grandson of Dr. Su, here to visit us. Tanner feigned a calm demeanor as she spoke. Tang Wan cast a glance at her daughter, realizing this was likely the first time she had brought a boy home. Oh, it's little Su. Welcome, welcome. Come in, please. Being the wife of Yu Changfeng, she was somewhat familiar with Suemo, having heard of his achievements as a pharmacist at such a young age. Little Su, you two chat, and I'll prepare dinner for you, Tang Wan said with a smile. Auntie, may I lend a hand? Suemo instinctively stood up. What are you doing? You're the guest. There's no need to be so polite. Just talk with Tanner. Dinner will be ready soon. Tang Wan stopped him. Suemo scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Suemo and Utanner spoke simultaneously. You go first. No, you go first. They reached an odd consensus, both feeling slightly embarrassed. Ahem, how about you start? Suemo cleared his throat. Utanner adjusted her mindset and softly inquired. Are you preparing to head to Gathering Point 128? Suemo nodded in affirmation. Yes. I should be setting off in a couple of days. Please take care. I heard from my father that the magical plant clan has been stirring again lately. I will. Suemo replied. By the way, has General Yu returned? He just got back yesterday and was summoned by the administrator not long ago. The reason Utanner hadn't returned to the Blade Army was that her father had come home and she wanted to spend a few more days with him. The two engaged in casual conversation, and soon, Tang Wan had prepared a sumptuous meal, including meat. The enticing aroma made Suemo's mouth water. During dinner, Tang Wan continuously served Suemo, asking about family matters. He quickly relaxed, lavishing compliments on her cooking and her beauty, calling her auntie with such sweetness that it made Tang Wan burst into laughter. She found this young man particularly amusing, for the scions of prominent families often appeared quite reserved around her, Unlike Su Mo, who joked freely, Tang Wan was no ordinary person. She was a first-tier awakened one, having achieved a transformative state. However, after marrying Yu Changfeng, she had embraced the role of a homemaker. Yu Tanner quietly ate, noticing her mother seemed particularly joyful today. Before long, dinner concluded, and seeing the sky darkening, Su Mo suggested he take his leave. Little Su, come visit often. Before parting, Tang Wan reminded him once more. Su Mo chuckled softly and replied, from now on, I shall have to trouble you more often. Aunt Tang's cooking surpasses even that of the chefs at Pearl Restaurant. I fear that dining at home will lack flavor. Tang Wan giggled in response. Oh, you silly boy, there's no trouble at all. Just consider this place your home. Yu Tanner interjected, you certainly know how to make a girl smile. Outside, Yu Tanner, who had accompanied Su Mo, suddenly exclaimed, huh? Su Mo was taken aback for a moment. He quickly recovered and said, because she is your mother. Instantly, Yu Tanner's face flushed crimson. What are you saying? This girl, why is she so easily embarrassed all of a sudden? Seeing Yu Tanner about to turn away, Su Mo called out, hey, wait. Yu Tanner looked at him, momentarily flustered. Su Mo slowly approached her, causing her heart to race and her thoughts to spiral. He then extended his hand, revealing a round pearl. Here, this is for you. He pressed it into Yu Tanner's palm with a radiant smile. With a wave, he turned and departed, vanishing into the night.